Look closely. In the sci-fi room with a mysterious egg, a time-traveling young man becomes Arceus. He bonds with the Lunala tribe through the power of the tablets, but encounters a war that drastically reduces his kin. Just when he's gathered enough energy to hatch, Abel arrives bloodied to save the day, while Shaina wants to hold back. Arceus hatches explosively, and Kaido makes his entrance soon after. In the sci-fi room, filled with incomprehensible instruments, a uniquely patterned egg is secured on a metal platform. From the outside, it seems ordinary, but inside, a strange creature has opened its eyes, finally gathered enough energy to hatch. The creature stretches its body, peering through the eggshell at the world, gray stripes wrapping around its body and mane, golden hooves on 4 legs, high mane, green eyes with red pupils surrounded by green patterns. This is none other than the Pokémon creator god, Arceus. But this one isn't original. The story needs to start from the beginning. In a rented room, a Suna graduate young man is playing Pokémon Legends, Arceus. When the doorbell rings, a small truck model suddenly appears at his feet, causing him to fall and his switch to fly. When he opens his eyes again, all he sees is chaos. His body has changed, but he can't move, and he receives a consciousness. He has become the newly born Arceus. After a nap, he can sense the outside world and receives body memories now. He is an Arceus egg, wrapped in 18 tablets. Later, pulled by an unknown force, he crosses a barrier, causing many tablets to scatter as he falls into a new world, with only 3 tablets remaining. To gain freedom, he must find all the tablets, but how can an egg search for them? Just then, a group of strange people surrounds him, with black wings and fire on their backs. He has no idea these are the Lunala tribe from One Piece. These people treat the egg as a sacred object for worship, and the young man is overjoyed. They can help him find the tablets. However, he can only sense the outside world and cannot communicate. Unlike the creator Arceus, he is still in a juvenile state, relying entirely on the tablets for power. During the time travel, the connection with the tablets loosened, and many were lost in the fall, making it extremely difficult to drive the Lunala tribe. However, he can only feel changes in the outside world without the ability to communicate. He is different from the Arceus that created the world. He is still in a juvenile state, relying primarily on the tablets for power. During the space-time travel, the connection between the tablets and his body became loose, and the collision when falling to the ground scattered most of the tablets. Arceus struggles to communicate. Using the tablets to grant firepower, the Lunala tribe faces a crisis. Now, Arceus, the time-traveling young man, cannot communicate telepathically. But he has a plan. Among the remaining 3 tablets is the Fireball tablet, and the Lunala tribe can use fire. During a ceremony, he uses the power of the tablets to give the tribe a fire buff. He realizes these people are either tough or fast, making them excellent tools for finding tablets. If they know the tablets can enhance their power, they will surely help. Once he gathers enough tablets, he can communicate and speed up the hatching process. Plus, he has watched enough anime to understand Japanese. At the beginning, everything goes smoothly. The tribe gains power and shows more respect, and the ceremony becomes grander. He also learns that this tribe is called Lunala, but no one has found any tablets. Arceus remains calm, has the body of Arceus, and plenty of time. Plan 2. Accumulate energy with the 3 tablets, and after hatching, issue orders as a sacred object. So he begins to sleep, occasionally waking to check the situation. Look closely. High energy incoming. Suddenly, a war breaks out, and outsiders invade. Arceus has already regarded the tribe as his people enemies. Attacking his people cross his bottom line. But he is still an egg, so he gives the Fireball tablet to the chief and exhausts his energy to sleep again. Before sleeping, he hears the chief order, take the sacred object him and escape. Each time he wakes up, the tribe grows fewer, leaving only Abel and Shaina. When he wakes up again, he finds himself surrounded by strangers and instruments, and Abel and Shaina are nowhere to be seen. Later, he discovers they have also been captured for experiments. The enemy wants to understand this egg hatching. It would be useless, as the eggshell is incredibly hard. They lock the egg, the stolen tablets, the last remaining tablet, and Abel and Shaina in a research facility. Due to the Lunala tribe losing a tablet during their escape, only 2 tablets are left now. Arceus gathers enough energy. Abel arrives bloodied to save the day, while Shaina wants to hold back. The enemy's machines can't break Arceus' eggshell, but make him extremely uncomfortable. Abel and Shaina are still being experimented on, and his anger reaches its peak. Good news arrives. Today he finally gathers enough energy to hatch, and the 2 tablets are within his sensing range. By channeling the tablet's power into himself, he can definitely escape with the 2 kids. But first, He needs to find Abel. Recently, he has been with Shaina, but Abel is missing. Just as he prepares to act, there is suddenly an explosion outside. The metal door is pushed open, and the one entering isn't a researcher, but Abel. Look closely. Abel wields a long knife, dripping with blood, looking exhausted yet ecstatic, surrounded by fallen guard from the research facility. Arceus is overjoyed. He doesn't need to look for Abel anymore. They can leave with the two kids directly. The Lunala people have sacrificed too much for him. He cannot abandon the two kids. Abel shouts to Shaina, "I've come to rescue you." Shaina is both surprised and delighted. "You're still alive." Abel unlocks the binding device. "You'll be free soon." But Shaina shakes her head. "I can't hold on much longer. It'll only slow you down." It'll hold them back. You take the sacred object and go. Alarms blare. Footsteps surround them. She knows all too well. Anyone left behind will be caught sooner or later. Abel panics. "There are people outside to support us. We charge together." Just as he finishes speaking, a group of guards rushes in. The manager shouts, "Don't shoot. Capture the specimen alive." Shaina clenches her fists. "Abel, they'll clear the path for you." With her flames extinguished behind her, Lunala tribe's fire extinguishing for speed, this is a door-die battle. She doesn't believe there will be support, only thinking of defeating the enemies first. But the sacred object egg is over 2 meters tall, and the tablets are nearly 3 meters. They are not giants. And carrying such heavy objects makes it hard to run, so they have to temporarily abandon the tablets. These guards may be inexperienced, but they are many and well-equipped. Fortunately, the room limits their numbers, so they won't have to fight too many at once. However, after they defeat another wave of incoming enemies, Abel senses something is off. Arceus hatches explosively, and Kaido makes his grand appearance. Abel suddenly feels something is wrong. The newly arrived guards all focus on what is behind him, and from the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of something glowing. Look closely. High energy incoming. A terrifying beam of light shoots out from behind them, blasting all the guards at the entrance into the sky. The beam doesn't stop, directly piercing through all the walls of the research facility, allowing them to see the ocean through the holes. Abel shouts in excitement. "The sacred object! The sacred object has hatched." "Shaina, look." Shaina turns her head, and the giant egg is gone, leaving only a peculiar creature standing there. The attack, just now, was unleashed by it. Arceus speaks, his voice neutral. "Abel, Shaina, you have worked hard during this time." Abel is stunned. "You know us?" Arceus lists a series of names. Ludo, Emile, Avanisha, all of whom are the Lunala tribe members who have protected him. Abel and Shaina's eyes instantly turn red. These are all their elders. Arceus continues. "I apologize for not having power back then, but now I have hatched. Once I gather enough power, I will definitely seek justice for the Lunala tribe." As soon as he finishes speaking, the 2 tablets beside him glow and shrink, merging directly into his body. Energy gathers on his forehead, and Shaina suddenly floats up, her fading life fire reigniting. Abel excitedly shouts, "Great sacred beast." Arceus calmly replies, "My name is Arceus." Shaina's weakness is related to Methi, drained her blood to hasten the egg. As soon as Arceus said he was going to leave, he noticed that the guards outside surged in again, planning to unleash the destructive death beam powered by the empty stone slab, and still not stiff. But before they could launch, the guards were suddenly attacked from behind, and a man wielding a spiked club walked in. With a tall, muscular body, tight leather pants, and giant horns on his head, it was actually a young Kaido. Kaido spoke up, "Too slow, Abel. There are more and more bugs outside." The main gate crashed to the ground. After all, this was a research facility of the world government, and Kaido was not surprised at all. He had been captured more than once back in the Vodka Kingdom. He had become the strongest soldier of the Wok Kingdom at just 10 years old due to his extraordinary talent. The king of Wok sold Kaido. The 4 emperors recruited him after a prison break, and Arceus recognized the world. The Wok Kingdom relied on war to gather gold from the sky, and Kaido served the kingdom. The king, wanting to attend the World Conference, forced him to join the Navy conscription, and when Kaido refused, he was captured and sent to the Navy. How could Kaido be a tool? That day, he smashed a warship and began his pirate career. From then on, he was captured whenever he was hungry, with prison ships serving as cafeterias. Later, he joined Rox, and after Rox was defeated, he was captured again, this time sent to a research facility as a test subject. For Kaido, being captured and breaking out was a daily occurrence. This time, he even wanted to recruit Abel, coveting the talents of the Lunaria tribe. After releasing Abel, Abel said he wanted to take others with him. Kaido allowed it and wanted to see his strength. It turned out Kaido was the one providing support. Kaido was secretly pleased. Abel was quite capable, and he had also picked up Arceus. He looked at the reckless ones, his mind racing with thoughts. He originally planned to make an appearance at a crucial moment. After all, Abel couldn't escape alone. He observed the entire process and felt that Shaina could fight, and that beam of light from Arceus excited him even more. Kaido directly invited them. Arceus, join me. They'll help you find power. Arceus retorted, what's your name? Kaido replied, Kaido. Abel has agreed. You are wanted, and to find things, you need more people. Abel quickly said, Lord Holy Beast, Kaido, save me, Arceus calmly responded. It's normal to repay kindness you decide for yourself. He suddenly realized this was the world of One Piece. But he only occasionally browsed forums, knowing that Kaido was a future emperor, yet he didn't know that Abel was the Ember Calamity. He also understood. Those who captured his kin and interfered with perception all had their reasons. The search range for the stone slab was too vast and required manpower, but he had no stone slab and couldn't fly. If he were to go by himself, searching, not knowing how long it will take to find, he still can't fly for now. Due to the loss of the tablets, Arceus cannot fly without the tablets. Refusing to join under anyone and make a deal, he confronts Kaido head-on. Arceus simply cannot fly. He doesn't have the flying tablets like psychic and ghost types, and he's not yet mature. His main body can't fly. He also doesn't know the sensing range of the tablets. Instead of searching blindly all over the world, it's better to have someone gather information first. The world government is the best tool, but he can never touch it. Those who inherited Arceus' temper, betrayed him, deceived him, and used him for experiments are all unforgivable. The potential of the future Yonko crew is indeed top-notch. The Navy or pirates don't matter to him. He just wants to find tablets. But joining someone else's crew? No way. He used to be polished during his internship, but now he has inherited the pride of the creator god, directly dreaming back to his passionate youth. Arceus stares at Kaido. I want to join anyone, but since you saved Abel, let us make a deal. You absolutely can't refuse. Kaido laughed. Just hatched, and you dare to say that? What do you have to trade? Your strength is top-notch, but it's not enough. Why not join me? With me around, no one would dare to touch you. He loves Zoan-type users, and although Arceus is not one, his strength and wisdom hit him directly. Just then, the guards rushed over again. Kaido got annoyed, unleashing his conqueror's haki, and the guards fell like cut wheat. He was showing off, trying to make Arceus yield, but the next second, a more overwhelming aura shot up to the sky, directly pushing Kaido's conqueror's haki back. Watch closely. Arceus is the creator god. Even without the tablets and just hatched, the aura of the creator god won't disappear. He calculated his strength. In the worst-case scenario, his physical body could withstand a small asteroid and still resist attacks. Fujitori's meteor summoning is a big move. Only someone at the admiral level could hurt him. Although he's weak now, Kaido is not at his peak either and hasn't formed the Beast Pirates yet. The two auras clashed, with no clear winner, but they both simultaneously withdrew their auras. The collision of their auras did not determine a winner. They both retracted their auras in unison. Kaido laughed wildly, gaining fans. Arceus unleashed his punishment like gravel, leveling the research institute. Just after the aura clash ended, Kaido's mouth curled up, then he laughed wildly. Haha, this is too fun. This future is exciting. Kaido can tell. Arceus' aura is not Conqueror's haki, but someone with this presence is definitely a tough character. Previously, he was intrigued, but now he's ready to recruit. He calculated. First trade, then slowly recruit, since things are still manageable due to the Lunaria clan. However, he sensed more people approaching and quickly said, retreat first. We could discuss other matters slowly. The next second, Kaido's body grew, transforming into a blue dragon that broke through the roof, breathing hot flames towards the approaching people. Shaina and Abel spread their wings, looking at the wingless. Short-legged Arceus, Shaina quietly asked, Holy Beast, can you fly? Just as she finished speaking, a large flame cloud erupted from below, lifting Arceus into the sky. Kaido is quite generous to his own. While flying, Arceus suddenly shouted, wait. First, let us collect some interest for the Lunaria clan. The ring-like object at his waist turned red, the tablets floated behind him, and a light sphere gathered above his head. Punishment like gravel. This is his signature move. He wants to show off to Kaido and take the lead in the deal. The light sphere flew into the sky and exploded. Countless fire meteors rained down, directly flattening the research institute. The people below were dumbfounded. Human disasters can be avoided, but how do you escape from a world-ending calamity? Kaido watched with great excitement. This power is comparable to the demon-slaying order. So explosive. However, Arceus was not satisfied. Is this all 2 tablets can do? Full power can only be used 3 times, and concentrating power can make it even stronger. Kaido led everyone into the clouds, taking a large detour and coming back. Most dangerous places are the safest. They landed in an uninhabited area of a commercial island, and even entering the town drew quite a few gazes. From their words, it could be heard that explosions often occurred in that direction, to the point where the people here had become accustomed to it. The place where Kaido landed was an uninhabited area on the island, not attracting too much attention. But after entering the town, they still drew many eyes. Everyone's looks drew attention. Kaido named Abel as King. Ordinary people can't recognize all pirates unless they are extremely famous. Now Kaido is well known, but not to the point where everyone knows him. However, everyone in their group looked abnormal. Kaido is a small giant, eye-catching at first glance. Abel and Shaina couldn't retract their wings, so they could only wrap themselves in black cloaks to cover their faces, adding to Arceus's peculiar appearance. They were stared at wherever they went. Kaido spoke. Abel is strong enough. From now on, he will be called King. The old identity is too troublesome. The world government has a bounty on the Lunaria clan, and their features are obvious. Can't hide them. He then looked at Shaina. The 3 Calamities billboard is missing Jack. Do you want to take that role? Arceus realized. Abel is the future Calamity Gene. He is small now, but will definitely grow taller. Shaina was supposed to die. She was saved by herself, and her combat power is sufficient, so it's no problem for her to be Jack. But Shaina refused. I only listened to the holy beast. Kaido sighed one moment and cried the next. Recruitment has been a complete failure, but he wants to pull Arceus into the crew even more. He released his aura, scaring all the bystanders away, and the street was empty. Shaina not having a code name is fine, as long as she hides her wings and uses fire. Zoan types can hide their wings. And there are many people who can use fire. Even if they burn the fruit, no one would want it. Watch closely. A figure appeared on the empty street, tall and chubby, with a mechanical arm on the left, wearing sunglasses and purple lip gloss. It's the future Beast Pirates billboard play, Queen. A few hours ago, he was still with MADS, which has been absorbed by the world government. The research institute where Arceus and the others were earlier was run by MADS. MADS members all have their own plans. They are mad scientists gathered for research, but the world government only recognizes Vegapunk, which means MADS is effectively disbanded. Vegapunk was taken by CP to Mariehua, which is why the Research Institute's defenses weakened. Kaido could escape, and Queen helped. Queen let him go. MADS has disbanded, and the members are all looking for their own paths. Judge returned to the North Sea, Vegapunk clung to the government, and Queen, seeing Kaido's potential, wants to follow him. Without Queen, Kaido could still escape. He stayed a bit longer only because he saw Abel. The device that bound him didn't have sea stone. And not many people knew he was a devil fruit user. He was captured before without a fruit. The fruit was sent by Lin later. And this time he was captured because he was hungry and wanted to get a meal. Vegapunk drew his blood, but ran away without analyzing it. Later, they relied on this blood to create artificial fruits, but the research hasn't started yet. This is the first time Kaido is using his powers openly. Although the Research Institute was blown up, the news is probably spreading. Queen hugged a large iron bucket and shouted, "Brother Kaido, you escaped." The bucket contained rice cake soup. Before he could finish his sentence, Shaina kicked over with her flaming right leg. Queen blocked with the bucket, which deformed, spilling the soup. Shaina shouted angrily, "You're from the Research Institute. I'll remember your face for life." Queen panicked. "I wasn't the leader. I only had one bite of my soup." He used his mechanical arm to block the kick, and his beard got burned. Arceus didn't stop it. He knew Shaina was pent up. Kaido remained calm. "Don't stop. It's better to fight it out than to scheme against each other." He even encouraged Arceus. "If you join me, I'll make you vice governor." Just as Arceus said he wasn't interested, he felt something wet on his head. Kaido inexplicably started crying again and took out a wine jar to drink heavily. Not interested. Before he could finish speaking, he felt something wet hit his head, looked up, and saw Kaido inexplicably crying again, with a wine jar appearing from who knows where, starting to drink. Kaido let him go. Shaina punches Quinn. Arceus grants power. Kaido sighs, "What a pity. Jean, if you want to do it, do it. After today, there won't be another chance." He has long seen that Jean holds a grudge against Quinn, but hasn't been impulsive like Shaina. This ignites Jean. Quinn was already no match for Shaina. Unable to land a hit, Shaina plays the aerial advantage to the max. In the next moment, Jean joins in, and the two work together seamlessly, directly sending Quinn rolling out. They used to team up often, their synergy unmatched. Kaido cries while drinking, and Quinn understands. Kaido won't intervene. He initially wanted to test Kaido's strength, and Kaido probably thought the same. Quinn gets angry. You bastards. I'm going to explode. He transforms into a giant Brachiosaurus, an ancient type of the dragon fruit. Pay attention. Quinn's left hand, tail, and braids are all mechanical. Despite being beaten, his Zoan-type recovery is top-notch, and he can still fight. He stretches a gun barrel from his mouth, shooting bullets at Shaina. Shaina blocks with her wings, engulfed in flames, stopping all the bullets. The more intense the fire of the Lunaria tribe, the stronger the defense. Jean charges in, and Shaina kicks Quinn with her fiery foot. Now Jean has no weapon, and Shaina's combat power is even stronger. Quinn shouts, "Catch my new banquet hot fist." Claws engulfed in fire swipe at her. And as Shaina extinguishes the flames, she speeds up and kicks him in the face again. Unfortunately, she's young and her body is weak, so she doesn't deal significant damage. But 2 against 1, Quinn is still being beaten badly. Kaido calls for a stop. The grudge is settled. We're a team from now on. Quinn stubbornly replies, "If you have the guts, let's duel." Shaina retorts, "Relying on your flap?" Quinn narcissistically claims, "This is muscle. If I slim down, I'd be so handsome you'd be mesmerized." Arceus asks Shaina, "Do you want a similar power?" Shaina nods, and a fireball stone tablet floats out. A surge of power flows into her body, and flames explode. Shaina is stunned. "Lord Sacred Beast, what is this?" "Give it a try. It should be similar to that so-called devil fruit." Shaina gains a new ability. Kaido is dumbfounded, and Quinn breaks into a cold sweat. Shaina adjusts her power as Arceus instructed, her hands transforming into sharp claws, a red mask appearing on her face. Kaido instantly snaps to attention, looking at her as if he has seen his dream lover. Shaina feels the changes within her, and hope ignites in both her and Jin's eyes. Everyone knows that ability users rely on devil fruits, but this power comes from the sacred beast Arceus, making it all reasonable. In the past, her tribe fled with a giant egg, and the elders always said the sacred object granted flames to create the strongest warriors. The legend has come true today. The sacred object worshipped for generations has awakened, and the Lunaria tribe is set to reclaim their glory. However, Arceus is not satisfied. Directly granting abilities consumes too much stamina. Although he can create divine beasts like Dialga, he currently only has 2 stone tablets, and his power is incomplete. But this also validates his idea. He can grant people Pokémon abilities, but at the cost of his own stamina. Furthermore, such ability users are not afraid of seawater or sea prism stone, because what they fear are pyrobroin particles, which do not affect Pokémon abilities. Arceus also thinks of a way to conserve stamina, modifying devil fruits, altering ability users, or creating learning machines. But first, let's see the effects. Shaina has grown a few centimeters, and her ankles and wrists are bursting with flames. This is the ability of the Torchic, which in this world is classified as a bird fruit, mythical beast type. She chose Torchic because the Lunaria tribe uses fire, and Shaina excels at kicking techniques, also able to draw power from the fire-type stone tablet. Shaina is now in a beast-human form, a red mask covering her face, long white hair cascading down, her body wrapped in red feathers, making her unrecognizable. Arceus speaks. "Now you are an ability user. Quinn, didn't you say you wouldn't lose in a duel? Why not give it a try?" Upon hearing Arceus's words, Quinn breaks into a cold sweat. He was just being stubborn earlier. Quinn is scared. With Shaina's newfound ability, he can't even handle one of them. Looking at Shaina, who is itching to move, Quinn quickly pleads with Kaido. "Don't hit her. We're all on the same side. Let's not hurt each other's feelings." But Kaido ignores him. Quinn turns around to see Kaido's face flushed and his eyes shining, as if he has seen a great treasure, even dropping the wine jug he was holding. Then Kaido bursts into laughter. "Subarashi, this power is perfect. Quinn, you're joining my crew, right?" Quinn quickly responds, "Yes." "Big brother Kaido, don't hit me." But Kaido gives the order, "No, fight one-on-one again. That's how we show value." Quinn is dumbfounded. Did I board the wrong ship? He doesn't idolize Arceus like the Lunaria tribe does. This ability creation out of thin air completely shatters his common sense. For the next few minutes, it becomes Quinn's nightmare. Shaina, with the ability of Torchic, undergoes a complete transformation, her physical attributes skyrocketing, her leg strength increasing exponentially. Torchic can jump 30 stories high, and with this kick, even a Zoan type can't withstand it. The temperature of the flames is also countless times higher than before. After several rounds, Quinn simply lies down and admits defeat. Arceus looks at Kaido with disdain. A strong man with a strange expression gives me goosebumps. He tells Kaido, "Help me find the stone tablets, and I'll grant powers to the people you choose. The more tablets, the stronger I become, and the better the abilities I create." Kaido immediately gets anxious. "Where are the tablets? Let's find them now." Arceus rolls his eyes. "Do I look like I want to trade with you? I need manpower to gather information. When I'm close, I can sense the tablets. By the way, do you have any devil fruits? I want to try turning an ordinary Zoan into a mythical beast type." Kaido shakes his head. "No, but I want to create a Zoan army and look for them slowly." Just as they were talking, a round black-purple fruit rolled to their feet. "This thing is a devil fruit, right?" The bizarre patterns leave Arceus puzzled. This is the first time he has truly seen such a thing. Logically, this is indeed a devil fruit, but the way it appeared is beyond his comprehension. The devil fruit rolls over. Arceus modifies it, letting Abel eat it. This sea-treasured devil fruit will be worth at least 100 million berries in the future. Now it's still an astronomical figure. Knowing the abilities are even more valuable. Just a second ago, Kaido was still saying that fruits were rare, and the next moment one rolls over. The scene is too surreal, and Kaido is stunned. After being beaten into submission by Shaina, Quinn is unhappy and kicks an apple box in frustration, and this fruit rolls out right after. Kaido picks up the fruit, feeling like he hasn't sobered up. This appearance is too ridiculous. But who would refuse a devil fruit? Arceus didn't pick it up because he has no hands, can't use telekinesis, and refuses to pick it up with his mouth. Waiting for more stone tablets or someone to find a fruit can solve the problem. Kaido laughs. "What luck? But I don't know what type it is." Quinn says, "It's the dragon fruit, ancient type without teeth and wings." He even pulls out a drawing for reference. M.A.D.S. studied it before, and he had already drawn an expanded version. Quinn boasts, "Ancient types can still fly. Super rare. As expected of me. Flying fruits are extremely rare. The sea occupies most of the area, and being able to fly gives a spatial advantage." Kaido asks, "Now that we have the fruit, what are you going to do?" Arceus replies, "Modify it. Let's try the idea." 2 stone tablets float out, using only the power of creation. Previously, creating the Torchic for Shaina was controllable. This time he wants to try just inducing mutation. The will within the fruit is intimidated by Arceus's pressure. Kaido sees the fruit being covered by a gray-white hue. Arceus says, "It's done." But one fruit isn't enough for a test. "Abel, you eat this one." Shaina already has an ability, and both Quinn and Kaido are already ability users. The original characteristics of the modified devil fruit still exist, and only one can be eaten. After eating it, encountering seawater will leave them powerless, completely turning them into land ducks. However, for the flying Lunaria tribe, whether they can swim is not important at all. Quinn can't help but complain. Jean eats the fruit and transforms into a pteranodon, and Quinn gets hit again. Quinn leans over to Jin's ear and whispers, "This thing is super disgusting. It's worse than poop, and I'll remember it for a lifetime." He can only take advantage of words. Once Jean eats the fruit, he might even be able to hit him back. Shaina directly challenged, "So you've eaten poop? How else would you know it's worse?" Quinn got angry. "This is the legend of the sea. I am a devil fruit user." Shaina retorted. Kaido is also a devil fruit user, but he never said that. "You must have tried it." Quinn was left speechless with rage, unable to argue and unable to fight back. Shaina already had a hatred for the people in the research facility. Arceus couldn't figure it out. Is Shaina just naturally sharp-tongued, or is she specifically targeting Quinn? But Jean was completely unaffected, taking the fruit and eating it all in one go. Quinn was shocked. What a tough guy. Just one bite gives you powers. The rest are useless. The next moment, Jin's form changed dramatically. His skin turned grayish-white, transforming into a huge pterosaur. Quinn recognized it at a glance. This wasn't a toothless pterosaur. It was a fossil pterosaur. Its teeth were sharp, its skin like stone, completely different from the toothless pterosaur. Quinn bragged again. "Your Lunaria tribe can fly anyway. Those wings are wasted." Shaina's flames intensified. "And what about you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Jean transformed into a complete beast form, growing a bit larger and flew straight into the sky. Look closely. Jin's gaze was incredibly dangerous, and he even grinned. Quinn swallowed. "You can't be." The next second, Jean flapped his wings, and suddenly 4 house-sized stones fell from the sky, burying Quinn directly. Quinn struggled to crawl out, covered in dirt and dust. Today was just too unlucky. Quinn shouted in despair. "You're a pterosaur. How can you use stone powers? Be reasonable with the Zoan types." Shaina shot back. Zoan types are called that because they're unreasonable. Quinn was completely stunned. Just a few minutes ago, they weren't devil fruit users. And now they all became Zoan types. He wanted to team up with Kaido, only to find out Kaido was also a Zoan type. Not to mention, the source of Jean and Shaina's powers ultimately came from Arceus, and Shaina had always referred to Arceus as Lord Sacred Beast. Quinn realized the origin of the stone tablets. Arceus proposed a pact. The beast pirates were established. Quinn knew exactly what the research facility had. It was brought over with the 2 Lunarians. Only that strange egg and 2 stone tablets. He didn't believe stones could produce an alpaca or a horse. He couldn't recognize what species Arceus was, but it was definitely hatched from an egg. Arceus was also sizing up Quinn, a powerless user, having tried all forms of devil fruit transformation. Want to try transforming a devil fruit user. Kaido was too strong, and transforming him would take too much effort, but Quinn was about the same as Shaina, making him a perfect experimental subject. Plus, Quinn was from the research facility, so he might know the whereabouts of the stone tablets, which was far more valuable than mere transformation. Suddenly, 2 stone tablets floated in front of Kaido and Quinn. Arceus spoke. There are 16 more of these stone tablets, which are part of my original power. In the game, Arceus doesn't have normal type stone tablets, but in reality, normal types are part of his power. And each stone tablet can also be immune to attacks of the corresponding attribute. Collecting all the stone tablets will make him invincible. Arceus stared at Kaido. Let me emphasize again. I want those stone tablets. Give me the tablets or clues, and I'll use my Zoan-type powers as a reward. Is there a problem with that? Kaido laughed maniacally. No problem. Alliance established. It's time to hold a banquet. But this empty city couldn't possibly host one. Kaido wasn't too foolish and knew it couldn't be done right now. And he didn't want to organize it himself. Kaido continued. We'll have the banquet next time. First, let us drink to our brotherhood. He found 5 containers from the shop Quinn had previously stayed in and declared the establishment of the Beast Pirates. Arceus didn't join, but planned to use the name of the beast to find the stone tablets. He didn't want to expose himself right now to avoid being targeted by the world government. His wine bowl was still served by Shaina, and the core of the beast was thus established. Kaido stared at the stone tablets, reminiscing, while Arceus turned to Quinn. You're from the research facility. You know how the tablets came about, right? I know. One of them was sent over with these 2 guys, and the other was sent by the world government after Vegapunk reached a cooperation with them. I'm not clear on the details, but it should have been obtained from the Lunarian tribe. The clues about the stone tablets emerged. Kaido exposed that Rox was hiding the tablet, and the target was John. All the information matched up. The fireball tablet was originally given to the Lunarian chief. It was normal for the government to take it after his defeat. The normal type empty stone tablet had always been carried by Shaina. Arceus pressed. Does the government have other stone tablets? Quinn replied. How would I know? I didn't even know there were so many before. But I heard them say there's more than 2 tablets. And the other one is probably with the world government. Arceus thought it made sense. After all, 1 tablet was lost on the run, and it wasn't too surprising that the government took it. Quinn added, they studied the tablets and only thought they were indestructible and could affect the environment. They even asked Vegapunk to control it, but Vegapunk was at a loss. Arceus was clear in his mind. He was the only true master of the tablets. Without his consent, no one could use the power of the tablets. Quinn supplemented. Someone wanted to create a device to search for the tablets, but it ended up failing. The tablets were treated like regular stones in the research facility. They couldn't find any special components. They couldn't destroy them, couldn't analyze them, and any attempts to make armor were also rejected. Suddenly, Kaido shouted, I just remembered. I saw something similar on Rock's ship back in the day. He desperately recalled for the sake of his Zoan-type powers. Rock's treasure trove was extravagant. Gold and silver were trivial, but there was a stone tablet used to prop up a box. Arceus was surprised. Rox? Kaido explained. Rox D. Zebek. He was my former captain, a monster who wanted to become the king of the world. 5 years ago, during the God Valley incident, the Rox crew was wiped out, and the remaining members went their separate ways. You must know that the Rox crew consisted of tough characters like Whitebeard, Shiki, and Big Mom. And Kaido was just an apprentice back then. This crew was held together by rock strength, each with their own schemes. And after the crew was annihilated, they all ran away. Even though the government later erased Rox from history, it had only been 5 years, and many still knew about it. Kaido continued, God Valley is long gone. The most greedy on the ship was John, and he probably took Rock's treasure in the chaos. So where is he now? Kaido wanted to pay to find John. Quinn transformed into a tropical dragon with bananas growing from his chin. Kaido shrugged, I don't know. but finding him isn't hard. You just have to fight for what you want. He was an old senior on my previous ship, so it's inconvenient to make a move. Arceus interrupted. Do pirates still have a code of ethics? Didn't you say the Rock's crew gather by interests, and infighting was common? He didn't believe Kaido was being sentimental. Kaido only valued those with power, and it was clear he wanted to take advantage. Kaido laid his cards on the table. My relationship with him is very bad. He is hard to deal with, and it takes time to find him. So I need extra money. 5 years ago, he was just an apprentice, but now he is completely different. I have to squeeze every bit of value out of John. He also demands payment in advance. He can't wait to gain Zoan-type powers. Arceus nodded. All right. Quinn, come here. He had originally planned to use Quinn for experiments, and it was just right to give Kaido a sweet deal. A surge of power flowed into Quinn's body, consuming less than Shaina and more than Jean. Quinn wasn't resistant to the transformation, but when he used his powers, he found that his chin had actually grown a bunch of bananas. Look closely. Quinn transformed into a human-beast hybrid. The main body was still a brachiosaurus, but there was something extra on his chin. A bunch of bananas. His shoulders and the top of his head were wrapped in green leaves, and he had 4 large banana leaves growing from his back. He flapped the banana leaves and surprisingly flew up. Quinn was dumbfounded. This isn't scientific. How can these leaves lift my weight? This Zoan type is too absurd. Arceus didn't fully replace Quinn's powers. He activated the Brachiosaurus fruit's power to cause a mutation. It could have turned into a giant succulent or an ice dragon, but instead, it became a tropical dragon, probably because Quinn loved sweet food and wanted to fly. Shaina had flames, Jean could create rocks, and Quinn had bananas growing from his chin, looking bizarre, but with incredible power. Arceus was also pondering. The 3 transformations were successful, but there were too few references, and he couldn't figure out the conditions for mutation. He can use abilities, but doesn't understand the principles, just like using the punitive light gravel is instinctual, yet he doesn't know the specific process. A god is just powerful, not omniscient or omnipotent. However, he doesn't know every step of the operation of the punitive light gravel. Arceus is called the god of creation, but a god is merely a range of power, never an all-knowing existence. Arceus sets his sights on Quinn as a mount. Quinn is addicted to eating the bananas he grows himself. For example, can God create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it? Some say he can't lift it before creating it, but can afterward. Arguing back and forth leads to no conclusion. Arceus understands by changing several goals. He can naturally grasp the principles. Watching Quinn flying in the sky, Arceus suddenly has an idea. Before he regains his ability to fly, Quinn is his designated mount. Among the 5 present, he is the only one who cannot fly. Shaina is a girl, Jean is currently too small to carry anyone, and Kaido is the governor and can't be a horseman. Quinn, transformed into a tropical dragon, is big enough. His back can carry everyone except Kaido. Shaina and Jean already hate Quinn, who told him to be from the Research Institute. If Quinn hadn't studied the Lunaria tribe, they would have fought long ago. Arceus is not friendly to Quinn either. Such a labor force would be a waste not to exploit. Quinn, thinking about the transformation plan in the sky, is still unaware that he is about to become a royal mount. After adapting to his new body and landing, the bananas in his hand surprisingly did not disappear. He tried it. The bananas are super sturdy, and they seem to grow together with his body. There are a total of 3. If he picks one, it won't regrow. You should know that the animal type is considered superhuman, and growing bananas on his body is so fantastical. Quinn directly peeled a banana to eat, and his eyes lit up instantly. This is so sweet. It's even better than sweet rice cake with red beans soup. He is originally a sweet lover, and this banana gathers the sweetness of all fruits with an extremely sticky texture. After finishing, he immediately transformed again and picked the remaining 2. Quinn, now transformed into a tropical dragon, is even larger, and the bananas are also super big. However, they measure their meals in buckets, and 3 bananas just whet their appetite. Quinn's first task is to figure out how to induce banana growth. After trying for half a day with no success, he directly looks at Arceus. This ability was created by Arceus, so he must know what is going on. Quinn approaches with a flattering and ingratiating smile. Quinn asks Arceus to reveal the secret. Shaina protects her master, and Quinn immediately behaves. Body modification is Quinn's favorite. Arceus' ability directly modifies genes. If he studies it thoroughly, he could definitely become a genius in this field. Not to mention the super sweet magical bananas. Quinn leans in and chatters. You must know how to induce banana growth. How was this transformation achieved? Shaina directly blocks him, hands wrapped in flames. Show respect to the holy beast. She won't allow this infatuated fat guy to get close. It's her duty. Shaina maintains her human beast form, the red mask of the fire chicken covering her face. She loves it. After all, she can't reveal her true appearance in the future, with her hands and feet wrapped in bandages, and her black wings turned red. The Lunaria tribe's physical abilities are already strong, and after gaining abilities, they become even better. Maintaining their form consumes almost no stamina. Her ability comes from Arceus, which is different from the devil fruit, consuming much less. Jean also maintains his ability form, with fossil pterosaur features, no human beast mask, and his head directly resembling a pterosaur. Normal bird-type animal forms would merge arms into wings, but Jean retains both hands, with his head transformed into a pterosaur, black feather wings becoming membranes, and 2 extra small hands. However, his disguise is not as good as Shaina's. He's considering wearing a hood in the future. Moreover, his ability consumption is also lower than that of ordinary animal types. Quinn is super sharp. After transforming into a tropical dragon, his regular consumption is much lower than in his previous Brontosaurus form. Although the transformation hasn't reached awakening, the improvement in physical strength is very apparent. He is extremely happy that Arceus is so strong. After all, he has let Kaido go and destroyed the research institute, and there's no turning back. If there's an issue with the 100 beasts and the world government finds out, he will definitely be erased. Arceus's ability is too tempting. He must cling tightly to this powerful leg and hope that the 100 beasts becomes stronger and stronger. Quinn still wants to know how to induce banana growth. He doesn't believe the bananas are one-time use. After being blocked by Shaina, he immediately behaves. Holy beast. Could you tell me how to use this ability to induce banana growth? It's just a change of address. He doesn't care about such things. Quinn waited half a year for the bananas. The 100 beasts squeezed onto the fishing boat to set sail, and Quinn was forced to scout. Seeing Kaido almost swearing allegiance to Arceus earlier, Quinn thinks changing how he addresses him is no big deal. Arceus says, eat more fruit. Bananas absorb sugar, and they only bear fruit twice a year. No matter how many you eat, it only increases the sweetness. This left Quinn dumbfounded. He has to wait half a year for delicious bananas? That's too torturous. He regrets it immensely. If he had known, he should have saved some to plant. He decides that next time he harvests, he will find a tropical island to cultivate. Arceus urges Kaido, stop drinking. Quickly find John. Kaido laughs. It's time to set sail. Quinn, where's the boat? Quinn points. It's right here. Just crowded. It turns out to be a modified fishing boat. Originally meant for him and Kaido. With 3 more people, it's hard to even turn around. Arceus is confused. You can fly. Why are you crammed into a small boat? Kaido jumps onto the boat. It's the 100 beasts' first voyage. Isn't it reasonable to have a boat? We set sail now. Although this fishing boat is better than Luffy's small boat, it is still far from flying fast. Once at sea, Quinn transforms into a tropical dragon and flies beside the boat, full of grievances. I prepared the boat. Why am I the one scouting? Shaina retorts. Kaido is the captain. The holy beast can't fly. I need to protect. If you don't go, then who will? Quinn wants to pull Jean along, but Shaina retorts again. Jean has to steer. You flying makes the boat more spacious. Kaido doesn't intervene and feels secretly pleased. Quinn takes up space, and flying makes the boat spacious and increases speed. Quinn can only fly high in the sky, occasionally using skills to test his new abilities. Arceus looks at the sea in confusion. Where is this? Their little boat can basically travel sideways in the new world. Shaina answers. Before being captured, we were near sea.Those. We don't know the location of the research institute. That research institute is on the red line. We came directly down from the red line, and here is the South Sea. And the direction we are heading is the doldrums. The doldrums hide sea kings. Kaido calls Big Mom, asking about John's whereabouts. The Grand Line and the Red Line are like latitude and longitude lines, dividing the world into 4 parts. On either side of the Grand Line are the doldrums, and below are all sea king nests, which are a deadly threat to ships. Ordinary pirates entering the Grand Line can only flow upstream from Reverse Mountain, but they can fly, so they don't need to go to Reverse Mountain. Crossing the doldrums is more convenient. You should know that leaving the Grand Line is super difficult. Reverse Mountain is a one-way street, with no underwater caves like Fishman Island. Rich people can travel from Mariawa overland to the 4 seas, but pirates don't have this qualification. If pirates want to return to the 4 seas, they either abandon their ship to climb Reverse Mountain or force their way through the doldrums. Arceus doesn't care what the world government thinks, but he discovers one thing. It's Quinn giving directions, not Kaido. He immediately asks, Kaido, what's going on? Does Quinn also know where John is? Ever since he learned that the rock's treasure has a stone tablet, he has been eager to find John. Even if Kaido can't beat him, he can get close to the stone tablet to return it to its place. Now lacking power is too inconvenient. He can't even scratch his back. Arceus' celestial arm is also part of his power. Now he can control the softness and hardness without affecting movement, but to activate the 4 stone tablets. He can transform and fly. He is also hoping that John's stone tablet is a superpower type. After all, he has already promised Kaido a reward. So he can't slack off. Kaido laughs. Quinn doesn't know. I also don't know where John is. We need to recruit people. Otherwise, we'll have to do everything ourselves. John is greedy for money, so he must be in the Grand Line. After all, that legendary treasure hasn't been found. It must be in the Grand Line. As he speaks, he instructs Quinn to take the transponder snail and dial the number. The transponder snail rings for a while, changes its form, and a woman's voice comes out. Kaido, you actually called. I thought you had died in God Valley. Kaido retorts, stop talking nonsense. Lingling, do you know where John is? Charlotte Linlan, also known as Big Mom, is an old acquaintance of Kaido and was a member of the Rocks Pirates when Kaido was still a trainee. Big Mom had already become a full-fledged crew member by then. She once saved Kaido. When Kaido asked about John's whereabouts and hung up the phone, it upset Big Mom. When Kaido joined the Rocks crew, Big Mom warned him that Rocks was untrustworthy and told him to come to her if he needed anything, treating him like a brother. On the day the Rocks crew was wiped out, Big Mom gave Kaido the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit in the form of an azure dragon. This fruit was crucial for Kaido to escape from God Valley. That's why Big Mom always says Kaido owes her a favor. Now, it's been just 5 years since Rock's demise. Roger hasn't become the Pirate King yet, and there is no concept of the 4 emperors in the seas, but there are many strong individuals. Many pirates occupy islands as local tyrants, and those who are powerful in the New World hold the most status. With Big Mom being one of them, she has territory in the New World and is much better informed than Kaido. On the phone, Big Mom asked, what do you want with John? She is currently on an island filled with fruits, nurturing her 40th child, while her subordinates make vegetable and fruit cakes. It's worth noting that Big Mom's crew is all family, essentially a self-sustaining family group. Kaido replied, mind your own business. Just tell me where he is. Big Mom retorted, is that how you talk to your benefactor? And tempted him. John is treasure. How about we team up and split it? She indicated to Perospero while speaking. Kaido directly refused. No need. Just the whereabouts. Big Mom looked at the information and said, he was recently on Hachino's island, and then went to Paradise. Many people in the New World are keeping an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately hung up the phone. Big Mom was displeased, but was soon distracted by the aroma of cake. She wasn't very interested in John's treasure, as her territory's income was sufficient. And she was busy having children, so she didn't need to act personally. Kaido told his crew, it's confirmed. John is in Paradise, not in the New World. Big Mom's words are credible. It's important to know that not only the Navy is watching the sea pirates, but other pirates are too. Pirates who go out to sea mostly do it for money. Small-time pirates rob and run, while big pirates have territories and collect protection fees like alternative lords. Robbing and leaving is something only the lowest-grade small pirates would do. Big pirates have their own fixed territories, and they even act as protectors for the residents within their territories. Of course, they also charge protection fees, acting like alternative lords. Big pirates do not rob their own people. The beast pirates need supplies, and Queen is hoping to trade for a ship. Few people are foolish enough to overfish their own waters. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Big pirates who want to grow will never rob their own territory. Big Mom is quite ruthless, and in the future, Whole Cake Island will collect lifespan as rent. Yet ordinary people will still be willing to live there. Ordinary people need protection, and the Navy only protects allied nations. If they lack strength, they can only seek big pirates as their backing. Big pirates rely on land to support their subordinates, so they definitely keep an eye on the movements of other strong individuals. Former members of Rocks like Big Mom, Shiki, Whitebeard, and John are all top tier in the sea. John is famously greedy for money, and it's rumored that he has a large treasure. So many people are keeping an eye on him. He knows there are people in the New World who can handle him, so he returned to the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, to hide his treasure. Kaido said, let's head to the Grand Line first. Recruit people and find John. The scope is too broad, so they can only search slowly. He not only needs high-end combat power, but also subordinates. Those who became warriors at a young age understand that fighting relies on numbers. The people from the Four Seas are too weak. They need to go to the Grand Line to recruit. Queen's modified power device charges by stepping on petals. After a while, it generates energy. In this world, even cola can be used as power. Newton's coffin board can no longer hold. Arceus has stepped on it. And the journey is too boring. Drifting for several days without seeing an island, and there's no chance to fish, so after a while, he wants to go to sleep. After finishing the call with Big Mom, Kaido drank the remaining alcohol and slept for several days. Queen is researching mechanical hands aside from reconnaissance. Jin and Shaina either practice against each other or stare blankly. Arceus asked, "How long until we enter the doldrums?" Queen answered, 7 days. "We need to go to nearby island for supplies. We're running out of food, and it's best to change ships. On the ship, fish and meat are plentiful, and Queen can electrify fish. What they lack are fruits and vegetables. After eating bananas, Queen has become obsessed with fruits, eating more than half of what's on the ship. Arceus just needs to absorb energy from the stone slabs, while Kaido is sleeping soundly. The Lunarians are durable, and Queen, being a cyborg, isn't afraid of scurvy. Supplies are not urgent, but who wants to suffer? Arceus asked again, "Is there an island nearby?" Of course there is. This is the South Sea, not the Grand Line. And the sea charts are still useful. A news bird flew in. Queen looked at the newspaper. Kaido is in the news. The laboratory explosion was covered up. Just as he was saying this, a news bird suddenly flew over. Queen immediately said, "See, news birds have flying limits, so there must be an island where they appear." News birds are diligent workers. A few years ago, Morgans broke into the news industry, spreading news birds all over the world. Morgans has the bird fruit, albatross form, but he can't fly and loves news. He can communicate with birds, and since news birds are clever, they became his core employees, delivering newspapers in fixed areas every day and asking ships if they want to buy. Previously, a newspaper cost 40 berries, but now it has risen to 50 berries, and in a few decades, it will reach 100 berries. Newsbirds wear uniforms and carry money bags. Pirates generally pay up obediently. This is an important source of information. Even if the reports aren't entirely true, they can still learn about the outside situation. Otherwise, drifting for months can lead to big troubles. Dare not to pay. You'll be blacklisted by all newsbirds. Killing a newsbird is even worse. You'll be besieged by a flock of newsbirds, constantly bombarded by bird droppings, and you'll attract the Navy. So pirates would never skimp on a few dozen berries. In fact, many pirates pay for things just to avoid trouble, especially if there are Navy, bounty hunters, or peers nearby, as it makes them behave. This world has a broad definition of pirates. If Arceus cooperates with Kaido, he will definitely be regarded as a pirate. But he wouldn't engage in burning, killing, and looting. His actions are solely for himself. Moreover, the grudge between the world government and the Lunarians cannot be resolved. The Lunarians are on the brink of extinction, and they treated him as an experiment, so that grudge has long been settled. Suddenly, Queen shouted, "Big Brother Kaido, you're in the news." But it didn't mention anything else. The newspaper wrote that the laboratory was struck by a meteor, causing a pipe leak explosion. But the coverage was very small. Queen continued, "Looks like you two don't have to worry for now." After saying that, he handed the newspaper to Shaina. Now Shaina and Jin are in ordinary human forms, and there are only a few people on the ship, so they don't have to worry about identity exposure. Queen briefly glanced at the newspaper and handed it to Shaina. At this time, Shaina and Jin were both in their ordinary human forms, and there were only 2 people on the ship, so they naturally didn't have to worry about identity exposure. Shaina angrily confronted the newspaper. Arceus wants to take advantage of Kaido's bounty, and Queen is tempted. Shaina looked at the newspaper, furious. Drug production laboratory? These people are really bold. The Red Line Continent Research Institute's explosion cannot be hidden, but is described as a crucial drug research site, with not a single word about the Lunarians. The front page reaffirms the characteristics of the Lunarians, stating that they provide information for high rewards. Queen whispered, "That is indeed a drug research institute with top-notch equipment." Before he finished speaking, he was driven back by Shaina's murderous glare. In fact, that research institute treated people as test subjects. Non-allied nations people and slaves were merely consumables. The Lunarians have high resistance and resemble humans, making them perfect experimental subjects. The newspaper also mentioned the need to quickly rebuild the research institute. Arceus's tone turned extremely cold. Let them rebuild. At worst, we'll destroy it again. In his prime, he could crush the world. What's a research institute to him? If they touch his bottom line, he dares to destroy a nation. Right now, he just wants to find the stone slabs, gather power, and topple the old order. Shaina immediately pledged loyalty. Lord Sacred Beast, I will use the power you gave me to burn them all to ashes. Shaina then flipped through the newspaper for more information. She and Jin had long been disconnected from the world. The world government didn't mention the Lunarians, and even the reports on Kaido were fabricated, only saying that he escaped from prison and is an ability user. Arceus suddenly sighed. What a pity. Kaido's identity as an ability user has been exposed, and the chance to take advantage is gone. Quinn was confused. Herding sheep? Arceus explained. You're not being hunted. Only Kaido has a bounty. Pretend to be a bounty hunter and send him to the Navy, collect the bounty, and let him escape on his own. Does the Navy pay out bounties quickly? Quinn replied. If the base has money, they settle immediately. Kaido has over 1.2 billion berries. The South Sea branch can't possibly come up with that. After hearing this, Quinn was immediately excited. 273 billion berries. If I succeed this time, my research funds will be sufficient. You have to know that the purchasing power of berries now is much higher than in 30 years. Everything about this pirate crew is thanks to Quinn's great contributions. He prepared the ship, planned the route, and even the money spent was his. Arceus wanted to take advantage of Kaido. The newspaper reported that John attacked the Navy, and Kaido was stunned. Don't expect the three who escaped. The newly hatched Arceus has money. When Kaido got hungry, he just sent himself to the Navy, ate his fill, and escaped, having long gotten used to the prison buffet. Arceus originally wanted to fleece him, but unfortunately, Kaido's identity as a devil fruit user was exposed, and once locked with Sea Prism Stone, he became a muggle and had to save people. Arceus asked Quinn, how much money do you have left? Quinn answered, a few million. Just need to grab a ship. Arceus said, I need supplies to buy things. Kaido, wake up. He suddenly stopped when he saw the newspaper. John pirates appear in the South Sea, attacking Navy Branch 277. Pirates from the Four Seas don't have this kind of guts or ability. The newspaper said the John crew came from the Grand Line. Arceus urgently called out to Kaido to confirm if it was the person they were looking for. Kaido sat up, holding the newspaper up to his face. He was stunned. John ran to the South Sea to attack a Navy base? From what I know, John would never do such a thing. Arceus pressed. Is it the John you know? Kaido nodded. It's him from the photo. Kachura Island. Quinn, where is that? Quinn checked the compass and adjusted the course. It's near the doldrums. This guy must be crazy, right? John attacks the base and doesn't escape, but occupies the island to recruit a large fleet. Only rocks could pull that off. John used to only plunder, not confront the Navy head-on. Morgans treated this as big news, taking up an entire page. Shaina retorted, what an idiot, openly provoking the Navy, treating them as decorations. She understands the Navy's strength too well. The biggest power on the sea is the Navy, even decades later with the 4 Emperors, 7 Warlords, Revolutionary Army, and many other forces on the sea. The Navy remains the greatest overlord. The Navy is still the overlord. The mystery of John's attack on the base. Kaido rushed to the scene. Influenced by restrictions and world government policies, the sea is chaotic, but pirates simply cannot compete with a massive Navy, even decades later. Let alone now. The older generation of the Navy is still on the front lines. After the God Valley battle, Garp became a hero, and the Navy's morale soared. Roger hasn't even shouted his classic line yet. The overall peace of the sea has improved significantly. However, the Navy headquarters would never sit idly by regarding the attack on the Navy base. Kaido spoke. Only an idiot would do this. Even rocks wouldn't dare. John understands how to seek profit and avoid harm. He's greedy, but not stupid. He seems reckless, but in reality, he's cunning. When John was an officer, pirates from the Four Seas were nothing to him. Running from the Grand Line to recruit from the Four Seas? Unless John has lost his mind. Arceus was disappointed and suspicious. Is he a fraud? But do the Four Seas pirates have that kind of strength? This world has many familiar faces, and the information gap is large. It's not hard to impersonate someone based on a bounty notice. But Quinn said the Navy base on Kachura Island is top-notch. Without strength, they can't take it down. Kaido added, it looks like John, and the destruction marks are similar. Maybe he has changed in 5 years? Well, no, once we check it out. The newspaper is from yesterday. The Navy can mobilize troops from the Grand Line in a few days. We must figure this out before the Navy arrives. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido's body swelled, blue scales covered him, and a claw of flame clouds lifted a small boat, heading straight for Kachura Island. Meanwhile, elite Navy forces on the Red Earth continent were switching ships to the South Sea. Vegapunk had just joined, and the Sea Prism stone warship technology was still undeveloped. While the ship changes were slow, they were steady. Near Catcher Island, many pirate ships were also approaching. To dare attack a Navy base directly attracted a bunch of pirates. Residents on nearby islands were panicking, with some saying, "The Navy base has been attacked. I need to avoid the storm." Others retorted, "At least it's safe on land. If you encounter pirates at sea, there's nowhere to run. Where do you want to go? The Navy base has been attacked. At least we're on land now. If we encounter those pirates at sea, you have nowhere to run." Residents of the South Sea fled in panic. The Navy set up a blockade, while the pirates were still celebrating. Some panicked. What if the pirates come to loot? I'm going to Furry Kingdom. The allied nations should be safer. A major incident suddenly occurred in the Four Seas, causing widespread panic. Other South Sea Navy branches didn't provide support. They all shrank back to defend. Catcher Island's branch was originally the strongest in the South Sea, with a colonel in command, but even the elite lost. And the other branches couldn't help at all. Someone advised, "It takes 3 days to get to Furry." The ships either fled or didn't dare to go to sea. "Are you going to row a fishing boat? Come hide in the mountains with me." Pirates only care about money. They won't go into the deep mountains. Furry Kingdom may be safe, but right now, there are no ships to get there. On the surface of Zyre Island, 3 ships were engaged in a cannon battle, 2 pirate ships and 1 Navy ship. The Navy ship had superior tonnage and firepower, although there were orders to shrink defenses. There are always Navy members who uphold justice, unwilling to watch pirates run rampant. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, "Major, we're out of ammunition. All supplies are at Catcher Island." The major ordered, "Get closer. Board the ship. If we retreat, what will happen to residents? Go." In the end, 1 pirate ship escaped, and 1 was captured. Just after the fight, a call came in. The colonel ordered you to return to base immediately. There are also pirates nearby, and we don't have enough manpower. Recently, the number of pirates in the South Sea has surged, with many people lured by greed to become pirates. The Navy has to follow orders while also defending against pirates, leading to a direct manpower shortage. The escaped pirate ships headed toward Catcher Island, and the major did not pursue. There were too many pirates there, and his ship was out of ammunition, so he couldn't fight back. Moreover, the headquarters wanted to let the pirates gather, waiting to wipe them out when reinforcements arrived. The pirates had no idea that the Navy had already set up a blockade. Pirates from the Four Seas have no idea how formidable the monsters of the Grand Line are. They have already crossed the Navy's bottom line, making the world government feel embarrassed. The Navy's Admiral-led extermination force is already on the way. It just takes time. Now, many pirates are gathering toward Catcher Island. On a pirate ship, the first mate panicked. "Captain, if we go there, we'll be cannon fodder, right? Our bounty is only 3 million berries." Some were clear-headed, but it was useless. They couldn't change the captain's orders. It's just that he couldn't change the captain's orders. The captain hoped to ride on John's coattails. The fake John occupied the base, and the supplies were running out fast. The captain pulled the first mate and shouted, "What are you afraid of? The Navy at branch 277 has been smashed. That's Captain John with a bounty of 1 billion. If we team up with him, we can also venture into the Grand Line." And he whispered, "Cannon fodder won't be us. Let the fools with no bounties go first." Then he shouted to his subordinates, "Speed up. Captain John is going to get the world's greatest treasure, a lifetime's worth that we can't spend." If Kaido were here, he would definitely laugh until he cramped. The biggest joke of the Rock's crew is that John would share treasure. Just based on this statement, Kaido could determine that this John was a fake. At this moment, in the original base leader's room of branch 277, a person in a red coat, hanging 2 swords, was sitting with his legs crossed, grinning after hanging up the phone. He picked up a bottle of wine and drank straight from it. The base leader's collection. The Navy is living the good life. Walking to the window and looking out, the drill ground was filled with chaotic pirates, fighting, gambling, dividing territories by crew, ready to fight at any moment. A subordinate ran in and said, "Captain, another pirate crew is coming." Now there are over 70 ships and more than 6,000 pirates. When are we going to find the treasure? The fake John remained calm and looked down on these people. Navy ships have far superior firepower compared to pirate ships. Among the more than 70 ships, many are small boats, relying entirely on the 2 captured warships and arms to hold on. The fake John said, "Don't worry. The more people there are, the faster we can find the treasure." His subordinate was anxious. "The supplies will only last for 3 days. Fake John retorted, "Not going to rob." His subordinates looked gloomy. "We've robbed everything. There are no supplies left on Catcher Island, and the number of people is increasing." The 277th branch originally had 1,000 soldiers stationed, enough supplies to last for 2 months. But after the pirates poured in, the wastefulness was outrageous, and the food was consumed at an alarming rate. This place was supposed to have enough supplies for the branch for 2 months. But with the influx of pirates and their extravagant waste, the food was being consumed rapidly. The pirates lacked supplies and were fighting. Fake John was making promises, while Kaido was watching from the flames. The merchant ships have stopped coming, and fresh fruits and vegetables are long gone. The pirates had no outlet for their aggression and would fight at the drop of a hat. His subordinates advised Fake John, "You should go calm them down. The newcomers are uneasy without you around." Fake John found it troublesome. "You said we'd set off in 7 days. Anyone who doesn't want to wait can leave. I'll be there soon." In the training ground, the fighting was intense, and no one knew why they were fighting. The crowd was just cheering for the spectacle. A pirate became alert. "What are we waiting for? If we wait any longer, the Navy will surround us." A companion retorted, "We've waited this long." He chopped off the colonel's head. There's no way to reconcile with the Navy now. In a corner, an inconspicuous pirate was secretly making a call. John hasn't acted. "I'm not sure if the treasure is rocks." After hanging up, he slipped away. He was a CP7 spy. The world government hadn't found Rock's treasure, and specifically sent him to keep watch and report information at any time. Fake John emerged with a loudspeaker, making promises that drew cheers from below. The pirates were so excited by the treasure that they didn't care about the scorching sun. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, and the clouds cast a shadow. No one noticed the clouds lowering and taking an unusual shape. Arceus and his group arrived, standing on Kaido's flames, observing. After hearing Fake John's speech, Kaido directly exposed him. The tone of voice sounds like John, but what he is saying is not something he would say. With his observation haki fully activated, he could hear clearly even from a distance. It's known that observation haki can vary widely. Some can hear the voices of all things, while others can predict the future. Even more terrifying, advanced observation haki can sense the target's emotions and thoughts, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and even transmitting one's consciousness. It can influence others' minds, creating resonance, and change their values like brainwashing. Top-tier observation haki is extremely rare. Kaido spat fire to test the truth, his conqueror's haki overwhelming the scene. The highest level of observation haki is innate and cannot be trained. There are fewer people with this ability than those with conqueror's haki. Currently, besides the future Princess Yahim, no one else has it. Kaido's observation haki isn't so special, but his enhanced perception is top-notch. Arceus said, "Let's find a place to land. Even if it's Fake John, it might still be related to the real one." Kaido directly refused. Troublesome. Testing the truth is super simple. As he spoke, his mouth opened, and scorching energy began to gather. Heat breath. Dragon flames shot directly at Fake John below. Kaido was well aware. The Real John is a cadre of rocks and would definitely be able to handle it. If the Fake couldn't withstand it, then he deserved it. He didn't care about collateral damage. Nearly 100 pirates were turned to ash by the dragon flames. And Queen, Jin, and Shaina didn't bother to stop him. Nor did Arceus have any reason to intervene. The pirates were all confused. What is that? As the clouds dispersed, Kaido's massive figure emerged. Just as the crowd was in chaos, Fake John roared, "Who ambushed me?" The pirates were ignited with excitement. "Captain John is still alive. Let us smash that weird dragon." The South Sea pirates had never seen a devil fruit, and thought Kaido was a monster. Fake John saw Kaido clearly and panicked instantly, sweating on his forehead. The pirates were still shouting nonsense, and Kaido was directly enraged. So annoying. Ants should act like ants. His conqueror's haki instantly swept the area. Whether they were small fries or pirates with bounties over 10 million, they all fell like wheat, with frothing mouths covering most of the training ground. Fake John pretended to be tough. Kaido's Thunder Bagua slapped him in the face, and Shaina saw through the puppet's doubts. Only those who hadn't stopped running were still somewhat alert, but they looked confused and had no idea what was happening. Arceus jumped down from Kaido's flame clouds, and Kaido lowered his height when releasing his haki. He was unaffected except for creating a pit. Arceus asked directly, "Where's the real John?" He had already sensed the fear from the other party. This guy was definitely not the infamous John. The real John is a cadre of rocks. And what Kaido just did was just a game. He couldn't possibly not handle it. Fake John stubbornly replied, "I am John. You ability users shouldn't be so arrogant." At that moment, Kaido transformed back into his human form and landed. "Do you remember me, John?" Fake John immediately pretended to be familiar. "Kaido, Old friend, what a surprise. This made Kaido's face turn completely dark. He and John were not friends at all. This indicated that they had the wrong person. Kaido was furious. Old friend? Then receive your old friend's care. He had dreamed of leading a mythical beast legion into battle, but ended up finding a counterfeit, ruining his dreams. He picked up his kanabo. So you're John, right? Take this thunderbawa. Fake John raised his sword to block. But as soon as the kanabo touched the sword, the immense force made the sword fly out of his hand. Queen and Jin immediately mocked. He doesn't even know how to use a sword. His sword stance was weird, and the strength in both hands was too uneven, not like a dual wielder at all. However, Shaina noticed something was wrong. Don't you think his movements are stiff? He doesn't look like a living person, more like a puppet. Queen and Jin focused on the clash of weapons, while Shaina observed the structural incongruities in the body. This feeling was not like a living person, but more like a puppet. Kaido smashed the puppet. A mysterious person controlled the pirates to surround them, as Kaido smashed the building with a single swing to capture the real culprit. Strange things were happening on Kaido's side. The kanabo struck down on fake John's head, and when it hit the ground, the sensation was wrong. It felt like hitting wood, not a person. When the dust settled, there was no blood on the ground. Only shattered pieces, bone-like fragments, and a broken mask. Kaido was stunned. A substitute? An ability user? The clue I worked so hard to find has been cut off. Queen picked up a fragment to analyze. This is a humerus, dried and pieced together, and it can still talk. Kaido ignored him and walked straight toward the base. He sensed a special aura inside the base. At that moment, all the pirates who had been knocked out by Conqueror's haki stood up. Their eyes rolled back, clearly being controlled. A group of pirates blocked the entrance of the base, not allowing Kaido to enter. The broadcast suddenly sounded. Kaido, what are you doing here? Kaido retorted, I don't need you to worry about where I am. Where's John? What's your relationship with him? Let him come out. The person in the broadcast laughed. Looking for John? You have to find me first. Pirates from the four seas are useless. That's why they're easy to control. Instantly, the pirates swarmed around like a horde of zombies. Arceus hadn't moved yet, but Jin and Shaina knocked away the approaching pirates, creating a fire and rock barrier. Lord Holy Beast, you just sit tight. We'll handle it. Queen suddenly shouted, Hey, why did you leave without saying goodbye? I can barely hold on. He transformed into a tropical dragon, and pirates were climbing all over his legs. With Jin and Shaina gone, he had to face even more small fries, and without heavy weapons, he could only rely on brute force to fight. The person in the broadcast continued to mock. Kaido, you're just an apprentice. You're definitely outnumbered. Kaido laughed. What is the use of more useless people? You're too naive. As he spoke, he gathered strength in his legs, leaped into the air, and transformed into his beast-human form. Fallen 3 realms Inaraku. With a single swing, he smashed down on the base building, collapsing it and creating an opening. Below was the basement, where a person was carving a mask and was instantly stunned upon seeing Kaido. Kaido sneered. Found you. Your aura is obvious among these small fries. Like a torch in the dark, Kaido used his observation haki to catch the traitor. The mimicry fruit imitated Kaido, but after being defeated, there was immense disappointment. Everyone has a different aura. Fujitora can distinguish people through wide-range perception, while Kaido may not have such strong observation haki. But being able to sense the strength of others is fundamental, allowing him to roughly judge an enemy's combat power. In a pile of weaklings, Kaido can pinpoint a strong aura. Kaido confronted him directly. You understand so much but lack common sense. Let me ask you one last time. Where is John? The knife marks outside are his. He must have been here. The person remained silent and put on a mask engraved with Kaido's horns. I'm a superhuman type Mimikyu fruit user. Your powers belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a humanoid version of Kaido. This fruit can control puppets. Previously, the pirates looked like zombies, and it was he who controlled them with puppetry. However, the stronger the opponent, the harder it is to control. He couldn't even control Queen. He originally planned to wait for the Navy to use it, but ended up using it against the pirates first. Kaido even helped him. If it weren't for the pirates being stunned, he wouldn't have been able to control so many. Moreover, he had to stay in the base because he turned it into a stage. He could only control puppets here. The fake John outside is his theatrical doppelganger, using the mask as a vessel, and it also requires the blood or body parts of the imitator to resemble them. Now that he's wearing the mask, it's like he is embodying the character. His doppelganger can sense the enemy's strength, and within a few hours, the main body can create a mask. Wearing the mask allows him to gain similar physical power, but he doesn't have the fruit's abilities. He called for props, and a Kaido-style Kanabo appeared in his hand. The stage can transform into any required props. Kaido directly released his hybrid form. You disguised yourself quite well. Let me see how you can perform. He knew this person had seen John and wanted to extract information while also testing how it felt to fight against himself. After a few exchanges, Kaido's smile faded, replaced by disappointment. Is this it? You only mimicked the impact. Too lame. Although the fake Kaido could unleash Thunderbagua, his strength was the same as when he smashed the fake John, with no enhancement whatsoever. What was worse, his haki was terrible. His basic armament haki combined with Thunderbagua could at most be called Thunderbagua 1. The ability seemed strange, but the combat power of the main body was very weak, which was Kaido's final evaluation, and ultimately, he lost interest in this boring drama. Kaido knocked out the user with a single blow. He captured the supernova and pressed for answers, while Jin blocked the way for questioning. Kaido roared, "Feel the true Thunderbagua." A massive humanoid imprint was smashed into the ruins of the base. The user fainted, and the pirates were all incapacitated. Abilities became ineffective, and this act was completely over. Queen asked, "Is he dead?" Kaido sneered. I held back. He definitely knows John's whereabouts. A group of them dragged him, seized a patrol boat, and left, leaving behind a floor full of unconscious pirates. Those who could run had already escaped. They had come for profit, and not running would be foolish. This boat was more spacious than the previous small one, manageable by 2 or 3 people. In the prison, the user was locked with sea stone and slowly woke up. Jin flipped through the wanted notice and shouted, "He is the supernova Pridert. Bounty of 200 million berries." Kaido also understood ship structures. Back when he was captured, he enjoyed a buffet on this ship and would escape after eating. Queen took the helm. Shaina cooked. And Jin and Arceus waited outside the prison. Kaido kicked open the door, the sunset shining on his bandaged face. He hadn't killed him. If he lived, it was a testament to his toughness. Kaido slammed his Kanabo into the ground. "Tell me, where's John?" Jin reminded, "Don't damage the ship." Kaido was unconcerned. "At worst, we'll just seize another." Pridert stubbornly replied, "I am John's man. A rookie like you can't defeat him." Just as Kaido was about to act, Jin suddenly intervened. "Leave it to me. I have a way to make him speak." Arceus noticed something was off with Jin's expression and subsequently left the prison with Kaido. For some reason, Arceus sensed something was not right in Jin's eyes, and upon his request, Kaido and Arceus first left the holding room. Sunset at the shipwreck area. Jin tortured the supernova to vent his anger, while Arceus investigated the anomaly. As the sun sank into the sea, Queen dropped anchor. The area was rocky, and it was easy to crash the ship at night. While searching for food, he heard screams from below the deck and saw Kaido looking on with amusement. Queen asked, "Is that guy screaming? What's wrong?" Kaido replied nonchalantly, "Jin is interrogating him." Later, the screams weakened, and Jin emerged, wiping the blood from his hands. "Lord Holy Beast." He asked, willing to speak. "I'll withdraw first." He shot a fierce look at Queen. Queen peered in and was startled. Is Jin a freak? Pridert had a broken arm, a charred face, a punctured scapula, and blood everywhere. Queen understood the anatomy. He specifically targets non-lethal but extremely painful injuries. Arceus said, "Queen, treat him." You and Kaido asked first. "I'll check on Jin. He's not acting right." Queen asked what to do. He couldn't dare call Jin Holy Beast, only Lord Arceus. Calling him Big Brother would get him glared at. Arceus reached the deck and saw Jin leaning against the ship's railing in a daze. "Abel, you seem troubled." "Hin stubbornly replied." "No." Arceus encouraged. "If you want to say something, go ahead. If not, that's fine too." After a long silence, Jin spoke. "Lord Holy Beast. I don't know how to interrogate." Arceus was confused. "Then what about earlier?" Jin grimaced. "I just returned the experiments they did on me to him. Bone-breaking recovery tests. Blood emptying for regeneration tests. Poisoning tests for resistance. He and Shaina endured for half a year." Jin continued. "All my kin are gone. Just because we are from the Lunaria tribe. We were swapped for a bounty and turned into test subjects. That pirate couldn't last a minute. But we endured for 6 months. The pirate only lasted less than a minute, while Jin and Shaina had to endure for a whole 6 months. Jin recounted his kin's tragic deaths. Arceus vowed revenge, uncovering Jin's psychological issues. As Jin recounted the past, he mentioned names of deceased relatives, including the parents of himself and Shaina. The endurance experiments were torturous. Unknown drugs coursed through their bodies, causing every inch of their skin to ache painfully. He survived solely to take revenge and find a place for his kin to live freely. He usually felt immense pressure, dreaming only of relatives and enemies. Just now, when he glared at Queen, it was out of hatred for the researchers, even though Queen's project was unrelated. His hands gripped the ship's railing so tightly that it cracked, and the waves soaked the deck. No one mentioned that those were tears. You would never guess. Jin was only 14, and Shaina was a few months younger. They celebrated their birthdays on the cold, experimental table of the Research Institute. Two adolescents burdened with responsibilities they shouldn't have to bear. Jin even apologized. Lord Holy Beast. I've wasted your time. Arceus suddenly shouted. Shaina, stop hiding. I've been listening for a while. Shaina emerged. I was calling Jin for dinner. It's the onion that makes my eyes sting. Jin also stubbornly defended. That's seawater. But how could a 14-year-old who lost all his relatives not feel pain? Arceus spoke with overwhelming authority. Blood debts must be repaid. What they owe the Lunaria tribe must be paid back with interest. I swear by the name of the gods that I will ensure you see your kin's glory burn across the red Earth continent. The flames behind the two blazed brighter. All sparks of hope. Arceus then asked, why did you have that expression after the interrogation? Jin replied, I felt comfortable. Arceus understood immediately. This was psychological stress disorder. Transferring pain to others could relieve stress. He reminded, it's fine to vent appropriately, but don't let this feeling control you. After all, this world is already harsh. It's okay if enemies suffer a bit, as long as you don't become someone who can't help but torture others. In other words, it doesn't matter how terrible the fate of captured enemies is. If it helps relieve Jin's emotions, it maximizes value. As long as he doesn't develop into someone who feels uncomfortable unless he tortures others. Arceus checked for updates. Pryder revealed his whereabouts, surprisingly as a double agent. Arceus said, go rest. If you have anything to say, feel free. I'll go check on Kaido and the others. After Jin dealt with Pryder, he confessed everything. The South Sea branch was destroyed by John. He had already run away. The branch fell before the newspaper reported it. It was Pryder who used his fruit to stall for time. He shouted, I met John at Sabbaty. He asked me to impersonate him to recruit people while he went to dig for treasures. Queen was annoyed. Stop with the nonsense. Where's John? If you don't say, I'll call that freak back. Prylt was hesitant. No, there's something in the hat's lining that can find him. Quinn ripped the hat off and took out a piece of paper. It's John's life card. Finding him is stable. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. Quinn confronted him. Answer it. Try saying something random. The other end shouted. Prylt. This is Spandam. The Zephyr fleet will arrive in 2 days. Hurry and run. Prylt responded in a panic. And Spandam grew suspicious. Your speech is strange. Where are the people I arranged? He fabricated. There's infighting among the pirates. They might be injured. Spandam warned. Don't have any ideas about Rock's treasure. After hanging up, Quinn smiled with a hidden dagger. You didn't tell the truth. Prylt became anxious. I was captured before. When I was being sent to a big prison, I met Spandam and became a CP9 member. Quinn was well aware. Spandam is the CP9 chief. How did a pirate like you get involved with him? Prylt exploded. Rocks had fallen, and more than half of the monsters in the New World were his former crew. Nowadays, half of the monsters in the New World were once Rock's crew. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Gold Lion, Shiki, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe. They almost dominate half of the New World. The world government was going crazy trying to prevent pirates. Prylt was a double agent with a conspiracy about John's treasure. The world government wasn't afraid of strong pirates. They feared pirates acting recklessly. Back then, Rocks dared to confront the celestial dragons. And now they were afraid of encountering another madman. So they had CP insert undercover agents into pirates to gather intelligence. Prylt's original task was to infiltrate the New World. And his bounty was even pushed by Spandam. Spandam wasn't capable, but he had strong connections, able to push his useless son to be the CP9 chief. Later, Prylt encountered John in Sabbaty and was directly crushed. You should know that in the first half of the Grand Line, one could dominate with devil fruits. Especially the natural types were invincible. But in the New World, hockey became widespread. Relying solely on devil fruits was like delivering food. Prylt's fruit ability made his physical skills lackluster, relying on his mask and puppets to sail smoothly in the first half. And only upon meeting John did he realize how cruel the pirate world was, regretting going to sea on the spot. But John was interested in his mask ability and recruited him into the crew. Prylt was scared and told Spandam he didn't want to go to the New World. Even mentioning John, you absolutely wouldn't believe it. Spandam ordered him to infiltrate John's crew to find clues about Rock's treasure, and if successful, his bounty would be cancelled, allowing him to become a legitimate citizen. The world government was also tempted by Rock's treasure. They couldn't find it after the God Valley battle and heard from surviving pirates that it was likely related to John, but they didn't dare to search openly. First, John's whereabouts were hard to track. He was searching for treasure without a fixed base. Second, the treasure was mostly stolen from allied countries, and if they searched openly, they would have to return it, but if they searched secretly, it would belong to the government, and Spandam could reap the benefits. Prylt agreed to become an ordinary person. John personally crushed the South Sea Navy branch, allowing him to disguise and recruit people while he sought treasure. Rox had hidden most of his treasure. Only a bit was brought on a ship. John spent 5 years finding clues, going to Hakanosu for key information. Prylt knew all this. John shared this unique information with him to help him disguise better. Prylt thought he was safe. Kaido ordered to silence him, and Arceus dealt the final blow. Prylt could replicate abilities, and South Sea pirates couldn't defeat him. The strong monsters were all in the New World, and it would take a long time to return. Even great pirates wouldn't dare to fight him casually. He even thought it was better to lure them in. Only Rock's former crew could see through him. But those people were either in the New World or... He never expected Kaido would be in the South Sea. Kaido confirmed the news. Quinn, deal with him. Prylt panicked. I said everything. Why do you still want to kill me? Wasn't it said I would be let go? Kaido scoffed. Where did you get that illusion? When did Jean say he would let you go? He had already heard through observation hockey. Prylt still wanted to struggle. I can be your undercover. Kaido shot back. You're untrustworthy and weak. Throw him into the sea. A devil fruit user sinking into the sea is death. There's no need to bind them with stones. Just as Quinn was about to throw him, Arceus arrived. What are you doing? Quinn said, it's useless. Brother Kaido ordered to deal with him. Arceus questioned, just throw him into the sea? Quinn was confused. He's a devil fruit user. Isn't this simple? You absolutely wouldn't believe it. Arceus dealt the final blow. What if he has fishman blood and can breathe underwater? What if he gets swallowed by a big fish and is caught again? It has to be clean. Make sure he's dead before throwing him. He directly ordered Quinn to chop off his head first and then throw him into the sea. Prylt's hope was completely gone. Afterward, Arceus went to check the kitchen fruits. After a devil fruit user dies, the fruit will randomly respawn on other fruits. Unfortunately, the ship didn't have that luck. The fruits remained the same. He suddenly asked Quinn, what if someone eats a fruit? And just then the fruit turns into a devil fruit, and they bite into it. What will happen? Quinn panicked instantly. Eating 2 devil fruits would cause an explosion. Although the chances were small, he was scared. After that, he had to cut open fruits before eating them. Even grapes couldn't be eaten in a bunch. Now, with a life card pointing the direction, but he didn't know the distance. Prylt only said John was in the first half of the Grand Line. He didn't know the specific location. However, there was finally a direction, and this patrol ship continued to sail towards the Grand Line. The Navy sealed the seas to hunt pirates. Arceus sensed the stone tablet, and Kaido transformed into a dragon. 2 days later, the Navy headquarters fleet sealed off the sea area of Katra Island and continued to shrink the encirclement. The previous time spent was just to expand the net. Facing the elite, the pirates were quickly crushed. Kaido's Conqueror's haki was too strong. Most pirates were stunned, and only a few saw the giant dragon. John had already run away, but the Navy boasted a great victory. John escaped. Their reputation was challenged, and they needed news of victory. A large number of pirates were sent to prison, many of whom didn't qualify to enter Impel Down. Zifa still didn't kill the admirals. The biggest casualties among pirates were caused by Kaido. Spandam thought Prylt had run away with John and sent agents to search. Arceus and his group stopped at a certain island. Quinn was dismantling the old ship to modify it into a patrol ship, approaching the doldrums, using the outer wheel as propulsion. Arceus was focused on the doldrums, suddenly feeling a movement. It was still moving. Arceus shouted, Kaido, get to work. He sensed the stone tablet was at sea. Kaido opened his observation haki, but didn't notice, directly transformed into a giant dragon, and flew into the sky with Arceus. Shaina and the others didn't react. The two had already disappeared. Quinn was still modifying the ship. He was in desperate need of subordinates. No one on the ship could be commanded, and he had too many roles. The kitchen was taken over by Shaina. Previously, he made super sweet rice cake soup, but no one ate it, so he was replaced. Shaina and Jean modified the outer wheel. Seeing Kaido fly away, Shaina sighed. We're too weak. Jean consoled. We'll get stronger. We have the holy beast. Shaina asked about the stone tablet, and Jean said, Brother Avanisha said to hide the golden island. The range is too large. Yes, but Brother Avanisha also heard it from his grandfather. There are many islands with a lot of gold. This range is too large. The Lunarians were fleeing everywhere. Kaido chased the stone tablet and encountered sea kings. Arceus called for the stone tablet. Because of the world government, the Lunarians had no fixed home. Their fleeing trajectory spread across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, with no safe place. Moving was a daily routine. The Grand Line was extremely peculiar. The climate and island cultures were ever-changing. Getting on the island might be a futuristic tech island, while getting off could be a prehistoric dinosaur island. There was no regularity in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They spoke of a lot of gold, but no one knew how much there actually was. Shaina and Jean said, First modify the ship. Finding John is key. The two raised the giant outer wheel to reinforce the ship's outer body. Meanwhile, Kaido, following Arceus' guidance, was flying wildly in the doldrums. Arceus shouted, 2 kilometers east. No, it turned south. Now it's running north again. Don't let me catch this thief. The target is running fast, and Kaido can only catch up after chasing for a long time. When the target stops, the two of them arrive right above. The sky is completely dark, and the windless sea surface is pitch black. Kaido lowers his altitude. The sea is empty. Did you sense it wrong? Arceus is certain impossible. It's underwater. Kaido is confused. Underwater is the Sea King's lair. The stone tablet was eaten by the Sea King. You have to know that the Sea King is a super giant monster. Dozens of meters is common, and there are even those over 1,000 meters. Plus, they are extremely intelligent. Poseidon can control them. Strong ones are not afraid, but the Sea Kings hide in the deep sea, and no one dares to provoke them. To them, ships are like toys. Although Kaido is strong, he fears the sea. If it sinks to the bottom, there's nothing he can do. The Sea King hides in its lair, and he has no way to deal with it. Arceus says, no problem. The stone tablet is within my control range. Let's land over there. The windless zone isn't without islands. They land on a deserted island. Arceus begins to summon the stone tablet back. Below, in the 3,000-meter deep sea, the water becomes murky and something is surfacing. In the dim, deep sea, a streak of golden light begins to shine. The light grows larger and larger, illuminating the entire deep sea, as if a new sun has emerged from the seabed. Once it becomes clear, they are stunned. It is a giant anglerfish-type sea king. The thing glowing is the lure on its head. The anglerfish, also known as the lanternfish, uses this lantern to fish in the deep sea. However, this anglerfish is excessively large, its size comparable to some islands. The Sea King looks bizarre. Kaido swings his giant weapon. The stone tablet breaks and returns to its place. The Sea King's form is incredibly crazy. Long neck, rhinoceros head are not surprising, and the anglerfish shape is considered normal. This one is surfacing because it is an excruciating pain inside. Arceus guides the stone tablet to fly in a straight line. But unexpectedly, the stone tablet gets stuck on the Sea King's stomach wall. It forcefully pushes up. The 3-meter stone tablet is like a toothpick, but the stomach wall's pain makes it frantic. Surfacing can relieve the pain, so it swims along. Arceus shouts, Kaido, it's coming out. Get ready. Kaido responds, I see it. Just in time to test my move. The sea surface rolls, and the bright light from the deep sea is coming. The giant anglerfish surfaces, and the lure shines brighter than the moonlight. Arceus maximizes his control power, guiding the stone tablet to burst out. The wound is like a pinhole, yet it causes the Sea King to roar in pain. The stone tablet explodes with golden light, clearing the dirt, and instantly rushes into Arceus's body. The Sea King recognizes the two and opens its giant mouth to swallow the island. Its fangs are as big as a patrol ship. Kaido exclaims, that's too big, lifting his club, trying the giant race's move. His arms swell as he swings the club. Elbaf's Spear Wagwa. This move was learned from Big Mom, who even gave him a mythical bee species. Kaido is not at his peak, and just using Wagwa creates a big hole. The Sea King is frightened and wants to sink and escape, but its body is too large, sinking extremely slowly. It takes a long time to dive back into the water. Moreover, it realizes that these little things in front of it are very dangerous and even have the power to kill it. The massive body starts to sink. This anglerfish wants to escape this dangerous environment, but its enormous size leads to a very slow sinking speed. and it needs quite a while to dive back into the water. Arceus delivers the finishing blow to the Sea King. The stone tablet returns to its place. Gaining Dark-type power, a parkour lizard appears on the sea surface. Taking advantage of the anglerfish's slow sinking, Arceus directly unleashes Destruction Deathlight. He opens a penetrating wound. The anglerfish howls, spewing out a pile of things, even fragments of islands, and blood sprays from the wound. It turns out it didn't swallow the stone tablet. It ate it along with the island. The lure on the anglerfish's head is still glowing, but its body sinks into the deep sea. The stone tablet completely merges into Arceus's body, and the lost power returns. Kaido suddenly asks, "What was that fierce aura on you just now?" Arceus replies, "It's a part of my power, not the most desired, but it's okay. This stone tablet is a dark-type evil stone tablet, so it has a fierce aura." He has now regained 318 of his power, and each stone tablet corresponds to a type of skill. The dark type is also useful, but it's not as convenient as the psychic type. After they finished with the stone tablet, they returned to the island, and suddenly a running lizard appeared on the sea surface. On the island, Kaido finishes the remaining alcohol. Arceus finds the stone tablet, and he is super happy, and when he is happy, he drinks. He wants to get drunk, but if he doesn't want to, drinking more 1T help. Now he deliberately wants to get drunk, and the island's creatures are in big trouble. Originally at the top of the food chain, they all became his skewers. At night, only the sound of firewood cracking is left, and a figure quickly approaches the island, not swimming or flying, but running on legs. A green body, 1 person high, like a combination of a snake and a lizard, also resembling a dinosaur. There are webbed feet, a tail for balance. This is a snake monster lizard that should have been extinct long ago. On the lizard's back, there is a saddle, and sitting on it is a blonde little girl, wearing a purple dress tied with a red ribbon. She shouts, "Elizabeth, go to the bright place. I smell meat. I haven't eaten meat in a long time." Saying this, she drools, and the lizard does too. This lizard is gentle and easy to tame, has a long lifespan, and is omnivorous, but weak in combat. It usually eats plants or catches small animals. It was previously in the anglerfish's stomach. That Sea King has 3 stomachs, each containing an island. The girl is a survivor from the island, escaping from the Sea King after being forced to vomit things. Because Elizabeth can run on the water surface and has strong endurance, they successfully left the windless zone. The snake monster lizard makes very little noise running on the sea surface, and the Sea Kings living below do not notice at all. The Sea Kings are fighting each other. The girl steals meat and gets discovered, and actually kidnaps the sleeping Kaido. In fact, the awake Sea Kings all went to attack the severely injured anglerfish. The girl and the lizard have been running on the water surface for a long time, accidentally arriving at Kaido's island. Attracted by the firelight and the smell of meat, the two sneak onto the island. Thinking no one has noticed, little do they know, as soon as they come up, the night watchman Jean sees them. Jean wants to grab her directly, but is stopped by Shaina, who comes to take over. "What are you stopping me for?" Shaina whispers. She is coming for the barbecue. It's too hard to be hungry. Shaina understands that feeling. Even the Lunaria tribe can't withstand the suffering of fleeing and being in a laboratory. She sympathizes with the girl, but doesn't let her guard down, sending flames to fly over. "You keep watching. I'll go take a look." On the other side, without Arceus, he is testing dark-type skills on the beasts on the island. For example, provoking them to make them fight among themselves. The effects are even more outrageous than in the game. He is also pondering, if I find a grass-type stone tablet, I need to try to use grass knot. For body type like Oz, I wonder how it would fall. On the other side, the girl and the lizard sneak up to the barbecue, eating until their bellies are round. Kaido is sleeping right next to them. One is bold enough to eat, and the other is bold enough to sleep. Suddenly, Shaina speaks up. "Are you full?" The girl is startled. Just in time, Quinn, who is looking for a midnight snack, also arrives. The girl is frightened by the two and does something outrageous. She kidnaps Kaido. She pulls out an antique small knife, rolls over to Kaido's side. "Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll kill him." Shaina's expression twitches, and Quinn drops his cigar in shock. If Morgans were here, he would have thought of the headline, "Mysterious Girl, New Star of a New Era. Kaido Kidnapped." She holds the knife to Kaido's neck. The size difference is hilarious. Quinn and Shaina don't take it seriously at all. This small knife couldn't even break Kaido's skin, even if he is sleeping. The size difference is so great that her action of holding the small knife to Kaido's neck seems even more comical. And neither Quinn nor Shaina sees this as a threat. That small knife couldn't possibly pierce Kaido's skin, even if he is asleep. Quinn asks the girl where she came from. Kaido wakes up, grabs the little thief, and surprisingly invites her to be an intern. Quinn is confused. Aren't you and Jean on night watch? How did she get over here? Shaina replies. Just a little girl who stole some meat. What danger could there be? Quinn picks up the cigar and throws it again. It burned his mouth. The scene is too ridiculous. Shaina is right. The real danger is not Kaido. This is the strongest creature. Even a guillotine can't harm him. A small dagger is just a tickle. Quinn is shocked. Where did this little girl get the courage to kidnap Kaido? The girl is anxious. Don't ignore me. I really will make a move. Suddenly, she was stunned. Did I grow taller? No, it's not growing taller. It's Kaido waking up. He sat up and directly lifted her by her hand. Kid, are you trying to rob me? Quinn added sarcastically. Big brother Kaido. This girl dares to bind you. Just kill her. The girl was scared out of her mind and swung a dagger to stab Kaido's arm, only for the blade to break instantly. She was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? I just escaped from Lantern Lord's belly. You would never guess. Kaido didn't attack. Instead, he laughed. Hee. This is quite interesting. How about coming aboard my ship as an intern? With your guts, you'll definitely become someone in the future. You should know, Kaido loves recruiting subordinates, especially kids he recognizes. Most of the core members of the Beast Pirates were raised by him since childhood, making him the principal of the New World's #1 kindergarten. The girl was too weak to break his skin, but her boldness in biting him and her strong will to survive made Kaido really like her. The girl stubbornly said, Sure, I wouldn't want to. I hate pirates the most. I'll run away when you're not looking. This line slipped out. She was actually over 150 years old, having paused her growth with pure gold. And after over 100 years without seeing anyone, she developed a habit of talking to herself. Kaido didn't rage. Instead, he found it even more amusing. If you have the guts, then run. If you're caught, you'll regret it. What is your name? The girl replied, Olga, Miskina Olga. Kaido domineeringly said, I'm Kaido. Remember your captain's name from now on. Arceus returned to the ship to see the newcomer. The lizard sensed a familiar smell and fished up a man dressed in a tattered dinosaur costume. After testing his skills, Arceus was stunned. There was suddenly a girl and a lizard on the ship. Shaina quickly explained what happened last night and tugged at Olga's ears to remind her of the rules. Kaido had handed Olga over to Shaina. Olga was extremely resistant to staying on the ship. Back in the day, her family was very happy, but because of pure gold, pirates attacked their island and killed her mother. Pure gold had already disappeared, and her father remade it based on literature to delay the virus in her body, which resulted in attracting pirates and sea kings, swallowing the island. She hated her father for over 100 years, believing he was the cause of everything. She wanted to escape, but Elizabeth faltered. Upon seeing Arceus, she directly prostrated on the ground in submission and didn't want to leave. Olga was pondering an escape plan against the ship's railing while Quinn was finishing up the power system, just waiting to set sail to find John. You would never guess. At the last moment before setting sail, a man dressed in a tattered dinosaur costume floated onto the sea. Elizabeth suddenly shouted, saying she could smell Olga on that man. The lizard's sense of smell exploded. It could capture scent molecules and would not be wrong. Only Arceus understood Elizabeth's words and directly shouted, Jean, fish that thing up. Jean spread his wings and jumped down to bring the person on board. A blonde, chubby man with stubble and swollen face was inside the dinosaur costume. Arceus asked, Olga. Elizabeth said, he has your scent. Do you recognize him? Olga was confused. I don't know him. Lord Divine Beast, can you understand what the lizard is saying? Shaina had already instilled the rules in her. You must respect Arceus. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome. Olga's mind was still stuck in her childhood, but having lived alone with the lizard for over 100 years, her character was incredibly strong. Arceus said, it's not hard to understand. Elizabeth definitely didn't smell wrong. His perception is 100 times stronger than the lizard's. He's already confirmed it. Could it be? This guy's my bastard father? Olga couldn't recognize her father. Quinn identified him as an alchemite. Pure gold incited anger. After over 100 years without seeing each other, Arceus, although living on pure gold, had changed drastically. Olga didn't recognize him at all. She was conflicted. He can't be dead, right? Both hating and missing. This was her only relative, yet he caused her mother's death and attracted the Sea Kings. At this moment, Arceus opened his eyes, feeling super excited to be alive. He had also been swallowed by the Sea Kings and ended up in another stomach filled with dinosaurs. To survive, he disguised himself as a dinosaur cub, eating only meat for over 100 years, which was the exact opposite of Olga, who only ate fruits and vegetables. After the Sea Kings were killed, He escaped from the cave and drifted here. Quinn was furious. Why hasn't the outer boat set sail? Do I have to do everything? Kid, interns can't do work. Just as he came out wanting to give Olga orders, he saw another person on the deck. Ashier took off the dinosaur costume, and his clothes were in tatters. Only the belt was somewhat intact. Quinn stared at the writing on the belt and the pattern on Olga's skirt, and suddenly exclaimed, "This pattern! Alchemite! You guys are from the legendary Lost Alchemite Island?" He explained, "I recognized it from the Research Institute's literature. Alchemite material science is explosive. Even Vegapunk can't understand Arceus's stone tablet." Ashier nodded. "I am Miskina Ashier from Alchemite." Quinn was even more shocked. "You're actually alive. Vegapunk would be impressed by you. You're a genius at making pure gold. You should know, MADS people are highly critical, only praising the dead." They thought Ashier was long gone. Pure gold can grant immortality. The celestial dragons desperately want it, but it became a legend because it attracted sea kings. Olga suddenly exploded with anger. What kind of genius is he? Just a bastard. Pure gold shouldn't exist. Quinn praised Ashier, directly hitting her sore spot. Ashier saw Olga and excitedly shouted, "Olga, you're still alive? That's great." But Olga was filled with questions, and her emotions that had built up for 100 years erupted. Why? Why did you create something like this? It was this that attracted those pirates. Speak. Why don't you say anything? Olga threw the pure gold. Quinn intercepted and revealed the truth about her father's treatment. Olga shouted, "I never want to see pure gold again." She took off the ring and threw it into the sea. Ashier panicked. "Stop. Quick, stop." But his movements were slow. He could only watch the ring fly far away. At this critical moment, Quinn's mechanical claw shot out quickly, grabbing the ring. "Don't waste it. Mr. Arceus, Vegapunk has a hypothesis." He said, "If we understand the elements of the stone tablet special metals, we can create an analysis machine. Modifying it could also probe the stone tablet signals. Pure gold might work." Arceus's eyes lit up. "We can split into two paths to find the stone tablet." Quinn actually wanted Arceus to help ripen bananas. And Arceus replied, "You build the machine. I'll help you improve your abilities." Ashier nervously said, "I can create pure gold. First, give me back my ring." Olga exploded. "You still want to make it? Without equipment and without mom, you simply..." Ugh. Ashier covered her mouth, but it was too late. Arceus's face turned cold. "I hate liars the most." Ashier panicked. "I really can create it, but I need time and equipment. The data is gone. I have to start from scratch." Ashier looked at Olga and finally told the truth. "Olga has a terminal illness. I made pure gold to suppress her condition. Without the ring's pure gold, she won't last long." Olga froze instantly. She had never thought her father made pure gold for her. When his wife died, Ashier was in extreme pain, but pretended to be strong in front of his daughter. Next was a heartfelt reconciliation between father and daughter. But Olga quickly panicked again. These people are pirates. The subsequent development was a segment filled with deep emotions between father and daughter, but even Olga felt a bit nervous. These people are pirates, and for ordinary people, pirates aren't a good term. Olga wanted to escape, fearing the pirates. Quinn instantly resolved the terminal illness. The girl was scared of needles and ran all over the ship. Although Olga was an intern, she was determined to escape. She panicked. The things pirates are interested in. Will they care about anything else? Arceus asked. "What illness does she have?" Quinn said, "First treat the illness. We can deal with pure gold later." Kaido was interested in Olga's bravery, while Arceus was interested in Ashier's skills. After all, if he could create pure gold, he could definitely make other things as well. Ashier replied, "The South Sea Emperor's heat. The terminal illness of the South Sea. Even the king can't be saved." Quinn scoffed. "What kind of terminal illness is that? It's already been conquered." He was a virus expert. Turning back to the ship's cabin, he used the medicines on board to make a syringe. "This injection will do the trick. I'm super professional. You would never guess." The fierce woman who dared to hijack Kaido was scared away by the sight of a syringe. "No, I'm most afraid of injections." The space on the ship was small, and after running 3 steps, she was caught back by Shaina. "Don't run. If you don't get treated, you'll die. Quinn, make your move." Quinn held her arm down, and the mechanical hand automatically disinfected, with the needle directly piercing her shoulder. He complained, "You dare to hijack Kaido, but are afraid of a syringe?" While saying this, he handed over Kaido's bounty notice. Olga was dumbfounded at the figure. 2 billion. That's worth much more than 2 billion from over 100 years ago. The father and daughter had escaped from the belly of the Sea King for less than a day and had completely boarded a pirate ship. The beast pirates had saved them twice. Arceus and Kaido helped them escape, and Quinn cured their terminal illness. Olga found it extremely difficult to slip away, and Elizabeth had even betrayed them, wholeheartedly following Arceus. AC was not so resistant to pirates. He made pure gold only to save his daughter and never thought about fame and fortune. He knew that pure gold would attract trouble and was aware of its side effects. While it limited growth, it also hindered the improvement of strength. Therefore, after successfully producing pure gold, he did not promote it. He knew what kind of consequences pure gold could bring, even though it had its side effects, such as limiting physical development and obstructing strength progression. Pure gold drove the celestial dragons crazy. AC suspected that the world government had leaked information, and Spandam was chasing the wrong person. The longevity brought by pure gold could drive people mad, especially the celestial dragons, who had everything but lacked time. The surgical fruit was valuable simply because it could perform eternal life surgeries. AC produced pure gold, and only he and his wife knew. The islanders who helped transport materials had no idea about the purpose. Materials were bought in batches, and all excuses were for daily use. AC wondered, who leaked the news about producing pure gold to the pirates? Being able to guess the purpose from the materials was highly likely the world government. He speculated, the government wanted to monopolize pure gold without exposing themselves, so they let the pirates act first, then exterminated them, captured him, and forced him to produce pure gold. The government didn't dare to use the demon suppression order to destroy alchemy, fearing the cost would be too high. They didn't expect that pure gold attracted super large sea kings. Now 100 years have passed, and the people from back then have long since died. AC only wanted to live well with his daughter, and following Kaido was nothing to him. He just opposed his daughter becoming a pirate, and wanted her to help him with research. On the other side, Arceus and his group continued to chase John with the life card. Meanwhile, Spandam was about to explode with anger. The situation in the South Sea was suppressed by the Navy. Zifa had added to his resume, but he had lost all the manpower in the 277 branch. The undercover agent was knocked out by Kaido's overwhelming presence, hit the corner of a window, and before waking up, was killed by the Navy's AoE. Spandam went to the prison to interrogate the pirates, but didn't get anything out of them, only knowing that Prilter had fought with a great pirate. He called to urge welfare. Have you caught that bastard? Welfare replied, not yet, but the lifeguard's reaction is getting stronger. Spandam angrily said, catch him. Let him know the consequences of betrayal. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The lifeguard in Spandam's hand was not Prilter's at all. Initially, he made the lifeguard for Prilter as a backup, but Prilter was a puppet fruit user, covered in others' hair, so the materials Spandam had were not his at all. The lifeguard made from someone else's materials was, of course, not Prilter's, which is why there was no change in the lifeguard in Spandam's hand despite Prilter's death. The agent chased the wrong person, but found John. Arceus was rushing through the Grand Line, and the sweet party was joyfully interacting. The agent called Welfare, who followed the lifeguard into the Grand Line. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Although he didn't find Prilter, he serendipitously encountered John, because the owner of the materials for making the lifeguard had actually joined John's big ship crew. Welfare directly concluded Prilter betrayed and completely joined John. He hurried to report, Commander Spandam, I'm in the Nathu Kingdom. I didn't find Prilter, but the lifeguard's reaction is super strong. I also discovered John and Silver Axe. Silver Axe is the top pirate on Rock's ship. Spandam asked, are you sure it's John? He can disguise. Welfare replied, absolutely sure. They've been here for a long time. Rock's treasure must be nearby. He wanted to seek help, but was scolded by Spandam. You fool. If the Navy finds out, everything will be exposed. He painted a picture. Once we get the treasure, I won't forget your benefits when I get promoted. Welfare immediately shrank back, disguising himself as a smuggler to settle down. Nathu Kingdom is a member country, but is known as a gray kingdom. Legal pirates, no one cares about selling stolen goods. And they make a fortune from the sky gold. The world government only recognizes money. If they can't deliver the sky gold, they will revoke their membership status. Meanwhile, Arceus and his group also rushed to Nathu Kingdom, following the lifeguard. John frequently changed locations, and they had to change directions at any time, having sailed for over 3 months. The windless zone was just a decoration for them. Quinn's power device combined with an outer wheel could speed through the windless zone. Even the Sea Kings dared not provoke them, saving a lot of time. They were still using that patrol boat. And AC and Quinn got along super well. They were both sweet-toothed. AC had only eaten meat for over 100 years, and now he was madly in love with fruits and vegetables, which became their initial common topic, due to having only eaten meat for over 100 years. AC had an extraordinary fondness for fruits and vegetables, which was how he and Quinn first connected. AC and Quinn joyfully praised each other. After Olga's supplementary lessons, she trained while Arceus taught her sword dance. AC's materials science and chemistry talents were explosive. Even Quinn couldn't compare. The two top scientists exchanged ideas super friendly. And AC didn't steal the spotlight, praising Quinn every day, feeding his vanity. More importantly, finally, someone accompanied Quinn to do chores on the ship. Poor Olga. After not studying for over 100 years, AC directly gave her supplementary lessons. Kaido also came to add pressure, treating her like an intern, being way more responsible than Rox, monitoring her physical training every day. Jean and Shaina practiced on their own, having already entered the realm of hockey, just waiting to master it to learn higher-level skills. The life card's reaction was getting closer, and Arceus had also fully absorbed the evil stone tablet. He called Shaina over. "Can you dance?" Shaina was confused. "I could do a bit of the Lunaria tribe's ceremonial dance, but I can learn other dances." Arceus said, "No need. I'll teach you the battle dance, sword dance. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. This sword dance is extremely fierce. After Pokémon abilities are materialized, skills must be developed and awakened through fruits, and Arceus can accelerate the process, teaching them skills that only move machines can do. Sword dance can solidify attack power, and if taught on a large scale, the Beast Pirate style would change. Other cadres would throw out tough talk, and the Beast People would collectively dance to buff themselves." Arceus summoned the clear sky stone tablet, and power flowed into Shaina's mind. She directly entered a special learning space, where an illusion taught her movements and demonstrated power operation. This ability only appeared after the evil face stone tablet was restored, saving a lot of power. When Shaina opened her eyes from night to dawn, 7 hours had passed outside, but it felt like she had learned for 7 days. Arceus shouted, "Try the sword dance effect." As soon as Shaina moved, a sword-shaped phantom appeared on her body, merging into her within 7 seconds. She honestly said, "I can't move when using it. I guess I'm not familiar yet." This was a small issue she noticed while using it, similar to the effect of an iron block. An ordinary person cannot move while using an iron block, but someone skilled can move while maintaining the iron block state. The sword dance energy can combine with hockey. Quinn was forced to act as a measuring gauge, while Jean became the weather hand. The external phantom of the sword dance is energy. If used well, it can combine with external arm color, creating special defenses. Fruit abilities hockey. This development idea is top-notch. The learning space is only responsible for teaching. Proficiency relies on self-practice. Arceus asked about the effect, and Shaina was confused. The sword dance increases physical attack by 2 levels, but I can't clearly describe what that means. She suggested finding Quinn for help. Quinn had fought her when she was unenhanced and could perceive changes. Arceus nodded. "Go find him. Jean will finish learning soon too." Quinn, just waking up, was bewildered. He was asked to measure the amplification ratio. He protested first. "I hold multiple positions and deserve equal treatment." Arceus quickly interjected. "Help with the measurement, and I'll accelerate your banana growth." Quinn immediately replied, "Let us do it. No slapping. I must protect my handsome face." Asai added a jab. "Quinn, brother. Smile to look handsome." The two reached a consensus about their looks. Shaina complained. "Lord Sacred Beast, can you kick those two into the sea?" Arceus advised, "Calm down. Asai can't handle it. Quinn can't swim, and you'll have to fish him out." Quinn sensed Shaina wanted to settle a score and quickly set the attack range. "Kick my metal hand. Last time I relied on its deformation comparison. You want to use me as a force gauge?" As Shaina kicked down, Quinn cried out in pain. "The strength is 65 stronger than before. How long can this state last?" Shaina replied, "Half an hour. Low consumption, no impact." At this moment, Jean had also finished learning his skills. Flames were blazing behind him, directly changing the weather. Dawn sunlight instantly became dazzling. Jean took on the role of a weather controller. Under the clear, sunny sky, the power of fire-type skills skyrocketed, with no need to charge for his sunlight flame, and his own flames also grew stronger. In clear weather, the power of fire-type skills would be enhanced, and the sunlight flame would skip the charging process, while Jean's own flames would also receive a notable boost under the clear skies. Jean, with his fossil pterosaur abilities, was perfectly suited to be the weather controller. Kaido faced difficulties learning the sword dance, while everyone abandoned ship to storm the island. Jin's fossil pterosaur abilities gave him a high-altitude advantage, making him the best candidate for the weather controller. However, changing the weather consumed much more than the sword dance. And since Shaina was impulsive, this task was left to the more rational Jean. Next, they attempted something new. Could the skills taught by Arceus be learned indirectly? Jean taught Quinn to learn sunny weather, while Shaina taught Kaido the sword dance. If Kaido managed to learn it, with his strength stacking buffs, his attack power would be explosive. This attempt lasted 7 days. Quinn grasped the concept of sunny weather, but Kaido remained clueless about the sword dance. This confirmed it. Those related to Arceus could learn skills indirectly. Those unrelated wouldn't learn at all. Arceus directly taught Kaido how to use the sword dance. And this time it worked. However, the sword dance consumed a lot and lasted briefly. Using the skill with an unmodified body was like wearing ill-fitting shoes. But it was better than having no shoes at all. With Kaido's stamina, this level of consumption was negligible. Finally, Arceus and his group entered the waters of the Natho Kingdom. They witnessed the fierce local customs. Royal ships were fighting against pirates. All because the pirates refused to share the spoils. The locals ignored them and sped towards the island on their modified ships. Kaido explained to John, "Haven't seen you in 5 years. You dual-wield, and back then, you were the weakest among the officers. You couldn't beat Big Mom. But you're much stronger than what Prelt imitated." Shaina asked, "You couldn't beat him?" Kaido replied, "After gaining my fruit, we're about even in a direct fight. I'm stronger than I was 5 years ago." "Yes, probably not my match," Arceus remarked. "I didn't sense the presence of the stone tablet. Either the island is too big, or there isn't one at all." Kaido added, "We still have to deal with John. He values wealth above all. There's no chance for negotiation. The treasure is probably here. He hasn't moved for over a month." As they approached the shore, Kaido decided to abandon ship. The Natho Kingdom has strict entry inspections, and the ship would be unable to escape notice, which was not what Kaido wanted. The old ship was inadequate. Kaido planned to switch ships. The patrol vessel no longer met their needs. The Natho Kingdom was a gray area with a booming shipbuilding industry, and Kaido intended to switch ships directly here. Relying on the Navy's ships wasn't a long-term solution. Asai and Olga wanted to guard the ship, not to escape, but because they felt the Grand Line was too dangerous, so staying with the ship was safer. However, Quinn directly poured cold water on them. "Don't be foolish. This is Natho. If we dock at the port, someone will be watching. If we anchor offshore, the Navy's small boats will attract pirates seeking revenge. Their combat power against pirates would be like delivering food. They can only follow us onto the island. Staying in the city is safer." Kaido took Arceus and the group onto the island, while Wolfrit continued to monitor John. John showed no signs of activity, looking like he was on vacation. He noticed the life card target looked different from Prelt, but thought it was just Prelt in disguise, not suspecting anything. Wolfrit found out. In 3 days, there will be a great low tide in Natho. This island is called Donut Island. From above, it looks like a giant donut, with an inland lake in the inner ring. Every 3 years on the full moon night, the inner lake water disappears for 3 days, revealing the lake bottom. He must be waiting for this. Wolfrit had a strong sense of self-awareness. He could handle small pirates with the 6 styles. But against a monster like John with a billion bounty, he could only observe from a distance. He had already handed over the task to 2 CP0 agents. These 2 looked like ordinary uncles, easily lost in a crowd, dressed down to blend in, emphasizing low profile. After Wolfrit finished relaying the information and handed the life card to CP0, he planned to slip away. John would surely cause a fight over the treasure. And staying here was too dangerous. Spandane wasn't greedy for achievements. He just needed to wait for his reward. However, as Wolfrit was packing up to leave, he bumped into Kaido and his group. Olga was still wearing a purple dress, but it wasn't the original. She had put the original away for its special significance. And while passing through an island for supplies, she had the tailor make a dozen identical dresses. Olga's dress patterns concealed secrets. Wolfrit wanted to monopolize the credit as everyone entered the central hotel. The patterns on Olga's dress were all ancient alchemy characters. To outsiders, they looked like ordinary patterns, but those in the know understood they were related to alchemy. Although Wolfrit didn't study ancient characters, he was well aware of alchemy because the celestial dragons sought pure gold. This had already become a means to scam funding. He scrutinized the entire set of patterns, concluding it was no coincidence. Watching Arceus and his group pass by, he hid and called Spandane. "Sir, the task handover is complete. Is there anything else?" In truth, he was already scheming. Spandane had strong connections. If he could get in with the celestial dragons, his future would be much brighter than it is now. Why should this achievement be shared with others? So he didn't even mention encountering Arceus. Spandane replied, "Nothing. You can assist CP0 or return at your convenience." After hanging up, Wolfrit immediately turned around to follow. There were many people in Natho, and he attracted no attention. But he made a rookie mistake. So focused on looking at Olga's dress, he didn't realize the tall man in a cloak was Kaido. Everyone headed straight for the Central Hotel in Natho. This hotel was ultra-luxurious, costing the kingdom a fortune, providing food, lodging, and all transactions, claiming it could accommodate giants. As long as you paid, they would accept anyone, with just one rule: no fighting in the hotel. Therefore, when Arceus and Elizabeth entered, no one stopped them. Kaido arranged, "You two wait here. Once it's done, we'll leave. Quinn, go to the dock to pick a new ship. There's stock available." Asai and Olga lacked the ability to join the fight, so staying at the hotel was the safest. Quinn had enough money to buy a ship. He made quite a bit by exchanging bounties from defeated pirates along the way. The Navy's bounties were not registered, so those not wanted could be exchanged. Arceus asked, "Didn't he sense the stone tablet? We still need to deal with John. But why are there so many people outside? How are the locals parking their ships in the open space?" Many large ships were stranded in the open area outside, secured with thick iron chains, clearly unable to move too far. Moreover, the ships were fixed to the ground with very thick, long iron chains, appearing unable to move very far. The great low tide would flood Natho. John's silver axe and Kaido's azure dragon form are preparing for the big tide. Queen suddenly becomes a tour guide. This is the Natho great low tide. When the inland lake dries up, the sea level rises and floods the low-lying areas. Only the noble highlands are safe, and large ships in the open are for refuge. This hotel is the submerged boundary, so there are a lot of people here. This phenomenon destroys agriculture every 3 years. No matter how mild the climate is, it can't develop. Fast forward, Queen has fixed the new ship, and Kaido has also figured out John's whereabouts. He's obviously waiting for the big low tide near the inland lake. On the third night, the alarm sounds, and the citizens take their assets to seek refuge. All factions are on the move. In the John pirate crew, Silver Axe is holding a bright silver axe and asks, "Are you sure the rock's treasure is here?" John confidently replies, "The clue was found on Hakanosu Island. When the full moon and the big low tide arrive, the treasure will come out." In fact, he has his own calculations. The treasure is his. Once he has used these people, he will bury them forever, pretend to be dead, and start a new life. He doesn't care about the crew's lives at all. You would never expect it. Silver Axe is also plotting against John. He secretly presses a snail phone, and immediately a pirate ship appears in the open sea. Standing at the bow is the armored Wang Ji. The two have long conspired to take down John together. Wang Ji's ship has been lurking nearby for half a month, just waiting for the tide to rise. Meanwhile, John's two subordinates are taken out and replaced by CP0. In the clouds above, Kaido's azure dragon form is already poised for action. The full moon rises, and the big low tide arrives as scheduled. The inland lake's water recedes, revealing a slippery lake bed, while the sea water from the outer ocean rushes in, flooding most of Natho's land, and the citizens are about to start their water life. The aerial view is super clear. After the lake water recedes, the lakeshore and lakebed rocks actually form a skull shape. Kaido complains, "Rocks must love this shape." Hakanosu Island is the same. This confirms it even more. Perhaps that old man Rocks has a preference for this shape. It's the same shape on Hakanosu, increasing the accuracy. John activates the treasure switch. CP0 opens fire to incite internal strife, and Silver Axe and John turn on each other. John takes out an armband, folds it into a sphere, and raises it high. The moonlight reflects off the rocks, and a spherical hole immediately appears. This is the treasure switch. Suddenly, a gunshot breaks the silence, and Silver Axe's subordinate falls in response. The shooter is a pirate disguised as CP0. They want to instigate internal strife. Silver Axe was already wary of John, and this gunshot directly ignites the powder keg. He angrily shouts, "John, you act fast." John is stunned. "I didn't do this. Do you believe me?" His plan was to eliminate everyone after opening the treasure. He didn't intend to act in advance at all, but Silver Axe doesn't care and directly yells, "Boys, get to it." Just minutes ago, they were allies. The next second, they are at each other's throats. Pirate alliances have no trust. They unite for profit and can also kill for profit. The alliance between Arceus and Kaido is much more stable. Arceus needs manpower to find the stone tablets, and Kaido needs the ability to use her army, with no conflicts of interest. Arceus hates betrayal the most and will never pull any tricks. The chaos below is extremely intense. Firearms, swords, and shovels have all become weapons. Hundreds of pirates fall as soon as the fighting starts. The duel between John and Silver Axe has just begun. Silver Axe is short but incredibly strong, and his armor is made of special metal, providing explosive defense, shining dazzlingly under the moonlight. He swings his axe to strike, while John, wielding dual blades, skillfully dodges and rushes forward. Silver Axe is extremely confident. You can't break my defense. He doesn't dodge or evade, raising his axe to try to withstand the attack and counterattack. John feints a move, sidesteps the axe blade, and stabs towards his ribs. Silver Axe scoffs, his armor wrapped in hockey, and turns to smash John with his axe. But in the next moment, he hesitates slightly. John activates the door fruit. Silver Axe calls for Wang Ji to encircle and kill, disrupting CP0's plan. Silver Axe exclaims, "When did you eat a devil fruit?" John's long knife penetrates the armor without damage, but Silver Axe feels as if his body has been pierced. His haki is fully infused into the armor, but he hasn't reinforced his body much, and now he takes direct damage. John smirks. "How can I tell you about this?" He turns his knife to try to finish him off, but can only dodge Silver Axe's axe strike. It's a pity he didn't take out Silver Axe in one go. Silver Axe has suffered a setback and will definitely infuse haki into his body, but the blood seeping from the armor indicates that this strike was strong enough. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. John has eaten the paramecia-type door fruit. He just opened a space door that allowed the knife to pass directly through the armor. Silver Axe pulls out a signal flare and shoots it into the sky. Wang Ji's ship receives the signal, and cannonballs immediately come crashing down. The target is actually Silver Axe himself. This is their plan, to use cannon fire to force John's people into one place to annihilate them. Silver Axe withstands the cannon fire with his armor and haki, but when the cannon fire stops, John is actually unscathed, not even a speck of dirt on his clothes. He opened a space door and hid in another space, perfectly avoiding the attack. John still thinks it's Silver Axe's subordinates firing until Wang Ji leads his men to surround John's subordinates in the lake before realizing something is wrong. Wang Ji shouts, "John, open the treasure door. You can't win against the two of us." John retorts, "Want my treasure? Maybe in your next life." He channels his power into the ground. This has long been the grave he chose. Wang Ji grips his giant sword, wanting to strike John, but without treasure clues. He doesn't dare to act. CP0 is anxious. They plan to incite infighting between John and Silver Axe, and Wang Ji's arrival has completely thrown everything into chaos. CP0 is the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons. Mastering the 6 powers is just the beginning, and they must unconditionally protect the Celestial Dragons while engaging in secret activities. The number of CP0 members is unclear. They usually conduct secret operations, investigating smuggling arms, carrying out secret assassinations, and making clandestine deals with non-world government-affiliated countries or some pirates. Kaido arrives with thunder. John opens the earth-flipping door, and everyone rushes into the underground space. CP0 members are exceptionally strong. The weakest among them can be cadres in a new world. They were originally mixed in with John's crew, but Wang Ji's sudden appearance completely disrupted their plan. They only wanted to pick off the severely injured Silver Axe or John, not these 2 billion bounty fierce men. CP0 also wanted to take the opportunity to assassinate and balance the power, but someone was much faster than them. Thunder, under the bright moonlight. A large amount of lightning strikes down, targeting Wang Ji and Silver Axe. The next second, Kaido in his azure dragon form bursts out from the clouds. Shrouded in flame clouds, suspended in the night sky. Kaidula of Maniaki. So many old acquaintances. You bastards, seniors. He deliberately emphasizes the word seniors. Treasure is his second interest, and his primary goal is to find Arceus's stone tablets. He needs to extract information from John and cannot let him die. Silver Axe mocks. Isn't this the rookie from back in the day? No Big Mom to protect you anymore. Kaido angrily shouts, "Don't talk nonsense. I can still smash you without her." Bad wind. Wind blades sweep down. Wang Ji and his crew can withstand it, but their subordinates suffer greatly. John's pirate crew is already being attacked from both sides, and with Kaido's assault, they lose over half their numbers. John tries to win Kaido over. "Let's team up to take them down. We'll split the treasure." Kaido bursts out laughing. "You would share the treasure? You want to make me laugh to death." Silver Axe and Wang Ji join in the laughter. John panics. "You have no credibility either. You all want to see the treasure? Then come." Earth flipping door. The lake bed suddenly transforms into a gigantic flipping door, beginning to spin upside down. Everyone is thrown into the air, and beneath the door lies a special space. Regular people fall in, while Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and CP0 actively charge in. They see what they want. Arceus shouts, "Kaido!" Kaido responds, "Hold on tight." Wrapped in flame clouds, he dives down. Being able to fly is simply reckless. I know, I got it. Watching the changes below, Kaido also charges down with the flame clouds. For him, the underground environment isn't terrifying at all. John falls into the pit with a smile. Arceus provokes, and John goes berserk, smashing the door panel. The mastermind John, wearing a strange smile, falls into the pit. Everyone is stunned. Has this guy's fruit awakened? The entire lake bed has become a flipping door. Undoubtedly a paramecia-type awakening, able to affect the surrounding terrain. But they still don't understand what fruit John has eaten. The next second, everyone is left dumbfounded. The bottom of the lake turns out to be a giant underground cavern, illuminated by glowing plants, with treasures all around. This entire inland lake is filled with riches. Kaido can still fly, while the others are left dazed and confused, with only the officers remaining clear-headed, all staring at John. John arrogantly shouts, "This is the treasure you wanted, and also your grave. I'm off to start a new life, goodbye, fools." As he tries to slip away, a strange energy envelopes him. Evil stone tablet. Provocation activated directly. You would never have guessed. This provocation is incredibly fierce. It makes the opponent furious, forcing them to only use damaging moves while leaving a psychological suggestion. John initially planned to escape and drown this place, letting everyone take the blame while he took the treasure and ran. But once provocation takes effect, all he can think about is smashing everyone head-on. Even more astonishing, Arceus's provocation affects everyone except for the beast pirates. John's subordinates angrily ask, "What do you mean? Are you trying to bury us all?" The provocation fills them with rage, and they all look at John with murderous intent. Provoked to madness, John screams, "The treasure is mine. You all can die." John is an officer on Rock's ship, and his strength is explosive. He has already awakened his devil fruit, and he controls the entire treasure space. He shouts, "Rockfall." The rock layers above crack open, and a massive door slams down, launching a no-difference attack. Being an officer on Rock's ship, John's strength is evident. After years of developing his fruit, he has awakened it, and now the entire treasure space is influenced by his ability. He can activate it even without direct contact. Giant rocks crush pirates, causing heavy casualties. John is besieged, and treasure chests drop from the corpses of the pirates who were internally fighting due to Arceus's ability, suffering greatly from the collapsing boulders. The remaining people all focus on John. If they don't deal with him, they'll all die in the pit. The pit is hourglass-shaped, with a larger space below. Thick rock separates the middle, and the passage has already been collapsed by John's ability. The tide will drop in 3 days, and when the lake water flows back, no one will survive. They can fight for a gap, but they must first smash John. Silver Axe and others are still able to fight, rushing at John together with Wang Ji. The officers, John's subordinates, and even CP0 all join in. Now that the treasure has been revealed, John is no longer needed. CP0 thinks, once John is dead, Kaido can confront Wang Ji, and all the pirates will be eliminated, gaining great merit. John is besieged and quickly defeated. Wang Ji pins him to the ground with his giant sword, about to cleave him in half. Only then does Arceus's provocation effect disappear. Silver Axe is also heavily injured, and the pirates, not cooperating, accidentally hurt each other, leaving only a few standing. Wang Ji asks, "Any last words?" John coldly laughs. "Those who talk too much die." The ground shakes as he shouts, "The treasure is mine." Earthquake gate. The terrain sinks, the lake water flows back, and cracks appear. Wang Ji crushes John, but the water still seeps in. The terrain is ruined and cannot be restored. At this moment, several treasure chests drop from John's corpse. These are the treasures hidden within John's door fruit. He created space inside his body, storing the treasures lost in Rock's God Valley. Kaido suddenly strikes, thunderous 8 trigrams. His spike club collides with Wang Ji's sword. Wang Ji shouts, "Finally can't hold back? Thought you would hide until the end." He and Silver Axe both notice Kaido lurking above, but they still regard John as the primary enemy. To them, John's threat is greater than this rookie. Wang Ji underestimates Kaido and gets countered. Arceus opens a dark hole, controlling the entire scene. No one thought Kaido would launch a sneak attack. John has incurred everyone's wrath, and if Kaido helps him, he will be against all pirates. But as soon as Wang Ji engages Kaido, he is stunned. This power is explosive. He is pushed back to stabilize himself, You would never have guessed. Kaido had already stacked his sword dance. The thunderous 8 trigrams, amplified 3 times, sends the underestimating Wang Ji flying. Kaido laughs maniacally. Don't underestimate people. Your internal strife is my doing. Without numerical advantage, of course, I have to use my brain. All the beast pirates are in peak condition. Jin, Shaina, and Queen unleash various abilities with flames and rocks flying everywhere. Wang Ji is shocked. So many mythical Zoan types. You must have taken Rock's treasure. He thinks these are all mythical Zoan abilities, completely unaware that it was Arceus doing. Kaido, too lazy to explain, has nothing to do with you. Diamond Arrow. A cylindrical stick blasts forward. Wang Ji panics. The top is all water. You want us to drown together? Devil Fruit users can't swim. He wants to escape and team up with Silver Axe, only to find Silver Axe has not moved. The next moment is high energy. A heavy drowsiness washes over, and Wang Ji's eyelids feel unbearably heavy. Suddenly, the surroundings turn dark, enveloped by the dark hole. This is a skill used by Arceus with the Evil Stone Tablet, capable of inducing drowsiness or sleep. Silver Axe, heavily injured, directly falls asleep, while Wang Ji only succumbs to drowsiness. Kaido won't give him a chance. A club slams down. Wang Ji finally realizes the previous anger was also caused by that guy. You have so many devil fruit users under you. He mistakenly believes Arceus is also a mythical Zoan, unaware that he has already become a lamb to the slaughter. Anger and drowsiness, 2 strange states inexplicably appear within him. If he doesn't react now, he doesn't deserve to mingle in the new world. Kaido closes in and continuously strikes Wang Ji. Arceus acquires the water droplet tablet, controlling the water to avoid his teammates. Kaido doesn't waste words, directly closing in and striking. He is not yet familiar with sword dance, and Wang Ji won't give him 10 seconds to jump into it. While the effect lasts, he must smash him to pieces. Suddenly, water seeps and explodes, with seawater rushing into the cavern. Queen is stunned but soon realizes the seawater is avoiding them. All under control. It turns out John hid the tablets from Rock's treasure inside his body using his door fruit, which Arceus couldn't sense before. After John's death, his abilities fail, and the treasures spill out. Arceus immediately absorbs the 4th stone tablet, the water-type water droplet tablet. In the water world, this tablet's combat power is max. He directly controls the seawater, maximizing his advantage. Wang Ji is suppressed by the seawater and takes another hit from Kaido. His shoulder armor is shattered, and the sword dance-enhanced thunderous 8 trigrams far exceeds his limit. Kaido asks, "Found the treasure?" Arceus replies, "He created space within himself. No wonder we couldn't find it before." Kaido shouts, "Handle the aftermath. Deal with everyone here." Arceus is confused. "Aren't we recruiting them as subordinates?" Kaido laughs. "There is too much treasure to carry away, and leaking information is troublesome. These people are loyal, hard to recruit. Withdraw." Kaido transforms into a blue dragon. Looking at the rock wall, "I'll break through above. You can control the seawater, right?" Arceus responds, "Rest assured, just this amount of seawater." Shaina and Jin have already dealt with their opponents. The Zoan types crush the exhausted enemies with sheer physical power. Kaido shouts, "Maximum wheel, thunder, seawater lightning." The entire cavern is filled with lightning. Wang Ji and Silver Axe's armor becomes a burden. Silver Axe, heavily injured, is submerged in seawater and stuck to his armor by lightning. After the thunder ends, the enemies have lost all resistance. But an unexpected incident occurs. Queen becomes an innocent victim, crying out, "Stop! Stop! Kaido brother!" After Kaido's thunder ends, the enemies in the cavern generally lose their ability to resist, but alongside that, an innocent victim, Queen, also appears beside them. Arceus controls the seawater. Queen suffers friendly fire, and Kaido crushes Wang Ji. Arceus can control the later incoming seawater, but not the earlier. Shaina and Jin can use fire to evaporate the moisture, but Queen lacks this ability. With his braids completely soaked, they retreat under Kaido to avoid the lightning. Yet Queen is still affected. The cyborg Zoan resistance means he isn't severely injured, but he ends up being the most hurt in the action, purely due to friendly fire. Shaina crouches beside him, poking him. "You look much better like this." Queen panics. "It's not my fault. I'll tell you about the lab people. You go find them to settle the score." Suddenly, in the electrified seawater, Wang Ji stands up with one hand holding his sword. His beard flares out like an octopus. Armor shattered, face covered in blood, looking terrible. Having taken 2 hits from Kaido and still not dead, his vitality is truly explosive. Kaido sneers. Your vitality is quite strong, but you'll still die here. Wang Ji shouted angrily. Little brat, don't be arrogant. Shattered tooth assault. The giant sword wrapped in haki sliced through the seawater, affecting the entire cave. Kaido retorted, when it comes to haki, you're not my match. Rising dragon, flame bagua. The burning dragon head wrapped in even stronger haki crashed forward. Wang Ji's final blow was thwarted, and he sank into the rising seawater amid the explosion, instantly killed. Queen looked at the treasure all over the mountain, reluctant. So much treasure. It would be a waste to drown it. He was a part-time finance manager. His private vault was already empty, and he urgently needed money. Kaido remained calm. Just a little treasure. Let's take what's valuable first and come back later. Everyone took out their bags to collect, and Queen carried 2 large bags. Ready to retreat, Arceus unleashed a destructive beam that blasted open the rock layers, causing seawater to pour into the cave. He used the water drop stone tablet to create a water route, and Kaido rolled up the flame clouds to evacuate everyone. They didn't take too much treasure, fearing that the giant dragon carrying the treasure would attract too much attention. Upon returning to the surface, the sun was already rising. They had gone down at midnight, and it took an incredibly long time. Jean looked at his shoulder injury, dissatisfied. My strength is still insufficient. A pirate can injure me. How can I take revenge? If it was just like this, he was not worthy of discussing revenge. Although it looked like he wasn't seriously hurt. That was the result of the powerful regenerative ability produced after the combination of the Zoan type, Lunaria race, and Pokémon powers. Shaina was fine. Her opponents were random, and those she encountered were much weaker, unable to harm her at all. The last 2 CP0 members she faced were indeed strong, but when they first engaged, Arceus had already found his stone tablet and dealt with them using the current. Those 2 did not have bodies as tough as Wang Ji's, and under the dual effects of the current and lightning, they also became part of the treasure cave. You 2 are enough. I'm the one who's hurt the most. Okay. Huh. But didn't you injure yourself by mistake? You really can be a burden. This time, it wasn't Shaina, under Queen's betrayal of his teammates' policy. Shaina decided not to kick him while he was down for now. However, this trick worked on Shaina, but not on Jean, so he once again faced a backstab. Big Brother Kaido, Lord Arceus, can you consider your own people next time? Lying on the flame clouds, Queen weakly complained, feeling that the world was a bit unfriendly to him. Why was he the only one getting zapped? Arceus said nothing. It was Kaido who was discharging electricity, not him. But Kaido's line of thought was clearly different from what Queen expected. Queen, you're still too weak. If you had noticed your situation and interrupted the current with haki in advance, you wouldn't have been affected. After we set sail, I'll train you well. You can practice with Jean and the others. No need, Big Brother Kaido. Kaido's training was true training in the real sense. Taking hits could be said to be a necessary process for haki cultivation. Even those self-awakened haki could not avoid the process of taking hits in subsequent training. Kaido's training was indeed beneficial for cultivation, but it was also painful. Don't be polite. You're one of my crew. Kaido's decisions were not easily changed, and thus Queen was pulled into the haki crash course. Queen lay helplessly on the flame clouds, looking at the lake and contemplating life. Due to the opening below, a large amount of water was rushing into the lake, forming a gigantic whirlpool on the surface. John's awakened ability had also altered the surrounding terrain, causing seawater to constantly flood in here, yet the water level had not dropped. Unless some fishermen went down there to dig, no one would discover the secret below. After all those in the know were either on Kaido's flame clouds or down below. John's earlier actions had caused a minor earthquake and tsunami. However, the evacuation boats were all anchored to the ground and were not affected. But now the situation had changed. It would probably take longer for the tide to recede. At this moment, Queen seemed to see something, rub his eyes, and pulled out a telescope. Hey, look over there. Isn't that the little brat's snake monster lizard? In Queen's line of sight, a green lizard was running on the surface of the sea, with a hole in its belly, and, as it ran, blood was dripping continuously onto the water. It seemed to have seen Kaido's figure in the sky, constantly roaring toward here. The strangest thing was that usually, Elizabeth would try to stay next to Arceus, but most of the time, she was inseparable from Olga. Before they acted, they had arranged for Olga and Ashier to stay at that hotel, where the small-scale tsunami earlier had not affected it at all. It was unusual for her to appear here and be injured. Jean jumped down from the flame clouds, bringing the injured Elizabeth back to the flame clouds. Although Elizabeth could understand what they were saying, only Arceus could understand what Elizabeth was saying. You, don't move around. I haven't treated a lizard before. So bear the pain. This wound will be fatal if not sewn up. Queen was forced to play the role of a veterinarian. He had treated wild beasts before, but never a snake monster lizard, a species that had long been extinct in the outside world. However, it was not crying out in pain, but seeking help. It said that Olga had been taken away by someone, and Ashier was now in the hotel, his life or death unknown, during the time when the moon had not yet disappeared and the sun was about to rise. It also said it had remembered that person's scent and urged them to hurry and save Olga. Human traffickers dare to kidnap people in the central hotel of the Nardo Kingdom. Don't they fear becoming the public enemy of the Grey World? The Nardo Kingdom allowed various Grey trades, but absolutely forbade any behavior that endangered the safety of guests in the central hotel. This was also one of the reasons it could become a hub for Grey trading. Queen, you go back and treat Ashier, then sail to the agreed place. Seriously, my rare good mood is gone. Kaido's originally upturned mouth completely drooped. His subordinates could fail, make mistakes, and have some personality, but his prized apprentice was actually kidnapped, which was a huge insult to him. Shaina, you should go with Queen too. Try to rescue Ashier. Arceus then let Shaina go along as well. He remembered the possibility Queen mentioned. A top-notch material scientist like Ashier was not so easy to find. Due to the earlier massive low tide and John's fruit, the surrounding seawater was rushing into the central area, making it impossible to set sail before dawn. The person who took Olga had not gone far even if they had set sail. Kaido wanted to let him know that not just anyone could mess around. Chapter 45. Olga's anger in the central hotel of the Nether Kingdom. A large hole had been blasted in the wall of Kaido and his companion's room, with Ashier lying on the ground nearby. Just as Elizabeth had said, there was a bloody hole in Ashier's chest and a massive gash on his abdomen. Surrounding him were hotel security personnel and doctors. Clamps, bandages. Where are the blood bags? PS type S blood. Why haven't they arrived yet? Absolutely no one is allowed to die in this hotel. That S is Majesty's order. Hurry. Several doctors were busy treating Ashier's wounds, as the hotel staff had initially been focused on the sudden tsunami. This central hotel was second only to the royal palace in importance to the Nether Kingdom. A great deal of effort had been invested here to ensure that those conducting business could stay comfortably. Although the accommodation prices were not low, once checked in, all expenses within the hotel were complimentary, along with various entertainment, appraisal, and medical services. After the incident in Kaido's room, the hotel security quickly cordoned off the area, but apart from the severely injured Ashier and the broken window, they saw nothing else. An emergency medical response was initiated for Ashier, and the hotel security began to enforce strict measures. If handled poorly, this could become a crisis of the Nether Kingdom's credibility. So when Quinn and Shaina returned, Ashier's injuries had already been treated to some extent. Upon seeing their room key, the hotel staff quickly recognized that they were acquaintances and led them to Ashier. Guests, this incident was accidental. The kingdom's military is currently apprehending the assailant. We will provide a satisfactory result. How is he? Shaina did not pay attention to what the staff member was saying. Arceus and Kaido were dealing with this matter. If he managed to escape, that would be unbelievable. Arceus's request was for Quinn to bring Ashier back, and she was more concerned about Ashier's condition. Thanks to our emergency treatment, the patient is not in critical danger. The main injuries are a penetrating wound to the chest, a knife wound to the abdomen, as well as head trauma from falling and significant blood loss. Fortunately, he is relatively overweight, and the fat in his chest and abdomen protected his internal organs, but we still need to be cautious about the risk of infection. Hey, guest, please don't move around. He is still very dangerous. Seeing Quinn approach Ashier with an unknown syringe startled the hotel doctor greatly. They had just managed to save him, and if anything else went wrong, it would be a big problem. You don't need to worry about the rest. The emergency response was decent. Now, just watch me. Give me more blood of the same type. He needs another transfusion. Are you a doctor, guest? Then there is no problem. But could you please step out of the room? We will refund all costs this time. Having a doctor among Ashier's companions was the best-case scenario. As long as they voluntarily left, the rest wouldn't concern them. They then took the unconscious Ashier away to the boat that Quinn had previously arranged, where the payment had been settled, and they could leave as soon as they opened the dock. However, while settling Ashier, Quinn appeared somewhat smug. See, I told you being a bit overweight has its benefits. If he weren't fat, he'd probably be in serious trouble this time. You previously said you were all muscle. Can he really be saved? What kind of joke is that? This kind of injury is nothing to me. He could be cut in half, and as long as he still has a breath left, I can save him. With that, he injected the medicine he had prepared into Ashier. The doctors here have decent skills. Ashier will be fine. You go drop the sails. I can't operate this ship alone. Quinn and Shaina maneuvered the new ship towards the location they had previously agreed upon. Meanwhile, at the edge of the island, Volfite was preparing to leave with Olga. He had no idea what had happened to CP0, but it didn't concern him much. His focus was on Olga's connection to alchemy. He had initially thought that taking a child would be easy, but during his attempt, he realized he was mistaken. Olga was unlike ordinary children. After being trained by Kaido for several months, her physical abilities had greatly improved. This rendered his abduction tactics completely ineffective, and Ashier had discovered him. Ashier, being someone who neglected exercise, was naturally not a match for him. A CP9 agent, he was quickly taken down. The lizard monster that had attempted to ambush him in the corner met the same fate. However, he knew that such actions would violate the taboos of the Nether Kingdom, and he feared that the kingdom was now hunting him down. Using his CP9 identity to resolve the matter would be easy, but he didn't want to expose himself. If the Nether Kingdom escalated the situation, Olga's identity would surely be revealed, and his desire to claim the credit for himself would be thwarted. Thus, he had no choice but to knock Olga unconscious and quietly leave the Nether Kingdom. As long as he returned to Mariehua and handed her over, his achievements would be sufficient. However, he first needed to confirm one thing. What exactly was this little girl's connection to alchemy? If he informed the celestial dragons that he had found information but later discovered it was false, he couldn't bear the blame for mocking them. In the safe house he had prepared, Volfite released Olga, who had been stuffed in a bag, and woke her up. As soon as she regained consciousness, she lunged at Volfite's face. "You bastard! You killed my dad and Elizabeth. I want to let you get away with this. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." One was a father she had just opened her heart to after a century of separation, and the other was Elizabeth, who had accompanied her for over 100 years. Watching both of them fall before her eyes filled her with despair. Now, he still wanted to extract more information from her. She could only say that Volfite was dreaming. "Dad? That guy is actually your dad." Overweight Ashier and Olga shared no resemblance apart from their hair color. He had never noticed and had merely seen him as a passerby. Had he known that man might also be related to alchemy, he would have acted. However, this emotion did not reflect in his expression, as he smiled at Olga instead. Chapter 46. Do you dare to touch my apprentice? Seeking continuation. I didn't kill them. We just played a game. Uncle didn't use any weapons. Who could possibly punch through a door with their bare hands, right? This was agreed upon between your father and me. I'll take you away, and then they will come back to look for you. As long as they can't find you, we win. Unlike the overly obese Axie, who only survives on fruits, the malnourished Olga is somewhat underfed. Moreover, girls generally grow faster than boys at a young age, so Woolite mistook her for a 5- or 6-year-old child. In his view, such a small child is easy to deceive. He only thought she was related to alchemy and did not realize she was the daughter of the pure gold maker. Nor did he expect that she was a little girl who had lived for over 100 years. As for using such methods just based on suspicion, completely disregarding the lives of others, this kind of thing is not surprising for a CP9 member. As long as they can complete their mission, the lives of ordinary people do not matter to them. However, upon hearing Woolite's words, Olga showed a disdainful smile. If it were a real little brat, she might have been fooled, but she was different. Not to mention punching through a door, even crushing stones with her bare hands is not something strange for her. After months of correction from Shaina, she had changed her habit of speaking her mind and was just glaring fiercely at Woolite. You? A good person? Yes. Uncle is a good person. I work for the world government. How could someone who works there be a bad person? The only bad people on the sea are those pirates. This statement itself is not problematic, except for those born into pirate families. For ordinary people, pirates are indeed the bad ones. However, it is strange to hear this from Woolite. And Axie had also warned Olga not to reveal any information about alchemy and pure gold to anyone, whether they are pirates, navy, or the world government. For now, the beast's pirates have been relatively nice to them. He did not dare to gamble on people's hearts with a possible future. He knew how great the temptation of pure gold was, and he himself had some doubts about the world government. As for Shaina, she had an unresolvable grudge against the world government, and under her and Axie's influence, Olga also had no trust in people from the world government. Not to mention she had seen Woolite's actions. She wasn't a fool. The tone of Axie when he fell and Elizabeth's screams did not sound fake. Bah, if you were a good person, then there would be no pirates on the sea. Don't be so sure. Uncle is also from Alchemy Island. If you don't believe me, look at this. Now you believe it, right? He pointed to the patterns on Olga's skirt and read out their meaning, trying to gain Olga's trust in this way. However, He did not know that alchemy had been the lanternfish's belly for over 100 years, and there were no other living people on the island. His actions led Olga to confirm that he was indeed the person Axie mentioned who coveted pure gold. However, her eyes turned, and she had a new idea. Uncle, are you really from alchemy? Or are you just joking with Dad and them? Of course, I never lie. If I did, I would have to swallow 1,000 needles and be burned in the fire. But I left alchemy a long time ago. You weren't even born then. When I went back, everyone was gone. Can you tell Uncle where everyone went? Sure, but this is a secret, and I can only tell you quietly. Upon hearing this, Woolite leaned in closer to Olga. Compared to delivering news to the celestial dragons, it would be a greater achievement to bring back pure gold directly. However, the next moment, Olga bit down on his ear. Ouch! Olga covered her mouth and sat down beside her. She felt like she had bitten into an iron block, and one of her teeth was even knocked out. You little brat are really naughty, but it doesn't matter. You are indeed related to alchemy. Seeing that he couldn't fool her, Woolite also put away his smiling face. Olga's reaction was far too lacking compared to his. As for why Olga felt tooth pain, it was because of his sea.Those iron block. Mastering the sea.Those is a basic requirement for formal CP9 members, and although the iron block skill, except for the creator, usually brings misfortune to whoever uses it, no one has a good outcome from taking attacks head-on with it. But against a child, he wouldn't expect to fail. If she hadn't used so much force, she wouldn't have directly knocked out a tooth. Ordinary children wouldn't have such vigilance. She is not so easily deceived. Even if she has nothing to do with alchemy, she must have many secrets. He originally didn't want to be too unreasonable, but since you were so ungrateful, don't blame me for using some means. Extracting information from enemies is a required course for them. Even adult males might not withstand such methods. He believed that in a few minutes, he would make Olga speak. However, before he could take action, a loud crash came from above the safe house, and a giant blue-green claw burst through the wall, pinning him down. What do you want to do to my apprentice? Just a dog of the world government. A dog should understand its place. Then Elizabeth slid down along Kaido's arm. Her temporarily stitched wound was still bleeding, but she managed to reach Olga's side. Elizabeth, you're still alive. If you don't let go, it's really going to die. Arceus, who also came down from the hole, said to Olga. She was almost hanging on Elizabeth. If this continued, she would come undone. Lord Holy Beast, Kaido, Captain Kaido, how did you find us? Upon hearing this, Olga released Elizabeth, and this was also the first time she referred to Kaido as captain. At this moment, she suddenly felt that being a pirate wasn't so bad. It was Elizabeth who brought us here. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have made it this fast. Compared to Olga's awakening, Woolite's head was buzzing. Why is Kaido here? This kind of person appearing here should also be for John's treasure. Kaido, why are you here? Huh? Didn't you hear this little brat's address? I'm her captain. Dare to take away my precious apprentice. Who do you think you are? Kaido's dragon claw brought Woolite in front of him, and then a fierce flame ignited on his claw. Under the dual damage of brute strength and flames, Woolite emitted a series of screams. He could still show off against ordinary pirates, but facing a monster like Kaido, he had no qualifications to resist. Then, with just one breath left, he was thrown back in front of Olga by Kaido. Kill him, little brat. Let me see if you're ready today. Chapter 47, Goals. New World Kaido's goal is not to create a makeshift adventure team. The life of a pirate is brutal, and fighting is just the most basic aspect of it. Previously, when Olga had not made up her mind, Kaido was merely training her body. However, when she called him captain, it meant everything was different. Accepting her identity as a pirate meant she had to have the resolve to become one. If she was afraid, nothing would happen. She would simply receive more care from Teacher Kaido until she could adapt to this harsh pirate society. However, the antique knife that belonged to Olga had long since been discarded. Although she was just a child, Fulgur did not let his guard down and removed the deadly weapons from her. Fulgur had been rendered incapable of resistance by Kaido, but trying to kill him with bare hands was still too difficult for Olga. No weapons? Weapons? Kid, there is no time to look for weapons on the battlefield. Forget stones and wooden planks. Even your teeth and nails can be weapons. Even if you have to bite, you cannot show mercy to your enemies, or you'll end up dead yourself. However, there were plenty of broken objects around, so it didn't seem necessary to be so primitive. Olga pulled out a broken table leg from the side and swung it at Fulgur's head. This subjected Fulgur to quite a bit of torment. If Kaido had attacked, killing him would have been easy, but it was different with Olga. Although Kaido had severely injured him, his body was still strong, cultivated through the sea.Those training, possessing a remarkably resilient vitality. Olga's attacks couldn't even make him lose consciousness instantly. and instead, it became a form of torture with each hit to his head. The blow from Kaido had almost shattered all the bones in his body, leaving him to watch as the wooden stick in Olga's hand came crashing down again and again. Like a form of punishment, Fulgert's life came to an end only after Olga had broken the table leg. You're too weak. It seems it will take you quite some time to grow, but the stick is not suitable for you. You have no talent for it all. Kaido was fully proficient with stick-type weapons, and it was clear from Olga's swinging stance that she was not suited for such weapons. Once the dust settled, the transformed Kaido took everyone to the agreed location. Compared to the previous patrol ship, this vessel was much larger. It was a steam-powered ship, which required fewer crew members to operate compared to traditional sailing ships. Dad, you're okay, that's great. It hurts, it really hurts. Olga, you go down first. His injuries were much worse than Elizabeth's, and human self-healing abilities were far inferior to those of serpents or lizards. He wasn't a Zoan-type devil fruit user, so being able to move at all was already impressive. With many matters coming to a close, Arceus temporarily lost information about new stone tablets. The world is vast, and given his current perception range, aimlessly searching for the tablets was nearly impossible. According to known information, the world government might have them, but as the actual rulers of the sea, the Grand Line, Red Line, and the Four Seas, the immense area made it impossible to start. Shaina and Jean could only estimate the location of the lost stone tablets based on conversations with their kin, but currently, there was still no news. Therefore, the focus was temporarily shifted to the locator that Quinn mentioned. I roughly understand the manufacturing process. Some details require experimentation, and it's impossible for me to do it alone. Moreover, the equipment on the ship is insufficient. At least a research facility is needed. He needed more equipment. Although he had created numerous things through DIY, it didn't mean he could replace machines with his bare hands. Whether for experiments or anything else, more manpower was necessary. Previously, Kaido's actions were all about searching for stone tablets, but now he needed to shift towards expanding territory and manpower. Kaido had no intention of lingering in the paradise. His goal was the New World. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, John, these were all major pirates with established territories in the New World. Their deaths now meant that large areas had become vacant. Pirates can be divided into two types: those who rob and plunder everywhere, who are considered small fry in pirate circles, and the major pirates of a new world, who are no longer ordinary pirates. They resemble warlords instead. In addition to their own formidable strength and direct subordinates, they also command numerous pirate crews, wielding thousands of troops to control vast territorial waters. At this point, looting had become the least efficient means. They relied on tribute to maintain the operation of their large pirate crews. Businesses within their territorial waters had to pay taxes, and outside the jurisdiction of the world government might became the only rule. From legitimate businesses like cargo trade, harbor docking, food and entertainment industries, to underground venues like casinos, all security work for facilities, as well as arms smuggling, black, white, and gray industries all involve their participation. All economic activities in their territorial waters were inextricably linked to the actual controllers here. Even if there was nothing else, the cost of flying a flag was also extremely high. It took hundreds of millions of berries to obtain a flag. If one lacked sufficient self-defense capabilities, borrowing a flag was the best method. However, this cost was generally worth it. In the chaotic New World, every year, every day, even every moment, new pirates entered here. Compared to those who had been in the New World for a while, the residents of the New World feared these newcomers more. These newcomers, who had no idea what power was, often made irrational decisions. However, not all pirates were reckless. Many who entered the New World sought refuge under the banner of a major pirate. Kaido was no longer a newcomer. He naturally didn't plan to proceed step by step like those who had just set sail. Taking over John's original territory was currently the best idea. Instead of fighting with those pirates in the New World for territory, occupying this unclaimed land to develop forces was a better choice. This is the nautical chart. John's territory does not neighbor the others, so we can only occupy one for now. Let's go with John's territory. If I remember correctly, that island seems to be called the Industrial Island. Looking at the map Kaido brought out, Quinn offered a suggestion. Chapter 48. The Thousand-Faced Avoidance. This is the advantage of the new ship chosen by Kaido, a steam engine with external wheel dual power. As long as the boiler pressure and direction are controlled well, it can enter a temporary unmanned driving state. It is no secret who owns the territory of the New World. It can almost be said to be common knowledge. In the underground world, it is easy to find maps of their influence. In the Natho Kingdom, known as the Grey Kingdom, this is even more evident. Sometimes, Intelligence agents in the underground world can receive news even before the world government does. Understanding the territory of the great pirates is even easier. Compared to the Yonko era many years later, the situation in the New World is entirely different now. 5 years ago, the Rocks Pirates were undoubtedly the strongest force. Today, after the disappearance of the Rocks Pirates, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, the admiral of the Golden Lion Pirate Fleet, the Sky Pirate Golden Lion Shiki, holds the largest force in the New World. The ability of the Float fruit gives Shiki's fleet a tremendous advantage in naval battles. But he is only the largest in scale. In terms of strength, he is significantly weaker than Whitebeard, as his captains have not yet grown. However, Whitebeard is not plagued by injuries. The Whitebeard Pirates are also a top force in the New World. Next is the Roger Pirates, who have no fixed territory and roam the seas in search of the final destination. These three groups can be said to be the strongest pirates in the New World today. The remnants of Rocks, such as Charlotte Linlin and John, along with Silver Axe, form the second tier of forces in the New World. With such a significant power vacuum appearing, once the news spreads, countless pirates will rush in like sharks smelling blood. However, the position where John and the others died will take some time for the news to ferment, which is an opportunity for Kaido and the others. Let's do it here, but there is one more thing to do before we set off. Kaido looked at the sails on the mast. Although this ship is a steam-powered vessel, it still retains two main masts and sails. Right now, the sails are blank, and there is no flag belonging to Kaido. Pirates have always placed great importance on their flags. Destroying a flag means declaring war, and pirates rely on flags to indicate their territory. The previous small boats and Navy patrol ships can be disregarded, but this ship truly belongs to the Beast Pirates, so the missing flag needs to be drawn. Then, a new problem arose. Is there anyone here good at drawing? Kaido had been working in the Kingdom Army since he was 10. Although the army taught literacy, drawing relied entirely on talent, making it difficult for him to draw a proper pirate flag. Arceus is also not good at this kind of thing. After absorbing the 4 stone tablets, his overall power has greatly increased, not just relying on single attribute skills. After absorbing the 4 stone tablets, the power of the 1000 Cosmos arm has also been fully activated. He can manipulate a single element, like water or fire, using the power from the stone tablets. The intangible water in his hands can replace an arm, and is far more convenient than an actual arm. He is not like a cartoon dog. Some things cannot be drawn just by thinking of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many frustrated second parties in the world. As for Shaina and Jean, the only thing they have learned since birth is for one purpose, survival. So almost everyone on this ship is a drawing black hole. They have witnessed Olga's doodling skills, so there was no need to ask, and as for AC, asking him to draw a pirate flag is indeed too much of a challenge. So in the end, the task fell onto Quinn's shoulders. We need to recruit people. Boss Kaido, we need to recruit people, even if they are just cannon fodder. At least they can help with miscellaneous tasks. Quinn, holding a paint bucket, voiced his complaint. Although Kaido has always said he wants to expand his forces, those he has met during this time either seem too weak or unsuitable. So Quinn still remains at the bottom of the ship. Olga and AC can't handle heavy work. Getting them to do something that takes a few minutes takes hours. Under Kaido's sketch instructions, a ghostly skull appeared on their flag. The ship continued to sail towards the New World, while Kaido and Quinn began to count their treasures. The items stored by John are truly valuable. In addition to looking like priceless artifacts, there are also several boxes. This seems like a necklace that was dropped by the Celestial Dragons back in the day. I remember it caused quite a stir. Quinn held up an object under a magnifying glass, recalling the bloody events from a few years ago. It's not surprising. There were more than one Celestial Dragon that fell into Rock's hands, and it seems they were unable to recover everything from him. That guy John is still the same, specifically collecting these valuable things. Kaido wasn't very interested in the necklace and opened another box. This time, his expression became much happier as a devil fruit lay inside. Quinn, where's your encyclopedia? Let's see what fruit this is. This one is, it should be the dog fruit, but I'm not sure which type it is. Brother Kaido, I only have a rubbing, and the original doesn't record all types regarding this fruit. There's only half a page. It doesn't matter. As long as it's a Zoan type, it seems that little brat has his own abilities. Meanwhile, Arceus was attempting a new transformation, but the target wasn't Olga, but Elizabeth. Following Shaina's ability bestowal, Jin's fruit modification, and Quinn's unpredictable ability mutation, Arceus decided to conduct a 4th attempt to modify animals other than humans. There are many strange creatures in this world, and those with sufficient intelligence can also become powerful, such as the baboons on Eagle Eye Island and the Kung Fu manatees of Alabasta. Elizabeth's intelligence is roughly comparable to that of a human child. Judging by her previous life-threatening message delivery performance, a modification should be fine. A snake monster lizard. This one will do. The power of the water drop stone tablet enveloped Elizabeth, and in a flash of white light, her arms began to elongate, her spine straightened, and her skin color changed from green to blue. Modifying animals is much less labor-intensive than modifying humans. Is it because of the different body structures? Modifying animals is even less effort than simply modifying a devil fruit. If the ability to switch forms is removed, even less power would be needed, which sparks some new ideas in Arceus. However, there aren't many species like Elizabeth that are small in size and have sufficient intelligence. Elizabeth seemed a bit confused, constantly switching between her original form and new form, as if sensing the changes in her body, which also astonished Olga beside her. Lord Sacred Beast, what is Elizabeth doing? It's a new power. Her species should now be called the Thousand-Faced Avoidance. Chapter 49. The one who gets nauseous at the sight of fruit. Elizabeth switched between two forms, which is the biggest difference between transformed animals and humans. They only have their original form and Pokémon form, without a mixed beast form. This is likely the reason for lower consumption. Additionally, permanent transformation consumes less, while creating from scratch consumes more. him.Bu, a special attack Pokémon, is one of the water-type starters from the Galar region. Water-type Pokémon generally draw their water from external moisture, and they all have unique water storage organs and conversion methods. In a waterless environment, water molecules in the air can also be converted into water through special means, including their own physical strength. However, barring a few exceptions, water-type Pokémon usually live near water bodies. Storing and utilizing external water is the most common method, and controlling existing waves is much easier than generating massive waves on their own. Pyrobroin particles exist in every corner of this world, so water-type Pokémon here, even if they generate their own moisture, will face some restrictions due to these particles on fruit ability users. Arceus is the only exception, as it can create special pure water without pyrobroin particles using the water droplet plate, allowing even ability users to experience the sensation of swimming again. him.Bu has a special membrane in its eyes that grants it the unique ability to find opponents' weaknesses. It also has special wing membranes on its back that allow it to glide briefly, and a tail with blade-like structures. However, its main ability is its innate sniper talent. Theoretically, him.Bu can shoot water stored in its body at a speed of Mach 3 from its fingertips, but Elizabeth may not reach that speed. Nevertheless, high-speed water bullets can be lethal to most people. Even for ability users, if their powers cannot freeze or evaporate seawater, they would find themselves at a disadvantage against Elizabeth. Water-type Pokémon have an inherent advantage over ability users. However, the most important point is that the intelligence of Pokémon-transformed animals significantly increases. him.Bu is considered a high-intelligence Pokémon, and at this moment, Elizabeth is on a completely different developmental path. Olga, you could try to teach it to speak later. Teach it to speak. In fact, I tried that over 100 years ago. It was quite boring inside the belly of a sea king. And of course, Olga tried it. However, while Elizabeth could understand her words, she couldn't articulate human speech. Now it's different. Team Rocket's Meowth initially was just an ordinary Meowth, but the magic of love made it learn to walk upright and speak human language. Theoretically, as long as there is perseverance, it is not impossible for Pokémon to learn human speech. Excluding mythical and legendary Pokémon, special forms like Rotom, and the long-lived Jengar from the Girls' Canyon, they can also speak human language, so learning human speech is not an exception. With more teaching, they can probably learn. Looking at her fingers, which were very similar to human ones in her new form, Elizabeth began to explore her abilities and attempted her sniper skills. However, the results were unsatisfactory. The water bullets she fired were still far from the recorded Mach 3 speed. As a newly transformed sniper, Elizabeth couldn't yet control her abilities well. In the form of a serpentine lizard, her hands were more like auxiliary tools, with most of her muscle mass concentrated in her lower body. She struggled to control the recoil generated from her sniping, which caused her to accidentally shoot off target while aiming at the sea surface. Gulp. Quinn, who had just walked up the stairs, swallowed hard, looking at the water bullet that hit the handrail beside him, feeling a chill in his lower body. Due to height issues, the handrail Elizabeth hit was nearly level with Quinn's waist. If she had been a bit more to the left, he might have considered undergoing a prosthetic modification himself. Murder. Are you trying to commit murder? What is that blue lizard? If it weren't for Arceus being present, he might have rushed up to grab Olga by the collar to question her. However, Arceus kept him restrained. Quinn, you're blocking the way. Kaido pushed Quinn from behind, and he could see water stains on Quinn's shoulder, indicating that the water bullet had hit him afterward. However, the current power was not enough to harm him. Naturally, the transformed Elizabeth also came into Kaido's view. Although her form had changed significantly, he still recognized the saddle on her back. That lizard? Your ability application is quite extensive. Kaido realized he had underestimated Arceus's capabilities. His ability application seemed to be broader than he had thought. There are still many things to try. Why did you all come up? I found something interesting. Saying this, he tossed a fruit in his hand to Olga. Catch it, kid. A white fruit arced through the sky and landed accurately in Olga's hand. Huh. Looking at the white melon in her hand, Olga was still a bit confused about what was happening. The treasure of the sea, a devil fruit. You should know what this is, right? There are quite a few ability users on this ship. This one is an Inu no Mi, but we are not clear about the specific type. You can take a gamble on what ability it might have. But you don't have to worry too much, since Arceus is here. If nothing else, it's still an ability comparable to mythical Pokémon. Quinn explained the type of the fruit, noting that an unknown type of devil fruit was indeed a challenge, though the future of the fruit depended on its development level. However, fruits do have varying strengths. If one can develop an ordinary ability to its peak, then switching to a stronger ability will naturally yield a higher ceiling. Before Arceus appeared, ordinary zone types had the lowest status among devil fruits. The physical enhancement of transformation could not match that of superhuman or natural types in the early stages. Only after training the body to a certain extent could the enhancement of zone types cause a qualitative change. But with Arceus, it was different. Arceus did not intend to directly transform. For an unknown type of zone, if it was originally a mythical type, ordinary transformation might not be suitable, and proper preparation would be necessary. What's wrong? You seem a bit hesitant. Not interested in ability users? No, I just heard. This thing is particularly hard to eat, and after eating fruit for over 100 years, to be honest, the sight of fruit makes me want to vomit now. Chapter 50. Prylert carries a heavy burden. After a moment, she pinched her nose and took a bite, and with a pale face, a fluffy foxtail sprouted from behind her. With pointed snout and round ears, her limbs slightly short. Even after fully beastifying, her size was not large, looking somewhat cute. This is an Arctic fox? This world does have both the North and South poles. Which one is colder is a topic that could spark a battle between the two emperors. The classification under the Inu no Mi includes foxes, dogs, and wolves. So it's not surprising to see a fox's ability. However, this Arctic fox was clearly in its winter form, covered entirely in white fur. At that moment, Olga felt a strong sense of nausea. The taste of the devil fruit was indescribable, and since she was already against fruit, combined with that, she felt as if something was trying to pull her stomach out of her body. After calming down from that feeling, she began to familiarize herself with the fruit's abilities. Just like Elizabeth had moments ago. The first to appear was the beastification ability. The changes in the Thousand Faces ability were not significant, but after Olga beastified, her perspective underwent a huge change. Looking at Kaido beside her, she couldn't recall the courage she once had to abduct him. Of course, after this, she heard words that made her hair stand on end. Though it was a fox, Big Brother Kaido should be tougher now, right? Why would I need to be tougher? After turning back from a fox to a human, Olga had a bad premonition. She thought that the process of becoming stronger was just continuous training. This process could be very tough, but she was prepared for it. However, this was a different matter from getting beaten up. Previously, Kaido's physical training reached the extremes of human capability, and she had no extra energy to care about other things. She wasn't afraid of hardship, but she was afraid of pain. The potential unleashed during her previous injection had even caught Quinn's attention. Don't be afraid. You're still quite far from getting beaten. You need to train your physical strength first, but you can observe how others train. Quinn was putting pressure on Olga from the side, but the pressure quickly returned to him. That's right. Let's start with you then. Kaido's voice reached Quinn's ears, making him shiver. Big Brother Kaido, I need to steer the ship. Training ISNT very convenient right now. ISNT the course already determined? That's right. The steam pressure is stable too, isn't it? If that's the case, then the rest no need to worry. I'll be careful with my strength and leave you some energy to monitor the ship's situation. Quinn thought he was the only one in control of the ship's situation, and that Kaido wouldn't let him train, but reality told him he was wrong. Olga still needed physical training, but Quinn was different. Although he was round, his physical training was almost complete, and the development of his fruit abilities was up to him. The rest was about hockey. And getting beaten up is always the most important part of hockey training. Whether it's the defensive power of armament hockey or the perception of observation hockey, both can gradually strengthen through the process of getting beaten up. The purpose of training is not to get beaten, as long as you meet Kaido's requirements. The observation hockey can evade attacks, and the armament hockey can withstand attacks, then you 1T get beaten. But to directly achieve that level is clearly impossible. After Olga gained her ability, Kaido would certainly adjust the intensity of her training. Otherwise, it would waste the enormous recovery ability of the Zoan type. However, training wouldn't happen right now. The next phase was the much-anticipated ability transformation phase. Although Olga underwent the transformation after eating the fruit, Arceus did not choose the random mutation like Quinn did, but instead used the power of the evil face stone tablet. With the stone tablet of that type, directed guidance is better than random mutation. Random mutation has an uncertain point. The fruit's ability may not be its final form. Special forms like Mega Evolution and Gigantamax can still develop based on the fruit's awakening. But fruits aren't Pokémon. It's unlikely for one to achieve evolution on their own, which is also why all his transformation abilities are in their final forms. Based on the Arctic Fox, a brand new change was emerging within Olga, and a standing fox spirit appeared before everyone. Fox spirit Pokémon Zoroark. The Arctic Fox's winter white fur turned into summer gray-black, but her golden hair was retained, and the original red mane of Zoroark turned golden. Compared to Blaziken, Tropius, and Aerodactyl, the ability of Thousand Faces was not as obvious. Even Kaido and Quinn couldn't tell what Olga's ability was until Zoroark's figure became blurred, then transformed into another Quinn. Then in front of Quinn, she slimmed down her figure and took out a mirror from her body to look at herself. Uncle Quinn, your slimmed down appearance doesn't seem that great. Bastard, change back. You're slandering me. I don't look like this when I slim down. Using illusions to disguise oneself as another person is a unique ability of the Zoroark species. Not only humans, Zoroark can also transform into the appearance of other Pokémon. But this requires sufficient understanding. Since Olga didn't understand these, she could only mimic the appearance of others. Afterwards, Olga continued to master her ability. Zoroark's ability was not just about transforming into others. That was merely one of the basic abilities. The pirate ship continued to sail, and Olga's life was tightly scheduled, learning cultural lessons and various knowledge from AC and Quinn, with Kaido personally guiding her physical training and Shaina helping her develop her fruit abilities, while also teaching Elizabeth to speak. After about a month, a newsbird flew in with content they couldn't comprehend. Death drama. Prylert, bounty 500 million berries. Only live. This guy's dead. How can the bounties still increase? Are those Navy fools? Looking at today's newspaper, Kaido was somewhat puzzled. His bounty had also risen to 1.5 billion. However, this had nothing to do with the events in the Narda Kingdom. It was entirely due to him escaping from the research institute. Jean and Shaina still hadn't been given bounties, which was enough to prove that the previous matters were very secretive. But why did Prylert's bounty increase? And why was there a special condition stating he must be captured alive to receive the reward? He did not know that all of this was thanks to Spandam, specifically Spandane. Earlier, due to his displeasure, he caused a ruckus in Spandan's office, triggering a small-scale fire, and during this fire, Prylert's life card was burned. Coupled with the missing Wolfit and CP0, they dispatched more personnel to the Narda Kingdom. It was also due to Spandan's erroneous intelligence that a series of misjudgments occurred. Chapter 51. Misleading intelligence leading to erroneous analysis. Spandam. If this happens again, don't contact me. Just resign in shame. Yes, I'm sorry, very sorry I've troubled you. Facing the furious phone call, Spandam appeared very humble. This incident had him using many connections to settle the matter. Previously, he wanted to take most of the credit for finding the rock's treasure for himself. So he concealed some key figures and contacted higher-ups directly. Unexpectedly, the treasure was not found, and both Flevance and two CP0 agents encountered accidents. Flevance was manageable, as CP9 was under his responsibility and Flevance was not the strongest. Backup personnel could fill his vacancy. In the rear, the CP organization had islands specifically for talent cultivation. However, CP0 was different. It consisted of elite individuals, and most importantly, these people were very loyal to the government. Such losses among them meant someone had to take responsibility. Before Spandam set fire to the office, Pearl's life card was in perfect condition. So after the life card was damaged, Spandam completely lost control over the situation in the Narda Kingdom. CP0 would not contact him, and the last report from Flevance indicated that everything was fine. The two CP0 agents facing the opposition were not necessarily John's match, but logically speaking, there should be no problem with retreating. The life card from Mariehua confirmed their deaths, and others had already gone to investigate the specifics. In this situation, Spandam could only divulge all the information he had. Given that his information had some value, he sought many connections, and this matter was somewhat set aside. However, to appease those people, he bled heavily, and Spandam, who caused the information loss, also received Spandam's fervent care, still lying in bed and unable to get up. Through Spandam's erroneous intelligence and subsequent investigations into the Narder Kingdom, they believed that Prul was the main culprit behind everything. This person had deceived everyone and quietly sought the rock's treasure, which led to such a special bounty. This matter was not over. Government personnel conducted more detailed investigations here. Subsequently, those investigating the Narder Kingdom made new discoveries. Unless one knew the secret of rocks, no one would have guessed that there was such a vast space beneath the central lake of the island. They were able to uncover some clues thanks to John, whose awakened abilities led to changes in the terrain of the Narder Kingdom. After Kaido and the others left, there had been minor earthquakes here. A cavern underground had cracked open, and after some corpses and a small amount of treasure were washed out by the water, the opening completely collapsed during aftershocks. These bodies, robust in life, showed no signs of decay even after so long, still recognizable in their original identities. Ultimately, they reached the conclusion that those people had fallen into internal strife over the treasure and ended up dead at the hands of unknown individuals. Continuing the investigation yielded no results, and under the Narder Kingdom's urging, they planned to conclude this investigation. The Narder Kingdom had protested many times. They dealt in gray businesses. And a group of Navy and government personnel investigating here, combined with the previous earthquakes and abnormal low tides, had severely harmed the national economy. If they delayed for a few more days, they would soon be unable to pay the heavenly gold. However, among the evidence they collected was a small, ancient-style dagger, which was exactly the knife that Olga had lost. Not everyone understood ancient characters, and it was a coincidence that Flevance could recognize the alchemy script. These investigators had merely gathered evidence. Analyzing the situation would have to wait until they returned, where other personnel would take charge. Also found was Flevance's corpse, which had already been taken in by the Narder Kingdom, unlike those CP0 agents whose causes of death were unknown. Although the Narder Kingdom had regulations, pirates dying from brawls on the island were always present, and they were already used to such occurrences. Severe burns, most of his bones fractured, and his head subjected to prolonged blunt force. It seemed he had been interrogated. What had he discovered? Unclear. Let the higher-ups investigate slowly. We should leave. The king of the Narder Kingdom has already called Mariehua several times. Then came a group of professionals to conduct so-called explorations on the recovered clues. And the dagger from alchemy also caught their attention. With Spandam's fervent guarantees, the world government successfully misinterpreted the situation, believing that Prul had orchestrated everything. Either rocks had found pure gold, or Prul had discovered new alchemy leads, ultimately placing a special bounty on Prul. This was also why Spandam could operate successfully without facing demotion or punishment. But in any case, they had no ability to capture a dead person at sea, and for a time, those responsible for the matter found themselves at an impasse, misplacing the focus on alchemy based on a pile of erroneous intelligence. They believed that as long as they could find the missing alchemy, they would be able to locate Prul. Months later, after a period of sailing, their beast pirate ship had arrived at the Sabeti archipelago. This ship had become a gathering place for rare races. The only two survivors of alchemy, two survivors from the Lunarian race, and the snake-like lizard, an already extinct species, had all recently seen the crew's demeanor change. Everyone had bruises all over. No, to be precise, only Quinn had bruises all over. AC was not in the training range. He was not a fighter. Olga's physical training had just ended and hadn't yet entered the phase of taking hits. Jean had wrapped himself up tightly, and Shaina was similar. Even if they had injuries, they were not visible. However, Quinn was different. His size was already larger than others, and under Kaido's teachings, even with the recovery ability of his own, he had quite a few bruises on his body. However, there were results. After this period, the hockey levels of the few people on the ship had significantly improved. At the same time, Olga had made some modifications to her cabinet full of identical clothes, removing the prominent alchemy characters on them. The previous lesson made her realize that exposing such information was not a good thing. She had never seen Shaina and Jin's faces. They had no intention of removing their masks or reverting from their transformations in front of Olga, at least not now. However, AC did have some guesses like alchemy. It was something not meant to be exposed. Over 100 years ago, The Lunarians were far more numerous than now, and the government's capture efforts were also much greater. Chapter 52, Drunken Kaido, is always a bit unstable back then. News of the bounty on the Lunarians was spread across every island, and Ashier had seen similar information. However, he had no interest in discussing it. Rather, he was happier to keep such opinions to himself. Whether it was the pure gold or the Lunarian race, both would maintain a tendency to avoid the world government, making everyone truly united like grasshoppers on the same rope. However, Quinn was quite happy because after several months, Kaido finally recruited his first batch of subordinates, filling most of the Beast Pirates' ranks. But this group of people didn't count as true subordinates to Kaido. They were merely expendable manpower, as he was not following a single elite route, and the number of people was part of his requirements. Currently, this crew had voluntarily joined, which was not uncommon. The pirate world was one where strength was revered, and powerful pirates often attracted fan groups. After Kaido's bounty was updated, he was considered a formidable pirate even in the New World, let alone in Paradise, so it was not surprising that people sought him out. After a few months, they understood that aside from Kaido being drunk, they were mostly safe, and Kaido rarely managed affairs. Most matters on the ship were handled by Quinn and Jean. Quinn took care of trivial matters, while Jean managed broader issues, but anything involving Arceus would attract Shaina's attention. Through her actions, Shaina made it clear what Arceus's position on the ship was. The last person who spoke out of turn almost got burned to ashes by her. However now, a small problem had arisen on the ship. The captain of this ship, the governor of the Beast Pirates, Kaido, was missing. No, to be precise, a few days ago at a banquet, this guy got drunk and then transformed into a giant dragon, flying off to who knows where. This had happened before, but after 2 or 3 days, he would usually fly back on his own, thanks to Quinn giving him his life card. At first, the people on the ship would panic, but now they had become accustomed to Kaido's periodic disappearances. The frequency of his disappearances usually depended on how often he held banquets. But this time, it exceeded the usual duration, and Kaido still had not returned, and the direction of his life card's movement seemed a bit off. It wasn't until the morning's newspaper arrived that the crew understood what had happened. Lord Sacred Beast, are you there? It seems Mr. Kaido has run into some trouble. Has been captured again. Shaina held the newspaper just delivered by the newsbird. In general, the Navy's G4 branch discovered an unidentified creature entering the base's warehouse. And after inspection, it turned out to be the wanted Kaido, who is currently being detained and will soon be sent to the underwater prison, Impel Down. G4 branch. Who is the commander there? The former G4 branch vice admiral had retired, and now Vice Admiral Hodder from the Navy headquarters was in charge. The branches of the Navy in the Grand Line are named GX, and the G4 branch happens to be near the Sabedi archipelago. Unlike the branches in the 4 seas, where ranks are downgraded by 3 levels, the ranks in the headquarters and the Grand Line branches are on the same level, so there isn't much difference. Just as pirates can estimate strength based on their bounty, the Navy's strength can also be estimated by rank, but there will always be some exceptions, such as Carp, who refuse promotion. Hadra, I've never heard of that name. Excluding those monsters in the Navy, Kaido wouldn't easily fall, as the strength range of a vice admiral is vast, and an unfamiliar name likely rules out the possibility of Kaido's defeat. Given Kaido's character, Arceus figured he might have been drinking in the Navy's warehouse, leading to a hangover and subsequent capture. He probably hadn't sobered up yet. Based on his impression of Kaido, although he couldn't recall the exact number, Kaido had undoubtedly been captured numerous times, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely run out on his own after a while. However, at this moment, Arceus could clearly feel the ship changing its course. The course has changed? Yes, specifically, you'll know when you listen. Saying this, Shaina pointed to the deck below. We're going to rescue Boss Kaido. Oh, let those Navy know our power. Oh, these guys are really spirited. Do they know what a Navy Vice Admiral means? Although the batch of little brothers Kaido recruited is relatively strong, go to the branch to rescue someone is like hitting a stone with an egg. Their ability to shout such things was enough to show their naivety. But in the pirate community, such naive individuals would never be lacking. Lord Sacred Beast, should we stop them? No need. After all, it's a cooperative relationship. It's reasonable for them to go rescue their captain. However, these guys have no chance of rescuing him. Just consider it a training exercise for Olga. Relying on these people to save Kaido was unrealistic. At most, they would just operate the ship, fire cannons, or create some show of force against ordinary soldiers. They would either have to launch a strong attack to snatch Kaido out or unlock Kaido's handcuffs to let him escape on his own. Arceus felt Kaido could probably escape by himself, although he was likely handcuffed with sea stone if the purity of the sea stone was too low. the ability user could still freely use their powers. Sea stone is a special mineral produced in Weno country, and before Kaido's actions to seize the position of general, Weno had remained closed off from the outside world with little contact. While sea stone had leaked out, the quantity was small, and most of it was impelled down. So the purity of the sea stone at the branch might not even affect Kaido. If the concentration was insufficient, he would naturally break free once he sobered up. However, to be safe, they still decided to go take a trip. Currently, the cooperation was going very smoothly, and he had no plans to change partners. Olga had done reasonably well in developing Zoroark's abilities, perhaps due to her personality. She was more skilled in illusion abilities and had only mastered a few attack-type skills like Evil Wave, while she had yet to master the former racial-exclusive skill, Dark Explosion. In a sense, she was someone who had lived for over 100 years, so some practical training was very necessary. In the future, to search for stone tablets. Infiltrating to gather intelligence would be inevitable, so it was a good opportunity for her to practice. Otherwise, Arceus wouldn't have chosen Zoroark back then. The abilities of the Phantom Overlord were not meant to be wasted. Lord Sacred Beast, is this a bit early for her? Shouldn't I go instead? Don't worry. If something really happens, I will get her out. Your personality isn't suited for this kind of thing. The Beast pirate ship headed towards the G4 direction. The distance between the Sabidi archipelago and the G4 branch base wasn't very far, and at full speed, they quickly arrived nearby. They waited until dark before Elizabeth led Olga to begin this infiltration operation. Chapter 53. The Phantom Overlord at the G4 branch of the Navy. Even at night, powerful searchlights illuminated the nearby sea area. In this era, there was never a shortage of pirates daring to provoke the Navy. The four seas were relatively calm. Aside from the incident caused by John, the branches in the four seas hadn't experienced any trouble for a long time. Relying on strong fortifications and coastal artillery, the branches could deal with most local pirates. However, after John's incident, all branches had heightened their vigilance. The branches within the Grand Line had even stronger firepower because they faced formidable enemies. John's incident served as a wake-up call for the entire Navy. No one wanted to become the next disgrace of the Navy. Moreover, this event seemed to have stimulated some pirates' nerves, as there were always those wanting to make a name for themselves by stepping on the Navy branches. This was why the G4 branch had strengthened its security measures. In addition to the powerful searchlights directed at the sea, there were also several beams of light in the sky. In the past, the Navy wouldn't monitor the skies unless facing special enemies. The technology in this world was somewhat skewed, while they had war machines that broke free from pacifist ideals. They lacked large-scale airships. The world government was like this, not to mention the pirates. Aside from the Golden Lion, no pirate had large-scale aerial power. Therefore, the branch base wouldn't waste manpower and resources. However, given the current situation, they had added a few searchlights to monitor the skies. Yet, the sparse lights couldn't block Elizabeth. Jean even helped them a bit. The ability of the Phantom Mimic was to glide rather than fly, so it required a sufficient height. Jean was the aircraft conducting the airdrop. Elizabeth's wing membranes soared high in the sky, using the cover of night to evade the Navy's searchlights and landed within the G4 branch. This captain really is a worry. The crew on board had various ways of addressing Kaido. Olga preferred calling him captain, while Arceus simply called him by name. The names Sir, Boss, and Big Brother were also used by Shaina, Jean, and others. The newly recruited subordinates were similar. At this point, Kaido had not standardized the ranks and titles within the pirate crew, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Over there, the one speaking was Elizabeth. After a few months, she had made some progress in her learning and successfully mastered a new language. However, so far, she couldn't articulate long sentences. Usually, she only expressed her thoughts with a few words. The life card was a great item. It wouldn't be easily destroyed, as mentioned earlier regarding Spandam, and with it, she could easily locate Kaido to avoid wandering around the Navy base. Activating her ability, an illusion enveloped the two of them. Zoroark's illusion didn't change its form like a ditto, but rather enveloped itself like a holographic projection. Olga only had a preliminary grasp of her ability. The application of the illusion was quite simple. Observation Haki could detect her difference, but no Navy personnel would keep their Haki active within the base. Olga casually pinched the faces of two passers-by. With so many people in the Navy base, she didn't believe anyone there could recognize all their colleagues. The next step was to find two stragglers to replace them. There would still be someone on guard on the pirate ship, and with such a large base, there would inevitably be patrols at night, possibly even with passwords. Olga and Elizabeth walked within the Navy base, occasionally encountering clipping issues. Although Olga could transform her exterior appearance into that of an adult Navy soldier, her physical structure hadn't changed, and her perspective was still that of her previous self. So, she would unintentionally collide with some buildings. The illusion had no physical entity, and the illusion she created wouldn't disappear directly due to such collisions, hence the clipping. The range and capability of the illusion were related to her own strength. Zoroark's illusion was real enough to deceive cameras, to fool the senses, and even trap the likes of Nti, Suicune, and Reiku in a false illusory prison, something even Quinn hadn't fully researched. Olga couldn't influence an entire city, but a small area was still manageable. She and Elizabeth followed a patrol squad with a similar direction and led the last two members of the team down the wrong path. Elizabeth, who was lurking against the wall, flicked her tail out and directly pulled someone into a corner like a predator. Following that were two swift strikes from Olga, who had transformed into her beast form. If she wanted to fully utilize her Pokémon abilities, complete transformation was the best choice. Although Olga currently appeared as a Navy soldier, her true form under the illusion was that of a golden-haired Zoroark. At first, AC didn't want Olga to become a combatant. Even after joining Kaido's crew, she could choose to be a researcher in the rear. His intention was for Olga to learn technology from him. He had worked hard for this, but a genius child is not necessarily also a genius. Olga had no talent for learning in this regard, and compared to listening to AC's lectures, she preferred training with Kaido. After the hotel incident, she believed that her strength was more important than the techniques in her mind. However, she was quite talented in fighting, provided she didn't use a kanabo. Hand-to-hand combat or weapons like daggers were her forte. Unbeknownst to anyone, she and Elizabeth had replaced the illusions at the back of the original squad and followed the patrol soldiers deeper into the base. Meanwhile, in the prison of the G4 base, Kaido was tied up like a Zongzi, but this did not affect his sound sleep. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like a makeshift prison. It had originally just been a wine cellar, as evidenced by the scattered barrels around. The Navy base did not prohibit alcohol. It was common for off-duty Navy personnel to get drunk, and on-duty personnel could also drink, although the amount was limited. Smoking and drinking were necessities within the base, as the people relied on them to vent their emotions, knowing that pirates could appear at any moment, and they might die in battle at any time. Admiral Hadra, you should take a break. You haven't slept in 3 days. An old man sat on a chair in front of the temporary prison. Ever since Kaido had mysteriously appeared here, he had personally guarded the place. No, this is a pirate with a bounty of 573 billion. You can't handle him. Isn't there sea-stone handcuffs? If he is a devil fruit user, he should be powerless by now. The purity of those sea-stone handcuffs is too low, and the total amount is too small. It might not be able to completely restrain him. This is a remnant of rocks. The prison ship from headquarters will arrive tomorrow. Once this matter is resolved, I can apply for retirement when I return to the headquarters. Chapter 54. Do you believe in fate? The flag was firmly planted, and his concerns were not without reason. The purity of Hylu stone can be adjusted simply by changing the proportion of pyrobroin within it. However, this technology is a closely guarded secret of Weno country, and only the craftsmen of Weno possess this skill. Hylu stone is incredibly hard and difficult to process, and the mineral content is random. The purity of the Hylu stone handcuffs in the hands of the Navy depends on the purity of the ore. G4. Being located in the earlier segment and having a previous base commander who was a staunch hawk advocated for extermination rather than capture. As a result, most of the Hylu stone handcuffs in the base were taken away to support allied units. Devil fruit users are not common. Many times, one might not encounter even a single one for months. Having 1 or 2 on standby is sufficient. Vice Admiral, are you being overly cautious? This is a Navy base. What could possibly happen? Have you forgotten the lessons of Branch 277 so quickly? Vice Admiral, that was a branch of the 4 Seas. This is the Grand Line. We're not like those people. Besides, I've doubled the sentries. You can rest assured. However, they did not notice that with the arrival of new soldiers, 2 individuals who should not have been in Kaido's prison had appeared. As for how they got in, this was a makeshift prison, sized according to Kaido's physique. And since Kaido's arms are thicker than Olga's waist, the temporary prison designed specifically to confine him was no different from being unguarded for Olga. However, by this time, she was already sweating. Using her devil fruit power consumed stamina. Although she was over 100 years old, her physical age was still over 8, and maintaining this illusion for so long was already impressive. Creating an illusion of Kaido still being bound, she signaled to Elizabeth to unlock the chains. She had acquired this ability after her transformation as a devil fruit user, and while Hylu stone would affect her, Elizabeth was different. It was not influenced by the devil fruit. Facing Kaido's chains, it concentrated a stream of water at its fingertips and then injected the water into the keyhole. With a series of clicks, the chains began to noticeably loosen. Relative to this, Olga encountered a new difficulty: how to wake up a drunkard. She had only two options for retreat: either wake Kaido and have him charge them out, or declare the mission a failure and wait for Arceus to rescue them. In fact, she did not know that Arceus had an idea. Once he found the fighting-type tablet, he would have most of the beast pirates learn how to wake Kaido up with a slap, so he wouldn't sleep through everything. Well, being drunk and asleep is still being asleep. It's equally effective. She was almost pulling Kaido's beard off, and Elizabeth had already pried open the lock. But Kaido showed no intention of waking up. In the end, she had no choice but to see some remaining barrels of alcohol nearby. Although Kaido, reeking of alcohol, looked completely drunk, she could only fight fire with fire at this point. Carrying a barrel of alcohol, she walked over to Kaido and poured it over him. As it turned out, this method was effective. "Burp kid, what are you doing? Do you want a drink too?" Kaido burped and sat up against the wall, looking disdainfully at the chains on him, then continued to drink. "Captain Kaido, can you be a little more appropriate? This is a Navy base. It's not a place for you to drink." The tension was palpable, as this was her first official operation at a Navy base. However, she had long since developed a thick skin. Once, she had been timid, but after spending over 100 years in the belly of a sea king, she had experienced too much: dinosaurs, poisonous plants, gastric acid tsunamis, carnivorous plants. Surviving was already quite an achievement. Olga's words seemed to have brought Kaido back to his senses. Looking at the silent Kaido, Olga thought he understood the current situation. "All right, Captain Kaido, the Navy outside hasn't discovered my illusion yet. Let's hurry back to the ship." To her, leaving now was all that mattered, especially since there was an entire base of Navy personnel outside. Moreover, the time limit on her illusion was about to expire. But the next second, she saw Kaido in tears, and an ominous feeling washed over her. When Kaido got drunk, he either fell into a deep sleep or acted crazy. This was something everyone on the ship knew, and one of the biggest signs of his drunken antics was losing emotional control and starting to cry. The next moment, he threw the barrel of alcohol hard, smashing it against the outer railing. "Ugh. I'm really useless. Captured by the Navy, and I need a rookie to save me. Damn it, bastards," he shouted as he began smashing the walls around him. "Hey, Captain Kaido, if you keep this up, my illusion will not hold." Under Kaido's drunken rampage, Olga's stamina was already unable to maintain the illusion. In fact, it had little significance to continue, because when Kaido smashed the barrel against the railing, the Navy outside noticed the anomaly. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Several guns were pointed at the makeshift prison, and, at the same time, several cannons were also turned in their direction. For ordinary Navy soldiers, firearms were still the most comforting thing. Compared to Olga and Elizabeth, who had suddenly appeared beside Kaido, Hadro focused on the chains on the ground, which implied that Kaido was now unbound. Illusion. A devil fruit user? Damn it. An unbound Kaido would surely wreak havoc here, but contrary to his expectations, Kaido seemed to have no intention of going on a killing spree. He simply grabbed Olga and Elizabeth in each hand and transformed into a giant dragon, bursting out of the prison right in front of countless Navy personnel. "Your base's alcohol is not bad. See you, bastard Navy." There was no reason. He simply did not want to. He acted purely on mood. Last time he had caused widespread destruction at the research facility, but this time, he had no intention of causing damage, and even brought Olga with him. Although Olga's infiltration operation proved her capability, she was still not qualified to face an entire base of the Navy alongside Kaido. Just because he wanted to leave didn't mean the Navy wanted him to leave. Gunners adjusted the angles of their cannons, and a hail of bullets was fired at him. "Damn it, you bastards, I just want to leave." A thick pillar of fire was spewed from Kaido's mouth, causing several cannon rounds to explode in a chain reaction. Watching the Navy scramble to put out the fires, Kaido left the place with satisfaction. When they returned to the ship, they were met with a raucous celebration from the crew, who saw this as a testament to Kaido's strength. However, one person was an exception: Arceus. While the pirates below were still celebrating, Arceus found Kaido alone. "What benefit do you gain from this? Besides wasting time, what did you achieve? What is the meaning of this behavior?" Kaido's face still bore the signs of intoxication, but his gaze was very clear as he uttered something Arceus did not quite understand. "Do you believe in prophecies and fate?" Chapter 55, What Fishman Island Flies Away. "No doubt." "Oh, you have no hesitation at all?" Arceus made Kaido freeze for a moment. Although he had never discussed such matters with anyone before, wouldn't an ordinary person hesitate a bit? "No, Prophecies and fate are the most ethereal things. You cannot change the past, and you are powerless over the future. Everything depends on the present. When you know something about the future, whether you accept it or not, grasping the present is what you should do. However, he did not speak definitively, as the power of time and space is also one of his abilities, but that was in his prime. He cannot change time now. Moreover, changing time is unnecessary unless absolutely necessary. Who knows what terrible reactions could arise decades later from doing something in the past? Not to mention this rule-based power. The superpower system has the bug skill of predicting the future, but this method only predicts the opponent's action trajectory. Setting up an attack in advance where the opponent will appear after a period is still different from true time-space power. When the strong here develop their observation haki to the point of predicting the future, they can also do this. Two people who can predict the future may seem to have only fought for a second, but their minds could be like a 1,000-layer cake, going through countless layers of game theory. Are you starting to ponder life after drinking? You, of all people, actually believe in that so-called fate? Ha ha. Of course not. That's why I'm here to prove that so-called fate is nonsense. I was born in the Wok Kingdom, a place that values prophecies. At that time, someone prophesied that I would die on the battlefield. So I became the strongest soldier in the kingdom at the age of 10, and I've been living well ever since. Kaido leaned against the railing, putting on a philosopher's pose. So you're going to the Navy base, just to court death? It's not that I won't die. Don't worry, I won't die in a place like this. Even if I do die, it has to be a grand exit. But you're right. Ethereal prophecies are not worth believing. No wonder you are my partner. Ha ha ha. Saying this, he pulled out a wine gourd from who knows where, apparently planning to continue drinking. When a person is drunk, their behavior is also controlled by their subconscious. Kaido's actions may seem reckless, but they're always within a certain range. Whether it was mixing in the prison ship for food and drink in the past, or go to the G4 base to drink this time, it was all within his manageable scope. The distance to Marineford is not too far. If he really wanted to die, he could directly charge into the Navy headquarters, or plunge into the sea, or even eat a devil fruit. On one hand, he wanted to express his disdain for prophecies, and on the other, he was also training himself. For Zoan-type users, enduring continuous blows is a good way to become stronger. Some Zoan types can only truly awaken during the process of taking hits. However, when he raised the wine gourd, he found that no matter what, the wine would not drip out. Stop wasting time. If it weren't for your inexplicable 2-day delay, we should have already finished coding and appeared in the new world. After we take down that mechanical island, you can continue drinking. Kaido's actions have indirectly delayed his search for the stone tablet, and since the main component of wine is water, it is naturally within his control. Forget it. I've already drunk enough anyway. I'll drink next time. He had already drunk enough at the Navy base. He wasn't missing this moment. Boys, get ready. We're setting sail for the new world. Oh, the dangers of the new world do not need words to describe, but these pirates only feel excitement for the unknown future, with a hint of thrill in their words. I heard that to get to the new world, we have to pass through Fishman Island. Yeah, it's full of mermaids, beautiful mermaids. If only we could. Shut up. The captain hates that kind of talk the most. Do you want to get kicked by the captain? The rules on Kaido's ship are obvious. Strength is the only thing that counts. Arceus not allowing him to continue drinking is something he can accept. Besides him and Arceus, the strongest on the ship is currently Shaina. Plus, Jean is her only kind, and Olga spends her time studying and training with her, leaving few women on board. Currently, there are only 4 officers on the ship. Kaido understands the importance of skills, so he treats AC as a special officer, and although Olga is nominally an intern, she is also considered a reserve officer. The later recruited subordinates cannot really be considered true crew members. They are more like affiliated forces. Regarding life views, Quinn is relatively indifferent and somewhat dismissive of life, and Jean has a similar attitude. Though Jean does not take the initiative to kill, but acts according to Arceus and Kaido's wishes. Shaina respects life, excluding enemies, and AC is the same. Therefore, the rules of the Beast Pirates are relatively numerous. Among them, human traffickers, the Navy, world government agents, and traders are all things Shaina hates the most. At first, these subordinate pirates were not so obedient, and even reported to Kaido that Shaina wanted to seize his captain's position. However, he made 2 mistakes. First, he reported to the wrong person. Although Shaina is now an officer on the ship, she listens to Arceus. If one day Arceus plans to leave here, she will undoubtedly be the first to respond. Arceus is using Kaido's name to act, which is why Shaina temporarily joined Kaido. The second mistake is that Kaido does not care about such matters. His solution is simple: fight it out. If you win, Shaina's officer position will be yours. Then he became the chicken used to warn others, and from then on, the people on the ship became much more obedient. As for Quinn's opinion, he has none. As long as he is not at the bottom, he is very satisfied. If he cannot beat those above him, he can only bully those weaker than him. Although he works at an illegal research facility, he is a legal citizen outside until MADS disbanded, which led him to become a wanted man. Although his inappropriate thoughts about mermaids were dispelled, that couldn't stop them from fantasizing about mermaids, the most beautiful creatures in the sea. However, just as they were dreaming about the beautiful Fishman Island, Kaido personally extinguished their dreams, and the flame clouds lifted the massive ship as the beast pirates soared into the sky. Captain, aren't we going to Fishman Island? What Fishman Island? Of course. We fly right past it. Chapter 56. Feel the greetings of the New World. Fishman Island is located 1,000 meters underwater and is a necessary route to reach the New World, specifically for most pirates. The Red Line divides the Grand Line into two, and as the area where the world government has the deepest influence, especially with the residents of the Celestial Dragons at Mariewa, the security forces here are extremely powerful. Illegal pirates are not qualified to pass through here, so they can only take risks and choose Fishman Island in the deep sea. This world has submarines, but most pirates cannot obtain such high-tech equipment, and the only way to enter Fishman Island is through coding. However, humans are ultimately not marine creatures, and the deep sea is filled with countless dangers, whether from sea kings or underwater volcanoes, which can pose deadly threats to ships. Once the coating is damaged, it means shipwreck and loss of life, as the immense water pressure can instantly kill most people. Moreover, coding is a technical task, and in the first half of the journey, only Sabeti Archipelago has coding craftsmen. Among them, there are both skilled craftsmen who create safe and reliable coatings and unreliable scammers, whose coatings are a countdown to death, with risks of rupture at any moment. It would be unfortunate if the coating failed shortly after diving, but if it breaks in the deep sea, the consequences would be unbearable, not to mention the abilities of those who are inherently poor swimmers. Even Kaido would have no way to survive if he sank to the bottom of the sea, which is why he never intended to go through Fishman Island. Fishman Island is a necessary passage for ordinary pirates, but he is not an ordinary pirate. He has large-scale flying capabilities, like the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion. When the Golden Lion personally takes action, he certainly flies over with his own ship from the sky. The same logic applies to Kaido. Although they cannot pass through the Red Line like the Navy and ordinary people, they can fly over it, albeit with a slight detour, avoiding flying directly over Mariewa. In the clouds, the Beast Pirates took a shortcut over the Red Line, with a group of pirates on board feeling disappointed for not seeing any mermaids. After nearly a year away from the research facility, they finally arrived in the New World, where the waters are more dangerous and the climate more variable compared to the first half's paradise. The first challenge the Beast Pirates faced was a thunderstorm in the sky. This was a true thunderstorm, characterized by lightning without any rain. Darkness enveloped the sky, and the sound of colliding electrical charges echoed continuously. Dense lightning struck the ship's deck like rain, instilling immense fear in these pirates who had just arrived in the New World. They also realized the kind of power Arceus, who held a high position on the ship, possessed. A beam of light shot from Arceus into the sky, and the thunderclouds dispersed instantly, transforming the area back into a clear sunny day. In the pirate world, the strong are revered. Previously, they obeyed Arceus due to Shaina's martial prowess. But now they were awed by Arceus's ability to change the weather, increasing their respect for the holy beast manifold. Establishing authority requires choosing the right moment. Unlike Kaido, who bears a high bounty and does not wish to display his power like a performing monkey, this was just the right time for him, marking his first public display of power. One more thing, the intense thunderstorm had disturbed his rest. As for ability modifications, these individuals had not yet qualified for his modification abilities. Even Kaido had not brought this up, as abilities are meant for those with strength. These people must at least hone their skills in the New World environment for a while, or possess some special ability that is valued. The clear sky he created and the one used by Jean were on entirely different levels. Even the most troublesome weather in the New World was insignificant to him. However, as the beast ship left the area, the dense thunderstorm returned to fill the sea once more. This made the people on a nearby island breathe a sigh of relief, as selling umbrellas was an important economic source for this island. Without this economic source, it would be much harder for them to pay their tributes. The beast ship soon docked at this island, needing to restock supplies, such as the unique recording pointers of the New World. Due to the special magnetic field of the Grand Line, traditional compasses and navigational tools lose their effectiveness. To navigate the Grand Line, recording pointers are indispensable. They can capture the magnetic signal of the next island and record it. Before reaching a destination, the direction of the recording pointer does not change. Thus, upon reaching each island, it takes several hours to several months to fill the recording compass, allowing them to set off for the next island. This also contributed to the delay in Arceus' search for the stone tablets. Sailing on the sea is already quite laborious, and encountering islands with longer signal storage times wastes even more time. After all, islands with eternal pointers are quite rare. It was already like this in Paradise, and sailing the New World becomes even more perilous. The magnetic field in the New World is more chaotic than in Paradise. The previous thunderstorm was a manifestation of this magnetic field, and other bizarre phenomena such as icebergs or even raining knives are not unheard of, even without enemies. Navigating in the New World is incredibly dangerous. Recording pointers can ensure a safe passage in the first half, but once in the New World, the once reliable recording pointers become unreliable. However, this does not pose a challenge to those making a living at sea. Upgraded recording pointers soon emerged. They look similar to ordinary recording pointers, but with 2 additional dials, and the single pointer becomes 3, providing more options to select the safest route. The safer the route, the lower the fluctuation frequency of the recording pointer. Normal pirates would choose a relatively safe route from the options available. Every island in the New World has its own overlord, and if one does not wish to provoke them, ordinary pirates generally abide by local rules. Even the great pirates are no exception. Otherwise, it means declaring war. At this moment, the Beast Pirates had no intention of initiating conflict. They were still in a developmental phase, so the money exchanged for John's treasure came into play here, allowing them to purchase a large amount of supplies, including over a dozen recording pointers. These items are necessary supplies for precaution, and to prevent damage from various factors such as storms, ships usually store several spares. Unchanged amidst the lightning was the newsbirds flying in the sky, their newspapers always able to convey new messages. Brother Kaido, Holy Beast, there's new news in the newspaper. Chapter 57. The strongest organization. Photographer, Beast Kaido, Bounty 1, 6 billion berries, life or death irrelevant. The news they brought was not particularly shocking. Just an update on the bounty, with Kaido's bounty rounded up to 6 billion berries, and they even changed his photo, adding a beast prefix. It seems that in the eyes of the Navy, Kaido escaping from the branch base is no longer a big deal. This is partly related to Olga, as Kaido was not the one who escaped on his own, but was rescued. Although Olga and Elizabeth merely unlocked the door, the Navy does not see it that way. They attribute a significant part of Kaido's escape to Olga. The reasoning is simple. Letting a pirate escape from the custody of a branch commander is a completely different concept from being rescued by others. Although both situations are embarrassing, being broken out of prison is far better than allowing the prisoner to escape on their own. This is also part of Hadro's operation. As a nearly retired vice admiral, he feels helpless about this incident. If the coastal defense cannons hadn't fired, Kaido could have left the base without any casualties. However, Kaido's counterattack in response to the attack inflicted considerable damage on them, with a prisoner escaping and the base being damaged. The branch commander naturally has to take responsibility for it, so his retirement benefits were downgraded from vice admiral to rear admiral, which is not a particularly harsh punishment. This is related to how he defined the matter. He defined Kaido's escape as interference from external factors. The cost of this was that Olga and Elizabeth also received their own bounties. The strongest agents in this world are not the CP0, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, nor the lesser-known CP9, nor the underground world's detectives. The title of the strongest belongs to the photographers of the world government and the Navy. Bounty notices require photos, and most of those photos come from photographers, ranging from small-time pirates to monsters like rocks. As long as someone is wanted by the world government, no one can escape the lens of a photographer. Whether in the Sky Islands or the depths of Fishman Island, their figures can always be found. In terms of covert photography, they are undoubtedly the best in the world. Unless in rare cases where photographers forget to remove the lens cap, no one can escape their cameras. Olga and Elizabeth's photos made it to the bounty notices, but these photographers are not omnipresent. At least Olga and Elizabeth's true appearances have not been exposed. They are merely depicted as the figures of Zoroark and the faceless assassin standing atop Kaido's flame clouds. Although the Navy couldn't take Kaido down, they did manage to capture the photos. These were not taken by the surveillance Den Mushi inside the base. Those Den Mushi captured the illusions created by Olga's powers, and it was only when Olga was exhausted that her transformed appearance was finally photographed. Since the beast had not made any significant moves previously, the bounty notice didn't even include their names, only labeling them as prison breakers. And both of their bounties were uniformly set at 50 million. Olga did not engage in direct combat, and the Navy didn't even figure out whose power the illusions belonged to. Was this such a small matter? For Kaido, the update of the bounty was not a big deal. He had long passed the age of being happy about being wanted. No, the remaining matters are the Navy's concerns. The family of the Navy Headquarters Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, has been killed. As soon as the words left his mouth, an energy hand composed of evil energy snatched away the newspaper he was holding. The death of Zephyr's family is one of the significant events in Arceus' memory. This signifies a change in the mindset of a generation of Navy admirals. Although he retained his admiral rank due to his superior's request, he has since stepped back into the background, becoming the Navy's chief instructor and training a large number of foundational members for the Navy in the years to come. Fire and water are quite inconvenient when handling paper items. The 4 stone slabs allowed his powers to gradually improve, and he became adept at using various energy hands. Zephyr is indeed pathetic. The newspaper reported in detail that Zephyr's family was unfortunately attacked, and the world government expressed deep condolences, stating that the murderer has been captured by the Navy and taken to Impel Down. Not killing pirates, yet having all his family killed by pirates. This is the price he paid for adhering to his principle of not killing. Moreover, the relatives of a headquarters admiral were not provided with adequate protection, allowing a few unknown pirates to kill them. And these pirates were not immediately executed. This is even more absurd. Perhaps Zephyr offended someone, leading to a conspiracy, and his status with the world government is indeed somewhat problematic. There are countless pirates on the sea, and more than one person can take on the position of Shichibukai. Yet they chose someone who had his arm severed and whose disciple was killed. This is basically rubbing salt in a wound. If anyone had a normal brain, they wouldn't have acted this way. Impel Down is a place of suffering, and everyone knows this, but blood debts must be repaid. Only by taking revenge can one find some inner peace. Zephyr would do this not only because of the Navy's regulations, but also because he has adhered to those regulations to such an extent, aside from being pathetic. He doesn't know what else to say. This is the Navy, countless rules, the lapdog of the celestial dragons. However, the food on the prison ship is indeed quite good. Kaido has a bias against the Navy and holds a resistant attitude, which is quite normal. You can't expect a pirate to praise the Navy. People always find a more reasonable explanation for their actions. At first, his resistance to the Navy wasn't that high until the king of the Wa Kingdom forcibly made him participate in the Navy's world conscription. His rebellious mentality determined that he would take this path and spend his youth on Rock's ship. Initially, he was also able to question his compatriots, asking why they would be dogged for the celestial dragons and why they would contribute the gold from the sky. The death of Zephyr's family was like a warning bell ringing again, and it severely slapped the Navy in the face. As the highest combat power of the Navy, the safety of his family could not be guaranteed, leading to a decrease in the number of recruits signing up for the Navy. However, this refers to the grassroots soldiers. Some talented individuals saw the chaos on the sea and chose to become pirates, while others joined the Navy to realize their ideals. Speaking of which, your granted abilities also vary in strength, right? Kaido suddenly asked the question while sending his subordinates to transport supplies. Of course, what you see now are relatively strong ones. If I had to say, Quinn is probably the weakest. After all, his ability is the least physically demanding. What's wrong? Nothing. Just remember to reserve a stronger ability for me. There's still 14 more to find. Chapter 58. This island is my territory now. Are you all impatient? Your transformation consumes too much, and your current power isn't strong enough for a proper transformation. Arceus thought Kaido wanted to transform himself, but the Azure Dragon is already a top-tier mythical beast, and ordinary power isn't suitable for him. Moreover, transforming a mythical beast requires even more effort. They already possess unique abilities, and adding new abilities while retaining the original capabilities is a technical task. Although Arceus hasn't dealt with mythical beasts before, he has estimated Kaido's potential. If transforming a mythical beast, it's not just a transformation, but an addition of abilities, which manifests externally as a special dual fruit ability user. Jean can only transform into a fossilized pterosaur and cannot transform into a toothless pterosaur. If he were a mythical beast, he could transform into both his pre-transformation form and his post-transformation form. No, it's not prepared for me. My current ability is sufficient, and I can't just rely on my abilities. That sword dance enhancement is enough for me for a long time. I'm just planning to prepare an ability for my future child. Huh. Arceus didn't quite grasp Kaido's train of thought, as this discussion had shifted to future children. Zifa's child died, but ultimately, his family was too weak. If his child had the power to resist, wouldn't the outcome have been different? But that's just a 3-year-old child. I wasn't that weak at 3. In any case, my child can't be like Zifa. They need to start training early and help me arrange for a stronger ability, like Shaina's. Abilities vary in strength, and the way they are granted also varies in strength. Undoubtedly, Shaina received the most, and Kaido is well aware that her ability won't be restrained by sea prism stone or water, which is already a huge advantage. Subordinates don't matter. The offspring must be arranged with the best. Let's talk about this when you have children, but that training method. Can little kids handle it? Olga is a special case. Don't worry, I know my limits, and besides, my bloodline can't possibly be weak. Then it's settled. But whether the ability is strong or weak depends on the tablets of these few years. Rest assured, once we occupy that island, we'll immediately arrange for Quinn to start research, and, at the same time, we'll expand our forces and increase manpower. As long as that thing isn't hidden away, we will eventually find it. You little ones, speed up. We are about to set sail. Zifa has retreated behind the scenes, marking the beginning of a new era for the Navy, and the pirate world is the same, but even more brutal. The weak retreat, the strong emerge, and the powers in the new world are constantly in a shuffling environment. The world government announced the causes of death for pirates like John, emphasizing that Prit could have taken all the treasures, hoping to lure him out. However, they failed to draw him out, and instead, certain sea areas in the new world became even more chaotic. Most of the islands in the new world have owners, and with 3 major pirates gone, it means 3 territories have opened up. Everyone wants a piece of that meat. The Golden Lion did not get involved in this matter because the territories of those 3 were too far from him. Among them, Wang Ji's territory became Whitebeard's possession, while Silver Axe's territory was occupied by Charlotte Linlin. She acted first, choosing to strike while Silver Axe was still unaccounted for. Well, Kaido, you've really done me a big favor. Now, Charlotte Linlin is looking at the newspaper in her new territory. She doesn't believe that the news released by the world government, combined with Kaido's previous contact, is unrelated. However, there are currently no points of conflict between her and Kaido, so there's no need to leak this matter. Besides, she has a new plan for having children soon. The last remaining territory of John, due to its special location, is caught between several powers, leading to the major powers not taking action and leaving it as a buffer zone. Instead, a group of newcomers and pirates without fixed territories are scrambling for it. Almost all surrounding islands have owners, with only the main island still undecided. The nearby pirates have almost divided into 2 factions. One faction consists of newcomers who have just arrived in the new world and have not yet realized its brutality, including several supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million. The other part consists of those who have been mingling here for a long time, who understand the new world well but lack sufficient strength and do not want to join other powers, so they can only wander the seas without a fixed territory. Among them are those born in the New World and pirates who have come from the first half and other seas over the years. Ability users, swordsmen, cannons. Various abilities are colliding in the islands and nearby seas to determine the ownership of this place. At the same time, a third-party force has emerged. A guard team spontaneously formed by the adults on the island to ensure the safety of the islanders. Their strength is average. But this is an island with a developed heavy industry, and there is already a military factory on it. The arms trade is not uncommon in the New World, and arms are also hard currency here. Besides ordinary guns and cannons, they even got coastal defense cannons from the military factory. They secured a portion of safe space for themselves. No one wants to be in a situation where cannonballs suddenly fall on their heads during a fight with other pirate crews. However, food on the island is running low. This is a winter island, and most of the food relies on outside supplies. Once the fighting between pirates began, the surrounding supply transport was halted. With low profits and more risks, naturally, no one would engage in such business. Honestly, they are eagerly hoping that the pirate conflicts will cease soon. Meanwhile, what the pirates are doing now aligns with their hopes. Both sides realized they couldn't do anything to each other, so the pirates began to sit down for talks, intending to form a larger pirate alliance. Together, they would huddle for warmth in the brutal new world. So starting today, our pirate alliance is established. Before the alliance toast could be raised, a distant sound came, followed by a series of explosions getting closer and closer to them. The atmosphere at the negotiation table instantly turned tense, and both sides of pirates entered standoff. Eolia, you really haven't given up, have you? Stop talking nonsense, Mayor. I don't need to go through so much trouble to kill you. However, no one put down their guns. It was clear that no one trusted the other. Even though they were here to form an alliance, they were still wary of each other. At that moment, the outer door was pushed open and a person stumbled in. And no, it's bad, Captain. Someone is attacking us. Before the words fell, the half-open door behind them flew out and embedded itself into the wall behind them. From today onward, this island is my territory. Chapter 59. This is the monster of the new world. The door shattered, and a chilling wind rushed into the room. This is a winter island, but winter islands also have 4 seasons. It's just that the summer here is almost colder than the winter on summer islands. The cold wind that seeped into their collars made them shiver involuntarily. To be precise, this chill was not solely due to the weather. It was also significantly related to Kaido. Without transforming into his dragon or giant dragon forms, but merely using his human form, Kaido had already fought his way here alone. A person's actions require some motivation, and Kaido was that type. He was about to reach a breaking point. Due to drinking at naval base earlier and messing things up, Arceus had set him a small goal, to quit drinking before establishing a solid base. At that time, he was not sober and was discussing what kind of abilities his future child should have, and he had mindlessly agreed to it, to the point where he was almost suffering from withdrawal during this period. He might not keep his word with outsiders, but he took his promises to his own people seriously. Although he and Arceus were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, they were still very closely allied. His current thought was to deal with these guys and then have a banquet to drink heartily. The ship had not yet docked when he charged ahead alone. Although these people were fighting fiercely here, it was ultimately because the notable pirates of the New World had not turned their gaze this way. Whether they were young newcomers to the New World who didn't know their place, or the losers struggling for survival in the cracks of the New World, they were all the same type to Kaido, weaklings. Well, this island is now my territory. Does anyone have an opinion? This was the meeting point for these 2 groups of pirates, and, of course, there was a lot of alcohol. Now that he was here, it was about time. His agreement with Arceus was to occupy this island first, and now that he had arrived, he assumed he had already taken over. So having a drink was no big deal. Moreover, he did not sense any threats from the people present, so in front of these pirates, Kaido grabbed a nearby wine jar, which he could still see was labeled with a big character for wine. He raised the wine jar high, disregarding everyone, and started drinking. The scene became a bit strange. These pirates were actually stunned, and the silence was eventually broken by the sound of a gunshot. Watching Kaido's throat moving as the wine flowed down, someone raised their flintlock pistol. Not sure if it was poor aim or nerves, the shot went wide. But after the gun fired, all that remained in Kaido's hand was a shattered wine jar, with most of the wine spilling onto the floor. This gunshot became a signal. The next moment, gunfire erupted in the room, and some even lifted shoulder-mounted cannons. Kaido's position was shrouded in the smoke of gunpowder. And it wasn't until they ran out of ammunition that they finally stopped. Is he dead? He should be dead, right? No one who can withstand so many cannonballs would be a madman like him. Would they? But why do we open fire? He came here alone. I don't know. You fired, so I just followed suit. Some scattered conversations emerged as many didn't understand Kaido's seemingly bizarre behavior. But when the smoke cleared, what appeared before their eyes was an unharmed Kaido. It seems you all disagree with my ownership of this island, and you even spill my wine. Do you know how many days I haven't had a drink? The Kanabo swung out, and the invisible force struck the first person who shot. Their broken body flying through the air like a rag doll, finally landing in the fire pit where they were warming themselves. The flames ignited their clothes, and under the high temperature, the flesh carbonized, sending a stench of charred meat into the air, but quickly dissipated in the cold wind. The pirates present had no time to deal with a dead person because they were facing an enraged Kaido. Whether it was the previously high and mighty captain or the lackeys standing guard at the door, they were all the same. No one could withstand Kaido's attacks. This was the chasm of power disparity. Kaido achieved a strange equality among these people through absolute force. How could this be? How could there be such a monster? The ones expressing this doubt were the pirates who had just arrived in the New World. For them, who had no clear understanding of the New World, the enemies they initially encountered were still within their comprehension. Although they were stronger, they could still be killed. But a monster like Kaido, swords would break, and cannonballs would leave only some black ash. Even those arrogant ability users on the ship before faced the same fate against Kaido's attacks. Fear spread among the crowd, and those nearby began to think about escaping. Those closer to the edge started trying to flee this death zone. Kaido did not stop these people. This time he was no longer a lone commander. Outside the door lay a group of fallen pirates, the destruction caused when Kaido charged in. running on the loose snow, one deep and one shallow. He occasionally turned back to look. He wanted to reach the ship docked at the port and leave this place, escape this hellish new world. Kaido's physical strength had already shattered his inherent concepts. Ahead was a corner. As long as he turned here, he would see the port by the sea. Then he crashed into a pillar, looking up to see that it was not a pillar at all, but a peculiar brontosaurus standing there. The area where the ships were originally docked had also been turned into chaos. Kaido had charged in too fast before, completely leaving the rest of the beasts behind, and the remaining members of the beasts began to deal with the surrounding pirates left behind. These pirates were weaker than those in the venue, but there were many more of them. The main function of the cannon fodder subordinates Kaido recruited was to fill the scene or operate the ship's cannons. In terms of grassroots combat power, they were not much stronger than these pirates. However, at the cadre level of high-end combat power, the pirates here were thoroughly crushed. There was no need for Arceus to take action. Flames, giant rocks, and the abilities of the Leaf Blade Phantom Beast caused devastating damage. And most of the enemy's cannons had also fallen silent. Under Elizabeth's precise sniping, those gunners had no chance to fire, even hiding in the cabin. The water bullets fired by Elizabeth's sniper were enough to penetrate the ship's wooden boards. Although a single punishment light shard could destroy all pirate ships for Arceus, it was unnecessary. These people were subordinates, not invited lords. If they could do nothing, what use were they? Moreover, they had no objections to this matter. For these pirates, fighting was the most normal thing in the world. If anyone on the entire ship had the most complex feelings, it would undoubtedly be Ashi. Chapter 60. Surrender and Resistance. Olga was also caught up in the battle. Unlike Shaina, who single-handedly challenged the ship, it was still a bit early for her. She joined the low-level thugs of the Beast Pirates, working alongside the ordinary pirates. Although she was over 100 years old for Ashier, the years spent in the belly of the Sea King felt like time had stopped. To him, Olga was still that little girl who hadn't yet celebrated her 10th birthday. This was not the life she should have had, but she had no choice but to accept it. Ever since the kidnapping incident, Olga seemed to have matured a lot. She realized the importance of power and began to crave it. However, gaining power comes at a cost, and her current experiences were part of that price. Ashier felt somewhat guilty about this. He believed it was all Pure Gold's fault. But without Pure Gold, Olga, who had lived over 100 years, could not endure the heat of the South Sea Emperor. Ultimately, it was the person who leaked Pure Gold's information who caused the consequences. He was not idle either. He carried a box of shells to a gunner's side. Life had become this way, and lacking any real combat ability, he could only find ways to help. Using this, Ashier was at least considered a cadre within the Beast Pirates, and since he was a scientific talent, Kaido did not allow his subordinates to threaten his safety. He was already a top-tier chemist and materials scientist. During this time away, he reacquainted himself with knowledge and accepted the changes in the world over the past century. With Quinn's help, he modified the gunpowder based on existing formulas, increasing the firepower of the shells. However, since it was still in the experimental phase, there were not many of these shells. "Wow, Brother Ashier, your shells are powerful," the gunner exclaimed in genuine admiration as he looked at the explosion radius of the shells. "Fire a few more shots in that direction." After instructing the gunner to target Olga's direction, Ashier returned to the cabin. Staying outside would only cause more chaos. Despite being outnumbered, they had overwhelming firepower, superior combat strength, and air superiority. The resisting pirates were quickly killed, and most of the remaining ones chose to surrender. The thugs of the Beast Pirates played their maximum role in guarding the captives. Some pirates tried to escape to find their captain, and Quinn had just been chasing those individuals when a returning pirate bumped into him. Caught between two forces, this newly formed pirate alliance was on the verge of disbanding. But from the distant sky came the sound of a shell gliding through the air. A shell much larger than the usual ones was flying toward them. For the strong in the pirate world, dealing with shells was not a difficult task. A humanoid form of Jean flew through the sky, with metallic wings gleaming. He split the massive shell in two, grabbing the halves and throwing them away to destroy the incoming shell from behind. The modified human beast form was much more convenient than traditional bird-type devil fruit users, since their hands would turn into wings in that form. That direction, is it not the pirate's base? Yes, Lord Divine Beast. That area is where the civilians live on the island. Shaina, you and Jean go and tell them to stop resisting. Be gentle with the civilians. After all, this will be our territory in the future. Civilians were different from pirates. They were the original inhabitants of the island. They couldn't just drive all the people on the island to extinction. Moreover, they would need to develop in the future, and the population was the foundation of the economy, so they couldn't treat them like other pirates. Understood. We'll handle it well, Jean. Let's go. The red and gray figures flew toward the direction of the incoming shell and quickly disappeared into the sky. All right, now let's see how this guy Kaido is doing. The remaining people, except for those left to guard, followed Arceus to Kaido. Gabul, who ordered you to fire the cannon? A conflict erupted in the area where civilians lived on the island because the captain of the guard fired the coastal defense cannon toward the pirate base without the village chief's consent. Do you know how much effort I put into making those pirates abandon their attack on us? Even if you don't care about this, are you not concerned about little Gabul and your mother's safety? A bearded man was pushed aside as the village chief stood in front of the cannon, his tone filled with anger and helplessness. This is an opportunity. Those pirates seem to be having a major conflict. If we can take advantage of it to eliminate them, we will be free. Our food is only enough to last for one more day. We can't save anymore. Just look at what we've been eating these days. Gabul pointed to the food in the pot nearby, which looked like boiled potatoes with a lot of water. They've been living on this watery soup for days. Gabul, those are pirates. I know, but we have weapons too. Why not stand up and resist them? They aren't strong like John. They will fear the cannons. We have the capability to resist. The civilians' goal was merely to survive. Even if there was a way out, most would choose to yield, which was also the reason this island previously belonged to John. However, now the pirate struggle was almost forcing them to their deaths. He then pointed at a few people standing behind him who agreed with his idea and participated in the cannon fire. They are still fighting. We still have the strength to resist. If we wait a few more days and they don't end it, outside merchant ships won't come near here. Are we going to starve to death here? While they are in a death struggle, we can catch them off guard. As long as we solve them, this fight will end. Gabul, you're too young. Those are pirates. They are merely compromising with us to avoid being ambushed. If you force them onto a battlefield, once they set aside their disputes to deal with us first, what will you do? In that case, just hand me over to calm their anger. But now is our chance to resist. We cannot place our hopes on the pirates. If that kind of thing really happens, village chief, remember to take care of little Gabul and my mother. Those willing to resist, pick up your guns and follow me. However, Gabul soon noticed that the expressions of those people were a bit off, as if they were looking at the sky. When he turned around, he saw Shaina and Jean flying in the air. You were the ones who fired the cannon just now. This island is already the territory of the beast pirates. We can overlook the cannon fire incident. Now, put down your weapons and stop resisting. Chapter 61. This is a notification. Not a discussion. The sight of Shaina and Jean in the sky instilled fear in many people. Their beastly faces and flying wings made them seem beyond the realm of humanity. The residents of the New World are not necessarily well informed. There are many weak individuals here, and the more dangerous seas and battles among various pirates have made communication between the islands even more isolated. The perspectives of the island residents depend largely on the level of the conquerors. Some islands still live in primitive tribal lifestyles, where those with abilities may even be revered as deities. Although John was an ability user, he never revealed his powers in front of outsiders, and, in his lifetime, he was a notorious pirate, making it rare for anyone to invade his territory. Most of the island's inhabitants had not seen many ability users in their decades of life. Besides, they were just ordinary civilians. It didn't require ability users to deal with them, as a few ordinary pirates with knives and guns were enough to intimidate them. Ability users, relying on their bizarre powers, typically hold positions of leadership within pirate crews. These individuals have more significant roles, and as long as there is no large-scale rebellion among the residents, they do not intervene. However, both the man referred to as Gaber and the village chief are not unfamiliar with ability users. A significant part of their ability to become leaders on the island stems from their broader knowledge and stronger problem-solving skills. Beast pirates, newcomers. The war that had erupted on the island had been ongoing for a long time, and during this time, the newsbirds had not come close. Those newsbirds know how to avoid danger and do not deliver messages to places where life is threatened. Therefore, the people on the island have lacked understanding of external events during this time and are unfamiliar with the recently emerging beast pirates. Kaido's previous style of operation did not provoke the Navy. His focus was on the New World, and the incident of drunkenly stumbling into a Navy base brought the newly formed beast pirates into the public eye. According to past conventions, the beast pirates could be considered an emerging pirate crew. If not for the fact that Kaido's pirate career had already been long-standing, he would undoubtedly be a supernova among this group of pirates, even if they did not understand the beasts. Gaber and others were clear about one thing. There had not been a pirate crew called the Beasts among the previous pirates, and the pirate flag they carried had a completely new design. This island is truly plagued with disasters. If you have the ability to deal with other pirates, we can accept your rule, but we will never lay down our weapons. Before the village chief could finish speaking, Gaber interjected, tightening his grip on the short gun in his hand. In his view, the island's safety must not be entrusted to an outsider. They must have enough self-defense power to prevent pirates from committing even more outrageous acts. Gaber, enough. Gentlemen, he is not. You seem to have misunderstood something. We are not here to discuss or negotiate with you. We are here to notify you that you have two choices: accept or be forced to accept. Arceus's demand was for them to cease resistance, with the additional condition of using milder means. Otherwise, their earlier act of firing could already be considered a declaration of war. However, milder means do not mean sitting down to negotiate. Appropriate force and intimidation are also essential. Thus, Shaina's gaze turned to the giant cannon, and her right leg, ablaze with flames, kicked the cannon's body, sending the imposing weapon that had intimidated the earlier pirates flying. In the winter, one could still see the melting traces on the cannon's barrel. The island's cannon-making technology is indeed impressive. No wonder Quinn praises the mechanical level of this island so highly. I thought you held back. I didn't use my full strength, but it didn't achieve the effect I expected. I thought I could shatter the cannon directly. Jean and Shaina quietly commented on the island's technology, while those on the island, aside from the still defiant Gaber, saw the few who originally supported him lower their weapons. Shaina and Jean were on a completely different level from the earlier pirates. However, in Jin's eyes, this was the last stubborn one. Over the past year, Jean had grown rapidly due to superior nutrition. For ordinary people, growing 10 centimeters in a year is impressive, but in just over a year, Jean had grown over a meter, surpassing the realm of ordinary humans and crossing the 3-meter mark. Shaina's height change was not as dramatic. She is now around 1.90 meters. Even among the same race, their individual genes can differ significantly, and at just 15 years old, they still have considerable room for growth. While there are many who are extraordinarily tall, the majority of ordinary people remain of normal size. Size does not necessarily represent strength, but it does imply greater intimidation. Moreover, Jean, dressed in all black, appeared far more menacing than Shaina. The fossil pterosaur did not have a mask like the fiery chicken. Although its appearance changed after modification into a human-animal form, it still retained some original features. Jean still chose a tightly fitted special uniform like in the original timeline. Gaber, just let it go. Didn't we come here the same way before? Yes, these are the same kinds of monsters as John's subordinates back then. We can't defeat them. Those around began to persuade Gaber. Their resolve was not particularly strong, and it was only under Gaber's urging that they decided to rise up in resistance. When such individuals encounter forces beyond their comprehension, they will naturally retreat, especially when Shaina and Jean have left them ample room for retreat. An island ruled by a pirate is not an unacceptable situation in the New World. Some even willingly pay a high price to enter the territories of certain great pirates, which means a safer living environment. For instance, Big Mom's territory of Tado Land, although she has not yet occupied several islands, has already established a basic presence. Due to the powers of the Soul fruit, she requires those living in her territory to pay a month's worth of lifespan every 6 months as a unique protection fee. Coupled with the sporadic outbreaks of hunger sickness, her territory is highly dangerous. Big Mom forbids those who join Tado Land from leaving. So far, those who wish to leave usually have their lifespans drained. However, if calculated, the survival time in Tado Land is longer than outside, as under Big Mom's protection, few pirates would cause chaos in her territory. This winter island is similar. Although there is a flicker of rebellion, most people choose to submit. If it were not for the earlier conflicts among pirates that nearly drove these people to the brink of survival, they would not have entertained thoughts of resistance. Jin's footsteps did not falter due to their hesitation. At this moment, he had already reached the front of the crowd. Chapter 62. The chasm of force. With every step forward that Jean took, others would step back. By the time Jean reached them, only Gaber remained, representing the last will to resist. As long as this person was dealt with, even if others had thoughts of rebellion, they would be suppressed out of fear or other reasons. In Jin's mind, the simplest method was to directly kill this defiant person. After all, those who are not afraid of death are merely a minority, and under absolute military suppression, violent rule is a method many pirates choose to adopt. This would sow seeds of hatred and resistance, but as long as military dominance is maintained, rebellion would hold no possibility of success. This was not the optimal method, but it was the quickest to yield results. To Jean, everyone except the Lunarians were outsiders, and he would show no mercy to these outsiders. Arceus's request had saved his life. Gentler methods were unsuitable for direct killing, but if he continued to persist, that might not be the case. Jin's large hand gripped the barrel of Gaber's flintlock, twisting it into a mess like a piece of dough. Such a toy was useless. No one was willing to stand with you. Your resistance would only be futile, bringing nothing but sorrow to your family. Jin's palm ignited with flames. While the temperature did not match that of Shaina, killing one person was sufficient. Wait. Gaber is the best craftsman on this island. You must have occupied this island for its factories, right? If you kill him, no one will be able to match his skill. Seeing Jin's intention to strike, the village chief hesitated for a moment but still stepped in front of him, providing a very reasonable argument. The munitions produced by the factory were the main export of this island, and they were the goal of most pirates occupying this island. Gaber possessed skills that others could not reach, and this was the only leverage the village chief could think of. Being a village chief in a pirate's territory was not an easy task, especially since this was previously Captain John's domain. The notorious John was not an easy person to deal with. Reasoning with him was futile. Only profit mattered. I will persuade him to work for you. Killing him won't benefit you, will it? He did not share Gaber's strong spirit of resistance. He just wanted the islanders to live smoothly, regardless of who the ruler was, as all the pirates were the same in his eyes. To him, the firearms in hand were not enough to trade with pirates. What made those pirates willing to trade was the technology they possessed. Those complex machines were not something just anyone could handle, and most pirates did not engage in production. They needed a sufficient number of workers. Thus, the island's masters changed repeatedly, but the residents were not too affected. Who are you? I am the village chief here. When Captain John managed this place, I was also responsible for it. You better make this happen. We are here now, and if the rest of the people arrive and you still hold this thought, you will really die. The atmosphere was set. It was clear that this village chief was the actual decision-maker here, as evidenced by the reactions of those around him when he spoke. The sound of gunfire in the distance gradually diminished, indicating that all fighting had ended, both on the periphery and with Kaido. The battle is almost over. I will give you 2 hours to gather the people here, and then let a few lead us to the remaining pirate strongholds. I will go with you. I know all the pirate strongholds. Gabriel, don't worry, Chief. If I stay here, they won't feel at ease, right? Please take care of my family. He knew the locations of the strongholds because he had been planning artillery strikes, summarizing all the places where pirate ships docked. He wanted to go not because he wanted to do anything, but because he did not trust these pirates. The villagers' earlier reluctance to resist stemmed from the fact that during John's time, all those who attempted to rebel met unfortunate ends. Even though they had decent skills in hand, he did not believe Jean would let him go. In that case, it would be better not to drag his family down with him. Gaber stepped out of the safe house into the wind and snow, and everyone thought he would not return. However, 2 hours later, Gaber was brought back intact, though he appeared somewhat dazed. Some pirates also brought food. The island's food was nearly depleted, but the pirates had ample supplies on their ships. As pirates, they had more channels for resources than the islanders. After their defeat, these naturally became their spoils. Now that this island had been occupied by the beast pirates, they could not let these people starve here. After delivering the supplies, the pirates left. They were off to hold a banquet, and Kaido, having refrained from drinking for days, could no longer hold back. Gaber, how are you? What did they do to you? After the pirates moved away, many people gathered around Gaber, feeling him all over. Gaber's dazed expression led them to believe he had suffered torture, resulting in his state. I'm fine. I just saw some extraordinary things. Shaina and the others had done nothing to him. They had simply taken out hundreds of pirates and 2 pirate ships right in front of him, returning unscathed. The pirates' and combat power had already been wiped out by Kaido, and the remaining small fries could not hurt them, which made Gaber realize how powerless his resistance was. The idea of freedom he clung to was nothing but an empty talk. Glad to hear that. Chief, this is all food. It seems these people are stronger than the previous ones. Let's share it. At least we can have a full meal today. The islanders rarely had a hearty meal, and the beast pirates began their own banquet. As for the pirates who originally competed for the island's ownership, they suffered heavy losses, especially among the higher-ups of the pirate crew. Kaido, having smashed a wine barrel with more force, had no one on the scene who could withstand his furious, thunderous wrath. By the time Arceus and the others arrived at Kaido's location, the battle had long since concluded. For those pirates who surrendered, the treatment was brutal. The severely injured were given a quick end with no intention of wasting medical resources. The remaining ones willing to surrender were temporarily kept as laborers on the island. Those unwilling to surrender were executed on the spot. These people were not worth wasting time on. Moreover, now was the time for the beast to solidify their base. In the future, these individuals would become the grassroots force of the beast pirates, and they could not all be made up of prisoners. Chapter 63. Slate radar. In just a few days, the island made a simple plan, and the long-idled factory resumed operations, albeit with significant changes in its operational policies. The island's inhabitants voluntarily returned to work in the factory. Although Kaido was the captain, it was normal for the captain not to manage affairs, as there was usually another person in charge on the ship. So far, the person best at managing personnel in the Beast Pirates was Ashi, who had previously been the manager of alchemy, giving him considerable experience in this area. He was not a ruthless pirate, so he did not oppress the islanders, but instead acted like a normal manager, offering a certain salary, albeit lower than what was available outside, as this amount was considered a tax the residents needed to pay. He also established some rules regarding the island to restrict the pirates from harassing the residents without cause. Initially, there was some opposition to this, as many pirates found it incomprehensible. However, their objections were meaningless. Kaido did not care about such matters, and Ashi's actions received support from Arceus, indirectly gaining the agreement of all the officers. Queen felt indifferent about this. His interests were not harmed, and Ashi was not inflexible. He understood that these pirates were not ordinary enforcers, so he had stricter requirements for the islanders, effectively creating a hierarchy on the island. However, the residents did not rebel against these requirements. Instead, they were quite pleased, as Ashi's policies were much better than during John's rule. During John's time, they were forced to work in the factory without any compensation. Their labor was merely to ensure their survival. John's territory did not need people who were deemed unworthy, and if they could not demonstrate their value, John's crew would not provide any food. In Winter Island, this was nearly fatal. Although Ashi's work requirements were also mandatory, they provided some salary in addition to necessary food, which was a tremendous change for the islanders. As for the captured pirates, their status was even lower than that of civilians. Besides the arms trade, the island also had another business, mining. Given the climate of Winter Island, mining was undoubtedly a challenging task, so this work was assigned to the physically stronger pirates, providing an outlet for the emotions of the Beast Pirates, specifically as overseers of the mines. For these pirates, Ashi's policies had fewer restrictions. There were no special limitations on physical punishment or other forms of discipline. The flag of the Beast Pirates flew over the island, providing a sense of stability. Following this, Kaido began to expand to the surrounding islands, executing a simple policy. He would take in any pirates who voluntarily surrendered, while those who resisted would be given a chance if Kaido found them worthy. The rest would be sent directly to the nearby islands' mines and farms. Winter Island alone needed to rely on the outside world, but the nearby islands could together form a complete industrial chain, encompassing mining, manufacturing, agriculture, and more. Shaina and Jean followed Kaido to claim territory, while Arceus took Queen and Ashi to the island's factory to study items like the slate radar. Do you remember how that thing was made? Arceus observed the environment and understood the reason for the island's establishment. Every island had factories, and there was no need to choose this place merely for arms manufacturing. But surprisingly, this island had a very sophisticated machine tool capable of processing finer parts. This was also one of Mads's secret bases, and this equipment is what we left behind. With this, can you produce it? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Vegapunk only manufactured an experimental machine, and it was only a semi-finished product. But I understand the concept, and given some time, I should be able to replicate it. The conductivity of pure gold should meet the requirements. I haven't forgotten the method for producing pure gold, but there's one problem. I checked earlier, and many materials for pure gold are now banned substances. If we purchase them in large quantities, it could attract the government's attention. Haha, you can rest assured about that. This world lacks nothing but gray industries. Even the world government can't control the entire underground market, let alone in the new world. Is that so? I won't mention the common materials, but these are some scarce resources. See if you can get them. Ashi handed Queen a list of materials, which did not include ratios or synthesis methods. Simply taking it would be useless. He wasn't worried about exposing this. Upon seeing the materials list, Queen broke out in a few beads of sweat. Lord Arceus, perhaps our plan won't go as smoothly as we hoped? What's wrong? These materials are too difficult to obtain. Fresh branches and leaves of the Atom Tree, the shells of island turtles. These things are rare and expensive, but there's a way to find them with time. The problem is, some materials have long been extinct. It had been over 100 years since he manufactured pure gold, and many events had transpired during that time, including the conquest of the South Sea Emperor, which was significant in the medical field. However, many species of animals and plants had declared extinction during this period. The production of pure gold was not simply a matter of mineral synthesis. It also involved components from some animals and plants. This meant that the ring contained the last of the pure gold? It seems so. Perhaps there are still remnants in the stockpiles of ancient island or certain individuals. But Queen did not continue speaking. There was nothing he could do about materials that had gone extinct. Previously, there had been a considerable amount of pure gold in the stomach of that sea king, but he hadn't paid attention to it at the time. Now, that sea king had likely become nourishment for other creatures, and given the specific gravity of pure gold, who knew where it had been carried by ocean currents over such a long time? Finding that pure gold would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be more practical to look for the slate directly. Let's compile some of those materials and search slowly. We could try using what we have on hand first. This news did not make him very happy, but he did not express his emotions towards Ashy or Queen, as this was an uncontrollable factor. As for using time-space power to go back and find materials, by the time he had that power, he would have already restored to his peak, making such actions unnecessary. With Arceus' assistance, Queen and Ashy stayed in the laboratory for several months. However, their efforts during this time were not in vain. A slate radar with a sensing radius of about 1 kilometer was successfully created. Chapter 64, 3-line operation with a reconnaissance radius of 1 kilometer. Arceus was not satisfied with this result. This distance was far too inferior compared to his own perception range. Asai and Quinn also knew that this achievement was quite average, but they had no other options. There is nothing we can do, Lord Arceus. Although you helped us solve the problem of the reconnaissance waves. The core component of this radar is made of pure gold. Only the properties of pure gold can allow this device to operate smoothly. However, we only have a limited amount of pure gold on hand. Asai and I have already tried our best to extend its size. This is the limit of what we can do at the moment. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. He manufactured the initial test machine and improved it. While Asai solved the problem with the core components, but without the raw materials, even if they had complete technology, there was nothing they could do. This was all they could present. Even if they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. Over the past few months, not only did they overcome the technology here, but they also clarified many things, such as the fact that certain materials have disappeared from the world, and they couldn't even find them on the black market. Now, in addition to the stone tablets, the beast pirates had to search for another item, the ancient island. Only in an environment like the ancient island could there be a possibility of preservation. During this time, they also tried fishing with the pure gold they had, hoping that the Sea King might have survived, but it turned out that it did not have such luck. However, it's better than nothing. With this radar, at least they could operate in dual lines while searching for the stone tablets. This, Lord Arceus, actually with the remaining materials, we could barely make a smaller one. A 1 kilometer perception range is an ideal value. This value has the highest cost effectiveness. After this, if we want to increase the perception range, it would require more pure gold. The remaining pure gold cannot expand the range, but with slight modifications, we might be able to produce a smaller radar with a range of a few hundred meters. You mean, to remove the specific positioning function and only keep the general perception ability? Exactly. In this case, although it cannot specifically locate, the range will be smaller. A few hundred meters is enough to dig 3 feet into the ground. They should be able to find something. With a size suggestion, the dual-line operation was upgraded to a 3-line operation. Arceus was not interested in whether they could specifically determine the location. He only needed general information to be notified. He proposed to take apart the original and make 2 low-spec versions, but due to the proportion of pure gold, even if they took it apart, they could not make 2. Thus, the final products became 1 large and 1 small radar. Where did Kaido go? According to Big Brother Kaido, he should be expanding his territory during this time. The nearby islands are almost all our territory now. Asai's policies have been quite effective. The people on the island have been very cooperative, and their work enthusiasm has increased significantly. Of course, simply exploiting will only accumulate contradictions. Even if it doesn't erupt immediately, once it reaches a certain level and our military strength encounters problems, it will definitely lead to troubles at home. Using part of the profits to gain a sense of belonging from the island residents is the only way to better govern an island. By the way, Lord Arceus, Shaina wants to cast a statue for you. Do you mean? Forget it. I'm not interested in such things. How about those newly recruited pirates? He was completely uninterested in the statue. He didn't need things like faith. He was more concerned about those recruited pirates, compared to the residents of the island. These pirates were the ones who went out to search for information. Even without the radar, simply relying on numbers might also find news about the stone tablets. It just depended on luck. As for those pirates, they're not very disciplined, but on the whole, they're fine. Of course. Asai, you still don't understand pirates. Quinn replied to Asai with the same words. Although he wasn't good at internal affairs, he understood pirates better. As long as you can subdue them by force. Even if your will does not align with their thoughts, they will still obey your orders. Your arrangements can be smoothly implemented thanks to Big Brother Kaido. You are too kind to them. How can you expect to have any authority? Those laborers mining can be understood, but you should still be a bit friendlier to your own people. You wouldn't want your subordinates thinking about how to rebel every day, would you? Quinn dismissed this idea, but was countered by Arceus' following words. According to Arceus, he could do whatever he wanted with enemies or captives, but for his own people, at least, he shouldn't treat them as mere consumables. Even if they are actually consumables, in terms of attitude towards them, they should be treated like ordinary subordinates. Pirates who completely disregard the lives of their subordinates usually do not have good endings. Without going far, John is a prime example. If it weren't for his excessive ruthlessness that led to all his subordinates betraying him, the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. During the war in Weno country, there was a large-scale rebellion among the beast pirate subordinates. If this matter were to be divided, Xiaoyu's fruit ability is one aspect, and the dumpling fruit ability allows her to control animals. Caesar's half-baked artificial devil fruit is another aspect. This half-baked artificial devil fruit caused most of the givers to be controlled. A true Zoan-type fruit only grants the user the strength of a beast, rather than transforming a person into a beast. As for the remaining issues, the blame might fall on Quinn. He is one of the reasons that prompted those people to rebel. To fundamentally change the problem, it is necessary to first change Quinn's mindset. With the radar research completed, they naturally wouldn't continue to stay in the research institute. However, when they went out, the villagers who were not working saw Arceus and stepped aside, their faces showing respect, but mixed with a hint of fear. Asai continued to handle internal affairs on the island, while Quinn and Arceus walked towards the seaside. Why do I feel that they're looking at me with such strange expressions? This, Lord Arceus, you should ask Shaina about this. Although there is no statue being built, she has instilled the importance of your status to these villagers. Those who disrespect you will really be thrown into the mines to dig. Although it felt a bit strange, Arceus didn't know what to say. Shaina's actions were to protect him. He couldn't criticize her for such matters. Originally, he planned to wait for Kaido and the others to return, but as they came out, they happened to see a group of gathered pirates loading box after box of cannonballs onto the ship. What's going on with you all? Chapter 65, World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, request for continued reading. Brother Quinn, Lord Saint Beast, have your matters concluded? Brother Kaido is facing a troublesome group, and we are here to deliver ammunition. Kaido has been expanding his territory, and for the low-level pirate henchmen, operating the cannons is one of their main tasks. Just after conquering an island, they encountered new enemies, and their ammunition is running low. Who does Kaido find troublesome? The Walled Pirates, led by the man known as the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald. The nearby pirate respectfully answered this question, and then pulled out a bounty notice from a stack. A man wearing a Viking-style horn helmet displayed a somewhat simple smile on the bounty notice. World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, bounty of 200 million berries. Looking at this bounty notice, Arceus remembered some things. Although he couldn't recall the details, this was also a prominent pirate active at sea, though the bounty seemed a bit unscientific. In these times, the bounties of New World pirates are generally above 1 billion berries, especially those remnants of rocks. Although the rocks incident is something the world government and navy want to keep under wraps, rocks inadvertently buff these remnants, and the world government has placed high bounties on them. Wald's achievements include encounters with Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Roger, and the fleet personally led by Zifa before he retired. Of course, there is some exaggeration in these battles. Fighting hand-to-hand for 3 days and nights can be called a battle, while firing a few cannons from a distance can also be called fighting. In most cases, he briefly engaged before retreating. If he had truly defeated these people, his bounty would not be this low, nor could he have sailed for so long. The government would likely treat him the same as rocks, dispatching heavy forces to eliminate him. But regardless, he is still roaming the seas after encountering these strong men, which already indicates his strength. The reason the world government bestowed upon him the title of World Destroyer is that he poses a significant threat to their order. Navy warships, fierce pirates, and innocent civilians are all targets of his attacks. His existence seems solely for destruction, lacking any discernible purpose. Why is this guy's bounty only 200 million? Well, I remember hearing someone mention in the research group that the government seems to want to downplay this person's existence. So they haven't raised his bounty since he entered the New World. The world government doesn't mind having pirates maintain some balance at sea. What they detest most are those who attempt to disrupt that balance, and Rox was one of them. Wald doesn't occupy a territory like other pirates and become a local boss. Instead, he destroys aimlessly, leveraging his double fruit's ability to increase the size and speed of cannonballs by 100 times, making his pirate ship's firepower stronger than that of a Navy fleet. Coupled with his erratic destruction, not only does the Navy despise him, but even other pirates dislike him. Such a pirate can easily incite panic among the populace, which is why the world government halted the increase of his bounty. Moreover, Wald is not a remnant of Rox. His reputation has only risen in the past 2 years, and he lacks any background benefits. As long as they don't further increase his bounty, more pirates will challenge him, allowing pirates to exhaust their strength in internal conflicts. Most pirates want to make a name for themselves, and the best way to do that is by stepping over the corpses of others. Very few are foolish enough to challenge a pirate with a bounty of over $1 billion right from the start. Wald's bounty of $200 million is just right for the New World. Quinn, what year is it this year? It's the year 1491 in the Sea Circle calendar. Is there a problem, Lord Arceus? After a few months of activity, the year has already reached 1491, and his bananas have regrown. This time, he didn't eat them, but planned to find a suitable place to cultivate new bananas. Nothing much. Let's go see how the battle with Kaido is going. He remembered that Wald was imprisoned because a large number of CP infiltrated his ship, leading to an attack from both pirates and Navy. By calculating the time, it was about this time. Arceus and Quinn boarded the supply transport ship and headed toward the battlefield in the distant sea. The battle between Wald and Kaido was still ongoing. At this moment, Wald had not experienced 30 years of ice confinement. His physical condition was still at its peak, and the ability of the double fruit allowed him to reach his maximum speed. According to Porosalino, who was still a Navy rookie at the time, speed equals power, and after multiplying his abilities, even Kaido couldn't gain much advantage in a direct confrontation. At this point, Kaido had already transformed into his hybrid form, and he and Wald, who was fully armed with haki, were locked in combat. The battlefield around them had been completely cleared, the ground filled with cracks and large pits, indicating that they wouldn't be able to determine a victor anytime soon. However, it was evident that Wald was somewhat distracted. While he could still hold his own against Kaido, Wald's pirate crew was already at a significant disadvantage. The gap between the officers was too great. Due to a lack of ammunition, the Beast Pirates' cannons were mostly silent, while Wald's cannons could not cause any impact, as all the cannonballs were intercepted by Shaina in the sky. Under Shaina's cover, the Beast Pirates' ship was approaching. Without ammunition to maintain distance, they could only endure one-sided attacks. Since this was the case, they should close in for boarding combat. At this moment, on Wald's ship, a small figure was directing the battle using a transponder snail. Bondi Bingak, Wald's older brother, was weaker and sickly compared to Wald's robust physique, lacking any combat capability. He held the position of vice captain and strategist, responsible for arranging the ship's actions. Usually, he would sit on Wald's shoulder, but when facing a strong enemy, Wald would not take Bingak along. Retreat. Maintain distance. Do not engage them in close combat. They are low on ammunition, so we should maximize our firepower advantage. Sebastian, find a way to deal with that ability user. An ability user had completely neutralized their firepower advantage. Sebastian was an officer on Wald's ship, a fish giant with a massive physique, being a hybrid of a fishman and a giant. He had lost his sight due to battle, but compensated for this with his observation haki. After Bingek issued the orders, Sebastian planned to use fishman karate to attack Shaina in the sky. However, things did not go as smoothly as he thought. The ship suddenly shook violently, and numerous stone spikes pierced through the deck, as Jin had already breached Wald's ship. Chapter 66. Where did so many phantom beasts come from? The surrounding pirates quickly raised their guns and aimed at Jin, shooting at him. Firearms often have unexpected effects, and many strong individuals have fallen to those seemingly inconspicuous bullets. However, when faced with someone accurate and physically fit, bullets generally have little effect. The wings behind him shielded him, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and the reinforced steel wings blocked the concentrated fire from the pirates. Haki consumes stamina, and abilities also require stamina. Although Jean is a Lunaria and a modified Pokémon user with abundant stamina, it is not limitless. It is crucial to allocate stamina wisely during battle. Jean then stomped one foot on the deck, causing a row of sharp stone spikes to extend from his foot, sweeping away the surrounding pirates. With many pierced through by the stone spikes, the sudden appearance of Rox and his dragon human form led to only one conclusion for ordinary people. He was a user of a Phantom Beast ability. Another Phantom Beast. That's 3 already. Where do they find so many Phantom Beast devil fruits? Watching Jean rampage, the sweat on Binjak's forehead increased, while Kaido was battling Wald, and Shaina was intercepting all the cannonballs in the sky. Jean broke through to the ship, leaving Binjak confused about the appearance of 3 different Phantom Beast abilities. Phantom Beasts are said to be rarer than natural types. Why are they clustering together at this moment? But he no longer had time to ponder such meaningless things. Regardless of how the Beast Pirates obtained these abilities, it was a fact, and what they needed to do now was fight. Having cleared the surrounding minions, Jean did not continue to destroy the cannons on the deck, but charged towards the ship's helm. Not good. His target is the engine room, Guy Lamb. Stop him. Sebastian, find a way to deal with that woman. Currently, the walled pirates ship, relying on superior power and ample firepower, was straining against the Beast Pirates. Although the Beast Pirates' cannons were more powerful, their ammunition had run out, so they were trying to close in for a boarding battle. Binjak did not want to waste their firepower advantage, so both sides had been circling in this sea area. If Jean destroyed the power unit and the enemy charged in, their original advantage would be lost. Guy Lamb, the shipwright of the walled pirates, was also one of the top fighters on the ship. He and Sebastian were the 2 most powerful officers aboard. Although he did not perform well in the timeline of 3D2Y, it was largely due to changes in mentality. The power of Haki could be said to be the power of the heart. The young Moria dared to confront the young Kaido head-on, but after all his companions died, his mentality changed drastically, becoming a mere homebody relying solely on zombies and fruits, with far less power than in his youth. Crocodile, in his youth, dared to challenge Whitebeard and even fought against Barrett. However, after losing a hand, his mentality also changed, leading him to seek the legendary king of the underworld, ultimately falling to the Straw Hats. After being sent to impel down for a while, he finally regained his strength, but became like he was back in his prime, able to handle anyone for a couple of moves. At this time, the walled pirates were much stronger than they would be 30 years later. Back then, not only had Wald's strength declined due to being frozen for a long time, but even these officers had their combat power diminished due to old age. Plus, Wald harbored resentment towards the subordinates who abandoned him, significantly weakening the walled pirates' combat effectiveness. However, the world government bypassed the navy and directly summoned the 7 warlords. And the marine headquarters, led by Akainu, set off, indicating their seriousness towards the situation. The walled pirates at this time were far stronger than they were in the past, both in terms of officers and Wald himself. As Binjak spoke, a man carrying a square hammer, his hair styled into 2 square horn braids, charged out from the crowd and slammed both hands onto the deck. Square space. Lines of light appeared on the deck, and it split into squares, directly blocking Jin's path. He was a user of the Paramecia-type cube fruit, capable of turning any object into a cube and moving or combining them. However, Jin's ability to fly reduced the effectiveness of his square space significantly. Air cube. Several cubes made of compressed air were thrown at Jin, and they exploded as they approached him. The surrounding pirates were of no help. Under Jin's indiscriminate attacks, the nearby cannons fell silent, indirectly easing the pressure on Shaina as she intercepted cannonballs. During the battle, Jin's flames ignited the sails. Although his flame temperature was not as high as Shaina's, it was enough to ignite certain things. By the time they extinguished the flames, the sails were already significantly damaged. Although the ship was not solely powered by wind, without the sails, its sailing speed visibly decreased, and the beast pirate ships drew closer. In the sky, Shaina formed an impenetrable barrier alone, with no cannonballs able to cross her defense line. However, a sudden sense of crisis arose in her mind, and she instinctively tilted her body, narrowly avoiding several large rocks that passed by her in exaggerated speed. One of her wings was accidentally struck by a rock, bringing her flying height much closer to the sea surface. At the same time, Sebastian, who had just submerged into the water, took the opportunity to emerge. Great Yari Shark. A shark made of water appeared alongside him. Although he failed to hit Shaina, the swirling current enveloped her as he charged forward with his weapon. Ability users are indeed powerful, but seawater is your natural enemy. Your flames are nothing before the ocean. The sea is the domain of fishmen. And even if he was only a half fishman, the same principle applied. After releasing the great Yari Shark, he used fishman karate to whip up the waves, attempting to drag Shaina into the sea. However, the speed at which he charged was matched by the speed at which he was sent back, as the massive impact hurled him back to the seabed. When he resurfaced, A charred scar remained on his shoulder. Is there not enough water? He thought it was his failure to generate enough seawater to weaken the opponent, but he did not realize that this action had already provoked her. I hate the feeling of being wet. Shaina was drenched all over, but the gaze beneath her mask was somewhat unfriendly. At the same time, her flying posture was a bit awkward. The previously sudden stone had affected one side of her wing, making her current movement strange. Chapter 67. Spear and shield. Sebastian's body gradually became ethereal in the sea, eventually entering a state of invisibility as he submerged, launching surprise attacks on Shaina from various angles. The two entered a contest of observation hockey. However, he successfully restrained Shaina. If she ignored him, he could potentially attack the beast ship directly. If they lost power now, they would become sitting ducks due to their insufficient ammunition. He had tried to do this earlier, but was stopped by Shaina, leaving only Jean to carry out the assault to prevent this fish giant from damaging their ships. Shaina hated water, but was not afraid of it. So she stayed behind to protect the ships while Jean went to sabotage the enemy's vessels. Sebastian had also attempted to damage the ships before, but Shaina always intercepted him halfway, and even when he approached from below, her flames would stop him as he neared the ship's bottom. The power of her flames was affected by the seawater, but her destruction ray was strong enough to target foes in the water, and after extensive training, the recovery time after using the destruction ray was almost negligible. After several failed attempts, he returned to the walled pirate ship as instructed by Bing-Ek, starting this kite battle. Bing-Ek did not expect Shaina to intercept such dense cannon fire, so Sebastian was dispatched again. All he needed to do was keep Shaina occupied. You guys, full speed ahead. Just charge in and we win. While using observation hockey to track Sebastian's position, she also ordered the beast crew behind her. With the enemy having slowed down, the beast ship was capable of catching up. Leave it to us, Captain. Everyone full speed ahead. Boss Kaido said there would be special rewards for the best performers in this battle. Sebastian could indeed retreat. If he submerged into the deep sea, Shaina wouldn't be able to do anything about him. However, every time he tried to damage the beast ships, he would be intercepted halfway, and his attacks were insufficient against Shaina. Meanwhile, the beast pirates were gaining momentum. The prow of their ship successfully rammed into the walled pirate's vessel, igniting a brutal boarding battle. However, compared to this, the battle on the island was the key to determining the outcome. At this moment, Kaido was furious because not long ago, Wald had attacked Shaina in front of him. The giant rock that had been thrown at Shaina was actually debris enhanced by Wald's ability. The speed and power had been multiplied, causing Shaina considerable trouble and relieving some pressure from Sebastian. But to Kaido, this was an act of provocation, interfering in his battle and succeeding at it. You bastard. You really underestimate me. I was going to recruit you, but now it seems you should just die. Thunderbagua. In his beastman form, Kaido raised his kanabo and swung it down toward Wald's head. Recruit? What a joke I'm. Bonnie Wald. Multiply. 30 times speed. Wald's fruit ability applied to himself, making him faster than before, and with increased speed came increased power. Coated in thick haki, Wald transformed into a small black figure as his fist crashed toward Kaido's head. He thought Kaido would definitely defend and would not choose to take the punch head-on, but Kaido made no defensive moves, appearing to trade damage instead. The multiplication fruit did not increase his defense, but he believed his punch was more powerful than Kaido's. Since Kaido wanted to do it this way, he would let Kaido know what the outcome would be. The kanabo struck Wald's face, and even though he was coated in haki, he spat out blood and a few teeth from the blow. In contrast, Kaido had a smile on his face. Wald's fist didn't even hit him, as it was blocked by an invisible barrier in midair. Although it was physically exhausting, this ability was indeed useful. Rising Dragon Bagua, twisting his body, Kaido swung his kanabo upward, directly sending Wald flying. When Wald got back up, the horned helmet on his head was nowhere to be found. He rolled awkwardly to dodge Kaido's follow-up attacks. Each clash between the strong was crucial, and he had now fallen into Kaido's rhythm. After being hit twice, his mind was in chaos, feeling dizzy. The mysterious force that blocked his fist also caused his wrist to swell. The effects of force were mutual, and that unknown object had nearly rebounded all the power from his punch. The mythical zone ability was truly capricious. He did not expect Kaido to have a shielding skill, and the 30 times multiplication had failed to break that barrier. Moreover, this was not Kaido's ability, but Arceus's. Arceus had taught Kaido 2 skills. One was Sword Dance, enhancing Kaido's attack power, which could be considered a spear. The barrier he had just used was the shield he taught Kaido, a form of absolute defense. Although it consumed more energy than Sword Dance, its effects were more pronounced. Wald's full-force attack could not even cause the shield generated by this barrier to waver, and the recoil had injured his wrist. Besides the difficulty of continuous release, the shield was, in some ways, more powerful than the barrier fruit, which required specific gestures to activate. Multiply, 20 times buckshot. Wald grabbed sand and gravel from the ground, multiplied it, and threw it at Kaido, but those projectiles were blocked by Kaido's sword dance, which formed sword shadows. After months of development, he had become proficient in integrating haki into sword dance, allowing him to move while releasing it and also perform long-range defense simultaneously. With the enhancement of sword dance, Kaido's Kanabo was engulfed in dragon flames as Thunder Bagua struck Wald once more. The scales of victory had completely begun to tilt toward Kaido. Meanwhile, on Wald's ship, both sides had become fully engaged in battle. Shaina could still occasionally assist from afar, but Sebastian could not completely restrict Shaina's movements. At most, he could delay her enough to prevent her from participating in the fight. As time passed, her powerful recovery allowed her wing injuries to gradually heal, and he would soon be unable to do that. The fighting on the ship was intense, but some people were hiding in a corner making phone calls. Moshi, Captain. The situation has changed. The Wald pirates and the Beast pirates are engaged in intense battle, and we may not be able to enter the ambush sea area within the expected time. Chapter 68, Quinn, who can't look good for more than 3 seconds, requesting follow-up reading. There are many pirates on the high seas, some of whom are stronger than Wald. But recently the world government has only targeted Wald with similar plans. The reason is simple. Wald's actions pose too great a threat to the world government. Unlike other pirates, he maintains an alternative stability in a sea region like a warlord. The world is vast, and each member country needs the power of the Navy. Although the overall strength of the Navy is strong, it is drawn in different directions by the entire world, and part of its power must serve the celestial dragons. As for the power of the world government, they have always been hands-off about such matters. The existence of big pirates in the New World does not affect the functioning of their rules. The annual tribute from the heavens is collected as usual, and pirates can even help them divert conflicts. In fact, the world government benefits from the commercial activities in the sea regions controlled by these big pirates. The slave trade and arms trade. These great businesses cannot exist without pirates, as long as it is not an event that shakes the foundation of the government. The world government will not intervene excessively, merely maintaining what they see as balance. Many things are troublesome for the world government, but as long as they do not involve the mysterious D-Clan or Joy Boy, it is not considered a major problem. Rox has gathered too much power and has thoughts of overturning the world. His name also contains the mysterious letter D, which is why the government has acted against him. Carp's name also contains D, and he is currently sitting securely in the position of a naval hero. As for Wald, although his name does not contain D, his actions have no significance for the balance of the world government. His purpose for sailing has long since changed. Initially, he wanted to show his older brother the world, but in the process, he became lost in power, destruction, and the desire to overthrow the current world government in pursuit of the highest freedom. Wald does not have a vast territory or fleet, and he conducts indiscriminate attacks. Pirates, navy, civilians, regardless of whose ship it is, he will attack, which naturally places him on the government's exclusion list. The reason Wald appears in this sea area is to build a powerful cannon, believing that with this super cannon and his abilities, he can overturn the world. His subordinate, Garam, has a good talent for mechanics, and the design has already emerged, but they need the technology from Kaido's island to make it, along with many special materials. These plans have long been reported to the world government by spies on the ship. According to Wald's course, he will inevitably pass through a certain sea area to obtain those materials after some time. At this moment, the Navy has already set up an ambush near that sea area, but the changes at sea are too numerous. The dominant force in this sea area has suddenly become Kaido, who has also started fighting Wald, completely disrupting the original plan. Act according to the situation. Do not reveal your identities unless absolutely necessary, and report the results at any time. Yes, understood. Although the battle between Kaido and Wald is an opportunity, the higher-ups have no intention of sending troops to take advantage of it, which is also the reason for their ambush on the way. The territories nearby belong to figures like the Golden Lion. If they rashly send a fleet in, it could disrupt the current balance. The world government does not want to stir up a major war recklessly. They will wait for the battle between the two pirates to end before deploying appropriate personnel based on the results of both sides. There is not just one agent infiltrating Wald's ship, but an elite squad disguised as low-ranking members of Wald's crew. The officers will not intervene in lower-level battles until they have dealt with their opponents. If they want to slack off, it is still quite simple. Zoan-type ability users are not afraid of prolonged battles. The longer the time drags on, the more advantageous it is for Zoan types, whose formidable recovery can even make them fight harder as the battle continues. Sebastian, a hybrid of fishman and giant, along with the home advantage provided by the ocean, allows him to evade most attacks, and he and Shaina have maintained a state of guerrilla fighting, still having plenty of stamina. However, Garam, who is fighting Jean, is different. His fruit is not strong in direct combat, and the flames behind Jean are fierce, meaning his own defense is fully maxed out. The rock-type's tough body makes his attacks hard to succeed. Moreover, Garam has no choice but to engage Jean in direct combat. Once the beast pirate ship has approached, he no longer has the need to continue attacking the engine room and shifts his target to Benjak. Standing on the command bridge, directing the battle, makes him too conspicuous. As the commander on the ship, the combatants must of course protect him, not to mention he is Wald's older brother. The ship's doctor, Nachin, has also joined the battle. Together, they have managed to hold back Jin's advance. Nachin is the only female officer on Wald's ship and excels in using the traditional Chinese medicine martial arts she has researched, occasionally using some medicinal substances to interfere with the enemy. Originally, the battle here could have lasted a while longer, but reinforcements from the beast pirates have arrived. Mwahaha! Taste the might of your Lord Quinn. A dense barrage of bullets rained down from the sky, and many members of Wald's pirate crew fell. Though some of the beast pirates were also hit. This was not Quinn's indiscriminate attack. At the repeated request of Arceus, he would still pay attention to such matters. However, now that both sides are in a MLE, friendly fire is inevitable. From an overall benefit perspective, Quinn's attack eliminated most of the enemies, with only his own people getting injured, which is a smaller casualty compared to letting them continue fighting. Quinn's human modification technology has always been quite outrageous. He originally had a machine gun installed in his mouth, but after gaining the abilities of the tropical dragon, he modified it, removing the original ammunition feeding device and replacing it with a special barrel. Through this special barrel, he can increase the power of his seed machine gun and attach special toxins to the bullets fired from it. This time, due to concerns about friendly fire, he did not poison the bullets, but he can still provide unlimited fire suppression while flying in the sky. It's Boss Quinn. Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge! The ships appearing in the distance and Quinn in the sky completely turned the tide of the battle. The morale of the beast pirates soared, while Wald's pirate crew began to retreat steadily, gradually losing control of their ships. That's right, just like that, everyone charge. The boisterous laughter of Quinn echoed in the sky, but he was unable to maintain his swagger for long. A heavy punch struck directly at his face as Wald, who had been fighting with Kaido, suddenly appeared here. Chapter 69. The Defeated Wald. Please continue reading. Quinn's massive body suddenly fell down, crashing onto the ship of the beast pirates. The ship's railing couldn't stop his enormous frame, and he plunged directly into the sea. That useless piece of trash. You guys go fish him out. Yes. Quinn exited the scene at an even faster speed, leaving Jean, who was fighting on the ship, speechless. He could only send someone to retrieve him, as Quinn was a devil fruit user and couldn't swim. Plus, he was still engaged in battle and couldn't spare a hand. Fortunately, the beast pirates had the advantage now, so sending a few people to help was not a problem. Moreover, Quinn had a bit to do with this advantage. The pirates who managed to free their hands because Quinn eliminated the enemy could go down to rescue him. Almost no pirate among them couldn't swim. Swimming was a necessary skill for making a living at sea. Only Bondi Wald himself could strike Quinn down into the sea. As the battle among the ship's officers came to a pause, Jean cautiously looked up at Wald in the sky. That was the moonwalk technique. Wald had learned this skill from somewhere. His condition was terrible. One eye was already swollen shut, and the hockey covering his body had dissipated, indicating he was running out of stamina. Although he was gasping for breath, Jean wasn't about to let his guard down. A dying camel is bigger than a horse. Even in a near-death state, a monster-like pirate like Wald could still unleash a final strike. From the fact that he managed to knock Quinn down, it was clear that although his condition was dire, he hadn't lost his fighting capability. The crucial question was what had happened to Kaido, who had been fighting him. However, Kaido, who was hot on his heels, dispelled Jin's doubts. Hey, don't run away. I'm just getting started. It's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent worth my full effort. He hadn't really fought much during his previous encounter with John, merely reaping the benefits. After John, he hadn't faced an enemy of this caliber again. If it weren't for his ability to withstand this bug-level skill, he would have to exert a lot of effort to deal with Wald at this point. likely taking several days and nights. Even though Kaido had been pressing Wald down, at this level, if the opponent was determined to escape, it was quite difficult to keep them from doing so. Not long ago, Wald had feigned an attack, maximizing the double speed ability on himself to break away from his fight with Kaido. In this situation, Kaido couldn't match Wald's speed. Wald's physical condition could no longer bear a second application of double speed. He did this partly because he wasn't sure if an attack would be blocked by Kaido's defenses, and partly because he realized the disadvantage of his subordinates. He hadn't yet experienced betrayal and still had some feelings for his crew. If this continued, even if he could defeat Kaido, his pirate crew would cease to exist, including his big brother. Thus, he made the decision to retreat. After years of working together, Jack understood Wald's intentions. Sebastian, come back. Guy Ram. Emergency plan. Kaido didn't know what Jack's emergency plan was, but he certainly wouldn't let him have his way. His body ignited with flames as he charged directly towards Wald's ship. Guardian. Fire Dragon Torch. A barrier of haki was added beneath the flames, and with the indestructible nature of that barrier, there was no reason it couldn't be used for an attack. The beast pirates saw this and quickly ran back to their original ship. Jean also swiftly disengaged from battle to evade. Facing the charging dragon, Wald had no intention of backing down. I am Bondi. Wald. Double speed. His body could no longer endure the intensity of this addition. Such a strong enhancement was also a burden on his body. This was one of the reasons he trained his full body haki. In the face of Kaido's strike, he had already overdrawn his body, and before they even made contact, cracks appeared all over his skin, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. His fist collided with the massive dragon's head, and after a moment of stalemate, Wald was knocked down. However, he successfully blocked Kaido's strike. Just as Kaido was about to continue his attack, Wald's ship underwent a huge transformation. During the brief encounter between Kaido and Wald, Sebastian had already returned, and Guy Ram activated the cubic space, instantly disassembling and reassembling the ship into a new structure. Double speed, 50 times fast ship. The ship's engines operated at full power and rushed out at an exaggerated speed, leaving only a white line on the ocean in the blink of an eye. This was Jack's emergency plan and also the retreat plan for Wald's pirate crew. Guy Ram used his ability to enhance the ship's structure, allowing it to withstand the burdens of acceleration. Then, the engines operated beyond their limits, propelling the ship to a safe area. However, the downside was that it could only travel in a straight line and would cause irreversible damage to the ship structure. Even the abilities of the Golden Lion couldn't keep Wald from escaping. Relying on this ability, he always managed to break free before the Navy's encirclement closed in, making more and more people dislike Wald's pirate crew. When there were too few people, they couldn't win. When there were too many, they couldn't hold them down. Yet, he was very strong and keen on destruction. Watching the fleeing Wald pirate crew, the beast pirates looked at each other. Does this count as a win? What nonsense. Of course we won. You guys, get ready for the feast. Kaido, having reverted to his human form, scolded his subordinates with dissatisfaction, while also finding a reason to hold a feast. Although there were casualties in the battle, these pirates were accustomed to it. Which pirate didn't face death? They would feel sorrow, but they wouldn't drown in it. The feast was always a good place to vent emotions. There weren't many casualties among the officers, just considerable fatigue. Now, the one who looked the worst was the fallen Quinn. He was too heavy, and a group of subordinates spent a long time pulling him up. Arceus' supply ship also approached, but it seemed they wouldn't need supplies for the time being. It's been months. You finally got out of there. Did you finish that thing? I did, but I'll tell you slowly after the feast. If he told him now, he would have to reiterate it once he sobered up, so Arceus didn't waste time. On the other side, the Wald pirate crew had retreated to a safe distance, but compared to the beast pirates, their condition was much worse. Wald had collapsed directly, and several officers were also heavily injured. Just as they were about to rest, a series of gunshots rang out, and several more bullet holes appeared on the heavily wounded Wald. What are you guys doing? Chapter 70. The Traitor on the Ship. Several men in black appeared without anyone noticing, and many of the remaining crew members stood with them. The Wald pirates had unexpectedly split into two factions, led by a member who had only recently joined the crew. They had gotten along reasonably well during this time, but unfortunately, we are not your comrades. Gunpoint. They stabbed Wald, who was lying on the ground, a few more times to ensure he wouldn't suddenly get up, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had changed dramatically. The order from above to infiltrate the Wald pirates and lure them into a trap had shifted to taking advantage of the situation to see if they could capture the severely injured Wald. This was an opportunity, If they waited for him to recover, it would likely cost them a greater price to capture him. The agents lurking on the ship observed that the walled pirates had entered a rare state of weakness. The captain was severely injured, and the two main combatants, Garam and Sebastian, were also wounded and exhausted, leaving only the relatively harmless Banjack unscathed. Thus, they initiated the rebellion early. Bastards, you actually let the world government agents board the ship. Why are you doing this? You've been on board for a long time. Aren't we partners? Banjack's tone was filled with despair. The new arrivals were agents, so their actions were quite reasonable, but the remaining crew included their original companions, who had been together for many years. They had also chosen to rebel and pointed their guns at their own comrades. I'm sorry, Banjack, but Captain Wald has gone mad. He wants to destroy the world government. How could such a thing possibly succeed? And the rest of his words seemed shameful to him, and he couldn't get them out. Instead, a CP agent took over the conversation. And we promised that as long as Wald and his officers are captured, we can grant amnesty to the others. If you don't want to suffer, you should surrender. Seeing his brother lying in a pool of blood, Banjack endured the pain and shouted, Now, by the order of the acting captain, I declare the walled pirates temporarily disbanded. Everyone, aim to survive and break out individually. The walled pirates, who had just reached a safe location, fell into chaos again. Severely exhausted, Sebastian and the others could only struggle to break out against their rebelling subordinates. Traditional medicine fist, ginseng vitality. As the ship's doctor, Nathan sprinkled a powder over his allies, briefly stimulating their vitality. Although they would have to pay the price afterward, there was no time to hesitate now. Sebastian used his last strength to hold a few officers in his arms, jumping into the water at the cost of taking multiple bullets, relying on the physical ability of a fishman to escape into the distance. Although these officers had managed to escape, Wald had already been captured, and this plan was still a great success for them. My lord, we have done as you instructed. You see. Oh, you're talking about the amnesty. We will do that. As he spoke, a gunpoint pierced his chest, and the remaining CP agents also sprang into action. Facing these superhumans cultivated by the world government, these minions were no match for them. Their main goal was to bring Wald back. Without Wald, his officers wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. These rebels were unstable factors and would naturally need to be eliminated after the incident. How could the government possibly forgive pirates? There are always naive people who believe such foolish words. Isn't this good? The more idiots there are, the smoother our plans will go. Actually, it's not absolute. After a few years, the Shichibukai system will be proposed. Pirates selected as Shichibukai possess the special privilege of legal pillaging, but such pirates must also demonstrate their value. Ordinary minions without any background have no qualifications to negotiate with the world government. How was the photo collection going? After binding Wald with sea-stone handcuffs, the agents moved forward to their target location. As long as they handed him over to the prison ship, their mission would be complete. The agent leader also asked a question to his subordinates. As the intelligence agency of the world government, they would also moonlight as photographers to obtain pictures of certain wanted criminals. They had managed to capture photos of nearly all the officers, and these as well. They would let those above arrange it later. He pointed to a small camera suspiciously, looking confident, as if saying, You can trust me to get the job done. A few days later, the banquet of the beast pirates had concluded. They had taken over the nearby island chain and established their territory in the New World. With the celebration over, it was time for business. The small island where Kaido fought Wald had been turned into a deserted island. Arceus had transformed it into a graveyard for the beast pirates, where fallen members had left their tombstones. For most pirates, this was a rare occurrence. Many pirates were buried at sea. Drifting on the ocean, they were already homeless, and few cared for the ordinary subordinates who died in battle, let alone arrange for burial sites. This action slightly increased the sense of belonging among the beast pirates, making them feel that the chaotic rules of the crew were somewhat worthwhile. With the banquet over, the dead had been buried, and most of the injured had received treatment. All that remained was the promised rewards from Kaido. The most basic reward was wealth, which was also what most pirates needed most. Whether it was liquor or anything else, they had to spend money to purchase it in their territory. AC had established a policy allowing crew members to purchase items at cost price, but was against freeloading in any sense of the word. Similarly, even if one wanted to indulge, they still had to spend money. The entertainment industry at sea had always been well developed, and he knew such matters could never be completely controlled. Even the Navy had not prohibited them. He could only establish rules against harassing ordinary civilians. The initial implementation was somewhat troublesome, but after Shaina dealt with a few typical cases, it became much better. However, one could not only look at punishment, without rewards. ACS previously discussed rules with Arceus, and the others came into play at this time. The individual who received the ultimate reward must be someone who had not committed any violations for a continuous period. This time, the first person to charge onto Wald's ship happened to be such a person, and he was also the first to jump down to rescue Quinn, making him the first beneficiary of the Beast Pirates. Babanuki, come up. Today, let you know why you must respect him as the Holy Beast. Chapter 71. Super Strength and Modified Humans. Quinn somehow managed to get a microphone, although he created a good atmosphere. Arceus always felt a strange sensation, as if he were at a roadside stall lottery, because on the makeshift stage, there was indeed a lottery wheel. This time the reward was a beginning, not an end. Such events would become more frequent in the future. The rewards for the great contributors need not be mentioned, but there would still be many small-scale battles similar to this one. The ones eligible for rewards could also be an unknown pirate under his command. Strength is ultimately divided into strong and weak, and it is normal that they are not as capable as the officers. People do not envy those who are vastly different from them, but they do envy those who are similar. There are always some who feel worse seeing others make money while they lose money. It is not the scarcity that worries them, but the inequality. To address this potential conflict, a lottery wheel was simply created, and what kind of ability one could obtain depended entirely on luck, so no one could say anything. Babanuki, the later Cory guard of the Beast Pirates, was still a young man now. Come on, what you get depends entirely on you. Quinn handed him a small dart, and the enormous wheel was divided into several sections. Although he recognized the words, he did not know what each word represented. Brother Quinn, what are these? These are all very practical abilities, oh. As long as you have good luck, you might even land an ability similar to the officers, oh. The abilities of the officers have a special meaning in the current Beast Pirates, as all the officers are of the mythical Zoan type. The words mythical beast on the wheel were also very clear, but their proportion was quite small. As for the issue of missing the target, they are pirates. If they can't even throw a dart accurately, they might as well not be in this line of work. The diameter of this wheel was about the same as the current height of Jean, so even a child wouldn't miss. If he were in another world, Quinn would probably be a good show host. For a funny variety show. After all, hosts also need to have a good appearance. Now, the emotions of the pirates below were completely stirred up by him. Facing the rapidly spinning wheel, Babanuki threw the dart in his hand, and once it hit, Quinn stopped the wheel. However, sometimes fate is quite peculiar. The dart he threw happened to land right on the dividing line, with Iaijutsu and super strength on either side. Choose one, Babanuki. There won't be a second chance. Super strength. He wasn't very good with swords, and Iaijutsu gave him a feeling of a quick draw, which he thought was useless, so he chose the simpler literal meaning. By the way, have you eaten enough? I've eaten enough. I had quite a bit at the earlier banquet. Babanuki didn't understand why Quinn suddenly asked if he had eaten enough, but the next moment, Arceus had already walked up to him, and a strange power surged into his body. Babanuki was also pulled into the learning space. This so-called reward seemed a bit underwhelming at first glance. These ordinary pirates didn't know why Babanuki suddenly fell asleep. Don't worry, little ones. When Babanuki wakes up, you'll know what happened. Next is something more important. Quinn had someone bring up a stone tablet, which was a replica of Arceus's tablet. The unactivated tablet looked like this to outsiders. Aside from being indestructible, they couldn't find any other characteristics. Remember this size and shape. As long as you can find it, even if it's just the news, once confirmed to be true, you can propose a reasonable condition. But remember, the information can be wrong, but it cannot be false. If you dare to deliberately spread false information, the consequences will be very serious. In addition, all the materials mentioned above can be exchanged for rewards. Quinn also cited those extinct materials again, mixing in some unrelated items, aside from AC. No one could figure out what these things were for. Then came a long waiting period. Although the celebration banquet had ended for pirates, holding another banquet was nothing to worry about. Before Babanuki woke up, the members of the Beast Pirates temporarily stayed here, and Quinn took the opportunity to hold a personal concert. Whether it was good or not is not to be commented on, but the Beast members below seemed to really enjoy it. Meanwhile, Arceus continued to discuss serious matters with Kaido. The thing has been made, but unfortunately, the effect is not as good as expected. This is yours. Remember to observe its reaction when you go out and wander. It has positioning and is foolproof. Saying this, he tossed the stone tablet radar to Kaido with his elemental hand. Don't lose it. It won't be easy to make a second one for a while. The leather wristband, equipped with a small instrument, was made from the skin of a special sea beast with high resistance and elasticity. Even a Zoan transformation wouldn't tear it. The special structure ensures that the pure gold inside 1T affect the bearer, so they 1T have growth issues. Got it. But how long will it take for Babanuki to wake up? I don't know. This mainly depends on personal talent. Then Arceus handed another radar to Shaina. Shaina, this is yours. The sensing range is smaller than Kaido's, but it doesn't matter. You're not as strong as him. Once you find news, your first target is to notify me. Don't act rashly. Understood, Lord's Sacred Beast. 2 days passed, and Babanuki still hadn't woken up. But someone came to find Quinn. After a battle, aside from the dead, there were also the injured. Although Quinn often acted unseriously, he was indeed the ship's doctor within the team. Whether it was surgery or viruses, he could basically handle them. In the battle against the walled pirates, quite a few injuries were sustained, among which one was somewhat special. He and Babanuki were among the first to charge in. But Babanuki was luckier and didn't suffer any fatal injuries, while he was different. He had his right arm severed and suffered severe facial burns. Although his life was saved, he was basically rendered useless. Originally, he was assigned a logistics position, but he made a request to undergo Quinn's body modification. In the pirate world, being disabled and responsible for logistics basically meant a life of poverty, which they could not accept. After all, he was considered a contributor and proposed to exchange his contributions in battle for a modification opportunity. For such matters, Quinn naturally agreed. He was worried about not having a place to use his modification skills. Many people harbor resistance towards body modification. Chapter 72. Envy and Fury. The rotary machine gun replaced his arm. Metal parts took the place of joints, and with special neural connection technology, Quinn completed his transformation in just 1 day. Although Scorch's physique became much bulkier after the modification, he still maintained his combat ability, and given his inherent qualifications, this actually enhanced his fighting power. Not everyone in the new world is proficient in hockey or can cut through iron. Mechanical modifications can often play a bigger role. However, those willing to transform themselves are still in the minority, and more eyes were focused on Babanuki. How long has Babanuki been sleeping? 2 days and 2 nights, right? This is already the 3rd day. Who knows what's going on with him? Ordinary pirates went from curiosity to confusion, and now to heated discussions. They initially thought Babanuki would gain a huge treasure or something else, but the result seems quite different now. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day, 60 hours after Babanuki fell into a deep sleep, that he finally opened his eyes. Hey, brothers, Babanuki is awake. Surrounding pirates gathered around the waking Babanuki and curiously asked, "It's the 3rd day now. What did you actually get? Let me eat first. Is there any food?" The length of study time mainly depends on talent. Shaina mastered the sword dance in 7 hours. Kaido took even less time, while Babanuki took 60 hours in the learning space, which amounts to 2 months. And he only reached the entry-level stage. Along with this came mental fatigue and physical hunger. The other pirates had been feasting. Although it wasn't as grand as at the beginning, there was still plenty to eat. He directly walked to the side and began to eat, only standing up again under the urging of the surrounding pirates. "Don't rush. Let me show you what I got." Saying this, he looked around as if searching for something suitable, and finally, a large rock partially exposed on the ground caught his eye. He walked up to the rock and wrapped his arms around it. "You can't be serious, can you? Do you want to pull out?" The exposed part of the rock was taller than him, and the part underground was even more unknown. It might even connect to the underlying rock layers. The other pirates were well aware of Babanuki's level. This kind of thing was impossible for him. But the next moment, Babanuki's arm muscles seemed to swell 2 sizes. With a roar, he forcibly dragged the half-buried giant rock out, lifted it over his head, and threw it toward the distant sea. He was lucky. It was just a loose giant rock. Although the underground volume was considerable, it was not deeply rooted. Seeing the surrounding pirates with their jaws almost dropped, Babanuki felt a special sense of satisfaction. Gaining strength alone isn't enough. If he couldn't show off in front of others, the effect would be much less. Although using the brute force technique consumed more stamina, the strength gain was absolutely worth it. The Oldham would never have been able to throw that rock so far, let alone one buried in the ground. Did you see that? If you want to gain this kind of strength, go fight, go find what we need. As long as you can bring back these things, you all have the chance to gain this power. Treasures may be lost, but strength will not. Those who walk the path of pirates will never complain about having too much strength. Babanuki's performance almost ignited a new wave of fervor, and Arceus' status rose to a higher level. Not all pirates can be fearless. Many harbor ulterior motives. Since the source of strength is Arceus, and Kaido merely discussed some matters with Arceus and could not command him, it means that if they could gain Arceus' recognition, they too could gain strength. Thus, a special group was born within the Beast Pirates, a group that took the spirit of sycophancy to the extreme, with their target being Arceus. With their encouragement and the temptation of power, Arceus's status in the Beast Pirates soared, becoming an object of worship. Centered around Shaina, a religious group's embryo was formed among the early members of the Beast Pirates. Meanwhile, some news was also put into the black market. The underground world of pirates is very chaotic, with complex relationships, and one could even see announcements seeking the heads of naval commanders. They dared to release any news. Whether anyone dared to act on it was another matter. The Beast News was also released, targeting some minerals, animal-type devil fruits, and uniquely shaped stone tablets, among other things. However, the black market is ultimately unreliable. Arceus's current policy is to cast a wide net, so he also set a high bounty in the black market. In the black market, hard currency is still gold, devil fruits, and stable value items like atom trees. Even belly is slightly less valued. The bounty set by the beasts is in belly. Moreover, there are many troublesome things about trading in the black market. Black on black, fraud, entrapment. There are no limits to what can happen here. The most important things in the black market are reliable strength and excellent insight. As for intermediaries, they're intermediaries when your strength is equal. When you walk into this cutthroat market with unequal strength, surviving and leaving freely is the greatest fortune. Next, it is still a developmental period. Kaido, Arceus, and Shaina split into 3 paths to search for the traces of the stone tablets on nearby islands. As Kaido still needs to solidify their territory and should not stray too far for now. Meanwhile, the Beast Pirates are also developing their economy. Many things cannot be solved by force alone, and belly is also very important. For example, materials needed for shipbuilding. A piece of wood that can make a high-quality keel is also quite expensive in the black market, as it can almost determine the ship's lifespan. With Babanuki as an example, the members of the Beast became fiercer in battle, especially Babanuki. This reward is not a one-time deal. Having gained the brute force technique, he often charges to the front lines wielding heavy weapons. Everything was developing smoothly until the arrival of the newsbirds. Besides newspapers, these newsbirds brought the latest bounty notices. It was this bounty notice that caused Shaina to flip the table, and the flames of her outburst even ignited the room. Chapter 73. The tragedy triggered by the bounty notice. Members of the pirate crew must have their own roles. Shaina is a religious figure who also serves as a disciplinary officer. Without Arceus's directive, Kaido cannot command her. Although Arceus and Kaido have a cooperative relationship, it has reached a point where their partnership is little more than nominal. Essentially, what he does can be seen as being part of the Beast Pirates. After all, Arceus has been involved in almost all of the Beast Pirates development plans, and he and AC are among the few normal people in this regard, having established a special order. Nowadays, the residents in the Beast Pirates territory have even accepted their rule from the heart. As long as there is no threat to life, they can live here by completing a set amount of work in designated areas and paying a certain income as protection fees. This is not much different from the environment of some kingdoms. On a large scale, Arceus has somewhat replicated the development plan of Noxus. Those who can demonstrate their value, regardless of the aspect, can gain sufficient status. This is a relatively suitable approach for the current situation, however, is still the rule of pirates, and charity is out of the question. The Beast Pirates can support those injured in battle, and those working for the Beast Pirates, their families are treated the same way, but they will never take care of unrelated individuals. As the captain and governor of the Beast Pirates, Kaido often neglects his duties, but it is not unusual for a captain to be uninvolved in daily matters. Under Kaido and Arceus, Shaina is undoubtedly the strongest in terms of combat power, having proven this in battle, making her an equal to Jean in command. Moreover, she is ruthless when dealing with pirates who break the rules, and when she gets angry. These pirates tend to keep their distance to avoid getting burned. However, this time she was a bit too agitated. "Be big sister, calm down. This is something beyond our control." But these words had little effect, and they dared not stop the furious Shaina. "What should we do? Why don't you go? Are you kidding? Can we stop the enraged big sister? What about Brother Kaido and Brother Arceus? They just went out a couple of days ago. You know that." They then looked at their leader, realizing that when the sky falls, the tall one must hold it up. Usually, he enjoys a higher status as the captain of a small team, and in times of trouble, he must step up. Why is the big sister angry? You guys tell me. He was originally collecting taxes from supply ships at the port, which is the rule. No matter what they do in another pirate's territory, they must pay money. Otherwise, it means war. Unexpectedly, something suddenly happened afterward. Just now, the newsbird delivered the latest bounty notice, and after the big sister saw it, she reacted this way. He then took some new bounty notices from his side. After the battle between the walled pirate crew and the beast pirates, almost all of the beast pirates officers were put on the bounty list, and Kaido's bounty was raised to 1.8 billion, essentially adding Wald's bounty to his. As he rummaged through the notices, Arceus's bounty appeared before him, and he understood why Shaina was furious. Unknown creature, pet of the beast pirates, bounty 5000 berries. Shaina is naturally impulsive, and sometimes she exhibits two extreme reactions. When dealing with matters assigned by Arceus, she is extremely cautious, making sure not to make a single mistake. She can even appear before Arceus with a stopwatch in hand. However, when faced with insulting remarks, she enters a furious extreme. Insulting Arceus in front of her is no different from insulting a nun in front of Big Mom. Defining Arceus as a pet or as an unknown creature without a name, coupled with a hefty bounty of 5000 berries, can be said to have hit all her hot buttons. Both the Navy and the world government have the authority to set bounty amounts, typically determined by the level of threat posed by the pirate. Some minor pirates are usually assigned bounties directly by the local branches and reported. However, major pirates have their bounties set by the world government and then communicated to the pirates. Sometimes the amounts they set are quite baffling. They can be both round and odd, and it's unclear how they arrive at these numbers. In some cases, the bounties are set with only the present situation in mind, such as a reindeer with an initial bounty of 50 berries, which doubled to 100 berries after experiencing several major events. For non-human creatures, they often come up with strange bounties, including but not limited to Chopper at 50 berries, Beepo at 500 berries, and now Arceus at 5000 berries. The photo shows Arceus standing at the bow of a ship, apparently taken by an agent from Wald's ship when he arrived at the battlefield with the supply ship. It is unclear for what purpose they even put a bounty on Arceus, and without gathering any relevant intelligence, they simply slapped on this strange title. In a sense, a bounty of 5000 berries is a significant gesture. After all, it is equivalent to the initial bounty of 100 choppers. However, it still cannot change the fact that 5000 berries is not enough for even a hearty meal. Coupled with the titles of unknown creature and pet, it is no wonder Shaina is furious. The source of the problem has been found, but it has not been practically resolved. Called the Holy Beast Boss, we estimate that we cannot calm down the Big Sister. Big Sister, what are you going to do? Watching Shaina, who was about to leave after venting, he suddenly had a bad premonition. What are you doing? I'm going to kill the guy who set the bounty. No, Big Sister, calm down. We have no idea who set this thing. Oh, right, the Holy Beast opposes slaughter, and your task during this time is to stay here. Shaina's strength is that even when she enters a state of rage, she does not attack indiscriminately like Big Mom. After living a hard life on the run for so long, even when she throws things, she tends to choose cheaper items to smash. This time, she simply couldn't contain her anger, causing the house to be damaged, and then she took it out on the rocks outside, and now someone is putting out the fire. Her subordinates persuaded her for a while, and along with Arceus's task requirements, the two extremes canceled each other out, and she was temporarily calmed down. Sent out a new bounty in the underworld. Let's see who named this bounty notice. This matter is not over. Also, who wants to spar with me? As soon as she said this, the pirates all took a step back. Usually, practicing with Shaina means taking hits, let alone at this time. However, at this moment, a lucky person appeared. Mwahaha. What's wrong? Why did you set the house on fire? Queen happened to arrive at this moment, pushing past the little brothers, and saw the dangerous look in Shaina's eyes behind her mask. Chapter 74. Thanks to Brother Quinn's brave dedication, am I coming at a bit of an opportune time? Instinct told him that this place was very dangerous. Not just for Shaina, but even the surrounding lackeys were watching him. Brother Quinn, sorry to trouble you. Suddenly, the members of the Beast Pirates lined up and bowed to Quinn, then quickly hid to the side. The relationships among the cadres of the Beast Pirates were quite strange, and it wasn't a secret to ordinary people. Although they coordinated well in battle, outside of combat, they could be described as a bunch of oddballs. For example, Jean and Quinn would start bickering as soon as they met, but despite their fierce arguments, they rarely got physical. Shaina, on the other hand, would not argue with Quinn now. Generally, they could communicate calmly, provided Shaina wasn't in a rage. Once she was in a bad mood, meeting Quinn would lead to a fight. Usually, Quinn would be on the receiving end of a one-sided beating, so he had to keep track of the days. If he happened to catch Shaina on one of those days when she was feeling unwell and in a bad mood, Quinn would definitely be nowhere to be seen within miles. Before Quinn showed up, the members of the Beast were worried about being dragged in as sparring partners. But once Quinn arrived, they felt safe. After all, when Shaina was angry, Quinn would automatically bring the buff of sarcasm. Watching the lackeys quickly retreat, an ominous feeling surged in his heart. I suddenly remembered that I still had unfinished business in my lab, so I'll take my leave. Burn these houses if you want. This was the most important cargo island within the territory of the Beast Pirates, where nearly all the trading of supplies took place. He had come here because the equipment he ordered had arrived. Currently, the Beast territory occupied 5 major islands. The Winter Island, where the Arms Manufacturing and Research Institute was located. This trading island where Shaina was, which had the climate of spring, and 2 islands primarily for mining, along with a summer island focused on agriculture. Adding in the scattered, unnamed islands around these, which were only numbered, it could be considered a small achievement. Quinn had originally come to pick up a package and check out the excitement, but unexpectedly, he had drawn trouble to himself. I said, Quinn, it's been a while since we last fought. How about we practice a bit? The wind is too strong. What did you say? I didn't quite hear you. If you have something, go find Jean, that interrogation freak. As he spoke, 2 pairs of leaf-like wings sprouted from his back, ready to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Shaina appear in front of him. Since you're here, don't leave. Otherwise, I'd lose face. Wait, fighting is fine, but give me a reason. In terms of speed, he couldn't possibly match Shaina, so since it was unavoidable, he at least wanted to know why. My hands are itching. I want to spar and check my recent training results. A plain and straightforward reason. So plain that it left Quinn speechless. I can fight back. Of course, it's just sparring. Otherwise, I'd just go hit a punching bag. Quinn's resistance was futile. He was forcibly dragged to the training ground on the island by Shaina. What followed was a one-sided beating. Quinn didn't hold back, but he really couldn't fight back. After a while, Shaina's anger was vented, and Quinn had once again undergone training. He felt that if this continued, his conqueror's hockey level might just break through. Then he saw the lackeys outside, serving tea and water. Brother Quinn, you've worked hard. They were sincere. If Quinn and T happened to be here, they would have been the ones dragged into the training ground. Although they always gained a lot from coming out of the training ground, it really did hurt. Quinn had saved them from his crisis, so they naturally had to thank him. Why was she so angry? Which of you offended her? He thought he had grasped Shaina's habits. As long as he avoided that weak and showed more respect to Arceus, nothing bad would happen. Ever since he sold the information about Gaji and the others to Shaina, it had been a while since he had been beaten up. Brother Quinn, it's because of this bounty notice. Looking at Arceus's bounty notice, Quinn's face couldn't help but twitch. The boss has already put out a bounty to find the person who arranged the bounty notice and took the photo. Double the price. Huh? I said double the price. If it weren't for that bastard, would I be this unlucky? Is this guy blind? What kind of person could say that word? He thought for a moment, but still didn't say the word pet. Just in case Shaina was still around, that wouldn't be an amusing thing. Of course, Shaina wasn't the only one who saw the Arceus bounty notice, but everyone in the Beast Pirates pretended they hadn't seen it. No one brought it up in front of Arceus. People can downplay things themselves, can self-deprecate, but if some words come out of someone else's mouth, it can change the tone entirely. Only Kaido let out a series of incomprehensible laughter after seeing this bounty notice, and after that, in Kaido's territory. The price of anything had never appeared as 5,000 berries. Meanwhile, Olga and Jean also appeared on another island with the members of the Beasts. They were here to procure supplies from the black market. The production of pure gold was extremely difficult. Not only were the extinct materials very rare, but even the existing materials were not easy to find. After receiving news from the black market, they naturally came over. However, at this time, they were not operating under their own flag, but under the flag of Purult. The world government, due to Spandam's erroneous information, misjudged the situation of Purult and believed that Captain John S. treasure was closely related to Purult. At the same time, since clues of pure gold were discovered on that island, they also placed the matter of pure gold on Purult's head. Kaido and the others were the ones who understood Purult's situation the best. The actions of the world government were not absolutely secret in the New World. Since they had been unable to find Purult's whereabouts, they began to expand their search network, inevitably leading to intelligence leaks. The effects and value of pure gold were too troublesome. Whether it was Arceus or Kaido, they didn't want to be targeted by the world government right now. So after some thought, they decided to add a new smokescreen for the government. Using Olga's ability, they disguised the members of the Beasts as people from Purult. Since the misunderstanding had already been left, they might as well make it even bigger. Never trust the credibility of underground world merchants too much. They might fear power and refrain from doing outrageous things, like the Nether Kingdom maintaining the safety of transactions within its territory. However, selling the same information twice was almost the norm in the underground world. Expecting them to keep secrets was unrealistic. Chapter 75. Illusions and Red Captain Jin. Prilert. We have arrived. They were still not used to calling Jin that. The original crew of Prilert had long since disappeared. However, their appearances had been disguised, and as long as the illusion remained, no one could recognize them. In the New World, on an unknown island, the beast pirates had arrived at the trading venue. Gray kingdoms like the Nether Kingdom were an exception. Underground trading markets in the New World rarely appeared in the open and always had reasons to conceal themselves. For instance, this island was not recorded on any nautical charts and could only be found through special recording pointers. Although the existence of underground markets was almost tacitly accepted by the world government, they were also targets for the Navy. Not all gray trades had the cover of being affiliated with member nations like the Nether Kingdom. They were illegal organizations, and the gathering of pirates here had always been a target for the Navy. They found a secluded corner nearby to hide their ship. Although theoretically it would not be discovered, the pirates still cautiously concealed their vessels. Encountering pirates at sea was not surprising, nor was encountering patrolling Navy ships. To avoid running into some overly righteous Navy generals who would capture pirates on sight, no one would boldly dock their ships in the harbor. Without an eternal pointer, it was nearly impossible to find this place, but one could not rule out the possibility of some people passing through by accident. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary island, and even upon landing, what one saw were legitimate businesses. The secrecy of the Olga protection team was managed by Jin, who was responsible for the use of force. His strength was already adequate to handle most pirates. Even if an accident occurred, he was capable of taking Olga away from here. The radiation of pure gold over the past 100 years had caused some side effects. Although they had escaped the influence of pure gold, their appearances had not changed much since they left the belly of the Sea Kings 2 years ago. According to ACS analysis, this phenomenon might persist for quite a long time. They had come here with ample information. There was a town on this island that looked no different from an ordinary small town. However, after Jin and the others spoke the secret code at a tavern, they arrived at the underground trading post. The people inside varied in appearance. Some obscured their faces with hoods and masks, while others walked around openly. Their confidence stemming from the emblems of their respective pirate crews. Pirates valued their flags highly. If outsiders impersonated a pirate crew's emblem, it was considered an act of war. However, few dared to do so, as impersonating another's pirate flag would come at a cost. While it might scare off weaker pirates, it would also attract stronger ones. Those pirates not hiding their faces were members of large pirate crews, such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Big Mom. Their emblems could all be seen here. Nowadays, the Beast Pirates flag also carried a certain level of intimidation, but to confuse others, they all carried Prilert's insignia. The underground market made Olga quite uncomfortable. It could be said to represent the true dark side. During her time in the Nether Kingdom, she had stayed in the hotel and had not seen those things. But now she had. Minerals, timber, gold, and people. In cages, one could see individuals of various races, long-armed tribes, fishmen. Both rare and ordinary people were not uncommon here. And there were also some bloody organs that seemed to have just been removed from bodies. From time to time, screams and wails echoed. But no one paid attention to these. They continued to chat and conduct business cheerfully. This was the dirtiest, or perhaps the most genuine side of the world. These people were once pirates or members of non-affiliated nations, and some were abducted members of affiliated nations, but now they were merely commodities. It was a cruel world. Having walked this path, one could only survive by continuously growing stronger. Shaina and Olga got along quite well. Seeing Olga's unpleasant expression, Jin spoke a few more words than usual, as he typically did not concern himself with others. Soroyak's group illusion was very realistic, and their expressions would reflect in the illusion. As she mastered her abilities, the energy consumption for creating the illusion became smaller. Put away your sympathy. You can't help them here. That kind of expression will only attract the attention of the hunting dogs in the darkness. If you want everything to go your way, you must at least have matching strength. Soon, Jin found their trading partner, cloaked entirely in a black robe, their face obscured. Even though there were people maintaining order in the underground market, revealing too much here would still draw attention once they left, so it was always better to be cautious. The transaction used real money. This was not a one-time deal, and a bit of credit had to be observed. If the illusion was discovered, it would not end well. Olga's ability had a range limit. If she disguised currency with an illusion, it wouldn't be long before it was discovered. The trading process went smoothly. A bounty of 500 million for Prilert was enough to deter some people. Although some pirates forged their own bounties for special purposes, the bounties that made it to the newspapers were real. With the transaction completed, Jin and the others packed their things and prepared to leave. Under the cover of the illusion, there were no longer any of Prylart's people here, only the beast pirates. No one could have guessed that the ones who traded earlier were this group. However, they made a detour, hiding their goods with the illusion before returning. This time they appeared here as members of the beast pirates. They used Prylart's identity to purchase those special materials, but for common materials, they used the beast pirate's identity. Once Prylart left here, they would go missing, so whether arriving or departing, the flag flying on the ship was that of the beast pirates. It was common sense not to return empty-handed from such a place. The Atom Tree was one of their targets. The current beast pirates lacked a truly main battleship. Ships could wait to be built, but good materials should be stockpiled in advance. Besides trading, there were more entertainment facilities here. After removing their disguises, they had fewer restrictions and gained some freedom of movement. They had also collected quite a bit of loot from the earlier battle. Pirates who liked to save money were quite rare. Most emphasized enjoying the moment. After all, it was a profession where one could die at any time. Olga was planning to buy 1 or 2 slaves with Elizabeth. She always felt awkward doing nothing. However, a commotion arose in the distance. A boy with a strange red nose and another with red hair seemed to be arguing about something. Chapter 76. Is Antarctica colder or the Arctic colder? The Arctic is colder. No, Antarctica is colder. No, obviously the Arctic is colder. Shanks and Buggy, both 8 years old and trainees of the Roger Pirates, have been on Roger's ship since they were very young. The argument led to a quarrel and eventually to a fight. But the members of the Roger Pirates seemed to be accustomed to such disputes and found nothing strange about it. All right, you two. You've been arguing about this on the ship. Why not just check both sides to find out the answer? However, this was clearly not the time for fighting. Rayleigh solved the problem fairly with a punch for each of them. This isn't the time for you to bicker. Hurry up and gather supplies. We're about to set sail. After the God Valley incident, there was no change in the bounty of the Roger Pirates. According to the world government's report, it was entirely the Navy's achievement. They personally created the Navy Hero Garp, who served as the iconic figure to enhance the Navy's prestige. Although Garp's strength warranted his heroic status, the world government played a significant role as well. As a witness to the events, Garp had been pursuing the Roger Pirates whenever he discovered their whereabouts, almost considering Roger as a fated enemy. However, Garp was not fond of the world government's efforts to cover up the truth, and he had always been reluctant to accept promotions to Admiral due to his disdain for the Celestial Dragons. Once promoted to Admiral, one's freedom would decrease, requiring them to be stationed at specific locations to respond to special incidents. In contrast, Vice Admirals had more freedom to act. To better pursue Roger, Garp refused the Admiral position. This situation had a significant impact on Sengoku. The mechanism of the 3 admirals had been established for a long time, but now the positions remained vacant. Zephyr had moved to the background as the chief instructor, and Garp's refusal to be promoted meant Sengoku was often very busy. Every time he saw Kainu, the current fleet admiral, at Navy headquarters, he would complain about this matter. There was no one from their generation of the Navy who could take on the admiral position, so the Navy temporarily maintained this state. After the defeat of Rox in the God Valley battle, things at sea had generally improved a lot. Sengoku could manage with some overtime, and once the new generation grew up, the admiral vacancies would naturally be filled. It was better to keep the positions empty than to forcefully fill them with those lacking in strength. The Roger Pirates had just escaped Garp's pursuit, and to prevent being tracked again, they needed to quickly gather supplies and leave the area. The trainees also had work to do, and after being reprimanded by Rayleigh, the members of the Roger Pirates began to disperse. At this moment, Olga was haggling with someone. The argument nearby did not interest her. She had no interest in those pirate slaves and did not need any laborers. Since she chose the path of piracy, she had to be prepared for anything. So her target was those ordinary people. Similarly, these individuals were also the cheapest type in the slave market. Human trafficking was a legal business here, although it would not be openly acknowledged in member countries, often referred to with hidden terms like employment agencies. Here, the prices were clearly marked. Criminals and nationals of non-member countries were considered trade subjects, while nationals of member countries were not. Only nationals of non-member countries were caught here, which was merely a cover for human trafficking. Nearly 200 years ago, the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island became a member of the world government. But mermaids had always been the most expensive kind. Whenever a mermaid appeared, it would fetch a high price at auction. Olga and Elizabeth had a total of 10 million berries, which was already a considerable amount for pocket money. There were price standards for human trafficking. According to prices decades later, ordinary humans would start at 500,000 berries at auctions, but that was for auctions, where the starting price was usually much lower than the item's value. The average selling price for the people Olga was interested in was around 1 million berries. She only wanted to take a few individuals, and quality was far more important than quantity. Look at these people. They are so emaciated. And this one, I think they're almost dead. How can you charge this price? Since the kidnapping incident of the Natter Kingdom ended, she had changed all the patterns on her clothes. Now she wore a t-shirt with the Beast Pirates flag printed on it, and it was this design that gave the slave trader the patience to explain. Pirates with territories in the New World did not want to offend her, and Kaido had also joined this group. Miss, this price is already very cheap. And look at these people. Although they are a bit thin, their health is fine. They just need a few days of care. 8 people for 10 million berries is already a good deal. They can work without any problem. 15, fixed price. These are not even top goods. They're worth this price. You're making it difficult for me. I can give you 13, but only for the children, and I'll throw in a gift. In the slave market, the prices for females were generally higher than for males, and young adults were priced higher than the elderly or children. Olga was not interested in strong pirate slaves, so the determining factors for pricing were age and appearance. As Olga said, there were no so-called quality goods here. Such people had been sent to auctions, and these were what remained after the first round of selection. He happened to have 13 kids left, not particularly good-looking, around 12 or 13 years old, which was neither suitable for adult labor nor the right age to cultivate as loyal subordinates. He wanted to get rid of this burden, as keeping them would only cost him money, and he saw that Olga seemed interested, so he was willing to sell. Deal. What's the gift? Here you go. It's said to be a treasure map, but I don't know what it actually hides. The merchant handed Olga a sea chart along with a chain. The high-quality collars used for slaves were unnecessary in this place. These people were merely bound by ordinary chains. Hey, you too. Stop wandering around and keep an eye on them. I paid for them. They can't be let go here, otherwise it would just send them back to the hands of the traffickers. Olga ordered a few of the beast pirates. She was indeed a trainee, but not just any trainee. She was part of the reserve cadre. Chapter 77. Debut at the peak. Got it. Leave it to us. The pirates of the beast pirates are well aware that once Olga grows a bit older and stronger, she will undoubtedly become a high-ranking officer. Both her fruit ability and interpersonal relationships assure this. Moreover, trainees in the pirate crew usually have the status of being the crew's favorite, enjoying the captain's affection. Besides, they really can't defeat Olga. Her direct combat ability isn't particularly strong, although she can defeat 1 or 2 adult pirates in a head-on confrontation. Her physical limitations make her far weaker compared to monsters like Jean and Shaina. The problem is that in battle, the enemy will never know whether they are attacking the real Olga. Without excellent observation hockey, numbers mean nothing to Olga. They will only fall into infighting amidst illusions. After taking the chains, they didn't pay much attention to the slaves. Bound by chains, they couldn't stir up any trouble. Moreover, slave traders typically carry out prior torment, and those who can persist in resisting are few among the slave population. Shanks, did you hear that? It's a treasure map. Holding a sack of potatoes, Buggy excitedly said to Shanks beside him. If Buggy had to choose an idol among pirates, excluding those on Roger's ship, John would likely be at the top. This pirate, who has always been focused on money, is greatly admired by Buggy. Obtaining all the treasures in the world is one of his dreams, and he has a keen sense of observation, especially regarding things related to treasure. The Roger pirates are also pirates. They plunder as well, but their targets are not civilians. Roger's rule is to never harm civilians. Those who provoke them are another matter. As for the Navy and pirates, they won't hold back when they strike. Did you hear that? What's wrong? Just now, she pulled out 10 million berries. 10 million. 10 million berries filled Elizabeth's side pouch, and when he took out the money, he certainly saw that thick bundle of cash. The pirates who brought her back under Olga's orders ran off to the side, and now only Elizabeth the lizard remained beside Olga, clearly in a lone state. Captain Roger doesn't allow attacks on ordinary people. Are you blind? Can't you see the skull pattern on her clothes? She's obviously a pirate. Besides, who in this place is an ordinary person? The treasure map holds great allure for Buggy, and under his persuasion, Shanks was convinced. Let us make it clear. Our target is just that treasure map. Don't worry. She's just a little girl. If we scare her a bit, she'll definitely hand it over. Leave this to me, Buggy the Great. Remember to act quickly, otherwise, Mr. Rayleigh will come back and teach us a lesson. If one ignores that Buggy is 2 years younger than Olga at this moment, his words might carry some intimidation. If you factor in the stunted age, it's not just 2 years. At this moment, Olga, who had her back to Buggy and Shanks, was somewhat speechless. Elizabeth, do you think those 2 guys are idiots? Speaking so loudly, do they think I'm deaf? At first, Buggy was whispering with Shanks, but it gradually turned into an argument. Although they didn't come to blows, they couldn't control their volume. The Zoan-type ability hidden within their bodies, even without beastification, still had a certain enhancement to their senses. Hence, Olga could hear their plan clearly. Let us go. Before we leave, let us play with these two kids. Life on the ship is so boring. She directly turned and walked toward a fork in the road. When Buggy and Shanks followed, they found that the person in front of them had vanished. Where did she go? I don't know, but why is there not a single person here? Are you looking for me? A pair of hands rested on their shoulders. Buggy was startled and shouted out, while Shanks, slightly calmer, swung his fist behind him but only hit air. He was still a rookie pirate, not the pirate emperor ruling the seas decades later. At this stage, he hadn't even mastered ordinary two-color hockey yet. In lower-level battles, the fruit abilities can exert more powerful effects. And both Shanks and Buggy were completely toyed with by Olga's illusions. This was also Olga's most glorious achievement, playing with two emperors at her fingertips. One could say she debuted at the peak. You two still want to snatch the treasure map? Too weak. Olga didn't even make a move. Shanks and Buggy lacked the ability to break the illusion, so they mistook each other for Olga and began a balanced internal struggle. Olga, Brother Gene, there's a call. Elizabeth handed over the den mushy. She had already learned most human languages, but it wasn't fluent enough. She could only blurt out 3 words at a time. Olga, gather on the ship. We need to leave. The Navy is coming. Briefly explaining the situation, Gene directly hung up the call. Upon hearing this, Olga no longer cared about Shanks and Buggy and mounted Elizabeth to leave the area. Once they ran far away, Olga's ability naturally faded, and Buggy and Shanks had just used their strongest attacks. When they saw each other's figures, it was too late to hold back. When Rayleigh arrived to take them away, he happened to see each of them sporting a black eye. What is wrong with you two? Why did you fight again? Hurry up, that guy Carp is chasing us. There would always be personnel left on the ship to relay messages, and they brought the news that the Navy would not approach this island. However, Roger's pirates, resupplying here, successfully drew Carp over. After a chase, the Roger pirates managed to shake off Carp again, while the black market merchants and other ill-prepared pirates on the island had bad luck, all getting captured by Carp. Once safe, Rayleigh pulled Shanks and Buggy in front of him. Tell me, why did you two fight, and so fiercely? They had fought before, but this time it seemed serious. Shanks and Rayleigh explained what had happened, and soon laughter erupted from Roger's ship. These two kids were actually fooled by a little girl. Yeah, hey. You two aren't jealous, are you? If One's crew was insulted, Roger would certainly retaliate, but it depended on the situation. Shanks and Buggy took the initiative, but ended up being played by the other side, and the one who made the move was a little girl. So this isn't a big deal, but rather a joke. If someone can confuse them with illusions, they can also kill them. It's clear the opponent has shown mercy. From then on, Shanks and Buggy gained a new nickname for being mocked and had Roger set a new rule. When going out, they must stay close to Rayleigh or Jabba and are not allowed to act alone anymore. Chapter 78. Reality on the Ship of the 100 Beasts. Jean was examining the group of slaves that Olga had bought. Jin's gaze sent chills down their spines, causing them to huddle together on the deck. You're responsible for these people. How to handle them is your business. I won't help you. I know. Just find an island with people and drop them off. Buying people and giving them freedom is already charitable. I don't plan to waste time sending them back home, nor do I have the ability to do so. Olga, you seem a bit too naive. Huh? Nothing. You'll understand later. Jin's words were only half said. The truth is far less tangible than reality, and one must experience reality to truly understand the gap between ideals and reality. On their way back to Kaido's territory, they needed to dock for supplies. Jean had already unlocked the chains on the slaves, but when the 100 Beasts crew lowered the gangplank, none of them dared to leave. Go on, you're free. They did not dare to move. Look at the injuries on these people. They're old wounds, likely from whippings and such. They must have been with those slave traders for a long time. The mark of slavery is not just on the body, but etched in the heart. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have told them similar things before. They promised them freedom, but if anyone dared to leave, the punishment would be even more terrifying. Jean knew well the methods of those slave traders. He had experienced such things, but that traitor died at his hands. A life of fleeing is quite an unpleasant experience. From the expressions in these people's eyes, he could tell whether their inner hope had been completely extinguished. The desire for freedom cannot be hidden. At such times, their eyes showed no ripples, indicating that their hearts had long since died. Jean did not go down to procure supplies. The cargo on the ship was more important. Whether it was the wood from the treasure tree atom or the materials for making pure gold, he had to personally oversee them. After simply replenishing some fresh water, The ship continued to set sail under Olga's cover. They were like a ghost ship on the sea, completely undetectable by outsiders. Olga, you really don't need to worry about this. Letting them go may not be a good thing. On pirate ships, rank determines hierarchy. The ordinary members of the 100 Beasts didn't know about Olga's more than 100 years of life experience. Except for Quinn, the identities of the high-ranking members were all well-founded. However, her status was still deserving of the title Big Sister. This is the new world. If you let them go, it won't be long before they are caught again or die in some corner. Exactly. Since you bought them, Big Sister, why not keep them as servants? It is quite normal for ordinary pirates to please the higher-ups. The current high-ranking members of the 100 Beasts all have rather strange personalities. To this day, no one knows what Jean and Shaina look like or can fathom their personalities. However, Quinn and Olga's preferences are easy to decipher, and saying these two sentences wouldn't cost them anything, so they express some of their opinions. It's so annoying. How could such a simple thing become so troublesome? In the end, these people were still brought back by her, left at the current base to tidy up and do some odd jobs. Olga's training also became tighter. One small matter after another made her crave more power. After a while, Arceus' ship returned, but he did not gain anything. The islands explored did not yield what he needed. The ship had not yet docked when the island was already prepared to receive them. Lord Sacred Beast, welcome back. He did not ask Shaina if she had gained anything. If she had, the telephone bug would have contacted him already. Now, it was just a matter of waiting to see how the news from Kaido was. Kaido hasn't returned yet? Lord Sacred Beast. Haven't you seen the newspaper lately? No, I haven't come across a newsbird during this time. He had seen the news of the bounty announcement. The pirates on the ship were terrified and did not dare to breathe because Arceus had just eliminated a sea king before he received the newspaper. However, he did not get angry, at least not in front of the pirates. They then continued sailing as if nothing had happened. Arceus was not too angry. In fact, this matter was within his expectations. The people who set the bounties always had some issues with their brains. If there was one person who could be considered the most unfortunate in terms of bounty, it would probably be Blackbeard, who had been lurking for decades without exceeding 3 billion in bounty, only to have 330 billion bounties appear overnight. Furthermore, the dynamics among the 4 emperors had changed significantly. Aside from him, the other 3 were all related in some way, which was absurd by any standard. Adding in the bounties of Chopper and Beepo, the world government's judgment was also within his expectations. This matter was not worth his time, but if the opportunity arose, he would deal with it along the way. After that, they did not encounter any news birds again. You'll know when you see it. Shaina organized the recent intelligence, and the newspaper had once again featured a headline about Comrade Kaido. He had run into trouble again during his outing. This time it was not the Navy, but a big pirate from the New World. Arceus had not heard of this flag, so he did not pay much attention. Moreover, the content of the news was not about him being captured, but rather him causing a ruckus in the opponent's territory. Relying on this bug-level skill, it was basically impossible to inflict fatal damage on Kaido before his stamina was completely exhausted. Neither side could do anything to the other, but the home team clearly had the disadvantage. A few days later, Kaido also flew back, and several red crosses appeared on the map, indicating the absence of stone tablets in those areas. However, this did not mean those places could be completely ignored. The stone tablets indeed did not move, but who knows if some people would take them to islands that had already been searched. The search work was still far from complete. Kaido could not remain outside his territory indefinitely. He would not go out again in the short term. Previously, Quinn had been busy with his plantation plan, and after some effort, he successfully obtained seeds from the tropical dragon's bananas. The tropical dragon bananas are a special kind of banana. The seeds inside have degenerated, but not completely, and there is still a plantable seed inside the banana. After his diligent work on seedling cultivation, the first batch of banana seedlings successfully appeared, but the soil on the farming island in Kaido's territory was not suitable for banana cultivation. So he went out to find a new small island. After a day's training, Olga found Arceus with a treasure map as a gift. Chapter 79. The War Triggered by Banana's Great Beast. How about we go treasure hunting? Maybe there's something you want in the treasure. Olga raised the treasure map in her hand. Although this item was a gift, she had compared it with the nautical charts after returning and confirmed that the locations marked on it actually existed on some island in the New World. Her intuition told her that there were good things to be found, and she was quite confident in her instincts. After all, she had survived for so many years inside the giant anglerfish thanks to it. On the island, there were so many fruits. She perfectly avoided the poisonous wild fruits, met the easygoing Elizabeth, dodged dinosaur attacks, and steered clear of stomach acid tides. Moreover, Treasure hunting is considered one of the primary professions of pirates, so she had a bit of interest in it. However, she was self-aware. Going out to hunt for treasure by herself would be like giving it away for free and would only trouble others. Finding Kaido was not an option. He was highly likely to agree to her request since apprentices were the crew's favorites, but according to Kaido's personality, he would definitely throw her into a situation for solo training. Shaina was also not an option. Such meaningless activities would be a waste of time for her, and she would think Olga was too idle and would pull her into extra training. After thinking it over, the only one who would agree to this request was Arceus. And she wasn't speaking nonsense. Arceus's goal was to find the stone plates, but he didn't know their locations, so every island in the sea could be his target. With the water drop stone plate in hand, the sea became his home ground, and he wouldn't have to worry about encountering any trouble. Months passed without much progress. And since Olga had come up with a so-called treasure map, it wouldn't hurt to take another trip. Who knows? They might actually find something if luck was on their side. Olga had made numerous markings on the treasure map and had basically determined the route and target. Treasure hunting sounds good. Let's try our luck. Let Shaina prepare the ship. We'll set sail tomorrow. Okay, great beast. I'll go tell Sister Shaina right now. Arceus designated a new destination, and the corresponding personnel had already begun preparations. Meanwhile, Queen welcomed the first batch of banana harvest season. The tropical dragon's bananas were not ordinary bananas. After Queen's cultivation, these banana seedlings grew at an astonishing speed, transforming from seedlings to harvestable status in just half a year. The fruits were not yet fully ripe, but Queen already knew he had succeeded in his cultivation. Bananas must be harvested before they are fully ripe. Typically, they are picked while still immature and allowed to ripen later. Only those who are at the plantation can taste the fully ripe fruits. Earlier, Queen had tasted some he picked early, and although they were not as good as the original, their sweetness far exceeded that of ordinary bananas. He was also surprised to find that these bananas had a longer shelf life, which was undoubtedly a good thing. However, his banana plantation encountered some troubles. Most islands in the New World that are inhabited have their owners, but at the borders of various powers, there are usually some uninhabited islands that serve as boundary markers. Queen chose such an island. Some of the defeated pirate captives were brought here by him and established a banana plantation, compared to mining in the caves. Working here to grow bananas seemed a bit easier. At least they could see the sun every day, so those people were eager to come here. Very few people are born pirates. Many pirates were just ordinary farmers, merchants, or fishermen before going to sea for various reasons, whether due to desires or external pressures, eventually leading them down this path. For some, growing bananas was just returning to their old profession. However, today a battle broke out on this island, and the reason for the fight was these bananas. This morning, the people on the island began taking care of the bananas as scheduled, and there were dozens of members from the Beast Pirates acting as overseers. This was originally an uninhabited tropical island, and Queen had only cultivated a portion of farmland, so only part of the island had people stationed. They originally didn't need to guard anything, but recently, Queen discovered that several boxes of bananas he had picked early for ripening had gone missing. This made him very angry, so he ordered the pirates on the island to strengthen their patrols. At this moment, on the backside of the island, another pirate ship landed. The pirate ship looked very girly, adorned with many candy-like items, and the pirate flag featured a skull with lipstick, with crossbones replaced by long candy-like items. The Big Mom pirates were led by Charlotte Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family. As the eldest son of the family, Perospero bore a heavy responsibility. Some time ago, when Big Mom's ship arrived at a nearby island, Charlotte Linlin's hunger pangs suddenly struck. Her appetite was truly a matter of luck. If she couldn't get the food she wanted, she would go on a rampage. The last time her hunger pangs struck, the target was Banana Moose, and the Big Mom pirates had to search everywhere for ingredients. Coincidentally, someone had moved those boxes of bananas, and the pirates on the island were all asleep, completely unaware that someone was stealing their bananas. Charlotte Linlin was successfully captivated by the taste of Banana Moose, and afterward, she found all other bananas unappetizing, leading her children to plan to occupy this place. The last time they came was at night, and the pirates didn't notice. But this time they appeared brazenly in broad daylight. When the plantation pirates saw the Big Mom crew, they were all taken aback. "Who are you?" "Cuckoo. We are here to take over this island. From now on, this is our territory. As long as you pay enough bananas each year, you can use our flag." Outside the Totland Kingdom, occupying islands only required borrowing the flag and did not necessitate paying any lifespan, but they had to pay sufficient tributes every quarter, or else they would face destruction. They themselves might not be able to cultivate well, nor did they have enough manpower, so they relied on the locals to serve them. Although Perospero said this, he was actually notifying them. "What a joke. Who do you think you are, kid? This is the 100. Before he could finish his sentence, a large amount of candy wrapped around him, muffling his voice. This isn't negotiation. It's an order. Does anyone have any objections? Suddenly, a threat came from the sky, and Parasparrow turned the candy into a wall to block the attack from above, with seeds embedded in his candy wall. So it seems that you were the ones who stole my bananas a few days ago, huh? Chapter 80. The Duel of Two Old Sixes. Quinn was very angry. He had put in a lot of effort for these bananas, and just when he was about to reap the rewards, a thief showed up to steal his stuff. No, it wasn't stealing, it was outright robbery. He was Quinn, the fourth in command of the Beast Pirates, on par with Arceus and Kaido. Sure, he had Shaina and Jean ahead of him, but being the fourth in command meant he was a senior officer, and everyone had their temper. Moreover, Quinn had accumulated quite a bit of resentment. It was normal for the officers of the Beast Pirates to fight. Shaina and Jean sparred frequently. However, due to his background in research, he never knew when trouble might come knocking. Although most of the time things were peaceful, unexpected incidents did occur, like the bounty incident that had brought him his fortune. He couldn't defeat the officers who were of suitable age, and the ones he could beat were too young. If he dragged Olga to practice, Shaina and Kaido would just drag him along for practice in a few days. The trainees had a pet of the crew attribute that was no joke. On the other hand, the Beast Pirates had tightened their internal regulations. He could only scold his subordinates when they made mistakes. As for experiments, they could only be attempted on those stubborn pirates who refused to surrender. Kaido was quite shrewd, since someone could manage the affairs within the pirate crew so efficiently. It was best for him to have the time to do what he wanted, as long as they stayed away from a drunken Kaido. The Beast Pirates wouldn't face any major dangers. Quinn had undergone a change. The ability of the tropical dragon gave him more transformation options for himself. By combining certain abilities, he developed more combat methods. Some of his research had become personal hobbies rather than necessities. So as you guys who stole the bananas I cultivated, huh? A group of Beast Pirates gathered behind Quinn, continuing to confront Big Mom's crew. And the person who had their face covered by candy earlier was dragged over. Their physical strength was significantly greater than that of ordinary people, and this little time wouldn't make him lose face. The officers were the backbone of the pirates, and Quinn's appearance gave them confidence. Lick lick, this is what Mom needs. You should present it with gratitude. Parasparrow licked the candy cane in his hand, and he didn't take Quinn's seed attack seriously earlier. Present it? Who do you think I am? You'd be better off disappearing on this island. Use your bodies as fertilizer to compensate for the bananas I lost. Quinn's figure began to swell, and a giant humanoid tropical dragon appeared before them. Green energy starting to coalesce in its mouth, and then he spat out an energy ball. Seeing the green energy ball coming, Parasparrow conjured a large amount of syrup, forming a tall candy wall. Parasparrow was a candy man who had eaten the lick-lick fruit, capable of creating various shapes of candy and syrup, which could corrode and infect other objects, turning them into candy as well. The solidified candy was very hard. The candy wall he created was strong enough to withstand cannon fire. Although the energy ball caused some cracks in the candy wall, it did not destroy it outright. However, the candy shards that flew out from the cracks hurt the nearby bananas. Looking at the bananas that fell to the ground, split in half, both Quinn and Parasparrow's expressions turned grim. Quinn was upset because his bananas were destroyed, while Parasparrow had the same reason. He had made a solemn promise to Big Mom that he would bring those bananas back. Moreover, to showcase his abilities, he refused to bring other siblings along, only bringing some of his pirates. There was no pirate flag hanging here. Quinn's original idea was that some people wanting to make a name for themselves would specifically challenge the territories of other pirates. This was originally an uninhabited deserted island. As long as they didn't hang a pirate flag, no one should come looking for them. Initially, Big Mom's crew just wanted to find some wild bananas to see if they could make do, but unexpectedly, they stumbled directly into Quinn's plantation. As a result, the young Charlotte Linlin was captivated by the smell of these bananas. If they couldn't take the bananas back, or if these bananas were destroyed, Parasparrow broke out in a cold sweat, unable to imagine the outcome. When it came to failing a mission, Big Mom's patience was nowhere near Kaido's. The same applied even to her biological children. The thought of resolving enemies as quickly and with minimal repercussions simultaneously occurred to both Quinn and Parasparrow. Earlier, they had started fighting over the bananas without noticing each other's insignias, but now, due to the bananas, they were forced to calm down and also notice the marks on each other's bodies. Quinn's tattoo on his right shoulder and the insignia on Big Mom's pirate's chest. However, this didn't alleviate anything. Quinn had learned from an earlier call that Kaido and Big Mom had some connections. Parasparrow was already born when Kaido was still on Rock's ship, and he also knew that Kaido had some relationship with his mother. But this relationship was not enough to stop the two pirate crews from fighting. if their interests conflicted. Even Kaido and Big Mom would not have any nostalgia. However, they also didn't continue fighting. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle would surely destroy the bananas here. Quinn couldn't bear to lose the bananas, and Perospero couldn't bear to lose himself. If the bananas were gone, Quinn could wait another 6 months to cultivate banana seedlings. But Perospero couldn't be so sure. With different thoughts in mind, neither of them made a move, each calculating their own plans. For example, there was syrup quietly seeping out beneath Perospero's feet. This is what Mom wants. Since this is the territory of the beast pirates, how about I buy these bananas at high price? He wasn't afraid of Quinn. He was afraid of Big Mom's anger. But Quinn showed no signs of giving him any face. Not a chance. All the bananas belong to me. No one could take a single banana from me. Then what a pity. Candy wave. Suddenly, a large amount of syrup surged from the ground, the thick syrup rolling like a tide towards Quinn. What he said earlier was true. Things that could be solved with a little money were not a problem at all. However, since Quinn refused, he could only use this method to take what he wanted. A disdainful smile appeared on Quinn's lips. Perospero hadn't noticed that the leaves he had just gathered behind his back were glowing, as the power of the sun gradually concentrated on the leaves behind him. As he planned to pull a fast one on Quinn, Quinn had the same idea. Chapter 81. Trouble Comes from the Mouth. Candy waves is a liquid syrup, and Perospero wants to use it to bind Quinn and the others before taking the bananas away. Unfortunately, while he secretly uses his ability, Quinn is also secretly using his own. The sunlight is behind Perospero, which becomes his biggest foreshadowing. The power of sunlight gathers into his body through the leaves on his back, unleashing the signature move of grass-type Pokémon, Solar Flare. This attack requires charging and is affected by weather conditions, but if successfully released, its power is quite impressive. Although it is a grass-type skill, as an attack that absorbs the power of the sun, it inherently carries high temperatures. Devil fruits are inherently unscientific, yet they follow strange rules. The candy made from the candy fruit is as hard as steel, but is afraid of high temperatures. Perospero can withstand the high temperature generated by the explosion of the energy ball, but the continuous high temperature produced by solar flare is different. The candy waves he released are directly evaporated by the attack of solar flare. The pirates around Perospero see the approaching solar flare and want to escape, but their bodies become particularly heavy, leaving them unable to evade as they watch the solar flare get closer. Although Perospero raises a candy defense, the moment the candy wall makes contact with solar flare, it melts from the accompanying high temperature, rendering his defense useless. And the group is blasted away by Quinn's solar flare. Perospero is only 19 this year. Although he has consumed the candy fruit, his strength is still in a growth phase. Moreover, even though he is the eldest son, his combat power is not the strongest. The 25-year-old Quinn has developed more comprehensively, and the charged solar flare has a counter to the fruit's abilities, so it's no surprise he gains the upper hand. However, he still loses some bananas. He doesn't want to, but there's no way around it. He refuses to compromise with Perospero. If someone wants to take his things, he won't let them succeed, even if he has to destroy them. He can only minimize the loss as much as possible. Perospero's men are all attacked by Quinn's solar flare. It's not that they don't want to evade, but their bodies have become slow and they can't escape. At this moment, there's a sweet scent in the air, which is neither the aroma of ripening bananas nor the fragrance of Perospero's candy, but rather the sweet scent released by Quinn, a skill that can reduce the enemy's evasion rate. The reality is that this scent contains a special toxin that dulls the body. Muhaha, this is the consequence of stealing from me. Do you understand how powerful I, Quinn, am now? What asked that woman Shaina to me? If it weren't for me being lenient with her, would she be my opponent? As he spoke, the topic seemed to take a turn, and Quinn found a sense of satisfaction in Perospero, accompanied by a sudden surge of mysterious confidence. Brother Quinn, what are you doing? You idiots. What are you still doing? Hurry up and tie them up, then go harvest the bananas. We can't stay here. We need to change locations. Although he successfully cultivated the first batch of bananas here, Big Mom's people have also discovered this place. It's a certain distance from the Beast Pirates' territory and has little strategic value, so occupying it is not very meaningful. Therefore, he decided to find another place to build a larger plantation. No, Brother Quinn, isn't it a bit inappropriate to talk about the captain behind her back? Behind her back? I'd say to her face. She's just a woman, he said, pulling out a cigar to relax, while keeping an eye on Perospero's direction. After all, he is the eldest son of the Charlotte family. Even if he is countered, he shouldn't be weak enough to be taken down in one hit. Just as he was looking for a light, a finger engulfed in flames appeared before him. Quinn didn't think anything was wrong and lit the cigar. But after a moment's delay, He realized that hand looked somewhat familiar. You're quite confident, aren't you? Good, very spirited. What's wrong with me? I'd like to hear your opinion. Gulp. Quinn swallowed hard and turned his head stiffly. Then his eyes nearly popped out. Why are you here? Hovering in the air was Shaina. The hand that lit the cigar was indeed hers. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Calculating the days, her illness had already ended. But no matter how he thought about it, Shaina shouldn't appear here. You didn't come all this way just to fight me, did you? No. The holy beast is going to seek treasure. I'm just accompanying her. We just happen to pass by here, and our destination is nearby. They planned to resupply here before setting off, and just then, they heard the commotion from the battle. So, Shaina came over to see what was happening. Oh, I thought so, but now I've changed my mind. We were originally planning to rest here, and I see you're quite confident, so let's start soon. Wait, you heard wrong. I didn't say anything. If you don't believe me, ask them. Quinn pointed to his subordinates behind him, and Shaina followed his gaze, shifting the pressure onto them. After a moment's hesitation, they immediately sold out Quinn. Shaina had been here for a long time, but Quinn just hadn't noticed. Their denial couldn't change the outcome, and they could only bring trouble upon themselves. I'm sorry, Brother Quinn. They lined up, bowed, apologized, and distanced themselves. His subordinates made everything clear. The situation was set, and they didn't want to offend the disciplinary officer in the pirate crew. You cowardly bunch. Although he had no right to say that, it didn't stop him from dissing them in his heart. I think it's more important to deal with the enemy first. He hoped that Perospero hadn't lost his fighting capability, so he could shift the conflict. And Perospero didn't disappoint him. He stood up again, and there were a few pirates beside him who had not yet fallen. Quinn had not had many opportunities to appear recently, and was turned into a background character in the last battle with Wald, so he had not been offered a bounty. But Shaina was different. She and Jean had been fighting almost constantly during this time, and her reputation had already been established. Lord Perospero, that woman is. The Flame Claw Princess, it seems their reinforcements have arrived. I'm not blind. Prepare to retreat. But what about Mama? There's no helping it. Just report the situation here truthfully. Mama should understand. I hope. He didn't really believe that, but he could only comfort himself like this. Chapter 82. Combo Technique. Quinn Bowling Shaina had a fairly good reputation in her territory. As the disciplinary officer of the Beast Pirates, she not only adhered to the rules set by Arceus and AC, but also maintained order within the crew. This earned her the respect of the residents in the territory. Although ordinary pirates feared her a bit, they mostly held her in awe. As long as they didn't T-cross any red lines, Shaina was a great leader, always at the forefront in battle, taking on the toughest challenges. However, to outsiders, she was known as the Flame Claw Princess, with countless enemies falling to her fiery claws. Her long-term maintenance of a hybrid form had solidified her fearsome reputation. One Quinn was already a headache for Perospero, and adding Shaina made them no match. However, retreating was not an easy task. Many were unwilling to engage the beast pirates at sea because everyone from the captains to the officers had the ability to fly. While flying and hovering served the same purpose, their meanings were entirely different. Short-term hovering techniques could not compare to inherent flying abilities. On the sea, ships were their only foothold. Unless they were fishmen or aquatic species, falling into the water would weaken any pirate's combat ability. Even those without powers would find their strength hindered by the water's resistance, and the beast pirates exploited their aerial superiority to the fullest. Facing an opponent who could fly, escaping was no simple matter, especially since Shaina had completely countered Perospero's abilities. Quinn's sunlight flame technique had a persistent high temperature, while all of Shaina's attacks were accompanied by fierce flames. Their physical skills were not on the same level, and when the Lick Fruit's powers were rendered completely ineffective, Perospero felt utterly powerless against his enemy. However, things can get strange sometimes. Just as Shaina was about to strike, someone appeared to hold her back. After being friendly with Shaina numerous times, Quinn was well aware of her attack patterns. As flames flickered from her mouth, he could already see what she planned to do next. According to his usual habits, the sign she was about to unleash a great flame explosion was clear, but the question was whether there were limits on skill usage in this area. She had plenty of skills, and using a great flame explosion at sea was fine, but the problem was that this was his banana grove. Quinn considered the consequences of Shaina's great flame explosion. He didn't know if Perospero would survive, but he was certain his bananas would be doomed. No way stop. His body reacted first, directly wrapping around one of Shaina's legs, causing her to lose balance in her low-flying state, resulting in a failed great flame explosion. What the hell are you doing? Shaina's other leg naturally came down on Quinn's face. Although it didn't carry flames, it still caused his face to deform slightly. Let go of me. Have you betrayed us? Shaina knew Quinn wouldn't do that, as he had a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. He would be foolish enough to betray them, knowing Arceus was nearby. However, aside from that word, she couldn't figure out what Quinn was really thinking. No, listen to my analysis. Letting them go wouldn't be so bad. What nonsense are you talking about? Think about it carefully. They are Big Mom's people, and it seems like there is some connection between Brother Kaido and Big Mom, so we can't just kill them. If we capture them, it'll take time to hold them, which would delay Lord Arceus's treasure hunt. Isn't that bad? Instead, we should just let them leave, saving Brother Kaido and Lord Arceus some time. Doesn't that make sense? Quinn acted as if he was considering her, justifying it with serving Arceus. However, while Shaina prioritized Arceus and took his matters into limited consideration, that didn't mean her intelligence would drop to zero when Arceus was mentioned. Do you think I'm a fool? Then they'll come back with more people. You're definitely not their match, and the result will still be the same. Not the same. This way, I'll have enough time to move the bananas. If you take action, this banana grove will be ruined. Quinn revealed his true thoughts, which changed Shaina's expression slightly. You jerk. I'll just deal with you. Fine. I'll switch to a gentler attack method. I remember your hockey has been improving lately. You'd better hope your hockey is strong enough. Wait, what are you doing? Quinn felt an ominous premonition, but Shaina ignored him. Using her waist as a pivot, her leg muscles began to exert force. To her, Quinn was just a burden, not affecting her movement at all. She then kicked Quinn away with a swift motion. Quinn bowling. She decided to name this move after Quinn, as he was the focal point of the attack. Originally, Perosaur and the others were trying to retreat quickly due to the strange internal conflict within the beasts. But there was no way to distance themselves in such a short time. Quinn's body flew like a bowling ball towards Perosaur and his crew. Perosaur tried to stop this human bowling ball with candy, thinking it was a special combination between Quinn and Shaina. But the trajectory formed by his candy melted instantly under the intense heat released by Shaina. Seeing Quinn approaching quickly, he had to prioritize his own safety. Candy armor. The candy armor enveloped Perosaur's body, making him look even more like a bowling pin. Quinn's large frame occupied a lot of space, and Shaina, who had just been at a distance, rushed over in an instant, kicking the surrounding pirates toward Quinn's path. Under the impact of the Quinn bowling, all members of Big Mom were either knocked away or flattened to the ground. Shaina achieved a complete victory, and then with one more kick, she knocked Perosaur unconscious, ending the battle. In this battle, Perosaur's side was completely wiped out, while the B side had one person unconscious and one injured, with the unconscious one suffering from oxygen deprivation due to Perosaur's candy, and the injury being a result of friendly fire. The peculiar fighting style left the surrounding subordinates dumbfounded, leading to one of them asking another absurd question. The boss lady kicked him out. Can that really be called a bowling ball? Wouldn't it be better to call it a shot instead? Chapter 83. The Art of Transferring Contradictions. No one answered the question. Whether it was football or bowling, the result was the same. Quinn groggily got up, his body protected by the armament hockey honed through countless training sessions. The bowling attack also spared his bananas from the baptism of flames. Although he crashed into a few banana trees, the bananas on them could still be salvaged. Quinn felt his efforts were worth it. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and tie these guys up, then harvest the bananas. Dig up the banana seedlings and prepare to transplant them. Quinn shouted angrily at the little brothers around him who were watching the bowling performance. The spherical attacks did not impose much burden on him. His modified body was quite resilient, protected by the armament hockey against vital points. And his body shape was similar to that of a ball, which wasn't too much of a burden. Of course, a plantation didn't have sea-stone handcuffs, but there were always more solutions than difficulties. The pirates dug a pit near the sea, confirmed it was filled with seawater, and buried Perosaur inside, leaving only his head above ground. In his powerless state, he couldn't break free from the constraints of the sand. The wet mud created a quicksand effect, binding him with immense suction. Due to the length of his tongue, the salty taste of the seawater constantly fed back to his brain from his taste buds, causing him great distress as a member of the Sweet Commanders. Now, Quinn was discussing how to deal with Perosaur with Shaina. Among pirates, it was just about fighting. It involved human relationships. Pirates of the same level would maintain a live-and-let-live attitude until they completely fell out. At this moment, Perosaur was defeated. Killing him would mean a complete fallout with Big Mom. Considering the unclear relationship between Kaido and Big Mom, Quinn hesitated. However, he had already ordered his little brothers to transfer the banana trees overnight, leaving only a few of them on the island. As Shaina said, Whether they let Perospero go or captured him, he would ultimately be a problem, and the degree of trouble depended on Kaido and Charlotte Leanlean's thoughts. Lord Arceus, how about you give us some advice? At a loss for how to handle the situation, Quinn pushed the problem onto Arceus. Just after he asked, he received a punch from Shaina. Stop bothering Lord Holy Beast. If it weren't for you putting the plantation here, would we have this mess? Although she had used Quinn's bowling technique, she still held a strong grudge against him for dragging his feet at a critical moment. Not long after, Perospero's transponder snail rang, waking him from his unconsciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Quinn being beaten up by someone. The ringing of the transponder snail also made Quinn realize a problem. Wait, he is the one causing trouble. Why are you hitting me? You should be hitting him. This was about holding him accountable for his troubles. The mess he brought backfired on Quinn, indirectly causing him trouble. So, he only sought problems from Perospero, while the issues between him and Perospero were his own business. Having been a disciplinary committee member for so long, Shaina was very familiar with the rules laid out by Arceus and had developed some creative thinking herself, quickly wrapping Quinn into her reasoning. Hey, you don't want to anger Big Mom, do you? If you don't, hurry up and bring me the transponder snail. Perospero, buried underground, shouted at Quinn. He wasn't threatening. He genuinely worried about Big Mom getting angry. If he didn't return by the designated time, she would definitely notice something was wrong. However, Perospero wasn't happy, because once Big Mom discovered his failure, his punishment would be severe. The ideal situation was for these people to compromise and let him take the items back. As for the injured and dead pirates, Big Mom wouldn't care about such matters. As long as he didn't mention it, there wouldn't be any problems. As the eldest son, he knew very well what an angry Big Mom was like, especially when it came to not bringing back the food she wanted, if he happened to run into her cravings. Thinking of that scenario, Perospero was nearly trembling. Unfortunately, things did not develop as he expected. Although the transponder snail was brought over, it wasn't handed directly to him, but placed in front of him by Shaina. What do you mean by this? Figure out how to answer the call yourself. I see your tongue should be able to do that. Saying this, she intended to leave. This was Quinn's solution that he came up with while being unilaterally beaten. Since this matter was so troublesome, let Kaido handle it. They just needed to continue doing their own thing. As long as this troublesome matter wasn't theirs, it didn't count as a problem. After placing the transponder snail down, Shaina and the others directly left, leaving behind a group of pirates buried in the sand. The transponder snail kept ringing, and Perospero struggled hard to finally lick the receiver down. Perospero, why are you still not back? Mom is already angry. Hearing his siblings' voices on the other end, Perospero sighed in relief, but the next moment, Big Mom's voice made him tense up again. Perospero, why haven't you returned? Didn't you say it would only take a few hours? Although the transponder snail operated on the same principles as a phone, it had video call effects. The mimicking ability of the transponder snail allowed the person on the other end to clearly know who was answering the call. The transponder snail that looked like Big Mom almost made Perospero bite his own tongue. No, Mom, let me explain. It was just an accident. I encountered special circumstances. No need to explain. The defeated must accept punishment, but we'll talk about this later. I'm coming to find you now. The other end of the transponder snail went dead, and Perospero's face turned pale. He felt that his life had lost its future. At the same time, Quinn's face was equally pale as he looked at the transponder snail in his hand. On the other end was Kaido. Through the art of transferring contradictions, the problem was thrown onto Kaido. Although it caused him some trouble, it was nothing compared to the other troubles that arose after drinking. However, the heavy responsibility of notifying Kaido was handed to Quinn. Kaido didn't say anything else. He just informed Quinn that when he returned, he would help him strengthen his armament hockey training, as Quinn's combat power was somewhat lagging behind as his subordinate. He felt that returning now would definitely lead to misfortune. So he requested to join Arceus's treasure hunting team, planning to return after some time. Given Kaido's personality, there was a high probability he would forget about this matter after a drink. Chapter 84. The son who pits his mother after Quinn followed Arceus and the others away from here. Perospero and the others were unable to free themselves from the sea sand. For ordinary pirates, the submerged sea sand was too heavy to exert any force. For Perospero, the sea water above was what restricted them, and it wasn't until other members of Big Mom arrived that Perospero was dug out. Peros, is that you, Compote? Mom was supposed to come in person, right? Charlotte Compote, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, felt a slight relief upon seeing Compote. It meant that Big Mom's anger was still under control, at least for now. Mom is still very angry, but you don't need to worry too much, Perospero. This punishment shouldn't be too severe, probably. What happened? Mom originally wanted to come in person, but she made a call to someone before that. This matter might not be handled by us anymore. Plus, there are guests in Totland right now, which is why she didn't come. However, since you didn't bring back the bananas that Mom wanted, you can't escape punishment. Perospero sat on the ground with a headache. Not too severe probably meant he wouldn't lose any lifespan, but what the actual punishment would be was uncertain. Lord Perospero, actually, they didn't take all the bananas. After these people returned from the banana grove, they brought back something that made Perospero slightly happy. The bananas affected during the previous battle. Some had their skins burned black. Some were cut by candy shards, and others were crushed. Once all the bananas and banana seedlings were loaded onto the ship, the cargo hold was already full. And with those prisoners and other pirates needing to be taken away, these bad fruits were left here. Looking at these bad fruits, Perospero felt very complicated. Half of Big Mom's anger was related to food, and it was quite simple to appease her anger, find the food she needed. But these were all bad fruits. Compote, you're willing to help me, right? Perospero, what are you planning to do? Compared to their mother, the siblings of the Charlotte family were more united, especially when Big Mom's cravings kicked in. Not everyone in the Charlotte family was good at cooking, especially the sons, but the daughters all had at least one specialty in desserts. Compote was particularly good at making candied fruits, cooking chopped fruits, adding sweet spices, and mixing them with syrup for consumption. This used to be a way to preserve fruits, essentially fruit canning. Depending on the cooking time and the amount of sugar added, they could produce different types of dishes. Seeing the look in Perospero's eyes, Compote seemed to understand what he wanted to do. Perospero, are you suggesting? Cut off the bad parts, then process it a bit to take back to Mom. You never know what you're eating and under what conditions it was made. As long as it tastes good and this matter isn't leaked, it's not a big deal. Big Mom really doesn't care much about food hygiene. The homies infused with souls run around everywhere, and when her cravings hit, she even eats houses made of food without ever hearing of her getting a stomachache. As for why there were still bananas that failed, he could just explain that they were obtained during the previous battle. When it came to food, Big Mom's intelligence would drop sharply. To either fool his mother or expose Perospero, Compote chose the former. This was really not a big deal. And as long as they didn't speak, no one would know. Only those who came with Perospero knew about this, and those who came with Compote were not here. So Perospero was not worried about them reporting it. You all know Mom's personality. If I get punished, you might lose your lives. If you want to live, just honestly follow Compote's instructions. As for reporting to Mom, I believe you want to do something that foolish. Lord Perospero, you can rest assured, we understand. The Big Mom pirates have no concept of balancing merits and demerits. At most, it would change from stealing 50 years of lifespan to 40 years. Even if they did nothing, they would still face punishment when they returned. Since that was the case, it was better to get on Perospero's pirate ship. After simple processing, they obtained quite a lot of seemingly fine bananas. Although they weren't fully ripe yet, they were just right for this purpose. Perospero's fruitability could provide a large amount of high-quality syrup. Although this might make some people feel overly sweet, it didn't significantly affect Big Mom. After processing, they obtained a large bowl of candied fruit, with the main ingredient being those bananas and other fruits as accompaniments. These ingredients had no major issues. They had just encountered some minor misfortunes earlier, so Compote didn't mind and even tried a bit. This taste, no wonder it interests Mom so much. But Perospero, what if Mom becomes addicted to this taste and continues to ask us to find these bananas in the future? What should we do? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let us just get past this hurdle first. He didn't have time to think about what to do if the west wall was torn down after patching the east wall. For now, he just needed to save the east wall. With a nervous heart, Perospero and Compote boarded the ship back to Totland. Not long ago, on the main island of Totland, Cake Island, after the last craving ended, the Big Mom pirates returned here. Perospero didn't bring back the bananas within the stipulated time, and the others couldn't find substitutes for those bananas. They tried various bananas within Totland, but couldn't reach the sweetness of those bananas. And that type of banana also contained the unique sweetness of other fruits, cleverly blending them together. This challenged Big Mom's patience. Originally, she was going to come find Perospero herself, but Kaido's call came in directly. You mean, your people are on that island? That's right, Lin. Your people are invading my territory. That is not very appropriate. Well, it seems you've been doing well lately, Kaido, but I'm very interested in that thing. But that belongs to my subordinate, and if he doesn't agree, you want to be able to take it away. It seems we can't resolve this over the phone. Don't worry, I'm already on my way. Saying this, Kaido hung up the phone, and Big Mom also heard a commotion coming from outside the door. Mom, not good. Something's coming. Chapter 85. The intermediary that makes capital weep. Kaido the Azure Dragon flew over Cake Island, startling the residents and homies below. Charlotte Lin, stepping out her door, looked up at Kaido in the sky, a special smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Well. The little brother from back then has grown up and is no longer cute at all. Kaido's fruit was all given to him by her, so she could certainly recognize him in his beast form. The reason Kaido appeared here was to prevent his territory from being affected. Charlotte Linlin could sometimes be a mad woman, and Kaido was well aware of this. However, that was Quinn's business, and he knew Quinn had been busy for a long time cultivating these things. Since Quinn didn't want to take them out, no one could snatch them away. To prevent Charlotte Linlin from causing destruction in his territory, he directly came to Cake Island, intended to clarify things here. This way, even if a fight broke out, the destruction would be in Charlotte Linlin's territory, keeping his own safe. It had been 7 years. No, almost 8 years since Kaido last saw her. He didn't expect her to come looking for him over such a matter. John's territory had already been taken by her, and that treasure must have fallen into her hands as well, right? What are you talking about? I didn't find John at all. I just took that piece of territory. Whoever thought Kaido was a fool was the real fool. This guy was cunning. No matter who asked him about Captain John's matter, he would never reveal it. That was the financial secret of the Beast Pirates now. Many of the policies set by Ashi were costly at the beginning, but they relied entirely on those treasures to sustain them. Even if they were short on money now, they could still go there to retrieve it. Well, really? Then John's luck is truly bad. He actually died from internal strife. But since you're here, let's have a good talk. After 7 or 8 years, these two great pirates met again due to some bananas. Kaido clearly came here to talk, if he was willing to talk. It meant it wasn't that he couldn't get something, but rather that it required a certain price. Since this is your territory, then I'll buy it with money. The bananas must be delivered to me every year. That's impossible, Lin. At most, after the production expands, I can share a portion with you. And as for money, I'm really not interested. To be precise, selling bananas could earn him some money, but he wasn't interested in that. He was here to be an intermediary. If Charlotte Linlin wanted to snatch it forcefully, he would never agree. He had always been very good to the subordinates he valued. He wouldn't compromise just because the other party was Charlotte Linlin. But transaction was different. No matter how much Quinn could eat, there was a limit. But the planning range for bananas had none. As the range expanded, he would naturally have surplus bananas to sell to Charlotte Linlin. However, these bananas were only available to him, and being in a monopolistic position, he certainly wouldn't be satisfied with just those berries. What he wanted was Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network. All great pirates have their own intelligence networks. If they relied solely on newspapers, they would eventually be ruined by Morgans. He indeed dared to report on any significant events, but he had also done his fair share of sensationalizing news for attention. Among the many pirates in the New World, Charlotte Linlin had the closest ties to the Gray World. She needed various high-quality ingredients and to gather people or other beings from different races to the whole Cake Island, which required the underground world's intelligence network. And he intended to use Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network to gather information about those stone tablets. He would use the tablets to exchange for powerful abilities from Arceus. And here, using fruits to settle accounts, this intermediary could be said to be making a fortune. Borrowing the intelligence network wasn't a big deal for Charlotte Linlin. Kaido was betting that she wouldn't refuse. Intelligence network? What are you looking for those things for? That has nothing to do with you. You get what you want, and I get what I want. Why make it so clear? But I need those bananas right now. I think I have indeed heard of what you're looking for, the indestructible, strange stone tablet. If your information is true, it could be negotiated. He wouldn't compete with Quinn for such things, but if the information was accurate, Quinn would choose to compromise because Shaina would inevitably go to have a friendly exchange with him once she found out. Since that's the case, I'll go find the things. And then we can trade. Kaido, I'll give you some face. I only want half of the bananas on that island. Okay. Although Quinn would suffer losses, as long as he had the stone tablet, Arceus would definitely not mind helping him make up for this loss. Compared to these second-generation bananas, the original bananas would obviously taste better. However, after Kaido and Charlotte Linlin reached an agreement, a disruptor appeared. Linlin, who is that? What are you doing? How can you be drinking? Charlotte Linlin was a pirate, and Kaido was also a pirate. They were old acquaintances. After reaching a certain deal, it was quite normal for them to drink together, arm in arm. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was still under 40 years old. Big Mom, at over 60, looked completely different from her younger self. After turning 48, her features began to harden, but before that, she was quite beautiful. Moreover, she was the type favored by Boss Chow. It was well known that Charlotte Linlin had many children and many husbands. The one questioning Charlotte Linlin was her new husband. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was still pregnant, but being pregnant did not affect her fighting. Her monstrous physique was already different from ordinary people. In a sense, Big Mom's first husband was very strong. When her current husband saw Charlotte Linlin with another young man, arm in arm and drinking, he felt his nerves twitching. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin's husband often made one mistake. He overestimated his status in Charlotte Linlin's heart. She valued capable children, but to her, her husband was merely a tool. Usually, once the child was born, they would be discarded. Her current husband did not know that his term was only a few months left. He could have lasted a few more months, but at this moment, he interrupted Charlotte Linlin, making her, who was already pregnant, consider him a bothersome waste. So when he approached Big Mom, muttering about some things, he received nothing but a merciless slap, becoming Charlotte Linlin's shortest-serving husband. Chapter 86. How to impersonate an expert. Kaido's appearance temporarily saved Perospero, preventing Big Mom from personally seeking him out. If Perospero had encountered Big Mom in a furious state, the outcome would have been uncertain. Similarly, Quinn was also worried about his captain's attitude, but compared to Perospero's anxiety, Quinn felt more relaxed. Worst-case scenario, he would just get beaten for a few days. He was already used to it. However, saying this out loud felt somewhat sad. The treasure map was in Olga's hands, and she was directing the navigator and helmsman on the ship to correct their course. There aren't many genius navigators, but there are plenty of people with a bit of nautical knowledge. The reason Olga was in charge of the navigation was that the text on the map was incomprehensible to others. Alchem Island disappeared over 100 years ago, and the characters used on their island differ significantly from modern ones, belonging to an ancient script. Although the pirate world has a unified language, there are still many dialects and local scripts on different islands, each with its own culture. Some of these scripts have similarities. The patterns on the treasure map are a type of ancient text. While there are differences from Alchem's script, they are both pictograms. Based on her understanding of Alchem's characters, Olga could make educated guesses and translate the text with reasonable accuracy. The character for reincarnation has several different forms, and similar situations exist in ancient scripts. Being able to recognize half of the characters allows for rough guesses about their pronunciation and meaning, and when combined with context, the general direction is usually correct. The previous merchant treated this item as a gift because they didn't recognize it at all. All ancient items are something the world government does not wish to circulate. With Alchem Island gone, there are other similar islands. So many of those characters have been lost, and only a few specialized historical research places can interpret them. However, the ability to translate these characters does not affect the ability to read the sea chart. By comparing the islands and ocean currents positions, a route can still be found. Though being able to read would make it much easier. This thing looks so much like a scam to me, Quinn said, revealing a skeptical look while holding the map. The reason he boarded the ship was that he claimed to be a treasure expert. How to prove he was an expert? By raising issues. If he couldn't find anything wrong, how could he call himself an expert? Cut it out, old man. You can't even read these characters. How do you know it's fake? We're just taking our chances anyway. Why not go take a look? Kid, you're still too young and don't understand the dangers of this world. Among all the officers, Ashier was the only one who wouldn't have conflicts with Quinn. The two were quite similar in many personality traits, such as narcissism and blind confidence. Of course, Ashier couldn't match Quinn in strength. His combat ability was roughly equal to that of an average minion. That's not quite right. It should be said that it was less than an average minion. He hadn't slimmed down yet, and his physique offered no advantage in battle. Plus, as a favorite among the interns, Olga was doing quite well in the Beast Pirates. But what exactly is written on this? I can't understand it very well either. But the general meaning seems to be the great treasure of eternal life. That should be it. The great treasure of eternal life? That sounds even more like a scam. Such rumors often appear on the sea, like those about golden apples. They are all just rumors. Ashier's pure gold could be one way to achieve this route, but no one knows if pure gold has limits. The eternal surgery of the Op no Mi is currently known as the most reliable method, but only those with the ability, or those who have undergone the eternal surgery, truly understand the specifics. Many treasure maps have to hang onto a strong gimmick, claiming treasures that can buy the world or the great secret of eternal life. Quinn had seen this kind of thing before. However, he was just talking. He certainly didn't want to go back and face Kaido's special training right now. A pirate ship flying the Beast Pirates flag sailed on the sea. In the New World, the pirate flag is the best pass. As long as the pirate crew is strong enough and does not provoke others in another pirate's territory or encounter reckless newcomers, they can generally coexist peacefully. This is the tacit understanding among great pirates. If they fought every day, it would be detrimental to both territory and themselves. Many things can be negotiated as long as the bottom line is not crossed, such as Kaido's banana talks with Charlotte Linlin. Through this method, everyone gets what they need. Relying solely on fighting to solve problems is the lowest level of piracy. After sailing for a while, Arceus and the others were nearing their destination. At this time, the sky was covered by clouds, but it was just clouds, showing no signs of rain. If this were a normal sea area, the appearance of a large number of clouds would almost indicate an impending downpour. However, here in the New World, all nautical knowledge is turned upside down. At this moment, Olga was on the phone seeking help from Ashier because there were several characters she simply couldn't guess the meaning of. She was only 8 years old when Alchem disappeared, and she hadn't fully learned Alchem's script. Some complex characters were unrecognizable to her. After coming out, Alchem was gone, and Ashier didn't continue teaching her those things, but instead learned new characters with her. With Ashier's assistance from the sidelines, she finally figured out the meaning of the last segment. The wings of midnight break through the clouds. The moonlight guides the final direction. That should be it. Midnight? Moonlight? Are we supposed to wait here until midnight? That seems to be the case. This treasure map has a break. While it marks the location of the last island, it only guides people to the nearby sea area, followed by this phrase. Then let's just wait. We've come this far, so with one more night. Dropping anchor, the Beast crew waited for midnight to arrive. The thick clouds obscured the moonlight, but when midnight came, the sky split open, and the moonlight streamed in a straight line towards the distance. Faintly, it seemed something passed through the clouds, causing this gap. No matter how many times one sees it, nature is truly remarkable. Looking at this strange sight, Olga couldn't help but exclaim. However, Quinn's focus was different from Olga's. He felt those clouds were somewhat strange, not like normal clouds. At that moment, a wailing sound echoed through the sky, and then a shadow fell onto the Beast ship. Chapter 87. The Millennium Dragon, the Black Shadow, fell directly onto the deck, startling the nearby pirates, but they quickly calmed down. With 2 officers on board, 1 reserve officer and her partner, plus Arceus being present, they felt a strong sense of confidence. A few pirates bravely approached, but before they could be scolded, a roar of a beast echoed, and a pair of red eyes in the darkness revealed a dangerous gaze. As the ship's searchlight shone in this direction, a strange creature appeared on the deck. Its back was green and its belly white, with a structure resembling a western dragon, but covered in long hair. Its forelimbs were fused with its wings, while its hind limbs ended in massive bird-like claws. A thick tail sprawled across the deck, and its body was roughly estimated to be 8 or 9 meters long. However, it looked very weak, with a large black arrow piercing its wing and similar injuries on its body, which was why it had fallen. Moreover, there were iron chains attached to the arrow, with a heavy object at the end, indicating that someone had purposely crafted this to capture it. This creature is a Millennium Dragon? As someone knowledgeable about biology, Quinn quickly recognized the species, a special creature known as the Millennium Dragon. Although called a Millennium Dragon, its appearance is more akin to a combination of an Archaeopteryx and a dinosaur. They are called Millennium Dragons because they live for a long time. Brother Quinn, what is a Millennium Dragon? It's a legendary creature. There's a rumor that its bones can grant immortality, but that's false. He knew this because MADS had researched such rumors in the past. Research on genetic factors involves various strange creatures. Although Millennium Dragons are rare, the world government can always find some clues about any species that exists in this world. The ideal burial and birthplace of a Millennium Dragon is Dragon Island, hidden deep in the East Sea, which surfaces only once every 1,000 years. However, not all Millennium Dragons can die there peacefully. Some die outside or are born outside, and simple research and experiments can reveal that the immortality rumor is a falsehood. Moreover, if it were true, then there would be no Millennium Dragon seen in the outside world, as the world government would not allow such a creature to live freely. Regardless of the resources spent, they would capture and kill this species to collect dragon bones and keep a few in captivity. The so-called secret to immortality is merely a rumor. If a Millennium Dragon's bones could indeed create an elixir of immortality, it would be unreasonable for the Millennium Dragons themselves to age and die. However, facts show that there are still those who believe in this legend. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hunting Millennium Dragons. As for how he drew this conclusion, the scars on the Millennium Dragon clearly indicated everything. Only humans or hybrids would use such things. Quinn was educating those around him, showing off his knowledge. But when he mentioned some experiments, the injured Millennium Dragon roared at him, causing even more blood to flow from its already wounded body. What is this guy doing? Is it trying to get itself killed? It seemed to be saying, "You bastard, how dare you harm my kin? If you have the guts, come over here. I'll bite you to death." Well, that was the gist of it. Quinn heard Elizabeth's intermittent voice in his ear. If she studied a bit longer, she would soon be able to communicate as freely as a human. Adult Millennium Dragons can understand human speech, but they cannot speak it, and humans cannot understand their roars. However, it is well known that all land creatures other than humans and hybrids in the pirate world speak the same language. This can be seen from Chopper's translation ability. Whether it's camels or birds, even special creatures like the Kung Fu manatee, he can understand them all. In Water 7, Chopper can understand common sea beasts, but it seems he cannot understand fish, as fish and other animals probably do not use the same language. As for the Sea Kings, only each generation of Sea Emperors and those who can hear all things with observation hockey can understand their speech. The language of this Millennium Dragon was compatible with Elizabeth's language, so she acted as the translator. Otherwise, only Arceus on the ship would have been able to understand it. It misunderstood. I meant that I had studied the materials sent by others, and it was the first live Millennium Dragon I had ever seen. Quinn was not explaining to the Millennium Dragon, but to Shaina, who despised the so-called experiments of the world government. Not just those that happened to her and Abel, but also the experiments on other races. She would not go near Quinn's laboratory, and Quinn would not mention such matters in front of her. But this time he got a bit carried away, breaking their unspoken agreement. Recently, Shaina had been by Arceus' side every night, seemingly gaining considerable power, and she even had ideas for developing Quinn's bowling technique, which made Quinn wary. The secret to immortality. It seems Olga didn't mistranslate. I believe the direction of that treasure map leads to the island where this Millennium Dragon resides. Quinn began to shift the topic, but the method of shifting was quite awkward, and the effect was not significant. Just as he was getting a headache, someone helped him out. A cannonball directly hit the ship's hull. The splashing waves drenched the deck next to Arceus, and seeing all this, Quinn's eyes almost lit up. Lord Arceus, how dare someone disturb your peace? It's unforgivable. I'll go capture them right now. Quinn transformed into a tropical dragon and soared into the air, charging toward the general direction, leaving the pirates on the ship in bewilderment. Could this guy be any more dramatic? Shaina, you should go with him. I don't think he is reliable. Understood. Lord Sacred Beast, I'll deal with those who are firing cannons. Saying this, she flapped her wings and caught up with Quinn, who had already flown out ahead, while Arceus walked over to the Millennium Dragon. Since this creature had lived for a long time, it might know some things from the past. Since stone tablets can appear in the stomachs of sea kings, it's possible they could also appear in a Millennium Dragon's nest. The struggle earlier was the last of the Millennium Dragon's strength. It was now lying on the deck, extremely weak. Chapter 88. Life Water Droplets Ship's Doctor. Take out what's inside it. At this point, the Beast Pirates have more than one ship doctor. Although Queen is still the best healer in the crew, he is just one person, and the Beast Pirates are not a small crew like the Straw Hats. He can't handle everything alone. It's hard to find a skilled doctor, but it's easy to find some ordinary ones. Their medical skills don't need to be too advanced. Being able to handle simple cases of colds, fevers, food poisoning, and external injuries is enough, as these are the most common situations on board. This Lord Holy Beast, if we pull it out, it might die immediately. You can't just pull out an object that has pierced through the body. Even these pirates know that from watching a few more episodes of TV dramas. The black arrow piercing its body is as thick as an arm, with huge barbs on it. The ancient dragon has already torn the wound while struggling in the air, and it was already oozing blood, although the bleeding has decreased now. That is because the organ's blood production speed can't keep up with the bleeding rate. I know, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just pull it out and prepare to stitch the wound. Yes, I understand. It's like forcing a duck onto a perch. He had seen veterinarians forced to treat humans, but he was the first doctor forced to treat an ancient dragon. Then a bigger problem arose. They couldn't cut the black arrow. The arrowhead has huge barbs, and the tail is connected to a thick iron chain. To pull it out, they would have to cut it, but the material of the black arrow is such that they couldn't leave any marks. In the end, it was Elizabeth S. Waterblade that cut the black arrow, and then Olga acted as the anesthetist. Zoroark's illusion ability is not just an ordinary fantasy. It has a physical form that can deceive camera capture and biological perception. She cast a false illusion on the ancient dragon so that it wouldn't feel pain. Then the two pirates worked together to pull out the black arrow. The wound was gruesome, with shattered organs and bone fragments visible. Even if he wasn't a veterinarian, he could tell that the ancient dragon was sentenced to death. After that, a water mass flew out from Arceus' body and smashed onto the ancient dragon. Subsequently, a wave of water appeared on the deck, and the energy in the droplets surged into the ancient dragon's body. Not only the ancient dragon, But even the small wounds on the pirates within the range were directly healed under the influence of this ripple. Life water droplets. A new skill obtained after acquiring the droplet tablet. A water-type skill, one of the few that can restore vitality to other allies, enhancing self-healing capabilities. However, this ability is useless for severed limbs unless the species inherently possesses such a capability. The cavity left by the black arrow was too large, so stitching was still needed. In the ship Doctor's eyes, the necrotic parts inside the ancient dragon's body seemed to regain vitality. Divine power. The monster strength technique that Babanuki obtained shocked them, but the monster strength technique is similar to a cultivation method, which can be understood as Babanuki receiving enhancement. The divine power that pulled the ancient dragon back from the brink of death is even more powerful, especially for someone like him who has a rough understanding of medicine. The powerful healing ability almost means that they now have a glimmer of survival. Don't dawdle, hurry up and stitch the wound. Applying such a realistic illusion is also more exhausting for Olga. It's not just about blocking vision, but also pain perception. Seeing the ship doctor in a daze, she urged him, which made him realize and start stitching the wound in a flurry. The ancient dragon doesn't have hard scales, which is good news. Otherwise, the needles and threads he prepared for humans might not have worked. Now he just needs to shave off the excess fur to proceed with the wound stitching. However, this task was done by the ship's cook, as his shaving speed was too slow and the ancient dragon's fur was tough, making him clumsy at it. The cook was much more agile. With the cooperation of the cook and the doctor, the ancient dragon's wound was treated, and when Olga's illusion was lifted, the ancient dragon had already regained its vitality. Although the wound would still hurt, it was at an acceptable level for it. It seemed confused about what had happened, staring at its bald belly with a bewildered expression. How do you feel? Roar. Is that so? That's good. Have you seen something like this before? Roar. Next was the communication between Arceus and the ancient dragon, but no one present except Elizabeth could understand what the ancient dragon was saying. Elizabeth, what is that dragon saying? It says it's only 200 years old and doesn't understand many things, but it can take us home to ask its father, who has lived for over 600 years, and it's still thanking us. Olga's illusion didn't block everything. It knows that Arceus saved it, but it had never seen the tablet Arceus wanted, as it had never left this area since birth. However, its father came from other seas, so it should know some information. It sensed Arceus' goodwill and was willing to take him back to sea. The ancient dragon just couldn't speak human language. It wasn't stupid. It could tell who was in charge on this ship. If it were a human, it wouldn't necessarily trust the other party, even if they saved it. But Arceus' appearance made it choose to trust, especially the aura he emitted, and that more miraculous power deepened its trust. Roar said it's hungry and asked if we have any food. This was relayed by Elizabeth, and after receiving Arceus' nod, the cook had a new task. However, this task was simple, as the ancient dragon only needed raw fish. On the other side, Queen was thanking those who saved him from his predicament with actions, such as using a seed machine gun to sweep the deck. Cannon fire at sea means declaring war. Since they had already fired, battle was the only outcome. Moreover, this was the reason he came here. Doing nothing would be the real trouble. There are countless scattered organizations at sea. The best way to identify them is by their flags. However, the ship in front of Queen had a very peculiar emblem. The sail bore neither the pirate skull flag, nor the world government's cross emblem, nor the Navy's seagull flag, but a strange scalpel and sphere symbol. To Queen, this pattern was not unfamiliar. They were one of the most notorious groups at sea, the organ trafficking assassination group. Chapter 89. You have no idea where my domineering aura comes from. The organ trafficking assassination group is a group mainly active in the Grand Line, with their presence visible in both the first half, known as Paradise, and the second half, the New World. Members of their organization occasionally appear in the Four Seas as well, making them a part of the underground world. They are even more notorious than pirates. While pirates adhere to certain rules and territories, this group operates with indiscriminate assassination. As the name suggests, the organ trafficking assassination group's business revolves around human organs, and the source of these organs is assassination. They hunt selected targets, harvest their organs for sale, and while the victims may not die immediately at the hands of human traffickers, this group will directly dismember the targets. Assassination is aimed at preserving the integrity of the organs as much as possible. Where there is demand, there is a market. Wealthy nobles, when ill, require transplant surgeries, and some prefer human organs over mechanical ones. To match the right specifications, this group may hunt countless targets to complete their transactions. They also target powerful individuals or celebrities, as their organs fetch higher prices. It was they who had just hunted a Millennium Dragon, as dragon bones are part of the Millennium Dragon's body, and hunting such a creature falls within their business scope. Naturally, their goal is to acquire more money. Although many know that the myth of the Millennium Dragon's bones granting immortality is just a rumor, many still believe it, as the temptation of a longer lifespan is too great. As con artists, they don't need to be particularly clever, just that there are people more foolish than they are. They particularly enjoy dealing with wealthy, yet naive buyers, finding this foolishness incredibly endearing. The richest, and often foolish group in this world is the Celestial Dragons. While there are a few good individuals among them, and some capable people, the likes of Charlos are far more numerous. To ensure business, the organ trafficking assassination group has ample informants in the underground black market, and they know that Celestial Dragons purchase Millennium Dragon bones at exorbitant prices. Moreover, to prove that it is indeed Millennium Dragon bones, a complete Millennium Dragon must be delivered. This group has been tracking these Millennium Dragons for nearly a year based on various sources of information and finally managed to capture one, only to find that the Millennium Dragon was aboard the Beast pirate ship. Due to their angle, they approached the Beast pirate ship from behind and did not see the flag, so they chose to fire directly. However, even if they had seen the flag, they might not have stopped. This organization has existed for a long time, leading some members to be blindly confident. If events had unfolded according to the original timeline, this organization would even dare to attack Big Mom and her children during her tea party, along with those who hold power in the dark world. The tea party is the most important event for Charlotte Linlin, and when she holds the tea party, all her children and officers typically return. Provoking Big Mom at this time means declaring war on the entire Big Mom pirates, and it is not surprising that such reckless actions have consequences, which they are now paying for. Seed machine guns, flying blades, and flying leaf storms. Queen has fully unleashed his firepower. Due to his modifications, aside from the mouth, Queen's tail, and mechanical arms, even a large braid at the back of his head can launch attacks, transforming him into an aerial fortress. Mwahada, you bastards! This is the price of provocation. Under his intense firepower, no living members could be seen on the deck, only sharp blades and countless bullet marks. As he sees that most of them have been cleared, Queen transforms into his hybrid beast form and drops directly onto the deck to continue the destruction. This time, he has controlled his mouth and refrained from saying anything inappropriate, having felt Shaina's gaze behind him. This ability was honed after he misspoke in the plantation, though his actions still reveal some resentment. Come out, you bastards! What are you hiding for? He does not enter the cabin, but instead bombards the deck with energy orbs. Unsure of the ship's structure, entering tight spaces would be disadvantageous for him. It is nighttime, and the sunlight's release is slower than during the day, so he does not use the more powerful solar flame. However, while he continues his indiscriminate attacks, all the lights on the deck suddenly go out. It seems he did not destroy the wiring. Someone deliberately cut the power. Then several powerful beams of light appear, likely high-wattage searchlights, shining directly into Queen's face, followed by the sound of noisy footsteps. We don't know who you are, but we will take your organs. I like livers, but this fat pig might have fatty liver. No matter, I want his eyes. Hopefully, they haven't been blinded. He should be able to compensate for our losses this time. Several iron chains wrap around Queen's neck in his hybrid beast form. His neck resembles that of a tropical dragon, which they see as his weak point. With the sound of air being cut, even if they cannot see, he knows these people are swinging knives at his neck. However, the result is not what they expected. Queen's neck remains unscathed despite their strikes. How is that possible? This is an attack enhanced with hockey. Hockey? You call that hockey with your pathetic skills? At the mention of this, Queen seems to explode with rage, grabbing the two attackers on either side. Compared to the hockey I've honed through countless hardships, what you have is nothing. With a downward thrust of his hands, his massive weight combined with inertia drives their heads down against the deck, and then he grabs the chains around his neck and snaps them. And are you all idiots? I'm wearing sunglasses. What good is this light? Rubbing his eyes, Queen reveals a disdainful smile as he looks at those who have retreated back into the cabin, seemingly formulating a new plan. He rummages through his belongings and pulls out a purple fruit, known for its characteristic extreme toxicity. The fruit then disappears from Queen's hand, replaced by a green wave of energy. I hardly get the chance to use this ability. Let me show you the new plague bomb born from the combination of my abilities and skills. The gift of nature produces different effects based on the fruit carried, and after infusing toxins into the fruit, Queen has developed this brand new ability. Chapter 90. Burned to ashes, Mad's people gather together to study the same things. such as lineage factors. In this regard, Quinn, Gaji, and Vegapunk each have their own research directions, but all revolve around lineage factors. In addition, they each have their own research focuses, and apart from human modification, Quinn's specialty lies in applying viruses to weaponry. He refers to his research results as plague bombs, with different models depending on the type of virus. In this particular model, he calls vegetative person. By injecting toxins into a fruit and carrying it around, he can release it using the skill Natural Grace, which makes the energy attack harder to evade compared to bullets or shells. The vegetative person is the best combination he has tested. Those affected by his Natural Grace will gradually lose control of their bodies while remaining conscious. And if they do not receive the antidote, they will fall into a coma after a period of time. After a while, they will become true vegetative individuals, which is the experimental result he obtained from the defeated rebellious pirates. Moreover, this method of release has another advantage. As long as he changes the fruit used as a medium, he can quickly produce an antidote. Natural Grace's attack quickly spreads throughout the ship, and those inside the cabin begin to notice something is wrong, pulling out their gas masks. In their usual activities, they often use large-scale anesthetic gases. The organs of dead people do not sell as well as those of the living, so for better quality, they generally prefer to capture. If they kill the opponent, they need to quickly extract what they need. First releasing anesthetic gas, then engaging in combat is their inherent way of operating. However, Natural Grace is not a gas, but a special energy. Even if the gas masks filter the air, their bodies still come into contact with Natural Grace. Within a minute, their bodies start to stiffen, and one by one they collapse in the cabin. Meanwhile, Quinn is counting down on the deck, and, after 3 minutes beyond the effective time, he finally heads towards the cabin, but a shadow suddenly drops in front of him. "Hey, what are you doing?" "A fish that slipped through the net. I see your armament color seems quite solid, but your observation color is still lacking." The shadow is one of the members of the organ trafficking assassination group, thrown down by Shaina. He had just hidden in the lookout tower when the situation turned unfavorable. Quinn's Natural Grace targeted the lower cabin, thus he overlooked that corner. After all, Natural Grace is not a gas and won't just float upwards for no reason. However, he managed to evade Quinn, but not Shaina. You say that so lightly. At this moment, Quinn's armament color is stronger than his observation color, which is related to his training method. Both armament and observation colors are best cultivated through breakthroughs in combat. Besides that, it's about taking hits, but the hits taken for armament color and observation color are different. Armament color training cannot avoid hits. It's about enhancing one's defense, while observation color is about predicting the opponent's attacks to evade incoming strikes. However, Quinn's sparring partners are somewhat supermodels, which leads to him being unable to dodge their attacks. Over time, to avoid actually becoming a punching bag, he had no choice but to train more in armament color, resulting in this outcome. But why are you here too? Lord Sacred Beast is worried you might mess up, so I was sent to check on you. Let's wrap this up and head back. Wait, don't be hasty. There should be plenty of loot on this ship. It would be a shame to leave it. Saying this, Quinn intends to loot, but he hasn't gone down long before he comes back up. There is something I should show you. I'm not interested in that. Hurry up. No, this thing is hard to explain. You should come down and see for yourself. After Quinn's insistence, Shaina follows him down. The cabin of the ship is quite well kept, showing signs of cleanliness and the smell of disinfectant. Several large petri dishes are placed in the cabins, with unidentified liquids soaking objects resembling organs. These are the warehouses of the organ trafficking assassination group, storing their merchandise. The lower level contains a bloodier slaughterhouse and prison, but Quinn has no intention of going further down. Instead, he points to the wall ahead, where a pair of black wing-like specimens are hanging. This thing, if I'm not mistaken, should be. Before Quinn finishes his sentence, he steps back 2 paces. He ranks among the top 3 in understanding Shaina. Regarding the extent of her anger, he dares to say even Arceus doesn't understand her as well as he does. Right now, Shaina is clearly on the edge of furious, but is forcing herself to endure. Give me a live one and antidote him. I have something to clarify. The black wing specimens are rare. Shaina does not know who the owner of those wings is, but she can tell they belong to her kin. Quinn recognizes them because he knows Shaina and Jin's true race. He has also treated their wounds, so he knows some characteristics of the Lunaria race, which is how he identifies them. For the Lunaria race, wings are part of the body, so the appearance of these wings signifies a blood debt. Quinn does not want to describe what happens next. He realizes that women can be much scarier than men when they go mad. He refers to Jin as a pervert who enjoys interrogation, but compared to Shaina just now, Quinn's interrogation seems like childish play. There are no special findings. Those wings were obtained decades ago, simply because they looked nice, so they were kept on the ship as decorations. In the New World base, there is another pair of wings sourced from an auction by the world government. Although they are an organ trafficking assassination group, they also have their transactions with the world government. The source of these wings is the remnants of Lunaria, people who died, utilized, and sold by certain officials of the world government. Finally, Shaina incinerates the wings with the Lunaria flame. Their funeral method is indeed cremation, and only their own flames can completely burn them. To hunt the 1,000-year dragon, there are no outsiders on this ship besides the organ trafficking assassination group. It merely stores some merchandise, as they can encounter clients at any time. This arrangement also facilitates Shaina's subsequent actions. The blazing flames gather at her mouth, and the explosive flames burst forth. Burned to ashes, the entire ship is consumed in the fierce fire, along with the members of the organ trafficking assassination group on board. Chapter 91, Sky Island, the organ trafficking assassination group. I remember this grudge. The Mary Geo side was already hostile, and now there's one more. There were no survivors left on the ship. She interrogated them for information about those wings, which increased the risk of exposure. Silencing them was the only option, especially since they were all members of the organ trafficking assassination group. They are a group more despicable than pirates. Quinn, thanks this time. After this was said, Quinn's sunglasses almost fell into the sea. He felt he should get himself a cochlear implant. You still say thank you? This was inaccurate. To be precise, it was ridiculous for Shaina to say that, but her next words proved that she was still the same, with no changes at all. Don't get me wrong. I still hate you so-called researchers, but one thing at a time. Next time I can't help but want to punch you, you can bring this up. To be fair, Quinn reminded her that the matter of those wings indeed deserved a thank you, but it was impossible to change her attitude because of it. No free pass. No, but I'll consider going easy on you. Quinn and Shaina returned to their original ship, and they handled their affairs quite cleanly. After all, the entire ship was burned to ashes. Probably only microorganisms in the ocean could find what they needed from it. Such physical erasure couldn't possibly be handled cleanly. Lord Sacred Beast, there may be more than one ship hunting the Millennial Dragon, but we haven't found any traces of them in the nearby waters. This was also the intelligence obtained earlier. There were a total of 3 ships hunting the Millennial Dragon, and the other 2 were pursuing other Millennial Dragons. However, she and Quinn had circled around the nearby waters and saw no sign of any ships. Hunting. How do they manage that? The Millennial Dragon can fly. If it weren't for this one being injured, a sailing ship could never catch up with it using wind power. Millennial Dragons can't all be injured. As long as they maintain altitude, regular cannons can't harm them. We don't know about that either, but Lord Sacred Beast, where are we going next? To the home of the Millennial Dragon. It will guide us. The injured Millennial Dragon stood at the bow of the ship, its wings waving in the direction of the moonlight. Midnight wings break through the clouds, moonlight guiding the final direction. This was a sentence previously translated by Olja. Now it seemed that the moonlight truly guided the direction to the Millennial Dragon's home. The clouds in the sky were still closing, the moonlight path gradually disappearing, and the ship of the Beast Pirates followed the guidance of the Millennial Dragon. However, by the time they reached the end of the moonlight, no island appeared before them. Nothing at all. Could this dragon have pointed the wrong way? It hadn't. It just said they had arrived. Their dwelling place was right above them. Elizabeth translated the words of the Millennial Dragon while looking up in disbelief. Above us, a sky island? Sky Island, one of the specialties of the pirate world, is a general term for islands in the sky, not referring to a single island. Whether in the first half of the Grand Line or the second half, there are sky islands present. For pirates and people in the New World, sky islands are not too unfamiliar. It's not because there are more of them in the New World, but because the Golden Lion created some floating islands, though they aren't as high as natural islands. Although man-made, they still belong to the category of sky islands. The phrase, midnight wings break through the clouds, moonlight guiding the final direction, now had a more detailed answer. This batch of Millennial Dragons lived on this sky island, and their main food source was sky fish. Sky fish refers to fish that live in the white sea high in the sky. The clouds here are diverse, with iron clouds as hard as iron, row clouds that can be used as ropes, swamp-like marsh clouds, and the most common sea clouds. The special sea formed by sea clouds is called the White Sea, and these cloud layers are navigable like water, with special fish living within them. The height of sky islands is not uniform. The highest ones are generally located at 10,000 meters above the White Sea, while lower ones range from several thousand meters. There are 2 ways to reach a sky island. One is to find their hidden passages and climb up the staircase formed by sea clouds, and the other is to find a sky current. The sky island where these Millennial Dragons live is one of the lower sky islands, but from below, The changes above cannot be seen at all. The so-called wings breaking through the clouds on the treasure map refers to the millennial dragons hunting sky fish. Their wings temporarily create a gap in the sea clouds, allowing moonlight to penetrate the sea clouds and illuminate the sea surface, with a destination directly below that sky island. However, this millennial dragon made a mistake. It didn't go the wrong way, but this was the path home for the millennial dragons, not a landing point for human ships. The millennial dragons can simply flap their wings to go up, but it's not that easy for human ships. Sky currents and sky islands are not bound together. Some sky islands have sky currents nearby, while others may not. This means that even though the beast pirate ship is currently below the dwelling place of the millennial dragons, the only way to ascend is to fly. Boss, up in the sky, it looks like something is falling. The lookout on the ship shouted below. The moonlight began to disappear, and with just a bit of remaining moonlight, he could barely see a few shadows, but nothing more. The shadows fell quickly, and soon a series of splashes were heard. Not only human corpses, but also the bodies of millennial dragons and fragments of ships fell, indicating that some unknown battle was occurring above. The millennial dragons on the ship seemed to go mad upon seeing the dragon corpses, disregarding their recently stitched wounds, and flew towards the sky. Lord Sacred Beast, what do we do now? Of course, we go up. Let everyone hold on to something and secure themselves. Saying this, Arceus stomped his foot, and a surge of energy flowed through the ship into the sea. Before long, the sea seemed to boil. Just as the members of the beast pirates secured themselves, a current surged from the ocean, lifting their ship toward the sky. There was no sky current here, so he would create one himself. The water droplet stone had the power to manipulate water flow, and the sky current created by Arceus propelled the ship upward into the sky. Chapter 92. The fear of insufficient firepower above the clouds. On an unknown sky island, some people are hunting millennium dragons. Many small boats are launched into the sea from two large ships, and the people on board carry specially made harpoons towards the millennium dragons. There are individual differences among races, and the same goes for millennium dragons. Those living in the East Sea face the least danger and tend to prey on weaker targets, resulting in their overall strength being lower. However, this is the new world, where dangerous weather forces creatures to evolve stronger to adapt to the ever-changing climate. The climate here affects not only the Qinghai, but also the White Sea in the sky. Even though these millennium dragons live in the sky, their strength is much greater than that of their kin in the East Sea. Although they do not possess any special abilities, their speed, strength, and physical toughness are significantly superior to those of their relatives in the East Sea. This adds difficulty to the hunting operation. Initially, their goal was to capture these millennium dragons alive, as living ones are undoubtedly worth more than dead ones. However, millennium dragons do not surrender easily. Even a big white goose can run away when chased, let alone creatures with dragon in their names. Millennium dragons usually scatter in small tribes across various sea areas, only gathering together when the dragon island surfaces once every 1,000 years. There aren't many millennium dragons here, only a dozen or so scattered, among which are few juvenile dragons. With their wings, they have the advantage of flight and theoretically should be able to escape, but the reality is complicated. Members of an organ trafficking assassination group captured a few millennium dragons, provoking them to choose to fight instead of flee. Additionally, millennium dragons have strong territorial instincts. Facing these intruders, they opted to fight for their home rather than run away. The fallen millennium dragon corpses and broken ships in Qinghai are evidence of the battle. These guys are really foolish. If they just ran away, their losses would be smaller. After all, they're just beasts, even if they're called millennium dragons. They are merely a rarer type of beast. Isn't it better this way? Of course it is, but that would waste a lot of preparations. Never mind that. Hurry and send people down to salvage the corpses. The sea clouds here are too thin. Those corpses actually fell back down. The dead mean nothing to him. The new world is not lacking in manpower, but losing the corpses of millennium dragons would be a significant loss. They have already been dispatched, don't worry. At this moment, suddenly a millennium dragon burst out from below the sea clouds, even overturning one of their dispatched small boats. The millennium dragons here feed on sky fish. They have the ability to move in the sea clouds for a short time, and the long fur on their bodies does not get wet when entering the sea clouds. Instead, it connects tightly to form a special membrane that keeps moisture out while reducing drag. Watching the millennium dragon rush out, the people on the boat are filled with visions of wealth. After refinement, a piece of dragon bone can be sold for a sky-high price. If it doesn't work when eaten, it must be that your method is wrong. It definitely isn't a problem with the dragon bone. Moreover, If dragon bones can sell for exorbitant prices, not to mention dragon blood and dragon meat, this group specializes in organ trafficking, and a Millennium Dragon is like a treasure trove to them. You guys, hurry and catch it. There are actually other Millennium Dragons coming out to die. A few small boats approached, but before they could act, a surge of seawater broke through the sea clouds, bringing along another ship that was their previously dispatched salvage vessel. Their descent was unique. They first released a prepared membrane from the ship to descend, and after breaking through the sea clouds, they opened a giant parachute for a safe landing. However, they had only descended halfway when they encountered Arceus, who was controlling the surging sea current. You little ones, show these guys our strength. This situation needs no further explanation. It is clear they're on the same side as those Millennium Dragons. Since the enemy is already identified, there is no need for further justification to start the battle. Arceus is right behind them. The experience of Babanuki is still fresh in their minds. Originally, they were all ordinary members, but due to a strength technique, Babanuki has already been promoted to a junior officer. Who wouldn't want a higher status and powerful abilities? The lottery might yield something terrible, but if Arceus is pleased, they might directly obtain even stronger power. Although their initial goal was treasure hunting, they certainly came fully armed with knives, guns, and cannons. Once the order to fight was given, they displayed absolute firepower dominance. Although there was only one ship, their cannon range was nearly one-third farther than that of the opponents. In the ocean, cannon battles are always an essential part, whether for navies or pirates. Very few can cause greater destruction than cannons with human power. Moreover, for most people, the deterrent effect of cannonballs is stronger than that of human power. Since the last battle with Wald, where they faced ammunition shortages and had to engage in boarding combat, some members of the 100 Beasts seem to have developed a fear of insufficient firepower, filling their ammunition stores to the brim every time they set sail. Where the hell did these pirates come from? The sudden cannon fire left the members of the organ trafficking assassination group bewildered. Although they have many enemies, this operation was very secretive, and they spent considerable time finding the ladder to this sky island. How could they be attacked here for no reason? Moreover, the situation was even worse, since their primary target was hunting Millennium Dragons, and they aimed to capture them alive. They mainly carried harpoons, nets, and powerful anesthetics, with cannonballs only being half of their usual amount, and they had consumed quite a bit on the way. Although they were not facing the same opponent, the situation still flipped for the members of the 100 Beasts. They did prepare quite a few backup plans, but all those backups were aimed at the Millennium Dragons. The sudden appearance of the 100 Beast pirates disrupted all their arrangements. Additionally, their personnel were now extremely scattered, making it impossible to form an effective counterattack. The troubles did not end there. The Millennium Dragon that had been rescued by Arceus roared loudly, its roar reaching the ears of other Millennium Dragons amid the explosions of cannonballs. The meaning was simple. These are our allies, here to help us. Chapter 93. The Ancestor Great Bird and the two preparing surprises for each other with the involvement of the 100 Beasts, the battle became extremely difficult. The physique of these Millennium Dragons was far stronger than that of humans, and only the harpoons fired from the heavy launchers on the main ship could penetrate their bodies. However, those heavy launchers, which looked similar to cannons, suffered devastating blows right from the start. The shells were indeed not that accurate, but sniping was. The more intricate the item, the more precious it is, and the stricter the requirements for usage. Although those heavy launchers were not incapable of withstanding storms, they clearly lost their firing capacity after several holes were pierced in the launching chamber. With such launchers, they had no idea where their shots would land. And the root cause of all this was Elizabeth's precise sniping. The silent water bullets on such a battlefield acted as silent assassination machines. This battle had no prisoners and continued until all enemies were eliminated. The Millennium Dragons were not humans, although these creatures would not actively attack humans. They would show no mercy to humans who harmed their kin when their homeland was invaded. Several Millennium Dragons were stained red, with both dragon blood and human blood. Of course, the one who truly went berserk was Shaina. This was a residual effect of the trauma she and Jean had left behind years ago. Normally, the two were just ordinary people, but once they entered an emotional outburst, they would become extreme. Jin's way of venting was interrogation, while Shaina's was slaughter. Usually, when she beat up Quinn, it was just suppressants, but that pair of wings earlier had drawn out her usually suppressed instincts, so she acted without any control. The residents of the 100 Beast territory thought Shaina was a good person because she had never inflicted her cruel side on her own people. Well, except for Quinn. Most of her clothes were red or black, which could best conceal the bloodstains, but this time her clothes were beyond salvage. They had been soaked in the blood of enemies throughout the battle, and then dried by her own flames, bringing the outfit to the brink of being discarded. Currently, in the territory of the 100 Beast Pirates, there are 3 highly valued professions. One is military industry technicians, as the items from the main island not only supplement their combat strength, but are also primary trade goods. The other 2 are doctors and tailors. Their cadres are all animal-type ability users, so flexible clothing is a necessity. Even Kaido is no exception, which makes excellent tailors highly sought after. Why? Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Why are you helping those beasts? There are always some people who are cut off from information. Apart from Rod from over a decade ago, and then Roger, no pirate has achieved such widespread recognition. Even the current Whitebeard and Gold Lion are unknown in some areas. Shaina is still some distance from becoming a household name, and there are also those in the organ trafficking assassination group who dislike reading newspapers. Beasts. Compared to them, aside from this outer layer of human skin, what you do is probably even worse than a beast, with another charred body in hand. After high-end combat power and long-range firepower were crushed, the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. These people would only become the garbage of Sky Island, eventually washed back to the blue sea by the currents of the White Sea as time passed. The losses for the Millennium Dragons were significant. 7 Millennium Dragons died in battle, and the remaining adult dragons were all injured. This was still the result of the enemy trying their best to capture them alive. But in their desperate resistance, even strong sedatives were hard to take effect. To survive, those people had to choose lethal measures. 7 may not seem like many, but there were only 27 Millennium Dragons in total. A few had been captured earlier, and only a dozen were left to fight after the young dragons were excluded. A loss of nearly a quarter can be said to be devastating. Roar. Elizabeth, what are they saying now? They were expressing gratitude and also apologizing. The leader of the Millennium Dragons said that it had never seen anything like the Holy Beast, but it mentioned that it could inquire with its kin on the day of return. The return day is when the Millennium Dragons gather once every 1,000 years. All Millennium Dragons will gather on a mysterious island in the East Sea, and there are less than 30 years until the next gathering. The leader of the Millennium Dragons believed that there would always be kin who had seen these things. You say you want to move? Roar, that's true. This place has been discovered, so it's time to change locations. Would you like to go to our place? Who knows where these Millennium Dragons plan to move to, and no one knows what they will encounter. The gathering day is only one day. If they miss that day, they will have to wait another 1,000 years for the Millennium Dragons to gather again. Moreover, they're called Millennium Dragons because that island only floats once every 1,000 years. Due to individual differences, some Millennium Dragons may be short-lived and die in a few hundred years. To prevent accidents, luring these Millennium Dragons back is the best option. There are still 20 Millennium Dragons left, specifically 20 along with 3 eggs. The leader is larger, with a body length exceeding 10 meters. They are sufficient to form a small air force. As for whether the Millennium Dragons would bring trouble, they absolutely would not. They just needed to change their appearance. Arceus discussed with the leader of the Millennium Dragons for a while, and the little Millennium Dragon that had been rescued previously came to assist. Its father is the leader, and with the power gap, the Millennium Dragon leader agreed to Arceus's request. It had seen Arceus manipulating the sea currents. In the future, the 100 Beast Pirates would protect these Millennium Dragons, who would assist the 100 Beasts as aerial cavalry and help collect information for him on the day of the gathering in over 20 years. Transforming animals is less labor-intensive than transforming humans, and these Millennium Dragons' appearances do not require much alteration. Their internal genes were changed using their internal power, creating a new form within all Millennium Dragons, the ancestor Great Bird. For the Millennium Dragons, this appearance is also easy to accept compared to their original form. The ancestor Great Bird's form is equivalent to just getting a haircut and dyeing their fur. The younger Millennium Dragons quite like this new appearance. The older Millennium Dragons felt it was not ideal, but for the safety of their kin, they still changed their forms. Like the Lunaria tribe, they also planned to hide their true appearances as much as possible. There was no longer a place for them on the ship. But that was fine because the ancestor Great Bird could also fly. Kaido not only likes animal-type ability users, but has a fondness for certain animals as well. Arceus felt that Kaido would be excited to see these Millennium Dragons, which would be a little surprise for his partner. However, at the same time, Kaido shared the same thought as Arceus. He had just given half a banana to Big Mom's people in exchange for a heavy stone tablet. He had tried it. It couldn't be broken with a single hit, so it should be what Arceus wanted. You should be quite happy, right? Chapter 94. Thunder, Tree Fruits. Water Splash Leap, although the small radar in his hand reacted to the stone tablet brought by Big Mom. He wanted to confirm again, just in case. It was unlikely. But what if the thing Queen made was faulty? The simpler methods are often the most direct. Instead of that complex technology, testing the hardness was a good choice. Arceus and the others went out treasure hunting, which is also one of the important activities for pirates. Kaido ordered his subordinates to plan a new banquet. In a non-combat environment, the biggest extra expense for a pirate crew is the consumption during the banquet. However, every pirate crew retains this aspect, although it varies according to their financial strength and customs. It's normal for banquets to last several days, and aside from the rotating pirates, most of them will choose to drink to their heart's content. Big Brother Kaido. Big Brother Arceus' ship has returned. They also brought back a group of strange giant birds. Giant birds? On the main island, Kaido received the news of Arceus' return, but what they brought back was unexpected. When Kaido arrived at the port and looked up at the giant birds circling in the sky, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. What are those? They are Millennium Dragons. This time, the treasure hunt's destination was their habitat. We have reached a cooperation. These Millennium Dragons will live here from now on. We will protect their safety, and the adult dragons will serve as partners for the aerial cavalry. Aerial cavalry? An air force? Collaborating with you was indeed the right decision. After a moment of thought, Kaido began to laugh maniacally. With these Millennium Dragons, it meant that the beast pirates could also form an air force unit. There is no problem with 4 or 5 people sitting behind those adult Millennium Dragons. Although there are only a dozen adult Millennium Dragons, they are enough as a surprise force. Currently, aside from the Golden Lion, no other pirate crew can conduct large-scale aerial combat. By the way, I also found something good. I can already feel the aura of the stone tablet. Boring. I forgot you could sense the aura of your own things. Kaido initially thought this was a surprise. But the problem arose. Arceus sensed his stone tablet from a certain distance, which meant that once the stone tablet was brought back, it couldn't be hidden from Arceus at all. The outcome didn't change, but it felt like something was missing. However, this wasn't a big problem. The beast pirates still entered their familiar banquet phase. This banquet also included a group of Millennium Dragons, and the beast pirates were very enthusiastic about these Millennium Dragons. Kaido had already announced plans to form an aerial cavalry. Flying is one of humanity's dreams. Even if one cannot fly, riding something else to fly is excellent. However, there are only so many adult Millennium Dragons, and the aerial cavalry can only be composed of a few elite members. At that time, compatibility with the Millennium Dragons will surely affect the selection of the aerial cavalry, and the smart ones have already started to build good relationships with these Millennium Dragons. However, to reduce trouble, from now on, these Millennium Dragons will be codenamed Ancestral Great Birds. All those in the know are required to keep their mouths shut and not speak carelessly outside. The ones selected by Shaina for the ship are all members of the Arceus sect, their loyalty having been tested. This requirement is not too much to ask. Arceus also retrieved his 5th stone tablet, the Thunderstone Tablet. It seemed that at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky above the island, and the power of thunder returned to Arceus' control. Thunder is seen as a heavenly calamity. Compared to flames, thunder is more like a force of natural disaster. Then came a much-anticipated lottery segment. When his dart landed on a blue jump character, the ruckus among the pirates below finally quieted down. What do you think this guy's ability will be? I don't know. That Babanuki's strange strength is too handy. Can this word make him jump high? Who knows? Babanuki took 3 days. How long do you think he will take? 2 days, maybe? Impossible, at least 4 days. He's far behind that Babanuki guy. A pirate even started a betting pool on how long this lucky one would take to learn the skill. In the end, he also took 3 days, tying Babanuki's record. When he came out, he was just like Babanuki back then, starting to feast, but when other pirates asked him to display his ability, he didn't seem as excited as Babanuki. Under the urging of the crowd, he walked towards the sea, then took a stride toward the surface of the water, and then he jumped up. Yes, he jumped up. The water surface was to him like land, becoming something he could leverage. The blue jump character represented the skill, Water Splash Leap. Water Splash Leap is a bizarre skill that has no other manifestation besides jumping. But once a human learns Water Splash Leap, they receive some strange enhancements. Legs, jumping power enhanced. The height and distance of jumps far exceed that of the past, and the ability to jump on the water surface is acquired. Skill extraction relies entirely on luck. There's no underhandedness involved. So he couldn't say much about drawing this skill, only feeling a bit perplexed. Does Water Splash Leap have prospects? The answer is yes. In this water-dominated world, being able to jump on the water surface greatly enhances agility. allowing him to move freely on the water. However, it is not as intuitive as the enhancement brought by the strange strength technique. After all, it still has its significance. A group of people brainstormed about where his water splash leap could be used, while Queen recruited a batch of local residents to make banana chips. The tropical dragon's bananas have a longer shelf life. The bananas he cultivated inherit this trait, but there is a limit. Ripe bananas can last for half a month without rotting, and if unripe bananas are picked and stored properly, they can last about 2 months. But that is already the limit. For bananas, this time is quite exaggerated, but compared to the speed of consumption, it still falls short. Queen is currently making freeze-dried banana chips for preservation from the already ripe bananas. At the same time, he is cultivating new seedlings. The fifth stone tablet was ultimately traded for the bananas he cultivated, and considering he expended a lot of stock, Arceus gave him some compensation. He also modified the seeds of other fruits, providing Queen with a batch of tree fruit seeds. Weno fruit, peach fruit, and mango fruit. However, this batch of tree fruit seeds retained only the flavor and lacked the original effects, being a castrated version. The complete version of tree fruits is no longer just fruit, but something that can be cultivated as a strategic resource. Chapter 95, Prelude. Big Mom's actions reminded Arceus that fruits like tree fruits could also sell for high prices. The tree fruits cultivated by Quinn could be considered second-generation fruits. Even without the effects of removing abnormal status or restoring stamina, their nutritional value and taste far exceed that of ordinary fruits. Fruits are an indispensable part of sailing. And in this world, resources are controlled by a few individuals, making tree fruits a potential source of income as well. The key factor is Big Mom's connections. She has a wide network in the underworld. Big Mom places great importance on sweets and suffers from a craving disorder, which means anything she has eaten could trigger her cravings. The fruits sold externally belong to the third generation. With slight improvements, third-generation fruits will lose their reproductive ability, allowing the resources of tree fruits to be firmly in the hands of the beast pirates. Kaido's strength is still on the rise, and the beast pirates are developing as well. By that time, even if Big Mom's crew wanted to deal with the beast pirates, they might not have the capability. Big Mom can overlook some matters, but her children cannot. To prevent Big Mom from having cravings without access to the necessary fruits or desserts, they must maintain stable trade with the beast pirates, making it easy to leverage her connections when the time comes. Kaido can profit through intermediaries, gaining power. Big Mom gets food, and Arceus utilizes the channels. Everyone gets what they need. Although the value of these things differs, they hold different meanings for the three of them. As night fell, the beach still showed signs of bonfires, marking the end of the pirates' feast. Most pirates were already drunk, and those who had gained the ability to leap over water were frolicking on the sea. A few close friends were desperately rowing to catch up with him, worried he might dive into the sea and drown. Quinn was in the laboratory nurturing his new crops, experimenting with grafting to create some unusual tree fruits. Arceus was merging new tablets to restore more power, and Kaido had vanished somewhere. When he got drunk, no one knew where he would run off to. Although Arceus often said that drinking interfered with work, he had just retrieved a tablet through his channels, making it inappropriate to say he was messing things up. Jean had just returned after handling a small issue. Now that they had their own territory, the pirates of the New World collected taxes from a piece of land and were also responsible for its safety. Jean had gone to deal with a group of bold newcomers who had just passed through Fishman Island. Although he missed the feast, it didn't bother him much. "Are you done?" Shaina's voice came from his side. To facilitate their daily lives, Kaido had specifically left a space on the island for Shaina and Jean. Apart from a few cadres, any member of the pirate crew or ordinary residents were strictly prohibited from entering without orders. This was also for their own good. Shaina occasionally reverted to her human-animal form, and Jean sometimes took off his mask. They could be said to be light-sensitive. Anyone who saw their true forms would be silenced. Just some inexperienced newcomers. Although young, those pirates who had just entered the New World were indeed just novices in Jin's eyes. Shaina knew Jean had just returned, and because of the feast, the chef was already resting, so she brought Jean some late-night snacks. Flying fish sashimi, Jin's favorite food, even without a chef. It was no problem. When they first set sail, the kitchen was under her management. Fresh flying fish slices were quite simple to prepare. And you? Did the holy beast find what it wanted? Not yet, but there's some progress. However, there are some other matters now. Saying this, she handed Jean a stack of documents, all related to the organ trafficking assassination group. What is this? Previously, we encountered people from the organ trafficking assassination group. On their ship, I found the wings of our kin. Shaina briefly explained what had happened earlier and the information she had pried from the enemy. They should have another pair of the same wings at their headquarters. The relics of our kin are not their crafts. Do you have a plan? He was familiar with Shaina's character. Since she brought this up, it was likely she had already devised a plan. No need for a plan. People like that should just be destroyed directly. Holy beast. Shaina's plan was immediately vetoed by Arceus before she could articulate it. I've said before, this debt will be collected bit by bit, and my deal with the Millennium Dragon also includes this part. Originally, she intended for Jean to assist in an assassination operation to eliminate the leader and recover the relics of their kin, but now the plan had changed. Assassination would still occur, but the approach would be entirely different. It is well known that the purpose of assassination is to kill the target without anyone knowing. Therefore, as long as all witnesses are eliminated, it becomes an unknown event, thus also qualifying as an assassination. Holy beast, won't this affect your plan? Of course not, and this is something I promised. A promise must be honored, and besides, I see that some people are already itching for action. Right, Kaido? Arceus' mention of Kaido caught Jean and Shaina off guard. Then Shaina seemed to remember something and ran to the back of the house, where she had dug a wine cellar and brewed some wine according to the traditions of the Lunaria tribe. This wine was referred to as fire wine by the Lunaria tribe because its only characteristic is its strength. The beast pirates had always consumed large amounts of alcohol, depleting their stock at every feast, and Kaido, with his constitution, had no limits when it came to drinking. He hadn't had a good drink in a while. So after exhausting the stock, he went to find more elsewhere. When they arrived, they indeed found Kaido in the wine cellar. Although Kaido was drunk, he could still hear Arceus' words. Ugh, it seems like it's been a while since I had a good fight. Anyway, there's nothing much to do, so let's get to it. He was a pirate. Many things didn't require a reason. He did it simply because he wanted to. However, it seemed they would have to wait a couple of days. Kaido's emotions when drunk were highly unpredictable. He could cry, laugh, rage, or fall asleep at any moment. A few months prior, the wood that Jean had procured was already processed into the ship's hull, and the Beast Pirate's main ship was about to embark on its maiden voyage. Chapter 96. Beast King's ship in the world of pirates. Shipbuilding is a pillar industry. The vast seas and the perilous Grand Line rely on ships for navigation. As for bridge construction, the world government has been working on it for so many years, yet the kingdom on the bridge has yet to be completed. The developed shipbuilding industry allows many places to find shipwrights, especially in the New World, where skilled shipwrights are in high demand under various factions. The New World is particularly affected by the unpredictable maritime climate, which significantly increases the likelihood of ship damage. Almost every island near the major trade routes has the capability to repair ships, and each pirate territory also possesses shipbuilding capabilities. Due to the need for finding stone tablets, the Beast Pirates have a high demand for ships. Kaido can fly anywhere, but others still need ships for their stamina. After several months, the Beast Pirates' flagship, the Beast King, was completed. Initially, Warlord came to this island to forge a giant cannon using the island's craftsmanship, so the firepower of this ship has reached saturation, with its onboard cannons rivaling those of any Navy flagship. Today, the Beast King also embarked on its maiden voyage, carrying a full complement of 650 people. Aside from chefs and volunteers, the positions of sailors and combatants are interchangeable. Early the next morning, after the new operational orders were issued, the island's inhabitants began preparing supplies for the expedition. Battles among pirates are usually frequent. To prevent the island's residents from opposing the Beast foreign wars, they established a peculiar system. Residents providing supplies are entitled to share a portion of the loot after a victorious battle. No matter how well they articulate their reasoning, tangible benefits outweigh mere words. In this situation, while it may not necessarily lead them to want to go out to sea and join the pirates, they would not oppose the Beast foreign wars. This is akin to an investment. If they lose, they gain nothing, but currently, the Beasts have more victories than defeats. So the residents within their territory are generally supportive of this. The elderly on this island have witnessed many eras, and the ownership of this island has changed hands multiple times. So far, the Beasts are the pirate group that has provided the highest quality of life here. The harshness of a new world far exceeds that of other seas. Without a powerful backing, this island would inevitably become a lawless place, viewed as a sheepfold by pirates, human traffickers, and even the world government, with the residents inside treated merely as livestock. The celestial dragons are the gods of the world, and nations and islands that do not join the world government enjoy no rights. The high price of heavenly gold serves to distinguish social classes. The world government deliberately creates inferior beings by looking down on people from nations that have not joined, thereby increasing the satisfaction of member states. It is precisely the world government's neglect that has given rise to powerful pirates. And over time, this has shaped the living environment of the New World. 3 days later, all preparations for the Beast King were complete, but the crew numbered only 200, not fully loaded. Led by Arceus and Kaido. Top executive Shaina and Jean also boarded the ship. Even without a full crew, the combat power of this ship should not be underestimated. Along with them were the Millennium Dragons. Upon hearing that this organization was the one that previously attacked them, the Millennium Dragon leader actively requested to participate in this battle. Kaido originally had no necessity to board this ship, but he was not one to stay idle. Most of the time, he was not within his territory, but wandering around, helping Arceus search for the whereabouts of the stone tablets, while also attending to his own affairs. Recently, there was another incident where he was captured by other pirates and escaped unscathed. Arceus had no idea where Morgans got his information, but according to the involved parties, the reports in the newspapers were mostly true, albeit with some literary embellishment. Additionally, since this was the flagship's first voyage, Kaido, now the governor of the Beast Pirates, naturally had to join the expedition. Indeed, as the beasts grew stronger, his identity had clearly established him as the governor, alongside the prominent positions held by Jean and the others. Although Shaina was not part of the prominent positions, she was of equal rank. The sea breeze filled the mainsail, and the Beast King set off on its inaugural voyage. On an island in the New World. This was the headquarters of an organ trafficking assassination group. Although the name suggests organ trafficking and assassination, they actually engage in various businesses. While organ trafficking is their main business, assassination and mercenary services also fall within their purview. They're more akin to a group of illegal bounty hunters. However, this characterization is somewhat inaccurate. From a humanitarian and legal perspective, they are indeed an illegal organization. But from the world government standpoint, they are not illegal, as this organization has never been placed on a wanted list. Through some clandestine connections with the world government, they appear legal on the surface. The organ trafficking assassination group engages in many businesses but does not participate in human trafficking, as they only sell organs and not living people. The underground prison at headquarters holds many individuals and provides them with scientifically balanced meals while enforcing mandatory exercise. No cultivation dish can compare to the human body. These individuals are seen as living containers. Once a matching business opportunity arises, they are killed and their organs are harvested. Although blood types are more complex here, people's physiques are also stronger, making organ matching easier. Their business network connects worldwide, leading to daily fatalities within their premises. In an ostensibly tidy office, a man in a suit is chewing gum, and no one would suspect he is the notorious leader of this organization. Manager, is the cost of our actions too great? The manager is the self-proclaimed title of the leader of the organ trafficking assassination group. He considers himself a serious businessman and insists that his subordinates refer to him as such. I have used up all the favors I could to connect with the celestial dragons. If we don't reap any rewards, the losses for them will be significant. Don't be anxious, Cocodine. This is a big business. Waiting is worthwhile. Moreover, transportation at sea is not particularly convenient. Taking a trip can take over 10 days, which is considered fast. Hunting mythical creatures like the Millennium Dragons is expected to take a long time. Has the new product found a buyer? Yes, a king from the West Sea. His son has been weak and sickly since childhood and has always wanted to replace his organs with stronger ones. He is quite interested in that fur tribe. The person has already arrived at the trading location on the Red Earth continent. We're just waiting for our goods. Good. The profit from this deal is 10 times that of ordinary business. Let's take action directly. If that guy goes crazy and hurts himself again, it won't be good. Chapter 97. Ruthless. JPG, the Fur Tribe, a race living on the back of the giant elephant zoo in the Fuzzy Kingdom, is a species derived from hairy animals, resembling beastmen, and is even rarer than the fishmen. In the world of pirates, there are many minority races, besides the long arms and long legs, which are similar in appearance to humans. There are also subhuman races like the Fur Tribe and Fishmen. Although they are not human, their blood and some organs are indeed compatible. Many people discriminate against these races in everyday life, viewing them as beasts, yet at auctions, their prices are much higher than those of humans. The Fur Tribe has lived on Zou for generations, since the giant elephant constantly walks on the sea surface. Zou does not have a fixed location. The only way to reach Zou is through a life card, and if one is lucky, they might encounter Zou walking on the sea nearby. Typically, members of the Fur Tribe do not leave Zou, but there are exceptions. Some Fur Tribe members do not wish to remain on Zou and venture out to sea, while others accidentally fall off and cannot find their way back home. The price of fur tribe members in the black market is also relatively high. Organ trafficking assassination groups, while differing in outcomes, have processes similar to those of human traffickers. They also take over unsold slaves and resell their organs. Due to the compatibility of organs and blood, there are those interested in the organs of these subhumans. According to rumors in the black market, the bodies of these subhumans are said to be stronger. The king of the West Sea believed such information and wanted to use the organs of the fur tribe to treat his child suffering from congenital organ failure, hoping to make his body stronger. Coco Ding brought the manager to the place where the fur tribe members were held. Unlike other rooms, the decor here was soft, and the white wolf-like fur tribe member inside was tied up like a rice dumpling. Since being captured and learning about their business, this fur tribe member had been attempting self-harm, but being an underage member of the fur tribe, she naturally had no capacity to resist. To prevent her from doing anything in the future, the organ trafficking assassination group wanted to dispose of her quickly. The surgical team was notified that they could prepare to take the goods. The heart and kidneys were the most important parts of this transaction, and no accidents were allowed. Understood, manager. He turned to arrange for the surgical team, but a sudden tremor caused him to slip and fall to the ground. Some debris fell from the ceiling, and the manager beside him looked grimly at his shoulder, which was already covered in dust. An earthquake? Coco Ding, who had fallen, was still trying to comprehend what was happening when someone rushed in, stumbling. Manager, big trouble. Someone is attacking us. How is that possible? Although their business was notorious, it was the first time someone had attacked them directly. This was because their location was secret, and very few people could find their headquarters. Moreover, they had certain strength themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to engage in such business, as dealing with them would be quite laborious. The world government had already established connections, and without attracting the Navy's encirclement, they were basically safe. No pirate would want to undertake such a thankless task. The manager was quite shrewd and would not provoke opponents he could not handle. For so many years, it was the first time they had been attacked directly. The continuous bombardment indicated that the situation outside was considerable. Outside, the beast pirate ships had already docked, and the ship's cannons were firing at the buildings in the middle of the island, while the combat troops aboard had already charged out. Although Kaido could choose to act himself, what he wanted were strong warriors, not worthless beings who could only survive under protection. He would naturally step in against formidable opponents, but his subordinates also needed to have their own combat abilities. However, the battlefield presented a crushing situation. The organ trafficking assassination group rarely engaged in large-scale direct combat, and faced with a powerful opponent, these people appeared somewhat weak and fragile. Dun Gong Huang, with his wings unfurled, he flew low like a blade across the battlefield, and the enemies had no means to fight back against his high-speed flight. Rock blades and fireballs dominated the battlefield, with the remaining members of the Beast Pirates almost just gathering the spoils. The troublesome enemies had all been dealt with, and those remaining had lost their courage and could not mount any effective resistance. However, whether resisting or surrendering, their fates would be the same. The purpose of this operation was revenge, and there was no intention of leaving any survivors. When the manager came outside, what he saw was a burning battlefield. The accumulation of the organ trafficking assassination group on this island over the years was completely destroyed. This made the manager's heart bleed. What is going on? Where did these people come from? I don't know. They suddenly appeared here and directly bombarded us. Judging by the flag, they are from the Beast Pirates. The Beasts. When did we offend the Beasts? No one answered him. Who could clarify such matters? Those in their line of work had offended too many people. Taking out a transponder snail from his pocket, the manager began to call for help from the outside world. The Beast Pirates were a rising star in the New World, with both the captain and officers exhibiting powerful combat abilities. Pirates of this level were no longer something he and his subordinates could deal with. He needed support. The transponder snail was quickly connected, and on the other end was a pirate he had been establishing contact with recently. Although he had some business dealings with the world government in the New World, those people's names held little weight. Pirates were not government officials and did not worry about their careers. Only equally powerful pirates could instill some fear in others. Mr. Parasparrow, it's me. Do you remember me? Pirates also do business, and the organ trafficking assassination group is part of the underground world, while the Big Mom pirates have the broadest connections with the underground world. He had some business dealings with Big Mom, which is why he had Parasparrow's contact information. It's you. What's wrong? We've been attacked by other pirates. The enemy is very strong. Earlier, I mentioned wanting to borrow Big Mom's flag. What do you think? A pirate's flag cannot be borrowed casually. If one uses another's flag without permission and is discovered afterward, it could lead to even more serious consequences. He had considered this plan a while ago, but there were some disagreements over costs, so it had not been finalized. To Perospero, this seemed like an opportunity for sky-high prices, so he inquired about who the manager was fighting against to see how much he could raise the price. But upon hearing the answer, his expression changed. What did you just say? About borrowing the flag? No, before that. Do you remember me? I don't remember. Who are you? How did you get this number? Saying this, he directly hung up the transponder snail. Chapter 98. The underground world on the verge of change. What's wrong, Perospero? The person next to him saw Perospero hang up the phone with a disdainful expression, and there seemed to be some anger mixed in with his disdain. It's nothing, just some insignificant little bugs offended the beast pirates. But it seems the underground world is about to be reshuffled. Although the organ trafficking assassination group holds a certain status in the underground world, these people are merely lawless merchants operating outside the rules. They exist in this world because there is a demand for their business. In terms of military force, both the world government and the pirates can crush them. Once someone decides to completely eradicate them, their own strength is insufficient. The new world is the territory of pirates. Even though the managers of various underground industries are called kings, it is only within their own domains. Their survival relies on business with major pirates and the world government. Once they lose their value, naturally no one will care about their lives or deaths. Although the organ trafficking assassination group has not reached that point, their recent situation is not good either. Other underground businesses have pirates closely cooperating with them, so close that they can borrow flags. However, the pirate who originally lent them the flag was defeated in a recent conflict, which led to them losing their protection. Normally, the victors would take over everything from the defeated, including their businesses. However, this time the victor is Whitebeard, who is not interested in this part of the business. The Whitebeard pirates are also involved in arms smuggling, gambling, and mercenary warfare, but Whitebeard has never touched businesses related to human trafficking. He values family and dislikes such trades. Thus, the organ trafficking assassination group did not receive the protection of the flag, which is why the manager wanted to connect with Big Mom and also establish new ties with the world government through the Ancient Dragon. According to his plan, as long as these two matters were completed, they would have a more solid backing. Unfortunately, there's been no news from the team searching for the Ancient Dragon, and he hesitates because Big Mom's price is too high. As a result, when the beast pirates came knocking, all they could rely on was their own strength. Not all assassins are named King Hassan. Their direct combat strength is not particularly strong, at least not against the current beast pirates. Seeing the busy signal from the phone snail, the manager's expression darkened further. Big Mom's pirate crew actually fears the beast pirates. In fact, he guessed wrong. Great pirates have their own dignity. If they have already lent their flag, Big Mom would not necessarily ignore it. At least she would intervene to mediate. As fellow pirates, Charlotte Linlin is still an elder to Kaido, so it is impossible to say they fear him. Moreover, this is a matter of credibility. If a pirate casually abandons their subordinates, the remaining followers will no longer trust him. If the flag has already been lent out, then both sides are likely to erupt into a battle. Face is a serious issue among pirates. However, now, they have no agreements at all. Given this situation, Perospero didn't even need to think and directly rejected them without consulting Charlotte Linlin. As the eldest son, he still has this judgment. Now that the beast pirates have seized Big Mom's tongue, for her, food is far more important than the meager offerings from an underground force. As for the reshuffling of the underground world, the resources occupied by the organ trafficking assassination group are not just limited to organs and assassination businesses. There are also their supply routes, commercial scope, and a series of industries. Once these people disappear, others in the underground world will instantly swarm in like sharks smelling blood, filling in this missing link. Therefore, the manager never thought of seeking help from others in the underground world. It would be good enough if those people didn't kick them while they were down. Let us go. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although this is the headquarters, they still have other bases. Losing years of accumulation is regrettable, but it's better than losing lives. He had already seen through the telescope that even if his subordinates chose to surrender, the pirates in front of them showed no sign of stopping. He didn't know when his people offended the beast pirates, but if they didn't run now, he would definitely be the next unlucky one. When they built this place, they had already considered various possibilities, so they prepared an escape route. There's a secret passage under the dungeon that leads to a secret port on the island. As long as they get on a ship, they can escape to another stronghold and seek a chance to rise again. Manager, we now. You take people to bring those rare goods. I give you 5 minutes. Gather at operating room number 7 in 5 minutes. Cocodine understood that this manager must have a backup plan, and shouted for a few people to pack things up, while the manager wanted to return to his office to take away those priceless collectibles. He just hoped that the large gate outside could hold out a little longer. But just as he turned to leave, a huge tremor came from the outside iron gate. These pirates came so quickly. The people behind the door swallowed hard and unconsciously retreated. Since the battle began, they had been retreating. They could gain no advantage in the wilderness, and only felt a bit better after retreating back into the building. Ordinary pirates do not carry siege weapons, although the main cannons of pirate ships are powerful. The recoil is so strong that they are fixed on the ship, and disassembling and moving them is also very difficult. They didn't know what the significance of holding out was. It was just that the opponents simply did not accept surrender, so they all retreated here. The heavy door gave them a sense of security. Just a sense, and that sense was shattered the next moment. The door melted in their incredulous gaze, and the figures of Jean and Shaina entered one after another, followed by the rocks created by Jean covering the ground beneath them. The molten iron made it impossible for ordinary pirates to find footing, and with Jin's help, they crossed this stream of hot steel. Leave no one. Eliminate them all. Shaina glanced around at the surrounding people. There were just a bunch of minions, and there was no point in wasting time. Her target was the person in charge here, so she directly pursued deeper into the building. The people around almost only saw a red shadow, and Shaina had already disappeared. Characteristic: acceleration. In battle, her speed would continue to increase until reaching the limit. Jean, you should also go with the big sister. We'll take care of this place. Chapter 99. A clever misunderstanding. This operation is clearly closely related to Shaina and Jean, and the little brothers have noticed this. They do not know the identity of the Lunaria tribe, and the beast pirates only speculate that they have a sibling-like relationship. However, this is not a big deal, as there are many eccentric, powerful individuals, and Shaina and Jean simply prefer not to show their faces. For the ordinary residents within the beast territory, the external battles of the beast pirates represent an investment opportunity, as it determines their status within the group. Kaido made it very clear from the beginning. As long as they have the courage, they can challenge for the position of the big board. And if they can defeat their opponent, they become the new big board. However, aside from a few overly confident individuals who tried it first, no one else dared to entertain such thoughts, as failure in a challenge could lead to severe beatings. Moreover, their promotion mechanism is entirely based on strength, and the fastest way to enhance strength is through the empowerment of Arceus, which can lead to a qualitative change in their abilities. So far, the lucky brother who drew the water splash leap has become the most outstanding scout, and the qualification for the lottery is determined by achievements in each battle, with combat being the only way to gain achievements. If Shaina and Jean take out all the enemies, they would find themselves in a difficult position. I leave it to you. With that, Jean also left the scene. The organ trafficking assassination group often captures various targets, and even ordinary humans come in various large sizes, not to mention the magical giant hybrids, so they have made the underground passages very spacious. It is big enough for Jean in his beast transformation to fly freely, which has become one of their biggest regrets. Jin's flames behind him were almost extinguished. This was also a manifestation of the Lunaria tribe's speed reaching its peak. Due to the ongoing battle outside, ordinary members were pulled out to confront the beast pirate crew, and those who remained in the safe zone below were almost all high-ranking members of the organization. Therefore, Jean launched indiscriminate attacks, and Shaina's speed was even faster than his. In her fully accelerated state, he couldn't catch up at all. The structure below was somewhat complex, so Jean decided to act separately from Shaina. The observation haki can capture the presence of nearby living beings, but these people meant nothing to Shaina. Not everyone's observation haki is like Fujitora's, capable of analyzing the differences among all the people around. She could identify the auras of a few familiar individuals, but everyone here was a stranger. Even if she sensed nearby auras, she had no idea who these people were. However, as she moved at high speed, she detected a group of people moving. Most of them were confined within a certain space, and their speed and range of movement were off. Those people felt like they were right below her. But the stairs here had no pattern, and she couldn't find a way down for a while. Her observation haki's range wasn't particularly large, so she simply stepped down. In this world, there were originally no paths, but when many people walk, paths are created. In the absence of a way, one must create a path themselves. Below her was Kokiden, who was moving important cargo. After a few scattered gunshots, these people lost their resistance. Although they were trusted subordinates of the manager and slightly stronger than the miscellaneous soldiers outside, they had merely upgraded from thugs to elite soldiers, which made no difference to Shaina. Why? What have we done to offend you? Why must you exterminate us? Until now, Kokoden still didn't understand why the beast pirates would attack here, and they were using lethal force with no intention of taking prisoners. He did not receive an answer. Shaina had no intention of explaining, and thus the second in command of this organization died with a head full of questions. Then, Shaina looked at the few iron cages covered with black cloth behind her. These items, even in the event of escape, must be taken along, indicating they were likely of high value. The first piece of cloth covered boxes containing unknown liquids, filled with organs from various body parts. Shaina only glanced at them before covering them back up. The cages behind contained living people. They were strong, intact, and both men and women had decent looks. In fact, their business had nothing to do with appearance. They only cared about practicality, as long as they were useful. However, the organs of such individuals could fetch a higher price, as the elite classes everywhere were willing to pay more in such places. In the last cage was a wolf girl from the fur tribe, separately confined. The shackles were made of specially designed heat-resistant rubber, and they wouldn't use anesthetics or sedatives unless absolutely necessary, as some believed this would harm the internal organs. The fur tribe was a naturally warrior race. Even the elderly, weak, and women had greater combat capabilities than ordinary adult males. The heat-resistant rubber was designed to counter their electric abilities, as the fur tribe could generate strong static electricity through friction between their fur. Although it was called static electricity, after training, its power was no different from lightning. This young fur tribe girl had not yet reached adulthood, but her ability to discharge electricity had caused them considerable trouble. Although Shaina came for revenge, she did not intend to indiscriminately kill innocents. The iron cages binding them could not stop Shaina, and she easily broke them apart. Find a place to hide, don't run around. Wait until it quiets down outside before coming out. However, she also had no intention of wasting time looking after these people. After unlocking their chains, she didn't plan to care about the rest. Even if the beast pirates came, the prison uniforms on these individuals already indicated their identities. Afterward, Shaina chased after Jean, but not everyone would listen to her, such as the wolf girl from the fur tribe, who, after being freed, followed Shaina's scent. The isolation of the fur tribe was comparable to that of Weno country, but theirs was passive. Due to the nature of Zou, outsiders rarely had the opportunity to find Zou, and even if they successfully located it, the chances of landing were minimal. Living on the back of Zou, the fur tribe lacked understanding of the outside world, and the outside world also had little understanding of them. For instance, outsiders believed that the fur tribe hated humans. But in reality, they were a very friendly race. To them, humans were just hairless versions of the fur tribe. This young fur tribe girl left Zou simply because of her yearning for the outside world. She did not understand enough about the knowledge of the world, and Shaina's beast-human form seemed to have caused her some misunderstanding. Chapter 100. Karucha the fur tribe, as the name suggests, consists of animals with fur. In the understanding of the wolf fur girl, those living overseas are also part of the fur tribe, while ordinary humans are considered the monkey fur tribe with sparse fur. The fur tribe that Zou lives with are all mammals. The surface of the fire chicken is covered in feathers, not fur, but she is unaware of this. To her, they might just be the bird fur tribe that Zou does not have. Members of the fur tribe inherit the characteristics and abilities of their species, like the rabbit fur tribe that loves carrots. Although normal rabbits cannot eat too many carrots, the rabbits here are clearly extraordinary, and their food intake is not limited. The cat fur tribe that is attracted to cat toys and the dog fur tribe that likes bones are all characteristics of the fur tribe. As a member of the wolf fur tribe, she has inherited the keen sense of smell of wolves. Although they only met briefly, she has already memorized Shaina's scent. The underground here is a vast prison, and the organ trafficking assassination group refers to it as a breeding ground, where the people inside are seen as livestock in their eyes. At specific times, they release captured individuals from their cells to allow them some freedom of movement, and during this time, the wolf fur girl is looking for an escape route. But she has only failed. However, this has given her a better understanding of the underground environment than Shaina, and while she cannot match Shaina's speed, she knows some shortcuts and successfully follows the change in her scent. When she emerged from the shortcut, she happened to see Shaina pinning a person against the wall with one kick, flames burning on her leg. That was the signature skill of the fire chicken, flame kick. Shaina, who is already accustomed to kicking techniques, has her power amplified by the fire chicken's abilities, leaving a large dent in the wall. At this moment, she sensed some commotion behind her and instinctively kicked backward, only to see the little wolf girl from earlier. However, once the leg was kicked out, retracting it wasn't easy. Although she had pulled back the flames and most of the force, The remaining strength was still enough to overwhelm an ordinary adult. The wolf fur girl, however, was quite agile. She grabbed Shaina's leg and spun around, flipping twice in the air to dissipate the force before landing steadily on the ground. So cool. Do all the fur tribe overseas know how to fight? The reason those humans can't generate electricity must be because their body hair is too sparse. After all, this is a skill that even the children of the fur tribe can master. Shaina's flames are also viewed by her as a power of the overseas fur tribe, as no one has ever explained to her what a devil fruit is. Shaina is the embodiment of the overseas fur tribe in her understanding. And the outside world must be different from Zhao. 2 years ago, Inu, Ran, and Cat Viper believed there were at least 5 islands in the world, and she had a heated debate with them over this issue, insisting that there were at least 10 islands. However, those two actually sneaked out to sea without taking her along, claiming she was too young. They were only 2 years older than her. Yet they spoke to her in that tone, saying there were no other fur tribes in the outside world, only humans with sparse body hair like the monkey fur tribe. For the next 2 years, they were completely out of touch, and she suspected they might have died at sea. However, her reason for sneaking out to sea was not to find them, but to verify her own beliefs. Unfortunately, she was captured here within a few months, and the annoying restraints prevented her from displaying her full strength. Shaina's appearance seemed to reveal a new world to her. Shaina did not answer her question, but instead retorted, "Aren't you supposed to hide? Why are you following me? You must be here to take down that bad manager, right? That's what stories say. You're so amazing. You can bend those iron bars. Are there many flying fur tribe members in the outside world?" She seemed to have many questions to ask. Her life during this time outside had not been good. The characteristics of the fur tribe resemble those of wild beasts. So many people regarded her as a monster. Even though this is the new world, some islands are isolated, and the people on those islands have never heard of devil fruit users. To them, a talking werewolf is just a monster. The members of the organ trafficking assassination group do not fear her, but treat her as a commodity. Shaina is the first person she has encountered who does not discriminate or fear her, and she is also the embodiment of the overseas fur tribe in her mind, having dealt with those bad people and rescued her. The fur tribe is a hospitable race that does not discriminate against any race. If they show extreme dislike, it is directed at individuals. She now has many questions to ask, but Shaina seems uninterested. "Listen, little girl, I don't have time to take care of you. What you need to do now is to hide well. The battle here will end soon, and then you can go wherever you want." After saying this, Shaina did not continue to pay attention to her. The routes here are too complicated, and she still hasn't found the person in charge or what she is looking for. "That bad manager is the head here. I know where he is. I can smell him. It seems you bird furs aren't very good at sniffing, and I am not a little girl. I will definitely become the next Duke of Zhao. I want to be the first female Duke of Zhao. The king of Zhao is referred to as a duke, and currently, the Duke of Yanjizi is in charge of Zhao. As for Zhao's succession mechanism, it is quite unique, with no clear heir, as long as one can gain the recognition of the residents of the furry duchy and the current duke, and possesses enough strength to defeat all challengers. They can become the new duke here. Shaina is not interested in Zhao's duke, but she has heard this wolf fur girl say she knows where the person in charge is. "How do you know where he is?" "I remember his scent, but he seems to have escaped." "Lead the way." Shaina directly picked her up and asked her to guide her. Karuchu the wolf fur girl leaned closer, brushing her face against Shaina's when she was close enough, which is a way of greeting within the fur tribe, expressing friendliness. It specifically means saying Karuchu while touching faces. She thinks that being picked up by Shaina is a sign of friendship, and even though she didn't say Karuchu, it's normal for there to be some differences among the fur tribe overseas. She then sniffed the air and began to direct Shaina. Chapter 101. Playing dead Shaina really didn't know what colloquium meant, but she could understand this behavior. The Lunaria tribe is also a minority race, and they have their own ways of communication, such as greeting each other by bumping their wings. If they want to rub against each other, so be it. It doesn't really matter. However, when she chased after them, all she saw was Jean and a pile of corpses. "Did you take care of them?" "No. Let that guy escape, but everything that needed to be dealt with has been handled." Jean pointed to the ashes beside him. The strange patterns next to it were the sacrificial symbols of the Lunaria tribe. Shaina flapped her wings, and the ashes and patterns on the ground vanished. It was clear that Jean had found those wings and completely burned them. What is going on with these people? The leader here, the one called the manager, was not here from the beginning. Those who moved his possessions and the people we encountered earlier were all bait. Jean summarized the people he had encountered along the way, explaining that it wasn't too difficult to extract information from them. What about that fur tribe? I saved her on the way. She was also captured by them. She said she knows the manager's location, so I brought her along. Shaina paused. The wolf-furred girl claimed she could smell the manager's location. But Jean said the manager wasn't here. So what was the fur tribe member smelling that led her to chase after them? Little one, are you sure you didn't smell wrong? Absolutely not. It's definitely that guy. He has this smell. Jean looked in the direction she pointed, and it was indeed the guy who had spat out crucial information. At that moment, Jean felt something was off. The wolf-furred girl was very certain. When he interrogated for information, he would naturally not leave just one piece. The common point about the information from those people was that the manager was not here. Just a moment ago, he had kicked the guy in the chest, and logically, he should be dead by now. However, to be safe, Jean walked over. When he touched the corpse, he finally understood where the problem lay. Although there was no breath and no signs of life, the body was stiff, the joints hard to bend, and the body temperature was low. This was indeed a sign of death, but it was too quick. In such a short time, rigor mortis shouldn't have reached this extent. He had been played. This person was pretending to be dead and had almost fooled him completely. Jean swung a punch at the guy's head. He wanted to see how someone could pretend to be dead without a head. However, at the moment his fist was about to hit, the guy actually twisted away and his form changed, covered in gray fur. This was also why he could successfully play dead. Zoan type, mouse fruit possum form. The Zoan type physique led Jean to misjudge his strength, so he didn't deliver a fatal blow. The possum's ability to play dead temporarily deceived Jean because he was very confident in his own strength and didn't think an ordinary person could withstand that kick. Moreover, all the others were his loyal subordinates, so they didn't expose his information. He had also passed a false message to Jean while pretending to be dead when Jean was interrogating him. On the surface, it seemed he was really dead, which led to this situation. As the manager of this organization, he had been hiding his true strength. Relying solely on management skills and intelligence wouldn't allow one to rise so high in the underground world. A certain level of strength was necessary. Dam vertrai brat. I should have just killed you back then. He didn't expect that the reason for his exposure was his own goods. They had turned into mouse fur. That was the ability of a devil fruit. You really helped me this time. Shaina patted her head and set her down. Jean wouldn't waste time checking the target he had killed again. The subsequent handling would probably be to burn this place down. This way, he was likely to escape alive. Moreover, he might have seen Jean just send off the deceased belongings. If he was exposed because of that, it would be a loss. However, now, he didn't have another chance to play dead. Jean, your fighting skills are indeed still lacking. Just a coincidence. The mouse that can play dead is still just a mouse. I want to give him another chance. From massive rocks appeared out of nowhere, locking the manager in place, preventing him from moving. That was Rock Lock, a control-type skill that Jean often used. Then Jean drew the long knife from his waist, flames attaching to the blade. As he swung the knife, a fiery dragon flew out from the blade, raising the temperature in the passageway, making the wolf-furred girl very uncomfortable. The fur tribe hated high temperatures the most. No wonder this guy could play dead. His vitality was indeed tenacious. Watching the manager, who was charred but still alive, Jean approached him expressionlessly. The tailor who made the mask had indeed put in a lot of effort. Not only was the fabric highly breathable and elastic, but it could also reflect his facial expressions, at least showing the changes in the corners of his mouth. Wait, why do it so thoroughly? We've never offended you, right? Dead men don't need to know so much. You have sinned, and it's an unforgivable crime. Jean swung the knife and severed the manager's head, then burned both the body and the head to charcoal. He didn't believe that this person could still survive after this. After resolving all of this, scattered footsteps came from behind. The ordinary members of the 100 Beasts had broken through to the lower levels, indicating that the battle above had completely ended. Let us go. Even if they weren't interested in this island, they still needed to take the spoils of victory back. They had also found a large amount of gold here. Although the value of berry had held up well over the years, large powers would still exchange their money for gold. It was convenient for storage and value preservation. Aside from gold and some artworks, the most abundant spoils were people, those captured by organ trafficking assassination groups. This time, Kaido played the good guy and directly sent them to a nearby island. It wasn't that he wanted to be a soft-hearted person. Rather, he wanted to use their mouths to spread the word about this incident. Such an act of destroying an organization's headquarters was something that pirates would boast about. The 100 Beasts naturally couldn't send them back one by one. They simply left them on a nearby, orderly island and left. However, not everyone chose to leave. The wolf-furred girl seemed to have latched onto them. She had been clinging to Shaina's leg like an accessory and stubbornly followed them back. Chapter 102. the authority of creation, and Zeraora, we are pirates. Do you understand? We are all bad people. Looking at the fur tribe girl who has latched onto her, she feels quite helpless, even though her current identity is that of a pirate, and she is a target wanted by the world government. She doesn't see any good in this identity. If it weren't for that incident back then, if it weren't for the relentless pursuit of the world government, she might be living a peaceful life now. Olga is an exception. Her pure gold status almost got her directly targeted by the government, and her bravery caught Kaido's interest, which is why she was brought on board as an intern. This fur tribe girl's combat power is certainly higher than that of ordinary pirates, but she is too naive. Shaina can easily understand why she got captured. It's perfectly normal for a little one who quickly trusts her after just a few words to get kidnapped. Such naive kids should go home and live their innocent lives, not go out to sea as pirates. But aren't you good people? Good people save others. It's a very simple logic, simple enough that Shaina doesn't know how to refute her for a moment. Good people can also do bad things. And bad people occasionally do good things. Given that you helped a lot, I'll just send you back home. You should know the way back, right? I don't know. I lost the life card to Zoe earlier, and I don't know where the Elephant Lord is now. The Elephant Lord is the true form of Zoe Island, a giant elephant with a somewhat strange body structure. Since the Fur Kingdom is located on the back of the Elephant Lord, its position is very unstable. After losing the life card, even the Fur tribe can't find their way back. They can only find a rough location at most. She is not joking. The life card was already lost when she was captured. If they really want to send her back to Zoe, it would probably take quite a bit of effort or finding a life card to Zoe on the black market. I tell you, pirates are a fierce group. You guys, stop smiling and look a little fierce. She caught a glimpse of a few pirates nearby who were moving supplies and planned to have them show the pirate demeanor to help this naive fur tribe girl recognize the reality of the situation. However, she made a mistake. No matter how deliberately fierce a human's expression may be, it is insignificant compared to a wolf's. In her eyes, these pirates were just making silly faces. Big sister, it seems we can't do much. Forget it, go about your business. In the end, Shaina returned to the ship with this leg accessory. It would be easy for her to get it off, but since she had seen through the manager's disguise, she found it hard to act. Have you really made up your mind? Yes, I've decided. I want to go with you and become strong. When I return to Zoe, I want them to look at me differently. When the Beast Pirate ship began its return journey, there was now a little fur tribe girl on board. Shaina, have you gained a little follower? Lord Arceus, I rescued her from that island. But the situation is a bit special. Shaina then summarized her specific situation. Let her follow if she wants to. People should take responsibility for their own decisions. As for the fur tribe, the Elephant Lord has been moving within a certain sea area due to punishment, and its information-gathering ability is quite inferior to that of the Millennium Dragon flying around the world. Kaido is actually pleased about this. After all, the fur tribe is a warrior race. With a little training, any adult from the fur tribe can be a powerful force. Under the Beast Pirates, there are a group of people sailing in various seas searching for the whereabouts of the stone tablets. But due to a lack of manpower and strength, the results are not significant. The fur tribe is a naturally combat-oriented race, so Arceus came to the deck at night. This is the image of the fur tribe. 5 stone tablets flew out in succession. After some thought, the Thunderstone tablet appeared in the center position. In the past, he would usually use the power of 1 stone tablet or a bit of his own power, but this time it was different. He activated all the stone tablets. Because his goal this time is not modification, but creation. Creation is his ability. Whether the stone tablets are gathered or not, this ability exists. But he has hardly used it. Losing the stone tablets means losing handy tools, and trying to twist screws by hand is quite laborious. However, using a bit more strength with 5 stone tablets to attempt creation is not out of the question. A point of light appeared out of thin air, then began to develop like an embryo, and soon a yellow figure about 1.5 meters tall appeared on the ship. Indeed, creation is the most laborious. Compared to the brief time of modification and bestowing power, this creation took longer, but the effect was more pronounced. Soon, the creature in front of Arceus opened its eyes. It slightly moved its jaw and knelt on one knee before Arceus. Zeraora, reporting, my lord. Zeraora. The Thunderclap Pokémon, a mythical beast, is the first Pokémon that Arceus created out of thin air in this world. He also endowed it with certain memories and the ability to speak, which can be said to have cost him quite a bit of effort. From today on, your identity is that of a fur tribe born overseas. Go and build a good relationship with that wolf fur girl. Your goal is to become the new king of the fur tribe in the future. Farming and development is an inherent gene. The Beast Pirates' Big Mom S channels. and the Millennium Dragon have been steadily expanding their channels. The combat power of the fur tribe is not to be underestimated, especially the Moon Lion. Once the right stone tablet is found to create the Moon God, creating a fur tribe that can unleash the Moon Lion at any time would make anyone think twice. The Fur Kingdom and Weno have an alliance. They are allied nations, but not subordinate countries. If it weren't for Inuarashi and Nekomamushi inheriting the throne of Zou, coupled with Jack's actions on the island, the fur tribe Wun-Ti have ended up in a situation resembling a subordinate country. However, because Inuarashi and Nekomamushi became the retainers of the shogun, the status of this originally brotherly alliance has deteriorated. If a different king were to be chosen, the attitudes of both sides would ultimately change. Zeraora's appearance is that of a standing cat, which is no different from the cat fur tribe, and it uses electric powers in the same way. Aside from the moon lion form, he can perfectly uphold this identity. There are also fur tribes born in the open sea. No one can deny him. After that, Arceus began to help Zeraora charge up. Unlike ordinary electric-type Pokémon, Zeraora does not have an organ for generating electricity. However, he can absorb external electric energy and store it for use. The pads on his hands and feet can release electric currents to create magnetic fields, which he uses for flight. Chapter 103. The strange fruit the Pokémon he created would not betray him. Indirectly controlling the fur tribe through them was a simple and feasible method. As for the wolf fur girl, Zeo was open to the coexistence of dual kings, which is why he had Jalora build a good relationship with the wolf fur girl. Before returning to Zeo, it would be better if their relationship became a bit closer. Jalora was originally a genderless mythical creature, but he made slight modifications. If he could successfully pursue her, it wouldn't be impossible. This process was likely to take some time, as the wolf fur girl had no intention of going back. As night fell, the wolf fur girl had fallen into a deep sleep, so Arceus called a few of his subordinates to introduce them to Jalora. Aside from knowing Jalora's true identity, he would outwardly be considered a member of the cat fur tribe from now on. Jean and Shaina had no objections, but Shaina felt a bit strange. Clearly, she had arrived first, yet now Arceus seemed to have a new confidant. This left her feeling somewhat empty, and in this situation, a form of internal competition gradually emerged, aimed at proving who was the most reliable subordinate. However, this competition had not yet manifested. When the wolf fur girl woke up the next day, she found a new fur tribe member on the ship. She sniffed carefully, and Shaina explained some common knowledge about the overseas world to her, but the aura around Jalora was completely different from that of ordinary humans. This must be the true fur tribe from overseas that she had never seen before. Karuchu. So far, the initial contact seemed quite positive. At a height of 1.5 meters, Jalora was not particularly tall in the pirate world, and although he had imparted some worldly knowledge and language skills to Jalora, he was still just a child who had recently been born. Interacting with the wolf fur was quite pleasant. Everything from the outside world was very novel to her, whether it was Kaido with horns on his head or Arceus himself. Previously, Shaina had been taking care of Olga, but now Olga had basically graduated, and with the addition of the wolf fur girl and Jalora, she seemed to be developing a trend similar to that of a kindergarten principal. However, she was very happy about this. At least she still enjoyed Arceus's trust and importance, which was why she was assigned these tasks. Within a few days, the 100 Beasts returned to the main island with the spoils from their expedition. The environment of Winter Island was very appealing to the wolf fur girl. The fur tribe was heat-averse, and the main body rarely set foot in the climate of Winter Island. This was her first time seeing snow. Jalora, look, it's snow. It's really cold. Compared to strange, less furry humans, this orthodox fur tribe made her feel more familiar, so she got along well with Jalora. Moreover, Shaina seemed to have developed a bit of a mystical attribute recently. Under the dual influence of Shaina and Jalora, the wolf fur girl subconsciously developed some admiration for Arceus. Shaina, slow down. Before the ship had even docked, she jumped off. Shaina was her name, but she was just a white wolf. Although Jalora called for her to slow down, it seemed that he had already finished calling. She ran too fast and accidentally bumped into something. Looking up, she saw a plump human standing in front of her. Fur tribe? Where are you from? This was Quinn, who had come to tally the spoils for distribution. He didn't expect a fur tribe member to jump off the ship before it even docked, and not just one. This one is brought back by me, and that one is brought back by the Holy Beast Lord. Any objections? No, of course not. What a cute fur tribe. Would you like some fruit? Just moments ago, Quinn had a face full of impatience, but he quickly changed his expression and pulled out 2 fruits. After all, it wasn't unusual for the 100 Beasts to return with a child. The last time Jean and Olga went out to shop, they came back with 13 children. and those kids were still helping out in AC. This time, Shaina and the others directly picked up 2 fur tribes. And if they brought back a fish person next time, it wouldn't be considered strange either. However, she was a wolf fur, although she also ate fruit. She didn't have a strong preference for it. In the sky, the 1,000-year dragon transformed into the ancestral great bird and flew toward the mountain in the back, where their new gathering place was. Aside from being a bit cold, everything was fine. This wasn't their first battle, and many things had established processes. Shaina went to arrange accommodations for Shaina and Jalora. Jean returned to the warehouse with the treasures, and Quinn took the remaining portion to divide the spoils. Kaido wandered around, but didn't do anything, so on the way back, he whimsically flew off to who knows where. When Kaido was absent, Arceus naturally took charge. The years of accumulation by the organ trafficking assassination group had all come to the 100 beasts, and the distributed items were all ordinary treasures. Some precious items were naturally kept aside. Arceus couldn't understand those so-called artworks, and those items were only valued higher, compared to those valuables that could fluctuate at any time. The devil fruits and famous swords were of greater value to pirates. However, there were no clearly defined swordsmen in the 100 Beast group. Although Jean used a knife, he merely regarded it as a tool, and the knives collected this time weren't particularly good, so they were temporarily stored in the treasure vault, waiting for their future owner to appear. The most significant item obtained this time was probably a devil fruit. Quinn, do you know what type of fruit this is? Wait, Arceus, this fruit is a bit rare. I need to look for it slowly. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia has a catalog classified by the fruit's patterns, colors, and types, such as the shape of an apple, green color, square, and feather-like patterns, etc. However, this fruit was inconvenient to classify, so finding it was more complicated. It might be an unrecorded type. Oh no, wait, found it. Not all devil fruits were recorded in the encyclopedia. No one could say how many devil fruits had appeared over the centuries, nor how many had yet to be seen. However, in the end, Quinn still found the record of this fruit, and it seemed to have had a fortunate owner. But looking at the record in the encyclopedia, Quinn fell silent, unsure of what to say. What's wrong? What kind of fruit is this? Human fruit? Ancient type, primitive human form. Looking at the record in the encyclopedia, Quinn hesitantly stated the answer. There was no other reason. This fruit sounded too bizarre. Chapter 104. Whether evolution theory can cross dimensions. Primitive man. Devil fruits come in various types, and theoretically, any animal type fruit would have a normal type, a mythical type, and an ancient type. The human fruit is also a major classification within animal type devil fruits, but the ancient type of the human fruit. Is it just a stronger version of an ordinary human? Yes, if the Pokédex is correct, this is the primitive man fruit. Eating it would allow a person to transform into a primitive man. Quinn is also puzzled by this. The most basic ability of animal-type fruits is the 3-stage transformation. Most animal-type fruits are strongest in their hybrid forms, allowing a person to maintain human agility while possessing the strength of a beast. However, the hybrid form of this primitive man fruit seems to only provide a muscle-building effect. Which stage of primitive man? The range encompassed by primitive man is quite large. If the theory of evolution is equally applicable and reasonable in this world, then the more primitive one is, the more it resembles a monkey, while the more modern one resembles a human. Moreover, this world is not limited to humans. There are many subhuman races such as the long-legged tribe, long-armed tribe, three-eyed tribe, snakehead tribe, fishman tribe, fur tribe, giant tribe, and small people tribe. Whether these beings had a common ancestor in ancient times is still a question to be explored. If so, the potential of this fruit could be significant. The Pokédex description should refer to modern primitive man. It feels like a very strong savage, but there are no more detailed records. Well, Arceus, this is not my area of expertise. I wouldn't know anything more detailed. How about we find someone to test it? Forget it. Let's put it away for now. After all, it's an ancient type. We shouldn't waste it. If it doesn't work out, we can still give it to the 1,000-year dragon. Although they have undergone modifications, their modification methods still allow them to consume devil fruits. The human fruit is still quite useful for non-humans. However, it will be interesting to see what happens if an ordinary person eats the most ordinary human fruit. Yes, I understand. How are the new fruit seedlings doing? They're growing well. The seeds cultivated by you, Arceus, are indeed exceptional. Those fast-growing crops have already borne fruit, and their flavors are superior, unlike anything I've tasted before. Keep up the good work. Good things will come your way. However, there are some aspects we still need to be cautious about. You know what I mean? Rest assured, I have been very mindful of these issues. The island's residents and my crew of pirates have a pretty good impression of me right now. He knows that Arceus emphasizes that he shouldn't treat his subordinates as unimportant. After long-term correction, he has managed to improve this issue, and now he treats his direct subordinates quite well. This includes, but is not limited to, giving them platters made from the special fruits produced in the lab. This is for the future. Otherwise, Quinn could easily become an unstable factor within the Beast Pirates. However, at this moment, a strange sound reached Arceus's ears. Did you hear that sound? It seems like something is discharging electricity? No one should dare to cause trouble here. Is the generator broken? Wait a moment. I'll go check it out. Saying this, Quinn walked out of the room that belonged to Arceus, or rather the villa. If Kaido weren't planning to settle on this island permanently, the houses here would probably have been directly converted into a palace. Recently, Quinn has been quite successful in various aspects. His hockey has made a new breakthrough, and he hasn't suffered any unexplained attacks for a while. However, when he stepped outside, he saw a white light rushing towards him. It didn't look very big, but the sound of discharging electricity came from there, and then he was kicked in the face. Years of living had nearly formed a conditioned reflex. His hockey defense instantly blocked the attack, and then he reached out to grab the unknown object. Who are you? That little brat from the fur tribe? Nice job, Quinn. Don't let go of her. Shaina and Jalila chased over from the side. Not long ago, Shaina was arranging new houses for them. Everything was going well, but a gust of wind scattered the clouds in the sky, and then things went awry. In an instant, she looked up at the sky. Then her tail and hair began to grow rapidly, turning her entirely pure white, and then she entered this uncontrollable state. At first, she started attacking the surrounding creatures wildly, but then she seemed to realize she couldn't defeat Shaina and Jalila, so she began to run around in a panic. Shaina and Jalila were unclear about what was happening, so they kept chasing after her without daring to make a move until Quinn caught her. Listening to Shaina's description, Quinn looked at the moon above. It was a full moon today, and that answered everything. You're still young. This is the true form of the fur tribe, the moon lion. However, this little one seems to be untrained, so she lost control. Moon lion? Yes. When members of the fur tribe see the moon on a full moon night, it awakens the wildness sleeping within them. If they can control it, their strength will surge. But if they can't, they will attack surrounding creatures indiscriminately until the moon disappears or they exhaust themselves. In terms of knowledge, Shaina and Jean indeed cannot compare to Quinn. Their life experiences are completely different. However, in that moment, it seemed that Shaina didn't want to listen to Quinn's explanation. A powerful current exploded from her body, but nothing happened. Jalila directly took over Shaina. All the released currents were absorbed cleanly by him. Right? ISNT, he also from the fur tribe? ISNT, it better to leave fur tribe matters to the fur tribe to handle? He asked different. He was created by the holy beast. Should I give her a sedative? But this state may not respond. Quinn didn't ask further. Arceus likely had his own plans. He only needed to understand Jalila's uniqueness. However, while they were figuring out how to handle it, a ringing sound came from behind them. The healing bell. This sound also calmed the raging Shaina down. This uncontrollable state undoubtedly belongs to an abnormal state, and the healing bell can certainly help restore peace. Take her back to rest. Hang the curtains thicker. Jalila, come here. Jalila indeed cannot perform Moon Lion, but the manifestation of Moon Lion is a change in color to white, an increase in strength, and the length of fur can vary from person to person. Thus, Arceus plans to give Jalila a skin function. Chapter 105. The Law of Fortune Conservation. There exists an alternate colored white, Zeraora, and different Pokémon have different shiny colors, which may be a genetic issue. With a slight modification, Zeraora has a one-click skin change feature. Usually, when it's not around, on full moon nights, you can choose to change its fur color and release stronger electric currents, but during regular times, it has to hold back a bit. The next day, Shaina woke up from her sleep, seemingly unable to remember what happened last night, only feeling a bit weak in her legs. She sat up and rubbed her face, recalling a full moon in her memories. Untrained young fur tribes are prohibited from going out on full moon nights, but during her time with the organ-selling assassination group, she lost track of the date and didn't even realize yesterday was a full moon. She had been having a great time playing in the snow, but when she inadvertently glanced at the moon in the sky, everything changed. Oh no, it's the moon lion. There were people watching her in Zoo, but outside, there were none. She quite liked it here. At least the villagers didn't seem afraid of her. For the residents of the beast territory, animal-type ability users are not uncommon, so they had no special feelings towards the fur tribes. It would be terrible if the transformation into the moon lion caused destruction and led to sensory impairment. She cracked the curtains open a bit. It was daytime, so she ran outside. But it seemed like this place had never experienced battle. Shaina walked over to Zerora's house. Shaina's residence was off-limits to outsiders. And she clearly remembered Shaina emphasizing this point yesterday. Zerora, are you there? I'm behind you. It's already noon. Not receiving a response. Shaina attempted to climb through the window, just as Zerora appeared from behind her. He had gone to find a tailor to make a suitable outfit. Fur tribe clothing is minimal, but they still wear something, otherwise it would be like running around naked. Although the skin is already the Pokémon's clothing. They don't mind having an extra layer. Many Pokémon wear human clothing, especially in the grand competitions. Did anything inappropriate happen last night? If you mean your transformation into the Moon Lion, then yes, it did happen. But don't worry, nothing else happened. Phew, that's good. I was worried about being chased away. But what exactly happened last night? Was the moon covered by clouds? Untrained fur tribes don't actively dispel their moon lion ability. They either exhaust their stamina or the moon disappears. However, exhausting stamina doesn't mean collapsing from tiredness. It means dying from overexertion. The fact that she was still standing here meant her moon lion state ended early. Lord Arceus helped to dispel your berserk state. Where are you going? To say thank you. Don't be so hasty, this isn't. You need to get used to the rules outside. Besides, Lord Arceus isn't there. Then where is he? Right now, he should be at the banquet. Banquet? Zerora felt he had underestimated the difficulty of the task Arceus had given him. After all, he was still just a child. Why should he take on the responsibility of caring for a child? Shaina, who was experiencing the outside world for the first time, was like a child full of questions. Everything here was unknown to her. Her understanding of the world came from Arceus, who only provided her with basic knowledge. So as she asked questions, Zerora also found himself unsure of the answers. However, the growling of Shaina's stomach resolved this dilemma. Let us go. I'll take you to the banquet to eat. The fur tribe is not picky about food, excluding hairy creatures, cows, and sheep from their diet. But poultry and marine creatures are exceptions. Although Zoe is closed off, it is not short of spices. However, grand scenes like pirate banquets are quite rare. A huge chicken leg was stuffed in her mouth, and she even chewed the bones and swallowed them whole. The members of the organ-selling assassination group certainly didn't skimp on food and drink, but she had once resorted to starvation in an attempt to die. So she was forcibly fed some nutritional paste. Although nutritious, its taste left much to be desired. The cooks of the Beast Pirate crew may not be outstanding, but they are above average, and the grilled food suited her taste. Zerora, aren't you afraid of it being hot? Huh, yeah. That cat viper guy has a cat tongue and is particularly afraid of hot things. He can't eat anything warm. This is also a characteristic of cat fur tribes. In her view, Zerora is also a cat fur, but he seems completely unbothered by the heat. I'm different from him. Indeed, you're much more handsome than he is. Shaina was only interested in the food. Now she thought the banquet was a good thing. Other pirates quickly got into the atmosphere. Banquet culture is a special culture among pirates. Although Kaido had not returned yet, it did not affect the celebration of the victory in battle. However, there were some people surrounded in the venue. Hey, are you lucky or what? Yeah. Why is this time S credit again yours? Can't help it. I'm just lucky. The credit for this battle was awarded to Mandafish, who had also drawn the water splash ability last time. In this battle, the tough bones were handled by Shaina and Jean, and they were mostly just holding the scene. Although contributions were calculated, most people were just splitting the rewards. Mandafish, due to the water splash ability, did not participate in the main attack, but jumped around on the sea surface at the back of the island, just in time to bump into some people trying to escape with years of accumulated wealth from the organ-selling assassination group. When the manager attempted to escape, he only brought heavy treasures. The rest of the vast wealth was in the hands of these people, so after evaluation, the credit fell to him, causing some jealousy among others. However, they had to admit that this guy was indeed lucky, and it was luck to the extreme, really hitting the smallest area on the illusion. Quinn, bring up the second plate. After drawing this, one still had to draw attributes, and after drawing attributes, one had to draw the method of acquisition, and finally, draw what ability was obtained. The process was still quite complicated. His luck had been quite good so far, with a water attribute, direct transformation without using fruits, but when it came to the final draw for a specific ability, his luck seemed to have run out. Legendary beasts, mythical beasts, and quasi-legendary abilities did not appear here. Those were reserved for individuals with more outstanding talents. However, among the remaining abilities, there were still quite a few excellent ones, occupying different areas based on rarity and strength. This time, he didn't inherit his previous good fortune. And the dart landed steadily on a red carp pattern. Chapter 106. The king of carp with bones all over his body. If he had drawn a fruit transformation method, he would have entered a waiting period, waiting for the beast pirates to find a suitable fruit. However, he was lucky to draw a direct transformation. Although this eliminated his fear of water, his abilities were limited to the attributes of 5 stone slabs. The red carp is naturally the famous king of carp. They can be found in various water bodies, although they are weak among aquatic species and might even be washed away by strong currents. They possess a tenacious vitality and can adapt to various aquatic environments. Whether in freshwater or saltwater, lakes, rivers, or oceans, they are present. A trained king of carp can become strong and can swim upstream to climb waterfalls. While he cannot evolve into a Gyarados by his own strength, the abilities of the king of carp are still abilities. At least after entering the human beast form, he can breathe underwater, essentially obtaining the abilities of a fishman for free. Individual differences always exist. A king of carp can become stronger through training, but the process is much more difficult. However, he has obtained the abilities of the king of carp, not transformed into one, so how far he can go still depends on himself. As for whether this ability will cause any trouble, no one cares that the beast pirates have an ordinary ability user, even if the ability is somewhat strange. No one can say how many ability users are among those sailing on the sea. The ability of the Mandafii king of carp might lead him to be mistaken for having fishman blood. The bizarre abilities come from devil fruits. And the notion that fruit users cannot swim is deeply rooted in the eyes of the world government. The fact that Arceus can grant abilities to others will inevitably be exposed over time. Arceus's bestowal of abilities is not done secretly, but is more like showing off in front of others, which encourages his subordinates to work harder. Currently, these people are all reliable confidants, but as the beast pirate scale expands, the government's intelligence personnel will likely get closer. This ability will attract the interest of the world government, but it won't lead to a full-scale mobilization. It is more probable that they will send some agents to act secretly. Not everyone will draw water-type abilities, and not everyone can draw direct transformations. Mandafii's luck cannot be replicated by everyone, so those who can swim will ultimately be in the minority. Moreover, abilities have varying strengths, but the user of the ability is also crucial. How far the fruit can be developed depends on the user's own talent. In the eyes of the world government, only those who intend to subvert the world order are considered true enemies, such as Wald, who escaped from prison in the original timeline, Zephyr, who left the Navy to become Z, or Rox, who once kidnapped the celestial dragons in God Valley and Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Kaido is viewed as a powerful pirate, but he is not seen as a real threat. Otherwise, the world government would not trade with Kaido, selling him things like the Beastmaster. Shanks can even meet with the Gorosei directly. No one can clearly say what the world government has been doing behind the scenes. Compared to the ability of this king of carp, the true identities of Jin and Shaina would attract more interest from the government. Racial identity can be disguised, but the act of granting abilities cannot be hidden unless all those who received abilities stay at home without going out. However, in that case, the meaning of granting abilities would be lost. Although there are orders for them to keep their mouths shut outside, it can only delay the time of exposure. However, there is no need to be overly worried. The frequency of ability users appearing is not strange. With the world government's laid-back management style, except for the assassination of celestial dragons and the overthrowing of allied nations' regimes, other matters can be seen as trifles. The regime issues of allied nations must be brought to light, otherwise no one will care. The world government's attitude towards most matters is to deal with threats when they arise. After all, their Im-sama will conduct a cleanup every so often, and that person is the true power holder of the world government. Power flowed from Arceus into Mandafii's body. This time it didn't take a few days. One could say it was an immediate effect. Mandafii felt the surge of power entering his body. Hey, Mandafii, what are you dazed about? You just got something. Yeah. How come this time it's so fast? You're not failing, are you? Seeing him dazed on the stage, the people below began to stir. These were all people who loved to watch the excitement. Stop dazing. What ability do you have? Show us. Shut up. I'll show you my power right now. Saying this, he began to mobilize the energy within him through his consciousness. Red scales began to appear on his surface, and 2 golden whiskers extended from the corners of his mouth. At first glance, it resembled Kaido's transformation. No way did this guy get something similar to Big Brother Kaido. Puffed. Wait, what is this guy's ability? The pirates below went from shock to daze, and then from daze to laughter. The initial transformation effect was indeed strong, but But as the transformation ended and the image of the king of carp was fully revealed, everything changed. It was indeed a fish fruit, but his fish fruit was truly a fish. What are you laughing at? Do you have this power? No, we know you got power, but we still can't help but laugh. Does this count as becoming a fishman? Can you go in the water? If he could go in the water, then his position as a scout would be very stable, probably only second to Elizabeth. I can, and not only that. Mandafii jumped into a nearby fountain and felt no weakness in his body. He could float smoothly. Then, feeling the more detailed abilities and stronger vitality. The previous splash seemed to be linked to this ability. He felt that he could jump even higher now, and his body had become more resilient, leaping with all his strength in the water. Unsurprisingly, his jumping ability was several times stronger than before. He patted the scales on his body and finally drew a small knife from his waist, stabbing it into himself. The blade did not pierce through the scales. Instead, it slid past, leaving no scars on the scaled armor. This could also be considered an additional ability. After all, the king of carp has almost no flesh. Aside from its internal organs, it is all scales and bones. His human beast form was similar to having gained a layer of scaled bone armor, which was very hard. Chapter 107. The clickbait Morgans, he even let others stab him twice. Although it left some marks, he still didn't break his defense. This meant that his safety level in bottom-tier battles had skyrocketed, and ordinary pirates' attacks couldn't harm him anymore. Although the long-range attacks from flintlock guns would hurt, he could still block them. With this ability, he could conduct reconnaissance underwater. The water currents combined with his scaled armor meant that regular firearms couldn't inflict effective damage on him. Moreover, his diving ability allowed him to effectively avoid most devil fruit users. As long as he didn't act recklessly, his path to growth was much safer than others. Even the most ordinary Magikarp had abilities that would make others envious. The party wasn't over yet, but everyone was walking towards him with their wine glasses. He wouldn't be able to leave here upright today. Oh, what are those people doing? Do they have a grudge? Why are they making him drink so many unpleasant things? 2 roasted chickens, 3 roasted fish, and a large piece of sea beast meat filled his stomach in an instant as he looked at the pirates pouring alcohol down Mandafi's throat with confusion. No, this is probably just their way of showing a good relationship. Is that so? The outside world is really interesting. People can actually turn into fish. That's the power of Lord Arceus. Don't you want to become stronger? Since you stayed, you should work hard. You have a chance to. I don't want to turn into a fish. There are many forms of abilities. He just had bad luck. According to the law of conservation, a person's luck has a total value. He had already exhausted his luck earlier, so the last round of the lottery wasn't very good. Is that so? Can I turn into a stronger wolf? Shaina seemed to be looking forward to something as she licked the oil off her claws. The cat viper in Dogstorm left Zoe 2 years earlier, and when the people of Zoe found out they had run away, it caused quite a stir. She also wanted to be the focus of such attention, so the new king of Zoe became her ideal. Probably, but it's still a bit early for you. Where do you want to go? To thank Lord Arceus, and he can teach me how to control the moon lion, right? The people of Zoe said I was too young and not yet time to learn. The inheritance of Zoe is taught by those who master the moon lion to guide the younger generation on how to control it. Since Arceus can calm her moon lion's rage, he should know how to teach her to harness that power. Controlling the moon lion is the fastest way for the fur tribe to enhance their strength, although there are time limits. Having 1 strong day each month is still quite good. Don't worry, after the party ends, I'll take you. He is a life created by Arceus and has his own understanding of many things. The traditional greeting of the fur tribe is Karuchio. Shaina's choice to greet Arceus this way might be seen as disrespectful. However, this is also part of the etiquette in the fur tribe. Publicly refuting her is not good. So Jalora plans to take her back to help her gradually adapt to the customs outside. By the way, Jalora, can you use the moon lion? No, you can't. I wanted you to teach me. Then we can learn together later. Since past ability grants usually lasted 3 days, the banquet of the beast pirates generally lasted for 3 days. Mandafii was repeatedly forced to drink and was eventually carried out by his roommates. Everyone sobered up, but he was still unconscious. Moreover, he was tied up and taken away. Although he was drunk, it seemed he really became a Magikarp in his dreams, jumping around continuously. Jalora also took Shaina to find Arceus. He had mentioned this issue in advance, and Arceus approved it. He indeed didn't understand the moon lion, but he could still teach her how to control it. With his healing bell, Shaina wouldn't completely lose control. Practice makes perfect, and with more attempts, she would surely master the moon lion. This method is quite similar to Zoe's. Kaido was still missing, but his life card was vibrant, and there were no reports of him being captured again. so he seemed to be in good condition. However, in these past few days, the news of the complete destruction of the organ trafficking assassination group's headquarters had spread, mainly from those who had been released by the Beast Pirates. They didn't know why the Beast Pirates attacked this organization, but it didn't matter. The Beast Pirates had rescued them. So their words contained a lot of goodwill towards the Beast Pirates. Morgan's made an artistic adaptation of this. And the article he crafted was so unbelievable that even the Beast Pirates' own people didn't believe it. He actually gave the Beast Pirates a righteous title. Because there were too many reports of pirates burning, killing, and looting. Unless a country was destroyed, it wouldn't attract others' attention. At such times, the emergence of a pirate group engaging in righteous actions would be even more eye-catching. The result was still the same. The headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group was destroyed, but Morgan's hired writers speculated about the reasons and processes behind the Beast Pirates' actions. It could be written into a novel. Overall, the sales of that issue of the newspaper were quite good. Beast Pirates territory. Aren't we here to steal treasure? How did it turn out like this? I don't know. I remember Captain Quinn said it was a revenge operation. Whatever, it's all over now. At the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki looked at the headline on the newspaper with an angry expression. Although he had only joined the Navy for a little over a year, just leaving Zifa's rookie camp. In his view, no matter what pirates did, they didn't deserve that title. Morgan's newspaper elicited different responses from various parties. But the biggest debate occurred in the conference room of the world government. These were the officials at the center of the world government's power. Not everything had to be resolved by the 5 elders. These government institutions were the main force. The two sides of the debate could be divided into 2 factions. One side believed that the Beast Pirates' irrational attacks posed a huge threat to the world and should be eradicated sooner. As he was the one who connected with the organ trafficking assassination group, he bragged to the Celestial Dragons about what the organ trafficking assassination group could offer. But the Beast Pirates' actions ruined all of that, resulting in significant losses to his own interests. The other side consisted of benefactors. A large portion of their income came from artificial organs and prosthetics. With the disappearance of the organ trafficking assassination group, the vacant market had been quickly occupied by them. The two sides were naturally adversaries due to their interests. Even though he had no contact with Kaido, he still wanted to see the other side suffer. In the end, the former's proposal was not passed, while in the underground world, the actions of the Beast Pirates had already caused a huge uproar. Chapter 108. The meeting in the underworld in the various islands of the New World, the leaders of different underground industries entered a pre-prepared room. As the time arrived, they simultaneously picked up the phone bugs in their hands, and soon multiple screens appeared in front of them. Slightly blurry figures emerged on the screens. They were the kings of various fields in the New World's underground world. In recent years, the underground world had undergone a major reshuffle, and they were the victors in those struggles, both overt and covert. The organ trafficking assassination group had certainly held a place in the underground world, and the sudden destruction of such a power base naturally caused quite a stir, drawing the attention of these industry giants. Each person had 5 screens in front of them, encompassing most of the businesses in the underground world. Loan Shark King. Dewfield was still just an intermediary for now, but signs of prosperity were already evident. His main business was high-interest loans, controlling the currency circulation in the dark world. Almost every exchange in the New World had his shadow behind it, and his influence was also present in many casinos. Big News Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, was a bird fruit user with an albatross form. His main business was to gather various news and publish newspapers, controlling various intelligence in the New World, and he enjoyed creating sensational news. He always presented himself in his bird form, leading some to suspect that he was an albatross who had eaten the human fruit, rather than a person who had eaten the albatross fruit. Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, was the only woman among them, and her real age was a mystery. No one knew how old she truly was. She was the controller of the New World's red light district, and some legitimate entertainment industries were also connected to her. However, her identity was not simple, as she was also an agent of the world government, and many messages from the world government were obtained through her. Pirates on ships could easily leak news, and many pirates had romantic ties with their girls. Sea Transport King, Deep Sea Current Umit, who had not yet grown out his beard, looked quite sprightly. He was the master of the marine transport industry in the New World's underground business, and he was the one with the widest business distribution. Almost all pirates in the New World relied on his business. He controlled several secret sea currents that could safely deliver goods to their destinations, though his fees were not cheap. Storage industry boss, Stealth Master Cabosin, who still had black facial hair this year, had a very close business connection with Umit. One stored goods, and the other transported them. Most of the items in the warehouse were contraband, making it part of the smuggling operation. Some of the items previously purchased by Kaido also came from him. Big Hand Mortician, Dragu Piccolo, a young killer new to the industry, had a special profession. He couldn't become too famous, as that would raise the enemy's vigilance. But he also couldn't lack a reputation, as that would make it hard to find business. However, he had now changed careers to take on deliveries. Although he always carried his scythe, he rarely took the field himself. He was the biggest beneficiary of the organ trafficking assassination group's disappearance. As a medical equipment company related to the world government took over the organ transplant business, while the assassination business was snatched away by him. Not long ago, he had seen a major order, which was an assassination task targeting Kaido issued by the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. Although their headquarters had been destroyed, they still had other bases outside, and the organization had not completely vanished. It still existed elsewhere, but without leadership and the original protection, it could no longer pose a significant threat. They couldn't understand why Kaido attacked the organ trafficking assassination group. Today, he could target them, and tomorrow he could go after other forces. Even if they had protective powers behind them, it didn't mean the other party wouldn't dare to act. Even if they sought revenge later due to face issues, what use would that be if they were already dead? If these people united, although they couldn't pose a direct threat to a major pirate, they could certainly create a lot of trouble for him. Each pirate had their own territory, and if they didn't want frequent conflicts, finding these intermediaries was the best method. If they worked together, they could cut off the import routes for a certain island in the New World, as pirates couldn't go through official business channels. However, that would be of no benefit to them as businessmen. Unless the fish die and the net breaks, they wouldn't act that way. Morgans, why did Kaido do this? You really don't know anything, do you? They were all old foxes, and there was no need to play any tricks. They were well aware of Morgan's character. Although that news was sensational, they didn't believe a word of it apart from the names. However, he surely had some genuine news in his hands. Since everyone was sitting here for a meeting, there was no need to hide it. What if I said this news is all true? This matter is no joke. Piccolo changed his posture. If Kaido really destroyed the headquarters of that organization for such a bizarre reason, his business was very similar to theirs, and he feared he might be next. Kaido was not considered an old-school pirate in the New World. He had not been in the New World for long and could be regarded as a newcomer among pirates. Yet this newcomer had already displayed formidable combat power, both in himself and in his subordinates. Usually, the pricing for a pet from a common pirate crew did not exceed 1,000 belly. But even the pets from the beast pirates were worth 5,000 belly. That was Piccolo's inner thought. However, if this idea got out, he might very well end up on the next execution list of the beast pirates. What a pity. I don't know why Kaido is doing this either. Morgans, you guy. After a heavy gasp, Morgans uttered the words, I don't know, which made Piccolo feel an impulse to pluck his feathers. Don't be in such a hurry. Haven't you received news from Linlin? The only female voice came through as Stussy spoke leisurely. What news? The tea party news. If you haven't received it yet, it should be coming soon. She had a better personal relationship with Charlotte Linlin and received news earlier. Is she getting married again? No, this time it's related to Kaido, who is also on the guest list. At this point, Stussy's tone became much more serious. Figuring out the purpose of this tea party was one of her tasks. Chapter 109. News of the tea party. Charlotte Linlin's tea parties have been held several times, and in the underground world, they are not much of a secret, since her children are still young. The reasons for hosting these tea parties are mostly her own weddings or the full moon celebrations of her children. The frequency and purpose are random. Sometimes, she holds a tea party just to satisfy her personal hobbies. Hosting tea parties and collecting various rare and exotic beasts are her hobbies. And she has a beautiful ideal of establishing a nation where all races and things can live together without distinction. However, her methods are somewhat different. The principle of the nations is to welcome all who come, but to not allow any who wish to leave. Anyone wanting to escape from the nations almost has to pay with their life. As for the tea parties, her invitations cannot be refused. Those who receive an invitation but do not attend will receive her gifts, which are the heads of their close associates. Charlotte Linlin has very close ties to the underground world, and in terms of intelligence, she is ahead of other pirates. Stussy and others have dealt with her before and are already accustomed to the tea parties. They even regard this tea party as a gathering. Big Mom's territory is quite safe, at least when Charlotte Linlin has no intentions against them, and they have not angered her, and when they have not triggered her hunger pangs. However, this time, Kaido's name appeared on the list of attendees as a CP0 agent. Stussy, of course, reported this matter to her superior, and her orders were to investigate the reason for Kaido's contact with Charlotte Linlin. The headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group had just been destroyed, and at this time, Charlotte Linlin actually had contact with Kaido. Although neither of them can yet be considered emperors of the sea, unlike the significance of their interactions decades later, they are still top-tier pirates and, crucially, remnants of rocks. After the Rocks pirates disbanded, these remnants have rarely united. The schemes of John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji are completely different from discussing matters at Charlotte Linlin's tea party. What do they want to do? Will it cause greater trouble? The world government may not take action, but they cannot remain ignorant of everything. Thus, this became Stussy's current task, and the discussions in the underground world also came to a close. When the tea party happens, these matters will become clear. As long as Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have not gone mad, they will not attempt to eliminate each other. Otherwise, the underground world of the New World would fall into utter chaos, and it would take over a decade to stabilize, which would benefit no one. The vacancy left by the organ trafficking assassination group will be quickly filled, but if all positions are vacant, it would be a huge problem. A group of people each prepared their gifts. One cannot attend a tea party empty-handed. Meanwhile, the members of the Big Mom Pirates began to collect tributes from the affiliated islands in preparation for the tea party. On the other side, on the main island of the Beast Pirates, the missing Kaido flew back and shared this news, which is what he had been doing during his disappearance. To continue using Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network, he needed to develop the next step of their relationship. Queen's bananas had entered mass production, and some initial fruits of other crops had also been cultivated, just in time to discuss further cooperation with Charlotte Linlin. Moreover, the Beast needed to open new sales channels. After the incident with the organ trafficking assassination group, the underground world seemed to have developed a sense of fear towards the beasts. This would not be beneficial for future development, so Kaido planned to clarify things with Charlotte Linlin and the people of the underground world during the tea party. In the training ground, a group of people was engaged in their training, consisting of either executives or children. They are the current and future core members of the beasts. Kaido and Arceus were discussing some matters on the side. Big Mom's tea party? Some issues need to be resolved through that woman's tea party, along with those fruit export problems. The production is a bit high. We can't digest it internally. And it just happens to be able to exchange for more funds while also utilizing her intelligence network. Even though the second-generation bananas cultivated from tropical dragon bananas have a shelf life far exceeding that of ordinary bananas, they are still bananas, and the shelf life isn't too long. Plus, Queen's cultivation yield is quite large, and the fresh and dried bananas produced have already exceeded the internal demand of the beasts. If we don't sell them, we'll have to turn them all into dry bananas, but dried bananas also have shelf life. To avoid waste, expanding the channels is essential. Big Mom's tea party is different from a traditional banquet. There are no barbecues and spirits, and the meat products are honey-flavored, with most being black tea and desserts. Honestly, Kaido doesn't like this kind of scene, but for future development, he still has to go. So how about you? Are you interested in that tea party? Not really. Just as someone brought back new information, I want to go over there and take a look. That's fine. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive to fall out with her. Charlotte Linlin has a strange obsession with rare beasts, and with Arceus's unique characteristics, it would easily pique her interest. Although she can't take people from Kaido, conflicts can easily arise through words. This time, let Jean and Shaina follow you. Queen will go with me. Just right for him to boast about his fruits. By the way, do you little brats want to go? Kaido asked the people below. Charlotte Linlin is sometimes nice to children and shows her maternal side in certain situations. But no one could answer him. They were all nervously dodging Arceus's attacks. Arceus was conducting special training, dodging the spike cannon fire, and several executives, including Shaina, had their eyes covered. The goal was to train their observation haki. The power, when controlled, wouldn't kill, but it would certainly hurt. Only by feeling pain would they remember it well. Enduring hits now won't necessarily translate to the battlefield. He and Kaido had clear divisions of labor. Kaido was responsible for armament haki, as he understood the strength in this area better, while Arceus's attacks were easier to control in terms of frequency. So he was responsible for observation haki. Timing his attacks, Arceus stopped his spiked cannon fire, and Shaina and Olga both collapsed to the ground. They hadn't been asked to cover their eyes yet, but even if they could see, the frequency of this kind of attack would consume a lot of physical energy. Even the Zoan-type users couldn't handle it. Huff, huff. Tea party, what is that? Chapter 110. Undercurrents the moment she lay down. Shaina was the first to voice her doubts. She had never heard of a tea party before. A tea party is probably a place where a group of people drink tea and chat, which seems quite boring. This was the conclusion Olga reached. There had been tea parties on Arkham Island before, where a group of adults chatted for an afternoon, and all she felt was boredom. That woman's tea party might be somewhat interesting for you kids, but we set off tomorrow. If you want to go, gather on the Beast King's ship by yourselves. Also, your training for tonight is canceled for now. Kaido had indeed never attended Charlotte Lean's tea party, but that didn't mean he had no understanding of it. When he was on the rock ship, she had held similar gatherings, though those were more like playing house. The pirates on the rock ship didn't enjoy such formal gatherings, but the various desserts made by Big Mom's crew were quite famous in the New World, which is why Kaido said the kids would likely be interested. There are times for breaks during training, and this tea party counts as one of their days off. However, Kaido called out to Quinn, who was about to sneak back. Quinn, where are you going? Going back to pack my things. Didn't you say tonight's training is canceled? Big brother Kaido, I meant the kids' training is canceled, not yours. Take a 5-minute break. If you don't want to lie down to get there, you better work hard. Kaido pulled out his kanabo from behind him, and the haki surrounding it made Quinn feel a sense of danger. However, despite his harsh words, Kaido held back today. At least he wasn't aiming for Quinn's face. Dragging his weary body back to his lab, he picked some fruits from a few other trees. These are also berries, but they weren't the watered-down version. They were the full version improved by Arceus. For those who had obtained Pokémon abilities, these fruits were natural potions. The special effects of the berries could only be fully realized in those with Pokémon abilities, while ordinary people could only benefit from them minimally. At that moment, Quinn picked a Wonu fruit, a berry that could restore stamina. The skin of this fruit was astringent and bitter, but the flesh was sweet and sour. Next to it was a larger planting of ordinary Wonu fruits that only retained the flavor, which was also one of the items to be carried. In addition, there were peach fruits and mango fruits, which only retained sweetness, both having a special sweet scent in their leaves. Due to the unique growth of peach fruits, they had many unique holes inside, which, while reducing the flesh, also provided a special texture. Quinn skillfully broke open the Wonu fruit and put the flesh into his mouth. The injuries on his body improved significantly. Ever since these berries appeared, Kaido had increased the intensity of his training. Under the influence of the berries, the recovery of those with Pokémon abilities was extremely fast, and even if they sustained injuries, it wouldn't affect their following training. As the first tester, Quinn had ample authority to speak on this conclusion. After checking the items to be carried and confirming that there were no full version berries mixed in, Quinn personally moved them onto the Beast King's ship. Big brother Kaido, don't we need to prepare any gifts for Big Mom's tea party? No need. We're not just simple guests, but partners. This time, we're just establishing new connections with those in the underworld. Whether it's these fruits or arms, they need to be sold to have value. The beast pirates could skip preparing these items, but others couldn't. Morgans and others were called kings of the underworld. But that didn't mean they truly were kings. Their existence relied not on absolute strength, but on demand, which meant they were not irreplaceable. Many people were watching their business, hoping to replace them. If someone who replaced them could do better, others would never want to take revenge on them. Maintaining good relations with the great pirates was one of their principles. President, the items you requested are ready. At the World Economic News Agency, an employee handed a packed item to Morgans. In Happiness Street, Stussy picked up a small treasure chest, the value of the items inside only deemed qualified. Charlotte Linlin enjoyed the thrill of unboxing. As long as it wasn't something particularly outrageous, she could accept it. Big Mom hosting a new tea party was no secret in the underworld. Those who received invitations would find a way to carve out time regardless of their affairs. While those who didn't receive invitations were also stirring, like the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. The beast pirates had wiped out their headquarters. But the armed organization of this group, referred to as the Commodity Capture Department, had not been eradicated. Some people thus harbored thoughts of revenge for their organization. Moreover, Big Mom's members were active on various islands. Flour, frosting, honey, fruits, ships full of goods were sent to the center of Tato Land, Cake Island. The undercurrents in the underworld were stirring, while the beast pirates appeared to be enjoying an outing. Besides Kaido and Quinn, the reserve officers of the crew were all on the ship. Olga, Elizabeth, Shaina, and the Jolteon accompanying Shaina. Both the fake miners and real miners couldn't contain their curiosity about the tea party and chose to see what Big Mom's tea party was like. Meanwhile, Arceus once again set sail on the new route, this time taking Jean with him, while the defense affairs within the beast territory fell solely on Shaina's shoulders. However, besides those new to the New World, pirates in the New World would abruptly declare war on Kaido. Shaina's abilities were sufficient to handle most matters. It was precisely because she was now stronger than Jean that she was left on the island. A few days later, the Beast King ship had arrived in the Tato Land Sea area. and the water below had turned into a sea of juice. If it weren't for the fact that Olga had finally cured her aversion to fruits in the past 2 years, this sea area would have been her nightmare. Jolteon, look over there. What huge cream fruit pie. Shaina hung her hands over the ship's railing. Her height hadn't yet surpassed the railing, and without doing so, she couldn't see outside clearly. Besides the colorful juice sea below, the first thing she spotted was a giant cream fruit pie floating on the juice sea. It was unreasonable for a fruit pie to float on the sea, but it was not surprising that it had Big Mom's pirate flag stuck on it. Chapter 111. The wolf's sense of smell. This cream fruit pie is actually a lookout point of the Big Mom pirates in the Totland Sea. Any ship that enters this area without permission may be directly attacked by them. The firepower on such ships is not weak. They're the most basic warships of the Big Mom pirates, which appear less threatening compared to other pirate crews. The bow of the Beast King ship features a dragon head with horns, while most of the Big Mom pirate ships have a smiling face. We've arrived, lads. Get your act together. Don't embarrass me. For pirates, face is always a significant issue. The members on this ship are all seasoned veterans who have experienced multiple battles, making them elite among pirates. Before long, a ship with a long-hatted bow approached, flying the Big Mom flag, but the main sail bore no pirate flag. Only a single word, Candy. The sweet Candy ship, belonging to Perospero, the eldest son, was dispatched by Big Mom to welcome Kaido upon receiving news. Lick, long time no see, Mr. Kaido. Mother's tea party is ready. Please follow me. As Charlotte Lean's eldest son, Perospero had witnessed that era. Kaido was only 9 years older than him. They had crossed paths on Rock's ship back then. Perospero observed the members aboard Kaido's ship. He could ignore the nameless minions. But aside from Kaido himself, the only familiar face was Queen, along with a few children, including some from the Mink tribe. Olga's bounty poster still depicted her in beast form, and at this moment, Perospero did not recognize her, or rather, he simply did not remember those bounty posters. A bounty of over 100 million is almost a passing mark in the New World. There are too many pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. So he couldn't keep track. However, it seemed that the beast pirate's attitude was quite friendly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought several children along. At this time, the Totland Kingdom had not yet grown to the size it would be decades later, and the main fighting power of the Big Mom pirates was still in the process of growing. Katakuri was even a year away from adulthood. In contrast, Charlotte Lean's strength had already reached its peak at 37 years old, in her prime, without any physical changes due to excessive childbirth. And all her functions were still at their peak. The current Big Mom pirates were still not as formidable as they would be 30 years later. But Charlotte Lean herself was different. Well, long tongue, even longer than Uncle Ankit's. People from the outside sea are quite interesting. Ankit, a member of the Anteater Mink tribe from Zo Island, was known for having the longest tongue, but now Perospero had become the one with the longer tongue. She was just whispering to Jalora, but her voice was already quite loud for Perospero. Mr. Kaido, it seems you've brought quite a few children this time. In the past, on Rock's ship, only Charlotte Lean was accompanied by a group of pirates. It was clearly impossible to expect Rock's crew to respect the elderly and cherish the young. But no one aboard dared to bully them. Most were subdued by Charlotte Lean. Years later, a similar scene reappeared beside Kaido. The Sweet Candy ship led the way, closely followed by the Beast King ship towards Cake Island. Many ships were already docked at the port of Cake Island, and all the invitees for this tea party had arrived. Just stepping onto Cake Island, a sweet aroma wafted into their noses. Most of the island's architecture was made of cake, and various edible items could be seen everywhere. Not just dead food, but also living ones, running cakes, swinging egg tarts, and talking teapots. Those were the homies infused with souls by Charlotte Lean. A significant portion of the souls collected by the Totland Kingdom was used for this purpose. After all, Charlotte Lean is the user of the soul fruit, and there is some controversy regarding what she ate to gain this ability, but that's not important. The user of the soul fruit can manipulate people's souls freely, allowing souls to reside in various objects, giving them anthropomorphic qualities. But they cannot be placed in other people or corpses, although it is possible for other animals. On the streets, chess soldiers were patrolling. These are products of Charlotte Lean's fruit ability. Perospero led Kaido and his crew to the tea party venue, handing out a few lollipops to the children they encountered along the way. The residents here did not seem to fear the members of the Big Mom pirates. Instead, they showed some awe, as if they had grown accustomed to this way of life. However, as they got closer to the venue, Shaina started sniffing the air. What's wrong? I smell something foul. Impossible, little sister. There can't be any rotten food on Cake Island. It will be disposed of by the demolition team before it expires. Since the houses here are made of food, they need to be replaced periodically, and the demolition team consists of big eaters whose task is to consume the houses that are about to expire. If Charlotte Linlin were to see rotten food here, even her children would not escape punishment. Upon hearing Shaina mention the foul smell, Perospero's first reaction was that it was impossible. Shaina wouldn't be mistaken. It wasn't the smell of food but the stench of humans, the same foul smell as that manager. She is a wolf mink, and wolves are creatures that hold grudges. There are too many people in the organ trafficking assassination group. While she cannot remember everyone, she remembers the scents of a few key individuals. For example, that manager from earlier and the scent of the person who captured her. The scent of the head of the merchandise capture department. Just now, she detected that smell. Perospero couldn't understand what she was saying, but Jalora did. A few days were enough to roughly understand a person. Not to mention that Jalora was tasked with getting along with Shaina. Mr. Kaido, it should be someone from that group. Shauna's nose is quite sharp. This is Big Mom's territory. Whatever they intend to do, they will follow Kaido's arrangements, as per Arceus' instructions before he left. There's no need to rush. They will come to us on their own. We just need to wait. The instincts of the mink tribe are the intuition of beasts, and Kaido has always believed in this instinct. A wolf's sense of smell should not be wrong. He didn't know how those people appeared here, but they were definitely not here to attend the tea party. After all, this is Big Mom's territory. He didn't plan to take any action first, especially since it was her tea party. Who would dare to cause trouble at this time? The consequence would undoubtedly be her wrath. Chapter 112. At the tea party, although Charlotte Linlin's tea parties have been held many times, Kaido is an exception. He is the first pirate to attend this tea party without any familial ties to the Big Mom pirates. In the past, the pirates invited to Big Mom's tea parties were all members who chose to join her crew, making Kaido an unprecedented case in many years. The people from the underground world were already seated, eager to understand the reasons behind Kaido's actions. Stussy, on the other hand, was more concerned about what Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were going to discuss. At the entrance to the banquet hall, a group of soldiers with the flag of the kingdom solemnly carried a photograph into the hall. It was a picture of Sister Carmel, the great benefactor in Charlotte Linlin's heart. Due to her innate differences and mistakes committed in her own country, Charlotte Linlin was sentenced to exile and taken to a deserted island by her parents, where she was later adopted by Carmel. On the surface, Carmel appeared to be an ordinary nun, known for her kind demeanor and referred to as the Holy Mother by the world. She established the Lamb House, a refuge for homeless children, but was actually a human trafficker under the codename Yamaba. In her youth, she staged a drama with the world government, saving the giant pirate crew from execution, gaining the friendship of the giant race, and subsequently supplying many giant soldiers to the Navy, even establishing the Lamb House in Elbaf. The children adopted by the Lamb House were not questioned about their race or identity, but all these pirates were actually agents trained by her for the world government. At first, she had her eye on Charlotte Linlin's terrifying talents, planning to send her to the world government. However, Linlin's hunger pangs changed everything, and she herself remains unclear about what happened back then. The photograph of the nun is her most cherished possession, and every tea party is incomplete without it. If anything were to happen to the photograph, Charlotte Linlin would enter a special state. Her powerful defenses would show vulnerabilities at that moment. But anyone who dared to do such a thing would have to face her wrath. Linlin, it's been a long time. Here's your gift. Stussy handed a small treasure chest to Charlotte Linlin. They had a good friendship, and Stussy was one of the few who called Big Mom by her name directly. Thank you, Stussy. I want to open it right now. Your gifts are always so exciting. Linlin, it's better to wait and open it slowly later. If you open it now, you won't be able to put it back. That's true. After receiving the treasure chest from Stussy, Charlotte Linlin placed it with the other gifts, planning to open it later. However, Linlin, it seems you have new children? Is that the reason for calling this tea party? A white cloud floated behind Charlotte Linlin. Zeus, a homie created from her own soul fragments, possessing the power of lightning. There were also 2 infants on Zeus. This is Carrot. And this is Pudding. They are sisters. But this tea party isn't just because of them. It's for other matters. Some earlier events may have led you to misunderstand something. She was referring to Kaido's situation. During the time Kaido went missing, he contacted her, using new fruits as trading items and asking her to act as an intermediary to help the beast establish a new commercial channel in the underground world. Arms trade is one of the current businesses of the beasts, but without occupying Weno, their arms could be considered excellent, but not top tier, as there are many competitive rivals. Compared to arms, food is also an important business. People can avoid fighting, but cannot skip meals. Nobles from various countries control the majority of resources, so to make money, one must target them. Such people wouldn't mind spending high prices to buy rare ingredients. The current positioning of the fruits is in the high-end market, and Kaido plans to use Big Mom's Tea Party to promote the product while trading with the people of the underground world, utilizing their channels to find what the beasts need. Thanks to the news orchestrated by Morgans, the name of the beasts has spread, but the people of the underground world are currently observing. This action by the beasts seems to have made them a dangerous partner. If eliminating a force is to replace it, the people of the underground world can understand that, as everyone except Stussy has only recently gained their underground thrones. The previous kings naturally died in conflicts, but the beasts merely eliminated the headquarters of an organ trafficking assassination group without doing anything else. They didn't even know the reasons behind it, so naturally, they wouldn't dare to recklessly interact with the beasts. Everyone was already seated, with only the beast's seat vacant. Charlotte Linlin wore a radiant smile, teasing her two children while chatting with those beside her. As for the biological father of the children, he had long been kicked out of the country, and Charlotte Linlin would still show some leniency towards him. Everyone, this is a special appetizer. The last guest is about to arrive, so you could try it first. While they waited, a person wearing a round chef's hat approached. He was Longbread, the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates, and the one who brought Charlotte Linlin into the world of piracy. The dining cart behind him carried banana mousse made from bananas purchased from the beasts, which was also the feature product of this tea party. Unlike the lively teapot homies on the table, this banana mousse was just ordinary mousse, without a soul infused into it. But the sweet aroma wafting from it piqued their interest. The Big Mom Pirates are recognized as the top tier in dessert making in the New World, which they still acknowledge. Once the banana mousse was served, Charlotte Linlin returned the children to Zeus, as food was a bit more important to her. She could never get tired of eating this banana mousse. After Kaido told her there were other varieties, she agreed to help Kaido establish commercial connections, on the condition that the Big Mom Pirates receive a sufficient supply of water ghosts, which she could pay at market price, but they must sell to her first. However, just as she raised the mousse to her mouth, a series of gunfire erupted in the distance, accompanied by dazzling lightning. The direction was towards the banquet hall. Charlotte Linlin set down her plate, and the smile that had appeared due to the delicious snacks vanished completely. Chapter 113. The opportunity created by Kaido Drunken Kaido. The embarrassed red-haired Shanks, the deceased Whitebeard's son, and the hungry Big Mom can be said to be the most dangerous characters in the New World. Of course, this is many years later. Currently, red-haired Shanks is still an ordinary apprentice. Right now, Charlotte Linlin has not been completely overtaken by her appetite. When not affected by her hunger pangs, she can still control herself. This is Whole Cake Island, the main island of Tado Land, her territory, and anything that happens here is a slap in her face. Katakuri, take care of your two younger sisters. Stussy, you entertain everyone first. Zeus Prometheus, let's go. Charlotte Linlin handed the two small children over to Katakuri, her second son. Although they are triplets, Katakuri's strength has gradually surpassed that of his brother. Gunshots cannot randomly ring out at a cake party. However, regardless of who the intruder is, she will make the person disrupting her tea party pay the price. Zeus grew larger, and Charlotte Linlin stepped directly onto him, preparing to fly toward the source of the noise. This is her tea party. Whether they refuse her invitation or disrupt the proceedings, it is a blatant affront to her dignity. Wait, Mom, those are your guests. It wouldn't be polite to leave them. Let me go instead. Just as Charlotte Linlin was about to depart, Katakuri called out to her, and his reasoning sounded quite valid, but it was not the whole reason. Over there is the passage for guests coming to the banquet hall. The only ones left who haven't arrived are Kaido and his crew, and leading the way is Perospero. Recently, Perospero managed to bring back some canned fruit, and with Big Mom and Kaido reaching certain agreements, he hasn't faced any severe punishment. However, the lack of incidents does not mean Charlotte Linlin has forgotten. If Perospero makes consecutive mistakes, he will inevitably face harsh consequences. He wants to protect every member of the Charlotte family, not just from enemies, but also from Charlotte Linlin herself. As long as he prevents Charlotte Linlin from appearing directly, the impact won't be too great. If it's an enemy he can handle, he can wait until she is in a good mood to bring it up. If it's an enemy he can't deal with, then Charlotte Linlin wouldn't pursue Perospero too much. After all, he is stronger than Perospero. Although Perospero is the eldest son, people's talents differ. Katakuri, who is 2 years younger, has gradually surpassed him in strength. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Don't let me down, Katakuri. Don't worry, Mom. I'll handle it well. Not long ago, when he brought Kaido and the others here, they were suddenly attacked. Although the candy wall he erected blocked the attack, such a big commotion could not go unheard by Big Mom. If not handled properly, he felt his future dimming. Before he could take action, a group of oddly dressed individuals rushed out, remnants of an organ trafficking assassination group. They still had their ears in the underground world and naturally learned about Big Mom's tea party, sneaking in with the aim of targeting the beast pirates and others from the underground world attending the party. Their previous actions had made their survival incredibly difficult. Pterosaur stared in shock at everything before him. The color drained from his body, and it felt as if his soul wanted to float away, not because the enemies were powerful, but because they had appeared at such an inappropriate moment. If one were to say something inappropriate, why didn't they come out to cause trouble while other siblings were leading the way, but chose to appear when he was guiding them? The targets of their attack were not him, but the beast pirates. However, the result did not change. This is Big Mom's territory, and attacking Charlotte Lean's guests here is a blatant provocation. Looking at those who attacked, Pterosaur's eyes were filled with rage. These people clearly wanted to kill him. I apologize. Please proceed to the tea party. I will handle this matter. A huge candy elevator appeared behind him, and Pterosaur signaled the beast pirates that they could prepare to attend the tea party. He would resolve the remaining issues. Being attacked here was within Kaido's expectations. As long as his previous instincts had not failed him, this was the last opportunity. Going further up was the location of the tea party. But the strict security there made it impossible for them to blend in since they did not have invitations, making this the last chance to act. Under Pterosaur's control, a wave of syrup surged toward those who attacked, and the surrounding chess soldiers had already surrounded them. However, the beast pirates did not step onto the elevator. This kind of enemy completely failed to pique Kaido's interest. Instead, he looked at Shaina. Kid, you said those are your enemies, right? That's right, it's that guy. I remember the stench on him. Do you still have the courage to show your fangs to your enemy? Of course. As electric sparks flickered between her fingers. Recalling earlier events under Kaido's provocation, she bypassed Pterosaur and charged forward. Mr. Kaido, what are you doing? Jiraiya did not understand why Kaido would say such things. Frankly, it was a low-level provocation, yet Shaina still fell for it. I know what Arceus asked you to do. Go on. That little girl is no match for them. The heroic rescue of a beauty always leaves the deepest impression. Zo, is not exclusionary, but for an outsider to become king is quite difficult. To gain the recognition of the local citizens, at least one local supporter is needed. Kaido just wants to create more opportunities for them. Jiraiya's fur erupted with intense electric currents, and the electricity released by Shaina was just a small spark compared to Jiraiya. He was a Pokémon created by Arceus using the power of 5 plates, centered on the lightning plate. Having expended considerable effort from Arceus, he naturally possessed matching strength. His body transformed into a flash of electricity, and in a blink, he caught up with the rushing Shaina, grabbing her by the scruff of her neck and lifting her up. You're still too young. This isn't a battle for you. Just watch from the back. Chapter 114. Katakuri is still on the way. Jalal appeared suddenly in front of Shaina, throwing a ball of lightning at her enemy. The furious lightning swiftly dealt with the enemy before him, and then he looked at Shaina beside him, grabbed her, and threw her back, sending her safely away. The fur tribe is very agile. In midair, Shaina spun twice and landed smoothly on the ground. Jalal, what are you doing? This kind of battle is too early for you. At least learn to walk before running. Charging straight into the enemy lines is not suitable for you. You should stay beside those chess soldiers. He did not oppose Shaina participating in the battle, but he was against her rushing into the enemy lines alone. Perhaps she wouldn't listen, but Jalal had a rather simple solution. As long as he resolved all the enemies before Shaina acted, there would be no need to think about this problem. Since the issue was difficult to resolve, he decided to skip steps and make those who caused the problem disappear, thus eliminating the problem itself. With lightning enveloping his body, Jalal quickly surpassed the chess soldiers that had surrounded him earlier. His speed was fast, but there was a noticeable difference compared to just now. He was now in the category of fast movement, while before he had moved like a teleport, which was his own skill, an alternative application of Volt Switch. The original usage was to attack and immediately return, allowing the next Pokémon to take over the fight. But there were no Pokeballs here, and the same ability could also be applied differently. What he had just done was a result of his innovation. A variant of Volt Switch developed by Jalal, who was born in the pirate world, which could be said to have altered the order of Volt Switch. He designated Shaina as an ally, instantly appearing in front of the enemy attacking her position, and then threw her back to safety. What followed was his own battle time. His fists were charged with electricity, and even though these people were combat members of an organ trafficking assassination group, they felt like wheat being cut down. Plasma Fist. Jalal's exclusive skill, besides its inherent effect, would leave him in an electrified state after its use, converting normal-type attacks into electric-type attacks. Jalal's full speed running was enough to rival lightning, and during this process, the hair on his body and the lightning formed a special membrane, allowing his body to adapt to such speed. Even if he didn't hit the enemy directly, the scattered electricity around him would knock down foes. Although Jalal himself did not have an organ for generating electricity, his capacity was substantial. The electricity Arceus provided him was enough to sustain high-intensity combat for an extended period. In less than a minute, dozens of armed men were wiped out, and the chess soldiers of the Big Mom pirates were left only to clean up the aftermath, unable to intervene at all. Such a powerful fur tribe. The fur tribe is rare on the seas, but in the New World, one can still see traces of them. Unlike the general misunderstandings about the fur tribe, pirates who have lived long in the New World have some understanding of them. They know that the fur tribe has a special way of using electricity, but this was the first time they had heard of electricity being exaggerated to this extent. At this time, Tato land was still expanding and under construction, with many races still lacking. Not to mention the giants who inherently oppose Big Mom. Some rare races also did not live here. Within the kingdom of Tato land, one could see beings similar to the fur tribe, but those were not the fur tribe. They were the homies created by Charlotte Linlin using the soul fruit to transform animals into anthropomorphic forms. Humanoid mammals that can use lightning and speak human language is almost an inherent characteristic of the fur tribe. And Jalal's actions today made Perospero pay more attention to this race. The mere discharge of electricity had melted his candy walls, and at this moment, he found something strange about the beast pirates. Why did all their people possess high-temperature abilities? Although the enemies were resolved by a guest. As long as they were taken care of, everything could be discussed. If they had really caused some irreparable consequences, Perospero didn't know what his future would look like. Those who witnessed this battle were amazed by the power Jalal displayed, and Shaina was no exception. Although she was born in Zou, she had only seen the training of warriors at most. Zou had long been peaceful, and there had never been large-scale battles. Although the Fur Kingdom claimed that Sengoku was the strongest warrior, she had never seen him in action. The strength Jalal displayed was the strongest she had seen among the fur tribe. Although the fur tribe was different from beasts, they also retained the instincts of beasts, such as worshipping the strong. A powerful fur tribe member is more likely to gain favor from others. Although some in the fur tribe only liked members of their own kind, or animals, like Beepo searching for a mother bear on Amazon Lily, there are also a considerable number of fur tribe members who wouldn't be fixated on such issues. The total population of Zou is less than 20,000. If they only mated with the same kind of fur tribe, the fur tribe would easily become extinct. Usually, they look for a preferred target. And as for the types of offspring, they do not have the same randomness as mermaids and fishmen. They inherit the same family of animals from their father or mother's genes. However, some were not very satisfied with Jalal's performance, such as Kaido. Too young. Doesn't he understand women? He felt that Jalal should wait until Shaina realized her own weakness before acting, although this might result in injuries. It would be more effective than this. However, the outcome was still good, as Jalal earned Shaina's admiration. However, some people disagreed with Kaido's words. Queen raised similar doubts and asked the question in a joking tone. Brother Kaido, it seems you also don't have much interaction with women? My luck with women is quite good. You just haven't seen it. Kaido didn't mind his subordinates joking with him, and he was quite confident about this matter. Kaido was very confident in this regard. And indeed, he had relations with quite a few people, spanning a wide age range. It could be said he had a hit with both young and old. Jalal did not use lethal force. If he had used his claws instead of his fists, these people would likely have been torn apart directly, but that kind of scene was too bloody, and he felt it was not suitable for children to watch. So he only used his fists. Aside from those who were directly hit by him, the rest mostly just fainted and had already been captured by the chess soldiers. Chapter 115. Is such a big setup just for selling fruits? The event unfolded quickly, and the ordinary residents nearby hadn't even had time to escape before it was over. Perospero sent Kaido and the others up the candy elevator, watching them safely arrive at the venue. By this time, Katakuri was still on his way, and since he couldn't fly, it would take him some time to get there even if he rushed. The battle with Gerald was over too quickly. When the beast pirates stepped onto the candy elevator, Katakuri had just reached the edge of the mountain. Watching the beast pirates disappear from his view, Perospero's smile completely vanished. Take these people down and pry open their mouths. I want to know who is behind them, and I want to know every last one of them. The only outcome for these people was to have their lifespan drained by Big Mom, but that would certainly be after the tea party. Perospero needed to find out who was behind them before that. Otherwise, when Charlotte Linlin asked, he would be clueless, and then he would be in trouble. Seeing the chess soldiers escort everyone away, a group of people in chef uniforms arrived to repair the damaged streets. It was only at this time that Katakuri finally appeared. Accompanying him were his twin brothers, Daifuku and Oven. Perospero, where are the enemies? Katakuri, it's already taken care of. Katakuri addressed his siblings directly by name, even with half-siblings. This was a pirate family where strength dictated status. Katakuri may not be the oldest, but he had already demonstrated abilities surpassing Perospero's. There were indeed others whose physical abilities exceeded Perospero's, but as the eldest son, Perospero held considerable authority in the Big Mom Pirates. Seeing Katakuri and his two brothers, he felt relieved. He didn't want to face Charlotte Linlin in case of a mistake. No one could understand that feeling. Charlotte Linlin's children could still feel a bit of maternal love before the age of 10, but after that, gaining her affection depended solely on talent and strength. Mom is very angry. She wanted to come personally, but I stopped her. Thank you. Perospero understood what Katakuri meant. He wasn't boasting, but reminding Perospero to handle things well, or else if Charlotte Linlin got angry, no one could save him. I won't go to the tea party. Please send my regards to Mom. Although it was a wasted trip, the resolution of the matter was actually a good thing for Katakuri. Originally, Perospero was supposed to arrive at the tea party venue with Kaido, but now he needed to interrogate for information. At the venue, Kaido and the others stepped down from the candy elevator, finally arriving at the tea party as the main characters. Charlotte Linlin seemed to have forgotten the earlier events. After all, Kaido's presence indicated that her sons had taken care of everything. Well, this is Kaido. I'm sure you all know him. So I won't say much. She didn't say anything like Kaido is her brother in front of everyone in a normal person's tea party. They might express familiarity in a request for goodwill. However, in the pirate world, Charlotte Linlin could say that privately to her children or on the transponder snail with Kaido, but not in front of so many people. Kaido, did you bring a lot of kids this time? They all look so cute. Putting aside everything else, Charlotte Linlin wouldn't discriminate against any race when she was sober. Whether human or fur tribe children, they all fell into the category of cute in her eyes. Bruli, Moscato, take the kids to play. The adults have serious matters to discuss, so enjoy the tea party. Charlotte Linlin called over two of her children who seemed to be of similar ages and had them take the Beast Pirates' children to a separate venue. Go on, just have fun. However, while the Beast Pirates appeared to have a bunch of kids, the only real child was Shira, while Gerald was a creature created by Arceus, with a mind not lacking. If calculated by age, he was still under 1 year old. There was also Olga, who was in a 10-year-old state, but was actually over 100 years old. Elizabeth was similar. Neither her real age nor her species' age could be calculated by ordinary standards. With the kids off to play, only Queen and Kaido remained. After Kaido took his seat, Queen stood aside. Those seated were all top figures from various industries, and Queen didn't qualify to sit. At Kaido's gesture, Queen took out a small box he had slung over his shoulder. Looking at the box, Stussie's expression didn't change, but her heart was already racing. She didn't know what was inside, but what could the Beast Pirates be showcasing at Big Mom's tea party? New types of illegal drugs? The heads of people who offended them? Certain business contracts? Dangerous weapons? Stussie thought of many possibilities, but when the box opened, she was bewildered. Inside the box were fruits, 3 types she had never seen before, but they were still fruits. They could not possibly be devil fruits. Not to mention that devil fruits wouldn't have such a pleasant aroma. There was no way there could be so many identical ones. However, it wasn't just Stussie. No one else understood either, except for one person who was very happy, Charlotte Linlin. Well, Kaido, is this what you call a new variety? That's right. These are the ones. Queen, why don't you give them a detailed introduction? Leave it to me, big brother Kaido. These are the fruits we have newly cultivated. This one is the peach fruit. It's very sweet, and besides the fruit being edible, the leaves can be used to make sugar, which is a type of exquisite candy. This is the yuzu fruit. Although it's not as sweet as the peach fruit, the tangy flesh is also delicious. While the skin has a bitter taste, when dried and ground, it can be made into curry powder, which is an excellent curry ingredient. Queen held up the fruits to explain their benefits, but saying more wasn't as good as actually tasting them. The Big Mom Pirates had no shortage of chefs, and soon someone presented a fruit platter made from these fruits, with other items being prepared in the kitchen. Looking at the fruit platter in front of her, Stussie suddenly felt a bit exhausted. She had been worried about some major issue, and it turned out that the Beast Pirates business was actually selling fruits. Chapter 116. The strange profits of fruits. It's not that she thinks this business is small. There is quite a bit of money to be made selling fruits in this world. For instance, in a place exploited by Arlong, Cocoa West, he charges adults 100, 000 berries and children 50,000 berries as protection fees each month. The economy of a small village in the East Sea relies significantly on the sale of agricultural products. An ordinary village naturally doesn't have a wide trade route, but this is different. At the Tea Party, these people's businesses span the entire New World. Whether it's Stussy South Pleasure Street or Dewfeld's Underground Casino, there's a demand for fruits in both places. They also have their own network of relationships. If they want to, they can sell a product worldwide within a certain time frame. With such trade routes, even selling scrap metal can yield considerable profits. However, Big Mom and Kaido represent two pirate groups from the New World, old and new, and both captains are remnants of rocks. Discussions among such people are not about arms trading, war actions, or the mad acts of world domination or kidnapping celestial dragons. What they aim to do is sell fruits, which indeed exceeds Stussy's expectations. Not just her, but others also failed to understand this. If it were ordinary people engaging in such seemingly joking talks, they would probably mock each other. Yet the two individuals before them are pirates with bounties in the 10 millions. And many islands have been destroyed due to offending Charlotte Linlin. Although Kaido has only destroyed the headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group for now, his repeated escapes from prison ships, along with his earlier jailbreak from the G5 branch and his battles with Wald, all affirm his strength. Laughing at this moment would be akin to an old man hanging himself, asking for a long life. Nothing major is naturally the best outcome, although she's a government agent. Agents also wish to live a stable life and not get caught up in terrifying major events. The fruit trade has always existed in the pirate world, and the forces under them have their own fruit suppliers, providing different qualities of fruits to different clients. Outside, a few fruits can be bought for a couple of hundred berries, but at the entertainment venues on Pleasure Street, a fruit platter can cost over 10,000 berries. It's south called Pleasure Street, but only the wealthy can experience the joy here. If the fruit Kaido is selling are of high quality, they will be more than happy to sell them as their own merchandise. Stussy knows whose money is the easiest to earn, with just a name. Nobles from all over the world wouldn't care about the price of fruits, as long as the taste matches the price. Those nobles may be wealthy, but they are not fools. Even the things bought by celestial dragons must make them feel they are worth the price. With the goods right in front of them, the simplest method for them is to taste it themselves. However, Charlotte Linlin's reaction already indicates something. Although her requirements for food are not too high, people always prefer tastier options. The expression on Charlotte Linlin's face has already revealed the issue. At this moment, she has been conquered by the food. Stussy also pierced the fruit in front of her with a fork. The texture of the peach fruit is very crisp, and the moment the fork pierces the flesh, the rich juice bursts out. The overall taste is still that of a peach, but it's a completely new experience, a wonderful taste that words cannot express, along with the soft, sticky texture of mango and the slightly sour pomelo. If someone doesn't like overly sweet flavors, pomelo is a better choice. The fruit platter hasn't been finished yet, but other products have already been served. In the Big Mom pirate crew, chefs hold a high status, and they're the most chefs among all pirate crews. The first thing served is a drink made from these fruits, followed closely by cream rolls, jelly, and ice cream. Since the new varieties like peach fruit arrived relatively late, most of what is being served now is banana-flavored, while the rest are still being made over time. Every conceivable snack has been created by the Big Mom pirate crew. Due to these new snacks, those homies infused with souls have almost lost their favor. Although they keep demanding to be eaten at the dining table, most people ignore them, with only some red tea for palate cleansing not being overlooked. It's not just the main dining table. Even the adjacent tables are the same, especially the one for children. These kids are all Charlotte Linlin's children, and it can be said that there are hardly any people in the Big Mom pirate crew who do not love desserts. During the tasting period of infants, influenced by their mother, they develop a strong interest in desserts, and a large confectionery workshop on Cake Island is more than enough to satisfy their needs. In the workshop, a long loaf of bread sings to boost the morale of the chefs under it. For a chef, the kitchen is their battlefield, and creating satisfying food is their mission. Banana donuts and sweet donuts made from new fruits have just come out of the oven. Deliver these to Lord Katakuri. The rest should be taken to Mom, quickly. The ovens and freezers are running nervously. Various types of snacks are being sent out like a dragon. The long loaf is also constantly experimenting with new methods to see which one suits this fruit better. However, the homies outside seem to have found a new outlet. The members of the Big Mom pirate crew are attracted by fresh things, but for a few of the beast pirates, those fruits are things they have already had their fill of. Especially for Olga. She has only recently recovered from a phase where the smell of fruit made her want to vomit to being able to eat fruits in small amounts. Compared to those fruits, she is more interested in honey-glazed roasted meats and slightly sweet grilled sausages. In an instant, Jalora and Elizabeth are in similar situations. Although they are omnivores, their genes inherently favor meat. The neglected homies have found a purpose for their existence here. They line up and jump into the plates, waiting to be eaten. As long as they can overcome their psychological issues, then the soul-infused food homies indeed have a distinctly different flavor. If the food from the Big Mom Pirate crew on Cake Island were ranked, the status of salty roasted meat would originally be the lowest. However, with the appearance of today's guests, the status of salty roasted meat has changed drastically. The outside sea is really interesting. Are the foods here really this fascinating? In front of Shaina, there's a piece of roasted pork chop that is trying to escape. Not all food homies desire to be eaten. Some will choose to run away. Chapter 117. Kaido's deal. Those who have never seen it would naturally find it strange, but Charlotte Lean's children are already used to it. The escaping pork chop was quickly caught again, but it showed no intention of being eaten at all. She doesn't eat such animals. Pigs are also considered fur-bearing creatures. After learning that there were fur tribe children here, the Big Mom Pirate's kitchen specially prepared a batch of food made from sea beasts and poultry. In the New World, terrestrial animals are more expensive ingredients than sea beasts because the land area is much smaller than the ocean. Sea beasts, which traverse the four seas, are often served at the table in the New World, and these massive creatures have always been popular among pirates. The fur tribe does not eat fur-bearing creatures, but that doesn't mean they are unaware of the taste of animals like cows and sheep. This is mainly because of the existence of sea beasts. Strange creatures like sea cows, sea sheep, and sea pigs can all be found in the ocean. For the fur tribe, these creatures that live in water and have no fur are naturally not considered fur-bearing species, but whether they can eat such creatures depends on luck. The fur tribe does not hunt. The elephant master does not stop. The sea beasts of Zoo are all delivered by the elephant master, who sprays water on the elephant's back twice a day. The fur tribe calls this fire rain or blessing rain. The size of the elephant master is so massive that even small sea beasts could be inhaled and sprayed out with him. They are not worried about mistakenly consuming fur-bearing animals, as roasted sea beasts have a distinctly different appearance from land creatures. Charlotte Lean's children were playing around, and she paid no attention to them. She almost completely let them roam free, resulting in various personalities among the children. Not all the children were playing. For example, Charlotte Moscato, who is over 9 years old this year, the 16th son of a Charlotte family, is one of the more righteous among Charlotte Lean's children. Years later, when Charlotte Lean's eating disorder flared up, he was the one who stood up to try to stop his mother when others were filled with fear. However, the irrational Charlotte Lean did not recognize him and instead drained a significant amount of his lifespan. Charlotte Lean ordered him to take care of the Beast Pirate's children, believing it was his duty as the host to look after the guests. Main venue. They had already confirmed the taste of the food, and the next question to determine was the yield, which is also the reason Kaido brought Queen along. The data on these matters was being handled by Queen and Ashi. Strictly speaking, Ashi understood more about yield than Queen, but Ashi was too weak, making it unwise to bring him along. Everyone, our yield is still low, but we have found suitable planting land. The suitable planting area on that island is about 6,000 acres, and we can exceed 10,000 tons of banana yield each year. We can reach this yield in just 1 year. For now, we can only provide around 2,000 kilograms. This figure was arrived at after deducting the quantities sold to the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates for their own use. The newly found island suitable for planting is currently being reclaimed, and to be precise, the information about this island was provided by the Big Mom Pirates. This island was previously the territory of Charlotte Lean's adversaries. Although they defeated the enemies, the island was also devastated due to becoming a battlefield. The original farmland was abandoned and was just right for Charlotte Lean to give to Kaido as a trading item. Currently, the Beast Pirates are only planting a small amount of finished products and conducting seedling operations within their territory. They cannot convert all food within their territory into cash crops. Otherwise, the food security of their territory would be compromised. Queen then added, moreover, these are improved crops. They have no seeds, so others cannot cultivate similar crops. 2,000 kilograms is enough. We can leverage our channels to help you open up trade routes, but we require supply stability that is second only to Lin. The initial bulk purchase may not necessarily sell out, and a year is just enough time for them to open sufficient trade routes. As long as the Beast Pirates can ensure the quality of the fruit and its monopolistic nature, they can make enough money from it. However, not everyone will benefit from this. Places like Doflamingo and Stussies can directly benefit, and Ummeet and Kibison can also enjoy the dividends of transportation and storage. But Morgans and Peak are different. The news and assassination industry has nothing to do with fruit. Are they supposed to buy it back as employee benefits? If Kaido was truly just using their channels to sell fruit, this setup seems a bit too grand. At the same time, they had not clarified another question: why the Beast Pirates wanted to attack the organ trafficking assassination group. The 6 of them exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Morgans who stepped forward, not for any other reason, but because he wanted to interview the person involved and see if there was any bigger news. Mr. Kaido, may I ask why the Beast Pirates previously wanted to wipe out that group? Morgans pulled out a pen and notebook from somewhere, clearly intending to conduct an interview. They offended my subordinate and committed an unforgivable mistake. Is that reason satisfactory to you? In response to Morgan's question, Kaido showed little patience, but this attitude reassured them. Having a conflict is good. The Beast Pirates previously gained the upper hand against the Walled Pirates. If Kaido were to engage in indiscriminate destruction like that madman Walled, it would be a bigger problem. Having a grudge is a good outcome. As for how the grudge was formed, he had no interest in knowing. Of course, we also have another business to discuss. As soon as Queen said this, the people present paid attention, as it made sense. It would be a waste for 2 big pirates to meet with several underworld managers just to reach a fruit business deal. We are negotiating to purchase animal-type devil fruits, whether they are mythical, ancient, or ordinary types. Mythical types are very valuable, but the value of ancient and ordinary types is not as high. The Beast Pirates would only consider their need for this type of fruit to be Kaido's personal hobby. A pirate collecting devil fruits to strengthen his crew is much more normal than selling fruit. At the same time, we are also looking for the whereabouts of this item. This time, it is not a physical object, but a simple image depicting the Arceus tablet. Chapter 118. Beast Fruit, even if it's just a rumor. As long as we can confirm its authenticity, we can pay the price for it. Stussy felt that this was the right approach. The power at the tea party had already encompassed the entire underground world of the New World, and it was normal to seek out rare items through this power. However, they had never seen the style in the pictures, except for Big Mom, who had previously traded for the stone tablet with Kaido. Well, Kaido, haven't you already obtained one of these things? Or is there some special significance to it? You tried it before. This stone is indestructible. I want to use it to forge the strongest armor. He wouldn't dare to tell the truth in front of these people. Whether in piracy or the underground world, there was no real trust. Deception and intrigue were the norm. One had to be either cunning enough to never be deceived or powerful enough that no one would dare deceive them. Arceus's abilities would gradually be exposed over time. But aside from a few people, no one could guess the connection between the stone tablet and Arceus. The stone tablets successfully reclaimed by Arceus looked completely different from the ones that had drifted outside. Aside from Arceus himself, it was unlikely anyone could recognize them. Kaido didn't mention that Arceus needed it, but he had to show his importance, so he made up reasons that it was for his own use. It seemed reasonable at first glance. There were indeed pirates who valued armor, like Silver Axe back in the day. As a combat-oriented pirate, Kaido wanting to forge the strongest armor wouldn't seemed strange, which made his high-priced acquisition appear more justified. Furthermore, it was also reasonable for strong individuals to have their own quirks. Having a bit of a collecting habit was normal too. How many of these are there? I don't know, but this shape can't be naturally formed, right? I once got a piece, and I believe there must be other stones, but I have no leads on finding them, which is why I want user channels. Kaido's words were half-truths, causing these people to not notice any issues for the time being, especially since they were unaware of the specifics. No problem, as long as the price is right. These are minor issues. However, Mr. Kaido, I would like to use the shipping lanes within your territory. That route can save quite a bit of distance. Ummeet was the first to agree. People in the underground world were in the business of making deals. With a big opportunity presented, how could they not take it? Even Stussy agreed. She was a hidden pawn of the world government, and gathering intelligence was her job. Other matters were not her concern. What she needed to do was to collect suitable intelligence and ensure her own safety while sending the information out. If a suitable opportunity arose, she would also choose to act early to acquire some items from others, but that depended on the opponent's strength. A pirate like Kaido was not someone she could confront. The tea party went smoothly, and a commercial group known as the Beast Fruit was announced to be established today. It was the white glove of the Beast Pirates, used for conducting some legal transactions, although it wouldn't be difficult to investigate the masterminds behind it, as long as there were enough profits. The world government could also turn a blind eye to the existence of such gray industries. As for the illegal underground industries, the beast pirates were the best front, and there was no need to prepare anything for it. After leaving, Stussy sent the intelligence from the Tea Party up, but this did not attract the attention of the world government. They had studied such stone tablets before, and even Vegapunk couldn't do anything about them, so they naturally gave up. They indeed had such stones in hand, but they did not expend more effort searching for these useless items. Only some collection enthusiast celestial dragons showed interest in such stones. Although Vegapunk was curious, he also couldn't see what significance these stones held for the world government. It was more practical to look for a Lunarian. After the tea party ended, they began to leave Cake Island one by one. It was only at this time that Parasparrow arrived. The newly made desserts put Charlotte Linlin in a good mood, and she did not show any signs of anger when she saw Parasparrow approaching. Katakuri reported that Parasparrow had resolved the issue, which was the outcome he observed. Mom, those people came for the beasts. They are remnants of an organ trafficking assassination group. They infiltrated after assassinating one of our merchant fleets. But they have all been dealt with now. Without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to inquire, Parasparrow revealed all the information. So they intentionally came here to attack Kaido and the others? Yes. Looking at Charlotte Linlin's somber expression, Parasparrow felt a bit scared, but he forced himself to calm down. Showing fear in front of Charlotte Linlin would yield terrible results, even for her own son. Parasparrow, you have failed twice now. After a long silence, Charlotte Linlin suddenly spoke words that sent chills down Parasparrow's spine. The previous issue with the fruit and this defense problem. Although they have been cleaned up, you still failed. Mom, let me explain. Listen, Parasparrow, I will give you one last chance. I will provide you with enough troops, and you must take revenge on the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. If you fail again, rest assured, Mom, I will make those guys know the consequences of offending us. He understood Charlotte Linlin's meaning, no matter what the reason for their actions was. Attacking on Cake Island was a slap to her face. Therefore, everything related to this organization was now an enemy of the Big Mom Pirates. His tone was very firm because he knew that if he did not deal with these people, he would be the one in trouble. Go, this is your last chance. Charlotte Linlin, with a pleasant expression, took the previous two infants from Zeus, showing no signs of anger. However, Parasparrow had already set off to prepare ships and intelligence. He had to get this right to maintain his position as the eldest son. The fur tribe seemed really strong. It seemed Tato Land needed to speed up its expansion, as there were still many races left to include. Although she and T left the banquet hall, Cake Island was filled with her homies, and she was well aware of what was happening below. The power of Jorora made her feel that the fur tribe was very strong. Meanwhile, Arceus and Jin's ship were still on their way. Chapter 119, Navy and Pirates. After the completion of the Beast King's ship, the docks in the Beast territory began to construct a second ship, a flagship belonging to Arceus. However, due to issues with materials and craftsmanship, this ship would take some time to finish. At this moment, the ship Arceus was on was one that Kaido and the others had acquired from the Kingdom of Nartho. And as the first ship of the Beast Pirates, it had endured many battles but was still able to sail the seas. People tend to be nostalgic, and even if an object has been used for a long time, they are not easily willing to part with it. The 100 or so people on the ship needed to maintain their high spirits. Mandifew's good fortune came from this attitude. They did not think they were inferior to Mandifew before he gained his abilities and were all waiting for an opportunity to achieve merit. Big brother, we are half a day's journey away, but do we really have to go there? This is the order of the Beast Lord and the arrangement of fate. Is there a problem? The so-called arrangement of fate refers to Arceus casually picking up a stone with his energy hand and throwing it onto the sea chart. Wherever the stone landed, that would be the next search area. It was clear that the place they were going to was not very safe. Although the members of the Beast Pirates yearned for more, they also felt fear of the unknown. No, it's just that I've heard it's quite chaotic there. After all, Galsburg is known as the land of endless war. Galsburg, a country in a new world, had long been forgotten by history. Today, it is more commonly referred to as the land of unending war. The name originated from the constant warfare that occurred there. Many years ago, the king of Galsburg died under mysterious circumstances, and since then, the country split into two parts. Both internally and externally, the country was engaged in war, leading to orphans everywhere and minefields abound. Just getting close to the battlefield could result in stepping on a landmine. However, while they were sailing, they were unaware that the protracted war in the land of endless war had declared an end a few days prior. And it was not an army that ended the war, but a person, Douglas Barrett. 14 years ago, Barrett was born here, but he was a war orphan. His father had long died on the battlefield, and his mother chose to abandon him after his birth. However, he was adopted by soldiers of the country, with the aim of training child soldiers who were sent on suicide missions to clear mines and explosives. These child soldiers were referred to as bullets, and the pronunciation of bullet was the origin of Barrett's name. His surname came from the highest officer of this unit, Douglas Gray. 6 years ago, Barrett became a soldier under Gray with the designation number 9. The best performers in battle could earn a medal, and Barrett, who had only weapons as companions during his childhood, longed for that medal. However, just as he was about to achieve his goal, he was betrayed by a comrade. Near death, he killed the comrade and reclaimed his medal, but he lost trust in his peers and began to act alone from then on. A year ago, Barrett became a hero on the battlefield, as well as the strongest child soldier. He once again found himself near death during a dangerous mission, but by coincidence, he obtained a fusion fruit. The paramecia-type fusion fruit allows him to fuse with inorganic materials he touches, not only merging with his body, but also enabling him to rearrange inorganic materials to create new weapons. The battlefield was never short of weapons, and the ability of the fusion fruit made his power even stronger. Not long ago, Barrett was already being hailed as a national hero, and the country he belonged to was about to achieve victory in the war. Douglas Gray also became a general of the nation because of Barrett. However, Barrett's strength made Gray feel threatened. He believed he could not control Barrett's power, so he promised to let him leave the battlefield after the war ended, granting him true freedom. Originally, this was just a lie. He thought Barrett would die on the battlefield, after which he could use the army to reclaim the enemies Barrett had broken through and become a true hero. But he underestimated Barrett's strength, not expecting that he would single-handedly defeat an entire army. When Barrett discovered Gray had betrayed him, he, in anger, destroyed the country and army there, which caught the attention of the world government. Gray intended to join the world government after the war ended. They were once a member of the Alliance, and as a military nation with the ability to plunder heavenly gold, the world government agreed to his request. However, the emergence of Barrett drew the world government's attention, and the forces to capture him had already set out. This news had occurred just a few days prior, and Arceus and his crew had not received any information. So they proceeded to this place, as usual. When they landed, all they saw was a desolate land. Vultures were pecking at corpses, and when they saw people coming, they not only did not flee, but even seemed to attack the members of the beast pirates, indicating how well-fed these vultures had been to take the initiative to attack humans. However, after 2 gunshots rang out, the vultures chose to scatter, leaving behind a ground covered in feathers. This place is truly tragic, right? Have they really fought to this extent? Even pirates felt uncomfortable seeing such a scene. Boss Arceus, should we continue deeper? Yes, let's see if there are any survivors around. The area was not small, and he needed to search thoroughly for the stone tablet. As for checking if there were any survivors, although he was not there to rescue anyone, he would not mind helping if he encountered someone alive. Humans are incredibly fragile, but often they possess a strong will to survive. Amidst the ruins, they indeed encountered several survivors. Those who could move had long left, and the ruins were filled with buried individuals. Without help, they would only face a slow death. Hey, someone come help. There are still living people here. This stone is too heavy. Several footsteps approached in response to the call, and with their combined efforts, the heavy stone was finally moved. However, the air fell silent in the next moment. Navy, pirates. The blue and white naval uniforms and the white pirate flag tattoos clearly indicated the identities of both parties. They had not noticed each other's identities while obstructed by the boulder, but now that the rock was moved, they could see each other clearly. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed, and the 2 groups, which had originally worked together to save others, were now in a tense standoff. Chapter 120. Flame Vortex. Damn it. How did the Navy end up here? Damn it. Why are there pirates here? Both thoughts appeared simultaneously in the minds of both parties. The pirates were naturally members of the beasts who ventured deep into this area, while the Navy had come here under orders from the world government to capture Barrett. They were members of the 2nd New Recruit Camp, led by Zephyr. The New Recruit Camp, personally led by Zephyr, lasts for a year, as he cannot be responsible for the basic training of all Navy personnel. Those who come here have either completed their basic training and are about to enter the troops, or have come for further training after achieving merit, similar to a pre-exam intensive training class. Before entering, they had already undergone several rounds of selection. Basic physical training is something anyone can do, and there is no need to waste his energy on that. Those tasks are handled by his subordinates and other instructors. Sakazuki and Borsellino were graduates of the 1st class, and by this time, Zephyr had already begun training the 2nd batch of recruits. Capturing Barrett was their graduation internship. Gray had described Barrett's strength, So the Navy believed that Zephyr's new recruit camp was sufficient to accomplish this task. Although Zephyr had stepped down from his position as admiral, retaining only his rank, his strength remained, and he was not solely responsible for training new recruits. Such graduation assessments for new recruits were part of his missions. Additionally, in the training camp, besides the ordinary excellent Navy personnel, there were elite officers and newly recruited monsters from around the world undergoing intensive training. Almost all of the current admirals and elite vice admirals had been early recruits from Zephyr's training camp. Overall, the strength of the training camp was not weak. However, they still underestimated Barrett's strength. Faced with the encirclement led by Zephyr, Barrett successfully escaped, and the mission of these individuals shifted from capturing Barrett to rescuing the local civilians. This was not a member nation, and the Navy had no obligation to provide rescue. But the Navy commanders on the scene had the authority to order their subordinates to do so, resulting in a rescue operation. The Navy had arrived earlier and had already penetrated deep into the heart of this country, while the beasts arrived later, which led to their paths crossing. The pirates did not expect the Navy to be here, so they directly called for their companions to come help. The Navy did not expect there to be pirates rescuing people, so after hearing the shouts, they went directly over. Guns were pointed at each other, and neither side made a reckless move. Firing at this moment would result in mutual destruction. This small-scale standoff ultimately ended with the cries of children from the ruins, as a Navy medic chose to go treat the injured. Upon seeing that the pirates did not intend to stop them, they began to gradually retreat, and, eventually, the distance between the two parties widened, with each side hiding behind cover. What is going on with these pirates? They're saving people? Perhaps they have had a change of heart. Inform Instructor Zephyr and prepare to capture them. Is this okay? They're also saving people. You only see them saving people, but you can't see how many they killed elsewhere. We can ignore this time, but we cannot ignore these pirates. Whether it was the previous Zephyr who adhered to the principle of not killing or the current Zephyr, he would not choose to ignore pirates. And his students naturally followed suit under his guidance. Perhaps they are good people, but having become wanted pirates is reason enough for the Navy to capture them. The new recruits of the Navy turned to inform Zephyr about what had happened, and the pirates did the same. Gene, it's bad. There are Navy here on the island, and it looks like there are quite a few of them. Got it. You all retreat back to the ship. Gene on the other end of the transponder snail was not shocked, as there were already a lot of Navy lying around him. He had been following Arceus closely, delving deeper into this area than ordinary members, so he naturally encountered these Navy. Lord Holy Beast, do you have any new findings? No, it seems they are not on this island. It's time to leave. You leave first. I'll deal with them and catch up. Stop joking. You're no match for that guy. Ordinary Navy in the training camp were not Gene's opponents, and there were no future Navy admirals among them. But Zephyr was right here. Gene was far from being Zephyr's match now, and sending him to stop Zephyr would mean he would never return. Let S go. You catch up. Saying this, Arceus turned around and left. He wasn't afraid of the Navy admiral, but there was no need to fight. There was nothing here that he wanted, and even if there was a battle, it would be meaningless. Aside from wasting time, nothing would be gained. Beasts do not engage in meaningless fights, let alone him. Gene firmly believed Arceus' words. Since he said Zephyr wouldn't catch up, then he definitely wouldn't. So he immediately followed Arceus away from here. Seeing the pirates directly ignoring them as they left, along with several unconscious Navy on the ground, Zephyr immediately wanted to pursue. But as he took a step forward, a sense of crisis emerged in his mind. He stepped back, and in that instant, a pillar of fire erupted, engulfing Zephyr and the nearby Navy in a massive fire vortex. The flames soared into the sky. Even Gene from the Lunaria tribe felt a sense of heat. When he turned back to look, all he saw was the flames rising to the sky. What's wrong? It's just a flame vortex. Shaina can use it. Haven't you seen it before? A flame vortex, though not very powerful, is quite enduring and has excellent effects in trapping enemies. Gene had seen Shaina's flame vortex, but that size could only burn Quinn. The flame vortex released by Arceus was already a natural disaster-level power. The huge fire tornado trapped Zephyr within it, causing the surrounding land to crack and dry out. It was clearly fire, but within the flames was a strangely potent force, not only raising the temperature of the flames, but also giving them a peculiar resilience. His fists hitting it felt like striking into the sea, with all his strength absorbed. When his students arrived nearby, what they saw was the enormous flame vortex and Zephyr, who had just been dug out of the ground. The flames seemed to have their own foundation. He had to dig very deep to find a spot without flames, creating a tunnel with his hands. The price he paid was his hair. His hair, Eyelashes, eyebrows, and beard were all burned away in the high temperature, leaving him with a completely bald head. Teacher Zephyr, what should we do now? Continue saving people, treat the injured. Since Jean and the others had already vanished, Zephyr chose to continue rescuing the residents here rather than waste time chasing after them. Chapter 121. The Ember who didn't check the almanac before leaving looking at the still burning flame vortex. Zephyr's expression was quite frightening, possibly due to the fact that his hair had been completely burned off. His domineering defense prevented him from suffering extensive burns, but his clothes and hair were gone. Due to the mistake of some excellent photographers, Zephyr did not know that this flame vortex was the work of Arceus and mistakenly identified it as Jin's skill. Jin had indeed used flames extensively in battle, but the intelligence clearly stated that he was a Zoan-type user. Could he be a mythical beast? The power of this flame is probably stronger than that of the flame fruit. The flame vortex left by Arceus lasted for a long time, dissipating only after they left the island. During this time, neither strong winds nor anything else could extinguish this flame, leading many survivors on the island to believe it was the wrath of the gods. Big Brother Jin, your new bounty has come out. A few days later, on the way back, Jin's bounty was updated, directly reaching 300 million berries, making it the highest bounty under Kaido within the Beast Pirates. This was due to Zephyr's report. Someone who could temporarily restrain a former admiral was indeed worth this price. The value of berries had not depreciated yet, and 300 million was already a considerable sum. The other party chose to restrain him without taking further action, leading Zephyr to judge that the opponent was unable to follow up, resulting in this final bounty. 300 million berries, as expected of Big Brother Jin, so powerful. Yeah, even the bounty for the captain is not this high. But has Big Brother Jin done something recently? The increase in the bounty had to have a reason. In their impression, Jin had done nothing but follow Arceus. How did his bounty increase in the end? Focus on sailing, stop worrying about these useless things. Jin could guess why his bounty had increased, but it was better not to mention that Arceus had caused his bounty to soar. This trip did not yield what he needed, due to the destruction of war. They could not replenish their supplies at the destination and only distributed a little relief food to the disaster-stricken survivors. Once it was confirmed that there were Marines on the island, further matters were no longer their concern. Now, they had reached the time to resupply, and following the pointer's guidance, they docked at a nearby island. Coming here was not just for supplies, it was also to search for ancient plants. The climate of this island resembled that of the ancient island, but the residents had kept up with the development of the times. Occasionally, rare medicinal herbs that had gone extinct in the outside world could be found in the island's deep mountains, which kept the island's economy relatively stable. However, Jin felt an inappropriate sense of foreboding. They had encountered the Marines led by Zephyr on the island and were now facing new troubles. He was only searching for similar herbs based on a sketch drawn by AC and unexpectedly found the herbs. However, before he could buy them back, new troubles arose. A group of bounty hunters had already surrounded the area. Bounty hunters were one of the main professions in this world. They were unwilling to join the Marines, but did not like pirates either, preferring not to engage in ordinary production work. They ultimately chose to become bounty hunters, exchanging pirate heads for bounties. However, they were just a group of people who worked for money. Capturing pirates was not their only job, and many things fell within their professional scope if the price was right. Their target, however, was not Jin, but the shop owner behind him. You can do whatever you want, just don't trouble me. I have things to do. He completely did not want to get involved in these matters. Finding a needed plant was already a good thing. Now, he only wanted to take the items back and report, but there were people outside who did not want to let him leave just like that. 300 million bounty. Although Jin had his disguise, he had not changed his appearance for so many years. The world government issued high bounties on pirates to attract bounty hunters to hunt them, not to instill fear. Money can entice people, and facing Jin's bounty, some were indeed tempted. This world has never lacked those who do not know their own strength. Moreover, in addition to the user's strength and the world government's overall assessment of their influence, the captain's factor also played a role in the bounty of pirates. The bounties of the subordinates of great pirates are generally higher than those of ordinary pirates. Their strength is indeed not weak, but they are also influenced by their captain, leading to inflated bounties for some of the great pirates' officers. For those strong enough, encountering such inflated bounties could be an opportunity to pick up a bargain, unaware of their own mortality. Watching the guns still pointed at him with no intention of lowering them, Jin's wings behind him began to flap. Flame Star Emperor. His sharp wings cut through two people beside him, and then rocks appeared out of thin air next to him, ignited with flames and charged towards the others. After acquiring their abilities, they did not stick to conventions, but found different ways to use them based on their understanding and habits. Quinn combined a seed machine gun with body modifications. Shaina's flame kick had already integrated into her original kicking technique, and Jalora used an alternative method of alternating volt tackle. Even the wild Pokémon could discover different uses for their skills, let alone them. Rock Slide and Stone Edge were Jin's most commonly used skills, and his own flame power fused with them, making the Rock Slide in his hand resemble a meteor burning with flames. However, after stepping out the door, he found there was still a circle of people outside. You seemed quite valuable. They had temporarily changed course to come here, due to a lack of supplies. These people could not possibly have come for him, so their target could only be the shop owner behind him. An ordinary shop owner could not attract so many people. More than 100 were gathered outside, and even 2 cannons were pointed at the place. Jin's flaming meteor had just shattered the outer wall, and upon seeing the situation inside, they directly chose to open fire. However, the explosion of the cannonball scattered not shrapnel, but green gas, and the people around had somehow put on gas masks. This is a specially made anesthetic, a secret formula I bought from that group of people. Even a dinosaur would be knocked out by just a whiff. I don't believe you can withstand it. The group he mentioned was an organ trafficking assassination group, known for their outstanding talent in anesthetic drugs. However, their recent days had been quite difficult. After their headquarters was destroyed by Kaido, the remaining forces suffered devastating blows from the Big Mom pirates, and a new world had completely lost a place for them to survive. Chapter 122. Someone selling fake medicine. There may still be remnants of them in the first half of the 4 Seas and the Great Route, but within the New World, in every area that Big Mom can influence, not even a single dog related to them can be found. Parasparrow is working especially hard this time. One could say he is risking his life to get the job done. In order to survive, they have to find a way to leave the New World. The headquarters and the die-hard loyalists seeking revenge have already been destroyed, and the remaining people naturally scattered like birds and beasts to gather the things needed for their escape. Almost everything that could be sold has been sold, including the formula for the anesthetic, which the organ trafficking assassination group used to capture many targets, including but not limited to various subhuman creatures and rare beasts. However, when the powder of the drug dissipated, both Jean and the pharmacy owner stood there unharmed. For Jean, this small amount of anesthetic was nothing. The Lunaria race already had an extremely high resistance, and in the laboratory of the Research Institute, his body had developed a high resistance to drugs, making it difficult for this medication to have any effect on him. The key factor is also his mask, which is not an ordinary mask. Since he has to wear it all the time, it should at least be comfortable. The material of the mask is specially made. Not only is it extremely comfortable, but can also filter harmful gases to a certain extent. Finding fabric that retains both of these characteristics is quite difficult, and it was only after Quinn cultivated a new plant from tree seeds and processed it through Ashier that this fabric was obtained. With these 2 conditions combined, their anesthetic had no effect at all. On the other hand, the pharmacy owner was different. She quickly grabbed various medications from the back shelf, mixed them together, and stuffed them into her mouth, directly neutralizing the effects of the anesthetic on her opponent. You need those extinct medicinal materials, right? I still have some residual seeds with potential for germination. Take me away from here, and those things will be yours. Deal. But do you really dare to come with me? Your captain was defeated by Brother Kaido. Just moments ago, the explosion of cannonballs had created a certain impact. The owner's mask seemed to be made of something similar to a facial mask, with noticeably substandard quality, which allowed Jean to recognize her identity. She was the ship's doctor of the walled pirates, not Jean. As long as you're not lackeys of the world government, it doesn't matter. For the members of the walled pirates, although Walled lost to Kaido, Kaido did not leave them behind. What truly changed everything were the agents of the world government and the rebellion of their subordinates. Benjack reluctantly ordered the members of Walled to leave separately. But after capturing Walled, the world government showed no intention of letting them go. Because of Walled, they also had a high bounty on their heads. But without Walled as their muscle, those bounties made their lives even more difficult. Therefore, Benjack ordered everyone to hide, waiting to gather together when Walled reappeared. During this time, they needed to protect themselves and accumulate funds as much as possible. It is not uncommon for pirates to join the opposing pirate crew after a defeat. One could say it happens frequently, as most pirates will absorb valuable individuals after defeating the opponent. She believed that her research on herbs was unmatched by few. Even other pirates would not dare to take action against her. Due to her undercover status, she had a very poor perception of the world government. She had also been living on this island for some time, mainly because there were some rare Chinese medicinal herbs here. The extinct herbs she mentioned were also things Jean needed. After all, he found one of the plants that resembled Ashier's description. As for why not Jean wanted to trade with Jean, she had a clear understanding of her own combat power. She had some confidence in one-on-one or group battles, but not in one against many, as those two cannons did not look like they could only fire anesthetic rounds. Bastards. Those guys are selling fake medicine. This was his thought at that moment. The previous formula had already been confirmed to be effective, so now the problem lay with the newly found drugs. However, he did not have time to deal with those fake medicine sellers. Everyone was an adult and needed to take responsibility for their actions. Since an attack had been initiated, it was only reasonable for Jean to retaliate. Jean transformed directly into his beast form, his tail wrapping around Nachin and lifting her into the air. Then he launched his attack. Is that Jean? Why is he fighting someone? Who cares why they're fighting? This is a merit. Go for it. Do you want that Mandafur guy to keep showing off in front of you? Mandafur is now recognized within the Beast Pirates as the one with the strangest luck. He is also the first non-officer to gain fruit abilities, and the fair selection mechanism left them with nothing to say. But it does not mean they do not want abilities. Unless they experience an absolute power gap, pirates will not fear battle. Such people would not choose to set sail and become pirates. In battle, Jean represents not danger, but merit, and many pirates dropped what they were holding and rushed over with weapons. Watching these reckless individuals, he showed a disdainful smile, having no intention of fighting, but instead picking up the things they had dropped and pushing a small cart toward the ship. He was no longer a newcomer to the Beast Pirates. Jean would only use his beast form when he felt the opponent was not worth his full effort. His figure in the sky was clearly clearing out the minions, and by the time they rushed over, it would be too late. There are no complex factions under the Beast Pirates. If one had to say, there is a cult of Arceus mixed in, whose doctrine can be simply summarized as believing in Arceus to obtain everything. This is also the external explanation for Jalal's electric power. After all, as a fur tribe, such power is somewhat over the top. Rather than participating in a battle that does not need them, they might as well find a way to make Arceus happy. For example, besides daily supplies, their small cart also carried a stack of books, which were Arceus's daily leisure reading. The diverse islands have given birth to different customs, and, at the same time, many novelists and comic artists. As long as it is a wealthy island, it has its own culture. Not to mention that some works can be sold worldwide, like Warriors of the Sea, Sky, a comic serialized in the World Economic News. The days at sea are boring, and sometimes reading comics is a nice way to pass the time. It is worth mentioning that Quinn is also very interested in this comic, mainly because he immediately recognized that the villain's prototype is that guy Gaji, which seems to satisfy his inner disdain for Gaji. Chapter 1, 2, 3. Flame Disaster. In terms of immersion, Quinn has achieved perfection. Every time he sees the evil Army Germa 66 suffer, he can't help but laugh. But his reading of the manga is not in vain. They were all members of the same research group before, and each member knows a bit about what the others are studying. Warriors of the Sea, Sky is adapted from real events by members of the world government. The Sky, representing the protagonist side, and the Dream Fusion robot, along with the seagulls, symbolize the Navy, while Kaji and his crew are the villains. Although the plot has undergone significant magical alterations, the villains always end up failing. This is to shape the powerful and just image of the Navy and leave a profound impact on children. However, the abilities of Germa are realistic, and Quinn had some prior knowledge of Kaji's research. Watching the descriptions of the final products in the manga gave him insights into the research direction of that technology. For him, this is not just a leisure read, but also a research report. Moreover, he doesn't need to buy it specifically. He could just wait for the newsbirds to deliver it. The serialized publication ISNT regular content. But for an extra 20 berries, you can get the complete version. Following a low-profit, high-volume strategy, a few of them happily pushed a cart back to the ship and started organizing the deck, while the battle over there was still ongoing. It's not that the enemies are particularly strong, but these people are sticking to him like a plaster. He could choose to fly away directly, but given the current state of this group, they would surely follow him. The buyers might not have returned to the ship yet. He couldn't just leave them behind, right? Besides, Zephyr had rendered him powerless earlier, and if he couldn't deal with these guys and let them run to Arceus, then he would truly be derelict in his duties. Do you see the clock tower? I see it. What do you want to do? Just wait there obediently. Saying that, he swung his tail hard, throwing Nakin onto the high tower of the clock. Although she was the ship's doctor, she also acted as a combatant on the ship. Her physical skills were not bad, and under the premise of Jin's sufficient strength, she landed steadily on the clock tower. After throwing her, Jean became more agile in his movements. Blazing Star Emperor. The size of the rock fall could be adjusted, and the flaming stones began to rain down, launching indiscriminate attacks on the ground. Originally, there were people shooting at Jean from behind the houses, but now his choice was to destroy both the people and the buildings. There were no ordinary residents here from the start. This encirclement couldn't have been set up in a short time. It was likely that the people here had quietly changed overnight. The bullets from the firearms had no effect on Jean now. His beastified body wrapped in flames made ordinary guns ineffective. At this point, the battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. Jean, in the sky, occasionally spewed flames downward. Under the illumination of the fire, he looked like a fierce dragon, recklessly destroying everything. Flame disaster. Flame disaster. No wonder he is called the Flame Disaster. Although rocks occasionally appeared in the flames, the shock brought by the fire was far stronger than that of the stones for humans. It was only at this moment that they remembered Jin's bounty notice. Apart from his name and the information about his pirate crew, he was given the title of Flame Disaster, a monster branded with the name of catastrophe. Fear surged from the depths of their hearts. They had lost the courage to fight back, and their bodies uncontrollably wanted to flee this place. However, his perspective spun around, and the last silhouette in his mind was that of a headless corpse lying on the street. That seems to be me. Brother Jean, we're here. Different gunshots began to sound from the periphery. Since the main island of the Beast Pirates was an industrial winter island, it could produce superior firearms. Although these weapons were used for foreign trade, they had also become popular within their own pirate crew, due to the different structures of the gun barrels. Their gunshots sounded crisper. However, just as the earlier clever person thought, this battle did not take much time. By the time they arrived, they could only do cleanup work. Yet, the battle did not end there. Although those people had already collapsed, they did not flee towards seemingly safe areas, but instead ran towards the areas that were burning the most fiercely. Water and fire are merciless. The way these people rushed into the fire was too abnormal. There must be something unusual going on, and Jean waved his hand to signal his subordinates to stop pursuing. Hey, you've been living here for a while, right? Is there something unusual over there? Nakin jumped down from the clock tower. At 80 years old, she could temporarily regain her youth through drugs and had a brief encounter with Hancock. Now, she was only in her 40s, and even if she wasn't a full-time combatant, her strength was still considerably above that of ordinary pirates. However, she felt rather powerless in group battles. Her strength hadn't reached the point where she could ignore numbers and heavy firepower. Over there are only a few pharmacies, nothing else. But I remember it's a dead end. Why would they run that way? Standing high allows one to see far. The walls of the clock tower blocked ordinary bullets. Under Jin's attacks, they didn't have time to operate the cannons. Even if someone attempted to climb up, they wouldn't be a match for Nakin in such a narrow passage. So she still had time to observe the escape direction of the bounty hunters. At that moment, the flames that were burning around suddenly extinguished. Not just a little bit, but all the flames in the area went out in an instant. Those who had originally escaped turned back, and behind them followed a strange person whose belly seemed to have turned into a blackboard with the words flame and extinguished written on it. Humans cannot grow a blackboard on their bellies. This clearly belonged to a devil fruit ability. The group of bounty hunters also varied in strength. Although they rarely appeared, they were an indispensable part of the New World. When pirates captured other pirates, if they didn't want to recruit them, they would feel they were of no use and would send them to the Navy for a bounty. As pirates, they naturally couldn't do it themselves. So bounty hunters usually acted as intermediaries. Bounty hunters belong to a profession with a very low threshold. Their professional standards vary widely. However, one thing is crucial. Strength is also important. To survive in the New World, there must be a few capable people, and this person is the reliance of this group of bounty hunters. However, he usually only handles the money, appearing only when there are insurmountable issues. As long as the payment is adequate, any business can be discussed. Upon closer inspection, the area affected by Jin's flames was only that small house, which remained intact. So much so that it was out of place with the surroundings. A bounty criminal with a reward of 300 million berries. No wonder you can't deal with him. According to our agreement, his 300 million belongs to me, and you still need to prepare another 100 million berries for me. Chapter 1, 2, and 4. The benefits of using a vest when going out the air was thick with the scent of money, and yet the surviving bounty hunters still agreed. As the previous attack showed, they had no intention of letting them off easy. If they could escape, they probably wouldn't even consider asking for his help. 100 million berries is no small sum. Even if they managed to gather that much money, it would cost them dearly. Bounty hunters and pirates share some common traits. They are hedonists who rarely save money. However, he only mentioned that the bounty for Jean would belong to him, without mentioning the others. After deducting the 100 million for Nakin's bounty, they would still have some left. As soon as he came out, he started muttering strange things to himself, thinking he was someone important. One of Jin's subordinates clearly couldn't take it anymore and charged out with an axe, only to be sent flying back by what seemed to be a ruler. No talking in class, silence. Saying this, he wrote the word silence on his stomach's blackboard, and the pirate who had been thrown out suddenly realized he had lost the ability to speak. He then took up a large portion of the blackboard to write Jin's name. Violation of classroom rules. Stand in place for punishment. He was a user of the classroom fruit, able to designate an area as his classroom. Within this area, he could enforce his authority as a teacher by writing on his body's blackboard. Currently, his ability spanned roughly the size of playground. The larger the text on the blackboard, the stronger the effect of his ability. He had just extinguished the flames using this power. At this moment, he used up the remaining area, worried that his strength might not be enough. The blackboard's area cannot be reused. Once filled, new actions are impossible until it is wiped clean, and if the text is wiped away, his ability becomes ineffective. However, this ability only works on inanimate objects because he can only set the environment of the classroom. For living beings, he can only impose punishments, such as standing in place or silence, all related to classroom rules. Moreover, two conditions must be met for the ability to take effect. The target must be hit by his ruler, and he must know their name. Yinzai Jean, you can't move. Just accept your punishment. Before he could finish a sentence, he saw Jean suddenly appear in front of him and land a heavy punch on his head. You talk too much. Although he had written Jin's name on the blackboard. The premise for the fruit's ability to take effect is that the written name must be the real name, and Jean is merely Abel's alias. Abel is his actual name. From the beginning, this ability had no effect on Jean, which is one of its biggest weaknesses. However, sailors rarely use aliases, among tens of thousands. There might not even be one. Unfortunately for him, he encountered such a person. His martial arts were not strong. He relied on the peculiarity of his fruit ability to deal with opponents. Meeting Jean, who was using an alias. The only thing he accomplished was extinguishing the flames in the town. If there hadn't been no space on the ship, Quinn might have had to recruit new hands for his plantation. After dealing with the bounty hunters, Jean obtained the medicinal materials he needed for Nakin, as well as some seeds for the materials. Jean wasn't skilled in this area, but he understood a bit of basic herbal knowledge, as did Shaina. This was a strength developed during their youth spent on the run. In terms of handling medicinal materials, Nakin's level was indeed very high. When it came to herbs, Quinn might not even compare to her. Do you want to join the beasts? Your captain is already in prison, and no one has ever escaped from Impel Down. The walled pirates have probably disbanded as well. Both the cultivation of herbs and the planting of fruit trees are directions the beasts are currently developing. Arceus has also been trying to cultivate a certain herb, but he hasn't succeeded yet. He believes that Nakin's abilities could be useful. Perhaps in the future, she could play a significant role in the search for rare plants. Due to Kaido's leadership, these cadres also try to recruit suitable individuals when they encounter them. However, aside from enemies, the beast recruitment methods aren't that violent. The outcomes for the defeated are only three: join, die, or become laborers, while those from outside are treated differently. So, he extended an offer to Nakin. The walled pirates have only temporarily disbanded. But do you have money? If the price is right, I can work for you until the captain returns. Bing Jack and Sebastian are also searching for ways to make a living. To prevent exposure, Bing Jack advised them not to contact each other frequently unless they were sure Wald had escaped. Finding a strong power to temporarily attach to is also a good idea. As long as you have the ability, money is not an issue. Deal, but I need to tidy up. The medicinal materials I have were hard to come by. When Arceus' ship returned to the territory of the beasts, the winter island was filled with a lively atmosphere. Unknowingly, they had reached the end of 1491, and the new year of the sea circle was approaching. Not all islands are qualified to celebrate the new year because, regardless of the day, crises and accidents can occur. Without sufficient strength to protect the island's safety, celebrating the new year is merely a luxury. Moreover, celebrating the new year signifies the arrival of winter. Except for the climates of summer islands, the harsh winter is more likely to take lives. However, the beast territory does not have this worry. The residents within have the right to enjoy a good new year. The dividends from the past year have already been distributed to everyone, and the circulating funds hold greater value. Since the island is under the rule of the beasts, external trade is handled by them. Even after distributing salaries and dividends to the residents on the island, the flow of money ultimately circulates within the beasts, greatly stimulating the island's economy. Nakin has temporarily become Quinn's assistant. In fact, AC would be more suitable, but she has yet to earn the beast's trust, making her an unsuitable contact for AC. In the sky, the 1,000-year dragon, transformed into the primordial bird, is circling. They are particularly sensitive to time, and every year they circle above the territory, precisely calculating the time. When a millennium period arrives, they return to Dragon Island in droves. Lord Sacred Beast, welcome back. Due to the presence of members from the Arceus Church on board, Shaina had already received news of the ship's return. The island was also preparing for the New Year celebration, and she had been waiting here. As the New Year approached, it was better to finish some matters early, such as the plan for establishing the Beast's airborne cavalry. Chapter 125. 3 years. This is something that the Millennium Dragon promised to lead in the past. They received new powers from Arceus and a stable survival base from the Beast Pirates. The adult Millennium Dragons also have their own tasks. Due to the nature of the ancestor bird, Arceus did not intend for them to participate in direct combat. They were only responsible for reconnaissance and surprise attacks. The number of Millennium Dragons did not change, as the dragon eggs brought back at that time had not yet hatched, with hatching time lasting several decades. The young Millennium Dragons had not yet grown up, and including the leader, there were a total of 15 adult Millennium Dragons. Each dragon could carry about 4 people on its back. There were a total of 58 slots available, but 2 of them had already been predetermined. According to discussions between Arceus and Kaido, this air cavalry would later be handed over to Olga, becoming her direct squad. Since only Arceus and Elizabeth could communicate with the Millennium Dragons, Arceus could not act as a scout himself, making Elizabeth an indispensable member. Due to her bond with Olga, this squad was implicitly assigned to her. Olga was initially very happy. Flying is one of humanity's dreams, and leading such a team was quite nice. However, correspondingly, she had to add an air combat subject to her studies, with the teaching materials compiled by other officers of the Beast Pirates. Kaido, Queen, Jean, and Shaina all had flying abilities, and Jean and Shaina had been flying since childhood, so they knew what to pay attention to in air combat. Arceus supplemented a lot of details, being the only one who knew what large-scale air battles looked like. After all, the technology of pirates was quite skewed. Even if they invented laser launchers and had maneuvering devices to make ships take off, there were no flying vehicles like airplanes. First, there was a recruitment within the team to see who wanted to join the air cavalry, followed by a selection process. The first step of the selection was very simple. Candidates could not have acrophobia, as the Millennium Dragons flew at high altitudes. And those afraid of heights, naturally, could not become air cavalry. The people here mainly made a living at sea, so seasickness was rare, but a large number of candidates with acrophobia were filtered out. Next, height and weight were screened. Big guys were great in ground combat, but in air combat, they were a burden. Air cavalry did not need close combat, so weight became a hindrance. The desired candidates were lean and agile, which allowed for carrying more weapons on the backs of the Millennium Dragons. After a preliminary screening, the number of candidates was greatly reduced, and among them were not only members of the Beast Pirates, but also residents of the island. The Beast Pirates had also recruited among the island's residents, as Kaido needed strong warriors even among the mob. Weak cannon fodder was not what he wanted. However, there were still few who were willing to join the pirate crew. It was not until the recent changes in life on the island that some people were willing to join the Beast Pirates as pirates, and many local villagers signed up for this air cavalry. After all, the air cavalry was somewhat different from ordinary pirates. But the probability of filtering out these ordinary people was greater, as those who had been engaged in agriculture or commerce lacked the abilities of warriors. After the preliminary screening, the final selection was left to the Millennium Dragons themselves, as these people would be on their backs in the future. If the Millennium Dragons did not like them, the two parts of the air cavalry would lack synergy and cooperation, making even reconnaissance efforts ineffective. As an air force unit, Arceus and Kaido did not expect this air cavalry to enter combat in a short time, so those who were selected would undergo stricter training, and the remaining task was to build a good relationship with the Millennium Dragons. If they were disliked by the Millennium Dragons, they naturally could not stay. Olga had a good relationship with the Millennium Dragons, mainly because Elizabeth could act as a translator, and she had also seen the young Millennium Dragon when it was injured. After careful observation, it was evident that most of the members of the air cavalry were those who had participated in the treasure-seeking event. They had left a good impression of fighting alongside the Millennium Dragons on the ship, so their interactions were more harmonious. Time passed unknowingly, and 3 years went by in a flash. The Beast Pirates were no longer newcomers in the New World. Over these 3 years, they proved their strength through one battle after another. The pirate's life is brief. A year is enough for a pirate to grow from a so-called rising star to an established pirate. And the beast pirates could now be considered an established force in the New World. The beast pirate fruits developed well, and in the first year, they entered the high-end market through the channels of Dew, Field, and Stussy, gaining their own reputation among nobles and kings of various countries, gradually occupying the high-end market. No one could match Arceus in advertising and marketing. After experiencing numerous advertisements, he knew very well how to make a product sell hotly. Even avocados could become popular in the market under various labels, so delicious fruits naturally had no reason to fail. The pirate world also utilized celebrities, and both the black and white markets had them. Officially, through Morgan's connections, they successfully contacted one of the hottest stars and spent a lot of money to have her endorse their products. Stussy saw this as an opportunity to deepen her connection with the pirates and facilitate intelligence gathering. So not only did they not stop her, but they also helped her by providing many channels and resources. As for the pirate world, Charlotte Lean's name had a great effect. Health, deliciousness, and wellness. Every conceivable label was added, and for a time, the sales of tree fruits dominated the high-end market in the New World, gradually flowing into the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Fruits with flavors comparable to tree fruits could be found here. However, even with good taste, products could only be sold if the market was opened. Otherwise, even the best fruits would only be buried in the ground as fertilizer. Although the beast pirate fruits were not considered a legitimate company, they were still part of the gray industry. Over the 3 years, the types of tree fruits had also increased, with different fruits having different uses, such as juicing, making spices, and food therapy. Relying on these tree fruits, the beast pirate fruits vaguely became the seventh king of the underground world, monopolizing part of the high-end market. Once the brand image was established, they could sell the same supply at higher prices, earning the trust of more consumers. The beast pirate fruits also made Captain John's treasures easier to dispose of. With their own white gloves, the beast pirates no longer needed to rely on middlemen for some matters, eliminating the middleman who profited from price differences, allowing their business to flourish. Moreover, the initial incidents had still not been exposed. Although some clues had been found, the evidence quickly disappeared thanks to Spandam's stubbornness. To reduce his own responsibility, he firmly believed that these were all Pruitt's issues. At the same time, when Olga went out to procure goods, she would inevitably impersonate Pruitt, which was also part of the reason. The world government was still searching for Pruitt's whereabouts, but he had remained elusive like a ghost, gradually earning the title of the Ghost Captain. During this time, Arceus also found the sixth stone tablet, the grass-type green stone tablet, which further advanced his agricultural endeavors. Chapter 126. Resurrection Grass and Children Naichine proved her abilities over 3 years, demonstrating an exceptional talent in herbal medicine, surpassing even Quinn in concocting herbs. Her annual salary has now reached 150 million berries, an amount that exceeds her own bounty. One could say that selling her would not fetch such a price. Kaido had also tried to recruit her, recognizing her as a valuable talent, but she has consistently declined. Although the various novel herbs within the beast pirates have tempted her, she has maintained that she is merely a partner, with only Wald as her captain. However, her situation is somewhat different. While she insists on her identity as the ship's doctor of the Wald pirates, she has indeed been working for the beast pirates for the past 3 years, and Kaido does not believe Wald could escape from Impel Down, so he has tolerated her presence. This has led to Naichine receiving the treatment of a cadre, without holding an actual cadre position. She cannot command any member of the beast pirates, except when researching herbs. During this time, not only Quinn and Asher have been conducting research, Arceus has also been experimenting, successfully cultivating some novel crops using the greenstone tablet. Not far away, in Shauna's room, she is writing in her sailing log. Shortly after joining the beast pirates, she developed this habit of recording interesting things periodically. Though she doesn't write every day, she maintains a weekly entry frequency. December 16th, 1494. Heavy snow. Shaina is very happy. She finally mastered the power of the moon line yesterday, so Jalala can no longer say she is weak, and now she can help him as well. However, after 3 years, Jalala has still not grown taller, and now Shaina is the same height as him. He dislikes being called short. Previously, a pirate suffered badly at his hands for saying so. Many have received the power of the holy beast, and Shaina wants that power too. But Jalala said she needs to wait a bit longer. Last time, Mr. Kaido brought back a stone tablet, and the holy beast was very pleased. Hearing that there are many similar tablets, if they find one, it should be fine. Shaina is a bit homesick, but the outside world is also very interesting. Once she finds the life card to return to Zwowu, she must take everyone to see it. By the way, Jalila has never been his woo-woo. She wonders if everyone will like him. However, he hasn't returned from his mission yet. Her diary entry is not finished when their essay knock at the door. Shaina, is something wrong? Come with me. The holy beast is looking for us. I'll be right there. Saying this, she directly climbed out of the window. Not using the door has become one of her hobbies. After being led by Shaina, she finds Jalila, Jean, Quinn, Mandafii, Babanuki, Olga, Elizabeth, and a few others who have also received enhancements from Arceus. Over the 3 years, many have been enhanced, but they weren't as lucky as Mandafii, who happened to receive a fruit, just as the beast pirates consumed their stock over the past 2 years. This is quite reasonable, since they are all ordinary zoan types, intended for suitable subordinates to consume. Among everyone, only Shaina is an exception. She has only learned sword dance, electromagnetic levitation, and patience, while the others possess Pokémon abilities. She is still quite young and has had few opportunities for combat. Learning a few skills is already a special privilege. If it weren't for her being a fur tribe member capable of using static electricity, learning electromagnetic levitation would have been a problem. Without the corresponding abilities, forcibly learning skills would only exhaust her stamina. And it's possible to use up all her energy on a single skill. What about Scorch? Why hasn't he come? The holy beast. He had a bit of trouble earlier. He encountered newcomers who just entered the new world on his island. Those people burned our 2 flags, and he is dealing with it. Babanuki stepped up to explain for Scorch, but his answer caught Shaina's attention even more. 2 flags? Ah, big sister. They not only burned the pirate flag, but also the flag of Lord Arceus. As he spoke, Babanuki felt a chill at the back of his head. Quinn, who had been standing next to him, had teleported away and was now at least 30 meters away. Brother Quinn, are you all right? I'm fine. What could happen to me? Just a bit hot. He was starting to show signs of stress. Bickering with Jean was a daily occurrence. But he would never argue with Shaina, a reaction that had become instinctual. Shaina ignored Quinn's remark. Forget that guy. What happened next? Scorch has already dealt with them. But he took some time, which is why he was able to come on time. Burning the flags, especially burning both Arceus' and Kaido's flags, is a blatant declaration of war in the eyes of the beast pirates. Without needing to ask, Scorch knows how to handle such people. Only their blood can wash away this shame. All right, as long as it's resolved, that's good. I called you here to give you something. If Scorch isn't here, Babanuki, you can pass it to him later. Saying this, several energy hands each held a box and presented them in front of them, inside which was a somewhat withered piece of dry grass. Lord Holy Beast, what is this? Your New Year's gift, resurrection grass. Don't underestimate it. This is your second chance at life. Of course, saying that is a bit exaggerated. In short, if you ever find yourselves exhausted or severely injured, eat it, and it will greatly restore your stamina, allowing you to fight again. However, it is extremely bitter. For the next few days, you will likely only taste bitterness. The phrase second chance at life is not an exaggeration at all. It means giving all of them an opportunity to perform sit-ups on the battlefield, a special ability reserved for protagonists. Compared to this ability, its side effects are nothing. The quantity of resurrection grass is limited. Originally, its effects were aimed at Pokémon. Even if they gained abilities, they still belong to humans and other animals, with only Jalila able to directly consume the resurrection grass. This is also the reason why Arceus was able to successfully improve the resurrection grass after retrieving the greenstone tablet. Only with the grass-type tablet could he have a higher mastery over plants. The room fell silent. Even Shaina and Jean were shocked, while Quinn dropped his glasses in astonishment. Due to their different backgrounds, Jalila was the first to react. He knelt on one knee, his tone filled with reverence. Your will is our direction. We are willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Once one person took the lead, a chain reaction occurred, and almost everyone in the room knelt down, and their words became more and more outrageous. Arceus felt that if he gave Quinn a bit more time, he could probably come up with a rap. All right, everyone, get up. This is just to give you extra assurance. Sometimes he envied the calmness of the old bones next door. At least his subordinates' actions would embarrass him. He felt that Quinn's earlier flattery was enough to trigger the conditions for forced calmness. However, today's events were far from over. The usually missing Kaido had returned, but this time he was not alone. He was holding 2 children. Chapter 127. Is this your child? It's not unusual for Kaido to go missing for days in the Beast Pirates. Sometimes he out looking for stone tablets, other times he drunk. And then there are strange news articles about him being defeated and captured by some pirate. Yet he is still perfectly fine, due to their captain's reckless behavior. The Beast Pirates members have grown accustomed to the days when Kaido is absent. Recently, no one was worried when Kaido went missing again. He would be back in a few days anyway. However, during a meeting with Arceus, there was a commotion at the entrance. The buildings here are constructed to accommodate their size, with door frames generally around 10 meters high. Over the years, everyone has grown, except for Jorah, who hasn't changed much in height due to special reasons. Meanwhile, Shaina, who is now 19 years old, has reached adulthood. Jean has grown rapidly over these 3 years and is now 6 meters tall, completely matching Queen-S height. Due to gender differences, Shaina hasn't become a small giant like Jean, but she has reached 3 meters, exuding a considerable presence. After a few shakes, the door was pushed open, and Kaido stepped in, braving the wind and snow outside. You're all here, just in time to show you something. Kaido shook off the snow from his shoulders, and everyone's gaze turned to what he was holding. It was 2 swaddled infants, one neatly wrapped, and the other casually bundled in some unknown leather. One of the important traditions of the Beast Pirates is to pick up children when they're out. Although Olga was delivered to them, it could still be considered as picking her up. Shaina also belongs to the category of children picked up during missions, along with the 13 children Olga previously rescued from slave traders, which basically account for the source of minors within the Beast Pirates. Moreover, the age of the picked-up children has been gradually decreasing, from the initially absurdly older Olga to the teenagers she brought back, and now the 7-year-old Shaina. But now Kaido has directly reduced the age range to that of infants. Brother Kaido, did you go to an orphanage? In the past, the people he picked up could show some combat talent. But what can you see in an infant? Kaido wouldn't go to be a midwife. So how could he discern anything from a baby? What nonsense are you saying? I went out for the kids this time. I picked this little guy up from the seaside. He has a strong vitality, so I brought him back. As for the other one, she is my biological child. The room fell silent. For a moment, no one spoke. Kaido's words instantly silenced everyone. Your child? Yes, my own. Yeah. Kaido's reply was flat, but it shattered the calm in the room. This time it wasn't just silence. It was as if the dam had burst, and no one expected Kaido to cause such a stir this time. However, their shocked reactions also woke the 2 children up completely. They had been brought back in the cold wind and were drowsy in the warm room, but the commotion startled them awake. Suddenly, 2 cries erupted. Why are they crying again? Hey, you woke them up. Calm down. Seeing the children cry again, Kaido's head ached, and he directly handed one of the children to Queen, who was closest to him. Kaido's request was indeed challenging. They were good at fighting, but no one knew how to calm a baby. In the end, 2 cradles made of vines appeared out of thin air, accompanied by the sound of healing bells. As Arceus solved this problem himself, after they quieted down, the others gathered around. Let me see Kaido's kid. Don't crowd. What are you pushing for? You bastard Queen. I want to see too. After a bit of shoving, the scene finally calmed down, with everyone gathered around one cradle. They weren't too interested in the child Kaido picked up. They were more curious about Kaido's biological child. At the same time, they were making their evaluations. But this commentary made Kaido feel something was off. No wonder he has Kaido's kid. He looks really strong. Yeah, he is already about 1 meter tall. Look at those thick arms. He has even got teeth. It's a boy. Kaido's got an air. Strong? 1 meter tall? A boy. The more Kaido listened, the more it felt wrong, so he walked over. What nonsense are you talking about? This kid is one I found by the seaside. I brought him back because he was in the water and didn't die. He looks like a fishman. This one is my child, a girl. Don't you think she looks a lot like me? Kaido brought back 2 children. One was a swaddled infant, looking chubby and rosy. Not to mention she didn't resemble Kaido at all, but the other looked much sturdier. Although still an infant, she was about 1 meter tall, muscular, and had some sharp teeth showing. Compared to the delicate-looking infant, this ruggedly wrapped child was mistakenly identified as Kaido's. They had already been sufficiently shocked today. They were barely holding it together, but upon careful comparison of the 2 children, it was Arceus who finally spoke the truth. With all due respect, I really can't see how this child resembles you besides the 2 little horns on her head. How old is she? Has she been named? Who is her mother? Some questions are hard for others to ask, but Arceus had no such reservations. So he represented public sentiment and launched a quality triple attack on Kaido. Even a baby can show some features, not to mention that the children Kaido brought back weren't newborns. Some aspects had already developed. However, as Arceus said, the only similarity was that they both had horns. Many were waiting for Kaido's answer, and they were also very interested to know who Kaido's wife was. This child was likely to have taken after her mother's looks, which differed greatly from the burly Kaido, but they didn't receive the answer they wanted. It's been 43 days. Her name is Yamato, and as for her mother, that's a secret. Kaido refused to mention anything related to the child's mother, but remembered the date of birth clearly, indicating he had timed it to bring the child back on her first month. After Kaido clearly stated that this girl was indeed his biological child, the focus of everyone shifted, and their concern for the other child diminished. Chapter 128. The birth of the Beast Caretaker group. The child, wrapped in leather, had a shell hanging from him, seemingly fixed there on purpose, with inscriptions that included the child's name and date of birth. Jack, September 28th, followed by a series of small letters summarizing the events. The gist was that this child was a merman, but he looked nothing like one, so his father did not believe he was a pure-blood merman and threw him out, hoping that a kind-hearted person would adopt him. This was clearly the work of a merman, as paper cannot be preserved in the ocean. So they chose to carve the words into a shell. Olga was not really an adult, so among everyone present, Shaina was the only adult woman, currently gently rocking the cradle and reminiscing about the past. Many years ago, besides her and Jean, the Lunaria tribe actually had another younger child, but he did not survive. The Lunaria tribe has strong survival capabilities, but their infants are still very fragile, and that little one could not hold on during their escape. The cradle made by Arceus was very sturdy, and as it rocked gently, the child Day seemed to show a hint of a smile, echoing Shaina's heartfelt smile. Mr. Kaido, what are your plans for this child? Among those present were a bunch of rough men or minors, and Shaina did not think they had the ability to take care of a child. However, she also had her own things to do. She could spare a little time to care for the child, but she could not focus all her energy here. From Kaido's expression, the child's mother was also an unknown factor, and it was unclear what arrangements he had for the future. She will start her training at 3 years old. She is my bloodline and can never be a weakling. By then, Kaido seemed to have imagined many scenarios years into the future. Big Mom's children had quite a few strong ones, and his child would never be weaker than hers. But Arceus pulled him back to reality. Hey, Kaido, are you thinking too far ahead? Even if you start training her at 3, what about now? Human physiques cannot be generalized. Some could take down a tiger with a single slide tackle, while others can throw their nanny away shortly after birth. Kaido's daughter will not be a weakling, but right now, she's just a baby who hasn't even reached a month old, needing care from others. Now, are there any nannies on the island? Just find 2 randomly. Mr. Kaido, ordinary nannies probably won't do. She's a bit too strong. At this moment, Day was grabbing Shaina's finger, clearly very hungry and needing many meals each day. Although it was unclear what Kaido had fed her last time, she was now obviously hungry. Grabbing Shaina's teasing finger, she began to suck on it. The sensation on Shaina's finger was nothing much, but ordinary nursing women might not be able to handle it. Moreover, children inevitably cry and fuss, and it seemed that taking good care of her would require some training. She must be hungry, right? Kaido, what did you feed her last time? Did you grab a tiger from the nearby island that was nursing? Is she hungry again so soon? Children are really troublesome. She should be able to drink alcohol too, right? Don't even think about it. I can see you've really had too much to drink. Since he was holding the child on the way back, Kaido hadn't drunk any alcohol, but once he entered, he handed the child over to them and started drinking on the side. Kaido's brain could be trusted, provided he hadn't touched alcohol. If he really got drunk, don't expect him to do anything other than fight. Forget it, let me handle it. Jean, come with me. Shaina, don't let this drunkard touch the child. Such a conscientious partner was rare, besides the usual rewards. He was also responsible for solving the child's problems. Once they stepped out the door, Kaido wouldn't find a second one. Arceus took Jean and found a few households, eventually buying 2 dairy cows. Normally, they wouldn't sell their cows, but with the Beast Pirates officials personally coming to buy, they could not refuse, and the price offered was enough for them to buy 2 new cows. However, these 2 dairy cows walked back upright. From today on, they would no longer be ordinary dairy cows, but would become the new nannies prepared for day by Arceus. They looked like upright dairy cows, but their main body color had turned pink with a black ball at the end of their tails, which was one of the characteristics of the female big milk cans. The milk from the big milk cans was sweet, and its taste changed with the seasons. The nutritional content of the milk was very high, and children raised on the milk from big milk cans generally grew up very healthy. The big milk cans could produce 20 liters of milk every day, and if it could not be expelled, their bodies would feel uncomfortable. This output was enough even for the giant race. Kaido looked at the upright dairy cows brought back by Arceus, and the effects of the alcohol seemed to have cleared up quite a bit. This is a dairy cow? Yes, we'll use their milk from now on. Just remember not to overfeed them, or they will get fat. This was not directed at Kaido, but at the other 4 round creatures. In addition to the 2 big milk cans, he had also created 4 Happiny. Most of the time, Arceus chose to modify rather than create, but there weren't many targets for modifying Pokémon like Happiny. After all, he couldn't just randomly find an egg to modify. It was better to leave the childcare to Happiny, as they were naturally good at such things. Lucky Happiny responded to Arceus' command. These Happiny were different from Jirachi. He didn't bother to give them the ability to speak human language since he could understand what they were saying anyway. In addition to the prepared dairy cows and Happiny, he also picked up 2 baby bottles on the way back, knowing that Kaido wouldn't prepare such things. Milking, heating, and adjusting the temperature, the 4 Happiny arranged everything very well. It was in their nature, and this was also one of the reasons why most of the Happiny race worked as assistants in Pokémon centers. By the way, add milk to Big Mom's product list. The 2 children won't use much, and we can save more than 30 liters every day. Even if some is internally digested, it will be enough for her. The milk from the big milk cans indeed provided a high calorie content, but as long as the calories could be consumed, it wouldn't matter. Since Dea was still a child, her intake and calorie consumption needed to be monitored, like appropriately mixing in some water. However, Big Mom wouldn't have such concerns, and she wouldn't care about these things. She was already showing signs of gaining weight. You're really attentive. Why don't you just become her godfather? It'll be easier for her to help you find those things when she grows up. Chapter 129. The Egg of Happiny. They had been searching for 3 years, but they only found that one piece, which made Kaido realize that this would be a huge project. He didn't slack off, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find it. Asking his daughter to recognize him as her godfather was no joke. Such things were quite common in the pirate world. For example, Whitebeard's adoption of sons was in full swing, and members of the Whitebeard pirates were constantly increasing. Kaido had his own considerations in making Yamato recognize a godfather, as it was a way to strengthen the ties between them. It wasn't impossible, but don't you think your previous training plan was too strict? No, she is my daughter. She can't possibly fail to endure this little bit. By the way, do you remember a few years ago when I asked you to save me a strong ability? Just give it to her. She's too young. She can't handle that kind of ability right now. Let's wait a while longer. However, we should prepare to move. This place is no longer suitable as the main island. After all, this is a winter island. At first, the Beast Pirates territory was small, and the business here was also very important, which is why the headquarters was placed here. But now, with the Beast Pirates territory expanding and manpower gradually increasing, this winter island is no longer suitable to exist as the main island. There are islands within the territory that enjoy spring all year round, and it is long overdue to prepare for a move. Now that we have children, this place is even less suitable for their growth. Nor is it good for plant growth. Quinn can only grow plants in the laboratory. With the addition of the big milk cans, moving should be put on the agenda. The quality of the milk from the big milk cans is greatly related to their food. High-quality pasture can make the milk taste better and more nutritious. He had previously neglected this issue because the business had always been fruits, but now, to raise the children, he had modified 2 big milk cans. Upon reflection, the livestock industry could also be prepared for development. There are suitable islands, but they are not yet ready. Let's put this on the agenda. By the way, this is for you. Saying that, he threw a piece of revival grass to Kaido and explained its use. A second life? That's really an interesting thing. I should find an opportunity to try it. This is for you to use just in case, not for you to seek death. You have been captured several times in these 3 years. Can't you be a little more cautious? Don't worry, those guys can't hurt me. The 4 Happiny are there to take turns caring for Yamato, so Kaido is quite at ease. After all, they're creatures created by Arceus. Others might not know, but Kaido doesn't find it strange that Arceus brought back some unusual creatures, and he can guess their origins. Happiny and the big milk cans were prepared to take care of Yamato, but Jack also received a bit of care. Happiny would take the time to look after him as well. After the novelty wore off, most people returned to their residences, and even Kaido went back to drink with peace of mind. His free-range policy could be said to have begun. Only Shaina and Shaina still had some interest in these 2 infants, but for now, Happiny was doing well, and there was no need to intervene in other matters. However, Shauna's attention was now focused on another place, which was Happiny. She was observing these strange creatures. The big milk could be considered a bipedal cow, but Happiny was unlike any creature she recognized. Its pink, round body looked like an egg. It had hair-like extensions on its head, and most importantly, it had a pouch-like object in front of its body, which contained a large egg. Arno, can that egg be eaten? It looks delicious. She looked at the idle Happiny beside her and curiously asked her question. Lucky? Happiny shook its head at Shaina. Although it didn't have a neck, it still moved its body to make the gesture. Happiny's eggs can be eaten, and they are also a rare delicacy. If needed, they could produce several eggs every day, but they rarely give them to others and usually protect their eggs carefully. Happiny is a very gentle Pokémon. It only gives its eggs to creatures it likes or those it believes are injured and need nourishment. Shaina's intuition told her that the egg was delicious, which is why she asked the question, and Happiny seemed to be struggling with whether or not to give her an egg. Although they couldn't speak like Jirachi and had high strategic significance, being created merely as caretakers, they had also received some knowledge from Arceus. Lucky this was a question posed to Arceus, and Happiny seemed unsure. Just go with your feelings. There's no need to think too much. He is very fond of the creatures he created and respects the habits of this race, such as Happiny's emphasis on their eggs. That Happiny thought for a moment and still took out an egg to hand to Shaina. Thank you. I'll bake fish for you to eat tomorrow. Though Happiny's pronunciation was only lucky, Shaina could grasp its general meaning from it. According to the customs of the fur tribe, the best way to express friendliness to a strange foreign tribe is to exchange clothes, but Happiny really had nothing to exchange. So after rubbing against Happiny with a Caruccio, she left this statement and took the egg back. The next day, the news that Kaido had a daughter had spread throughout the entire island. As Kaido's biological daughter and Arceus's adopted daughter, the recently 1-month-old Yamato held a considerable position here. However, at this time, an unexpected guest appeared on the island. She had come on Scorch's ship. Due to dealing with some reckless newcomers, Scorch had delayed his schedule and had only arrived in the nearby waters this morning. Just as he was preparing to return to the island, he was stopped by another ship, and an old woman came down from it. With white hair and a white cloth tied around her head, 2 burning candles stuck in it, her strange outfit seemed to Scorch to be a sign of madness. Who are you? Can't you see the flag on the ship? The rotary machine gun embedded in his arm was directly raised. Entering another pirate's territory recklessly could warrant sinking the ship outright. No, don't be so hasty, young man. I have a big business to discuss with your captain, and he will meet me. I have seen in the prophecy. Chapter 130. Black Charcoal Murasame, throw this crazy woman into the sea. Who's responsible for patrolling here today? I want to file a complaint when I get back. How can anyone just walk in? Scorch showed an impatient expression as he looked at the old woman in front of him. He didn't believe that such an elderly lady would have any dealings with Kaido. Besides, the Beast Pirates have been expanding their business recently, and those merchants knew that Kaido was usually not at home, so they wouldn't specifically ask for him. Coupled with her strange outfit and her bizarre dance as she spoke, Scorch only thought of her as a madwoman. Let's not even mention that who would light candles on their head and play with fire themselves? He immediately ordered 2 of his subordinates to throw her into the sea. He was already unlucky enough to encounter troublemakers when he received the order to return to the main island, which had delayed his schedule and put him in a bad mood. Therefore, he had no patience for this crazy old woman. Seeing the surrounding pirates approaching, she started to panic. This was not the script she had in mind. She was from Weno country, named Black Charcoal Murasame, a descendant of the Black Charcoal clan that had fallen into decline and ended up living overseas. The highest ruler of Weno was called the Shogun, and the candidates for the Shogun were always from the Kazuki family. The 5 major clans, Kazuki, Shimatsuki, Kazumi, Amatsuki, and Black Charcoal, served the Shogun of Weno. Many years ago, the Shogun had no heirs, which drew the attention of several clans regarding who would be the next successor. The Kazuki, Shimatsuki, Kazumi, and Amatsuki all had their opinions on the next Shogun, while the then leader of the Black Charcoal clan, who was Black Charcoal Orochi's grandfather, not only had ideas but also took direct action. He planned to poison the other lords and ultimately consolidate the Shogun position into his own hands. While the other lords were still playing their little tricks, he acted, and one by one, the lords died, with these incidents disguised as internal strife. The consecutive deaths of the lords left the Shogun of Weno in despair, and the Black Charcoal clan believed that the Shogun position was already theirs. However, fate did not favor them. Although the Shogun's health was declining, his son, Kazuki Oden, was born without issue. With an heir, the Shogun's position was no longer in doubt, and the Black Charcoal clan's conspiracy was exposed. Black Charcoal Orochi's grandfather was ordered to commit seppuku, and the Black Charcoal clan lost everything, stripped of all they had by the Shogun, resulting in the clan becoming homeless and reviled. Black Charcoal Murasame left Weno for this reason, but she believed it was all Kazuki Oden's fault. If he had not been born, the Black Charcoal clan would have become the new Shogun, and none of this would have happened. After some time, she returned to Weno and found Black Charcoal Orochi, telling him that he would become the Shogun. She then instructed him to save money to manufacture weapons. Although Weno was closed off from the world, It possessed unique technologies that the outside world did not have. With Weno's weapons, he could find a reliable ally, a military backing strong enough to support Black Charcoal Orochi in becoming shogun. Since Kazuki Odin's individual strength was beyond what they could handle, they had to seek assistance from the outside. It didn't matter who this person was. Black Charcoal Orochi's goal was to destroy Weno and take revenge on those who wronged them. After years of patience and development, Kaido's information appeared before them. This collaboration partner could not be too strong. If it were the world government, Black Charcoal Orochi would lose his sovereignty. At the same time, he could not be too weak, or they would not be able to handle the Kazuki family. The newly rising beast pirates fit their requirements perfectly. Kazuki Odin had already set sail, and from the newspapers, Black Charcoal Murasame knew that he was on Whitebeard's ship and would not be returning to the country anytime soon. Not only had he become a wanted man, but he had also become the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Originally, Whitebeard did not have divisions, but as his children increased, he divided the crew into 5 divisions for better management, and Kazuki Odin naturally became the captain of the 2nd Division. By the way, a certain doomed person had also been born on Whitebeard's ship at this time. After confirming that the time was right, Black Charcoal Murasame used the mimic fruit to transform into Kazuki Odin and conveyed the order for Black Charcoal Orochi to temporarily take over as shogun. While the real Kazuki Odin was imprisoned, the internal situation in Weno was still manageable, so Black Charcoal Murasame decided to go out and look for manpower, arriving at the territory of the beast pirates. However, her first step did not go smoothly. The candles tied to her head had no other meaning. They were just for creating an image because, in Weno's culture, there's a type of monster known as the ugliness woman, typically represented as an evil person. The flickering candlelight could give a more intimidating presence, but to Scorch, she was just a lunatic. An old lady like her had no combat power at all. In such a situation, the mimic fruit would only serve to make her sink deeper. Seeing that Scorch was serious, she couldn't keep pretending any longer and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I really have a deal to discuss with your captain. This is a matter of an entire country." Now the problem fell on Scorch. He couldn't prove whether Black Charcoal Murasame was telling the truth, but similarly, he couldn't prove that her words were a lie. If what she said was true, he would be making a big mistake by ruining this deal. "You better not be lying to me. Bring her onto the island." With a gun barrel pressed against her head, Scorch unceremoniously gave the new order. In the hall, Black Charcoal Murasame finally met Kaido. Kaido leaned back in his seat, with Queen sitting on the high platform behind him. Jack and Jiro were practicing nearby. Looking at Black Charcoal Murasame, Kaido's tone carried a hint of disdain. "Scorch said you have a deal." "That's right," she replied. "It's been 10 years since that incident. And now you are the embodiment of power. You know quite a bit, old lady. The incident 10 years ago was naturally the God Valley incident, but now, under the government's cover-up, fewer and fewer people knew about it. Only those concerned with maritime matters at that time understood what really happened. In human history, power has always been a means to solve all worldly problems, which is natural. After all, humans are animals, and the law of the jungle is the rule of the world. Indeed, that's the way it is, but what exactly do you want to say? The remnants of rocks will rise again. This is an era that values strength above all. Do you wish to gain the power of a nation? Chapter 131. The Curtain of Weno Country, a country? That's right, a country with a large population and land, home to excellent craftsmen and weapon makers, possessing technologies that the outside world lacks. A closed-off country known as Weno. You must have heard of it, right? Although the weapons you make here are quite good, there is still a significant gap compared to Weno's level. I have a great proposal. We need your strength, and all the craftsmen and technology of Weno will be at your disposal. Kurazumi Mitsuki outlined her proposal. With Kaido's help, they would completely dominate Weno, allowing Kurazumi Orochi to become the true ruler as the shogun. After that, Orochi would fully support him, mobilizing the entire nation to produce weapons for him. She knew that the other party was a pirate and a remnant of rocks, so it was best to clarify the benefits of the deal. As for the destruction caused by the mass construction of factories that had nothing to do with them, the Kurazumi clan had already perished, and after many of their kin died, the remaining Kurazumi people only aimed for revenge against everything related to Weno. This was also the reason Kurazumi Mitsuki sought out Kaido. After all, he was not only a pirate, but also an excellent businessman. Oh, that's not quite right. Although he has the brains, he doesn't want to participate in management at all. So now he is just a shareholder waiting for dividends, having automatically given up his rights to participate in management. However, she did not know the details of this, but the Beast Pirates were now considered a leading enterprise. and Kurazumi Mitsuki naturally knew that this was a business of the beasts. A big pirate who understands how to do business and has made it grow stronger is a more suitable trading partner. She had also considered others. But Big Mom and the Golden Lion had too much power. Whitebeard was even less possible, as Kazuki Oden was already on the opposing ship. Ultimately, Kaido was their most suitable target. Then Kurazumi Mitsuki continued. Weno also has things that the outside world does not, namely the world's only large sea stone vein. As long as you cooperate with us, all of this will be yours, and you can gain huge profits from it. Whether it's building an army or anything else, these are things you need, right? The outside world doesn't completely lack sea stone, but if you want a stable production site for sea stone, then Weno is your only choice. Weno has been closed off for hundreds of years, yet there is still sea stone flowing to the outside, with some being secretly taken out by individuals from Weno. Even in a closed country, some people still choose to leave. Weno is not an absolute ironclad. As long as one wants to, they can still leave. Such people have appeared from time to time over the centuries. There are also very few found in the outside world, as natural changes cause P particles to condense, ultimately forming scattered sea stone chunks that are discovered by the outside world. That's a good proposal, but why should I join forces with you? You'd still take half. Why don't I just take it all myself? You'd better give me a good reason. Essentially, he is still a pirate. Plundering has always been the most direct way for pirates to obtain things. According to Kurazumi Mitsuki, directly occupying Weno would be the most straightforward method. The beasts have many businesses, and after doing a lot of business, Kaido began to dislike the middleman. Kaido, Weno is different. It's not a small island that you can manipulate without resistance. Weno has a population of over 1 million. Even in the New World, it is a large nation, and the samurai and daimyos within it possess significant strength. Weno is very exclusive. Without a legitimate title, you cannot completely occupy it. Even if you can suppress them with force, you will incur significant casualties due to Weno's terrain, along with facing countless rebellions. Joining forces with us, you will lack for nothing, and you won't have to manage anything. Isn't that good? Kurazumi Mitsuki's reasoning was barely enough for Kaido to accept. Moreover, his subordinates were also his combat power. They could die in battle, but not meaninglessly. If he depleted his hard-earned foundation for a country, it would be somewhat not worth the loss. So according to you, you have already obtained the so-called legitimacy? That's right. I'm a user of the clone fruit. I can transform into the appearance of others, and the current shogun of Weno has been imprisoned. Now our people are the acting shogun of Weno. Kurazumi Mitsuki did not mind explaining this to Kaido. If he accepted her proposal, he would eventually need to know. If Kaido did not accept, then his information would not reach Weno. She did not believe that a pirate would act as a good Samaritan, doing meaningless things like helping those in Weno maintain legitimacy. Besides, even if he truly was a good Samaritan, those who have been closed off for so long would not believe him. Weno has been closed off for a long time. Even the world government is filled with unknowns about the current internal situation in Weno. The closed-off life has made everything in Weno different from the outside world. For example, the belly circulating in the blue sea is worthless paper in Weno, where they use special currencies of gold and silver. Moreover, the people inside have no understanding of the outside world. Newsbirds won't approach there. And the transponder snails cannot communicate with Weno, not because of signal blocking, but because of species differences. The transponder snail is just a special kind of snail that has been modified and equipped to become a transponder snail. However, they have no objections. These snails enjoy this domesticated life. In Weno, there are no transponder snails. Instead, there's a type of pond snail. These pond snails have the same functions as the snails, but lack the ability to communicate, so information exchange with the outside world is basically zero. Devil fruit users in Weno are called sorcerers, and it's very difficult to make the ordinary people of Weno understand the clone fruit. People there wouldn't even know why they suddenly gained strange powers after accidentally consuming a devil fruit. Very well, then why are you looking for power from the outside? According to Kurazumi Mitsuki, Weno is already in their hands, so why search for people from outside to divide the power in their hands? It's because of him, that damn scion of the Kazuki family, Kazuki Oden. He went out to sea and gave us this opportunity, but he is still alive. Once he returns to Weno, the position of shogun will revert to him. Kurazumi Mitsuki pulled out a newspaper, gritting her teeth as she pointed to the news image on it. This is the state of affairs in Weno. As long as the Kazuki family has descendants, no matter how incompetent they are, the shogun of Weno will always be him. Kurazumi Orochi is merely the acting shogun now. Under the current circumstances, he can only be the acting shogun. To permanently secure the position of shogun, they must deal with the Kazuki family. Chapter 132. Inviting gods is easy. Sending them away is hard. Kazuki Oden was different from other Kazuki clan daimyos. His martial prowess was so high that no one left in the Kurizumi clan could match him, forcing them to seek external help. Kaido took the newspaper and looked at the headline of that issue. The fierce general of the White-Beard Pirates, a samurai from Weno country. Hey, didn't we discuss this guy before? This newspaper wasn't a new issue, and Kaido felt that this person looked somewhat familiar. Not long ago, Lord Saint Beast mentioned him. But at that time you were drinking, so you said it was just Whitebeard taking in another son and not to pay too much attention to it. In the New World, it's important to understand which cadres serve under the major pirates and what abilities they likely possess. This is crucial intelligence work among pirates. Most of the intelligence comes from Morgan's newspapers. However, the information indicated that Whitebeard regarded him as a brother, and his own martial prowess was indeed quite strong. In other words, if we resort to violence, will we be directly clashing with Whitebeard? On their own, the Whitebeard Pirates, or Weno country, posed no worries for Kaido, since apart from him, there were also Arceus, and the cadres had already grown stronger. But if Weno country combined with the Whitebeard Pirates, it would be a different story. His own forces were still too few. After some thought, Kurizumi Mitsuki's suggestion was very fitting for the current situation. Is that Kazuki Oden really strong? Without any actual combat records to reference, our people had not clashed with Whitebeard, and you know how Morgan's news can be. In response to Kaido's question, Jean gave his answer. There was one last question. The effort must yield appropriate returns. Kaido needed to determine whether Weno country was worth the effort he was about to invest. Currently, whether it was more advanced weapons or the so-called Sea Prism Stone, all he had were rumors and what Kurizumi Mitsuki had said. He needed tangible proof of all this. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? Of course not. I brought everything. Weno country was quite a distance from here, and she certainly didn't row over alone. She didn't have the ability to sail the seas by herself, and was accompanied by several attendants. The small boats they piloted also arrived alongside Scorch's ship. Then several boxes were brought in, containing various firearms and explosives. Without Kaido's consent, she wouldn't dare bring these things in directly, lest it be seen as an assassination attempt. Queen, go check the goods and see if this old woman is telling the truth. Queen was best at biochemistry, but his mechanical skills were also decent. After all, he was someone who could install machine guns inside his body. He took the weapons brought by Kurizumi Mitsuki, and after a series of clattering sounds, he disassembled them into parts and then reassembled them. Kaido, they look pretty good, but the power and range still need to be tested. Hey, kid, don't play with a grenade. In the outside world, the application of gunpowder was generally limited to earth-based bombs or detonators, or perhaps traditional shells. Fragmentation grenades and wooden-handle grenades were quite rare. Due to a skewed technological development path, such items were even less common than rocket launchers and shoulder cannons. Mainly, they were seen as somewhat impractical. Against strong opponents, these thrown weapons didn't really have much effect, so research in this area was neglected. Shaina had never seen a grenade and was curious enough to pick one up from the box. I'm 10 years old. For the Mink tribe, 10 years is not a child anymore. In this place, you're still a kid. Kids shouldn't play with unfamiliar weapons they haven't seen before. Go back to practicing with your Zeraora. Queen grabbed Shaina by the scruff of her neck and brought her back to Zeraora. She and Zeraora had just finished their practice and were entering a rest period. Zeraora was reading the newspaper that Kaido had just put down, planning to understand the situation to report back to Arceus. Shaina, having not paid attention, went off to play with the grenade. Shaina, be more cautious. Don't you want to be the king of Zou? A king cannot be rash. Saying this, he handed a newspaper to Shaina, which contained some intelligence images about the Whitebeard pirates from Navy. Their photographers probably worked harder than regular soldiers, and Shaina even recognized two familiar figures in the photos. Why do these two silhouettes look so much like Inuarashi and Nekomamushi? But she couldn't be sure. The camera mainly focused on Kazuki Oden, and the figures in the back were just a few silhouettes. The room fell silent for a moment. Queen had already gone out to test the weapon's power, while Kaido awaited the results. After a series of gunshots and explosions, Queen returned and nodded to Kaido, indicating that the quality of the weapons was fine. Kaido, both the firearms and cold weapons are of excellent quality. She wasn't lying. Since that's the case, Kurizumi Mitsuki, I agree to your request, but we need to prepare. See, I told you this was a good proposal. This is a communication device and eternal pointer for Weno country. Use this to contact me when you get near Weno country, and I'll come out to escort you in. By the way, Lord Orochi has prepared a gift for you. After leaving the items behind, she left. It was at this moment that Arceus arrived. What happened? Why are there explosion sounds? We were just testing some new weapons. By the way, we can prepare to move now. Kaido roughly described what had happened earlier, but Arceus frowned upon hearing it. Is that guy an idiot? How much can he possibly gain by exhausting resources like this? It doesn't matter. I never intended to actually listen to him. Once we settle in Weno country, we'll kick him out after some time. Not everyone is qualified to cooperate. Although it sounded nice to put it bluntly, the Kurizumi clan just wanted to use Kaido to dominate Weno country, making him their enforcer. From the beginning, Kaido never intended to fully cooperate with them. The Kurizumi clan wanted to exploit his martial strength, and he likewise wanted to take advantage of their layout. It was difficult to feel secure when such a country could not be fully controlled. He would make them understand what it means to invite gods easily, but to send them away is hard. Once he entered Weno country, it wouldn't be so easy to get rid of him. The development within the Beast Pirates territory had already proven that the current production methods were far more efficient than merely squeezing resources. Let him wreak some havoc in the early stages. Someone has to play both the good and bad cop. Only through comparison can they understand the benefits we bring. By the way, what's in that box? Chapter 133. The Path to Death. Everything is frightening when compared. When the black charcoal serpent ravages the citizens of Weno, and the beasts bring about a new change, the citizens will understand whom to help. According to Kaido's description of Weno's national conditions, along with his own fragmented memories, it would take considerable effort to completely dominate Weno and make it accept the beasts as it does here. At this moment, an unopened box also caught his attention. What is it? I don't know. That old lady said it was a gift from the black charcoal serpent, so just open it and see. As the box opened, a stone tablet appeared inside, but this time Arceus didn't feel any joy. His expression completely darkened. The departing black charcoal moth didn't sense what had happened, only feeling that the winds and waves had suddenly intensified. The people on the island simply looked up. The clouds seemed thicker than before. Kaido and other stronger individuals sensed the change in Arceus's aura, while for Shaina, who was still a minor, this aura was an immense terror. She couldn't describe this feeling, but she thought it was no different from the legends of the fur tribe about the wrath of the beast god. Instinctively, she wanted to rely on her companion, Jiraiya, who had been her strongest support for the past 3 years. However, this time was different. Jiraiya appeared to be in worse shape than her. Jiraiya, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Jiraiya suddenly crouched on the ground, Shaina didn't understand what had happened. Her instinct told her that a terrifying aura emanated from Arceus. She couldn't comprehend why Jiraiya reacted so strongly. Although Jiraiya was much stronger than Shaina, as a creation of Arceus, if Arceus's emotions changed drastically, they would also be affected. After all, they were too close to Arceus. If they weren't on this island, they wouldn't be affected so severely. I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable. Don't worry about me. Jiraiya was still like this, and the performance of Chansey and Blissey was even worse. Chansey, who usually took care of the babies, was slumped on the ground, huddled up and trembling, while Blissey, taken out by the beast members to be fed, was similarly affected. Damn it, how dare you deceive me with this thing? Normally, such matters wouldn't affect him. But there were two things that Arceus could not tolerate. One was others touching a stone tablet, and the other was deception. Now, someone had presented a fake stone tablet before him. What's wrong? Kaido had only seen Arceus in this state once in the past few years, back when they were at the Research Institute. After that, Arceus's emotions had remained stable, although he experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. It was all within a normal emotional range. This feeling of repression was even more terrifying than back then. Then, a wave of malice was released by Arceus, and the fake stone tablet was completely turned to dust. Fake. Kaido knew what the real stone tablet looked like. It was a miraculous creation that left no trace even from his Thunderbagua. Moreover, he always carried the stone tablet radar with him, and it had shown no response. Before opening it, he had no idea that it contained a fake stone tablet. Yes, a man-made fake. These people are truly naive. The reason for the existence of this fake stone tablet was also related to Kaido. Earlier, at the tea party, he had released a smoke bomb, wanting to create a set of armor from this indestructible stone tablet. Those unaware of the details took his reasoning as truth, including the black charcoal serpent and others. Originally, they wanted to curry favor, but they couldn't find such an item. Since they couldn't find the real one, they had the idea to create a fake. The hardest known material in Weno is sea stone. There is also a companion mineral around sea stone, which has the same hard texture but lacks the ability to restrain users. It is the best material for armor. At the same time, Weno also has the best craftsmen, who have special forging methods for processing sea stone and its companion products. Thus, a high-fake stone tablet made from companion minerals based on the image provided by Kaido appeared. The black charcoal serpent thought Kaido wouldn't discover it was a fake, as it possessed nearly all the characteristics described in the missing person notice, with its shape and craftsmanship reaching the highest standards in Weno. However, this stone tablet only had the appearance but no substance. It could fool others, but Arceus could see at a glance that it was a fake. The black charcoal serpent originally intended to win Kaido's favor, but ended up hitting two of Arceus's sore spots, the stone tablet and deception. I understand, Quinn. Notify the others. Prepare for war. Huh. Since they deceived you, they must pay the price. Although Weno is very important, forget it. I'll think of other ways later. It's just Weno. I don't believe I can't conquer it. Kaido indeed dislikes meaningless losses, but in the Beast Pirates, only these officers are the ones he truly values. For Arceus to be this furious, even if starting a war would incur heavy casualties, he could accept it. Wait. Upon hearing this, the enraged Arceus calmed down instead. After all, he was not the pure Arceus. He had his own thoughts. Kaido could adjust his plans because of him, and he could reluctantly suppress his anger. Kaido, I'll give you face. I'll temporarily spare the black charcoal family. However, once your plan is complete, it will be their death sentence. To intervene in Weno, the black charcoal serpent was the best opportunity. An exclusionary country desperately needed the help of a local. The actions of the serpent offended Arceus' taboos, but because of Kaido, he gave the other side a chance for a reprieve. However, the outcome would not change. In the remaining time, the beast would drain his value and then proceed to judgment. People always consider things from both sides. Kaido could choose to start the war early, or he could choose to endure a little longer, waiting to settle accounts in the autumn. Since that's the case, let us hold a banquet. Huh. He found it hard to keep up with Kaido's train of thought. Although Kaido was the one who suggested not to start a war for the time being, the next moment he proposed a banquet caught him off guard. When unhappy, we should hold a banquet. We are pirates. What could be more enjoyable than a banquet? You should participate occasionally. What is the point of just watching from the side? Let us go, everyone, it's time for the banquet. Just in time, the original summons had not been sent out, and a grand banquet was held in the Beast Pirates. Ordinary pirates didn't know why a banquet was being held, but it didn't matter. As long as there was a banquet, they should enjoy it well. As Arceus' mood calmed down, the Pokémon on the island were no longer affected and returned to their original rhythm of life. Chapter 1, 3, and 4. Yamato's 100-Day Feast. Departure to Weno. The events that took place in the hall did not spread outside. There was no need for prior publicity, as it was sufficient for a few core members to know. Among those present, there were no naive individuals except for Shaina, who did not understand what had happened. So there was no need for extra secrecy. Fortunately, Shaina was not here due to other matters. Otherwise, her fury might have led her to hunt down black charcoal Mushy. At this time, she should not have gone far. The humiliation of the master and the death of the subordinate was already her bottom line for deception. After explaining the events to her later, her rage was no less than that of Arceus. If it weren't for Arceus' orders, she would have dared to assassinate black charcoal Kaido. Afterward, the Beast Pirates celebrated again, with only black charcoal Kaido being placed on the death list. Then it was time for the Beast Pirates relocation preparations. For ordinary people, moving could take several days, let alone the Beast Pirates, who had a large organization. The relocation of the main island meant that many things needed to be rearranged. Originally, it was already the end of the year, and with this delay, it had reached 1495. After more than a month of busy work, the Beast Pirates had completed most of the personnel transfers. Although they planned to head to Weno, they could not neglect their other territories. Who would guard which island, and how to prepare specific businesses, all had to be dealt with. And this speed was already quite fast. Surprisingly, the people on Winter Island felt a sense of reluctance about the relocation of the Beast Pirates headquarters, something that had never happened in the past 100 years. Ultimately, it was the Beast Pirates who had allowed the people on the island to live better lives. They were part of a non-member country, and the world government did not care about their lives. In this situation, whoever could provide them with a good life would have their support. Although the Beast Pirates did not abandon this place, the headquarters and non-headquarters held completely different meanings. With only one day left before the Beast Pirates moved, they had actually finished their preparations. But they did not set off immediately because it would take some time to get from here to Weno, and they had another important matter to attend to. The governor of the Beast Pirates, the daughter of their captain, was celebrating her 100-Day Feast, which was a customary event. As Kaido's bloodline, Yamato had grown up drinking milk from a large milk can and matured faster than the average child. She had already reached the stage of babbling, but the first word she learned was not dad or mom, but lucky. Usually, it was Happiny who took care of her, and she heard the word lucky every day, so she instinctively learned how to pronounce it. According to tradition, today she would be fed various foods using chopsticks, but since she had not yet grown teeth, they only dipped the chopsticks in food and placed it in her mouth. Red bean rice, clam soup, sea bream, dry plums, all symbolized that she could grow up healthier. These were the rituals here, but according to Arceus' wishes, they also prepared a joie ceremony for her. Originally a good omen, Kaido agreed, but the items that appeared during the ceremony were quite strange. Those items were not prepared by one person, but were chosen by the cadres, each selecting 2 items to place. They were originally covered with red cloth, making it impossible to see what was underneath. However, when the red cloth was lifted, there were hardly any normal items in sight. Books, crowns, toy weapons. These were placed there by Arceus. The rest included microscopes, traditional Chinese medicine, berries, Happany's egg, milk from a large milk can, tree fruits, roasted meat. A wooden plaque engraved with flames, Arceus' flag, and Shauna's own clothes. These were relatively normal items. But the last items were absurd: knives, guns, swords, and even hand grenades, with the pin clearly visible. These were clearly not toys, but real weapons. Who put a hand grenade in there? A vine appeared from the ground, took the hand grenade, and tossed it to someone else. He now felt that this joie ceremony was very abnormal. Also, why was that devil fruit here? Aren't you afraid she might take a bite? Note these. It doesn't matter. Do you not know how strong she is? At a glance, none of the items seemed reassuring, and Arceus suddenly felt very tired. This mace. Kaido, did you put this here? A small mace, with the spikes intentionally replaced with rounded heads. This was clearly Kaido's work. This is not an ordinary mace. That is Aiken. She is my daughter and will need to inherit my strength in the future. Aiken, did you even name the mace? All famous swords have names. Is it strange for the mace to have one? That one of yours. 8 precepts. You would not know that my mace is called 8 precepts, right? Kaido's words were surprisingly filled with a hint of doubt, as if he was shocked that Arceus did not know the name of his weapon. Well, that gourd is quite beautiful. It's time. Let's start. Arceus directly changed the subject, and indeed, there was nothing strange about a named mace. Compared to those sharp knives, swords, and hand grenades with the pins exposed, the specially made mace was already much more normal. Just after the 100th day, Yamato was held in Happany's arms and was still a bit confused about what to do. However, the items surrounding her also piqued her curiosity. Looking left and right, she did not choose any of the shiny or fragrant items. Instead, she reached for the mace that Kaido had prepared for her. Although it was a specially made small mace, it was still too heavy for an ordinary baby to lift. Nevertheless, Yamato managed to pick it up, swung it a few times, and then threw it toward Queen's belly. After the mace bounced back, she clapped her hands happily and crawled over to pick it up. Lucky, lucky! Is this her first time crawling? Happany happily reported the situation to Arceus. Crawling at 3 months old is already quite advanced. But with Kaido's bloodline and sufficient nutrition, it wasn't particularly surprising. It must be said, as expected of Kaido's biological child, she immediately focused on the mace he prepared for her. However, she did not intend to stop there. She thought everything around her was prepared for her. After hugging the small crown that Arceus had prepared, her attention shifted to the food, such as the milk bottle from the large milk can. Before she could set her sights on the devil fruit and Kaido's gourd, Arceus directly collected all those items. The energy hand was quite convenient in this regard, and Kaido quickly followed up with his own orders. All right, little ones, our destination is Weno. Prepare to set off. Chapter 1:3-5. The glory of the King of Carp will spread across the seas on the ocean. 3 warships belonging to the Beast Pirates are sailing. The Kaido's Beast King, the newly built Arceus' Origin, and finally, Queen's Brontosaurus. Pirate ships are also an important source of firepower. Over the past 3 years, the cadres have each acquired their own ships, but Shaina and her ship have been left behind in other beast territories, stationed on the islands with the remaining personnel. Once the pirates gain a reputation, there is no longer a need to stay in their territories. Whitebeard is still in a phase of roaming around, but few dare to attack his territory. Therefore, it is enough to leave a basic force to maintain daily order and handle general troubles. They are not required to win against all opponents, just to send out intelligence. The reason for bringing out Queen's Brontosaurus is that it has the largest tonnage and can carry more crew members. Shaina's ship is mainly used for searching for stone tablets, so its tonnage is not large, focusing more on speed and convenience. while Dazai's ship is relatively comprehensive. Only Queen deliberately enlarged his ship's size to carry more cargo. And his Brontosaurus is also used for both commercial and combat purposes, delivering goods to the Big Mom pirates. He named it himself, reasoning that it could hide its true capabilities and strike unexpectedly at the opponent, although this has not proven effective. After some time sailing, following the eternal pointer left by Kinnaman, the beast pirate ships have arrived at the waters near Weno country and felt the changes here. The waves are turbulent, and the winds are fierce. Compared to the relatively calm seas just before, the conditions here can only be described as harsh. Some stone pillars jut out of the water, with broken ship hulls visible at their bases. The artificially created terrain of Weno and the treacherous external waters are among the reasons it is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and also why the people of Weno rarely venture out. The people of Weno mostly row boats in the inland sea and rivers. They have not experienced great storms, and their navigation skills make it likely that they would capsize in the open seas. Whitebeard himself encountered an accident here years ago, leading to a ship needing repairs in Weno. The navigators on a ship are much more skilled than those from Weno. The clouds in the sky are distorted, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a downpour. The navigator on the ship looks tense, instructing the sailors to adjust the ship's position. During navigation, they are the masters of the ship, and even the captain must heed their advice. However, not everyone is so anxious. Yamato climbs more skillfully, feeling no tension like the other pirates outside, finding the rocking of the ship quite amusing. Earlier, she had been crawling around the deck, with 4 Happiny following her around. As for Jack, he was just picked up on a whim. As long as he doesn't starve, it's fine. The Happiny are mainly looking after Yamato, while Jack is just a bonus. As they get closer to Weno, the rocking of the ship grows stronger, and the 4 Happiny forcibly bring Yamato back into the cabin. Kaido, we should be almost there, right? To prevent collisions between the ships, the Beast King and Origin maintain a certain distance, but Kaido is not on his ship. He and his daughter are currently on the Origin. We will arrive soon. I've already contacted that old hag. The people of Weno are just ahead. At this moment, strange creatures occasionally leap up on both sides of the ship. Initially, the crew did not pay much attention to them, but as the ship moves along the current, the creatures become increasingly numerous. They are giant carp. How can carp live in the sea? Who knows? There must be a new species. Normal carp wouldn't be this big. Hey, mandafish, look. Aren't these your subjects? Other pirates joked recklessly, as mandafish's ability is that of the king of carp, and it makes sense that normal carp would listen to the king of carp. These pirates did not take the carp too seriously, but Arceus was different. Upon seeing these carp, he suddenly had some ideas. The current here is extremely turbulent. Even some sea fish cannot survive in such water flows, yet carp, which should be freshwater fish, have evolved into a massive size and possess strong stamina. Currently, with Jiriora and the Happiny, his power can support small-scale creation, but is not suitable for large-scale creation. To create a species on a large scale, modification is more appropriate. He needs more eyes on the ground. These eyes do not have to be human. The previous Millennium Dragon is an example, but the number of Millennium Dragons is too small. Even if the leader asks the companions, they would have to wait another 20 years. However, these resilient carp are different. With their incredibly strong vitality, they can survive in saltwater, freshwater, sewage, and even puddles. Who are they? They are the king of carp. They are distributed in various regions, making them the fish that countless fishing enthusiasts desire. Their reproductive capabilities are extremely strong, allowing them to rapidly expand their populations. Who are they? They are still the king of carp. These king of carp that can live in rapids fill the greatest weakness of ordinary king of carp. So Arceus begins to observe the carp in the current, ultimately selecting a few of the most active ones. Power flows from his body, finally entering those king of carp. There are 2 types of modifications for animals. One is the ability bestowment like that of the Millennium Dragon, where they can choose to revert after gaining the ability. Otherwise, in several decades, other Millennium Dragons would not recognize them. In this case, their offspring would still be Millennium Dragons, and the power would not be inherited. This time, however, the modification is permanent, just like the 2 cows before. From now on, they will always be large milk tanks and cannot revert to ordinary cows. Arceus's modification of these carp follows the same principle. After modification, their offspring will directly become king of carp and will be inherently influenced by Arceus. After a while, these king of carp will spawn, and since carp have a rapid growth cycle, they will spread to the surrounding oceans with their strong vitality, large numbers, and the robust physique inherited from the native species. They will seek traces of stone tablets in the deep sea, and like the Millennium Dragon, will return here periodically to report on their communication situations, thus solving the problem of the beast pirates being unable to explore the deep sea on a large scale. Chapter 136. Kaido's show of power transforming over 10,000 carp is quite labor-intensive, but modifying just a few and letting them breed naturally makes a difference. Few Pokémon can match the Kingler in terms of reproductive capacity. However, even the Pokémon he creates do not possess his capabilities. They cannot perceive the stone tablets. So Kingler can only search for objects that resemble them in the deep sea. This is an experiment. If those Kinglers can indeed bring back valuable information, he will consider some more complex species, such as creating entirely new news birds to compete with Morgan's. His notebook in his mind has added some brand new plans. But this small action today has led to a significant change in the ocean. As those Kingler eggs, or rather, unique eggs, drift with the ocean currents, a brand new species of Kingler begins to emerge on the surface of the sea. The few giant Kinglers serve as his modified subjects, continuously circling the waters near Weno. He needs a large-scale underwater detection team. In fact, a more intelligent race would be easier to utilize, like the fishmen. However, the fishmen status is too awkward. They have an excellent talent in a world full of water, occupying Fishman Island at a depth of 10,000 meters, but they have squandered their potential. If they were to work for him, the beast pirates would likely have to constantly rescue their staff. If the fishmen do not find a way to change themselves, no one can help them. The fishmen do have strong individuals, but none of them are willing to stay in the Ryugu Kingdom. Even Jinbei is affiliated with other pirate crews. The Sun Pirates, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Straw Hat. Apart from the Sun Pirates at the beginning, the others have little to do with Fishman Island. Currently, Arceus cannot produce a third radar, so rather than pondering over those millions of fishmen, it makes more sense to create more Kinglers. After all, their nature is not too different, and Kinglers are more obedient. The abilities granted to humans cannot evolve on their own, but this thorough modification has transformed them into the shape of Kinglers from the inside out, allowing them to evolve through self-training. Arceus wants to see if, without his help, natural-born powerful beings will emerge, and to explore the potential of these carp. Kinglers are indeed weak, but if a swarm of Gyarados appears, even ordinary sea beasts would have to steer clear of them. Although these Kinglers may be preyed upon during their growth, this is part of nature's rules. Arceus is concerned that the first generation he created, the naturally born second generation, and the subsequent offspring will differ emotionally from the first generation. Their offspring may revert to the size of ordinary Kinglers. After all, not all carp can grow that large. But as the first generation, they are all giant Kinglers, possessing the strength and physique of local carp and the hardness of Kingler scales. Being bumped by them is no small matter. Seeing Arceus making strange movements in the sea, Kaido felt a bit curious. What are you doing? Just a little experiment. We'll probably know the results in 2 years, no matter how fast Kinglers breed. It takes at least a year to expand, and considering their wandering and return time, 2 years is a reasonable estimate. At this moment, their ship also arrived beneath a massive waterfall. As they looked at the slightly rising needle and the waterfall before them, most of the people on the ship were stunned. That old woman is here. Kaido noticed a nearby ship, and Black Carbon Mushy naturally saw Kaido as well. However, for some reason, she felt that Kaido's expression was somewhat dangerous. Compared to the earlier Kaido, his mood seemed to have changed significantly. Hey, Kaido, you finally arrived. Lord Orochi has been waiting for a long time. Less chatter, lead the way. Our people have been impatient all the way. This way. Although Kaido's attitude was poor, she merely thought Kaido was temperamental, which was similar to external rumors. They only wanted to use Kaido's strength to suppress domestic resistance. Kaido's plans were not of much concern to them. According to her plan, it would be best if Kaido and Kazuki Oden fought to a standstill, as this would yield the best outcome, at least allowing Kaido to win. Black Carbon Orochi's impression of Kazuki Oden was still stuck at the stage of him being a madman. No sacrifice or bond could prevent his actions. Just the thought of Kazuki Oden charging at him with dual swords like a lunatic would make him tremble, unable to find relief even in hot water. Under Black Carbon Mushy's guidance, the massive waterfall parted in the middle, revealing a hidden cave below. There are 2 ways to enter Weno country. One is to have the giant carp carry their ship up from the external waterfall, which is extremely risky. Although not as dangerous as the sky islands above the soaring sea currents, it still poses a test for the crew. The other route is to enter the hidden cave beneath the waterfall, which connect to the inland sea of Weno country. Once inside, they can use an elevator to reach the inland sea, which Weno refers to as the submarine port. Since Orochi has become the acting shogun, he has sent people to take over the submarine port. These individuals are those he has quietly recruited over the years, and others would not follow his commands so readily. Currently, the submarine port is staffed entirely by black carbon Orochi's people. The reason they can achieve this is that the other daimyos of Weno country are attending a funeral, specifically the funeral of Kazuki Sukiyaki. The real Kazuki Sukiyaki has been imprisoned in a secret chamber, and until recently, Black Carbon Mushi has been impersonating Sukiyaki, who was feigning a serious illness. Not long ago, they even orchestrated a fake death to make the people of Weno truly believe Sukiyaki had died. This is the only stable passage into Weno country. As long as they hold this position, no matter how many troops they have, they cannot invade Weno country, unless they all can fly. Kaido did not respond to Black Carbon Mushi, but instead asked Jean, "Jean, how long will it take you to deal with these people?" 3 minutes should be enough, big brother Kaido. Ha ha ha, that's too slow, Jean. If it's up to me, 1 minute is all I need. In this environment, just one plague bomb is sufficient. When entering Weno country, Queen was also on the same ship. Upon hearing Jin's response, he immediately started showing off. Jean admitted that when it comes to clearing small fry, Queen indeed has a greater advantage, but that doesn't mean he would praise Queen. You clumsy fool rarely manages not to hold us back. Who are you calling clumsy? You pervert who loves to interrogate. Kaido ignored their bickering, but Black Carbon Mushi's expression was somewhat unpleasant. What exactly did Kaido mean by saying this in front of her? Chapter 137. Foolish choices showing off one's strength? She agreed with this. After all, the reason she sought out the Beast Pirates was because she believed in their power. However, she had already stated that these people were followers of Orochi, and there was no need to belittle them just to showcase one's might. There were still over 100 warriors here. Even 100 pigs couldn't be caught in a minute. It was clear that the agreement reached earlier was quite harmonious. So why did things change so abruptly? Moreover, it would have been fine to say this earlier, but to say it just as they were docking at the port, where everyone could hear it, was unnecessary. Or perhaps Kaido was afraid they wouldn't hear him and deliberately raised his voice. Weno country is inherently exclusionary. This exclusion isn't just directed at one individual, but is a characteristic of the entire country. There were already people dissatisfied with Orochi seeking foreign aid. Now, hearing these outsiders belittle them, many displayed discontent. One feature of Weno country is that, aside from a lord they truly believe in, commands from others may not be fully effective. Moreover, these individuals were not loyal retainers charmed by Orochi, but mercenaries bought with money. So they naturally responded to such insulting remarks. Stop looking down on people. A minute? I bet you can't even take down one person in a minute. Come and try it. But then he regretted it the next moment. They were on the shore, while Kaido and his crew were on the ship, so the height difference wasn't very noticeable. However, when Kaido stepped off the ship, his towering height of 6 meters immediately intimidated them. Following closely behind were King and Queen, who were also quite imposing. While Weno country had its share of tall people, such individuals were rare. Ashura Doji was considered one of the tallest, known as a monster of 9 miles. Did you just say you wanted to try? Kaido's intent was to provoke. It didn't matter who the opponent was. He just wanted to embarrass Orochi. Not dealing with him now didn't mean he would show him any favor. After all, he was a pirate, and it was normal for pirates to act brutally. If everyone managed to hold back, he would have no way to proceed, but if someone couldn't hold back, that would be a good start. Kazuki Momonosuke could see that Kaido was trying to stir trouble, but she thought he wanted to intimidate them to gain more benefits in the upcoming negotiations, as the details of their cooperation had yet to be finalized. So she signaled to the people Orochi had recruited to hold back, implying that remaining silent was the best choice. If these people could defeat Kaido, then there would be no need for her to waste effort sailing out to find them. However, Kazuki Momonosuke's intentions were misunderstood. Due to Orochi's grandfather, the Kazuki family had already become like rats in the street in Weno country. If it weren't for Kazuki Momonosuke disguising herself as Kazuki Sukiyaki, Orochi would never have had a chance to become the acting shogun. Orochi becoming the acting shogun slightly improved his reputation, as his slogan was to wash away his stains. But that didn't mean the rest of the Kazuki family had achieved the same. Thus, these people didn't think highly of Kazuki Momonosuke, especially since she didn't look particularly impressive. This disdain was interpreted by one man as contempt, and he boldly responded to Kaido. That's right, it's me, just a mere outsider. Don't get too full of yourself. Kaido, Lord Orochi has already prepared a banquet. There's no need to waste time here. Kazuki Momonosuke wanted to stop all of this, but it was too late. Kaido ignored her completely. Ha ha, Interesting, kid. Which one of these people do you think you can defeat? I'll give you a chance to pick your opponent. Boys, who want to spar with him? Even the fodder soldiers have levels, and this time Kaido brought his elite forces to Weno. Those on the Onigashima were even more so, each carrying several labels. A member of the Arceus Church, having joined for over a year, experienced real battles, and capable of following orders, as well as possessing some skills in armament hockey, not requiring mastery, but at least able to use it. This was the first battle in Weno, and who knows what rewards could come from performing well. Under Kaido's orders, these people were all pumped up, hoping to be chosen by the opponent. Weno country was closed off, and the people here were mostly just ruffians. In a closed-off country with laws, not everyone had experience killing. However, these pirates were all battle-tested, so they were intimidating. Yet at this point, if he fled without fighting, he would be embarrassed to show his face again. Really, anyone is fine to choose? That's right. Then I'll pick her. Following the direction of his finger, the pirates parted ways, and he actually pointed at Olga. Due to the influence of pure gold, Olga grew slowly, just a tad taller than Jalal. Thus, in his eyes, she was the most suitable challenge. This choice led to uproarious laughter among the members of the Beast Pirates, especially among the ordinary fighters, who were laughing so hard they were clutching their stomachs. This was someone who had endured 3 years of training under Kaido and Arceus, meeting the standards of reserve officers. Even a mere monkey who had survived such training would not be easy to defeat. Not to mention Olga, who possessed the ability of Zoroark. She may look the weakest, but she was much harder to deal with than those ordinary fighters. He thought the Beast Pirates were mocking him. They indeed were. But not for choosing a weak opponent, but for his misfortune in picking the least suitable opponent outside of the officers. Olga, it's up to you. 1 minute. If you can't do it, prepare for extra training in armament hockey tomorrow. Huh? Why me? Captain, 1 minute is what Uncle Quinn said, not me. Then 5 minutes. We can't waste any more time, but others are waiting for us. Captain, how about we switch to someone else? Olga was not interested in this fight. She wasn't the type to be a battle maniac. If possible, she would rather slack off. But Kaido didn't give her a chance to refuse and had already started the countdown. No, you have 4.5 minutes left. Olga's face twitched a few times. Her hair began to grow, and claws formed on her fingers as she directly entered her hybrid form. With a powerful leap, she jumped off the ship. In Kazuki Momonosuke's eyes, however, it was a different scene, aside from the initial person being knocked down by Olga with her domineering claws. The remaining people began to turn on each other, and they hit hard. Although it wasn't fatal, at least they would need a few days to recuperate. Chapter 138. Kaido's Dance Stick, aiming at Orochi. This is the power of illusions. After 3 years of training, she can skillfully use Zoroark's illusion ability even in her beast human form. In 4 minutes and 27 seconds, Olga defeated all the enemies. And this was still because some people couldn't determine the victor, forcing Olga to take extra action. Yes, she thought Kaido meant total annihilation. Jean, you can't do it. Olga can take care of these guys in less than 4.5 minutes, and you need 3 minutes. What? Do you want to see how many minutes it takes for me to beat you? Jean and Quinn started arguing, but it was just a couple of exchanges. With the appearance of Quinn's treasure, Shaina, Quinn wisely chose to keep quiet. However, what Kaido said next made Kurizumi Mitsuki's heart tremble. Mitsuki initially thought this was just Kaido's show of force, merely wanting to demonstrate his strength. Unexpectedly, Kaido then said to her, "You people are too weak. How can you possibly defend this place well? Since we are already allies, just leave it to us. Babanuki, take your men to take over the defenses here and let our allies have a good rest." At this point, she finally realized that Kaido wanted to directly take over the defenses here. The danger of crossing the waterfall is much greater than that of the hidden port. There are not many who can fly, which means Kaido wants to control the throat of Weno's imports and exports. This is inappropriate. Don't be polite. Look, these people can't even stop a little girl from my ship. What makes them think they can fend off outside enemies? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you have this little trust? Lord Orochi has been waiting for a long time. It's not appropriate for you to guard here after coming from afar. Let's talk later. I think Lord Orochi will agree. Kurizumi Mitsuki didn't dare to directly agree and suggested that Kaido meet with Kurizumi Orochi first. Seeing Mitsuki's nervousness, Kaido agreed to her request. He couldn't take too big of a step. He needed to exert a little pressure on her. They had just arrived here and naturally couldn't leave their subordinates to guard the place. His goal was only to gain control here later, not to take over completely. Having his own personnel would suffice. Right now, it was completely a lion's big mouth, as the saying goes, asking for sky-high prices while paying peanuts. Only Kaido's standards were a bit too high. After Olga dispelled the illusion, these people noticeably quieted down, although some were still muttering about succubi and such. They didn't understand what the powers of devil fruit were. However, Olga had already proven everything with her fists. So even though the people coming down from the ship varied in form and included several non-humans, no one raised any issues. At this moment, Orochi was in the flower capital, the very center of Weno country. The internal canals of Weno were divided into several parts, and the position where the hidden port came out was in the white dance area. To the north, crossing the bridge, was the flower capital where Orochi was located. The grand procession attracted the attention of the local residents of Weno, who had not seen so many outsiders for a long time. Moreover, there were many non-humans in the beast pirates, including Arceus, Chansey, Zerora, Shaina, and Elizabeth. Their unique appearances caused much whispering among the locals. But the people at the front were waving the banner of Orochi, so there was no disturbance. The beast pirates passed straight through White Dance to reach the flower capital. And this matter was first reported to the daimyo of White Dance, Shimatsuki Kanga. Lord Kanga, a group of outsiders has headed to the flower capital. They were brought by Orochi. Regarding Orochi becoming the acting shogun, several daimyo were skeptical, and the Shimatsuki family also found it puzzling. After all, Orochi had previously hidden under his command as a servant. However, with Kazuki Toki recently passing away and her dying wish being for Orochi to act as the acting shogun before Odin's return, the domestic situation was stabilized. The news of Kazuki Toki's death had not spread long throughout Weno, and at this time, the outsiders brought in by Orochi were somewhat suspicious. Send someone to see what those people are doing. I still believe in Lord Toki. The people of Weno had an almost blind worship of the Kazuki clan shogun, which allowed Kurizumi Orochi to smoothly take control of Weno. With the banner of Kurizumi Orochi, the beast pirates entered the flower capital without any obstruction. By the time they entered the flower capital, it was already night, but lanterns still illuminated the area. Although the country was closed off, the lives of the citizens were still relatively good. Soon, they arrived at Orochi's residence, which was also the center of the flower capital, the place where the shogun lived. However, Kurizumi Orochi planned to rename it to Orochi Castle. I've been waiting for you, Kaido. Are you satisfied with the gift I sent? He thought this would be a friendly meeting, but things did not go as expected. Kaido did not have a good attitude toward him at all. Moreover, after he said this, he felt like he was being watched by something unknown, sending chills down his spine. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. I will definitely repay you. Hey Vardyul. Kaido's mouth curled into a peculiar smile, but it was filled with danger. Unfortunately, Kurizumi Orochi did not realize this. That's good. Come on, everyone. I prepared the grandest welcome ceremony. However, from this moment on, everything began to feel different. The ordinary members were eating and drinking in the venue below, while several executives and Kaido entered Orochi's banquet hall. From this point on, Orochi's troubles began. He felt that the beast pirates were seemingly looking for trouble. The food was unappetizing, the wine was too bland, and the person serving the dishes tripped over their right foot. Various ridiculous reasons kept coming up, and they finally managed to endure until the alliance wine was served. He and Kaido both raised their wine bowls, but Orochi did not notice that Kaido had not taken a single sip of his wine. It all spilled onto his clothes. However, after this, he stood up with a drunken look on his face. After all, he had already drunk quite a bit, so Orochi did not find it strange. What's wrong, Kaido? Hey. The dances these women are performing are too ugly. How about I come and liven things up for you? Saying this, he ignored the bewildered dancers and walked to the middle of the venue, awkwardly performing a strange dance, and his kanabo somehow ended up in his hands again, swinging along with his comical dance moves. Orochi thought this was Kaido trying to be friendly and laughed heartily from his seat, but before his laughter could end, he saw Kaido's kanabo flying towards him, barely stopped by a barrier at the last moment. Kaido, what are you doing? Chapter 139. Oops, my hand slipped. Oh, I'm sorry, Orochi. I got a bit slippery from drinking too much. Burb Kaido had a drunken demeanor, but Orochi didn't believe a word of it. Losing grip on a kanabo, a spike club, is one thing, but who would use haki before losing grip? His own strength might not be impressive, but that doesn't mean he hasn't seen others use Flowing Sakura. Flowing Sakura is the nickname for armament haki in Weno country. Due to its isolationist policies, many things in Weno have different names, such as devil fruit users being called yokai sorcerers and armament haki referred to as Flowing Sakura. Flowing Sakura is not the highest level of armament haki. All forms of haki in Weno are collectively called Flowing Sakura. The advanced armament hockey that can cause internal damage is the highest tier of flowing Sakura, but it's merely a nickname and not a classification of levels. Kaido's strike was clearly aimed to kill him. If it weren't for having a reliable ally, that blow would have cost him his life. What stopped Kaido's strike was one of the most overpowered devil fruits, the barrier fruit, which can create an impenetrable hard barrier. The barrier cannot be destroyed by any means. Even a blow from an emperor can be blocked. The downside is that the total area of barriers released at the same time is limited, and it requires a specific gesture of crossing the index and middle fingers. The current user of the barrier fruit is Kinemon, known as the Biwa priest, and like Kinemon, he is a member of the Kinemon family living abroad. Of course, Kaido didn't T-slip on purpose. He was testing to see if he could send Orochi away with one blow. If he could send him away directly, the Beast Pirate strategic direction would change drastically, as they had many ways to deal with the upcoming situations after infiltrating. After all, he did slip, not intentionally, but since the attack was blocked. He had no intention of attacking Orochi again. This was merely an attempt. If it succeeded, great. If it failed, there was nothing to regret, just a show of strength. Moreover, this strike forced Orochi to reveal a trump card, showing the significant impact of the barrier ability. As for why he did this, Orochi's words were hastening his own demise, and unfortunately, he still didn't realize what a grave mistake he had made. The reason he didn't continue was simple. This slip could be considered accidental manslaughter, not intentional. If he attacked again, it would be deliberate. Deliberately taking out an ally upon arrival would not be beneficial for future developments, and Orochi was not entirely useless. He could be used to shape the image of the Beast Pirates. Slipped? Kaido, do you really believe that excuse? Huh? I'm just speaking the truth. I often slip. Right, guys? Yes. Kaido always does strange things after drinking. Last time he even went to a Navy base to party. That was a long time ago, right? Wasn't he the last time he fought with someone? Who was it? Never mind. That person is dead anyway. The people below continued the conversation, reinforcing Kaido's slip reputation. Amid the laughter of the Beast Pirates, Orochi began to lose his composure, his body subtly changing, but he was stopped by Kinemon, who shook his head to signal Orochi to calm down. Seeing that Orochi didn't T-attack, Kaido shook his head in disappointment. If Orochi attacked, the Beast Pirates would have a reason to retaliate. As for the barrier fruit, while it was troublesome, it wasn't unbeatable. At worst, he could transform into an azure dragon and throw him and his house into the sea. He didn't believe a devil fruit user could cause any waves after being tossed into the ocean. Kaido, that's enough. We are guests. Let's leave him some face. This is Weno, and we'll need to rely on him more in the future. Arceus intervened, knowing a bit about Weno's situation. The Beast Pirates wanted a rule here, and they needed Orochi's help to eliminate the Kazuki family's rule. Then, they could expose Orochi's actions, inciting public hatred against him and establishing a new puppet regime to fully control Weno. Over time, they would help the ordinary citizens get used to the Beast Pirates rule. A scapegoat like Orochi was hard to find, and he could still endure for the sake of greater development. Amidst the laughter, a peculiar voice stood out, directly addressing Kaido. The key point was that Kaido actually listened to the person, naturally catching Orochi's attention. However, the next moment, he realized it was all an illusion. Kaido's actions were just slapping him in the face, while Arceus's actions were genuinely cutting into him. We came with over 1,000 people, and many have been feeling bored after a long journey. On the way here, we seem to see your entertainment establishments, and many are quite interested. However, it seems you don't accept berries. How about you support us with some funds? Just a few dozen gold for each person would suffice. After all, leisure and accommodation require money. Weno's currency includes platinum, gold, and silver, with platinum being rare yet the most valuable. 1 platinum is enough to build a house in Weno. The common residents usually use gold and silver. Gold is valued at around 10,000 berries, while silver is worth 100 berries. Arceus casually mentioned a few dozen gold per person, which effectively meant Orochi would need to fork out several 100 million berries. He had only recently obtained the position of acting general, and all his subordinates needed money to support them. This truly struck at the heart of the matter. Kaido might have embarrassed him, but he could endure that. Compared to the loss of money, face meant nothing. He knew he had to spend money, but he thought preparing some funds for Kaido would be enough. As for his pirate subordinates, they were pirates, after all. Do pirates really need to spend money to buy things? What he didn't realize was that both Kaido and Arceus viewed Weno as their territory. On their own territory, they certainly wouldn't engage in foolish acts of overexploitation. Spending money was the right thing to do. Besides, entertainment establishments are not reputable places. Others work hard to earn their money. and freeloading is a shameful act. At this moment, Kaido suddenly felt he had misjudged Arceus' intentions. His temporary leniency towards Orochi wasn't complete forgiveness. It was about squeezing out Orochi's value before sending him away. The idea of sending him off with one blow seemed naive in comparison. Really, Orochi, a mere few tens of thousands of gold, you wouldn't be stingy about that, would you? Chapter 140. Familiar faces in the brothel. Black Charcoal Snake felt a pang of pain. He was reluctant to part with the money, as he had borrowed it from Odin with great difficulty and had only developed his business to this point through various means. The beast pirates were practically robbing him. However, for the sake of future plans, he still handed over the money and then discussed the issue of their base. The beast pirates couldn't just move into someone else's home, and Black Snake was never at ease with them stationed nearby. Now, he was even more uneasy. So he pulled out a map of Weno and pointed to a location in the inner sea of Weno. Is this suitable as your base? It's quite spacious. An entire small island for you to use as you wish. That's fine, but you need to provide your own craftsmen for building. After Kaido believed he had sensed Arceus' intentions, he began to seriously discuss business with Black Snake. However, he was asking for a lot in various aspects, and ultimately, under Kaido's military pressure, Black Snake signed a series of treaties with the beast pirates. Kaido even refused Black Snake's insistence to stay. Want to go to the brothel with other pirates. Just when Black Snake thought everything was settled and was preparing to leave, Arceus suddenly turned back and glanced at him. General Black Snake, sweet dreams. At that moment, Black Charcoal Snake felt as if a primal beast was locking onto him. A sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and he couldn't stop shivering. What did you do to him? Just a little trick. He should have some nice dreams tonight. Speaking of which, do you really want to bash his head in? Have you forgotten the plan we discussed earlier? He didn't tell Kaido everything. They have already formulated a rough plan concerning Weno. If Black Charcoal Snake really dies, all those plans will be wasted. The plan can be changed, and besides, that guy is looking for death himself. But I seem to understand your meaning. It's better to keep him around for you to deal with. Hey, everyone, if anyone wants to go to the brothel, go find Queen to get some money. Gather here before noon tomorrow, understood? Such businesses also exist on other islands, though they are rarer. Stussy's Pleasure Street is filled with such businesses, most of which are run by pirates. Unless everything is shut down, such things cannot be controlled. It took considerable effort to prohibit those people from breaking the law at first. Going to a brothel is not illegal, but there are always those who are not interested in it. These matters were left to Arceus, who led the way to the beast pirates' base, which would become the future Onigashima. Jellalora, what kind of place is a brothel? Is it fun? Why are they so excited? Why can't I go? Shaina didn't understand the term brothel and watched the excited pirates lining up for money, thinking it must be a particularly interesting place. So she also joined the queue for money. However, Queen saw that she wasn't given any money but was instead thrown some coins for Jellalora. That's not a place for kids. Let's go fish instead. His mouth twitched as he pulled Shaina away, but he still took 100 coins from Queen, which was the activity fund that everyone received. Not going to the brothel didn't mean they couldn't get the money. The situation at Queen's place was not over yet. As he saw Sia among those collecting money. Young one, what's up? Do you want to go too? This, cough cough. All right, I understand. We're all men. Have fun. Saying this, he grabbed a large handful of gold coins for Sia. Regular members had a limit, but Sia was the only pure administrative officer, so it didn't matter. He hadn't done such things in many years and felt a bit tempted when he passed by the brothel earlier. But at that moment, he noticed that Queen's expression seemed to change, and he was giving him signals. As he turned to look, he saw the last person he wanted to see. Olga, what are you doing here? Isn't it normal for me to be here? What about you, old man? Is the brothel fun? Forget it. Do as you wish. Just find a more expensive one and don't pick up any bad habits. Saying this, he stuffed his money into Asia's hands and then rode away on Yilishabai. This left Asia in a dilemma, unsure whether to join the group heading to the brothel. Not long after, in the brothel of the flower capital, a large number of outsiders entered. The brothel was the official red light district of Weno, featuring courtesans who sold their art without selling their bodies, as well as courtesans engaging in regular flesh trades. Kaido and his crew all operated under the banner of Black Snake's guests, which somewhat restrained Weno's xenophobic issues. Moreover, in the brothel, those with money were the kings, and the pirates, averaging 50 gold each, enjoyed quite favorable treatment. Many on the second floor were observing these incoming pirates from the windows. Their clothing, which was vastly different from Weno's traditional attire, piqued their curiosity. However, a few children were fixated on Kaido's horns. These children were bought back by the owners of different courtesan houses when they were young, They were responsible for cleaning. Some started following adults to learn as they grew older, while others would directly start doing business after a few years. One of them ran back into the house and found someone. Rico, someone with horns like Uncle White has come, judging by the appearance. This person was probably around 30 years old, an age at which one would typically retire. Although she still remained here, she was now doing menial work. What set her apart was that she carried a baby on her back, who also had a pair of small horns. The girl from outside was raised by her before, so their relationship was quite good. Are you sure? Sure. That person is really tall and strong, even taller than Uncle White. She used to be an ordinary courtesan here, but a few years ago, she was redeemed. However, due to her decent relationship with the Mama-san here, she stayed on to do cleaning work to support her family. The person who redeemed her was her current husband, who also stayed in the brothel doing menial tasks. As an outsider, it was hard for people from other places to accept him. Previously, he sold all his belongings to redeem Rico, and the two of them, with nothing to their names, could only choose to stay here and make a living through legitimate work. Outsiders like White were unwanted, and Rico didn't possess any other skills. The Mama-san of this courtesan house wasn't too ruthless, allowing them to stay in a room temporarily. Everything was fine at first. They even had a child. However, not long ago, White fell seriously ill, and now he was in critical condition, not knowing when he might breathe his last. Shall we? Is what you said true? Yes. Those outsiders are calling him. Right, Kaido? Hearing this, a glimmer of light seemed to appear in White's dim eyes. Cough, cough. Rico, help me find him. Wait, White, your health. I can't hold on any longer. If it really is him, he should be able to help you. The man's full name was Blake White, and their daughter's name was Blake Maria, also known as Black Maria. Chapter 141. I will take care of your wife and children. Do not worry, Xiao. Do you still remember where he is? I remember. Lead the way. White looked very thin, but he was over 4 meters tall. Rico had quite a hard time supporting him and could only act as a human crutch. Outside, Kaido had no intention of playing with his subordinates. He was just observing the surrounding environment, such as the knife-wielding samurai outside the houses. There were many of them, and they looked much stronger than ordinary foot soldiers. This seemed like a great place for recruiting soldiers. Just as he was thinking this, a slightly excited voice came from behind him. Kaido, is that you? Huh? Who are you? White, Blake White, don't you remember? We were in the same squad back in the Woka Kingdom. I was the cook, and you really liked the food I made back then. White tried to recall some memories, and finally made Kaido remember him. Oh, it's you. I still remember the taste of your drunken beef. No one else could replicate that flavor. How did you end up here? Kaido didn't expect to see an old acquaintance from the Woka Kingdom here, and was even more curious about how he got here. It's a long story. It happened after you left. Left? Did that old man describe me like that? It doesn't fit his style. They call it defection, but no one believes it because your departure from the Woka Kingdom didn't allow you to join the World Conference. Moreover, after you left, the Woka Kingdom suffered consecutive defeats in battles, and others even counterattacked to the capital. That old king ran away himself. Later, because they couldn't pay the heavenly gold, the Woka Kingdom lost its status as a member state, but the military united together to ensure the country's safety. However, many chose to go to sea like me. By the way, do you remember Utron? That guy has made quite a name for himself. White mentioned a few names of old acquaintances, all of whom were Kaido's comrades back then, and he had a good relationship with Utron. I remember, I saw him last year, but he didn't want to join me. But why are you in Weno? Well, we just had some minor skirmishes, and then our ship encountered a maritime disaster. Everyone else died, and I drifted here by chance and managed to survive. Then I met Rico. He came to Weno a few years ago. At that time, many people from the Woka Kingdom chose to go to sea, partly because of Kaido, as he was the strongest soldier in the kingdom back then, and many idolized him. After seeing Kaido's bounty, many chose this path, but not everyone had Kaido's strength and luck. Then White briefly told Kaido about his experiences over the years before getting to the main point. My body can't hold on much longer, Kaido. For the sake of our past friendship, please take care of my wife and daughter. Her name is Rico, and this is my daughter Maria. As he spoke, White suddenly started to gasp for breath. He had been holding on just to find Kaido, and after saying all that, his body could no longer hold up. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried about what would happen to his wife and daughter after he died, which was why he forced himself to come find Kaido despite his severe illness. On the battlefield back then, Kaido was always the most reliable comrade. White hoped Kaido would still remember their friendship and take care of his wife and daughter. He couldn't trust the locals in Weno because of his horns. Many called him a monster back then. Only Rico didn't discriminate against him and helped him with the wounds he sustained during the maritime disaster. That's why after finding Rico, He sold the treasures he had to redeem her, and then lived here. I understand. I will take good care of them. Thank you. After getting Kaido's agreement, White's body suddenly softened, as if he had lost all his strength. He had been holding on just for the sake of his wife and daughter. Now that he saw Kaido, he felt he had found a support for them, and with that breath released, he naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Arceus is not here. He has taken some people to future Ghost Island, including Nachin, as women have no interest in brothels. Although Quinn is here, he could tell White had already exhausted his life force. No medicine could save him now. This is wine from the Woka Kingdom. I got it from Utron not long ago. Have a drink. It really is the taste of home. Kaido. Please. In a foreign land, he preferred to trust Kaido, who was once a comrade, even though he was just a cook. Don't worry. You can rest easy. This time, he didn't get a response from White, as he had truly left completely. White. Seeing White fall silent, Rico found it hard to accept the situation for a moment. Come with me. I promised White I would take care of you. If you don't want to leave. Mandafii, go buy out the shop where she lives. If the money is not enough, let them go to Orochi for it. While others want to have fun, Mandafii chose to stay by Kaido's side. At Arceus' place, there were Shaina and Jalora. As long as they were there, others couldn't try to curry favor. So he chose to stay close to Kaido. It is said that the Beast Pirates plan to further differentiate the ranks of their cadres, so he needs to perform well. His abilities have made him a small cadre within the Beast Pirates, and after training, his Kingler ability gave him a tough, durable body, which was evident in his hardened scales and bones. Common bullets couldn't hurt him, and even ordinary swordsmen couldn't. Only those who mastered steel-cutting techniques could injure him. In this regard, his abilities were quite similar to Mr. One das Bones' quick/fruit, though he didn't have such strong offensive power. He couldn't turn his arms into blades and relied mainly on his fists in battle. Although he wasn't weak, other empowered individuals were on par with him, and Babanuki was even a strong competitor. At this time, he certainly needed to increase his presence in front of Kaido. At Kaido's request, he immediately took a few people and had Xiao Baihe lead the way to the brothel, while Kaido prepared to handle White's remains to send him off for the last time. Having stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 10, he was already accustomed to death, so White's death wouldn't make him sad. After all, he would fulfill his promise to take care of his wife and daughter. But later he might have taken care of them a bit too much. Chapter 142. This is not the situation I want to see. On the other side, in the residence of Kaido, after he and his men left, he angrily overturned the table. What kind of partner is this? This is simply a bandit. Lord Orochi. Pirates are essentially bandits at sea. And isn't this exactly what you want? We need to take revenge on the entire Weno country. And only such evil factions can accomplish this. Only with strong military force can we confront Odin. Kurazumi Semimaru, instead of being angry, began to discuss the pros and cons. And with Kaido here, we can open more factories. Their concern is not the resistance of the daimyos. As long as Kurazumi Orochi has the title of acting shogun, those people won't take direct action. Kaido's strength is prepared to prevent any subsequent issues. We will recover all the losses from those lowly commoners. So, Lord Orochi, please endure for a while longer. I understand. You may leave now. I need to rest. However, today was destined to be different from the past. As soon as Orochi closed his eyes, he saw a terrifying, ghostly face rushing towards him, causing him to sit up instantly and crash against the wall behind him. The fear left by Arceus would ensure he had a good dream, but this good dream was only good for Arceus. Under the influence of Arceus's fearful visage, Kurazumi Orochi could not sleep the entire night. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see various monsters, and as time passed, it became increasingly severe. At first, they were just monsters, but later the things that appeared were his greatest fears, such as Kaido wielding a club, the furious Kazuki Odin, and a group of daimyos who had discovered the truth. Until the sun rose, the effects of Arceus's fearful visage slowly dissipated. However, just as drowsiness began to rise, someone walked in. We'll let you in. Lord Orochi, you said yesterday to report any new developments immediately. Speak, what did those guys do? Did they burn houses, kill people? Or did a daimyo clash with them? None of that. They forcibly bought a brothel and filled in your name on the bill. What did you say? Orochi felt something was off. He had brought this group of pirates in hopes that they would attack the people of Weno country, preferably robbing them clean, but now it seemed these pirates were specifically robbing him. What happened last night in the Flower Capital's red light district was not a secret. Besides Kurazumi Orochi, several others such as Shimatsuki Yajui, Shimatsuki Gyukamuru, Emitsuki Tempura, and Kazunoyuki had received the same news. This piqued their curiosity about the beast pirates. Wanted to know what kind of power this was. Meanwhile, in Kuri, the daimyo Kazuki Oden had already set sail, leaving behind his retainers. They only knew that Kurizumi Orochi had brought in a group of foreign pirates, and those pirates had been reveling in the brothel all night. They were unaware of anything else. The next day, Orochi, in the name of the acting shogun of Weno country, requisitioned a batch of craftsmen and laborers and sent them to a lonely island in the inland sea to build a new territory for Kaido. Riko and Maria were also taken back by Kaido, adding another baby to the beast's care. However, Maria's mother was still around, so her treatment was much better than Jack's. Kaido's purchase of that brothel also had the purpose of gathering intelligence. Although the number was small, there were some female members among the ordinary members of the Beast Pirates, and Kaido sent them there to manage the brothel while also gathering information. Babanuki also took some personnel to the hidden port to guard the entrances and exits of Weno country. Since Orochi did not fully trust Kaido, he requested that both sides' personnel guard the area together. Kaido did not refuse, as it wouldn't take much effort to deal with those people. Then, as per the previous plan, Orochi began to build weapon factories within Weno country. He understood the principle of boiling a frog in warm water. At first, his attitude was not too aggressive, only building factories in various open areas of the countryside. With Kaido's military support, Orochi's courage grew, but he overlooked some details. Although the beasts would help him solve some troubles, they would always emphasize that it was Orochi's orders, and they were just following orders. Sometime later, Kaido's territory was renamed Onigashima, and a large number of craftsmen were working vigorously on the island, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. According to Weno's rules, the shogun had the right to conscript labor, and these people were sent over by Orochi for that reason. However, once they reached the beast side, it turned into paid work. As for where the wages came from, Queen was currently negotiating payment with Kurizumi Orochi, and he was bringing his plague bombs with him, clearly indicating he would resort to violence if he didn't get paid. Meanwhile, Arceus was involved in animal husbandry. They secured a piece of land in Kuri, and since Kazuki Oden was absent, there was no nominal direct manager in Kuri, allowing Orochi to better intervene in the situation there. When Kaido requested a piece of land suitable for planting and breeding, Orochi did not hesitate to give them a piece of land in Kuri, hoping that when Kazuki Oden returned, a more direct conflict could erupt with the beasts. After arriving in Weno country, the beast members generally reflected that the local beef had a better taste, so the beast procured a large batch of local cattle from Weno, part of which was transformed into dairy tanks. Previously, the dairy products newly launched by the beast had received a good market response, and this time they were preparing to expand production. Along with the reactions of others, after dairy products and fruits, Arceus decided to add a third product to beast's offerings, meat products. Using Orochi's name, they acquired a few breeding bulls that others were unwilling to sell, which were then transformed into toros. The toros were normally breeding Pokémon offspring with the dairy tanks, while also crossbreeding with local cattle to cultivate second-generation cattle carrying toros bloodlines. These cattle were exported as beef and were named Wagyu, a local specialty by Arceus. The actions of the beasts once again appeared on Kurizumi Orochi's desk. They are planting trees and raising cattle. According to Kurizumi Orochi's plan, weapons from Weno would undoubtedly sell well in the outside world. When Kaido saw this profit, he would definitely be unable to restrain himself from crazily expanding the factories, and at that time, he could turn all of Weno country into a weapon-producing nation. When the factories occupied all the arable land, the people of Weno would enter a state of starvation. Although this couldn't be achieved in one step, there should be a visible process. But the current situation was very wrong. Kurizumi Orochi believed that Kaido should join him in exploiting the people of Weno country. But now it was clear that he was draining his own blood to develop the livelihood of the people of Weno. Chapter 143. Developing according to local conditions in Weno country. If several factories were not actually established, Kaido would have completely doubted his life. However, he did not completely ignore the situation, as Weno's military industry is indeed excellent, and he could not completely abandon it. Even though the massive profits from the Beast Pirates' fruits, combined with John's treasure, provided ample funding, he still needed a strong logistics base to ensure his weapon supply. Unlike Orochi's idea of building factories nationwide, Arceus had already arranged what each area should be used for based on Weno's environmental characteristics. First is Kuri, which has a mountainous terrain and a mild climate, making it suitable for most fruit cultivation. There are also the ranches of Kintaro, where the new breed of Weno cattle are grazed among the mountains. The terrain and climate of White Dance are similar to Kuri, but without high mountains, mostly consisting of hilly areas. The development plan here is similar to Kuri, but Kuri places more emphasis on agriculture, while this area focuses more on animal husbandry. Flower Capital is the economic center of Weno, with decent terrain on the outskirts and distinct climate layers, allowing for the cultivation of special medicines thanks to the terrain of Mount Fuji. Being located in the center of Weno, it will inevitably become the main site for goods trading in the future. The northern Hashimoto Plains are wasteland, and the Beast Pirates plan to use this area as a primary food production site, ensuring basic food security while also planting cash crops on a large scale. Regarding the wasteland issue, Arceus plans to take time to work on greening it, also letting the locals know what a miracle is. Rabbit's Bowl and Lingho. Weno sea stone or veins are located in Rabbit's Bowl, which is mostly rocky with scarce soil unsuitable for farming, following the principle of developing according to local conditions. Rabbit's Bowl has been chosen as the main industrial area. Moreover, the proximity of the ore veins to the factories can reduce transportation losses and labor costs. Lingho, on the other hand, due to its cold climate and being covered in snow most of the time, only has a few cold region plants growing here. After retaining some areas, it will be the future assembly workshop. The forging of ores and the crafting of parts will be completed in Rabbit's Bowl, then transported to Lingho for assembly. The finished products will be sent to Onigashima, where Kaido and his crew will decide their future use. This is the current plan for the 6 different regions of Weno. However, some of these are just beginning. These plans are for after completely controlling Weno. Currently, the Beast Pirates are merely building factories in Rabbit's Bowl and establishing mixed orchards for agriculture and animal husbandry in Kuri. At the same time, the actions of the Beast Pirates have also had a significant impact on Weno. The number of people accompanying the Beast Pirates is around 1,000, and even the chefs, ship doctors, and navigators among them are capable of going to battle, making them all elite. These people are not coming to Weno to do farm work, but the development of industry requires more manpower. Therefore, the Beast Pirates' choice is to recruit more local labor. With a population of over 1 million in Weno, recruiting some labor is not difficult. Although Weno is xenophobic, the people brought in by Orochi can temporarily set aside this prejudice, especially since they can be at odds with people, but not with money. A monthly salary of 5 gold is considered high in Weno. Under the premise of not eating or drinking, they could save enough for a house in 20 months. Although this is based on the exaggerated premise of not eating or drinking, in some places, one might not earn enough for a house even in 20 years without eating or drinking. In this process, the Beast Pirates also plan to gradually assimilate local members into their ranks, achieving assimilation of Weno, with Riko as a precedent. Although Kaido brought her out because she is White's descendant, this factor is also involved, and Little Lily was also brought out. This was Riko's request. She felt that it would be best for Little Lily to grow up in a different environment. Mandafish directly bought the entire courtesan house at Kaido's request, thus gaining control over all the courtesans there according to the rules. The composition of the brothel is complex, including nobles punished for violating regulations, those who voluntarily sold themselves, and those who were trafficked or sold by their families. The Beast Pirates currently do not have time to address this issue, let alone Weno, even outside. Such matters are still rampant. Human trafficking auctions are openly established in the Sabaody archipelago, and the Navy's garrison is not far from there. There are indeed cases where people were sold to auctions right after leaving the naval base. However, the Navy's presence is somewhat effective, at least while they are there. Sabaody still has orderly areas. For ordinary citizens, the actions of the Beast Pirates provide them with more job opportunities. But the perspective of the daimyos on the Beast Pirates' actions is different. Am I seeing this wrong? Has Kaido really turned over a new leaf and wants to help Weno develop its livelihood? This is the thought of the Shimazuki family, who are among the few daimyos that have the most contact with Kaido and are also relatively familiar with Oden. They have always felt some issues with Kaido. However, looking at the current situation, they seem to have misjudged. But Lord Kyo, those people are forcibly making some residents move under the banner of Orochi, and some have had their land forcibly bought. Let's observe a bit more. These matters are too strange. The daimyos in Weno are on an equal level and manage their own regions. Unless it concerns the shogun or involves a major event that could cause a significant change in all of Weno, they will not contact each other casually. From a perspective of the Shimazuki family, the current situation is not that severe. Moreover, the main areas of action for the Beast Pirates are Kuri and Rabbit's Bowl. If it weren't for the only external port being within his White Dance territory, and if Oden were not absent, he wouldn't care so much about Kuri. Unlike his calmness, the daimyos of Rabbit's Bowl, Ugetsu Tempura, fell into deep thought upon seeing several new factories appearing in Rabbit's Bowl. Previously, there were no large-scale factories in Weno, or rather, they didn't even know what a factory was. These new buildings were constructed under the orders of the acting shogun, and they were a suggestion from Kaido. A large number of factories not only can yield huge profits, but also discharge wastewater that could pollute Weno's environment. The factories that Kaido helped him establish in Rabbit's Bowl are his last consolation, but a strange problem has arisen. The wastewater issue only appeared a few days ago, and then it seemed to vanish into thin air. Chapter 144. Environmental Guardian, Alola Grimer at night, at a factory's drainage outlet in Rabuin. A large amount of highly toxic wastewater was being discharged, flowing into the nearby river. However, this section of the river had been modified and was now dry, so the wastewater did not directly enter the main river. As the wastewater was released, several strange creatures crawled out from the corners of the factory. For them, the toxic wastewater was a delicious meal, and in no time, they drank it all up, accumulating some crystalline masses on their bodies. Alola Grimer. The ordinary Grimer is a strange creature composed of sludge, whose bodily fluids emit a foul odor that most people find repulsive, with only a few able to detect a pleasant scent from them. This kind of Grimer is not suitable for this environment, but the Alola form of Grimer is different. Firstly, Alola Grimer is no longer solely a poison type. It is a combination of poison and dark types. An Arceus with the dark plate can transform the sludge generated from the factory's wastewater, granting them new abilities. Thus, Alola Grimer was born, with the purpose of processing the toxic wastewater discharged from the weapons factory. Alola Grimer can manufacture and store toxins in its body, unlike Grimer from other regions. And even when close, one wouldn't smell the disgusting odor. The surface of Alola Grimer also has some crystalline masses, which are crystallized endotoxins that can poison anyone who touches them. These toxic crystals are easily shed, and Quinn regularly sends people to collect them. These are essentially natural toxins, and only through berry materials can a potent antidote be created. These highly toxic crystals have even become a new strategic resource. However, there is no need to worry about accidental poisoning, as Alola Grimer has a gentle temperament and does not actively attack humans. The factory frequently discharges wastewater, providing them with ample food, so most of the time, they remain stationary, nestled in the crevices near the factory. From a distance, they look like oddly colored floor tiles. Initially, their colors were not so vibrant, but as they consumed a large amount of wastewater, the color of Alola Grimer transformed from a single purple to a vibrant array of colors, making their bodies extremely bright. This is due to the chemical reactions caused by the ingested toxic wastewater. These Alola Grimer can also serve as guards for the factory, preventing any sabotage, making it a win-win situation. However, this led to the fact that Black Charcoal Snake was only happy for a few days before the toxic wastewater mysteriously disappeared. No one explained to him what Alola Grimer was, and he didn't even know that the disappearance of the toxic wastewater was due to Grimer. He had never built a factory before, so he considered all of this a natural phenomenon. This was also the reason for Rain Moon's contemplation. He did not understand what the big snake was doing. In Weno country, there were many refugees without fixed livelihoods, many of whom were small-time thugs. However, now, those people had been captured by the beast pirates and were forced to work in the factory under their supervision, undergoing labor reform. Under the operations of the beast pirates, the security environment in Rabuin surprisingly improved. The big snake also couldn't understand why the beast pirates, who were farming and raising cattle, were forcibly capturing laborers to build factories and doing things according to their own plans, while others in Weno still felt life was getting better. At the same time, a voice of opposition arose from Kiri. The leaders were precisely the retainers of Odin. After careful analysis, believed they had come to the correct conclusion. Black Charcoal Snake was trying to win the people's hearts and undermine the rule of the Kazuki family. Kaido was the accomplice they had brought from the seas, and for the sake of the Kazuki family, they should resist Black Charcoal Snake and Kaido. Under their influence, many people were unwilling to work on the Beast Pirates' territory and would secretly destroy their crops. As a result, the Beast Pirates exhibited their military strength for the first time, leading to initial conflicts, which also relieved Black Charcoal Snake. Most matters in Weno had been arranged, and all that was left was to develop slowly. After dealing with a series of issues, Arceus planned to go out again to search for plates, but he changed his decision-making approach. This time, instead of throwing stones, he had the Happiny bring him Yamato. Although she was still under a year old, she crawled quickly, and according to the Happiny, she would soon learn to walk. Come on, little one. This time a search location is up to you to choose. A sea map made entirely of water appeared before Yamato, capturing her interest. After she poked it with her little hand, a nearby sea area lit up. Shaina, prepare the crew and organize the route. We will go here. Lord Sacred Beast. The Origin is on standby and can depart now. She knew very well that Arceus would not stay here forever, so since arriving in Weno, she had regularly arranged for crew changes and supplies on the Origin. The goal was to set sail whenever Arceus needed it. Shaina, this time you don't need to follow me. Just stay here to oversee things. Let Olga and Jeriora prepare. Weno was still in its development phase, and some places still required the suppression of cadres. The Big Snake's factory construction was not so smooth. Without Kaido's military support, he might not have been able to build so many factories in Rabuin. Moreover, Kaido also urged him to take more children with him when he went out to accelerate their growth. Understood. I will keep an eye on things here. Shaina wished to accompany Arceus on the voyage, but since Arceus had already given the order, she would not argue. There was no need to worry about Arceus's own strength. His gradually recovering powers and electromagnetic levitation solved the flying issue. He was not in a hurry, and each sea area he passed was within his search range, so he would still set sail. However, he did not expect that just before departure, Kaido had thrown Yamato onto the ship. What are you doing? Let her see the world early. And besides, isn't this the sea area you wanted her to choose? It would be a pity if she made her first choice without seeing it. By the way, where are you going this time? The Edver Sea. Chapter 145. The new slate and the tsunami of Edver. The Origin ship left the hidden harbor and set sail for the Edver Sea with just over 100 people on board, leaving the rest behind in the Land of Harmony. The navigator had already planned the route to the Edver Sea, and there were quite a few strangely aged individuals on Arceus' ship. Olga designated the day she left the belly of the Sea King as her rebirth and began counting her age anew from 8, selectively forgetting the over 100 years spent inside. By this calculation, she was already 14 this year. Alyssa was on the same timeline, and as for Jalala, if he had to be counted, he was actually not even 4 yet, but both mentally and physically he was already mature. The only true minor was Shaina, who was not yet 11 and had a few months left until her birthday. Of course, now, there was also Yamato. Arceus did not understand why Kaido insisted on bringing a child along, genuinely unconcerned about any issues his daughter might face. After leaving the hidden harbor and reaching the nearby sea, the waters calmed again. Arceus could even see a few kinglers splashing in the water, seemingly sensing his aura and following along. It wasn't until he left the waters of the Land of Harmony that those kinglers swam back upstream. Arceus instructed them not to leave the nearby waters, as those departing were their descendants. The breeding speed of kinglers was rapid, and the first batch of offspring had already spread to the surrounding seas, while the Origin ship continued its journey toward Edver. After a while, the Origin ship was about to reach the islands near Edver, where a significant event was also taking place on the sea. At the Navy headquarters, the current fleet Admiral Sora was trying to persuade Carp to accept the position of Admiral. However, upon receiving news from the messenger that Roger and the Golden Lion had made contact in the Edver Sea, Carp directly pushed the door open and walked out. Rather than that so-called Admiral title, he was more interested in pursuing Roger. Akiji, who had joined the Navy for 3 years, followed Carp in admiration of his refusal of the Admiral title, while Carp and Sengoku boarded a warship heading to the Edver Sea. The Navy hero Carp and Admiral Sengoku set off at the same time, filling the headquarters Navy with confidence. Meanwhile, in the Edver Sea, the Roger Pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates were facing off. To be precise, the Golden Lion's Grand Fleet surrounded Roger's ship. Dozens of pirate ships belonging to the Flying Sky Pirates encircled Roger's Golden Jackson, and the Golden Lion put forth his demands. Roger, although we had some grievances in our youth, let's let it go now. You know the whereabouts of the weapon that can destroy the world. With my ample forces and years of planning, we can rule the world together. Come be my right hand, Roger. On the sea, the Golden Lion extended an invitation to Roger. Faced with overwhelming pressure, the Roger Pirates prepared for battle. Except for one person, Buggy, who was trying to persuade Roger to temporarily compromise with the Golden Lion, but no one paid him any mind. Neither First Mate Rayleigh, Ship Dr. Kurokas, nor fellow apprentice Shanks showed any intention of helping him. I have no interest in ruling the world, Shiki. Pirates should do what they want to do. The battle was on the verge of erupting, but in terms of force, Joe LD, Roger was at an absolute disadvantage. The Golden Lion, as a legendary pirate, was incredibly powerful with his float fruit and exceptional swordsmanship. His subordinates were also strong, and for a time, the Roger pirates were at a disadvantage. As time passed, an abnormal situation emerged on the sea. The New World's climate was erratic, and a massive tsunami was approaching. Just as the Golden Lion looked at the looming tsunami with a pained expression, it suddenly vanished, and the sea returned to calm. Ha ha ha! Roger, destiny is on my side. The sea is cooperating with me. Surrender, and I'll give you another chance. Don't dream, Shiki. My answer will always be a refusal. The only outcome today is to take you all down, divine slash. Then you'll die here, line of 1,000 cuts. The tsunami that was about to arrive suddenly disappeared, and the culprit behind it was several dozen nautical miles away, calming the sea. Arceus, who sensed the presence from the seabed. Yamato, you really are a lucky star. Lucky. Yamato, who had only learned a few words and mostly could only say lucky like a happy, did not understand Arceus's meaning, but that did not affect his happiness. That's right, it's luck. The water-dropped slate separated from him and sank into the sea. The once turbulent sea calmed instantly, and then the surface split in half, with countless waters retreating to reveal the seabed below. Is this the power of Lord Arceus? What divine power this is? Arceus rarely acted, but when he did, it was an unimaginable force. Many could stir the sea into a frenzy. However, to calm the raging sea and have it obediently split in half was something only a few could achieve. Then the seabed began to tremble. Under the influence of Arceus's power, a slate burst forth from the mud of the seabed, shining again as it merged directly into Arceus's body, greatly enhancing his power. However, with the return of the slate's power, he discovered some special issues. Beneath it were 2 continental shelves, and the slate was stuck in between. As he retracted his slate, the balance had been broken. Now, it was his power maintaining this balance, but as soon as he withdrew it, a massive underwater earthquake would occur here. Everyone, hold on tight. Something bigger is coming. Saying this, he enveloped the entire ship with the power of the Thunder Slate, and the origin ship took off. He then withdrew his power, and a violent force erupted from the seabed. The previous tsunami was nothing compared to the one now. It was like the difference between a child and a father. In the battlefield of the Golden Lion and Roger, the Golden Lion was initially confident. But with the arrival of the new tsunami, everything changed. Shiki, it seems the sea isn't on your side. Everyone prepare to break out. Roger delivered a divine slash to Shiki, cutting off his opportunity to use his fruit's ability to lift his fleet into the air. With the tsunami's arrival, the Roger pirates successfully broke through, while over 2/3 of the Flying Sky Pirate ships were destroyed in the tsunami, resulting in heavy losses for the Flying Sky Pirates. Even worse, a flying ship's helm crashed into the Golden Lion's head. Due to the helm's contact with numerous nerves, the ship's doctor dared not remove it for safety reasons, leaving it lodged in the Golden Lion's head. What a pity, just a little bit more. That guy Roger really is lucky. The one responsible for all of this was now resting on a nearby island, and this trip could be said to be quite fruitful. Arceus initially wanted to take advantage of the moment and have Yamato pick a few more places, but her luck seemed to have been exhausted. So the island chosen this time was unremarkable, with no sensation of slates coming from the surroundings. However, watching Yamato play, Arceus couldn't shake the feeling that the properties of this slate were strange. Chapter 146. The magical attributes of Yamato. The attribute of the stone tablet is dragon. Although the 18 stone tablets do not have a specific order, if one were to categorize their powers, the Dragonstone tablet is definitely among the strongest. The 5 attributes of ground, water, grass, lightning, and dragon are known as the sources of life. These 5 stone tablets can form the life gem, bringing prosperity to a region. Now, aside from ground, the other 4 tablets are already in my possession, not to mention the strongest Dragonstone tablet. Many demigods possess the dragon attribute, and the various enhancements brought by the Dragonstone tablet are visibly powerful. However, there is a small issue, aside from its inherent power. The greatest effect of the tablet is its immunity to attacks. According to the rules, this immunity to attacks is one of the tablet's most formidable characteristics. But it seems that in this world, only Kaido has dragon-type attacks, and, considering the dragon attributes restrain against dragon types. Looking at Yamato, who is cradled in the arms of the Chansey, Arceus finds it a bit strange. Did Kaido's daughter help him find something against Kaido's treasure? After all, with the Dragonstone tablet, Kaido would not lose health after using his abilities, while attacking Kaido would be doubly effective. Finding the Dragonstone tablet is a good thing, but it becomes intriguing that it was found with Yamato's help. However, this is also not bad. He has little chance of opposing Kaido. Yamato is now also his adopted daughter, and having the attribute to counter Kaido is much better than bringing along the attribute of Elbu. After all, Elbu's adoptive father is quite a dangerous profession. Free to move, they prepare to return after replenishing supplies. This operation went surprisingly smoothly. They were not embroiled in any troubles along the way and did not encounter any chaotic individuals, successfully finding a new stone tablet. This island does not offer much in terms of entertainment, but it is stable. After withdrawing the power earlier, Arceus guided the direction of the power, allowing that massive tsunami to expend its energy in the center of the ocean. Here, they only experienced slightly larger waves, which did not cause any damage. Just before they arrived, there were still residents on the beach collecting fish. However, upon seeing the pirate flag, they hid away, as this does not seem to be an island ruled by pirates. Freshwater, food, and the people on the origin ship are as busy as ever. However, those left on the lookout tower suddenly signaled. Lord Holy Beast, it's the Golden Jackson. The Roger Pirates ship is approaching here. Pirates only signal when they are in their own territory. When outside, any pirate crew will be concerned about the situation in nearby waters. Not to mention, being suddenly surrounded by the Navy is a big trouble. No pirate crew has the capability to overthrow the entire Navy, and the Navy's personnel come from all over the seas, making it meaningless to engage in a war of attrition with them. Therefore, pirates rarely attack the Navy unless they have specific intentions. Although they do not see any warships now, seeing other pirate ships also requires caution. However, their ships are somewhat damaged. They must have just gone through a fierce battle. Lord Holy Beast, what should we do? Don't worry about them. Just do what you need to do. Even without binoculars, he can see the condition of the Golden Jackson clearly. The main mast is nearly broken, and there are holes on both sides of the hull, indicating they plan to dock for emergency repairs. Even though the Golden Jackson is a ship built by Tom using the atom tree, it is in poor condition after experiencing such a massive tsunami, especially since the Golden Lion himself is not weak. Top-tier swordsmanship and fruit abilities, powerful hockey. The Roger Pirates must have suffered some casualties to break through, and both sides can only say they hurt each other. If it weren't for the subsequent tsunami arriving in time, the Roger Pirates would have undoubtedly paid a higher price. They should have no interest in seeking out other enemies now. Arceus was not mistaken. The Roger Pirates chose to dock on the other side of the island, which is a mutual understanding and tradition among pirates. When both parties discover each other, the later arrival docks on the other side, and the earlier arrival does not react, indicating that both sides do not wish to become hostile and can leave after resting. Arceus dislikes meaningless conflicts. Roger needs to rest. 2 years ago, he was diagnosed with an incurable disease, relying solely on Dr. Kurokaz's medical skills to continue sailing. Although his combat power has not been affected, he can no longer fight continuously for long periods. After a battle with the Golden Lion, both he and his companions on the ship need to rest. Meanwhile, one person on the ship has also changed his mind, Douglas Barrett. He joined Roger's ship because of Roger's strength. However, after the Edward Sea battle, he began to doubt Roger's strength, or rather, the life on the Roger Pirates made him waver. After confirming that Roger had finished resting, he challenged Roger again. The battle did not last long. Barrett still could not defeat Roger, but after that, he left the Roger Pirates, not knowing where he went. That guy Barrett has left after all. Let him go. He has just a dangerous element. It's better that he left sooner. Shanks and Buggy went to the town to replenish supplies. They had experienced the least battles in the previous fight and had the most remaining stamina, so they took on this responsibility. Although Roger previously required them to be accompanied by an adult when going out after an incident, they are now 12 years old, so Roger relaxed his requirements for them again. At this time, they passed by 2 people, and after walking a few steps, Buggy suddenly remembered something. Shanks, do you remember that girl from earlier? What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't you remember? Almost 4 years ago, on that island, we encountered that ability user. Compared to Shanks, who is somewhat blunt, Buggy has a good memory. He clearly remembers being played by Olga's ability a few years ago. Especially since Olga's appearance has hardly changed over the years. He recalled her immediately after a brief encounter. I can't remember. You idiot. Buggy, infuriated, waved his arms around. Not long ago, he accidentally ate the split fruit, turning himself into a dry duck. To be precise, he swallowed the split fruit. And it's a miracle he didn't choke to death. Okay, I remember now. So what do you want to do? She embarrassed us so much back then. Of course, I want to take revenge. That time, we failed to steal the treasure map, and she didn't do anything else. Let it go. I know. I just want to scare her. Thanks to you, I'm also an ability user now. At this point, Buggy's tone suddenly became somewhat melancholic, and Shanks found it inappropriate to continue the conversation. Chapter 147. Familiar plot. Pursuing Navy unlike Kaido's obsession with Zoan-type devil fruit users. which led to a large number of Zoan users in the Beast Pirates. The Roger Pirates had almost no Devil Fruit users at all. The only previous Devil Fruit user was Barrett. However, Barrett boarded the Oro Jackson as a challenger and did not truly belong to the Roger Pirates. Before the Marineford War, Buggy accidentally ate a Devil Fruit, making him and Barrett the only two Devil Fruit users on Roger's ship. Eating this fruit was not his intention. It could only be described as karma. At that time, the Roger Pirates had seized a Devil Fruit among their spoils. And when Buggy heard that a Devil Fruit could be sold for an exorbitant price of 100 million berries, he attempted to hide the fruit. Later, while quietly observing his spoils at night, he was startled by Shanks and accidentally swallowed the fruit. From that moment on, he lost the ability to swim. Although he gained the ability to disassemble his body, he was not happy about it. After all, treasure hunting was Buggy's greatest hobby, and becoming a landlubber meant he could no longer freely explore the treasures of the sea. His excellent swimming skills had become a thing of the past. Not being able to find treasure, personally, meant his joy was halved. In his view, the culprit behind all of this was Shanks, who had given him a light tap, although his own greed was the root cause. However, Shanks' tap was also a significant reason for this incident. While Buggy and Shanks were discussing their issues, Olga also posed her question to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, do you smell that? It smells like conspiracy. Conspiracies don't have a smell, so you can't smell it. Really, after all these years, you still haven't learned the essence of words. 3 years later, Elizabeth could converse fluently, but only in that aspect. She could understand the meaning in straightforward sentences, but when someone spoke in circles like Olga, she couldn't comprehend it. This was not something that could be resolved through learning. It could only be understood through long-term practice. Forget it. Let us put it another way. After all these years, why Haven T they changed their bad habits? As she spoke, she used her pinky to scratch her ear. Years ago, she had heard Buggy and Shanks' private discussions clearly, and now she was already 14 years old. 10-year-old Kaido had become the strongest soldier in the Wok Kingdom. 13-year-old Barrett had become the kingdom's strongest boy soldier and a national hero. At 13, Rob Lucci single-handedly killed 500 captured soldiers of the kingdom and all the pirates, becoming a ruthless killing machine. At this age, it was time to make a move. Although she was still considered an intern, that was because Kaido intended for her to take on a prominent position after she became a full member. The Shaina unit belonged solely to Arceus. As for Jack, he was still a baby, and having 4 calamities was quite normal. She still had a long way to go before she could be on par with Queen and Jean. This time, although the sound was much quieter than last time, it was still not too weak. It was still very easy to hear the conversation between the two 12-year-old boys. Buggy remembered her, and she had not forgotten Buggy and Shanks. In fact, she mainly remembered Buggy. His nose was too distinctive, and she had never seen another like it in all these years. Scare me? I do like to see how they scare me. Off I go, Elizabeth. Let us have some fun with those too. Saying this, she took a turn and avoided the main street, watching Olga disappear from view. Buggy immediately wanted to pull Shanks to chase after her, resulting in the activation of his Devil Fruit ability, with one arm hanging directly onto Shanks because Shanks remained stationary. Shanks, what are you doing? Wait, Buggy, don't you think this plot feels a bit familiar? A few years ago, they had recklessly chased after her like this, and then they began to passionately fight until Olga left the range affected by his ability. Now, this situation gave Shanks a sense of DJVU, so Buggy couldn't pull Shanks, and after eating the chop fruit, body disassembly became a passive skill for him. Not only would he actively disassemble when faced with slashing attacks, but if too much force intervened in his body, it would also disassemble. For example, he wanted to pull Shanks, but Shanks stood like a pillar, unmoving, which ultimately led to his arm and body disassembling to prevent dislocation. What are you afraid of? We're not who we used to be. Let us go. Buggy's body split into many pieces, pushing Shanks' joints forward from behind. Don't rush, Buggy, this time. Let's use a code first. Be careful not to be tricked again. Remember, whoever can't say the code is the fake. Last time, being tricked led to a fight. As his first defeat in life, he had not forgotten this ability. After making sufficient preparations, they chased after her, and once again, the same thing happened as a few years ago. They seem to have returned to that familiar alley. You two are so slow. The ice cream is about to melt. It's been years. How do you plan to prank us this time? The voice came from all directions, and they couldn't see Olga's figure in the empty alley. They once again plunged into Olga's illusion world. Without sufficient observation hockey, they couldn't possibly encounter the current Olga. Last time, Olga's illusion made them see each other as Olga, but this time it didn't work. However, some people had filled in the gaps regarding Olga's abilities, and Buggy and Shanks could not confirm if the person in front of them was real. At that moment, the code Shanks had prepared in advance took effect, but they underestimated Olga's abilities. Zoroark's illusions were all-encompassing and could also interfere with their hearing, so the answers they heard were all wrong. Thus, they fell into infighting again, having forgotten their initial intention of just wanting to prank each other. "Really, you two little brats," Elizabeth said, "it's time to go back. Aren't they from the Roger Pirates? I heard that pirate crew is very strong, unlike Whitebeard and Gold Lion, who had massive forces. Roger could be said to be one of the few who made a great name for himself in the New World with just one ship. They might be the weakest on the ship." Originally, Olga wanted Shanks and Buggy to fight a bit longer, but a series of cannon fire dispelled that thought. Elizabeth understood. Olga crossed her arms, using Elizabeth to leap high into the air. Unless in riding mode, Elizabeth wouldn't use her snake lizard form, but would maintain her thousand-faced trickster form. With Olga's assistance, it began to glide in the air and saw what was happening on the other side of the coastline. "It's the Navy. We should prepare to go back." Chapter 148. Difficult to comply. Looking at Shanks and Buggy, who were still fighting, Olga dispelled the illusion affecting them. "You two stop fighting. The Navy is coming. We need to get back on the ship." There was no deep-seated grudge between them, so she had been holding back. How badly Shanks and Buggy would fight depended on their previous intentions. If they aimed to take her life, they would be more seriously injured in the chaos. Now, since the fight between Buggy and Shanks was not intense, it indicated they did not have overly malicious intentions. Given this, Olga felt there was no need to take drastic measures. The distant sounds brought Shanks and Buggy back to their senses. Undoubtedly, they had been played again, but the cannon fire in the distance reminded them that it was time to return to the ship. "Hey, Shanks, don't tell Mr. Rayleigh and Captain Roger about this." "Why not? Do you want to be grounded again? Not only were you fooled, but by the same person in the same way twice." "Buggy, I think you're right, but it's better not to say anything." "Huh? Why?" "Because I already know." The voice of Rayleigh sounded from Buggy's other side. He had just appeared next to them while running towards the Golden Jackson, but Buggy hadn't noticed him. "It seems I can't trust you two. From now on, someone needs to follow you." Saying this, Rayleigh grabbed Shanks and Buggy by one hand each and pulled them back to the Golden Jackson. The ship had been repaired and was now operational again, and they were about to embark on a new journey. As the person most familiar to the Roger Pirates was in pursuit, "Roger, surrender. You have nowhere to run," Carp shouted from the front of the naval ship, holding a cannonball that he threw towards the Golden Jackson. However, it was shattered in midair by Jabba, who wielded dual axes. Although it was thrown by Carp, it was still an ordinary cannonball. Watching Shanks and Buggy return, Roger issued the command to set sail again, and the Golden Jackson began its chase against the Navy's ships. However, only one naval ship pursued, while another ship had different intentions, with its cannons aimed at the Origin. "Admiral Sengoku, should we not care about Mr. Carp? Don't worry about him. That guy gets all hyped up whenever he sees Roger and can't be stopped. Let us deal with these pirates first." Due to the fierce battle in the Edverse Sea, Sengoku and Carp had come here together, facing Roger and the Golden Lion as their hypothetical enemies. However, upon arriving in the Edverse Sea, they found only wrecked ships. Neither Roger nor the Golden Lion was in sight, which was why their ships had come closer. This was the nearest island to that sea, and the most suitable place to rest, where they might encounter either Roger or a member of the Golden Lion. It appeared that Sengoku was right. Not only did they encounter Roger, but they also came across the Origin flying the Beast Pirates flag. Although the Beast Pirates were not their main target, it was only natural not to ignore them since they were here. It was only natural for the Navy to capture pirates, and after Carp went after Roger, Sengoku commanded the crew on the ship to attack the Origin. He did not see Kaido on the ship, and Kaido had disappeared again. It had been a long time since the New World had heard of Kaido causing trouble while drunk. Sengoku believed this was just an ordinary ship belonging to the Beast Pirates, and capturing them wouldn't take much time. He misunderstood this because the Origin was flying both the Beast flag and the Arceus emblem, a pattern derived from the Thousand Universe arm, which usually only pirates affiliated with other major pirates would display two different flags. As he launched the attack, the people on the Beast ship recognized his face. It was Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. As the only Navy admiral at this stage who had neither declined promotion nor retired to the background, Sengoku had a prominent reputation outside and was indeed a model of the Navy. However, the Beast Pirates did not panic because Arceus was still on the ship. "That troublesome guy is back. Is everyone back?" They have their own territory and long-term plans. Arceus didn't want to waste energy on a fight with the Navy, mainly because it was meaningless. Even if they killed a Navy admiral, apart from being sensationalized by Morgans, they would just be seen as a thorn in the side by the world government and the Navy, gaining nothing. Navy admirals are top-tier combat power. But with hundreds of member countries as a foundation, occupying the entire red line, the world government has ample manpower. Even the position of admiral can be filled again. After the Paramount War, they left the admiral candidates unused, and they could fill this vacancy through a massive draft. He was not interested in such hollow fame. If he really killed a Navy admiral, whether for future deterrence or to maintain the Navy's face, the Beast territory would suffer a severe blow, and the intelligence network they had painstakingly established would go to waste. While admirals are important cornerstones of the Navy, losing one wouldn't be fatal unless there were bigger moves. Therefore, Arceus did not want to engage in such meaningless actions. So, just like when he faced Zifa earlier, he trapped the opponent in a flame vortex and left directly. The reasoning was the same now. Moreover, he still had a bunch of kids on board, besides Olga and Elizabeth. Oh, they're back too. So our people are all here. Set sail. The Origin raised its sails and planned to leave, but their intention to leave did not mean the Navy agreed. Dense cannon fire formed a blockade, blocking the way of the Origin. Not wanting to fight did not mean they wouldn't fight back. The Origin was naturally equipped with heavy artillery made by the Beast, capable of rivaling the Navy's cannons in range and power, leading to an artillery battle on the sea. Although his electromagnetic levitation could make the ship fly, that speed was no different from being a target. You all go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit. He wanted to see just how much power a Navy headquarters admiral could exert. Under Arceus' command, the Origin retreated first, and everyone followed this order except Jiraiya. Jiraiya, didn't you hear my order? Sorry, my lord, I cannot comply. If everyone could come directly to you, that would be an insult to me. Chapter 149. Is this what 5,000 berries should be doing? You should be aware that they can't do anything to me at sea. This is the ocean, and Arceus, who possesses the water slate, can freely manipulate the seawater and control this vast ocean. If it weren't for the intention of witnessing the strength of a general, he has many ways to escape them. On land, there are fiery whirlpools, and similarly, there are water-type whirlpools in the sea. This time, it should be said that after farming for too long, it's time to stretch my muscles. I am well aware of your strength, but please forgive my stubbornness. Our duty is to help you find what is lost and protect your existence. I cannot retreat before you. If everything has to be done by you personally, then your creation of us would be meaningless. Zeraora stood beside Arceus, and this was the only time since his appearance that he did not follow Arceus' orders. Fine. Do as you wish. You indeed should experience the pinnacle of this world's combat power. Zeraora has not fought much. His only enemies are those organ-trafficking assassination groups. But they are not a valid standard for assessing combat power. The warships, led by Sengoku, can help Zeraora better clarify what stage his strength is at. As you command. Seeing that Arceus did not continue to order him to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time, he could be headstrong. But if Arceus insisted on making him leave, he would have to obey. At this moment, the fur on his body stood completely upright, which was a sign that he was using the stored electrical energy within his body. He floated beside Arceus. This was not electromagnetic levitation, but rather his unique ability. The pads on his hands and feet could release a large amount of electric current, and he could create a powerful magnetic field using this current, allowing him to move through the air and achieve high-speed flight. Naturally, the presence of Arceus and Zeraora attracted the attention of the Navy. Sengoku has always been known as a wise general, and intelligence is crucial in this regard. Undoubtedly, the Navy's intelligence network is much more powerful than that of pirates. Whether it's the Navy's own undercover agents or the information provided by the world government CPs, everything gets compiled at Navy headquarters. As a general of the headquarters, Sengoku has a high level of authority in this regard, and all generals have their own familiar aides. Sengoku's aide had already brought the compiled intelligence to him. Unknown creature? 5,000 berries? Nothing else? Yes, we have no records of that creature in the sky. This bounty notice is the only intelligence we have. However, Mr. Zephyr has reported similar intelligence, but the intelligence department analyzed it and concluded that it was the ability of the flame calamity. Arceus' lifestyle can be described as reclusive. Usually, it's Kaido who is in the spotlight, and the Navy has little understanding of Arceus. The bounty notice also left a stereotypical impression, leading to most powers being attributed to others. What about that furry tribe? No intelligence. They should be new members. Although there are no furry tribes within the Navy, Zeraora's appearance is too similar to that of the furry tribe, which led Sengoku to perceive him as a member of the furry tribe and also a power user. After all, there are no records of flying furry tribe members. Before Sengoku could issue new orders, Arceus had already presented a welcoming gift, the Dragon Star Cluster, also known as the Celestial Dragon Meteor. The new slate must be used, and this was the moment for him to experience the power of the Dragon Slate. Dragon-type energy erupted, forming a dense meteor shower in the sky that struck the warship where Sengoku was located. Is this a pet? Are those people in the intelligence department useless? Watching the incoming Dragon Star Cluster, Sengoku seriously questioned the abilities of the intelligence personnel. If they can't make accurate judgments, they shouldn't make rash conclusions. He had never heard of such a creature. It must be an animal-type user accustomed to beast form. Such beings were not unheard of. Sengoku's body emitted a golden light, transforming him into the Great Buddha form, and then a shockwave shot up into the sky. Sengoku is known as the Buddha of the War Country, not because he is particularly Buddhist, but because of his fruit ability, the human fruit. Mythical beast-type, Great Buddha form. In addition to his formidable Buddha golden body, the shockwaves generated from his palms are also one of his main combat methods. Without any favoritism due to relationships, the Buddha's shockwave centered around him enveloped the entire warship. After a violent tremor, the tentative attack of the Dragon Star Cluster was successfully intercepted by him. It's been blocked. Not bad. So what is your limit? A new batch of Dragon Star Clusters appeared out of thin air. Compared to the previous attack, this time the number of Dragon Star Clusters was greater and their size larger. As for the debuff that originally reduced special attack from the Dragon Star Cluster, he had negated it with his self-encouragement power. Watching the Dragon Star Cluster attack again, Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that to resolve such an attack, he must strike at the source. However, he could not leave now. He had already missed the opportunity. If he left to find Arceus, the Marine soldiers on the ship would inevitably suffer significant casualties. Only his ability could perfectly protect this warship. Borsalino, go interrupt his attack. Sengoku did not think it was a good idea to let Borsalino take over his defense of the warship. The lasers he released might shatter those strange meteors, but they wouldn't eliminate them all, and a rash change could cause other issues. Therefore, sending him to interrupt the opponent's attack and prevent further arbitrary attacks on the warship was the best decision. However, Borsalino did not follow orders since the training camp. He had been a bit lazy. Sengoku-san, you seem to be in trouble. Can we skip this? What do you think? Oh dear, I understand, but don't be so impatient. Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino, the future 3 admirals, have all become members of the Navy by now. Since the day they joined, they have been referred to as monsters within the Navy. They have not disappointed their monstrous reputation since graduating from Zephyr's training camp. They have all been awarded the rank of colonel. This is the Navy's regulation. The highest rank that those coming out of the training camp can attain is colonel, while a general's rank requires not only strength but also military achievements. However, those specially recruited by the world government can break this rule, including being directly awarded ranks above colonel. Sakazuki and Borsalino joined earlier than Kazan, and it has now been 5 years. Borsalino is currently a rear admiral, and while their strength is more than that, they still lack achievements. Currently, the 3 are training alongside others, as the Navy intends to cultivate them to take over the admiral positions in the future. Chapter 150, Arceus vs. Sengoku, however. This will only take place after Kong hands over his position as marshal. They still have much to learn. There is a lot more to understand as a qualified naval officer. Nowadays, most of the time, Kazan follows Garp, Borsalino follows Sengoku, and Sakazuki is with another veteran rear admiral. However, this arrangement is not fixed and often changes. Besides Sengoku, there is another rear admiral on the ship, but his strength does not compare to Borsalino at this time. With the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, he is more suited to demonstrate his advantages in the sky. Under Sengoku's orders, Borsalino transformed into light and ascended into the sky, but before he could do anything, Jolteon was already charging at him. Excuse me, little brother of the fur tribe, could you please step aside? My target is not you. Borsalino complained slightly while looking at the much shorter Jolteon. His personality is somewhat inscrutable within the Navy, but since he chose to join the Navy and possesses great strength, the Navy has been indulgent of his behavior. Unless it is a life or death situation, he would slightly bargain over the commands of a general. And many do not understand why someone like him would choose to join the Navy. This is my master's entertainment time, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere. It seems the negotiation has failed, but it doesn't matter. Shining mirror. Borsalino transformed into a flash of light, refracting several times to bypass Jolteon in front of him, intending to quickly execute Sengoku's orders and return to the warship. His efforts at this moment were to better slack off, as only by completing the orders could he go back. However, things did not go as smoothly as he thought. He heard Jolteon's voice beside him. "I said you can't pass. Didn't you hear me?" Jolteon's tail, wrapped in hockey, swept toward him, directly interrupting Borsalino's shining mirror. The young people are getting more and more terrifying. Watching Jolteon catch up, Borsalino adjusted his glasses, realizing he had to take this seriously. This was not the ordinary pirate he could easily deal with before. The ability of the Pika Pika no Mi gave him a speed that was unmatched in the Navy. Almost nobody could keep up with him. This speed, granted by the Pika Pika no Mi, was the speed of light, but could not shake off Jolteon, who could also move at lightning speed. Light and electricity are both forms of light, and Jolteon was not inferior to Kizaru in speed. The air crackled with electricity as Jolteon and Borsalino engaged in fierce combat, not giving him any chance to disrupt Arceus. In close combat, he could not escape Jolteon, and even if he released a laser, it would be intercepted by Jolteon's lightning. Most people on the naval ship could not see what was happening in the sky. They could only see 2 points of light colliding back and forth. General Sengoku and Rear Admiral Borsalino seemed to be entangled. He could not break through the enemy's obstruction. "How about I? No, you take over command. A prolonged defense will lead to loss. We can't keep defending like this." He had blocked many waves of the meteor swarm, but the subsequent meteor swarms were endless. If the root problem could not be solved, they would always be passively beaten. Moreover, Sengoku seemed to have discovered a pattern. There were intervals in the formation of those meteors. Seizing an opening, Sengoku's figure vanished from the ship, and the next moment, a palm containing endless Buddha light struck toward Arceus. The Rokushiki techniques were skills of the Navy and the world government, and, as a Navy admiral, he naturally knew how to use Jeppo. Jolteon saw Sengoku appear beside Arceus and wanted to stop him, but Borsalino made the same move. "Hey, little brother of the fur tribe, where do you think you're going? Get lost." What a terrifying tone, but it won't do, otherwise. General Sengoku will criticize me when he turns back. By the way, little brother, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The shining calf and the fist wrapped in lightning made contact, unleashing a more intense clash in the sky. Sengoku's attack indeed achieved some effect. For example, the warship was no longer under attack from the meteor swarm. However, he struck empty air. His palm passed through Arceus's body without causing any damage, and the sensation returned was exactly like hitting air. As Arceus, who was hit by him, slowly vanished, his true form was revealed again. What Sengoku had just hit was a shadow clone created by Arceus. The real Arceus had long since moved to another location. Who exactly are you? Someone like you cannot be an unknown person. Interesting question, but unfortunately, I don't want to answer you. However, as a Navy admiral, how confident are you in your own strength? In the blink of an eye, Arceus vanished again, and Sengoku felt a sharp pain in his chest. This was a swift, attack-type move. According to Borsalino's often quoted saying, "Speed is power." With the enhancement of this speed, a tremendous force penetrated Sengoku's golden body, causing considerable impact on his internal organs. Your golden body seems not just a shell on the surface, it's quite hard. Sengoku did not speak, but his body became even larger, gradually transforming into a massive Buddha sitting in the sky. A giant Buddha hand, marked with a swastika symbol, reached out to grab Arceus. "I'm not a monkey, but how about trying this move, Buddha?" A large number of plant roots appeared out of nowhere, coiling together to form another giant Buddha. Influenced by electromagnetic levitation, this giant Buddha also floated in the air, with Arceus standing atop its head. Then, thousands of giant arms made of vines began to smash down towards Sengoku. Crazy plants, true thousand hands, Buddha transformation. This might not necessarily make the move stronger, but could make it more spectacular. In the past, he could only imagine it, but now he could truly replicate those moves. Simply using vines to hit someone lacked the intimidation of a giant wooden Buddha. However, perhaps it was an illusion, but Arceus seemed to hear the sound of a camera shutter. At the same time, Jolteon returned to his side. He had just unleashed a large amount of electric energy to temporarily push back Kizaru, but his remaining energy could not support him for further combat. "Sorry, my lord, I'm not recharged since my birth over 3 years ago. If it weren't for the battle with the young Kizaru, my endurance could have lasted longer." Arceus naturally noticed that he was out of power. Since that was the case, this battle should come to an end. "Sengoku, let me give you a gift before I leave." A beam of grass-type punitive light shot from the top of the giant Buddha towards Sengoku. In his giant Buddha form, could not evade this strike, and his golden body could not withstand the power of this punitive light. A massive crack appeared on his golden body, and at the same time, the attacks of the crazy plants had not stopped. Countless fists pounded on him, and Sengoku's figure fell from the sky. Although Borsalino caught the falling Sengoku, Arceus and his companions had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 151. Zephyr is right. Admiral Sengoku, are you okay? What do you think? The Buddha fruit has also given him powerful recovery abilities. Although the characteristics of the Buddha's golden body allowed him to withstand Arceus's punitive light shards, his current condition isn't great either. They've already left. I know. Those useless fools in the intelligence department. I'm going to complain to Marshal Kong when I get back. He's not afraid of lacking intelligence. He's afraid that the intelligence department can't tell the truth from the false and still dares to send it up. Such completely erroneous intelligence in hand is simply a trap. Although Borsalino quickly caught him, Sengoku didn't want to praise him in this regard because compared to the scars on Sengoku's body, Borsalino could be said to have not lost a single hair. However, due to the massive lightning that Gellalora unleashed in the end, his hairstyle was somewhat affected. When Borsalino was young, he hadn't changed to that simple buzz cut, and for a moment, it was almost styled into a brand new hairstyle. What were you just doing? Admiral Sengoku, I was working hard fighting the enemy, but this furry tribe is different. He seems to be a user with lightning-like speed and a high level of domineering, and neither of us can do anything to each other. Natural-type users are very hard to hurt in battle, although Haki can touch the entity of a natural type. The natural-type user can also use observation Haki to predict and disperse their body before being attacked, making it impossible for the enemy to touch them. Gellalora's observation Haki training is slightly lacking, so it's hard for him to deal effective damage to Borsalino, and he doesn't have many ways to counter Gellalora either. Borsalino's attacks inherently have a certain pause, as although his body turns into light, his reaction and thinking are still human. Even if he is a monster among humans, it still takes time to react. This time is very brief and almost undetectable with a light fruit, but that momentary pause is enough for Gellalora to react. Although his observation Haki is not as good as Borsalino's, his battle instincts are inherently stronger than Borsalino's. Zephyr is right. You focus too much on the fruit's abilities and neglect the training of your physical skills. In Sengoku's generation, both Garp and Zephyr are not users, and he himself is a Zoan-type user, so he has always valued physical skills. Borsalino has been a natural-type user since the day he joined the training camp, and he has the fastest light fruit, so he has always neglected this aspect. It's not that his physical skills are weak, but compared to those who excel in physical skills, there is a considerable gap. Admiral Sengoku, you should focus on healing your injuries first. Borsalino doesn't really want to discuss this topic. Among the many students taught by Zephyr, his relationship with Zephyr is probably the most ordinary. So upon hearing Sengoku's usual chatter, he directly brought him back to the ship. Floating in the air all the time is quite unreasonable. Although he had released the Buddha form, Sengoku still maintained his golden body, looking like a little Oscar statuette. This is the ability of his fruit. The cracks in his golden body can be slowly repaired through the fruit's ability, but directly releasing the ability and letting the injuries feed back to the body makes it much harder to heal. Most of the Dragon Star clusters were blocked by Sengoku, but when he rushed out to fight, some of the subsequent Dragon Star clusters crashed into the ship's hull, causing some minor casualties for the Navy. But overall, it was still within acceptable limits. Meanwhile, in the cabin of Sengoku's warship, someone was checking their film. Accurately capturing the target's face was their task, and it seemed to be going quite well. However, he had quite a bit of obsessive-compulsive behavior when it came to taking photos, carefully selected, and finally found the photo of Arceus standing atop the Buddha's head and Gellalora wrapped in electric light. According to Arceus's orders, the Origin had already left ahead of time, and he had first charged Gellalora once. After all, Gellalora is one of the few electric-type Pokémon without electric organs. However, his endurance is still quite high. Although this battle consumed a lot of electricity, it also relates to his remaining power not being much. Under normal circumstances, his endurance is still quite lasting. However, this battle did expose a shortcoming. Gellalora's height is ultimately not well suited for this world full of little giants. So it seems he needs to adjust his self-growth ability slightly. Nothing else, if he really has some relationship with Shaina in the future, according to Shaina's developmental level. That would be a strange development of driving a big car. After they returned, the Origin began to move towards the direction of Weno country and even made a detour to patrol the territory around the 100 Beasts. Sengoku's ship returned to the Navy headquarters ahead of time. Once Garp starts chasing Roger, he'll get on his high horse. So waiting here for him to come back isn't wise at all. When Sengoku returned to the Navy headquarters, the first thing he did was find Kong to complain about the intelligence department's negligence. Are you saying that it's not a pet of the beast pirates, but a powerful Zoan-type user? Yes, he's very strong. I don't know how much strength he actually used, but he is enough to pose a threat to the Admiral. How does he compare to Roger and Whitebeard? I don't know. It's hard to judge this matter. I understand what you mean, but this intelligence wasn't collected by us in the Navy, but was captured by the world government's agents on their way, and they didn't take it seriously at the time. I will file a complaint with the world government, but I estimate it won't have much effect. As for the identity of that user, I'll send someone to investigate it later, but you should take a look at this first. Kong handed Sengoku the new intelligence, which was detailed information about the Ever Sea battle. Did the Golden Lion suffer such great losses? Yes, over half of his ships were destroyed in that sea area, and many of his subordinates and affiliated captains were also lost. The pirates in the New World are going to become restless again. Pirates generally crave higher fame and fortune, and stepping on the corpses of their predecessors to rise is the fastest way. So every year there are reckless newcomers challenging the old pirates of the New World. The aerial pirates, which have suffered significant losses, appear to many as a piece of fat meat, but the big pirates have not acted rashly. They are very clear that compared to those subordinates, the Golden Lion himself is the most crucial part of the aerial pirates. As long as the Golden Lion is still there, the foundation of the aerial pirates will not diminish. Is this going to be published in the newspaper? Of course. Those pirates will probably stir up a new round of internal strife upon seeing this news. And letting them consume themselves a bit is also what the higher-ups want to see. You should go back and heal your injuries. Even if you were a user, you still need to pay attention to these issues. I will urge the intelligence department to do a good job. Chapter 152. Excellent intelligence personnel. Although the Navy and the world government have not stationed a large number of troops in the New World, there have always been many intelligence personnel, including bounty hunters, black market traders, and even some pirates disguised as agents of the world government and the Navy. Their only task is to collect relevant information. Arceus often appears within the territory of the beast pirates, making it easy to investigate his name. But the agents have gathered limited information regarding his abilities. Those elites from back then have now been brought into Weno, and among those left behind, only a few who have witnessed Arceus' abilities can be considered small leaders of pirates. To avoid exposing themselves while gathering information, they rarely make contact with their leaders. Additionally, although the beast pirates now have many capable individuals, the Navy sees nothing unusual about this, and they only dispatch personnel because Arceus has the power to injure marine admirals. Under this pretense, they failed to uncover his true strength. He is referred to by members as a holy beast closely related to Kaido, and suspected of being a vice captain or holding an equal position. This conclusion was drawn from their simple investigation, although still not comprehensive. It is much more detailed than referring to him as some sort of unidentified creature or a pet of the beast pirates. Once the intelligence collection department gathers information, it is reported back to their superiors, who then have the analysis department evaluate the specific situation based on the information. According to the information they collected, the analysis department would adjust the bounty and titles accordingly. However, the analysis department shares the same view as Sengoku on this matter. They believe Arceus is merely a mythical beast user with special abilities, not some strange creature. How could Kaido possibly be on equal footing with a bizarre being? However, the unknown nature of Arceus' fruit abilities led to an analysis of past data, indicating that he can control plants and flames and possesses flight abilities. According to uncertain reports, he may also have the ability to grant others powers. The analysis department reached two conclusions. One is that the collected intelligence is accurate, and Arceus indeed possesses such abilities. The other is that this is all a ruse by Kaido, and the so-called power-giving abilities are merely breakthroughs achieved by the beast pirates technically. When this information was brought up, data regarding Queen was also submitted. Queen the Plague, a member of the beast pirates and one of the former members of the MADS research team, later joined the beast pirates and is skilled in human modification and has a certain understanding of bloodline factors. We believe he may have achieved better results in this area. Perhaps we underestimated him initially and should have included him in the scientific research team. Nevertheless, neither side could convince the other, and ultimately, both conclusions were presented to an empty table, with the specific results awaiting more detailed intelligence from the agents. However, this did not elicit a significant response from the Navy. There are many who can injure a Marine Admiral, some of whom are currently imprisoned and impelled down, while others remain at large. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, Red Count Baroque works, and now there's just Arceus added to the list, so they merely increased the bounty as a matter of routine. When Rox exposed his ambitions, the Navy did not take any major actions, and they view the various activities of the beast pirates as mere minor disturbances. As for Geriora, their intelligence is even less than that of Arceus. At least Arceus is often active within his territory, while they have uncovered no information about Geriora beyond his identity as a cadre and his name. Thus, the new bounty notice spread across the world alongside news of the Edverse Sea battle. As for Sengoku's mention of accountability, it was ultimately raised high and then gently set down. The CP department is directly under the world government, and they are completely independent from the Navy. If they had to discipline their subordinates due to any complaint from the Navy, then the CP chief would lose face. The most important point is that the CPs do not view this as a major issue. It is inevitable for agents to have information errors, and even ace agents cannot guarantee 100% success in their missions. The Navy did not press the issue either. After raising the complaint, they did not pursue it further. Therefore, in response to the Navy's complaint, only some written reprimands and confinement were issued to that agent, with no further practical measures taken. The world government also shared this sentiment. As long as both sides can save face, it is considered settled, especially since there are no significant consequences. The Navy acts as the enforcer for the world government, while the CP serves as their eyes and ears. Friction between the two departments happens frequently, and they have grown accustomed to it. Whether it is the CP or the Navy, disputes are generally resolved unless the matter involves the celestial dragons, in which case the world government would invest more energy. However, this incident also prompted changes within the Navy structure. They needed more of their own intelligence personnel. Under Sengoku's leadership, a secret unit named Sword emerged within the Navy, collecting and analyzing intelligence, holding meetings for discussions, and once the new bounty notice was finalized, the origin ship had already returned to Weno. 2 more towering smokestacks have been added, indicating the establishment of 2 new factories here. The Holy Beast has returned. Bring the origin ship up. In the submerged port, rotating gears drove chains, and the primitive elevator raised the origin ship into Weno's inland sea. Shortly after their return, Shaina appeared on the origin ship, holding a stack of documents recording recent events in Weno. Overall, developments are progressing well. The weapons manufactured by the factories have begun production, and the planted trees are starting to sprout. Shortly after Arceus' return, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and left again. Weno is still developing, and someone with absolute power needs to remain here to prevent unexpected incidents. On the way back, Arceus, taking advantage of Yamato's luck, chose a few more locations. But her luck wasn't always with her, and this time she did not find her target. He planned to return to Onigashima first before dealing with other matters. The exit from a submerged port was still quite a distance from Onigashima, requiring a crossing of Weno's inland sea. However, a small accident occurred on the way back. Yamato Zaken fell into the water. Unlike other children who are prone to sleepiness, Yamato has already exhibited the talents of Kaido's daughter, displaying abundant energy that can even tire a Chansey. The club also became one of her favorite toys, but this time she threw it with too much force, and it did not bounce back, but instead fell into the water. A loud cry echoed throughout the ship's cabin. Seeing this, Mandelfish jumped into the water before anyone else could react. Kaido's daughter, Arceus' adopted daughter, is undoubtedly the future heir of the Beast Pirates, and it is definitely wise to please her early on. Chapter 153. The new bounty notice. It would be great if one could establish a good relationship with others during childhood. By the time Yamato grows up and takes over the Beast Pirates, I would probably be retired, and with this relationship, I could at least secure a good job. Although it seems a bit far-fetched, Mandelfish felt that his thoughts were quite reasonable. So when he saw Yamato's item fall into the water and heard crying, he was the first to jump in. When others saw Mandelfish jump into the sea, they gave up on the opportunity. In terms of swimming, Mandelfish was nearly unmatched in the Beast Pirates. His ability as a fishman gave him a significant advantage in this regard. This was the most serious time Yamato had cried since being brought back to the Beast Pirates by Kaido, and even Arceus was drawn over. Chansey simply described the situation at that time, and then pointed to the ship's railing. How long has Mandelfish been down there? About 5 minutes, I guess. You guys go down and check what's going on. After all, he has the ability of Magikarp. He shouldn't drown while retrieving a wolf fawn club. Arceus casually glanced at a few people, and they immediately jumped in without saying a word. However, they quickly resurfaced. After trying a few more times, the result was still the same. Lord Divine Beast, the water is too deep. We can't dive down. Yes. We swam down for a long time and still didn't see Mandelfish, and we can't see the bottom at all. We might need to prepare diving suits. Even though they were considered elite pirates, they were still ordinary people without fishman bloodlines or abilities like man-to-fish. Although they could swim, not many had trained in diving, and after reaching a certain depth, they couldn't handle it anymore. Fortunately, the climate in Weno was only cold near the area of Lin. Aside from the waters near Lin, the waters of Weno were quite warm, so after several dives, they still had plenty of stamina. A few minutes later, man-to-fish finally surfaced, holding the small wolf fawn club that Yamato had dropped. He jumped back onto the deck with a push from his feet in the water. After gaining the ability of water splash, the water became a new ground for him. Lord Divine Beast, there's a secret down there. Weno is not as simple as it seems on the surface. What did you discover? The terrain of Weno might be artificial. Wait, let us get the items first. He took the wolf fawn club from man-to-fish and handed it back to Yamato, calming the child before signaling man-to-fish to continue telling what he had seen. According to man-to-fish, he jumped into the water to look for the wolf fawn club that Yamato had dropped. With the ability granted by Arceus, he easily caught up with the falling club. But it seemed he saw something underwater. Out of curiosity, and since Magikarp granted him the ability to breathe underwater, he went down to investigate. Are you saying there is a submerged town down there? Yes, Lord Divine Beast, and the architectural style is very similar to that of Weno, or perhaps it is even older. Later, I swam to the edge and found that the surrounding cliffs might be their walls. Based on the information man-to-fish brought back, it seemed that someone had built a very tall wall down there to enclose this area, but for unknown reasons. The water level rose, leading to the current situation. However, Arceus always felt that this situation was quite far-fetched and somewhat familiar. Shaina, has the project on Onigashima finished? Not yet, Lord Divine Beast. Is there something wrong? When you go back, ask an older person if their ancestors ever mentioned someone named Jinshan Chuang. Building a huge wall to enclose one's country. This bizarre operation felt oddly familiar to him, but he had not detected any sleeping life forms in the surrounding cliffs of Weno. Not long after, Lord Divine Beast, I asked around, and the current leader of the craftsmen is named Port Friend, a legendary carpenter of Weno. However, he said he has never heard of anyone with the surname Jinshan in Weno. Rico also hadn't heard of such a thing, and Quinn had also indirectly inquired with Orochi, but he seemed unaware as well. This matter should be a secret of Weno. Understood, everything remains the same. Let man-to-fish properly explore that underwater ruin and see what is inside. As a result, man-to-fish received a new task to explore the nearby underwater ruins. Although Quinn had prepared several sets of diving suits, they were still not as convenient as man-to-fish. To avoid being discovered by others, they secretly descended from Onigashima, and only man-to-fish could explore all areas freely without being affected by oxygen. So this heavy responsibility fell mostly on him. 2 days later, on Onigashima, Shaina jumped off the ship and started running, carrying a small backpack filled with newspapers. The news bird couldn't enter Weno, so newspapers could only be obtained from nearby islands, which served as the Beast Pirates outpost outside Weno. External information generally came from there. The biggest news was naturally the Edward Sea battle. This grand battle was almost recorded in history and was one of the few pirate battles named after a campaign. However, those had little relation to the Beast Pirates. Recently, the newcomers challenging the territory of the Golden Lion were just that, newcomers. As old acquaintances, they knew that the Golden Lion was still the same Golden Lion. He wouldn't change just because of a reduction in crew. Moreover, Shaina was more concerned about the 2 bounty notices in her hands. Thunderlight, Jorah, bounty of 270 million berries, the hidden one, Arceus, bounty of 19 billion berries. This was the conclusion reached by the Navy after comprehensive analysis, directly raising it from 50 to 19 billion. In this era, this was almost a huge bounty notice. Nowadays, almost all bounties over 1 billion berries belong to remnants of Rocks or members of Roger's crew, all heavyweight figures. Although Arceus had the power to injure Sengoku, he had left suddenly after gaining the upper hand, which made the Navy doubt his sustained combat capability. Although the investigative intelligence indicated that Arceus was not the type to be brutal, the other party seemed to possess some miraculous special ability. After comprehensive consideration, they settled on this amount. The Hidden One was believed by the Navy to be hiding his true identity, which was why he always presented himself in beast form. They decided to adopt all the intelligence submitted, following the principle of not deducting points for mistakes and adding points for correctness to formulate this bounty notice. This led to Quinn looking at his own bounty with a very puzzled expression. I've been farming and doing research all this time. How come my bounty is higher than that pervert? Looking at the bounty of 44444000, Quinn suddenly felt it was very ominous. Chapter 154. The Fallen Merchant's Second Son. Kojiro, however, Quinn's bounty did not attract much attention. After all, he himself did not understand why his price had suddenly increased. He could not imagine that some intelligence agents believed he was the true person capable of granting abilities, which led to an increase in his bounty as well. His bounty was even higher than that of Jiraiya, as the Navy believed his impact would be greater than that of Jiraiya as an individual, especially since he was now under some suspicion. This time, Shaina's emotions were quite normal. Although the Infiltrator was not a respectable title, looking at the information on the bounty, Shaina felt pretty good. It was much better than the last time when that jerk issued the bounty. In a world of pirates, few people worry about bounties. Most see them as a form of honor. The higher the boss's bounty, the more excited the underlings become. When they saw that Arceus' bounty had also broken the billion mark, they were even more excited than Arceus himself. The previous bounty of 5,000 berries was seen as a disgrace, while the updated bounty could be considered an alternative honor. As for Shaina, she had lived in Zou until she was 7, with little understanding of the outside world. After coming to the outside, she was first kidnapped by an organ trafficking assassination group, and then ended up in the Beast Pirates, so her perception was influenced by the atmosphere of the beasts. She believed that a high bounty was a recognition of strength, and the photos taken by the photographer for Jiraiya were very cool, with standing hair, surrounding thunder, and electrifying eyes, completely fitting the aesthetic of the fur tribe. Jiraiya is so cool. Take me with you next time. No way, unless you can last 5 minutes under my command. Then, let's go on the full moon day next time. With the Moon Lion's words, I can last 5 minutes. Besides, I can provide remote support. I'm best at archery. Shaina was always confident in her archery skills, and she had the capital to back it up. She wouldn't use guns. The beast's firearms would miss completely in her hands. Even using a shotgun wouldn't work. She could be called a master of human outlines. However, her archery was very accurate. She would not miss a target within a few hundred meters. The craftsmen of Weno were also helping her craft a longbow. There were many similar craftsmen in Weno, although they couldn't compete with machines in terms of output. Their handmade products were even superior to machines in certain aspects. Mandy was still exploring the mysterious underwater areas of Weno. The world's development had not stopped. The Golden Lion used the heads of many pirates to prove to the world that although he was defeated by Roger, it did not mean he had become weak. Meanwhile, within Weno, the beasts were still developing. The exclusionary nature of Weno was a fundamental problem, and it was difficult to solve it in a short time. Therefore, the beasts were absorbing some locals to join the beast pirates. This was not about making them pirates or merely having them work on the beast ranches and orchards, but rather becoming local partners of the beasts in another way. Kazuki Odin was completely uninterested in such trivial matters. His mind was filled with revenge. Therefore, the beasts were looking for other suitable people, but had not found any after waiting for a long time. They were okay with tasks like herding for the beasts, as that could only be considered a job, but cooperation was different. Thus, in the face of the beast commercial cooperation, most of the local wealthy and businessmen in Weno chose to refuse. This was somewhat related to Odin as well. Although his goal was to persecute everyone, he mainly targeted ordinary civilians and had not harmed the daimyos or wealthy people, as his own interests were tied to those wealthy individuals. Moreover, the actions of the beasts made him doubt whether this cooperation partner could achieve his goals. Therefore, apart from the already established cooperation, he did not plan to expand further. Due to Weno's closed nature, gold coins only circulated domestically, meaning these people's funds were in a closed-loop flow state, greatly influenced by Odin. If he changed some policies, these wealthy individuals might go bankrupt, as he was the nominal acting shogun. Therefore, they tended to obey Odin's orders, and combined with the national conditions of Weno, they had no interest in trading with the beasts. The beast trade itself implied an intention to intervene in Weno's economy. Although they could forcibly intervene with military power, that would lead to a significant collapse of Weno's economy, which was not in their interests. Therefore, the beasts needed to break this closed-loop economy first and allow foreign funds to flow into Weno. The beasts did not lack goods. Everything from the outside could be sold in Weno, but they lacked a local merchant. After all, the people of Weno were strange. When the beasts directly went to sell things, they were unwilling to buy, but if it was a local person, they would rush to buy those products. To the point where the beasts had to change into local clothing first to sell their goods. They were pirates and were not good at such things. Bargaining and selling were difficult for them. They could force a merchant with military force, but that would defeat the original purpose. However, not everyone would refuse the beasts. There would always be someone willing to take the first step. One day, a man with short purple hair rowed a small boat alone to Onigashima. The construction on Onigashima was now complete, and the workers had all returned home, apart from those arranged to deliver supplies here. Few people from Weno would actively go to Onigashima. Therefore, when they saw that person, the members of the beast were quite surprised. This guy can't row a boat, right? How could he use the oar like that? It was normal for the people of Weno not to know how to row a boat, but should they help him? If he drowned, it would ruin Lord Beast's plan, right? Not really. In a place like this where there are no waves, how could he capsize? Just as they finished speaking, they saw the man in front of them capsize his boat. What did you just say? I said hurry up and rescue him. Thank you both for saving me. My name is Kojiro, the second son of an ordinary merchant family in the flower capital. I came here to seek cooperation. I am willing to sell goods for the beast pirates in Weno. Then he didn't even have a chance to change his clothes and was directly brought before Shaina. Boss, a merchant is willing to cooperate. Reason? Why are you willing to accept our cooperation? After searching for so long without finding anyone, now that someone had come to their door, she naturally asked, well, my lord, I was born into a wealthy merchant family in the flower capital. But after the death of the Shabu general, Kazuki Oden was appointed as the acting shogun. Our biggest competitor teamed up with Kazuki Oden to destroy our family business. And both my father and mother died from depression because of this, leading to the decline of our family. I need an opportunity to rise again and take revenge on them. Oden? You should know that we were brought in by Oden. Yes, my lord, I know this matter. Which is why I came now, because I believe your transactions with Kazuki Oden are not that close, and your actions fundamentally contradict Oden's goals. These were all his conjectures. Although he had no solid evidence, he was already at his wit's end. No one in Weno was willing to help him, so he could only place his hopes on outsiders. Chapter 155. Kagoro's ambition. He comes from a family of merchants, and since childhood, his father required him to learn various things. Even with Weno's closed-off policy, understanding how to do business in this country is a significant endeavor. The flow of products between the 6 regions, the consumption capacity of the citizens, these all need to be thoroughly researched. Before the black charcoal snake began to act, things were manageable, but during this period, the snake's actions have been increasingly strange. Prices of goods have been altered arbitrarily, and recently, the currency circulating in Weno has increased, with many new coins appearing. If it weren't for the fact that Weno's currency is still based on metal coins and there is little external trade, the impact would have been even greater. Many merchants have been affected, not just him. Those in various industries who chose to ally with the black charcoal snake have used all kinds of unscrupulous methods to eliminate their competitors, achieving a monopolistic position. In Kagoro's view, the actions of the black charcoal snake challenge the limits. With just one opportunity, it could lead to a complete collapse of Weno's economy. This behavior has become increasingly evident around the flower capital, where the wealth gap is widening. Only the wealthy can survive within the flower capital, and many families relying on small businesses have been forced to leave for nearby villages and towns. In other regions, due to various daimyos having jurisdiction over their own territories, this trend is somewhat less pronounced. However, Weno's economy is an overall entity, and with the flower capital as its economic center, the rest of the regions are inevitably affected. The hunter beasts play an extremely unique role here. They seem to have some sort of agreement with the black charcoal snake, allegedly helping him establish factories. But there appear to be contradictions in the details. The orchards and pastures are meant for sustainable management, which is completely different from the black charcoal snake policies. He has observed for a long time that the snake neither supports nor opposes the hunter beast's actions. Or rather, he does not dare to openly oppose them. He has never seen anyone from the snake directly intervene in hunter beast matters. This implies that the 100 beasts possess something that the black charcoal snake fears. Even though Kagoro's thoughts are active, he has never left Weno. A frog at the bottom of a well cannot imagine the vastness of the sky, so he can only make rough guesses. Coming here alone is a gamble, because he can see that the 100 beasts also want to intervene in Weno's economy, and they will inevitably get involved sooner or later. If others cannot accept this, they will ultimately be discarded because the 100 beasts have too great an advantage. For example, regarding the issue of plowing oxen, he knows that the 100 beast pirates raise 2 special types of cattle. The labor power of those 3-tailed strange oxen is at least 10 times that of ordinary cattle, and they are even stronger and can be said to be smarter. They can understand their owner's commands. In practical terms, one Kintaro can do the work of over 20 ordinary plowing oxen, and the price they charge for renting them is the same as that for ordinary cattle. Most people are currently afraid of those strange oxen, but some have started to experiment. At that time, they'll be able to cultivate more land or free up time for other livelihoods. When neighbors see this, if they do not want to be completely left behind, learning from their behavior and renting Kintaro is the best method. He has also seen the products sold by the 100 Beasts. Many are novel items not seen domestically, and the market is vast. As long as the issue of Weno's exclusionary stance is resolved, the remaining matters will be easy to tackle. He is betting that he has not guessed wrong. If he misjudges the relationship between the 100 Beast Pirates and the black charcoal snake, the outcome will not be good. However, after he finished explaining his reasons, he did not receive an immediate response. Shaina gestured to 2 pirates, and they left. After a long wait, the 2 returned. Big sister, we have confirmed that his experiences are true. The 100 Beast Pirates are indeed looking for a local merchant, but it's not at the point where just anyone will do. Kagoro's reasoning is quite solid, but Shaina did not immediately believe him and sent someone to check on the Weno side. The spies left in the entertainment district gathered this information quickly. If what he said is true, then the news of this merchant's bankruptcy will easily become a topic of gossip among the people. After all, his father was just a merchant, not a philanthropist, and there are many who envy the rich. Seeing him encounter misfortune would only make them happy, not sad. How many people do you need? There are a few trustworthy elders at home. We don't need many people at the beginning, as long as the snake's people do not obstruct us. You two will follow him from now on. Remember to bring a flag. When you encounter the snake's people, take out the flag. Shaina looked at the 2 who brought Kagoro and gave him new orders. With the support of the 100 Beast Pirates, Kagoro has already thought of his future plans. He must personally retrieve what he has lost. By the way, you are a clever person. It's best not to do anything foolish. Before he left, Shaina gave him a piece of advice, or rather a warning. His family is already destitute. The 100 Beast Pirates mean that he only needs to sell the goods, and he does not need to worry about anything else. However, he refused, because he knows that a seller is not hard to find. Currently, it is due to Weno's exclusionary stance. Once they become accustomed to the presence of the 100 Beast Pirates, his existence will become dispensable. Therefore, he needs to showcase his value before the 100 Beasts gain public recognition, making them understand that he possesses abilities that others cannot replicate. He borrowed a sum of money from the 100 Beasts and used it to buy a batch of goods, boasting that he could pay for the goods up front in the future. Interesting. Let's see how capable he really is. If he is capable, the 100 Beasts produce section still lacks excellent manpower. If he is trustworthy, we will absorb him. He is also a talent. Watching the report come in from Shaina, Arceus issued new instructions. The current 100 Beasts still lack some specialized talent. Although he has gone bankrupt, his family was once a major merchant in Weno, and their family crest still holds some prestige in Weno. Soon, he began his business journey from scratch, pulling a small cart like an ordinary street vendor. The 200 Beast members following him indeed helped him avoid trouble with the black charcoal snake. The snake is very adept at patience. Although the actions of the 100 Beast Pirates differ from what he expected, he has accomplished many things that were previously unattainable by leveraging the 100 Beast strength. Since Kaido did not agree, he also did not dare to directly say that this was Kaido's intention. However, he deliberately acted recklessly, which made those daimyos somewhat wary of him. Chapter 156. Kinemon's plan without the daimyo's intervention. The common people of Weno naturally lack the ability to resist. In fact, these daimyos were somewhat unclear about the situation, as there seemed to be an agreement between the Beast Pirates and Kaido. Kaido helped Orochi build Onigashima, and in return, Kaido forcibly established several factories in the name of Orochi in the Tobu Weno region. However, at times, the actions of the Beast Pirates were in stark contrast to those of Orochi, giving the impression of a split personality. Kazuki Oden's business was thriving. With the rare goods coming in from the outside world and his eloquence, he quickly repaid the first loan from the Beast Pirates and brought in even more goods. Orochi's men did not stop Oden because of the Beast Pirates, but other merchants weren't so accommodating, especially the merchant who had driven Oden's family into bankruptcy. He didn't believe Oden would let him go after making a comeback. So he brought gifts to Orochi, hoping he would deal with Oden. However, to his surprise, Orochi accepted the gifts but refused to take any action, showing no intention of resolving the issue. After 2 inquiries, he received some responses, but after a few more attempts, he couldn't even meet anyone. Under these circumstances, he made a new choice, to spend money hiring some troublemakers. Some time ago, the Beast Pirates had cleaned up the thugs on the streets, sending many troublemakers to the mines, which made the streets quiet for a long time. The remaining thugs, seeing the situation was dire, had hidden away. However, as time passed, they had to come out to find a way to make a living. The reason they were called thugs was that they had no fixed jobs and little savings. In the short term, they could manage, but they couldn't survive long without income. So, for money, a few thugs took on the task of ruining Oden's stall. They had done this before, as the protection fees from stalls were their main source of income. Although the leader of the underworld in Flower City was a man named Hana no Haigoro, not all thugs were his subordinates. About 200 would heed his commands, and these individuals did not rely on extorting protection fees from ordinary merchants. Haigoro himself was friendly to the public and had a good reputation in Weno. These petty thugs did not have the opportunity to join Haigoro directly, as the hierarchy in Weno was quite strict. As for Weno's laws, they only engaged in minor skirmishes, and most being jailed for 3 to 4 days. When they got out, they often became more reckless. Thus, most chose to pay off their troubles, and after Orochi came to power, such occurrences became more frequent. The last cleanup by the beast pirates not only replenished the labor force in the mines, but also gave the common people of Weno a preliminary understanding of the beast pirates. As for the thugs undergoing reformation, they were living fulfilling lives in the Tobu Weno mining area. Recently, the work system there had been improved, as some pirates captured after defeats in the outside world were also sent there. Those defeated captives were different from the thugs. They were at the very bottom, with no end to their labor in sight, while the thugs at least had a fixed term and were given a meager living allowance in their accounts. If they didn't work, they wouldn't even have food to eat. Conversely, working hard could not only improve their living conditions, but also lead to reduced sentences. It had been a while since anyone had been sent to the mines, but today there were newcomers, these troublemaking thugs. Orochi not only accepted money without taking action, but also didn't inform the merchant of his reasons, doing so deliberately to incite conflict between the beast pirates and the local residents. Only by doing this could they achieve their goals. Faced with this situation, the beast pirates naturally sent these troublemakers to the mines without hesitation. However, not everyone was caught. One person managed to escape in the chaos and ran to Ninely. He wasn't Haigoro's subordinate, but he had his own leader. Currently, he was a retainer of Kazuki Oden, and Kinemon had once been his boss. Though Kinemon was born in Ninely, he had been a notorious thug in Flower City during his youth and had a group of followers. However, after he joined Kazuki Oden, his connection with those followers diminished. After all, he was now a samurai and could no longer live as he once did. In the past, they wouldn't come looking for him unless something significant happened, but this time was different. Although the beast pirates had taken those thugs under the pretense of labor reform and were indeed making them work, the connection between the Tobu Weno mining area and the outside world was severed, and those captured lost contact with the outside. Rumors were the most terrifying thing. Some words changed meaning as they spread, and in the rumors, the Tobu Weno mining area had become a terrifying place. This left him at a loss when he saw others being taken away, prompting him to seek help from Kinemon. Kinemon, it's bad. Eiju and the others have been taken by the beast pirates. What did you say? What happened? It's like this, we took on a small job like before. Didn't I tell you not to do that anymore? Kinemon, having been a thug himself, naturally understood what their business meant. We would do anything else. No, brother, let me finish. He recounted what had happened and the rumors circulating among the people, implying that Kinemon should think of a way to rescue them. In truth, he could have ignored it, but these people had once been his subordinates, and they believed the beast pirates had ulterior motives, so he decided to think of a way. He didn't tell anyone else about it, as he considered it his personal matter. After some thought, he had a unique idea. He found a leaf and placed it on his head. With a puff of smoke, his outfit transformed into the attire of the beast pirates, complete with sunglasses and a fake mustache. He planned to impersonate a member of the beast pirates to rescue his former subordinates. Before arriving in Weno, the beast pirates already had their own uniform, and, aside from the executives, the outfits of regular members had a certain similarity. Kinemon was able to do this thanks to his devil fruit ability, the Paramecia type Fuku no Mi, which allowed him to change his appearance based on his imagination. His idea was good. With thousands of beast pirates in Weno, it was impossible for everyone to know each other, giving him the chance to blend in. However, while his ideals were beautiful, reality was harsh. Chapter 157. The exposed Kinemon did not take direct action, but instead observed the situation near the Rabbit Bowl mining site. Members of the beast pirates frequently came and went, and there seemed to be no particular pattern. Occasionally, individuals from inside would be taken away, and others would be brought in. This was a cycle of work. Well-performing prisoners would be rotated to work in the factory, which was considerably easier than the mining site, without the harsh sunlight. Similarly, those who made mistakes in the factory would be punished by being sent here, though Kinemon was not aware of this. At the same time, he noticed that there were no subordinates of Kaido's Big Mom here. Everyone coming and going was from the beast pirates, making this one of the few places completely under Kaido's control. The sea stone vein was very important, and he did not intend to let Orochi manage it either. Orochi was also aware that without Kaido, he had no way to interfere here, so he tacitly accepted this situation. This was the information Kinemon had gathered. He then changed into a stone-like camouflage outfit and quietly lurked near the mining site to eavesdrop on information, primarily aiming to learn the names of the guards. Doing this was not too difficult for him. He still had some strength. Although the members brought here by the Beast Pirates were elite among pirates, they were still just stronger mooks and were somewhat inferior to Kinemon. He had once been a notorious thug in Weno. To be a thug there required some strength. If you couldn't intimidate others, you would not gain any underlings or respect. If Kazuki Odin had not had decent strength and the status of the Kazuki family, he would have died countless times due to his actions. As a well-known thug from a few years ago, Kinemon had been continuously learning in recent years, and his strength had improved significantly compared to ordinary members. After confirming some information, he began to execute his plan. He changed back into Beast Pirate's attire, took care of some details, and then boldly walked over. Yo, ready? Still on duty, huh? Yeah. Who are you? Huh? I'm Nate. We were drinking together at the banquet the day before yesterday. You forgot already? Just as he had guessed. The biggest difference between large pirate crews and small ones was the number of members. It was impossible for everyone to recognize each other. Only the iconic officers would be known by everyone. He pretended to be familiar with the other person and accurately mentioned names and some events, all of which were information he had just overheard. He was quite adept at deception. In this situation, Reddy genuinely thought he had mistaken the person. Admitting he didn't recognize him would be awkward, so he went along with it. Oh, it's you. You said we'd drink again next time. This person should be a mere acquaintance, but since he wasn't very familiar with him, he thought they had met by chance at the last drinking session. It was normal to meet a drinking buddy at a banquet. Well, I'll head in first. Go ahead, go ahead. He didn't scrutinize anything. The guard were somewhat lax in this regard, as few ordinary people would approach the rabbit bowl mining site. He never expected someone to have the audacity to come here with the idea of a jailbreak. Once inside the mining site, he saw prisoners sweating profusely and the overseers supervising them. After a brief search, he also spotted his former subordinates. Just then, someone came to take two individuals away. I'm taking them to investigate some information, per Lord Babanuki's orders. A member of the Beast Pirates came to the mining site, pointing at the two prisoners while showing a paper order. The overseer, upon seeing this, did not check much and opened the prisoner's handcuffs, which also revealed the identity of the site's manager to Kinemon. He had successfully blended in here. Naturally, the people inside would not question someone in uniform without handcuffs. He casually asked a lone person, "Have you seen Lord Babanuki? I couldn't find him just now." Huh. ISNT Lord Babanuki upstairs? Maybe I just missed him. I'll go take another look. The head guard here was assigned to Babanuki, while the port was assigned to others. The so-called upstairs was the break room for the overseers, and they definitely wouldn't be living with the prisoners. Lord Babanuki, I've been ordered to take the new prisoners to interrogate them about something. Again? Why are people so eager lately? Originally, Babanuki was just casually complaining, but Kinemon's next words directly exposed his identity. I'm not sure. It's just what Brother Kaido requested. As soon as those words were spoken, Babanuki's movements paused, and then he swung his fist at Kinemon. The table in front of him was flipped over, and the documents that were originally on the table flew into the air. However, he did not hit Kinemon. Seeing the incoming fist, he nimbly jumped to the side, and Babanuki's fist slammed into the ground. Wooden floorboards splintered, sending fragments flying. While Kinemon seemed unaware that he had been exposed, thinking he had inadvertently crossed some taboo. Lord Babanuki, what are you doing? Did I do something wrong? Stop pretending. You scoundrel. How dare you impersonate a member of the Beast Pirates? You got some nerve. The reason Kinemon was exposed was simple. He claimed it was Kaido's request. Since Arceus rarely showed up, the people of Weno only knew of Kaido's existence and were unaware of Arceus' status in the Beast Pirates. Everyone in the Beast Pirates knew that Kaido had left Weno a few days ago and had not returned. Even if Kaido had not left, the mining site was not under his management, but rather under Arceus. Being able to say this was Kaido's request could only come from a fake. Kinemon could not have imagined that the internal management of the Beast Pirates was such a special situation. However, even without that statement, he would have been exposed when he couldn't produce the paperwork to take someone away. While it was easy to enter here, it was not so simple to take someone out. Seeing that he was exposed, Kinemon removed his disguise. His sword had always been with him, but was hidden due to the camouflage of the Suk no Mi. Upon seeing Kinemon's true form, Babanuki was unusually furious. The Beast Pirates had been sailing smoothly since arriving in Weno, and now someone had the audacity to deceive them openly. causing his body to start swelling and gradually transforming into a giant ape. This was not the primitive human fruit, but a transformed form obtained like the mandafish, the king of leave. Chapter 158. The Strike of the Lazy King, the heavily injured Kinemon after mandafish. Babanuki successfully gained new rewards through his incredible strength technique. Although he didn't acquire the ability to breathe underwater like mandafish, the variety of abilities he received was significantly stronger. Compared to the relatively weak Kingler, who could only utilize basic abilities and relied on training for the rest, the Lazy King possessed exceptional attack power and stamina. Coupled with Babanuki's strength technique, he could unleash that terrifying force to the fullest. A white mane appeared around Babanuki's neck, and his already tall stature grew even taller as he punched down towards Kinemon. Although he didn't hit him directly, the shockwave produced from the impact sent Kinemon flying, showcasing the terrifying power contained within the Lazy King's body. The makeshift building collapsed under the force of the punch, prompting the foreman in the mine to react immediately. Everyone, if you don't want to die, get back to your cells. They fired a few shots into the sky, causing the captured thugs to retreat back to their cells under threat. Meanwhile, others rushed towards Babanuki's room, just in time to see Kinemon being blasted out. Due to the shockwave, Kinemon's body wasn't significantly affected. His physique was robust enough to withstand a hit from Kaido in the future. After all, he was sent to the future by the Time Fruit, meaning he hadn't undergone much training during those 20 years, which could be considered a form of talent. Babanuki-sama. It's an intruder. Don't let him escape. Babanuki emerged from the dust. The Lazy King's power was formidable, but it came with one drawback: his inherent laziness. After attacking, the Lazy King would enter a resting phase, not merely resting, but accumulating strength, which was his greatest flaw. There was a certain downtime after his attacks. With training, this downtime would shorten, but Babanuki had yet to overcome this limitation. However, he found an alternative method. Although he would be affected in beast and hybrid forms, he was unaffected in human form, so he developed this unique mode, which Arceus referred to as the switching mode. As is well known in FPS games, the reload speed of heavy sniper rifles is extremely slow, so to reduce this gap, players switch between primary and secondary weapons to shorten that duration. Babanuki, on the other hand, transitioned between states, using his human form to bypass that stiffness period. Although he would be considerably weaker without using his abilities, Kinemon had not yet reached his peak. There were still 2 years until Kazuki Oden returned to Weno. With the Lazy King's abilities, Babanuki significantly enhanced his strength, making it manageable to deal with Kinemon during this time. Although he would be weaker upon reverting to human form, he was in the Rabbit Bowl mining field, which was currently under the Beast Pirates' control. Kinemon was not facing just Babanuki, but a group of people. Capture him alive and see what he wants to do. As the first opponent to actively provoke them since arriving in Weno, the Beast Pirates didn't use firearms but charged in with weapons. This wasn't a one-on-one fight. It would be foolish to ignore their numerical advantage. Moreover, for some reason, Kinemon felt that the pirates rushing at him were somewhat insane. He didn't understand the Beast Pirate system, where strength determined status and achievements were rewarded. To gain more, one had to work harder. The rules established by Arceus and AC imposed significant restrictions on pirates. Yet no one refused them because they represented absolute dominance in status and power. To join the Beast Pirates, one had to obey these rules. The Beast Pirates not only had rules but also rewards. Those rewards were things that all pirates yearned for. As the first troublemaker, Kinemon appeared to them as a ticket for rewards. Damn it, Foxfire style. Draw and slash. Seeing the pirates charging in, Kinemon didn't give up resisting. It was his swordsmanship that earned him the title of Foxfire Kinemon. He drew his dual swords, igniting flames on the blades, blocking the first attack, and wounding one pirate. However, this did not deter the subsequent pirates. They were already accustomed to dealing with fire abilities. Even if he took down the first few attackers, more continued to rush at him. He attempted to break through, but the guards at Rabbit Bowl Quarry had no intention of giving him that chance. The gates had already been sealed, and Babanuki's switching mode had ended. He once again transformed into the hybrid form of the Lazy King. Get back! With a violent surge, the ground cracked, and Babanuki shot out. Although the Lazy King appeared lazy, when he moved, the explosive power was astonishing. Upon hearing Babanuki shout, the surrounding people scattered. The members of the Beast Pirates were generally organized under Babanuki's leadership, responsible for guiding ordinary pirates, and their subordinates rarely switched. Due to unfamiliarity with their boss's fighting style, they could easily cause trouble in battle. When Kinemon saw Babanuki charging at him, he swung his sword in response. Unexpectedly, Babanuki neither dodged nor used haki. Instead, he took the two slashes head-on and then seized Kinemon in a hug. "Got you, bastard." Then a strange wave of energy emanated from Babanuki. Following, there was a scream as two deeper gashes appeared on Kinemon's body. "Double return," he said, doubling the physical damage received. The skills of Pokémon users come from two sources. One is granted by Arceus, who is an all-powerful move machine, able to master skills with stone tablet attributes and bestow them upon suitable individuals. The other arises from the user's self-improvement through training, leading to the comprehension of new skills. This could be considered an alternative fruit development. Double return was a skill that Babanuki had self-understood, and it wasn't over. Before entering a lazy state, Babanuki, holding Kinemon in his arms, unleashed a strength technique, followed by a series of crisp sounds. The sound of bones breaking. Arm bones, ribs, and even vertebrae were damaged, and Kinemon was knocked unconscious by this strike. "Babanuki-sama, didn't you say to capture him alive? He wasn't dead, so send him a gene, and let him handle the interrogation." With that, Babanuki took the bandages handed to him by his subordinate and skillfully wrapped them around himself. It seemed that he had done this before. Chapter 159. The traitor Babanuki, who had just finished fighting, appeared somewhat lazy. This was also a result of the Leave King ability, which, while powerful, limited his strength during prolonged battles due to his laziness. This was also why he was assigned the role of guard. His abilities were more suited for combat in familiar territory. Although his powers had side effects, they did not overshadow their strength, and it was quite reasonable for a warden to have some drawbacks. Even though he had ordered the dispatch of prisoners to Demon Island, he wasn't idle. The defeated pirate captives continued to be sent to work, while the local ruffians from Weno were gathered together. "Everyone, we're all old acquaintances. After spending so much time together, I believe none of you are dissatisfied, right?" Babanuki's words stirred some anger among the crowd, but nobody dared to retort. They were all ruffians, and it was in their nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. The so-called chivalry was rare among the ruffians of Weno, with only one or two standing out. Most used this as an excuse to cover up their bullying of the weak and the harm they caused in their communities. The strength of the guards at the Rabbit Bowl mine was overwhelming compared to these ruffians. Any sign of resistance would only lead to suffering. On the contrary, working honestly could lead to a change of location or even release, albeit rarely. There were indeed a couple of model workers who had regained their freedom, and the hard-earned sweat made them realize the value of freedom. Upon returning home, they behaved much better, leaving their neighbors astonished. While the Rabbit Bowl mine became a new reason for adults to scare children. Seeing that no one stood up to challenge him, Babanuki revealed a satisfied smile. "Today, there is an intruder here, and I don't believe he entered without reason. No one comes here for a picnic, and he just mentioned taking a few newcomers out. The outcome is already clear. Among you newcomers, someone has a connection with him. Whoever can report this will receive a 3-day holiday and meet. There is only one spot available." As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinates. Kinemon, bound by chains to a wooden cart, was paraded around the area for everyone to see his face. Although Babanuki was confident he had severely injured him, the fact that Kinemon was still alive indicated his strong vitality. To prevent him from waking up midway, Babanuki ordered the other pirates to bind him with sea stone chains. Sea stone was rare in the outside world, but in Weno, it was a common material, although the forging process was difficult. Moreover, Babanuki suspected Kinemon was a devil fruit user, as evidenced by the smoke that appeared when he transformed earlier and his ability to ignite flames on his sword. Just to be safe, he secured him, believing that even experts in interrogation needed to clarify basic information before sending him off. His name is Kinemon, known as Foxfire Kinemon, and he is currently a retainer of Kazuki Oden. His wife is named Toki, and she runs a tea house in Kuriburo. One person recognized Kinemon, but before he could finish speaking, someone else interjected. "Hey, weren't you one of his former subordinates?" "Well, so what? That was all in the past." Despite betraying Kinemon, his former subordinate was quicker than anyone else, revealing more information due to his familiarity with him. Having endured enough during his time here, and unable to escape, he certainly didn't want to miss any opportunity to leave. "Very good, excellent. Reward him by assigning him to the hardest job." Watching the arguing ruffians, Babanuki ordered the reward to be given to the first person who spoke up, then assigned Kinemon's betrayer to the toughest position. "Why, didn't you say?" But all he received was a whip from the guard. "I'll reiterate. Only the first person to speak will receive the reward. Quick responses are invalid. And the most important thing about this rabbit bowl mine is that I am the boss. He came here to save you guys. You scum who betray your leader should work to death here." Following his orders, The ruffians resumed their work, while Kinemon, along with his identity information, was sent to Demon Island. Indeed, Big Brother, he infiltrated the rabbit bowl mine and was captured by Babanuki. This is his personal information. Understood. Send him inside for Naichin to handle first. After checking Kinemon's injuries, new instructions were given. Naichin had proven her worth over the years. Aside from not officially joining the Beast Pirates, she was no different from the internal members. However, she was adamant about this, diligently saving money for Warlord's return. Kinemon's condition was clearly not fit for interrogation, which was why he had Naichin handle him. Naichin and Queen represented the two branches of traditional and Western medicine within the Beast Pirates, both achieving significant accomplishments in their respective fields. Naichin simply did not have the authority to command the combat members of the Beasts or know the core plans. So there was no need to avoid sharing information regarding Kinemon. She briefly used some medicine to stabilize his condition, then glanced at the intelligence that had been sent over. Isn't everything that needed to be checked already checked? What more do you need to interrogate? Sometimes interrogation isn't about getting results, I just need the process. Jean moved his hands, producing various oddly shaped items. However, just a glance was enough for Naichin to discern their effects. They caused immense pain without damaging the body. And in this regard, Jin's research likely surpassed hers as a doctor. Did you take the herbal medicine I prescribed earlier? You really need some conditioning. I don't know how you've managed to hold on, but an ordinary person would have gone mad by now. Ordinary people would have died long ago. That's not your concern. As long as those guys are still alive and well, I won't have any problems. But your medicine does have some effect. Before leaving, Jean began to acknowledge this fact. Naichin specialized in herbal medicine, which took time to show results. However, she was skilled in recovery. She believed that both Jean and Shaina had certain mental issues that needed to be controlled, so she prescribed them conditioning medications. Of course, this method only treated the symptoms rather than the root cause and was not much different from their usual vending therapy. Only they could truly heal themselves. And the specific remedy for such ailments lay in the Red Earth continent. Chapter 160. The Path of Death of the Great Serpent Never Stops Lord Beast. This is today's news from Weno country. You should take a look. Didn't T.I. say before, just handle it as you see fit. There's no need to report everything to me. The matters in Weno country are a mess, complex, and mostly trivial if I were to handle them all personally. I wouldn't have time for anything else in a day. So after some distribution, most of the affairs in Weno country were assigned to different officials. While Kaido went out to be a hands-off manager, he was also lightening his own burden. Of course, the end result of this is that Ashy's hair volume has significantly decreased, and he has already started having Naichin prepare a prescription for hair loss. Lord Beast, there's a new situation. Someone is causing trouble at the mining factory, and he is currently being dealt with. What do you want to do about it in the end? There really isn't too much to dig up about Kinemon. His purpose for going to the Rabbit Bowl mining factory has already been clarified, but whether he will be executed or released or thrown in the mining field to work is still undecided. Let us educate him by throwing him into the mines. With his energy, he should work quite well. For Arceus, Kinemon is just an ordinary minor character, but a single phone call made him change his mind. A snail crawled out of its shell, and after Shaina answered the phone, a woman's voice sounded. It was someone left by the Beast Pirates in the brothel. Big sister, the latest news is that Black Carbon Snake is spreading word that Kinemon, the vassal of Kazuki-Oden, has provoked the Beast Pirates and is about to be executed by us. This has almost spread throughout the Flower Capital. Black Carbon Snake is currently the acting general of Weno country, and he has more informants within the country. The events happening at the Rabbit Bowl mining factory were quickly known to him, although his men couldn't enter the Rabbit Bowl mining factory. The younger brother who was looking for Kinemon was still outside. Under Black Snake's command, there is an elite ninja unit called the Great Snake Court, and capturing a small thug is easy for them. After learning about this, Black Snake was very pleased because the Beast Pirates finally had a direct conflict with Kazuki-Oden, which was exactly what he wanted to see. If the Beast Pirates killed Oden's vassal, the situation would become irreconcilable, so he wanted to further escalate this conflict, with the aim of making both sides fight directly. He knows that this trick won't work on the Beast Pirates. They obviously have a rational leadership. His target is other vassals of the Kazuki family. If this news spreads, those from the Kazuki family might directly raid the prison, leading to a larger conflict with the Beast Pirates. Although the Beast Pirates act differently from what he imagined. One thing is certain. The Beast Pirates do not allow anyone to confront them directly. Once it reaches that point, even for the sake of their own pride, the Beast won't tolerate it. Black Carbon Snake. Lord Beast, let me go kill him. He deceived you and does not deserve to live in this world. Especially now, Shaina nearly rushed to the flower capital to kill him when she learned the details later. Now that black carbon snake wants to watch the tigers fight from the mountain, to her, this is a path to death. Don't be anxious. He still has some value. The complete overhaul of the ruling class in Weno country relies on him. But this method is too naive. The news he spread, what does it have to do with us? It just lets the people of Weno understand that although we were brought in by Black Carbon Snake, we are who we are, not his thugs. Shaina, you go personally. Don't do anything else. Just ensure that the other vassals of the Kazuki family cannot leave Kuji. As long as they can't stir up trouble, then how it ends is up to us. Yes, what about Kinnaman? Let him live. It just so happens that Queen complained about not having enough farmland. Doesn't the Kazuki family have a nice farm in Kuji? Let them use that as a means of penance. Kuji was once an illegal area, but under Kazuki Odin's management, it returned to the right track. So the Kazuki family has a deep influence there. Because his vassals believe that the beast pirates had ulterior motives, they mobilized some of the populace to resist the beast pirates, which led to them sometimes being short-handed at the farms in Kuji and having to recruit from other villages. The farm in question is an important industry in Kuji, and many people work there. If they give up this job, their families will have to bear the cost. For ordinary people, the beast pirates mostly used a policy of appeasement. As long as these people understand the benefits brought by the beast pirates, over time, some will naturally change their views, and then the conflict will turn from external to family disputes. As more and more people accept the beast pirates, this conflict will gradually disappear. Soon, a document similar to a judgment notification was sent to Kinnaman's home. At the same time, other members of the Kazuki family, as Black Snake predicted, heard the news of Kinnaman's impending execution, and everyone appeared very angry. I've said it long ago, the beast pirates are not good people. Kinnaman, the remaining vassals of Kazuki Odin gathered together. They had received the news, or rather, it was hard not to receive the news. After all, one of the people remaining here was named Kanjuro, whose full name is Black Carbon Kanjuro, a spy sent by Black Carbon Snake to Kazuki Odin's side. The news was originally brought back by him. What should we do? Are we really going to watch them execute Kinnaman? Absolutely not. By the way, assure it Doji. After Lord Odin left, he went back to the mountains to manage those mountain bandits. If we can bring them out, we should be able to rescue Kinnaman. I heard that Kaido is very strong. Many people might die. So, should we just let Kinnaman die? Kanjiro, with the task of being a spy, aimed to stir up opposing emotions. So he suggested from the beginning to raid the execution site to rescue him, and then everyone would hide back in the mountains, waiting for Kazuki Odin to return. The one worried about too many casualties was a Kiku, whose real name is Kiku no Jo. Also known as the remaining snow, Kiku no Jo. As a man, he looks more like a woman. If it were another place, this would be labeled as cross-dressing and transgenderism, which is politically correct. Gentle-hearted and excessively so, he is somewhat indecisive in battle. That's not what I mean. The matter was not yet resolved, and these people had already started arguing. However, under Kanjiro's deliberate guidance, they decided to go directly to rescue Kinnaman. Even without Kanjiro, they would not sit back and watch Kinnaman die, but Kanjiro made them even more impulsive. However, before they could leave, another person came looking for them. It wasn't Shaina, but the daimyo of White Dance, Shimatsuki Yajui. Chapter 161. The Shimatsuki family of Frost Moon Kaido is working hard to spread rumors. And as a result, not only the ordinary people are aware of this matter, but other daimyo have also heard the news. Weno country is considered a major country among those in the Grand Line, and when something significant happens, it spreads quickly across the nation. Although there are no newsbirds, messages can still be delivered swiftly between villages through arrows. Moreover, due to the presence of the undersea port, the Shimatsuki family has had significant dealings with the beast pirates. Among the various daimyo, their relationship with the Kazuki family is also the best. There were rumors that if Sukiyaki had no sons, then the Shimatsuki family would be the next shogun. Additionally, the Shimatsuki family has helped the Kazuki family a lot. At one point, Kazuki Odin, like a fool, was tricked out of all his money by Kaido, and his retainers even went to the Shimatsuki family to steal money. Naturally, they were caught, but the Shimatsuki family did not pursue the matter. Instead, they gave the money back to them and even provided funds to help them learn etiquette, allowing them to grow from all walks of life. During the years that Kazuki Odin was away, without their support, the 9 red scabbards would have likely caused chaos in the Kuri region, as they were capable of handling minor matters but not reliable for major issues. At this stage, the beast pirates have established farms in Kuri and Hakamai. Seeing the events happening within his territory, The Shimotsuki family did not intervene because he could see that the actions of the beast pirates were beneficial to the people of Hakamai. After hearing the news spread by Kaido, he realized that things were not that simple. Anyone with eyes in Weno could see that the beast pirates and Kaido were merely pretending to be allied. They could guess that Kaido's initial intention was to use the power of Kaido to deal with them, but in the end, it seemed he had lost control. The beast pirates had their own ideas, which largely conflicted with Kaido's intentions. Due to their familiarity, Kazuki Oden had shared many things with the Shimotsuki family. If the arrival of the beast pirates could truly change the living conditions of the Weno residents, then he would not be too opposed. However, upon seeing the news that Kaido was spreading, he immediately knew there was a big problem. According to the character of Oden's retainers, they would likely rush indirectly. Such actions as executing Kinemon were completely inconsistent with the beast pirate style since arriving in Weno, and since it was Kaido's confidants spreading the rumors. He felt there was a significant issue at hand. With time before Kaido's announcement, to prevent them from acting impulsively, the Shimotsuki family promptly went to Oden Castle in Kuri. The moment he saw these people, he knew he had come at the right time. What are you planning to do? Lord Shimotsuki, we're going to rescue Kinemon. Just a few of you? The beast pirates have at least 1,000 people here, and they also have Kaido's men. Where do you get the confidence to attack thousands of people? What have you learned over the years? If you had understood the situation in Weno a bit more, you wouldn't believe in that supposed execution of Kinemon. Just as the Shimotsuki family was scolding them, a hero also arrived, having received a letter from the beast pirates. However, she had never experienced such a situation and was somewhat at a loss, so she had to come here. Lord Shimotsuki, everyone, someone sent me this. Saying this, she took out the letter from the beast pirates. Kinemon, disguising as a member of the beast pirates, intruded into the rabbit bowl mining site with the intent to break into prison, during which he injured 7 guards and damaged 1 house, facing multiple charges. Sentenced to work in the mining site for 20 years. Attached to it was a series of bills, including medical expenses for the injured guards, construction costs for the damaged house, and his own medical fees, among other costs. Of course, there was also the critical line regarding the redemption voucher. Sufficient compensation can reduce the sentence. Indeed, they had never intended to kill Kinemon. They almost fell for Kaido's scheme. Such a straightforward matter. And they couldn't see through it, truly naive. The Shimotsuki family held significant authority over them, and the group was like children facing a teacher, unable to lift their heads under the scolding of the Shimotsuki family. Even Kanjiro was no exception, although he was an undercover agent in extremely special circumstances. An undercover agent is the most loyal. Until receiving a new task, they would do their utmost to gain the trust of the target. Kanjiro was in this state now. Moreover, he was very passionate about role-playing and had completely immersed himself in the identity of a Kazuki retainer. Lord Shimotsuki, Kinemon, don't be anxious, Ahiru. This matter can likely be resolved with money. Let's go gather the funds to redeem Kinemon. Other matters must wait for Oden's return. Whether it was Kaido or the beast pirates, they were both difficult characters to deal with. The beast pirates due to their strength, and Kaido because of his position as shogun. The position of shogun is very important in Weno. Without the legitimate Kazuki Oden, some citizens might not support them. Kaido's current actions have not yet crossed their bottom line, so they need to wait for Kazuki Oden to come back. Additionally, the Shimotsuki family was also worried about another matter. The interests of the beast pirates and Kaido were different. If this incident were to lead to a complete unification of the beast pirates and Kaido, with Kaido's strength combined with the name of Shogun Kaido, Weno would truly be beyond redemption. In the end, the Shimotsuki family only took Shandru with them, primarily because Shandru was already familiar with Kinemon. They had known each other before aligning with Oden. Secondly, Shandru had been good at negotiation since he was young, or rather, at deceit. He often managed to acquire things at low prices. He planned to take Shandru to negotiate the price for redeeming Kinemon. However, they did not notice that because of the arrival of the Shimotsuki family, Shaina in the clouds had extinguished the flames in her hand. After returning without pause, the Shimotsuki family took Shandru to Onigashima. Hakamai managed the ports of Weno, and they naturally had qualified boatmen, ensuring they wouldn't capsize like Kiku did in the inland sea. After explaining their intention, they quickly met with the negotiating party, Doflamingo. I am Shimotsuki from Hakamai. I have come to redeem my friend Kazuki Oden's retainer, Kinemon. This is his colleague, Shandru. According to our regulations, he should work in a mining site for 20 years. We are already aware of the situation. Name your price. 10,000 gold. As soon as these words were spoken, both the Shimotsuki family and Shandru's faces changed drastically. Although they had prepared for a significant financial outlay, this amount was completely unnegotiable. Chapter 162. High compensation and encirclement warfare, exorbitant demands, sitting down to negotiate. But when they open their mouths with such an impossible figure, the other party's attitude becomes uncertain. This is simply not possible. No one in Weno can come up with so much money. 10,000 platinum, 1 million gold. That's 100 billion berries. Even a general from Weno would have to exhaust the national treasury to gather this amount. Weno's currency consists of metal coins, and they have no way to print money. Demanding such sum makes it impossible for them to negotiate, and even Torijiro momentarily loses composure. Torijiro is too young and lacks the experience to handle major matters. Jinbaiman is his friend, and he can hardly control his emotions. In contrast, the Shimatsuki family remains more composed. Speak. What do you want for Jinbaiman's release? Don't speak so harshly. It was he who violated the rules. Torijiro, you explain. At that moment, a side door was opened, and a bandaged Torijiro stepped out. The injuries were real, but they were not caused by the thugs earlier. He inflicted them on himself to make it look convincing. In this regard, he is indeed ruthless. At your command, my lord. Lord Shimatsuki, I am just an ordinary merchant. That day, while doing business in Flower City, a group of thugs came to smash my stall. Although I fought back with all my might, I was outnumbered, and it was the beast pirates who captured those people. You also heard that those people injured a legitimate merchant, yet your Jinbaiman wants to go to prison to rescue them. Isn't he asking for it? The incident has already occurred. What good does it do to talk about it now? Name your price. The Shimatsuki family did not mind Torijiro's words. Now that Jinbaiman was in their hands, to get him back would inevitably cost them dearly. Very well, we want the rights to use this place. Pulling back a cloth on the table, a sand table of Weno appeared, and Torijiro's finger pointed directly at the peach garden farm in Kiri. Although the young Shimatsuki family did not often smile, the height difference between him and Torijiro was significant. Weno does not lack tall individuals, but Shimatsuki does not fall into that category. Under this disparity, the pressure Torijiro brought was much greater. However, this was not the main point. The focus for the Shimatsuki family was the sand table before Torijiro, where every blade of grass and tree was clearly marked. If they only wanted the land, there would be no need to be so explicit. It was obvious they were intentionally conveying some information to him. Is it to indicate that Weno is under control? The Shimatsuki family thought to themselves. While he pondered this question, Torijiro urged again, either 10,000 platinum or you hand over this farm to us. Otherwise, we will send him to mine according to the rules, or you can choose the fourth option. As the Black Charcoal Great Serpent said, we will kill that guy. Whether it was sending Jinbaiman to mine for 20 years or executing him, neither option could be accepted, and the Peach Garden Farm was the target of the beast pirates. No matter what the Shimatsuki family said, Torijiro showed no signs of relenting. In the end, for Jinbaiman's safety, they had no choice but to agree to rent the Peach Garden Farm to the beast pirates for 5 silver a year. This was the last benefit Torijiro managed to secure. At least, on paper, the Peach Garden Farm still belonged to them. Can we take Jinbaiman now? No. Why not? Haven't we already given you that? What you provided was his redemption voucher, but the medical expenses for the guards, the cost of repairing the building, the labor fee for the head guard, and the mental distress compensation for the other guards total 500 gold. After paying another hefty sum, Torijiro finally saw Jinbaiman, who was now bandaged like a mummy and had fallen into a coma, unresponsive to any calls. What have you done to him? I haven't done anything. He should wake up after sleeping for 10 to 15 days. He is alive and returned to you. What happens afterwards is no longer our concern. After all these years, Torijiro's interrogation had long ceased to be limited to physical pain. Compared to that kind of bodily suffering, mental fatigue and anguish were more tormenting. He hadn't done anything else. He merely used a drug mixed by Naikine to heighten Jinbaiman's senses while also making him more sensitive to the passage of time. Then, he locked him in a soundproof box crafted by Quinn, leaving him in an absolutely quiet environment for a long time. Although his injuries still bore the marks left by Babanuki, Jinbaiman now suffered greater psychological trauma. This matter seemed to be over, but it was not completely resolved. The Peach Garden Farm was an important agricultural production area for Kiri, and the food supply for Uten Castle relied heavily on it. To retrieve Jinbaiman, they had no choice but to rent it to the beast pirates at a bargain price, and then pay another sum. The most immediate consequence was that they were now out of money. Their daily expenses required funds, and the same went for those employed in Uten Castle. Although the Shimatsuki family had borrowed some money, it was only enough for temporary needs. Thus, these retainers began a life of borrowing and repaying debts. Even their clothes gradually became patched. In the following half-month, everyone lived in peace, but secretly harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Arceus spent time playing with the children and continued to leverage Yamato's luck. This time it was probability. He let Yamato choose more places and then selected the location she chose the most as the next exploration site. However, the world would not remain so calm forever. First, Kaido returned from his outing. This time he didn't bring back a child but retrieved a devil fruit. The Zoan-type spider fruit, ancient species, Goliath rose wolf spider form. Shortly thereafter, a battle erupted in the skies above Flower City. Rather than a battle, it was more like a hunt, as Torajiro and Shaina were hunting a man in white. A white cloak, a mask with strange patterns, a neat suit. Only one type of person on the sea would dress like this. CP0. His appearance here was due to the black charcoal great serpent. Although Weno had not completely transformed into a weapons-producing country, with Kaido's help, a large number of weapon factories had appeared in the rabbit bowl. These factories continuously produced weapons, which naturally needed to be sold. Kaido originally used the Beast Pirates products to sell them on the black market. However, the Great Serpent believed this profit was insufficient and unilaterally instructed Black Charcoal Mushi to contact the world government. That CP0 was here to discuss business. However, he did not realize that he had once again unknowingly violated the taboos of the Beast Pirates. Although the Beast Pirates business was substantial, Kaido adhered to a principle. He did not engage in any direct transactions with the world government. While maritime trade could not avoid the world government, trading directly with them was of a completely different nature. He refrained from direct transactions because, within the Beast Pirates, Torajiro, Shaina, and especially Arceus, all harbored a sense of aversion toward the world government. Although he himself did not care, he could not ignore the sentiment. Therefore, he preferred to let some intermediaries profit from the price difference rather than trade directly with the world government. The moment that CP0 stepped into Weno, the pressure on the Great Serpent's head once again increased. Chapter 163. What does the deal with the black carbon snake have to do with my beast pirates? CP0, short for Cypher Pole, Aegis 0, is known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, protecting their safety. The selection process for CP0 is very strict, requiring both loyalty and strength. Loyalty goes without saying, and as for strength, without a certain level of ability, they cannot protect those celestial dragons. Although the celestial dragons hold a noble status, and attacking them incurs a huge cost, there are still many who want their lives. Because of the celestial dragons, countless families have been destroyed. When a person loses everything, all threats become non-existent to them. The celestial dragons themselves are not honest and often appear in various places, requiring the world government to always have security plans in place. Otherwise, most CP0 members would have to wear masks when going out, partly due to the needs of espionage operations and partly because they can easily be targeted. To divert contradictions, the world government's choice is to exploit non-member countries while using pirates to attract conflicts. Under this peculiar management style, the number of pirates on the seas is increasing. And although the true era of great pirates has not yet arrived, the chaos of the seas is growing day by day. Among them are many powerful abilities. And in this situation, Sea Prism Stone products have become a necessity. However, the amount of Sea Prism Stone available outside of Weno is very limited. Since the Kazuki clan sealed off Weno country countless years ago, products from Weno have no longer flowed out. And many Sea Prism Stone handcuffs found outside are antiques that are hundreds of years old. At that time, due to Weno's terrain, domestic strength, and various unknown reasons, the world government did not intervene, as the cost would be too high. Thus, Weno entered a long period of isolation. Not long ago, the Black Carbon Snake's people contacted the world government, proposing a stable trade of Sea Prism Stone. The world government did not refuse this matter and sent a CP0 agent as a representative to Weno. Just a few minutes ago, he was still having friendly exchanges with the snake. It must be said that the snake has done an excellent job of leveraging power. He successfully used Kaido's current fame. The world government had no other actions at that time, but the times have changed. If Weno itself becomes weak, the world government might take the opportunity to control it and completely grasp the production of Sea Prism Stone. This is also one of the agent's tasks, to observe the state of Weno. Therefore, the Black Carbon Snake talks a lot about how closely he is connected with Kaido, successfully raising his negotiating position. It was only at this time that the news of the Beast Pirates headquarters transforming into Weno reached the world government. Weno had been too closed off, even if they wanted to investigate. They only found the Beast Pirates in the nearby waters and did not expect that Kaido had already reached an agreement with the Black Carbon Snake. If he had left at that moment, there might have been another way out, but he did not. Not only did he not leave, But he also began to wander around Weno. This just happened to collide with Shaina's face, and he was really fooled by the black carbon snake, believing that the beast pirates had a close connection with them. This is one of the few abilities of the snake, patience and deception. When enduring, he can lie in the sewage to act as a stepping stone for others to step over him. World government personnel? Woman, this has nothing to do with you. Those CP0 members either follow the celestial dragons or represent the world government in carrying out orders. Thus, they often possess a sense of unwarranted superiority. He thought he was here to negotiate a deal with the black carbon snake, and according to the snake's words, he and Kaido are allies. So as a representative of the world government, he and Kaido and the snake are equal. Therefore, he looked down on the cadres of the beast pirates. After all, from the world government's perspective, she is also one of Kaido's subordinates. Still wearing this face. You world government lackeys still can't learn to raise your eyes to see people. It was the same before when those CP0 members stormed into their hidden villages and began the slaughter without a word. But now, the biggest change is that she is no longer that ordinary girl. The term lackey seemed to touch on his taboo, but before he could say anything more, he was met with a fist engulfed in flames. But it doesn't matter, since you dare to appear here, you must be prepared to die. The fist is just an appetizer. Shaina's strength is at least 70% in her 2 legs. This CP0 member is slightly taller than her, but doesn't affect anything. She exerted force with her left leg on the ground, causing the bricks below to shatter extensively while her wings behind her shook, and her right knee collided directly with his chin. The CP0 member was obviously stunned, never expecting Shaina to strike first, which resulted in her knee smashing hard into his chin. Following that, flames erupted from her wrist, quickly enveloping her entire arm, and she smashed it towards his head. This was a combination of a flying knee strike and a flaming punch. Struck hard from below the chin, his consciousness briefly faded. Then, he was hit in the cheek by a flaming fist, sending him flying and crashing into the place where the snake had built to imprison dissenters, with the spear-formed barriers outside, causing him secondary injuries. The guards stationed there scattered, completely unaware of what had happened, and just as they ran away, a wave of flames surged over, the intense heat evaporating the moisture in the soil, instantly drying the ground that had been wet from the rain 2 days ago. However, he is still CP0, so he wouldn't lose combat capability after just 2 hits, but he noticed something was off. Shaina's 2 attacks were directed to take his life. Seeing the deadly flames, he dodged, and when he got up again, his clothes covered in mud no longer resembled his previous proud demeanor. Wait, what does my deal with the black carbon snake have to do with you? He thought the other party had misunderstood something, but when he mentioned the black carbon snake's name, the other party's attacks became even more fierce, just barely dodging a kick aimed at him. He was about to counterattack when he was kicked away from behind. Shaina, what is going on? CP0, the world government's agent. Does it need any other reason? It really doesn't. Suddenly, a row of rock spikes emerged from the ground, and at the same time, a vortex of flames sealed off his escape route. Appearing here was Jean, who was originally going to deliver something to the brothel and happened to discover the situation. His tacit understanding with Shaina needed no further explanation. The combination of sharp stone attacks and the fiery vortex instantly formed a combined attack. Chapter 164, Black Carbon Snake, I Hate You. However, a shadow darted into the air amidst the flames, and his figure had become much bulkier than before. As he burst out of the sea of fire, his entire body was ablaze, but the burning material quickly fell off, revealing his original appearance. It seemed that the sharp stone attack had not caused effective damage. He seemed to have evaded it somehow, and the flames left by the whirlpool were also blocked by something. Hey, CP0, it wouldn't be surprising if they were. Although these guys are annoying, they are not weak themselves. However, he appeared to want to escape, and he was quite skilled at using moonwalk. Then let's chase. It's inconvenient to go to Mariehua, and how could he let someone who delivered themselves to his door get away? 2 figures, one red and one black, simultaneously chased into the sky, and a chase ensued. The 6 styles are the basics of CP0, but although moonwalk allows people to walk and jump in the air, it is still far from true flight. The fossilized pteranodon was the ruler of the skies in ancient times, and Shaina had already stacked her acceleration during the previous battle. With her developed leg strength and the characteristics of a Blaziken, she possessed the ability to use air for leverage, making her flying speed quite fast. At this moment, the CP0 agent had a belly full of curses he wanted to hurl at the black carbon snake and his relatives. I have a close relationship with Kaido. He supports my actions. Behind me is the beast pirates. They won't agree to this price. With the beast guarding here, you can't break in. The firm tone of the snake echoed in his mind, and he could only respond with 2 words: bullshit. If there was any good relationship, such things could not happen. The opponent's attack carried a murderous intent, but after he revealed he was the partner of Black Carbon Snake, the other party seemed to want to tear him apart. This was no collaborator. It was simply an enemy. During the escape, he took out the snail phone in his hand. Analyzing the current situation, he felt it was difficult to leave here. But at least he had to send back news about Weno. They had a significant misjudgment of the situation in Weno. However, for some reason, the snail phone in his hand suddenly became unresponsive and could not contact the outside world. At this moment on Onigashima, Arceus, who had been playing with Yamato, looked towards the flower capital. It was far away, and he could only see 2 small points burning with flames. But this was enough to explain what was happening: invaders. Otherwise, such a battle wouldn't have unfolded, so he interfered with the signal frequency above Weno, using the waves of water. Evil and Dragon. Many abilities of Pokémon are based on wave dynamics. The working principle of the snail phone is to convert a person's voice into the snail's voice for long-distance transmission. It is a unique wave frequency. The power of the waves combined with the electromagnetic waves of the Thunderstone completely disrupted the signals above Weno, so his phone naturally couldn't get through. Moreover, this wave was specifically targeting snails. If there was something happening within the Beast Pirates, the escargot's phone could still connect. Lucky? Fly? Fire? Looking at the distant light points, Yamato intermittently spoke a few words, seemingly quite interested. Kaido, doesn't Weno have some kind of fireworks show? Let them have one tonight. Yamato seems quite interested. Do as you wish, but how about a bet to see how long it takes them to deal with that bug? Not interested. From a moment he exposed his back to the hunter, death became inevitable. The duration was meaningless, as this was our base. In Kaido and Arceus's view, that intruder was nothing significant. At most, he could serve as a target for entertainment. CP0 angrily threw down the snail phone, which fell from the sky with a confused and puzzled expression, eventually landing in the canal near the flower capital. At this moment, Jean and Shaina had already caught up. Although they were still a distance away, the attack had already arrived. Scorching Star Flying Phoenix. In the fossilized pteranodon form, Jean generated rock blades behind him, with flames from the Lunaria tribe adhering to them. At this moment, Jean was like a high-speed fighter jet. The changes happening to the CP0 agent were similar to when he burst out of the whirlpool of flames. His body became slightly bulkier, and he was covered in haki. But this change slowed down his speed. The rock bullets released by Jean hit him entirely, but the effect was indeed limited. Then his hair rapidly grew, forming a large net under the manipulation of life restoration, and the hair-based attack naturally couldn't stop Jean. Although he had coated his hair with haki, the area of haki was limited. Before he could inflict damage on Jean, Jean had already escaped his restraints. However, the CP0 agent revealed a slightly smug expression, as if he had achieved some goal. He crossed his arms to take Shaina's kick head-on, and the things on his body began to fall off again, revealing new skin underneath. I am a proliferator who has eaten the proliferation fruit. I can freely control the growth of things within my body, including hair, epidermis, and, of course, viruses inside. Those viruses were specially injected into my body and are usually in a dormant state. But during the recent battle, you have inhaled enough viral powder, and now, as soon as I activate my ability again, you will immediately fall ill. Hearing his words, Shaina's body stiffened, but not because of the so-called virus. According to his statement, the way he blocked her attack earlier should have been by rapidly proliferating the skin on the surface of his body, creating a thick layer of dead skin as a buffer, which was also how he burst out of the whirlpool of flames. This also meant that she had just kicked a pile of dead skin. After this thought crossed her mind, a wave of nausea surged from her brain. She was also a girl, and upon realizing what she had kicked, she suddenly felt unclean. Wrapped in flames, her speed increased a bit more. She used Flame Charge, and even if this move would cause some recoil, it didn't matter. She wanted to use the flames to cleanse herself, and then send that disgusting guy off to die quickly. Seeing that Shaina had no intention of stopping, he immediately urged his ability, wanting to activate the viruses within them. But until Shaina kicked through his chest, his ability still did not take effect. It wasn't because the flames killed the viruses. Those things in his body were biological weapons specially cultivated by the world government, inherently resistant to high temperatures. His failure was due to the bloodline of the Lunaria tribe. Their bloodline has extremely strong resistance, essentially making them immune to all known bacteria and viruses in humanity. Chapter 165. Unrest and Death. You should go report to the Lord of the Sacred Beasts and Mr. Kaido. Although the flame charge has a rebound effect, The physical constitution of the Lunaria tribe, combined with hockey, means that the rebound won't have much impact. However, Shaina still left this matter to Jean. What are you going to do? I'm going to take a shower. That bastard's ability, it's too disgusting. The hot springs in Flower City have a good reputation. Forget it. That place is a mixed bath, don't you know? I can't stand that. If Wu has a hot spring, I'll return a few hours later. Please tell them for me. Saying this, she left. Her kick had already pierced the opponent's chest. Not to mention regeneration. Even growth should be fatal. So Shaina left directly, leaving the cleanup to Jean. Looking at that CP0, she felt disgusted. However, for some reason, when Jean removed the other's mask, he noticed a hint of unrest in his eyes, and they were fixed in the direction of Orochi's residence in Flower City. This guy seems unwilling to accept it. But why would someone from the world government come here? Jean didn't deal with the body directly, but called Quinn over. According to the dying man's words, there seemed to be quite a few dormant viruses in him, and he wasn't sure if high temperatures could kill those viruses. If not, handling the body carelessly would only lead to virus spread, which would be a disaster for Weno country. The signal from the sea snail was unaffected. After hearing Jin's words, Quinn hurriedly brought a small team over, all dressed in sealed protective gear, looking like astronauts. Are you serious? Are you that scared of this? Looking at Quinn, who looked like a big barrel under his protective suit, Jean couldn't understand this mindset. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? The things in the hands of the world government might cause who knows what impact. My bananas haven't been harvested yet, so of course, I have to be careful. Saying this, he took out a strange instrument and scanned the surroundings. After seeing no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief, then brought over a large sealed cover and enclosed both him and the ground beneath. There's a volcanic crater on a nearby island. Throw it in there, and that'll be that. I'm going to report to Brother Kaido about the situation here. This guy is up to you. Oh, right, during the previous battle, he seemed to have thrown something. It should have fallen into the river. You can look for it yourself. With that, Jean also left, leaving this troublesome matter to Quinn. As the only one present with the ability to fly, Quinn had no choice but to take on this trouble, while the remaining subordinates started searching along the canal. Finally, in the evening, they found a phone bug. The phone bug had its own survival instinct. In such a situation, it had struggled to crawl to the riverbank. But by the time it was found, it was nearly done for. At this time, Orochi was in a state of panic. He had seen the battle over Flower City. The beast pirates and the people sent by the world government had fought fiercely, and they even killed members of the world government, making Orochi realize he had underestimated the relationship between the two parties. He knew that pirates and the world government were adversaries, but he thought interests could make Kaido yield. However, the results told him he was wrong. Soon after, the residents of Flower City saw a blue giant dragon fly straight into Orochi's residence. Uruchi. It seems you've done quite a few good deeds in private. Although Kaido was smiling, his laughter brought an endless sense of oppression. If it weren't for Shimatsuki Chiran right behind him, he would want to flee. After all, since entering, Kaido had been fiddling with his kanabo. I just wanted to find a market for these. The weapon factory has already started production. The only way to turn them into money is to sell them. You think too much. Considering how busy you are, let's change our profit share to 60-40. You get 40, I get 60. Originally, the business in Weno was a 50-50 split. But with this incident, Kaido directly demanded a 10% cut of the profits, and this was already a very polite gesture. The reason for being so polite was that, in his eyes, Orochi was already a dead man. There's no need to haggle over details with the dead. But this matter could not go unaddressed, so Kaido took action on the profit distribution. Under Kaido's pressure, Orochi had no choice but to agree to this demand. By the way, this is the first time. If you dare to contact anyone you shouldn't again, watch your head. As he spoke, a pressure erupted from Kaido. The Conqueror's haki completely bore down on Orochi, causing people inside the castle to fall one after another. Very few could withstand Kaido's haki. For a while after Kaido left, the place was unusually quiet, and Orochi's residence became like a ghost town. At the same time, the world government also discovered the problem. Cultivating a CP0 agent takes a lot of time, and their missions are usually related to the secrets of the world government, so their superiors all have their life cards. The moment he died, his life card disappeared as well, which puzzled those above. Just a moment ago, he had reported that the Beast Pirates had formed an alliance with Orochi and Weno, stating they had obtained business related to Sea Prism Stone, but shortly after, such a huge accident occurred. The cause of his death became something that had to be clarified. CP0 typically operates in teams, and with his death, the remaining teammates naturally took over the mission. Now, three mask-wearing individuals of different appearances were discussing the next course of action. He hadn't relayed any messages before his death, which was unreasonable. CP0 often encounters unexpected situations during missions, but according to their training, if it were a certain death scenario, they should find a way to relay information back. Weno is now occupied by Kaido. If they truly reached an agreement, why would he die there? If it was another enemy, the beast pirates would not sit idly by. No pirate would tolerate anyone acting in their territory. Surely, some message wouldn't fail to get out. I think the possibility of Kaido acting is greater. Do you have any contact details for that Orochi? He might know why. No, that was a one-sided contact. The only phone bug that can reach Weno is with him. Now, the world government could not choose to attack Weno. They hadn't done so in the past few hundred years. Although someone had died, a single CP0 wouldn't provoke the world government's anger. Moreover, they dared not rashly enter the unknown of Weno. Eventually, with a tentative purpose, they contacted that CP0 agent, and unexpectedly, the call was answered. Who are you? The owner of the phone bug? He asked dead. Weno is not a place you should meddle in. You actually believe that useless Orochi? Chapter 166. The defector phone bugged the communication process was brief, but made them understand each other's identities, the beast pirates. His attitude was unfriendly, making contact difficult. Nonetheless, they had to make contact. The higher-ups would not give up the trade of sea prism stone. They needed the products made from sea prism stone and the unique weapons of Weno country. Purchasing from the black market was not only expensive but also lacked quality and quantity guarantees, so they needed a stable supplier. Previously, they had contacted Kaido, but had they underestimated the internal relations of Weno country? The relationship between the beast pirates and Kaido did not seem so friendly. That guy's personality. It wouldn't be surprising if he angered those pirates. They had connected the call, which meant there was still a possibility for discussion. They should first organize their information. After a brief discussion, they concluded that they had misunderstood the focus of their contact with Weno country. They had previously centered on Kaido, but now it seemed that Kaido had little standing in Weno. The beasts were actually in control. Given this, they needed to replan. On Onigashima, many people showed confusion after the call ended. They had never intended to connect this call, but Arceus had found a pirate to relay this information, giving them a sense of possible communication. The purpose of all this was not for anything else but to make this phone bug remember the phone bug of CP0 on the other side. Did it remember the companion just now? After hanging up, Arceus was communicating with that phone bug. After being thrown down by that agent, it had nearly lost half its life. Although it was picked up, generally, such a phone bug could not be repaired. An injured snail would only be abandoned and slowly die. But Arceus discovered a new use for this snail, transforming it into a dendrosaurus beast and replenishing its vitality with drops of life water. The aim was to eavesdrop. There was already a type of black phone bug that liked to exchange information with its kind, so it was used as a listening device. There were countless phone bugs in the world, and to eavesdrop accurately, they needed the number of that phone bug. The incoming call provided this opportunity. The dendrosaurus beast had remembered this number. Phone bugs were grateful creatures. The phone bug, saved by Buggy during the Marineford War, was moved to tears by him. This phone bug had developed a similar mentality. It was willing to be used as a communication tool because it wanted to find a master that would provide food and shelter. The agent had done something excessive to it, and the beast saved it, so it wanted to repay them, thus accepting this task. Remembering that frequency of the phone bug and exchanging information with it became its mission. The phone bug, now upgraded, became the eavesdropping specialist for the beast pirates, specifically stealing information from the world government. As for why it could speak, phone bugs could already mimic human voices and understand human language. After becoming a dendrosaurus beast and receiving an upgrade, it could speak human language even when not on a call. Arceus did this as a precaution. The Lunarians had a deep-seated grudge against the current world government. Although they were not yet hostile, the time would come, since they would eventually be adversaries. It was wise to prepare early. Find a reliable person. From now on, his task would be to raise it. Understood? So, Queen became the caretaker of this new phone bug. He already had dozens of Weno country snails, so adding another phone bug was no trouble. All right, there's nothing else to do. Just carry on with what you were doing. By the way, how is the firework event arranged? Ready to go. It can start any time, but it's best to wait until it gets a bit darker. Although it wasn't yet the season for Weno to produce fireworks, there are now many weapon factories in Weno. They could take some gunpowder from the materials used to make weapons, and, after improvements, the original materials for fireworks were no problem. The firework craftsmen in the Rabbit Bowl area had almost all been taken to one factory, and their task was to create qualified fireworks. Each firework was labeled with a name. And the person who brought them to the factory had said that those who made the most satisfying fireworks could receive an extra reward of 100 gold. Under these circumstances, everyone exerted their utmost effort to showcase their skills. Tonight in Weno was destined to be lively. As the moon rose into the sky, the prepared fireworks were ignited one after another in an open space. The fireworks in the sky initially startled Yamato, but as the metal powder began to burn in the air, the magnificent patterns captured all her interest. Jack and Maria felt the same way. Although this firework display was prepared for Yamato, not just the 3 kids on Onigashima, the entire Weno country saw this grand fireworks show. In order to earn that so-called reward, the craftsmen gave it their all, and the larger the fireworks effect, the more extravagant it became, which required increasing the dosage of gunpowder. Thus, the height of the flight would be greater, and even from the farthest Shimi, one could vaguely see the commotion on Onigashima. Mom, why are there fireworks today? Maybe some big shot is having a birthday. Can my birthday be celebrated like this? No, Gentaro. We don't have that kind of ability. In closed-off Weno, fireworks were actually controlled items, typically only released at specific times by the shogun and daimyos. Usually, one could see them at most twice a year, during festivals, New Year, or on the day the shogun ascended. They could hardly imagine that this grand fireworks display was merely because Yamato was interested, prompting the beast pirates to prepare this event. On Onigashima, a banquet was also being held, with Queen acting as the host with a microphone. The people on Onigashima were celebrating, while ordinary people in Weno were admiring the fireworks. The other daimyos from different regions had little reaction to this, but 2 groups showed no interest in the fireworks. The first was Kaido, who had just woken up after being stunned by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. Hearing the sound of fireworks, he thought the beast pirates were attacking, and naturally, he had no mood to appreciate the fireworks. He was increasingly questioning whether it was right to let the beasts come here. Meanwhile, in Kuri, the retainers of Kazuki, Odin, similarly had no interest in the fireworks, all due to Kinemon. Although he had been redeemed, he was severely injured, not just physically, but also mentally. At first, he couldn't even dare to sleep, and it took him many days to be able to sleep like a normal person. However, today as fireworks startled him again, and his condition deteriorated once more. Chapter 167. I feel that there are traitors among us. The phone worm that has defected to the beast pirates, also known as the ammonite beast, works very hard, but when it works hard, Quinn becomes a bit unhappy. The specific situation is as follows, after memorizing the number of that phone worm, in order to repay the life-saving grace. It also memorized 2 or 3 additional numbers based on the contact signal of that phone worm. The phone worm is originally part of a large group of snails, and it is not surprising that they are related to each other. After all, phone worms from the same batch might have been made from the same nest of snails. It really does not know which phone is more important, but it can understand human language, so it knows what honorifics are. To obtain information from its companions, it has to flatter them, so the numbers it can memorize are limited. To get more critical intelligence, it specifically remembered those companions who often use honorifics. The life of a phone worm is quite comfortable, aside from those that need to take shifts in surveillance. Ordinary phone worms spend most of their time resting when there are no calls. Therefore, when the phone rings, day or night, they can immediately convey the message. Phone worms cannot write, and most of the time, they can only relay their companions' words, rather than storing those words in their heads. So when it receives a message, it will remind the person next to it to hurry over and take notes. During the day, it is fine. It just needs to make its usual calls. But at night it cannot. Thus, Quinn often gets sprayed awake by the ammonite beast water gun while he is sleeping. On this calm night, he experienced the same thing as before. A stream of water sprayed onto his face, waking him from his dreams. These bastards, can't they make calls during the day? In fact, it was indeed daytime, but it was the daytime of Mary Geos. Officials contacting the outside world naturally base it on their own time, and even CP0 cannot guarantee that their tasks only occur during the day, let alone those like them who are eavesdropping. No, I have to ask Brother Kaido to change the night shift person, otherwise my hair won't be able to take it. Recording the information eavesdropped by the ammonite beast in a notebook, Quinn looked at the moon in the night sky and thought he needed an assistant. You're already bald. Don't worry about the details. I shaved it myself. You're just a mere snail. Do you understand how to appreciate human beauty? Speaking of which, can't you write down the messages yourself? I can't write, and I'm just repaying my benefactor. Saying this, it retracted into its shell, a phone worm's essential skill, closing its eyes to sleep. If it didn't do this, it would be hard for the phone worm to ensure it is always energetic. While many of the eavesdropped messages have little value to the beast pirates, they do pertain to their situation. Contact the Beast Pirates to obtain trade prices. However, because that CP0 died mysteriously, the people following did not dare to rashly enter Weno country, mainly trying to communicate via phone. Although Kaido always answers the phone, he never agrees, giving the world government a feeling that they can trade but cannot meet the other party's psychological needs. Even using a few animal-type devil fruits as an equivalent did not achieve a deal, so that CP0 team was very troubled, with 3 people sitting together discussing the Beast Pirates. What does that guy really want? Why not give up? The stuff from the black market is already enough. Contacting Kaido is not as good as finding a few more underground world merchants. Their goods still come from Kaido, and they are not guaranteed. If Kaido cuts off the supply, they will be in the same predicament. Can they only use that stuff? News about the Beast Pirates collecting stone tablets in the black market is very common, and the world government does have it, but it is inconvenient to directly bring it out as trade goods. This is troublesome. Although there are no leads, Vegapunk has not given up. As for the Celestial Dragon's collectibles, let's wait and see. That guy's done so much business that he can't possibly give up on the profits he already has. It's probably just that the price isn't right. However, I feel something is off. Why do I feel like we have no secrets during every conversation? He seems to know where our bottom line is. Every negotiation fails to achieve results, and what they can offer always falls short of Kaido's psychological price. If it weren't for the messages being directly transmitted from the headquarters, he would suspect they're moles. As for the white phone worms used for eavesdropping prevention, those phone worms are too rare. Not everyone can be equipped with them. Only truly confidential missions will be outfitted with those phone worms. Their qualifications for this mission have not reached that level. What about those failed products from Punk Hazard? Isn't Kaido recruiting personnel? He might be interested in those giants. Are you saying with the goal of resurrecting ancient giants? But in the end, they turn out to be neither human nor ghost, only able to scare people aside from being able to eat? Anyway, they are failed products. If they can be traded, it would still count as realizing their value. That was Punk Hazard's experimental plan, aimed at creating warriors of the ancient giant race, but they did not fully succeed. The monsters they made have low intelligence and are hard to meet their needs. In this world, having a large size is not enough. Many strong people have ways to deal with those giants, and if their intelligence is insufficient, they become live targets on the battlefield. Although the giants created are slightly larger than regular giants, their intelligence is far too low, and their food intake is enormous. Using them is far less effective than training a few giant mid-ranking officers. So after being deemed failed products, they were sealed away. But now they are being brought up again, intending to make use of them. The truly useful war weapons will not be traded away. These are just the brutish beings of the Beast Pirates in the original timeline, but aside from clearing minor enemies and scaring people, they have basically no use. Those things we cannot decide on. We have to report to the higher-ups, and Kaido's preferences are too strange. Has the reconnaissance team not moved yet? They should be almost there. It seems they have already infiltrated Kaido's territory recently. This territory does not refer to Weno country. The Beast Pirates also have many territories in the outside world, and those territories do not have the natural defenses of Weno, so it is not difficult to blend in. They want to probe for information indirectly, and they also have a previous task, which is to collect intelligence on the Beast Pirates. The world government spy organizations are not just CP0. Such minor tasks are handled by other departments. For example, at this moment, a pirate ship just arrived in the New World, heading towards the territory outside the Beast Pirates. According to the route, they will soon arrive at the island guarded by Scorch. Chapter 168. The combination of transformer and ability granting according to convention. Pirates who survive to reach the Sabati archipelago are referred to as supernovas. Traversing the first half of the Grand Line is an impossible feat for many. Among them, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries are called supernovas, either due to their exceptional strength or their notorious crimes, which lead to significantly increased bounties. Additionally, these pirates from the first half of the Grand Line share a common trait. They are often unaware of their own limitations. Finding someone from the New World brave enough to challenge the already famous sea pirates is quite difficult. They understand the dangers posed by those monsters, and only those with little experience at sea possess the courage to take on such challenges. This is especially true for supernovas, who often exhibit a kind of blind confidence due to their bounties, making them prone to making irrational decisions with just a little persuasion. Panglin, one of the CP9 members with the codename Pangolin, joined the Pumpkin Pirates a few months ago in the first half of the Grand Line. The captain is this generation's supernova, the pumpkin maniac Cebraloro, a pirate with a peculiar obsession with pumpkins, to the point that even the pirate ship resembles a giant pumpkin. With a bounty of 110 million berries, he infiltrated this pirate crew by pretending to be an ardent pumpkin enthusiast, and he has since gained Cebreloro's trust. Not long ago, he received a mission from the organization to manipulate Cebreloro into venturing into Kaido's territory to investigate certain matters. This investigation is not a typical one. If it were merely about gathering intelligence, there are already undercover agents posing as merchants on those islands. His task is to instigate a conflict between Cebreloro and the beast pirates. By observing their combat styles, he aims to assess certain matters, with the primary goal of observing the strange abilities of the fighters within the beast territory. While ordinary islands may not have such individuals, the main island of the beast pirates is sure to have guardians who are likely to possess unique abilities. As for how to persuade Cebreloro, it is not difficult for Panglan. His cover identity is that of a navigator, which fits perfectly with his role in plotting the course. Regarding Cebreloro's opinions, as long as he mentions that there might be delicious pumpkins there, Cebreloro will have no objections. Many people set sail for inexplicable reasons. For instance, Cebreloro initially aimed to find the tastiest pumpkins, but he has some issues. When he cannot obtain pumpkins, he becomes extremely agitated, even resorting to violence. While there are countless pumpkins growing on the island before setting sail, he hasn't experienced an episode yet. However, during long voyages, the lack of supplies is a common occurrence, leading him to frequently become irritable. This is somewhat similar to Big Mom's hunger pangs, but not entirely the same. This flaw, combined with his personality, ultimately turned him into a pirate with a bounty. Meanwhile, as the pumpkin pirates adjust their course on Winter Island, Scorch is patrolling with a group of people. Most of the elite members of the beast pirates have been taken to Weno country by Kaido, but the outside territory is not entirely without means of defense. Thanks to the reputation of the beast pirates during this period, life here is generally stable. Scorch's heavy footsteps crunch in the snow, causing the accumulated snow on his shoulders to fall off. Kaido and Arceus entrusted him with the safety of the island, which he views as a sign of their importance placed on him, and he diligently completes his duties every day. The people accompanying him are not members of the beast pirates, but rather Gaber and the village patrol team he leads. After Kaido left, the island has faced several invaders, and the beast pirates have spent years changing the way of life here, which has led the people to become accustomed to the protection of the beast pirates. Particularly after Kaido's departure, events have made them realize that the island's stability is closely tied to Kaido, and the initial opposing voices have gradually diminished. To better stabilize the villagers' lives, Gaber even organized the original team to take responsibility for the village's security, providing more assistance to the remaining pirates. A pirate ship has arrived. It's an unfamiliar flag. The port's lookout reported new information, which Gaber dislikes the most. An unknown flag typically signifies newcomers, and those newcomers threaten to disrupt the island's stability. The territories of great pirates have their own rules. Ordinary pirates entering the Totland Sea without permission will be directly destroyed. However, that is a unique ability of Charlotte Linlin. Her mass-produced homies provide her with ample manpower. Kaido does not have as many personnel to monitor all sea areas, but those who land must still pay a toll. Coastal artillery, prepare. Watching the approaching pirate crew, Scorch raised his left hand. Over the years, he has voluntarily allowed Queen to conduct more body modifications, resulting in his upper body being mostly made of modifications, with only below his left shoulder remaining original. The island's superior military capabilities have allowed for the construction of arrayed coastal defense cannons, giving the entire island a fortress-like style. They do not know what this pirate ship is here for, but any intention to dock requires paying a toll. The lookout tower's pirates began signaling with flags, indicating for the pumpkin pirates to stop their ship. However, the other party showed no intention of stopping and instead chose to fire cannons directly. Identify the enemy, return fire. Eliminate them all. Scorch issued orders to the gunners, and as his legs and left arm underwent a transformation, they turned into two large magnets, with only his right arm's rotary machine gun remaining. Subsequently, his massive body defied gravity and slowly floated up, with electricity beginning to flow through him. Transforming into a little magnet monster, he is the most unique among the many individuals who have gained abilities through modification. His ability was not self-determined, but rather a sudden idea from Arceus, rooted in his identity as a modifier. By replacing the properties of steel with the body of a modifier, and then infusing it with the power of lightning, the ability of the little magnet monster was ultimately born. Since he is already a modifier, this alteration is less labor-intensive compared to others. The large magnet in his left hand aimed at the opposing pumpkin ship, electricity began to gather at the front of the magnet, forming a massive ball of lightning in his hand. Naturally, his floating form attracted the attention of the other side, and a series of gunshots rang out, with countless bullets firing towards him. However, aside from a series of crisp sounds, nothing happened. Transformed into a little magnet monster. Not only is his entire body composed of steel, but he also possesses powerful magnetic force. As the bullets approached, they were interfered with by the strong magnetic field, losing kinetic energy before being attracted to his body. Chapter 169. The Inside Man in Action. The powerful magnetic force and a body as strong as steel are the most basic abilities brought by the little magnetic monster. It can also emit electromagnetic waves through the magnets on its body to ignore gravity, which is the principle behind its flight. There are many directions for development, but how far it can go is up to Scorch himself. At this moment, he can only use some basic abilities, such as the magnetic force, to attract bullets. The bullets here are made of various materials, with pure copper bullets being quite rare. At this time, the current gathered on the magnet in his hand is his strongest attack. The electromagnetic cannon, a powerful attack released after gathering current, requires a certain amount of charging time due to its great power. This is the territory of the beast pirates. Intruders, you will pay the price for this. The electromagnetic cannon was then released, and a massive current pierced a big hole through the pumpkin ship, its strong penetrating power directly breaching the hull, causing the ammunition depot on the ship to explode, rendering it incapacitated on the surface of the sea. The coastal defense cannons on the island are not just for show. They train regularly, and the parameters of the nearby sea areas have long been recorded. There is no way to miss such a fixed target. Is it really this simple? Gaber, commanding the coastal defense cannons, showed an incredulous expression. There have been pirates coming to stir up trouble before, but those pirates had some skills. Even after Kaido left, they still had the ability to break into the island. That's why he organized the previous defense team, aiming to prevent scattered pirates from intruding into their village. It's very rare for pirates to be completely destroyed by cannon fire on the surface of the sea without putting up any resistance. Can such people really reach the New World? If there is a hierarchy among pirates, then those from the New World look down on those from Paradise. Those from Paradise look down on pirates from the Four Seas. The Four Seas pirates look down on mountain bandits, and mountain bandits look down on all pirates. The residents born in the New World share similar views. In fact, Penguin has a significant responsibility in this matter. Not all pirates set sail fully prepared. Some people have inexplicable reasons for going to sea, navigating not by a navigator, but relying on their grandmother back home. The pumpkin pirates are similar. The only one on their ship who understands navigation and flag signals is Penguin, the undercover agent, who translated the beast flag signals into provocations, as that was his task. This led to the current situation. Taking advantage of the smoke from the explosion, he is quietly left using moonwalk, having completed his plan, and the remaining tasks are no longer his concern. Task completed. Number 2 is ready to act. Number 2 understands. This is a person who has already infiltrated this winter island. They cannot verify everyone's identity. This agent blended in with other merchants a few days ago to sneak into this winter island. As long as he doesn't cause any destruction, basically no one can discover his identity. Meanwhile, the battle between Cebreloro and Scorch has begun. You actually destroyed my beloved pumpkin ship. There is really nothing to say to such a fool who just rushed out of Paradise. Scorch directly launched a new attack. I've cut down many ability users. A mere iron shell doesn't mean much. Pumpkin slash. However, as he swung his knife, a huge gravitational force came from the side, affected by the magnetic force. The knife in his hand couldn't be swung as he intended. Then, Cebreloro suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a series of pumpkin seeds. Since they're not metal, Scorch's magnetic force couldn't affect them, and all the seeds hit him. Stop looking down on people. Do you think I don't even have the right to let you speak? Are you mute or something? It's just an ability user. What is there to be proud of? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that seeds were also continuously spewing from Cebreloro's feet, using them as propulsion to fly in the air. This is the fruit he ate on the island where he was born, the pumpkin fruit. Since then, he has used this ability and has become even more obsessed with pumpkins. The newcomers from Paradise are getting dumber. Brother Quinn gave me a new body, and Lord Saint Beast gave me great power. You simply don't understand what divine might is. A massive magnet struck his body, and in the middle of the magnet, a brand new electromagnetic cannon had already gathered. In Paradise, they are known as supernovas, the elite among pirates. The first half of the Navy, pirates, and weather couldn't stop them. But in the New World, such pirates are as common as grass. The destruction of the pumpkin pirates didn't even attract the attention of the island's residents. However, this time it's different. For example, among the grain merchants staying on the island, one young-looking porter seems very interested in this. So strong. Is this what New World pirates are like? Saying this, he suddenly ran towards the returning Scorch, and the people around him couldn't stop him. Who recruited this kid? The owner of the merchant team looked at him, rushing towards the pirates with a sense of dread. They have always done business with pirates, but the principle they uphold is to say less, see less, hear less, and do more. He has seen too many pirates who turn their backs and deny everything. So he generally doesn't maintain too much contact with pirates. It's fine if that person dies, but he worries that an accident could bring disaster to the entire merchant team. Uncle, if I join you, can I become this strong too? As an undercover agent, acting skills are essential. He is now trying to portray a young man attracted by pirate power. Most pirates wouldn't refuse someone like him. Pirates also need to replenish fresh blood. If the pirate crew becomes an old folks' home, they will be eliminated by the world. As long as you make achievements, you can also receive blessings. Even if half of your body is beaten off, Brother Quinn can fix you, he said, patting his iron shell. If it weren't for Quinn's body modification back then, he would basically be a useless person. Therefore, among the small cadre of the beast, Scorch respects Quinn the most. However, since the proportion of modified people is quite large, his speech lacks some emotion, and the phrasing is a bit strange. This creates a misunderstanding, making people think that his little magnetic monster ability is also related to Quinn. After that, the agent pretended to envy and said a few more words before being pulled away by another undercover agent. Sorry, this kid doesn't know better, and disturbed everyone. Their task is to investigate the situation, not to infiltrate the pirates, so after obtaining the information they wanted, they left. Subsequently, after integrating and summarizing the information collected with others, a new report was sent to the Navy's scientific team. Although this scientific team is led by Vegapunk, he has never been interested in such news. When the second-in-command of the scientific team saw the news, he showed an incredulous expression. Chapter 170. Quinn. Looking bewildered, the members of MADS are many, but the two who were recruited and reused by the world government are mainly Vegapunk, who is hailed as having technology that leads the world by 500 years, and the second-in-command of the science team, Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown is also a member of MADS, and, in the beginning, there was some mutual disdain among the members. Even though Vegapunk is called the world's #1, they don't think they are inferior to each other, and some even believe they excel in specific fields. Quinn, that dumb pig, has further cracked the genetic factor? Impossible. The main reason MADS was forcibly recruited by the world government was that they discovered the genetic factor, and many people have their own research directions regarding this aspect. After being recruited, Vegapunk created the first artificial devil fruit based on Kaido's genetic factor, but is rumored to be a failure. And Vegapunk did not continue research in that area afterward. Now, he is studying the conditions for the transfer of devil fruits, researching how to allow inanimate objects to consume devil fruits. However, Caesar has not given up on this research. He believes there is still great potential in this area. The three topics he is researching are artificial devil fruits, human gigantification, and large-scale killing weapons, but currently he's focusing most of his energy on the last weapon, as this is what the world government values most, and the first two are quite difficult. There's also a hierarchy of disdain within MADS. Quinn looks down on Judge, while Caesar somewhat looks down on Quinn. He accepts that he cannot compare to Vegapunk, but he absolutely does not accept that Quinn has achieved success in his own research area first. Quinn is suspected of having cracked the genetic factor and has achieved certain results. How could that guy be ahead of me? No way, this is absolutely impossible. He continues to flip through the materials sent to him. The self-proclaimed genius scientist Caesar Clown is a very crazy person, willing to do all sorts of things for research. Arrogant, cunning, insidious. Many adjectives can describe him. However, he does not dare to show too much in front of Quinn, as he is a coward who fears the strong and values his life. Initially, he was very cautious when facing the more powerful Quinn. The power of lightning, electromagnetic cannons, body-modifying weapons. Has this jerk chosen this application like Judge? No, not quite the same. There are still differences. Despite his despicable nature, Caesar has his own capabilities. According to this report, Quinn should have utilized genetic factors and cyborg technology to create a special war weapon. The source of the genetic factor is likely Kaido, as most of the abilities discovered by the beast are related to fire and lightning, which are abilities that can be used by Kaido's dragon fruit. However, this report is not meant to discuss other matters, but to urge the science team to advance a plan, namely the war weapon plan. The reason Quinn was not recruited is not just his will and personality. Even if his research is cruel, as long as it serves the world government, they can say nothing. One reason Quinn was not recruited is that the world government believe his technology is not on par with Caesar Clown and Vegapunk. They do not believe they made a mistake in judgment. So whatever Quinn can do, Vegapunk and Caesar must also be able to do. They originally had a war weapon plan, but it had been shelved because it was too difficult to implement. However, it has now been brought forward. Thus, the research for the World Government Science Team's project number 184 has begun, codenamed Pacifist. Since Vegapunk is currently working on a project, this task is temporarily assigned to Caesar. Meanwhile, as they are analyzing Kaido's true interests, CP0 has also temporarily ceased contact with him. The world government needs to negotiate, but they cannot act like a sycophant, allowing the other party to control them. Relevant items can also be procured on the black market, so they judge that the beast's intention is not to completely cut off trade. In the world government's view, they just want to extort a higher price. Therefore, Weno has temporarily entered a phase of calm development. And even the Kiku stone beast has been idle during this time, as the frequency of calls has significantly decreased after that initial surge. Only one person feels perplexed, and that is Quinn, who is looking at his bounty notice, questioning his life. He didn't even notice when Shaina came near him, which was something that would have been absolutely impossible in the past. He had long formed a passive response, and as soon as Shaina got close, the internal signal would alert him. This time, even the alert mechanism has failed, indicating how significant the impact of this incident has been on him. Quinn, damn it, must I resort to violence? After all these years, she wouldn't just beat up Quinn for no reason. At least she wouldn't suddenly attack him during a normal meeting. She came over to retrieve the listening records of the Kiku stone beast. If there are no urgent messages, regular messages accumulate for a day or two before being taken over. Shaina doesn't know where that thing is, but Quinn ignores her when she speaks normally. So she has no choice but to use a more traditional method. It turns out that pain is more effective than sound in grabbing someone's attention. Can you be a bit gentler, woman? Huh? I'm trying to talk to you nicely, and you ignore me. Can I still be blamed now? What are you daydreaming about? Look at this. Quinn handed his bounty notice to Shaina, but she didn't find anything particularly special about it. What is so good about your face? Haven't you looked in the mirror enough? That's not the point. The point is here, only alive. What the hell have I done? Why does this bounty change every few days? What are those people in the world government thinking? Last time, I was just honestly cultivating tree fruits, and suddenly my bounty jumped to 444 million, directly making me the highest bounty officer after Kaido and Arceus. This time, I still did nothing. I even only left Weno once, and now the bounty has changed again. Although the price hasn't increased, this only alive is far more serious than a price increase. This is also a new consideration from the world government. Although the analysis department believes their analysis cannot be wrong, the current situation is very strange. If they really misjudged Quinn's technological level, it would be a huge loss for the world government. Changing the bounty notice is a simple matter that doesn't take much effort, so Quinn has received a new bounty notice like this. However, the world government's investigation into the beast pirates has not stopped because of this. They have too many unknowns. So investigating the beast pirates has become the exclusive task of that CP0 team. Because they have the most contact with the beasts, they are relatively more familiar with them. Chapter 171. Pokémon integrated into residents' lives. Quinn's confusion did not hinder the progress of the times. The development of Weno country continued unabated. The Rabbit Bowl region had basically completed its transformation, with a number of factories reaching saturation, and this production level met the demands of the beast pirates. On the external front, beast fruits had vaguely become a food giant in the underground world of the New World, dealing in fruits, dairy products, meat products, and some special potions. These monopolistic products ensured beast fruit's position and established its reputation in the industry. After building a good reputation, the beast pirates began to expand their market, and some ordinary crops became their trade goods. Compared to products targeting the high-end market, these bulk commodities also brought in significant profits, albeit through volume. And the actions of the beast pirates led to a major reshuffling in the underground world of the New World. Many islands in winter or desert environments could not produce enough food to meet their needs and relied on foreign trade to obtain it, with beast fruits monopolizing most of the business. As for the original black market merchants, they had gradually been eliminated in the competition through research on fruits and some plants. Quinn and Nachin developed new high-yield crops. Moreover, both the meat's transport industry and Cabocin's warehousing industry had to give face to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin benefited from Kaido's growing business, allowing her to acquire more fruits. Her tastes had become spoiled, and ordinary fruits could hardly satisfy her needs. So she also supported Kaido's development in this area. In this environment, their normal competitive means could not possibly compete with the beast pirates, and as for unconventional methods, Kaido hoped they would use more, as the miners were already somewhat insufficient. Within Weno country, with the support of the beast pirates, Kazuki Tsukuro's trading company rose again and began to absorb locals, gradually familiarizing the residents of Weno with the existence of the beast pirates. Many people also started to accept the new things brought by the beast pirates. However, this group did not emerge from White Dance or Rabbit Bowl, but first appeared in Kuri. Under Kazuki Oden's rule, the farmers of the Peach Blossom Farm were the first to accept the existence of the beast pirates. Thanks to Kinemon's efforts, they rented out the Peach Blossom Farm, which had the most significant impact on the farmers living there, as it was their means of livelihood. In Kinemon's previous propaganda, the beast pirates were portrayed as sinister, and what they saw was all fake. The cattle raised were also terrifying creatures. After all, how could normal cows have 3 tails or walk on 2 legs? That would attract the misfortune of ghostly cattle. The local residents of Weno were mostly quite ignorant, and in this situation, they developed a resistance to the beast pirates, similar to the effect seen in other regions. Unfortunately, after leasing out the Peach Blossom Farm, they did not find a way to resettle the original farmers, so they had to face the management of the beast pirates. However, after some contact, they found that the truth seemed not as terrifying as Kinemon had claimed. The beast pirates were developing mixed agriculture in Weno. While Kuri had more agriculture, it also had livestock farming. After obtaining the Peach Blossom Farm, a batch of large milk tanks was sent there. The milk's flavor varied with the food they consumed, and they were sent there to be fed fruits to improve their taste. To sell this milk further, in addition to the weapon factories in the Rabbit Bowl region, dairy and fruit factories were established in Kuri and White Dance. Reasonable industrialization would not harm the environment and would improve the economic situation of the citizens. Moreover, industrial wastewater became feed for Alola's stunfisk, and the toxic crystals they produced became weapon materials for Quinn, forming a virtuous cycle overall. Every time the beast pirates requisitioned land to build factories, Black Charcoal Snake could be happy for a little while, but afterward, he would not be pleased with their operations. In his view, as long as he forced those people to work with knives and guns, that would be enough. However, the beast pirates even paid them, although this money did not come from him. The profits from these new factories had nothing to do with him. He could only receive a portion of the profits from the weapon factory, and similarly, the wages of those craftsmen were all paid by him. However, regardless of who paid this money, it did not fully realize his goal of persecuting Weno, which made him very dissatisfied. But he did not dare to vent his anger and could only do evil within his flower capital. Kaido also did not interfere with him. The civilians who went bankrupt and moved out of the flower capital due to his persecution were the first targets recruited by Kazuki Tsukuro's trading company and the beast factories. Kuri, another peaceful day began. Before the sun rose, the farmers of the farm were already getting up to prepare for work, and the children were the same. Schooling was a privilege for samurai and noble descendants. The children of these ordinary farmers had no school to attend. Their recent work was quite simple, helping to milk the large milk tanks. Kentaro, be careful not to fall. Just milk the cows and leave it there for someone to move. Although it was not her first time working, she still reminded her young son a few times. Got it, Mom, don't worry about me. The character of the large milk tanks was very gentle, as long as they could accept their appearance. They were very easy to get along with. However, these large milk tanks did not like machines. Using machines would affect their mood and lower the quality of the milk. So every day, the farmers here manually milked them. There were dozens of large milk tanks scattered throughout the farm, without fences or chains, all free range. Naturally, it was impossible for Kentaro to complete all the work alone. He was responsible for only a portion of the large milk tanks, and those he was familiar with would wait for him at a fixed spot. On the way there were many children about his size. Almost all the children came to milk the cows, as the large milk tanks cooperated well with them, so there was no need for strong labor. The strong laborers were responsible for tasks like plowing, weeding, and watering. Moreover, the intelligence of the large milk tanks was not much lower than that of these children. They even became friends with the large milk tanks. After initial fear, they found that these strange cows were completely different from what people had said. Every morning, the beast pirates would deliver prepared bottles, and their job was to store the milk, waiting for it to be collected in the evening. After milking, those large milk tanks would not only look for food, but also play with the children, their faces beaming with smiles. This was just a microcosm in Weno country, the existence of Pokémon had gradually become a part of the lives of some residents. Chapter 172, Cats, Dogs, and Wolves. As time quietly moved into the latter half of 1496, Arceus had not yet found a new stone slab. The world government also failed to establish stable contact with the beast pirates, and was still purchasing sea prison stone products from the black market. CP0 had conducted 2 negotiations with the beast pirates, but each time they were led by the nose, leading them to suspect that someone within Mariehua was intentionally leaking information to disrupt their plans. This ultimately sparked a faction struggle. The officials of the world government already had their own factions, and it was quite common to hinder others in such transactions. Through the unintentional revelations from the beast pirates, they also believed in this issue, leading to an invisible political struggle occurring on the red line. Through the world news, the beast pirates of Weno country were somewhat aware of significant events happening outside. This year, the most arrogant newcomer was a person named Crocodile. His battle with Barrett and Whitebeard was featured on the front page by Morgans, but after his disastrous defeat against Whitebeard, he disappeared without a trace. And the New World lost track of his whereabouts for a time. On Fishman Island, Neptune ascended to the throne as the king of the Ryugu kingdom. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Gladiator sold out an unprecedented 1,000 consecutive victories, and at the invitation of the king of Liku, he became the commander of the kingdom's army. Outside of Weno, the Golden Jackson was approaching. Not long ago, the Whitebeard pirates encountered the Roger pirates. GOLD. Roger learned that Kazuki Odin could translate the poneglyphs. To find a final destination, at his request, Kazuki Odin was borrowed. As he boarded the ship, his retainers, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, also secretly stowed away on Roger's ship, sailing on the Golden Jackson together with them. Earlier, his daughter, Kazuki Hayori, was also born on the ship. The reason they came to Weno was for a poneglyph. There was a red poneglyph hidden in Weno, which was essential for reaching Laughtail. Additionally, his wife, Toki, had developed a high fever for unknown reasons, so he decided to leave her in Weno. Instead of taking the hidden passage, the Roger pirates, under the leadership of Kazuki Odin, entered Weno from the waterfall. The current Weno, under Arceus' control, had not turned into a factory everywhere, and there were no scenes of black smoke rising everywhere. Kazuki Odin only sensed some changes but didn't raise any suspicions. It was normal for there to be some changes after leaving for so many years. Moreover, Roger didn't have much time left. He couldn't afford to delay here for too long. As the heir of the Kazuki clan, he naturally knew that the red poneglyph was beneath the inland sea of Weno. He didn't even choose to go through the secret passage, but instead completed the imprinting work by diving directly with his monstrous physique, intending to leave his wife and children here afterward. All of this was watched by Shaina, who saw the news reach Arceus and Kaido as soon as Roger's ship flew over the waterfall. If it were just Kaido himself, he would plan to lay low because he was well aware of Roger's strength. He knew he was no match for him now, and there were many strong individuals among his crew. However, now he also had Arceus. Even GOLD, Roger wouldn't be able to drive them away. At most, they would engage in a great battle on the battlefield of Weno. However, the beast pirates were still on unstable ground, and they had no direct conflict with the Roger pirates, so rash combat could ruin the efforts of these years. Therefore, the beast pirates were only observing and remaining vigilant. On the shores of Kuri, Kazuki Odin also saw his retainers coming to meet him. However, it was strange that only Reizo, Kanjuro, and Kiku had come, and their clothes were tattered. Where are Kinemon and the others? Why are only the 3 of you here? My lord, Ashura Doji returned to the mountain to manage those humans after you left, and Denjiro is doing business in the flower capital. As for Kinemon, although they wanted to explain what had happened in Weno during this time, in order not to delay Odin's plans, Toki stopped them and urged Odin to leave in peace. This carefree person indeed left Weno just like that. Although Weno was vastly different under the management of the beasts, he missed the best opportunity. This is Toki, or rather Kazuki Toki. According to Weno's customs, she should now bear the Kazuki surname. Besides her, there were also Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hayori left behind, while Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were also retained by Odin. Although they were all his retainers, Toki did not know the others well. So leaving 2 familiar faces would help her adapt better to this environment. They planned to leave after watching the Golden Jackson depart from Weno. While they were still introducing themselves to each other, Shaina also made her call. Lord Beast, that ship has left Weno. Can Shaina act freely now? What's wrong? I've encountered 2 familiar faces, and I might have found a way back to Zoe. The life card of Zoe is hard to find. At least the beast pirates have not found such a thing in these years. After seeing Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi, Shaina believed they likely carried the life card back to Zou. Do as you please, but be careful. Understood. Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi were catching up with Reizo and the others about the happenings of these years, planning to take Toki and the others back to Odin Castle in Kuri. However, Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi's ears suddenly perked up. They heard a very familiar voice. Inuyarashi, Nekomamushi, long time no see. You actually came here? Shaina, what are you doing here? The population of Zou was already small, with only about 20,000 in total. And not just peers. One could say that even if they couldn't call each other by name, they had interacted in life. Not to mention the similarly aged children. They were quite familiar with each other. However, to Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi, Shaina should be in Zou, and there was no reason for her to appear here. Of course, it's because I also went out to sea. You two left Zou without saying a word. How could you not call me? You're still too young. They hadn't seen each other for years, but before they could say much, Inuyarashi noticed something was off. Both Reizo and Kiku were looking at Shaina with strange eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Do you know this person? She is from the Beast Pirates. Chapter 173, Holding a Grudge. JPG The Beast Pirates. In recent years, Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi have been sailing with Kazuki Odin, leaving their mark on both Whitebeard's ship and Roger's ship. Although news from Weno country is scarce, the Beast Pirates already have a considerable reputation outside. Compared to legendary pirates like the Whitebeard Pirates and the Flying Pirates, they still lack some depth. But they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. They have naturally heard of the Beast's name, but they didn't expect the Beast Pirates to be right in Weno. In other countries, encountering pirates domestically is not unusual, even quite common. However, this is Weno, a closed-off country. Even Reizo, who has never left the country, knows of the Beast Pirates' reputation, indicating how long they have been here. Pirates cannot just linger in a country for no reason. And such a situation in Weno can only mean one thing. The Beast Pirates have claimed this place as their territory. For Odin's retainers, Kazuki Odin is destined to inherit the position of Shogun of Weno, so the actions of the Beast Pirates are undoubtedly in opposition to Kazuki Odin. Shinobu, have you really joined the Beast Pirates? Inuyarashi did not see the pirate flag on her, so he still held out some hope. The retainers of Odin have a foolish loyalty in their minds. According to the original timeline, Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi could have handed the throne to Garlot right after Teacher Kaido's class. In their eyes, their lord's country is far more important than their own. As for the issue of the flag, it was a result of information disparity. The representation of the Beast Pirates is not only symbolized by Kaido's skull flag, but also by the emblem of the Arceus Thousand Cosmos arm, which holds the same meaning. In fact, both Jiriora and Shaina have the emblem of the Thousand Cosmos arm on their clothing. Similar situations are not unheard of. The Whitebeard Pirates often use a crescent moon cross to symbolize their identity. However, having two emblems representing two individuals, like the Beast Pirates, is quite rare. Not understanding the Beast Pirates, Inuyarashi hoped this was a misunderstanding, but he was disappointed. Yes, it's been nearly 5 years. It was probably just a few months after leaving Zou. After you two snuck out, Dukyong Jaisai was furious. And it took me 2 years to find a chance to sneak out. You forgot about the treaty between Zou and Weno? She initially wanted to share her experiences from the past 2 years with the two, but was interrupted by Nekomamushi. You annoying cat, still so hateful. Interrupting others is not a good habit. Her previous relationship with Nekomamushi could not be described as bad, but they often argued, with Inuyarashi usually mediating. However, as soon as they met, he spoke to her in that tone, as if she had committed a grave mistake, which made her very unhappy, so she retorted back. What if you're talking about that so-called ancient treaty? So what? So what? Meow. We have a treaty with the Kazuki family, and you are plundering here with them, which is violating that treaty. First of all, I remember there was a treaty between the furry kingdom and Weno, not a personal treaty between individuals. Secondly, since we came here, we've been developing this place, not plundering. Don't just come here and put a label on me. Most residents of Zou have heard about this treaty, but the impact of treaties between countries on individuals is limited. Many in Zou regard it as mere legend. With Weno being closed off and Zou interacting very little with the outside world, there hasn't been contact between Zou and Weno for hundreds of years. So Shinobu did not take it too seriously. Nekomamushi's attitude of treating it like a holy edict and condemning her from a moral high ground made her very unhappy. The joy of their reunion was almost instantly dissipated, and it even seemed like both sides were about to fight. But, as usual, Inuyarashi intervened. Enough, you two. This annoying cat started it. Who told you to join that so-called beast pirates? Do I need to report to you where I go? Do you think you're the Duke of Zou? Duke Yang Jisai wouldn't interfere with others' decisions here. The two were about to argue again when Kazuki Toki's cough interrupted them. She had returned home due to illness and was not fully recovered yet. After being in the sea breeze for so long, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Inuyarashi, Nekomamushi, let us take the lady and the young master back. Since Shinobu is also a member of the Beast Pirates, Odin's retainers had nothing more to say to her and surrounded Kazuki Toki as they left. Kazuki Toki had been holding on so that Kazuki Odin could focus on what he wanted to do, and her head was feeling fuzzy, so she did not stop what was happening here. Faced with their kin and companions, Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi chose their companions. They had already left, and it was not appropriate for them to stay. Moreover, if they continued to stay, it was likely that Shinobu and Nekomamushi would end up fighting. Sorry, Shinobu. Let us talk another day. Saying this, Inuyarashi pulled Nekomamushi away. In the evening, Shinobu returned to the tofu farm feeling gloomy. She was initially quite happy to see two old companions, but in the end, it just made her feel angry. After all, this farm is in Zou, and not letting someone guard here still made her a bit uneasy. Babanuki and Mandafish are outstanding among the ordinary cadre. Not every member of the Beast Pirates from Weno has that level. Babanuki is currently guarding the mining site, while Mandafish is still exploring underwater ruins. So the farm side was entrusted to Jiraiya, who can also keep track of the status of the big milk tank. Pokémon language is universal. Jiraiya moved here, and naturally, Shinobu followed. When Shinobu returned, Jiraiya had just finished today as training. What's wrong? Didn't you meet two acquaintances? Why didn't you bring them over? Did you have a fight? A little bit, I guess. Nekomamushi is still as unreasonable as ever. Cat fur is truly the most annoying creature. No, I'm not talking about you. Jiraiya, I'm talking about that annoying cat, Nekomamushi. Shinobu was so angry at Nekomamushi that she forgot that Jiraiya was also a cat. After explaining herself, she ran back to her room and pulled out her diary. October 17th, 1496, it's all that bastard Nekomamushi's fault for making me embarrassed in front of Jiraiya. I'll remember this grudge. Chapter 174, Mom. It's all the cat viper's fault. If that guy hadn't annoyed me, I wouldn't have misspoken. Both have cat fur, so why is the difference so big? One is a round ball with a very sensitive cat tongue and a very impulsive personality who often argues with her. The other is handsome, strong, and takes care of her in every way. In comparison, the cat viper's reputation here is plummeting. She can't remember much from before she was 2, but from 3 to 5 years old, she mostly played with Inazuma and the cat viper. When she was 5, the cat viper and Inazuma secretly left Zou. She also left Zou when she was 7 and unfortunately got captured, only to be rescued by Shaina on the way. As of today, she has lived in the Beast Pirates for almost 5 years. When you think about it, she has actually spent more time with Jalala. He could learn a thing or two from Inazuma. Seriously, neither Genghis Khan nor Dad ever said that to me. Who does he think he is? Writing this, she couldn't help but think of Zou and then realize she had forgotten something very important. She went to find Inazuma and the cat viper partly because she saw familiar faces and partly because she wanted to ask them for a life card. The size of the life card doesn't affect its use. Just a small piece is enough to guide her back to Zou, but after being provoked by the cat viper, she completely forgot about the important matter. It's all that bastard cat viper's fault. At the end of the diary, she drew a sketch of the cat viper and put a big X over it, seemingly venting her inner anger in this way. Then she turned off the light and laid down in bed with a blanket over her head, not knowing what to think. There is indeed no electricity in Weno, but for Quinn, making a generator and laying out some circuits is a very simple task. However, the generator at the farm is somewhat special. In addition to solar power, it can also be powered by human effort. The generator is in Jalala's house, and his daily training method involves riding a bicycle to build stamina while also connecting the generator's wires to himself to recharge. Getting a little electric charge is beneficial for him. Meanwhile, in the distance at Odin Castle, Tanjiro has returned to Kuri. During the day, he runs around Weno, basically doing 3 things: borrowing money, repaying money, and making money. The situation with Kin Eamon has drained their savings, and now they are primarily relying on the support of the Shimatsuki family. But that money cannot go unpaid. It is only right to repay debts, and they owe the Shimatsuki family too much already. Among them, Tanjiro is the most skilled in this area, so these tasks fall on his shoulders. Moreover, after losing the Peach Blossom Farm, he is also responsible for the food, clothing, and housing of the people in Odin Castle. He is very happy that Inazuma and the cat viper have returned, and even happier that the Lord now has a wife and children. However, amidst the excitement, he must also face the reality that there are now 5 more mouths to feed at home. Not counting the children, both the cat viper and Inazuma are big eaters. Now that he thinks about it, the Ashura Boys Mountain Bandit group seems like a good place, at least inside the mountain. They could be self-sufficient and not lack food and drink. Looking at Inazuma and the cat viper, Tanjiro suddenly had some strange thoughts. At the same time, they also understood why Kinemon did not go to welcome Odin, having endured a series of hardships. Even someone as strong as Kinemon has not fully recovered, and is just now beginning to improve. Was all this caused by the beast pirates? Yes, but not entirely. Last time, Kinemon was too impulsive. To help his former little brother, he clashed with the beast pirates, and, as a result, with the conversation reaching this point, the outcome is quite clear. Does Shaina have any conflict with you? Shaina? She's that fur tribe girl from earlier. She used to be our friend, and we grew up together in Zou. I didn't expect to see her here. Compared to the cat viper, Inazuma is calmer and more rational. He is more concerned about the relationship between Shaina and them. If there is animosity between them, it will be difficult for them in the middle. After all, they will have to make a choice. And, based on his understanding of Shaina, the thing she is set on will not change easily. There is no direct conflict, and the residents of Kuri seem to have a good opinion of her. Kawasu. She is also a member of the Beast Pirates. I'm just stating the facts. Even though she is one of the Beast Pirates, the farm residents say she is easy to get along with, and the children are not afraid of her. But she is still a pirate and has connections with Kaido, and let's not forget, those people were brought into Weno by that guy Kaido. Speaking of Kaido, Kanjiro even spoke with gritted teeth to bring a character to this level. He is also a very talented individual in the undercover industry. Listening to his companion's remarks, the cat viper seemed to have some different thoughts. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, a strange event was occurring. Yamato is already over 2 years old. Ordinary children can speak fluently by the age of 2, not to mention the people here. Yamato is definitely not lacking in physical development. The milk from the big milk can and the eggs from the Happo egg are both extremely nutritious foods, and she also inherits Kaido's bloodline. Now, even the fisherman bloodline Jack may not be able to compare to her. However, today when she addressed Arceus, she used a term that he couldn't accept. Hey, Yamato, tell me, who made you call me Mom? Yamato actually has very few good days left, because according to Kaido's plan, in less than a year, she will have to undergo training from Kaido, and during this time, there will be people teaching her some written language. Shaina, Nachin, and Olga. Their knowledge is enough to teach a 2-year-old child. But the problem is, just now Yamato, for some reason, stopped calling him godfather or adoptive father and instead called him Mom. Kaido is the dad. Right, so what? The adoptive father and dad have a good relationship. And the teacher said that the pronunciation of demo ne is used by girls, so the adoptive father is a female who is close to dad. Isn't that Mom? Huh. Yamato, reasoning is good, but don't use it in this context next time. Remember, I'm not your mom, nor am I a woman. He now knows where the problem lies. His language skills were self-taught from watching shows, and self-learning can lead to many unclear details. Plus, the types of shows he initially watched resulted in a consequence. Many of his habitual speech patterns are pronunciations that only women would use. Kaido doesn't care about such details, and even if Shaina and the others notice, they wouldn't dare to ask about it, which led to today's misunderstanding. Chapter 175. The mystery of the pirate world's mother, except for Big Mom. So, who exactly is my mother? Compared to the minor issue of how to address her, this question is indeed harder to answer, especially since Kaido has been tight-lipped about it. Even when drunk, he never mentioned who Yamato's biological mother is. Calling him Mom is just a slip of the tongue due to his speech pattern, but asking him to reveal who her real mother is would be putting Arceus in a difficult position. Maria has Aunt Rico with her. Do I not have a mother? How is that possible? Your mother just can't be with you for some reasons. You can ask Kaido for more details when you grow up. This is a question only a biological father can answer, and he is also powerless. Besides, even if your mother isn't around, we are here with you. Look at Jack. He doesn't know who his parents are, yet he is doing just fine. Although Jack hasn't inherited Kaido as bloodline like Yamato, being a fisherman has made him stronger, and he has even started swimming now. For fishmen, swimming is easier than walking, which has given Mandev a little sidekick. Though he may not be of much help, at least there is someone to talk to in the dark depths of the sea. Otherwise, exploring in such a place every day would be quite boring. Children often lose interest quickly, and under Arceus' words, she no longer dwells on the issue. Soon, she was taken back to play by 4 Chansey. If Chansey's language is considered a foreign language, then today, Yamato has roughly grasped this foreign language. Pokémon language is universal, but that S only for Pokémon. They can understand the special wavelengths within it, while Yamato's Chansey language can only be understood by those specific Chansey. However, it's not really necessary, as Pokémon also understand human language, and the benefit of this peculiar language is that it helps her better understand what the Chansey are saying. She has been growing rapidly recently, already over a meter tall. In a year or two, the Chansey will no longer be able to carry her. And Jack is even more so. His fishman physique has made him about the same height as the Chansey, and he can no longer be picked up. It's unclear whether it's due to overly good nutrition or if it's just how grouper fishmen are, but his physique is quite round, and without any muscle training. He looks, well, adorably awkward, I suppose that's the right term. After a while of playing around, Yamato was also taken back to the bedroom by the Chansey, two of which were exhausted from playing with her. To drain a Pokemon's stamina while in the form of a human child is quite a talent in itself. Later, Arceus arrived at the roof of Onigashima, from where he could see most of Weno country scenery. Under the night sky, Weno appeared desolate, with only a few scattered places still showing light. Among them was the flower capital, which, illuminated by candlelight and lanterns, looked like a city that never sleeps. This was the only prosperous area under Orochi's rule, a rather unique kind of prosperity. In his reckless development, some merchants in the flower capital indeed made a fortune, but the cost was the bankruptcy of more families, essentially feeding off the blood of Weno's commoners to sustain themselves. This has led to severe class division inside and outside the flower capital, with the poor getting poorer and the rich getting richer. Aside from the flower capital, only the Rabbit Bowl area and parts of the White Dance area still had some lights, as these two regions were the most developed by the Beast Pirates. Then his gaze shifted to the farthest point, Hime. Thanks to Kurizumi Orochi, the number of displaced civilians in Weno has been steadily increasing, and those people have gathered through the commerce of Kazuki's merchant guild. With a nearly equal number of people, Hime's vast wasteland is also about to be utilized. A shadow flew across the night sky. Kaido had appeared again from who knows where. You're still watching this boring night view. What else would I do? By the way, Yamato asked again today who her biological mother is. Although I dodged the question for now, a child might remember it again at any moment. Do you still want to keep a secret? Haha, has she reached that age? A child under the protection of their mother won't grow up. If she asks you again, just tell her that when she can defeat me, I will give her the answer. But aren't you spoiling her too much? Am I? I don't think so. Of course, in a year, you'll have to start her training. Don't be soft-hearted then. In a sense, from physical fitness to martial arts, from techniques to hockey, Kaido already has a complete training regimen. Arceus has seen that content, and for an ordinary person, it will be life-threatening. However, Kaido believes Yamato can endure it. I know, after all, one cannot survive in this world without strength. What's going on with the world government? Loving her doesn't mean spoiling her. This isn't an ordinary world. A girl as delicate as a vase can't survive out there. They still want sea stone, and it's basically confirmed that they have what you want. But that group is still negotiating about something, and I couldn't eavesdrop on those discussions. Aside from raising a child, finding the stone tablets remains a top priority. I do detest the current world government, but if they really have something crucial, it wouldn't hurt to get it first. After all, they will know the consequences of aiding the enemy. Other than that, there is nothing else going on. But that Roger fellow has been very active lately. He has been making headlines for quite a while now. It seems he has discovered something new. The Roger Pirates are not new to sailing the Grand Line. They have long reached the nominal endpoint of the Grand Line, Water 7. However, that island is not difficult to reach, as long as you follow the record pointer as signal. It's not hard to find. The real focus is Raftel. It is said that the red historical text hides the true secret, and that woman, Big Mom, has a piece of it. Unfortunately, we don't know where the rest are. One piece is under Weno, and it's said that another is on Zou, but the location of the last one is unknown. Originally, Kaido just mentioned it casually. He didn't expect Arceus to know such information. After all, he hadn't even found his own stone tablets yet. However, Arceus directly provided him with the answers to two of them, and his tone was quite strange. Why didn't you say it earlier? Say, it's clearly written in their compiled intelligence. Tell me, how long has it been since you looked at those things? You really take being a hands-off manager too lightly. Chapter 176. The vegetable thief within the Beast Pirates, aside from some secret information that is communicated verbally. The rest is basically in duplicate copies, which Arceus checks every day. Kaido is no exception. As the governor of the Beast Pirates, it is impossible for him to be excluded from such matters. Although he wasn't informed verbally, the documents were still delivered to him. From his response, It was clear that he hadn't read a single word recently, and that information was from several months ago, indicating how long he had neglected these matters. Haha, don't mind the details. I trust you all to handle these things, came Kaido's boisterous laughter from the roof of Onigashima. Those who heard it had grown accustomed to it. Kaido's temperament was unpredictable, and his laughter was certainly safer than his crying. At least when Kaido was laughing, it meant he wasn't drunk and wouldn't act rashly. If he started crying, however, staying nearby could lead to dangerous situations. As for the poneglyphs, they refer to indestructible stone tablets created by the ancestors of the Kozuki clan during the 100-year void. The material of these stones is still unclear, but over hundreds of years, the inscriptions remain remarkably clear, and the world government has been unable to destroy them. The poneglyphs are divided into two types. One type records the location of Raftel and consists of 4 red-colored poneglyphs, with one currently in the possession of Charlotte Linlin, one deep in Weno's inland sea, one on the back of Zwowu the giant elephant, and the last one's whereabouts are unknown to the beast pirates. The other type consists of 26 poneglyphs that document the history of the 100-year void, including 9 that record significant information. The locations of these poneglyphs are likely harder to find than Arceus' tablets. He has sensing methods for the tablets, but finding the poneglyphs relies purely on luck. The world government strictly prohibits the interpretation of their content, and what exactly lies in Raftel remains unknown, yet this doesn't diminish Kaido's interest in them. After this incident, the beast pirates had yet another type of stone to search for. The conversation on the roof of Onigashima didn't impact anything, but in the Teijin farm in Kuri, Shaina suddenly woke up from her sleep upon hearing a familiar scream that seemed to belong to a cat viper. After leaving her room, she didn't head straight there, but looked towards Jiraiya's residence. It was unquestionable that Jiraiya was stronger than her. If she heard the sound, he surely would have too. However, the buzzing sound of electricity could still be heard from his room, indicating he hadn't left. Jiraiya, it seems something has happened on the farm. It's nothing major. If you're worried, you can go take a look. Shaina's judgment was slightly off. Jiraiya had gone, but returned shortly after. His task was to guard the safety of Teijin farm, but aside from him, there weren't many members of the beast pirates here, as the main force consisted of those large milk tanks. Although these large milk tanks had gentle personalities and got along well with the children, they appeared weak. And thinking of them as ordinary cows would be a grave mistake. These large milk tanks were not something just anyone could deal with. They were also capable of fighting. Right, it must be that annoying cat you mentioned earlier. They're probably in for a rough time tonight. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Shaina seemed to understand something and immediately left her bedroom, running towards the source of the noise. Meow. Were these weird cows? In an open area of the farm, Inuyarashi and the cat viper were being besieged, and their attackers were, of course, the large milk tanks, which had curled into balls and were charging at Inuyarashi and the cat viper in succession. Although the cat viper liked balls, these were not in the category he enjoyed. I told you not to come, but you didn't listen, and now you see the consequences. Inuyarashi crossed his arms to block one of the rolling milk tanks, and then complained to the cat viper. They had just returned to Kuri not long ago, and logically, they should be resting in Odin Castle now. However, after hearing what was said by Toki and the others about what had happened during this time, the cat viper felt discontent. Moreover, due to Kinemon's actions, their finances were severely depleted, and even the kitchen only had some cheap items left. They could endure hunger, but they couldn't let the Lord's wife and children go hungry as well. In the cat viper's view, this place was originally built by Odin, and even though it had been forcibly rented out by the beast pirates, it still belonged to the Kozuki family, so he came here to steal vegetables. Inuyarashi thought this was wrong and initially wanted to stop him, but in the end, he was dragged along by the cat viper. The reason was similar to when they went to steal money from the Shimotsuki family. Kaido had borrowed money from Odin, and since he was a servant of the Shimotsuki family, they went to his master's house. Now, due to the beast pirates causing the situation in Odin Castle, they came to their own farm to take back their belongings. Inuyarashi and the cat viper had no trouble sneaking into the farm, and not all of it was planted with fruit trees. Some fields were growing ordinary vegetables. There were no guards visible on the farm, but out of sight. Many large milk tanks were resting, and their act of stealing vegetables was soon discovered. Although the large milk tanks could walk upright, they were of average height, only showing their heads in the fields. When one of the cows spotted them, they didn't think much of it and continued their theft, ignoring the cow. This behavior naturally angered the large milk tanks. At its call, nearby resting companions also woke up, and by the time Inuyarashi and the cat viper sensed something was off, they had already been surrounded by a dozen large milk tanks. Initially, the cat viper didn't think much of these large milk tanks. In his view, they were just some uniquely bred cows. He had sailed before and had been to many amazing islands with Roger and Whitebeard. The isolation of these islands led to the emergence of unique species, so he just waved to shoo away the large milk tanks. The cat viper and Inuyarashi repeatedly ignored the large milk tanks, and they decided to stop being polite. The leading milk tank curled into a ball and rolled straight towards the cat viper. When the cat viper heard the commotion behind him and turned around, what he saw was the large milk tank growing larger in his line of sight. Chapter 177. The complex hearts of the residents of Nine, the fur tribe, inherited the characteristics of beasts, which granted them beast-like abilities but also their weaknesses, with the cat tongue of the cat viper being a prominent feature. The cat nose was even more fragile. They hadn't anticipated that the big milk cans would attack in such a manner, and thus the cat viper was solidly hit on the nose by the leading big milk can. However, Inuzuka and the cat viper were not ordinary fish. As young members of the fur tribe, their physical strength was much greater than that of an average person. After the cat viper was knocked down by the rolling big milk can, Inuzuka reacted quickly and blocked the second big milk can's roll. The problem was that there were not just one or two big milk cans here, but a whole group. Before he could catch his breath, the third big milk can came crashing in, and the one he had blocked adjusted its direction and joined the rolling sequence again after gaining speed. The ground was marked with tracks resembling tire marks. Rolling was a continuous attack. Its speed and power would only increase. Inuzuka found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Under the leader's command, the big milk cans formed several tiers, ensuring that they did not interfere with each other while maintaining a constant attack, leaving no room for a breather. Cat viper, are you ready yet? The big milk cans had formed a circular formation, enclosing them in the center, and Inuzuka was hit hard in the kidney. The phrase copperhead, iron bones, tofu waist, although describing wolves, also applies to dogs, which are closely related species. In this regard, Inuzuka's waist could be considered one of his weaknesses. Since they had quietly come out to steal vegetables, neither Inuzuka nor the cat viper carried weapons. They didn't want to escalate the situation, and Inuzuka was eager to leave. All right, let's hurry and go. It would be troublesome if we get caught. We can't cause trouble for the lady. This statement was somewhat strange, as trouble had already arisen by the time they made this decision. Moreover, it was now difficult to leave. When the big milk cans first started rolling, they could have broken out, but as the big milk cans completed their charge and entered a combat state, their power had multiplied several times. A layer of light glimmered on the big milk cans, indicating the move transform into circle. Transforming into a circle and rolling were a fixed combination. Higher defense made them less susceptible to injury, indirectly increasing the damage of their rolls. The cat viper, regaining its composure, had electric sparks glowing on its claws. They naturally utilized the signature static electricity of the fur tribe. Thunder and fire had always been feared by beasts, but it had no effect on the big milk cans. Ultimately, under the leader's command, Inuzuka and the cat viper were cornered. Inuzuka, let's take down that leader first. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with these weird cows. They were not just doing odd jobs on the pirate ship. They had experienced numerous battles of various sizes. Among the big milk cans, one stood out as different. After leading the attack, it withdrew to the back and began directing the other big milk cans. You don't need to tell me that. The problem is how to do it. Capturing the leader first is the most basic principle. But there's a necessary premise to accomplish this. They must break through the formation of the big milk cans in front of them. What kind of creatures are these weird cows that they don't feel dizzy? Ordinary creatures would feel dizzy after spinning around a dozen times. Yet these weird cows rolling on the ground had lost count of how many times they had rolled. Not only did they not feel dizzy, but their strength and speed were also increasing. While they could pay attention to not make too much noise while stealing vegetables, it was impossible to do so during a fight. As the sounds of battle grew louder, the farmers living outside the farm were awakened. Hearing the commotion from the farm, they did not flee, but instead grabbed their machetes and pitchforks, heading inside in groups. The 100 Beast pirate crew had a new policy regarding the farms. They had a fixed planting quota, and any crops harvested beyond that quota would be converted into equivalent ordinary food for them. For these farmers, a delicious fruit was far less important than 3 pounds of rice. Getting enough to eat was their top priority. Although the Keizuki family's original goal for the Peach Blossom Farm was to ensure the residents had 3 meals a day, their method involved collective distribution after planting, which limited people's enthusiasm. After all, no matter how much they planted, they would receive the same amount. Given this, there was no need to work too hard. However, With the change to a system where more work meant more rewards and less work meant less, everything was different. Families worked together, and even children participated in milking, driven by this policy. Now, any disturbance to the farm was a disturbance to their interests. Every loss of crops meant a loss of their own benefits. With their interests bound, they were more eager to defend the farm than the pirates from the 100 Beasts. But when those ordinary farmers approached with torches, the situation became strange. The soil was lifted into the air by the rapidly spinning bodies of the big milk cans, creating large clouds of dust that obscured people's vision. The approaching farmers caused the big milk cans to slow down. As the dust gradually dissipated, they could see that the ones surrounded by the big milk cans were indeed the cat viper and Inuzuka. Inuzuka and the cat viper were retainers of Kazuki Odin, and Kazuki Odin was the Lord of Ninely. As residents of this area, these people naturally recognized them. That's Lord Inuzuka and Lord Cat Viper. So what if it is them? This place has already been abandoned. We have also been abandoned. In the initial agreement, the 100 Beasts only wanted the Peach Blossom Farm. These farmers were recruited later because Odin's retainers failed to arrange a proper escape route for them. Moreover, they had previously spread a lot of negative propaganda against the 100 Beasts pirate crew, so these people were initially quite frightened. Accepting employment from the 100 Beasts was more out of necessity than choice. Then reality revealed the truth to them. Faced with the objective facts they encountered, those rumors naturally fell apart. Thus, seeing Inuzuka and the cat viper here stirred a complex emotion within them. However, when someone saw the crushed vegetables on the ground, a surge of anger arose in their hearts. Those were the crops they had worked hard to grow, and they had been so wasted. Inuzuka, the expressions on those people's faces, remind me of some very bad things. Ah, me too. It's just like when we first came here a few years ago. Chapter 178. The pain that life cannot bear. When they had just drifted to Weno country, the residents regarded them as monsters and wanted to burn them alive. Now, the expressions of those people were very similar to back then. Last time, Kazuki Odin saved them, but now the situation was different. Although they had the ability to fight back, they couldn't attack those residents. However, the cat viper found an opportunity. As the residents arrived, the large milk cans rolled in densely, creating a moment of slack, and the previously untouchable leader was now closer to them. Electric sparks flashed across his body as he stimulated the muscles with static electricity to seek faster bursts of power. According to the pack mentality, if they could defeat the leader, the other members would be filled with fear, and then they could leave. Cat viper, come back. Watching the cat viper suddenly charge out, Inuyarashi felt a few beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Although he was a canine, he was still different from a dog. For instance, his skin could sweat, and he didn't rely solely on panting to cool down. The suddenly halted large milk cans appeared to him as a glaring trap, and the cat viper charged right into it. Even though they were cornered by the large milk cans, there was also a reason for their retreat. With no way out behind them, Cat Viper and Inuyarashi only needed to defend a quarter of the area each. But now that the Cat Viper had taken the initiative to charge out, it was as if his body was completely exposed to the attack range of the large milk cans. They only slowed down, but did not stop completely, instead forming a pocket formation. With the Cat Viper charging in, they tightened the pocket. Moo, 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 under the leader's command. Only a few large milk cans were left to restrain Inuyarashi, while the rest concentrated their firepower to besiege the Cat Viper. In a one-on-one, the Cat Viper was not afraid of these large milk cans, and even in a one-on-many scenario, it might not have been impossible. However, he was unarmed and, due to underestimating the situation, was struck head-on by the leader of the large milk cans at the start. Now, facing the siege, he found it difficult to defend himself. Without Inuyarashi's assistance, he was quickly overwhelmed in a situation where he was attacked from all sides. One large milk can took advantage of his moment of unpreparedness, adjusted its angle using a small pit on the ground, and then charged from below into the cat viper's groin. The fur tribe was also a subhuman species. Although the rolling large milk cans appeared very smooth, they had horns and hooves. Being struck in the groin by an irregular, high-speed spinning sphere was a pain that was hard to describe in words. The cat viper let out a piercing scream, which was also heard by Shaina. The cat viper's reaction caused the surrounding villagers to instinctively take a few steps back, recalling how the members of the Beast Pirates had warned them not to provoke the large milk cans, or it would be very dangerous. The gentle demeanor of the large milk cans during their time together had almost made them forget that warning, and today, they fully understood the terror of the large milk cans. Cat viper. Seeing the cat viper lying on the ground, Inuyarashi felt anxious. The next moment, he almost suffered the same fate. This time, there was no Kazuki Odin to save them. However, shortly after the cat viper's scream, Shaina appeared. Wait, you two stop. The nominal management of the toy farm was under Jiraiya, and Shaina also had certain rights, so the large milk cans would still heed her commands. Why are you two here? Looking at the cat viper lying on the ground and the panting Inuarashi, Shaina didn't quite understand what had happened. Moo! Moo! Before Inuarashi could respond, the large milk can spoke while gesturing, and those who had spent enough time with Pokémon could generally understand its meaning. You two are here to steal something. Hearing the leader of the large milk can say that, Shaina showed an incredulous expression. The background of the Left-Wu nation led to a primitive social atmosphere, and with so few people, stealing would be looked down upon by the entire tribe. She then glanced at the surrounding villagers and said to them, "It's okay now. Everyone, it's just a small matter. You all can go back to sleep." She still valued the bonds of her tribe, and it would be too embarrassing in front of so many people, so the priority was to let them leave. Under Shaina's persuasion, the villagers began to put away their things and leave. Since the members of the Beast Pirates had arrived, they wouldn't need to linger any longer. Only a few pirates were left around. If the previous intern was Olga, then the current Olga had begun to transition to a cadre position, and Shaina became the new reserve cadre. Having always stayed by Jiraiya's side, she could also command these pirates. You all can go back. I can handle this. Miss Shaina, you alone. Don't worry, I know them. And besides, there's a large milk in here, right? Under her insistence, the pirates also left. All right, can one of you explain to me why you were here stealing? Although she said this, Shaina's gaze was already on Inuarashi. She didn't expect the cat viper, who was already lying down, to give her a serious answer. It wasn't that she thought he couldn't respond because he was knocked down, but rather she didn't believe the cat viper could say anything good. How should I put it? Inuarashi's expression was a bit awkward. They could deceive themselves with the excuse of doing it for the lady of their lord, but they couldn't disguise their actions as anything other than theft. Forget it. By the way, do you still have a life card for Left-Wu? I accidentally lost mine. Shaina remembered an important matter and first asked Inuarashi for the life card. Inuarashi had not lost his life card and had been carrying it with him all along, so hearing Shaina say that, he directly tore half of it off and handed it to her. Then she picked some vegetables and fruits to hand over to them. If you really run out of food, come find me. I can still make decisions about this. The children of the Beast Pirates all had their own pocket money, and since they usually had no place to spend it, this could be considered her private sponsorship. Don't come to steal again next time. I'll let this slide this time, but if there's a next time, there will be punishment. Generally speaking, they would be punished for their actions, but Shaina, valuing the bond of kinship, wanted to let them leave directly. However, not everyone wanted to accept her goodwill, such as the cat viper, who had recovered and was not willing to back down. Meow. This is originally our farm. It was just taken from us by you. How can this be called stealing? Got viper. As soon as those words came out, Inuarashi knew trouble was brewing, and the electricity flashing around Shaina indicated the same. Cat viper, I've tolerated you for a long time today. Don't push your luck. Chapter 179. Violent beating. The fur tribe places great importance on kinship, especially since their numbers are few, necessitating mutual assistance. This is true in Zou, and even more so when they encounter a rare fellow tribesman overseas. Whether it's Shaina taking some crops or Inuarashi dividing life cards, they do not hesitate. It's assistance among kin. They also value gratitude, and repaying kindness is a characteristic of theirs, even if it comes at high cost. Kazuki Odin has a debt of gratitude to both the cat viper and Inuarashi, while the beast pirates owe Shaina. Given this premise, their choice of different factions is understandable. However, cat viper and Inuarashi are different. Inuarashi can think rationally, while his impulsive nature leads him to translate his blind admiration for Odin into personal feelings. Shaina and Inuarashi focus on kinship when addressing issues, but cat viper is heavily influenced by Odin, leading him to contemplate the conflict between the beast pirates and the Kazuki family. Although the conflict has not yet erupted, the existing disputes, such as the ownership of the Peach Garden Farm, are seen by cat viper as the beast pirate strong-arm tactics. From his perspective, this view is valid, and it can only be said that each serves their own master. Moreover, the beast pirates are ultimately pirates, even if they have more rules than ordinary pirate crews. That doesn't change the fact. While the beast pirates often use conciliatory policies, it doesn't mean they have completely abandoned force. Previously, during the incident at the Rabbit Bowl repair factory, there were signs of forced demolitions. Although those actions were taken by Kaido, claiming the beast pirates did nothing would be incorrect, as the daimyos would undoubtedly oppose such behavior from Orochi without Kaido's backing. Even if the beast pirates eventually did not continue the persecution of those residents, as Orochi wished, and instead properly relocated them, the balance of merit and demerit does not mean that the wrongs disappear. The Peach Garden Farm can be said to be the only farm acquired through land compensation, which was a consequence of Kinemon violating the rules set by the beast pirates. The rights to the Peach Garden Farm were used to offset Kinemon's punishment for mining. Aside from the fact that Odin Castle could no longer use the crops inside unconditionally, there were no other changes. Kinemon is not seen as a victim in Shauna's eyes, but rather as a criminal reaping what he sowed. However, she did not project this sentiment onto Cat Viper and Inuyarashi, as there are significant differences between individuals. From the moment Cat Viper met her during the day, there was a small conflict due to identity issues. Just earlier, she kindly wanted to send the two of them away and even spend her own money to get them some things. But unexpectedly, Cat Viper was still being stubborn with her. Do you think you're in the right? It's been said that this place was taken from you. Very well, Inuyarashi. Put the things down, I have changed my mind. From Cat Viper's perspective, she felt it was only right to give them those items. If they were allowed to take them, it would mean she was admitting her mistake. Since Cat Viper was being so clear, there was no need for her to be conciliatory. Letting them leave was the final act of kinship. While the crime of theft may not compare to prison break, it isn't unreasonable to spend a few days mining. As she spoke, she intended to take back the items she was about to hand to Inuyarashi and wave for them to leave quickly. However, Cat Viper seemingly did not want to leave just yet, as their purpose for coming here had not been fulfilled. Inuyarashi, you go first. I'll hold her off for a bit. This, isn't that good? Lady Toki is still sick. Although Inuyarashi was more rational, he wavered when it came to Kazuki Odin, and looking at the green vegetables in his hands, he felt conflicted. Cat Viper's actions ultimately crossed Shauna's bottom line. She had already tolerated the other party twice, and this time, she couldn't hold back any longer. I said put the items down. Can't you hear me? With her legs propelling her forward, she almost leaped from her spot, her electrified claws reaching for the items in Inuyarashi's hands. Cat Viper wanted to intervene, but after 7 years of not seeing each other, she miscalculated Shaina as strength, not even grazing her fur. The wolf claws sliced through the air, shredding the straw-woven basket, and fresh fruits and vegetables scattered everywhere, rolling down the slope into the distance. You keep saying we stole your farm, but aren't you stealing my things right now? You should go back and ask those people why this place was given to us. With that, she kicked Cat Viper. Having just barely gotten up after being repeatedly rubbed against by the rolling milk can, he was directly sent flying. The accumulated resentment exploded at this moment, and Shauna's fist connected directly with Cat Viper's feline face. This is for condemning me, for causing me to say the wrong thing, for stealing. I've tolerated you for so long, do you know that? Electricity flickered around her fist, indicating that Shaina was genuinely angry, and Cat Viper was stunned by the blow. They had fought before, but at that time, Shaina was no match for him, so he had never taken her seriously. After years apart, Shaina had become significantly stronger, and just as he was recovering from the pain caused by the milk can, Shaina struck him in the eye, leaving a large black bruise. However, just as she was planning to let Cat Viper have a matching bruise on the other eye, Inuyarashi intervened to block her attack. Shaina, Cat Viper misspoke. Let us call it even as a favor to me. We were in the wrong. Her arm felt slightly numb, not due to electricity, but because of the difference in strength. It seemed that Shauna's changes over the years were far more than they had imagined. Favor to you, what about my face? Although Inuyarashi had stopped Shauna's attack, she had no intention of letting up. Cat Viper had provoked her multiple times. If it weren't for her nostalgia, they would have already fought. She forcefully shoved Inuyarashi aside and continued to beat Cat Viper. After several strikes, although Shaina had lightened her blows considerably, she showed no signs of stopping. In this situation, Inuyarashi also joined the fight against Shaina. His relationship with Cat Viper was somewhat better, and the situation had escalated largely due to Cat Viper's impulsiveness. Letting him suffer a bit was acceptable, but if it continued, Inuyarashi couldn't just stand by. Shaina, that's enough. Although she had given Cat Viper a severe beating, she had no intention of killing him or anything like that. She had just needed to vent her frustrations, and, at this point, it was close to being enough. Cat Viper, apologize to me. As long as you admit this time you were wrong, I'll let you go. Chapter 180. Stubborn Mouth. The fundamental reason they were going to fight was that the Cat Viper always wanted to stand on a moral high ground to condemn her. Yet at the moment of condemnation, he was doing the same thing. For him, it was right to do this for Yuchien, while for others, it was wrong. This was the root of their conflict. Now that he had been beaten up, as long as the cat viper softened his words a bit, she could let it go. The matter would have ended there, but some people, even if they were soft all over and burned to ashes, would still have a hard mouth. At that moment, the cat viper was just like that. Not only did he think he was right in the previous matter, but he was also unconvinced about being defeated by Shaina. He was shocked that Shaina could beat him to this extent. After all, the past Shaina was not this strong. You got lucky. If I hadn't been injured by those weird bulls, you wouldn't be my opponent. Meow. Woo-woo. However, before the cat viper could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Inazuma. If this continued, it would really end badly. It seems you're quite unconvinced. That's right, I'm unconvinced. You just took advantage of my misfortune. Inazuma, let me go. I want to fight her again. You stupid cat. Can't you tell that this isn't a few years ago? You can't beat her now. How can you help that violent wolf? Don't forget where this is. Shouldn't you help me? Shaina looked at Inazuma and the cat viper in front of her. If it weren't for her familiarity with the two, she would think they were acting, as they were almost about to argue. Cat viper, you say I'm taking advantage of your misfortune, right? Meow. What else? Those weird bulls exhausted too much of our strength, and we didn't bring weapons. Otherwise, you wouldn't be my opponent. All right, I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow night, we'll have another fight on the beach during the day. You can come alone, or you can team up with Inazuma, or you can call a few more people, like your so-called friends. If you still lose to me then, you'll have to admit your mistake and apologize. You can never come to our place to cause trouble again, and you have to compensate for today's losses. The cat viper's stubbornness exceeded her imagination, and the fur tribe itself had a beast-like mentality. At such times, physical persuasion could only be chosen, whoever won was right. So what if you lose? What do you want? Continue supplying fresh food to Utian City. Okay, but for now, please get lost. I don't want to see you again. In the end, this matter temporarily concluded with the cat viper getting beaten up. With her words, the two of them left Taoyuan farm completely, while Shaina began to assess the damage done to the farm. These losses had to be accounted for. If she let the two of them go, she had to take responsibility for it herself. This was the rule within the beast pirates. It applied to everyone. Therefore, she had to cover these property losses out of her own pocket for the time being. Although I beat up the cat viper, it didn't relieve my anger. If I can't convince him tomorrow, I'll change my surname to his. She took out her diary and wrote down a couple of lines. However, when she returned, she saw Jalora sitting at the door waiting for her. They said you let them go. The pirates beneath Shaina couldn't directly ignore her actions, so they notified Jalora. After all, he was the one in charge here. I'm sorry. Those two were my old friends, so please forgive them this once. I will take responsibility for the losses incurred. In front of Jalora, she still concealed some matters. Most of the rules were established by Arceus and AC. Because of Arceus's involvement, Shaina and Jalora regarded them as ironclad laws. Without a valid reason, they couldn't just turn a blind eye. But someone said you two fought. That guy is annoying, but he's still a good person. Please, Jalora. Karuchu, this was her usual method of acting cute, which usually had a considerable effect. Just this once. To put plainly, those two were just petty thieves. It was different from Jinwaiman breaking into the rabbit bowl mining area. It could be big or small, and considering Shauna's plea, Jalora didn't pursue the matter further. Thank you, Jalora. You're the best. Go back to sleep. Don't you see what time it is? On the other side, Inazuma helped the cat viper return to Utian City. Inazuma, you bastard. You didn't help me. You went too far. Since you came back, you've been targeting Shaina. Don't you think there's something wrong with you? Have you forgotten what happened to Jinwaiman? Who made her join that beast pirates thing? That wasn't Shauna's doing, and she originally wanted to give us something good. You mess it all up. The two argued a bit along the way, and in the end, neither could convince the other. They quietly returned to their house. And the punches Shaina threw at the beginning were not held back at all. The scars left by the big milk were quite evident. They didn't want others to find out to avoid worrying them. When it came to these fellow retainers, the cat viper's attitude and patience were much better than before. Inazuma, what should we do tomorrow? What to do? Go fight. After all, it's your mess. Seeing the cat viper bring this up, Inazuma didn't want to pay attention to him. In his eyes, if it weren't for the cat viper's mouth, things wouldn't be this complicated. No. What I mean is I might really not be able to beat that girl. She has become so strong these years. He didn't continue to be stubborn in front of Inazuma. Then just admit your mistake directly. You targeting her so much is wrong. She is her. And the beast pirates are the beast pirates. That's not what I meant. Think about Lady Sure and Lord Momonosuke, Lord Nikaido. As long as we win, we can get fresh food. You want to. Inazuma seemed to understand what the cat viper meant, but he felt a bit ashamed. Facing a girl 2 years younger than him, even if they won, there was nothing to be proud of. If this got back to Zou, it would be very embarrassing. However, the cat viper's reasoning was very realistic. This was the best way for them to obtain fresh food. Although Suna was working hard to make money, it only barely filled some gaps. The patches on their clothes were the most direct proof. She said we could team up. This is all for the Kazuki family. We can sacrifice our personal pride for now. Let me think about it. The cat viper didn't say anything further. Based on his understanding of Inazuma, him not directly refusing meant he had already agreed. In his view, one person might not be able to beat Shaina, but two people would be fine. However, he overlooked one thing. Tomorrow night was the full moon of this month. Chapter 181. The moment of challenge the next day. The cat viper remained silent and did not show up at all. Due to the beating he received, his face was heavily injured, and if he stepped outside, he would definitely be noticed. So, as soon as dawn broke, he left Utian's city, while the dog storm remained inside the city until nightfall before quietly leaving with their knives again. Meanwhile, Shaina quietly pushed open the door to her room and revealed her wolf ears to eavesdrop on the sounds from the adjacent room. There were no sounds of generators running, nor any electrical noises, which indicated that Jalora had already rested. After that, she quietly left the room and ran towards the beach at Julie after covering some distance. She did wake a few large milk cans along the way, but upon realizing they were their own, they just turned over and continued sleeping. However, she did not notice that Jalora had been following her not far behind. He had sensed something was off. Shaina seemed to have left something unsaid yesterday, and today she went back to sleep early, which was completely out of character. So he did not conduct his physical training today, keeping an eye on her condition instead. As an electric-type Pokémon without an electrical organ, Jalora was quite special. But with sacrifice comes gain. Although he had given up his electrical organ, he could generate a magnetic field through his own electric currents. This range was his domain, within which he could flexibly control electromagnetic forces. With more training, he could even reach the level of advanced observation hockey, like NLS. Though he wasn't that skilled yet, he could still perform more precise positioning. However, this behavior felt somewhat like invading privacy, so he would not usually do this. He only made this choice after sensing something unusual. On the beach at Julie, the cat viper and dog storm arrived here earlier than Shaina. Due to Weno's isolationist policy, the citizens spent most of their time in the island's canals, rarely entering the inner sea. Fishing in Weno's inner sea required a fishing permit, which most often only the vassals and relatives of the daimyos possessed. During the day, one might see some people collecting catches along the coast or some sea fishing, but at night, the beach was very quiet, with Dog Storm and Cat Viper each holding a knife, waiting in such an environment. She isn't playing us, is she? No, she's not that kind of person. Just then, Shauna's figure ran out from the nearby woods, and Jalora, following behind her, also saw them. However, he did not intervene, instead finding a tree to lie against, and pulled out some poffins from his pocket. Poffins are pastries made from berries, mostly meant for Pokémon. The specific process was not developed by the Beast Pirates, but was created by the Big Mom Pirates based on ideas provided by the Beast Pirates. No pirate crew could rival the Big Mom Pirates when it came to dessert chefs, while some types of poffins could also be consumed by humans. Most had strange flavors that only Pokémon could adapt to. Each Pokémon had different preferences, and these were Jalora's little snacks, similar to popcorn during a movie. He wanted to see what Shaina was going to do. On the beach, looking at the knives in the hands of the two, Shauna's expression was not very happy. Dog Storm, you are just like the Cat Viper. It seems you both have the same character. Although she said this, she thought only the Cat Viper would participate and was surprised to find that Dog Storm was indeed involved. Sorry, but I have my reasons for doing this. Whatever. Are there others? Call them out together. This situation was within her expectations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically chosen today. Whether it was Shaina or the Dog Storm and Cat Viper, they all had one thing in common. No one looked up the sky, where a full moon was floating. A few years ago, with Arceus' help, she had mastered the power of the Moon Lion, which was the greatest confidence of the Fur tribe. As for Dog Storm and Cat Viper, although they were both from the Fur tribe, Shaina was certain that they did not know the Moon Lion when they left Zoo. The learning process for the Moon Lion was very dangerous. Without other adult members of the Fur tribe, ordinary young members could not learn it alone. With the Moon Lion, even if there were others behind them, Shaina did not feel she could not handle it. There are no others. This matter won't involve more people. But do you remember what you said? You don't need to worry about that. If you win against me, I will gather whatever you need, even if I have to pay out of my own pocket. But you better think about how to apologize and concede. Stop bragging me out. Although I don't know what you've been through all these years. We've learned a lot from Lord Utian. Saying this, the Cat Viper drew his knife, while Dog Storm did not. If the cat viper could resolve the issue himself, then it was best not to interfere. Although the cat viper had some doubts earlier, he had to try. What about your weapon? Mine? No need. A bow and arrow aren't suitable for this moment. You use your knife. My claws are enough. As she spoke, a domineering aura wrapped around her hands, and electric currents began to flicker through her fur. Although her haki was particularly advanced, being one of Kaido's trainees, she had become proficient in the basic usage over the years. Haki? Then I won't hold back. After all, he had traveled the seas with 2 legendary pirates. He couldn't possibly be ignorant. Don't act like you were ever courteous. For some reason, seeing you now just infuriates me. You better be able to take a hit today. Saying this, she took the initiative to attack. Originally, she thought her anger had subsided, but as the saying goes, enduring for a moment leads to more anger. Last night, she felt she had held back too much. In the eyes of the cat viper, Shaina transformed into a white shadow, and when he saw her figure again, Shaina had already swiped her claws at him. Although he raised his knife to block, Shaina's claws showed no hesitation. Using haki for defense, they directly grabbed the blade of the cat viper's knife, sending a current along the blade to his hand. The fur tribe's lightning was static electricity generated by the friction of their fur, and they inherently had some resistance to electric currents. The current traveling along the blade only made his palm feel a bit numb, but it was not enough to make him lose his grip on his knife. At that moment, his other hand also flickered with electric currents and struck toward Shaina's waist. Chapter 182. Stupid cat. Today is the full moon compared to Shaina. The dog storm and the cat viper had one distinct advantage: their size. Male fur tribes were generally larger and stronger than their female counterparts. Although the cat viper was one-sidedly beaten yesterday, he wouldn't have been reduced to such a helpless state if he hadn't been severely dealt with by a group of big-breasted warriors first. Now, facing Shaina's attack, he was still able to fight back. The aura acted as an invisible armor. Using the protection of her aura, she treated the blade swung at her as a pull-up bar, dodging the cat viper's punch with a roll and then kicking toward his neck using the momentum. While the cat viper had a size advantage, Shaina was more agile. During this process, the cat viper attempted to launch a new attack, which made Shaina abandon hers. But his attack failed to hit her and instead brought them closer together. Although the blade provided him with a longer attack range, once the opponent entered his inner circle, the speed of adjusting the blade was no match for the speed of a punch. The cat viper's attacks missed one after another, while Shaina's strikes landed solidly on him. After Shaina's elbow struck his abdomen, the cat viper's expression turned grim. Although he appeared bulky, he was not foolish and was relatively nimble. But his agility paled in comparison to Shaina's. Unable to catch a glimpse of her, the cat viper grew increasingly impatient. After another missed attack, Shaina wrapped her legs around his neck. Hoping to finish off the cat viper, Shaina realized she had made a mistake. His neck was too thick and short, so her attack had little effect, and instead he grabbed her calf. Finally got you. You're really hard to deal with. His voice sounded strange. Shaina's previous attack had been unreserved. If it weren't for his congenital body structure resulting in a shorter neck, that blow would have been enough to take him down. If he could defeat his opponent, the cat viper didn't want Inuzen to intervene. A 2-on-1 fight was ultimately not honorable, so he threw Shaina up into the sky. Now you have nowhere to hide. Surrender. Sheathing his blade, he assumed a stance for Iado. In midair, one couldn't adjust their position, so when Shaina fell, he could find a way to strike decisively. Thus, he believed Shaina had already lost and even felt a sense of pride within. However, Inuzen sounded an alarm. You stupid cat. Watch out above. Covering his forehead with one hand, the cat viper looked up, but it was already too late. At that moment, Shaina not only didn't fall as he had imagined, but instead floated in the air. After stabilizing her form, she launched another attack. Just as she was about to kick the cat viper on the head, Inuzen's attack intercepted her. If Inuzen hadn't acted, the careless cat viper might have lost his fighting ability. You still couldn't resist making a move. But Inuzen didn't respond to that, instead asking another question. Ability user? Did you eat a devil fruit? The fur tribe itself didn't possess the ability to fly. In Inuzen's view, this was a power only granted by a devil fruit. There are many things you don't understand. This power is earned through my own efforts and has nothing to do with a devil fruit. Electromagnetic levitation. One of the skills imparted to her by Arceus. Although she couldn't fly at super speeds like Zeraora, it was sufficient. Having the ability to fly meant her combat would become more three-dimensional. Effort. We are also working hard. Inuzen thought to show this little girl their results. Flying isn't that impressive. Odin's one-sword style, cat smile slash. Sorry, Shaina, we need what we gain after victory. Odin's one-sword style, Dogtooth thrust. A thrust to slash. Two attacks crossed toward Shaina, but neither Inuzen nor the cat viper had learned techniques like the moonwalk, and in the air, they couldn't use leverage. Facing Shaina, who could float freely, their attacks all missed. However, Shaina didn't stay up there forever. She wasn't carrying a bow, an arrow, her usual weapon. If she had, Inuzen and the cat viper would have been her targets in this state. Staying in a stalemate wasn't a solution, but when she lowered her height, the combined attack from Inuzen and the cat viper made her feel quite challenged. They had lived together for years and experienced numerous battles on pirate ships. Their practical experience far richer than hers. Shaina, you're overestimating yourself. You're no match for the two of us. Surrender. Surrender? Do you know why I chose today? The fur tribe is sensitive to dates. Only when the full moon is calculated correctly can they undertake dangerous actions. As soon as Shaina said this, both Inuzen and the cat viper felt an ominous premonition. Wait, are you crazy? The moon lion will go out of control and die. Inuzen scolded, not believing that Shaina, younger than them by 2 years, had mastered this secret technique. But Shaina had already looked up at the moon, the full moon reflecting in her eyes. Under the moonlight, her pupils began to constrict, and then she swayed slightly, the static electricity generated by her fur starting to crackle. Her fangs became sharper, a low growl emanating from her mouth. Originally, her hair was simply tied back with a hair tie, reaching only her shoulders. But with her growl, her hair began to grow rapidly, the original hair tie bursting open, waist-length hair billowing in the sea breeze, and the fur on her tail also extended. Trailing on the beach, a wolf howl echoed across the entire beach. A massive bolt of electricity shot into the sky, and those living near the beach felt a blinding white light. Shaina turned her neck, her scarlet pupils locking onto Inuzen and the cat viper. Come on, round 2. Let's begin. You mastered the moon lion? Is that a problem? Get ready, this might hurt a lot. Accompanied by a massive current, Shaina's figure surged forth, the sand where she had stood melting under the high temperature of the lightning, transforming into irregular glass crystals. Speed, power, lightning. The moon lion provided a comprehensive boost to the fur tribe. Originally, Inuzen and the cat viper held some advantages, but now, they had none left. Wolf Fang Flash. Inuzen couldn't even see Shaina's movements. He only felt a tremendous force hit his chest, sending him flying into the sea. Come on, stupid cat, today is the full moon. We have plenty of time to have some fun. Chapter 183. Don't try to understand a fool. The fur tribe is known as a tribe of warriors, closely linked to the moon lion. The combat ability of young members of the fur tribe is not inferior to that of adult soldiers, and those who master the moon lion become true monsters on a full moon night. Their movement paths are unclear, their power unresistible. The beach becomes a one-sided, brutal beating. The moon lion is essentially a frenzy skill. Although it can be controlled through training, fur tribe members in this state are even more ferocious than usual. Not to mention, Shaina herself harbors resentment towards the cat viper. The strength of Inuzen and the cat viper are comparable. Inuzen was knocked into the sea by Shaina's strike, and the cat viper is naturally not much stronger. After a flurry of blows, the knife crafted for him by the Jiuli craftsman shattered into several pieces under Shaina's claws. A knee strike soon ended the battle. Cat viper, you lost. Apologize to me honestly, and never come to our territory to cause trouble again. Did you hear me? Despite this, the cat viper lying on the ground did not surrender. Meow, I haven't lost yet. Cat viper, stop being stubborn, we've completely lost. Inuzen emerged from the sea, leaning on his knife. That last blow had broken 2 of his ribs. As a member of the fur tribe, he understands the power of the moon lion better than outsiders. Without an absolute difference in strength, a non-transformed fur tribe member cannot defeat a transformed one. No, I say there is no such thing. I'm also a member of the fur tribe. For Lord Odin, I must win this time. He turned his head to look at the moon in the sky. Stop. You can't control that. But it was too late. The cat viper, fixated on the moon, began to turn white, undergoing changes similar to Shaina's. However, the biggest difference was that this guy had no rationality in his eyes, only madness. If a fur tribe member who cannot control the moon lion enters this state, they will attack everyone around them indiscriminately until their power is completely exhausted. Who exactly is this Odin you keep mentioning? Have you brainwashed him? Shaina could not understand why the cat viper would rather risk his life than admit defeat. After all, they were of the same tribe. Even if he conceded, she would not do anything to him. Yet he insisted on putting on an appearance of fighting to the death. She indeed wanted to teach the cat viper a lesson, but she did not intend to kill him. Capturing him alive would be much more difficult than killing him. especially since the cat viper in an uncontrollable state had lost all rationality, even to the point of not responding to pain. Shaina was unable to intervene in the battle between the two moon lions, and the cat viper's actions had left her feeling somewhat restrained. She couldn't even take to the air to evade, or else the uncontrollable cat viper would target Inuzen. In that state, it wouldn't be surprising if the cat viper killed Inuzen. Just when she was in a difficult situation, a faster bolt of lightning flashed from the forest. The observing Juriora had arrived. A small hand pressed down on the cat viper's head. Although the size was disproportionate, the force was entirely the opposite. The frenzied cat viper was directly pressed into the sand. Juriora, how did you get here? I came following you. Did you think your little tricks could fool me? Your practical combat experience is still too lacking. The lack of practical application made it difficult for her to handle changing situations, especially since her nostalgic nature prevented her from going all out. What about your sword dance? You should be able to soar and stack the sword dance. Then knock this madman unconscious. I should have taught you how to do it. If I hadn't come with you, how would you have solved this? In the area of electromagnetic levitation, Jura was an expert, so she had plenty of techniques for aerial combat. However, it seemed that Shaina had just forgotten them. Speaking of other matters, Shaina felt a bit embarrassed, but when it came to practical combat, she was somewhat unconvinced. It's not that I don't want to fight. It's that you won't let me. You always say I'm too small, too small. There were opportunities for practical combat, but they were all pushed aside by Juriora. Forget it. Next time there is an opportunity, you can come with me. Just then, the cat viper under her hand began to act up again. Electricity flashing on his fur as he tried to push Juriora away. However, that little bit of electricity was nothing more than a pre-meal snack to Juriora. A stronger current was released from her hand, and after that, the cat viper finally quieted down. This was the simplest way to deal with a frenzied fur tribe member. Knock him out and keep him unconscious until the moon disappears. After all, Juriora did not possess healing skills like the bell sound, nor rain-calling skills to cover the moon. Knocking him out was the most straightforward and effective method. Shaina released her moon lion form, and with Juriora's arrival, there would be no further trouble. This was a trust she had built over the years with Juriora. He isn't dead, right? Not dead. I know how to control my strength. But are these your two acquaintances? Not impressive at all. Hey, take this annoying guy away. This was directed at Inuzen. If faced with a life-and-death enemy, using a power he couldn't control, Juriora might have been impressed. However, in Juriora's view, using powers one couldn't control in this situation was just foolishness. Lightning. Juriora. He recognized the identity of the other. Earlier, when Juriora was under bounty, Inuzen and the cat viper were still with Odin at sea, so they naturally received the news. Juriora was currently the most wanted pirate at sea. However, at that time, he hadn't paid much attention to the details on the bounty notice, only thinking it was a fur tribe member who had fallen overseas many years ago. Now, he realized that the other was actually a member of the 100 Beasts and seemed quite familiar with Shaina. Knocking out the cat viper in moon lion form with a normal strike already demonstrated the other's strength, although his words weren't pleasant. Inuzen knew that this time the cat viper had gone too far, forcibly using the moon lion. Shaina said nothing, but Inuzen was very clear that after this encounter with the cat viper, the relationship among the three could never return to what it was 7 years ago. By the way, the last matter is considered settled. If you come to the farm again, I'll be the one to take action. Remember to keep an eye on that cat, or else if it dies, don't blame me. Inuzen's face held no value in front of Juriora, but he had to consider Shaina's feelings and couldn't directly kill her former companion. The battle on the beach came to an end. However, Shaina still had a question. Juriora, why do you think that bastard cat viper did that? I don't know, but this behavior is enough to show he is a fool whose head isn't working properly. You can never understand a fool's thinking, so don't think about it. When we get back, I'll cook fish for you. No, Juriora, you always burn the fish. Let me do it. Looking at Juriora in front of her, Shaina chose to put the unpleasantness behind her. She probably wouldn't have any further interactions with the cat viper in the future. Chapter 184. Actually, my surname is Sasaki Inu Ranjin, and Nico Mamushi did not directly return to Odin Castle, but stayed outside for a few days to heal their external injuries before returning. Naturally, the events at Kori Beach were also reported to Onigashima. Did Shaina and those two Ming tribe members get into a fight? Jura intervened in the end, but the impact of that incident was limited, Your Holiness. Moreover, this matter is quite important. Shaina pulled out a document from Stack and handed it to Arceus. It was the order of internal affairs for the Beast Pirates. The highest priority was matters related to the stone tablets, followed by issues concerning the crew members. Who fought with whom, whether anyone violated discipline, etc. However, this incident was indeed somewhat unexpected. Kojiro was assassinated in the flower capital. As the exclusive merchant of the beast pirates, he is considered one of them. Ever since Kinemon's subordinate caused trouble and was caught in the mining facility, no one had bothered Kojiro. With the beast pirates backing him, Kojiro's business in the flower capital was thriving, and he had even begun to expand into other regions of Weno. The market share within Weno was limited. Previously, when Kojiro's family fell, the market that belonged to them was taken by others. But now, with his resurgence, he not only reclaimed what he lost, but also opened up a broader market. He had too many things that Weno did not possess, and his family was considered a long-established name in Weno. With this reputation, his family even surpassed its former status, although the number of family members had not increased, and he remained the only head. This situation meant that the entire merchant association was supported solely by Kojiro. If he disappeared, the large association would inevitably be affected. His actions had encroached on the interests of many, and with wealth comes temptation. So it was natural that someone would take action against him. How is he? Is he seriously injured? If Kojiro is already dead, then the report should state that he was harmed, which at least indicates he is still alive. No, he not only wasn't injured, but he also counter-killed the attackers and captured 2 alive. He's outside now. It seems he wants to see you. Bring him in. Outside Onigashima, Kojiro had become quite familiar with the pirates here, and now he was recounting the events of last night to the crowd. These guys really dared to commit murder in the flower capital. Thanks to my little Ka, after my family fell. Apart from a few old folks who continued to follow me, there was only this dog left. Kojiro rubbed the head of the large dog in his arms. It was an ordinary Shiba Inu, looking somewhat aged, one he had raised since childhood, and now he slept with this dog at night. Those people were very stealthy, but unfortunately, the scent on them was picked up by Ka. They were far from professional. More importantly, how did you manage to counterkill that guy? Those people were not weak. A pirate with a bandaged shoulder asked him. They were among the pirates following Kojiro. However, it had been too peaceful lately, and they had let their guard down, allowing that group to sneak in. Now, punishment was inevitable, but since Kojiro was unharmed, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. This also piqued their curiosity, as those people were quite capable. They had all survived multiple battles, and although they hadn't reached a leadership position, they were skilled in combat techniques. Even they were injured, which showed the strength of the assassins, especially since they had seen Kojiro struggling to row a boat the other day, always thinking of him as a weakling. Well, do you know why my family is left with just me? Although they had grown familiar, they found it awkward to interject and quietly awaited Kojiro's reply. Because I can fight. Don't underestimate me. I can perform Iaijutsu. Actually, my family used to be a samurai clan, producing many strong warriors. My grandfather said our former surname was Sasaki. Commoners in Weno do not have surnames. Only samurai and nobles possess them. And Kojiro's former status implies that his family's surname had been stripped away. However, that was part of their complicated family history, which these pirates were not interested in. So we should call you Sasaki Kojiro? No, that surname is in the past. I want to create a new one, an era belonging to me, Kojiro. That's quite impressive. But can you show us your Iaijutsu first? Let's skip that. That move is too dangerous. Although he just boasted about being strong. In reality, he could only perform that one move. The assassin didn't expect Kojiro to sleep with a sword, which is why he was killed in one strike. Legend has it that his ancestor was a sword master who could slice down flying swallows with a casual swing, so this move was called Yamabuki. However, after all these years, he had never seen anyone in his family achieve that. He truly was the strongest in his family, but that was only relatively speaking. Compared to real strong warriors, he didn't count at all. Last night, he had performed exceptionally under life-and-death circumstances. Boasting verbally was fine, but if he actually tried to demonstrate, it could backfire. However, the pirates didn't intend to let him off so easily and continued to egg him on, just as Shaina appeared at that moment. Follow me. Your Holiness wants to see you. And you lot, are you feeling idle? Go do what you should be doing. Yes. The appearance of the discipline minister marked the end of the pirates' leisurely time, and Kojiro was brought before Arceus, while the 2 captives were already sent elsewhere. Do you have something to say? Your Holiness, I believe I've been performing quite well lately. You're indeed excellent in business. So what? Aside from the initial support of goods and background, Kojiro has almost relied entirely on himself since then. It didn't take long for him to go from a peddler with a handcart to re-establishing the Merchant Association. He has also worked hard to gather the displaced people caused by the Great Serpent, and the results he achieved are visible. So, can I make a small request? Those people could attempt assassination again. I feel my situation is somewhat dangerous. And I heard that you have methods to make people grow stronger quickly. The followers of Arceus have been quite vigorous in promoting this. So Kojiro also learned about the legends of the beast pirates. However, some of the tales were so outrageous that even the CP9 investigating the intelligence considered them to be brainwashing tactics by the beast pirates, which is why they thought this might be a smokescreen to cover up Queen's technology. So you want to gain abilities? Chapter 185. Cardi Dog. This was meant for those who had made achievements. Although Kazuki didn't have any battle merits. As the first local person to surrender in Weno country and having helped the beast pirates achieve considerable results in Weno, he could be considered a person of merit. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be unreasonable to grant him a power. During this time, the beast pirate had gathered quite a few ordinary Zoan-type fruits. Moreover, if something were to happen to Kazuki, finding another suitable person wouldn't be easy, so it was necessary to enhance his self-defense capabilities. No, that's not what I meant. Can you modify Little Ka? Saying this, he lifted his Shiba Inu. The dog was already 12 years old, having been raised by him since childhood, and now was an old dog. Without external intervention, it would likely leave him within a year or two. As a local who had joined the beast pirates, he knew how those kintors and dairy cows came to be, and the second-generation cows known as Wagyas had already appeared on the tables of Weno's nobility. Having encountered those species, he could tell that the modified cows were much stronger and healthier than the native breeds of Weno. The usual diseases that would affect normal calves did not occur in those with Kintor's bloodlines. Little Ka was very clever. It was the first to notice the assassins this time. If it could be made stronger, he would be safer. You can only receive one reward for your current actions. Do you really want to give this reward to this dog? To let it live longer? Of course. Pokémon have a much longer lifespan than ordinary animals. And some special Pokémon live exceptionally long lives. If well taken care of, they could be passed down as family heirlooms. Then please help modify Little Ka. Since Kazuki had asked this way, he did not refuse. A crimson energy hand lifted the Shiba Inu. Little Ka, then become a true Cardi Dog. Crimson energy infused the Shiba Inu, and its originally yellow fur began to turn red, with additional patterns appearing on it. The fur on its chest and head also became more vibrant. Before long, as the energy dissipated, a Cardi Dog appeared, permanently modified just like the Kintors. Little Ka seemed to be unaccustomed to its new body, but it could feel its strength increasing, and the weakness that came with old age had vanished. This Shiba Inu had now been reborn as a Cardi Dog. Woof woof. Well, go and get along well with your owner. Remember to protect him. In fact, it had already been doing so. The once elderly Shiba Inu had played less with Kazuki due to its physical limitations. However, now that it had regained its vitality, it was excitedly licking Kazuki. You'll stay on Onigashima for a while. Those businesses should operate normally without you. In the short term, there would be no problem, but it would be an issue if it went on for too long. That's enough. By the way, I heard your family used to be named Zozumaki. A family of swordsmen? Well, I only heard my grandfather mention it. I don't know if it's true. He didn't expect his boastful words to reach here. It seemed he had underestimated the other party's control over Onigashima. At least you have some background. For now, just train with others and see how solid your foundation is. He then finalized Kazuki's upcoming arrangements. By the way, Shaina, give him the relevant information about the beast fruits. Kazuki, who crawled out from under Little Ka, received a thick stack of records. The beast fruit business was expanding, and the business was booming, but now they were somewhat lacking in commercial talent. If Kazuki really had this ability, then some of these matters could gradually be entrusted to him. Work hard. As long as your abilities are sufficient, you will not lack what you deserve. Kazuki was sent to a room on Onigashima, which was still quite spacious. And the construction of Onigashima had considered many factors, allowing even giants to move around here, let alone make room for a person and a dog. Lord Sacred Beast. We got the information, but those two didn't have any valuable intel. They were just ordinary thugs on the street, and they didn't even belong to the same boss. Their statements were the same. A mysterious person wearing a straw hat wanted Kazuki's head for 500 gold. They knew Kazuki was backed by the beast pirates, but under the lure of huge profits, they were tempted. As long as they could kill the other and dispose of the body, it would be impossible to trace their whereabouts. They even found oil from those people, and since the houses in Weno were mostly wooden structures, once ignited, nothing would be left. Although there was no detailed information, the identity of those behind it wasn't too complicated. It was either businessmen envious of Kazuki or Kaido. After all, Kazuki's business activities were robbing him of money. Kaido wouldn't dare confront the beast pirates head-on, but he might still engage in small schemes behind the scenes. Hand these two over to Kaido. Within a few days, I want to see news of a public execution in Flower City. The intention to kill. Although Kazuki was fine, it was still a capital offense. The Beast Pirate's leniency was not about being a soft target. Cooperation was beneficial for everyone, and resistance had no good outcome. But such actions were unforgivable. If this matter was not handled seriously, the authority of the Beast Pirates in Weno would be lost. As for why it had to be handed over to Kaido, it was naturally to see his reaction. No matter how patient he was, if he was behind this, some traces would eventually emerge. Understood. By the way, Lord Sacred Beast, according to our investigation, most of the thugs in Flower City are led by Boingoru. He is a hero and a spiritual role model in the hearts of the underworld in Weno. Even thugs from other regions would give him some face. Many thugs regarded him as a hero. If he could be made to cooperate, then in the future, no thug should be willing to do such things. A special product bred in the context of Weno, the gang, and the gang's composition here was quite complex. The most ordinary thugs lived by exploiting the local resources. However, people like Boingoru had become a sort of grassroots organization. Although not officially recognized, he had connections with several daimyos, and his people would handle local matters more quickly. During natural disasters, they would even be at the forefront of disaster relief. Boingoru held a high position among them, and many commoners respected him. Chapter 186. Hyoguru and the Millennium Dragon grazing cotton. I remember that Kojiro's report mentioned him, and they had some interactions. Yes, according to our intelligence. Hyoguru is very displeased with the actions of the Black Charcoal Serpent, and he appreciates Kojiro's previous efforts to recruit the displaced people. He sees Kojiro as a chivalrous merchant. However, those thugs still attack Kojiro. After all, not everyone is under his command. But according to the information from the Entertainment District, it seems he is also looking for the mastermind behind the scenes. Lord Divine Beast, the situation in Weno is completely different from the outside world. Sometimes we really can't understand what they are thinking. Hyoguru's current attitude is neutral. It is well known among those with some status in Weno that Kojiro's backer is the Beast Pirates. Hyoguru, like most of the populace, has not fully accepted the existence of the Beast Pirates. Yet he helps Kojiro when it comes to settling the displaced people caused by the Black Charcoal Serpent in Kojiro's trading company. Therefore, he is temporarily categorized by the Beast Pirates as someone who is approachable. Let's wait for a while and let Kojiro test his attitude. As for now, we need to reorganize the security issues in the Flower Capital before the execution, and the mines need more manpower. Thus, the thugs that had just emerged were once again purged by the Beast Pirates and sent to the mines to begin their labor reform lives. And the Black Charcoal Serpent received this news. Public execution? Yes, Lord Serpent, the Beast Pirates have already sent those two over. A few days ago, they attempted to assassinate Kojiro, who had joined the Beast Pirates, and also planned to set fire, but they failed. What a pity. The Black Charcoal Serpent sighed, regretting that they did not succeed. However, these two were not arranged by him, because he knows better than anyone in Weno how terrifying Kaido is. He is quite satisfied with the current situation. Although it is not particularly ideal, he has achieved his goals in a few aspects. Under these circumstances, he never thought of provoking the Beast Pirates. My lord, what about us? The same as always, do as they say. Just tell the truth. It's not that he doesn't want to embellish the story, but there is no opportunity. Although this matter was left to him, he knows that the Beast Pirates will definitely send someone to monitor him. In places where their reputation might be affected, the Beast Pirates are always very strict. After this person left, the serpent said to the one behind, Fukaru, has that news been confirmed? Fukaru, the leader of the Black Charcoal Serpent's court guards, is also his bodyguard captain. He has decent strength and is an excellent ninja, with long earlobes that are his unique weapon. His skull is also long, but that is due to bodily mutations caused by anger. He has a frail sister, Fumi, and because she was muttering Reizang's name when she died. Fukaru views Reizang as the murderer, which is why his earlobes and skull have grown long. He extremely dislikes Reizang and is very loyal to the serpent. Black Charcoal Mitsuki and Black Charcoal Semaru are too old, and many things have been entrusted to Fukaru by the Black Charcoal Serpent. It has been confirmed, Lord Serpent, Keizuki Odin has returned his family S-scroll to Weno and is now in Odin Castle in Kuri. Very good. You personally arrange this matter. You can contact me if necessary. We still have a pawn we can activate. In the end, those who participated in the assassination of Kojiro were all executed live during the broadcast by Ingis Tsubaime, with the charges of attempted murder and arson. To the ordinary people, this was just a batch of criminals, and some were so scared by this action that they trembled and secretly dealt with a few subordinates. They are the real masterminds behind the scenes, having come up with such a scheme when they could not compete in business, and now they are worried about being discovered. Hence their actions. To the retainers of the Odin family in Kuri, this became synonymous with the brutality of the beast pirates. For the beast pirates, these people are dangerous elements attempting to assassinate their own, and they see these individuals as rebels against the beast pirates, albeit ones who failed in their rebellion. Inu Arashur and Nico Mamushi never explained what happened at the time, and due to their appearance and lack of intelligence, they did not have practical significance except for adding a few more mouths in Odin Castle. The most profitable businesses in Weno are in the hands of the Black Charcoal Serpent and the Beast Pirates, and since they are unwilling to engage in such businesses, they can only live in poverty. However, they are truly capable of being ruthless, managing to save enough to make Keizuki and the others not feel the reality of poverty. As for how they are doing, the Beast Pirates do not care. Nico Mamushi personally sent away the only person who could possibly assist him. At this time, within the Beast Pirates, Arceus is planning a new sailing route. In addition to the already arranged matters, Beast Pirates herders have also begun to appear in the Himi region, but they are not raising kintors or milk tanks, but rather Katani and Whimsicott. For living and traveling, they cannot interfere with housing and travel right now, but they have already started to expand their business into clothing. Himi's original plan was to convert it into arable land, but the soil there has been neglected for quite some time. Although he used the power of the water plate to sort out the underground water veins, it will still take some time to thrive again. Following the principle of not wasting, a new batch of Pokémon appeared there, and the grass plate produced entirely new Pokémon, aimed at cotton. Whether it is Katani or Whimsicott, their hair is high-quality cotton, which is excellent for both weaving and as filling. This also provides some work for the people gathered by Kojiro. Men can work in factories or farm, but women cannot, as they are unable to do certain physical labor. They can't all be sent to the entertainment district, and such things do not align with their current style. Some were sent to Onigashima to wash clothes, but there were still quite a few left. They couldn't be kept without work, so they got this new job, grooming Whimsicott and Katani, cutting their hair, and processing the collected hair. Moreover, due to their characteristics, when the wind blows, they will drift with it. Katani will release spores, and the drifting spores will fall on the ground and generate new plants. To control their drifting direction, the Millennium Dragons also have their own work, and at this moment, Olga is riding on a Millennium Dragon to carry out special grazing work. Over there, those few are going to fly away, quickly blow them back. Several Millennium Dragons resembling ancient birds flapped their wings together, creating air currents that gathered the Whimsicott and Katani drifting with the wind back together. Chapter 187. The mountain god of Weno. The characteristics of Cottonweed and Wind Fairy include drifting with the wind. If the wind is too strong, they themselves do not know where they will be blown. However, due to the unique terrain of Weno, there exists a special cyclone in the external environment. This cyclone is one of the reasons for the hazardous conditions off the coast of Weno. Now, it also brings a benefit. The winds generated by that cyclone keep Cottonweed and Wind Fairy within Weno, preventing them from being blown to other sea areas. The Millennium Dragon was originally prepared as an aerial cavalry, but currently, the Beast Pirates have no need for this airborne unit to engage in battle. So this team has taken on its own pastoral work. The gusts created by the Millennium Dragon's wings are just enough to control their movements. Quinn is currently creating large blowers to allow ordinary people to conduct special herding of them. These are the essential conditions for the growth of Cottonweed and Wind Fairy. They are grass-type Pokémon, and sunlight is an indispensable part of their growth. Among them, Cottonweed has a longer cotton production cycle, while Wind Fairy is different. Many people are currently helping Wind Fairy with their hair grooming. For Wind Fairy, the cotton is akin to their hair, and it grows very quickly and is quite fragile. If the wind is too strong, the cotton on their heads can be torn away. If it rains, the cotton on their heads becomes heavy with water, pressing them down to the ground, rendering them immobile, and they can only hope for the best. On sunny days, after being exposed to sunlight, the cotton on them expands. If it expands too much, it will tear and scatter everywhere. Thus, the job of the people below is to remove the cotton before it expands to a certain point. The work scene is quite joyful because Wind Fairies are inherently mischievous Pokémon, and they do not forget this while being groomed, often tossing cotton balls at others' faces. In the sky, Wind Fairies and Cottonweed are flying, while in another area on the ground, there is another species, White Puffball. It looks like an ordinary small grass, but it also grows a lot of cotton on top, though it won't be blown away by the wind. White Puffball, Wind Fairy, and Cottonweed produce 3 different types of cotton, each differing significantly in softness and toughness. Only by mixing and weaving them can one obtain the most perfect and comfortable fabric. By adjusting the ratios, different goods can also be produced. Currently, those white puffballs are sowing seeds. The cotton on their heads contains a large number of seeds. These seeds are rich in nutrients and can be processed into special food, which is said to be beneficial for both humans and Pokémon. Some seeds are also dried and processed into dried fruit, sold together with tree fruit. However, more of them are sown in the land of Shimmy, where these seeds bring nutrients to the earth, invigorating the plants and effectively improving the environment of the Shimmy region. Farming is originally a strenuous task. Not to mention clearing land in a place like Shimmy, it is generally not suitable for women. However, the uniqueness of cottonweed and white puffball allows them not to need to farm the land. They only need to walk around with the white puffballs. Among them, one can also see the figures of children, although they are mostly playing with these magical creatures, getting covered in seeds by the end. The Millennium Dragon is circling in the sky, trying to control the wind, but still, a few wind fairies drift outside the range, and someone must be sent to bring them back. The Beast Pirates Aerial Cavalry is organized into units with a Millennium Dragon as the core. Each Millennium Dragon and the 4 people on its back form a group, with 2 groups responsible for bringing back the scattered wind fairies. However, it seems an unexpected situation has arisen. A Millennium Dragon is flying towards them at high speed. Sister Olga, there's trouble. A giant pig has emerged from the desolate mountain near Gioli, and at this momentum, it's coming straight here. A pig? Yes, a very large wild boar. Rockets and the Millennium Dragon's attacks are completely ineffective. Most members of the aerial cavalry participated in the previous treasure hunt, so they know the true form of the Millennium Dragon. However, no one has publicized this matter. It is merely referred to as the Millennium Dragon bird. As for why they call a bird a dragon, that is a personal preference. Who can interfere? Olga looked in the direction he pointed, and a huge white wild boar was charging towards them, raising a massive cloud of dust behind it, which caught the attention of the Weno residents who were grooming the wind fairies below. That is, the mountain god. Why is the mountain god angry again? The gigantic species native to Weno, even the longest tusks protruding from its mouth are nearly 2 meters long. The leader of the Millennium Dragons is not here, and the largest remaining Millennium Dragon is considerably smaller than that boar, standing over 10 meters tall. It is even taller than the average giant. Due to its massive size and rare white fur, this wild boar is worshipped as the mountain god in Weno. Many years ago, it had also been enraged. During that time, it destroyed a large part of the town and even consumed many people. It was finally cut in half by Getsu Munahiza, who rescued the people inside, but due to the speed of Munahiza's blade and the boar's incredible vitality, it actually revived after being sewn back together. Without needing to say anything, the people below have already started to flee, but in this vast wasteland, there is not much room to escape. Sister, what should we do? What can we do? Of course, we will stop it. These things have just been repaired not long ago. We can't let it destroy them. You guys take cottonweed and wind fairies away. You several go to restrain it. Don't be afraid, that guy can't fly. Below is the newly repaired cotton pasture and the dormitory for Pokémon like Wind Fairy. If that wild boar charges in, it will be a problem and all the recent hard work will go to waste. Moreover, the residents below are likely to suffer heavy losses. The threat that wild boars pose to humans ranks among the highest among various beasts. The Beast Pirates Aerial Cavalry launched their first combat mission, but the wild boar was too tough and thick-skinned. The bombardment from above could not stop its advance, but instead provoked its ferocity. Olga attempted to create an illusion of a city wall to trick it, but that frenzied mountain god wild boar showed no signs of stopping. What on earth is making it go wild? It seems to be looking for a child. The Millennium Dragon that Olga was riding explained. It is the son of the leader of the Millennium Dragons, and the reason it can speak is that it recently consumed the primal fruit. Chapter 188. Even a pig must find a way to repay its debts as an ancient type of a human fruit. There are no records of its related abilities in the illustrated guide. It would be more advantageous for animals to consume it rather than giving it to a human. Chopper, who has eaten the human fruit and transformed into a human form, has already proven this point. The combat power of the 1,000-year dragon is much stronger than that of an ordinary reindeer, although the 1,000-year dragon has a transformed form of the ancestral bird. Arceus transformation is not a devil fruit. While the transformed form is unique due to physical limitations, creatures that have been directly transformed can still consume devil fruits. Those who gain abilities through transformed fruits cannot eat a second fruit. However, most people who have gained abilities without eating a fruit do not seek another one. as the fear of seawater and sea prism stone is a significant debuff, and they are generally not tempted by ordinary abilities. It has been proven that this primitive human fruit is very close to the modern human type. Although it is stronger and more robust, its intelligence level has also improved. After consuming the primitive human fruit, speaking is no longer difficult for it, which allows for better communication among the beast pirates' aerial forces. It can understand the meaning behind the wild boar's roar, which clarifies its reason for going mad, and it conveys this to Olga. What is it doing here looking for its child? However, once the reason is understood, stopping it becomes simple. Even though it is huge, it is still just a wild boar, lacking the intelligence of a human. Zoroark's illusions cannot be seen through by humans with insufficient observation hockey, let alone a wild boar, which previously failed to notice that the city wall was fake. However, the madness after losing its child drove it straight into the wall. Olga despises such reckless individuals, as her current illusion is ultimately fake. Encountering a brute force fool can easily break the illusion, but knowing the source makes it manageable. Keep it busy for a while. I'll be right back. Saying this, the person who urged their 1,000-year dragon to fly away learned the appearance of the mountain god's child from them, and then created a false little wild boar using an illusion. This time, they temporarily deceive the mountain god, but this is not a long-term solution. She cannot maintain this illusion forever. Where did that little pig run off to? The pig referred to as the mountain god seems to have significant symbolic meaning in Weno, to the extent that after Kuyuki Odin cut it in half to save people, he sewed it back together. So they're considering how to return that pig. And based on past experiences, as long as they find that little pig, it should be fine. It seems to be telling your illusion not to chase after strange things anymore. It would be troublesome if it got kidnapped. Go and name those wind fairies. See which one is missing. The importance of knowing a foreign language is fully demonstrated at this moment, as the 1,000-year dragon can understand what the pig means, making everything easier. Occasionally, a few wind fairies would run out of the ranch. If it doesn't rain, they will return on their own when the wind stops. During their absence, they usually engage in some mischievous behavior, such as randomly dropping hair in other people's homes, resulting in cotton scattered everywhere. However, this does not provoke resentment from those individuals, as cotton is a good thing. The cotton discarded by a wind fairy is enough for them to make a small cotton hat, which they refer to as a blessing from the cotton god. According to the nature of those wind fairies, it is quite possible that if one floated into the deep mountains and found that little pig amusing, it would lead it out. Given the wind fairies' tendency to float with the wind and their love for mischief, it is necessary to call their names every night to ensure they have all returned. Thus, those wind fairies are numbered. It is easy to know if one is missing by simply calling the roll. As for how to find the missing wind fairy, other wind fairies can smell the unique scent of their companions, so they could just bring the other wind fairies along to search. The individuals who took the wind fairies away quickly discovered the missing ones after calling the roll, and not just one. Sister, number 18, 29, and 31 are all missing. Then let's go look for them. Do you see that I can spare a hand? The subordinate glanced at the bucket of roasted cotton seeds Olga was holding, thought for a moment, but didn't dare to say that she was quite free. At this moment, he envied the life of the officers. In fact, competition within the beast pirates is fierce. If one wants to achieve the same status as another, challenging them is the best way. After years of training, Olga is no longer a reservist that cannot be challenged, but those who try to challenge her end up suffering greatly from her illusions. Challenging other officers may result in a beating, but challenging Olga might turn into a predicament where one ends up beating themselves. Not only does it hurt, but it also brings shame. Moreover, Olga truly cannot spare a hand. She must maintain her illusionary abilities within this range. However, aside from that, nothing else matters. Creating an illusion to deceive the giant pig is now child's play for her. Eventually, they found a white wild boar in the nearby barn, compared to its massive parent. Its size could be described as quite petite. However, the problem arose. This barn was used to store white fluffy seeds. And now those seeds have been completely consumed by the 3 wind fairies and the little pig. Judging by their bulging bellies, this wild boar might actually be the main culprit. Can this thing eat so much? We have to deliver this in a few days. Looking at the empty barn, Olga felt a bit complicated. Sister, I saw it eat not long ago. How about we? He drew the knife from his waist and gestured at the wild boar, suggesting that killing the pig for its seeds might still be possible. Forget it. Since it's all eaten by the pig, others probably can't eat it either. How to deal with this pig is better decided by others. Originally, this matter was simple. Find the little piglet and return it, as these issues were caused by the few missing wind fairies. Due to the uncontrollable nature of the wind, such events often occur, But the little piglet consuming the goods is another matter. Although the white fluffy seeds will regenerate in a day or two, there will definitely be delays. Moreover, given the wild boar's tough skin and thick meat, along with its symbolic significance, she felt that someone might be interested in it. Nowadays, there are increasingly strange animals within the beast pirates, but none have such a large size yet. Chapter 189. Wild boars never become slaves. Unless they are provided food and shelter. When Arceus arrived here, the mountain god wild boar had already laid down, believing in the illusion that it had returned to the deep mountains, while the little wild boar was still digesting the seeds produced by its fluffy belly. The first thing Arceus did upon arriving was to send away the surrounding wind fairies, who were bolder than other Pokémon, directly circling at its feet, making it nearly impossible for him to step down. All right, everyone go back to your rooms, or you might get blown away. After sending those wind fairies back, he continued to look at the massive wild boar. There were some charred scars visible on its back, remnants of the previous rocket bombardment, but to it, these were merely superficial injuries that had naturally healed over time. Not long ago, a particularly bold wind fairy had been playing near its nose and almost got blown away in one breath. Little Kojiro. When did this wild boar start being called the mountain god? This time, he brought little Kojiro, a local, along, as some things were only familiar to the locals. I heard my grandfather tell this legend when I was a child. It's been a long time, and no one knows how long this wild boar has actually lived. Last time, it destroyed quite a few houses. Even so, do they still regard this boar as the mountain god? Yes, Lord Arceus. Because this wild boar has no natural enemies in the land of harmony, most people believe it is a deity birthed from the mountains themselves. If we can subdue it, then to the common people, it would mean that the will of the mountains here has acknowledged us. Controllable faith is beneficial for the ruling class. And since this mountain god, wild boar, usually does not leave the deep mountains, they allowed it to continue living there. Very well, Olga, dispel the illusion. Understood. She snapped her fingers, which was not the action needed to dispel the illusion, but rather to signal to those around her that she had done so. However, in the mountain god wild boar's line of sight, everything that was once there turned to ashes. But before it could react, it felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the side, causing its legs to weaken and making it unable to stand up. This kind of fear was something it had only experienced once since growing to this size. The last time, a man wielding dual blades had terrified it. But compared to this time, that person was nothing. Don't be afraid. This is your child. It's perfectly fine and has eaten quite a bit of our goods. Two vines wrapped around the little piglet, placing it beside the mountain god wild boar. The lost goods will cause us losses. So now I'm giving you two options, to submit willingly or to be beaten into submission. Which do you choose? Arceus saw the symbolic significance of this boar in the land of harmony. After all, taming the mountain god would also be a great feat in the future. Handing it over to little Kojiro through operational activities should alleviate a lot of people's resistance. Moreover, even if it only rampaged, its size could still cause significant destruction. With some modifications, this boar could become a ready-made war machine. Against powerful individuals, it might not have much effect, but on future battlefields, it would be a genuine killing weapon. However, this matter was not urgent and could be set aside for now, especially since there were no major battles at the moment. Although it required a lot of food, the waste produced daily could also create a fair amount of fertilizer, making it quite cost-effective overall. In the face of an overwhelmingly powerful individual, it is quite normal for animals to choose submission. This mountain god wild boar had no interest in being beaten, as a few years ago that person could slice it in half. Now, this even more terrifying presence could probably roast a whole. However, it asked a question that was crucial for a pig. Will there be food provided? Ultimately, the mountain god wild boar submitted under the condition that the beast pirates would be responsible for its food in the future, and then it was assigned to little Kojiro's command. With this wild boar and the herdier, his safety was basically assured. Moreover, during the few days of training, it was evident that little Kojiro had some talent for swordsmanship, but due to a lack of strict training from a young age, he had wasted that talent. Now, even if he picked it up again, he would not be able to reach the level he could have originally achieved. However, little Kojiro felt no regret about this. He was already very satisfied with his current treatment. A few days later, when he rode that giant wild boar back near the Flower City, it indeed caused a stir among the local populace, with many thinking that the wild boar was about to go mad again. However, when they discovered the truth, just as little Kojiro had anticipated, more people accepted his trading company, and even some stubborn individuals who had resisted foreign goods changed their minds. Believing this was the will of the deity, Little Kojiro then organized an event to collect juice bottle caps for a grand prize. As long as one could gather all the types of caps, they could exchange them for a reward of 100 gold. The purpose of the event was to advertise, and the prize could indeed be redeemed, but it was impossible to collect them all in a short period. It wasn't that he hadn't produced them, but rather that the two rarest caps were in his own possession. He wouldn't release these two caps until the event achieved its expected results. Meanwhile, near the factory of reborn, Quinn had come here alone. By now, it was late at night, and even the factory had long ceased operations. There weren't even enough people willing to work in the factory for 3 shifts, so there were no workers inside at this time. Quinn headed to the drainage pipes nearby. Little cuties? Are you there? I'm back. At his call, a mass of colorful sludge gradually gathered from the crevice, and several Alolan Grimer crawled out in response. Here, I brought you something. He opened 2 boxes, one containing bitter Pokémon food, and the other containing toxic waste produced from his experiments. Since the arrival of Grimer, that waste had become their feed, and Quinn had become one of the members of the Beast Pirates with the best relationship with these Grimer. The toxin crystals produced by the Alolan Grimer were exactly what he desired. They were complex toxins he had never seen before, and just the unknown toxins alone numbered in the dozens, giving his plague bombs more configurations. Watching the Grimer enjoy their meal, Quinn took out a large syringe, but it had no needle. I still need some research specimens. Which of you will come this time? His target was the secretions from the Grimer's body. Besides the toxin crystals, the Grimer's secretions also contained some unknown viruses, which were also subjects of his research. Because Alolan Grimer did not secrete these liquids, he needed to use the syringe to extract them. Chapter 190. The few good days left for Yamato Beto, a few Grimer waved at him, and he understood the meaning, letting him handle it himself and not to disturb them while they ate snacks. Grimer's body is made of toxic sludge, and unless attacked by the skills of other Pokémon, they cannot be harmed by ordinary physical attacks. Their bodies are very similar to that of the caribou that has eaten swamp fruits. This wasn't the first time Quinn did such a thing. These Grimer also liked this good person who always brought them desserts, so they let Quinn handle it however he wanted. Then, Quinn picked a few of the most colorful ones and extracted a portion of the bizarrely colored liquid from each Grimer and placed it in sealed bottles. Due to the different amounts eaten by each individual, the composition of toxins inside the Grimer varied, and mixing them together would yield the strongest effect. The liquids looked colorful, but in reality, they were weapons of mass destruction, and if he wasn't careful, he could also be affected. That's why he always carried the original peach fruit. The retail version was just delicious, while the original could detoxify. After that, he collected some of the toxic crystal residues shed by the Grimer and prepared to leave. All right, you all continue. I'm leaving first. Beto the Grimers had spun 180 degrees to bid Quinn farewell, and on Ghost Island, preparations for the voyage of the Origin were also complete. However, just before departure, Yamato was being lectured. To be precise, it wasn't just her being lectured. Jack and Maria stood by, but it was obvious that Yamato was the mastermind. In the office of the Beast Pirates handling external affairs, documents were scattered everywhere. As one of the few kids on Ghost Island, the 3 of them were naturally quite familiar with each other, and playing together was common. However, despite Maria and Jack having advantages in height and age, Yamato was the leader among the 3, being Kaido's biological daughter and Arceus' adopted daughter. And only she dared to come here. Yamato, didn't I tell you that there are some places you shouldn't run around? I'm sorry, adoptive father. I got too caught up in the fun and forgot. It was just a simple game of hide and seek, but the range was the entire Ghost Island. The buildings that allowed the giant race to move around were very spacious for the 3 children. Because she couldn't find anyone, Yamato didn't even pay attention to what room this was, and then she dashed in. Afterward, she accidentally knocked over the documents on the table. Originally, Shaina was there, but she had just gone with Arceus to check on the Origin, which allowed Yamato to run in. Clean this place up. You 2 are not allowed to help her. Even though he cared for her a lot over the past 2 years, he couldn't just spoil her. Mistakes had to be punished. However, it wouldn't be as extreme as Kaido, who would hit with a stick. That kind of educational method would lead to problems. Since she messed it up, she had to clean it up by herself, and no one could intervene, which also applied to Maria and Jack. When he and Shaina returned, the room only had Yamato, and these 2 were called over afterward. Perhaps due to her talent, she could destroy things easily, but organizing them became very difficult. It took her more than half an hour to completely sort the scattered documents. Though not very neat, it was clear she was trying her best to restore it to its previous state, but the order was completely disrupted. The documents had no page numbers, and she didn't recognize many characters, so restoring them was impossible. This is the first time and the last time, understood? Got it. All right, this matter is over. Go back and rest. We set sail tomorrow. At this moment, he wasn't too strict with Yamato. Her remaining good days were limited. Once Kaido's training began, she wouldn't be able to relax every day like this anymore. Jack thought Yamato would be given other punishments because he would be made to stand if he messed things up. But it seemed a bit different with Yamato. The Chansey taking care of them would also prioritize handling Yamato's issues. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill in this world. After sending the children away, Shaina reorganized the documents in just a few minutes. The documents had special markings, which made categorizing them easy according to the tags. It was just that Yamato couldn't recognize them. What is this? From that stack of documents, Arceus saw some unfamiliar markings. This is some uncertain information. We wanted to verify it before reporting to you. Arceus glanced at the paper, and the words "a lot of gold" and "slate" appeared in his view. No need to verify. Explain to me what's on this. As you know, you had been asleep in the clan for a long time, and later, due to various accidents, a slate was placed on other islands. However, the person in the know didn't have time to inform us before meeting a misfortune, but I vaguely remember he mentioned that there was a lot of gold there. Is this why you frequently brought back gold during that period? Yes, but this description is too broad, so we didn't inform you. I see. It doesn't matter. Notify those people to change the course, targeting the first half of the Grand Line, a place called Gaia Island. He couldn't remember much else, but he still remembered that there was a lot of gold there. However, it seemed that Yamato's luck had returned. If she hadn't messed up those documents, she wouldn't have noticed that information herself. Although Shaina might slowly find the information, the time consumed would be uncertain. As for whether it was that island, he wasn't very sure. There are all kinds of islands in this world, and an island with a lot of gold didn't necessarily refer to that one. However, having a clue was ultimately worth checking out. Understood. She didn't know why Arceus wanted to change the course temporarily, but it didn't matter. She was just following orders. While Shaina went to convey the new orders, Arceus also found Kaido. This time will be out a bit longer. It may take a few months for the round trip, and I'm bringing Yamato along. Got it. Let this be Yamato's last trip. By the time she returns, it will be about time to start her special training. By the way, take those two little ones along to see the world. That's not what I wanted to say. I came to remind you that things in Weno country are developing well now. Don't drink too much and cause trouble. 1 kid or 3 kids makes no difference. I'm just worried that Kaido might drink too much again, as drunk Kaido and sober Kaido are 2 completely different concepts. Chapter 191. The special seat at the bow. Some things might not be effective when said, but they cannot be completely left unsaid, such as Kaido's situation. As someone who cannot enjoy life without alcohol, after Arceus left, no one could really control him. However, as long as he doesn't get drunk and start breathing fire in Flower Capital, it's not a big deal. The temporary change of destination kept some pirates busy for most of the night, replenishing supplies, adjusting routes, and planning new sea charts. At first, they didn't even understand where Weno was. However, they were not like the closed-off people of Weno. They quickly figured out a new route based on the sea charts. Although they didn't have the eternal pointer for Weno, they did have the eternal pointers for some famous islands in the first half of the Grand Line stored away. Because of the need to search for the poneglyph, setting sail randomly was quite common in the Beast Pirates. The eternal pointers for iconic locations were essential supplies. They would first reach that area and then adjust their course. This time, he only took Jaeger, Shaina, and Mandafish with him. Due to Shauna's lack of practical combat experience, she needed to go out and explore more, while Mandafish was there for convenience. Mandafish had become increasingly skilled in his role as a scout, and he had explored the ruins beneath the inland sea of Weno quite thoroughly, making it a perfect opportunity for him to have something to do. The pirates preparing supplies for the voyage were not the same group as those sailing the next day. Those people were already resting. However, some were still awake. For instance, Yamato was in her room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She was very excited. This was her first voyage since she could remember. Although she had been taken out once when she was younger, she had long forgotten that trip. Lucky, unable to sleep, she thought of checking if Maria was awake. However, as soon as she lifted the blanket, she was met with the gazes of 4 Jigglypuffs. They couldn't sleep either, so she decided to see what Maria and the others were doing and would return soon. This request was, of course, denied, and the next moment, a gentle song began to play in her ears. To help a hyperactive little one sleep on time, the 4 Jigglypuffs had mastered this hypnotic singing skill. In a lullaby's soothing tones, she ultimately could not achieve her goal. The next day, a pirate ship resembling more of a picnic crew than a pirate crew set sail from Onigashima. Besides Yamato, Maria, and Jack for Jigglypuffs, a large milk carton. Enrico joined them. By age, they had been weaned, but the milk carton-esque milk was suitable for ages from birth to old age, providing necessary nutrients for growth. Rico only chose to go along because she was worried about Maria being out alone for so long. After White's death, Maria had become her emotional support. This was also Kaido's intention. Staying on Onigashima would hinder their growth. Even in the original timeline, aside from Yamato, they had not stayed on Onigashima the entire time. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't have placed bounties on them. With suitable people leading, their sailing time was significantly advanced. Now, renowned strong figures in the world had displayed superhuman talent from a young age. It was not a bad thing to let them experience the beauty of the sea early on. In the harbor, the origin ship emerged from the waterfall. The helmsman of the beast pirates had become accustomed to the complex and changing currents in the vicinity. Even the most turbulent currents did not affect their navigation. Wow, such big koi fish, Jack, what are they saying? I don't know. I'm a fisherman, not a mermaid. The merfolk regard fish as companions, so they can understand the language of ordinary fish and do not eat fish or sea beasts, only consuming clams and other shellfish. However, the fishmen are different. Fish and sea beasts are part of their diet, and most fishmen cannot understand fish language. Only a few kind-hearted fishmen can communicate with fish, although those giant koi, comparable in size to small boats, kept circling the origin ship and occasionally leaping out of the water. Jack could not grasp what the koi wanted to express. Those were lives created by the holy beast. When the origin ship set sail, they would surely guide it out of Weno's waters. After a few more visits, you'll get used to it. Mandafish stood nearby, explaining this issue to Yamato and Jack. In terms of combat power, he was not the strongest in the beast pirates. But when it came to social dynamics, he understood it best. He was well aware of the relationships among the senior officers. Of course, the biggest conflict among them was the possibility of Queen getting beaten, which was no longer a major issue in the current beast pirates. Some pirates do not like children. In Mandafish's view, those people are fools. The future belongs to the youth, and these young people valued by Kaido and Arceus would surely go further. If you don't build good relationships with them while they are young, you will only have to risk your life to earn achievements when they grow up. Yamato, who had just set sail, was extremely excited and interested in everything about the outside world, even the newsbirds passing by. However, the height of the ship's railing hindered her opportunity to observe the outside. She also found a good spot. After the ship sailed away from the dangerous waters of Weno, she took advantage of the moment when the Jigglypuffs were not reacting and climbed directly onto the bow's ram. The best view on the ship was certainly from the lookout tower on the mast, but she knew she couldn't climb up there, so she set her sights on the bow, the most open area. The bow of the ship typically has iconic items indicating the ship's ownership. Now, the origin ship had undergone some modifications, and the bow featured a flat variant of the Thousand Sunnies ram, similar to an elongated cross. The intersection in the middle provided her with enough of a platform. Looking down, she saw the surging ocean, but she felt no fear. It's decided. From now on, this will be my special seat. Is that okay, father? The bow also served the purpose of a ram, and its construction considered collision factors. Even a few adults sitting on it wouldn't crush it, let alone a child like Yamato. If she were a child from an ordinary family, a dangerous reason would have her pulled down immediately. However, in this world, that was hardly considered a big deal. Sure, from now on, that will be your special seat. Shaina, you keep an eye on her, don't let her fall. Though it was said, it certainly wasn't okay to leave her there alone. Even if Kaido's bloodline was still small, it was still safer to have someone watch over her. Chapter 192. Magic Valley Town. In the first half of the Grand Line, there lies an island called Gaia, which is shaped like a skull, but has a large chunk missing from its eye region. The missing part is the target of Arceus' journey. If there's a place abundant in gold, the one that leaves the deepest impression on him is the Sky Island above Gaia. The ancient city of Shandora, known as the Land of Gold, once existed here, and it truly can be described as a place where gold is everywhere. However, nearly 400 years ago, Gaia Island experienced an accident. A raging sea current erupted right beneath Gaia Island, causing a large portion of it to be thrust into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, including parts of Shandora. Instead of falling back down, it landed on a cloud island in the sky, thus becoming part of the Sky Islands. Sky Islands are scattered across the world. For instance, the small Sky Island where the 1,000-year dragon once lived, and the Sky Island where Kaido played with a drop tower decades later. These cloud islands are dispersed throughout the sky. However, due to the limited distribution of sea clouds that ships can navigate, the Sky Islands are not necessarily interconnected, resulting in limited contact between them. Small Sky Islands can even be blown away by the wind, while only large sky islands tend to remain fixed in one place. There are also some artificially controlled small sky islands, such as Vesperia, where a group of meteorologists resides. Many such islands still exist today, as the Golden Lion remains active. And even though his fleet has suffered heavy losses and he has a ship's helm stuck in his head, he is still a powerful pirate, maintaining his dominance in the New World. Although part of Gaia Island was since soaring to 10,000 meters, other parts still exist over the Blue Sea and have gradually become pirate islands. This is because navigating the Grand Line requires the use of record pointers, which only point to the next island after storing information on one island. However, the ascent of Shandora into the sky caused the record pointers in the hands of pirates arriving here to point upwards. Without eternal pointers, and not knowing the way to the Sky Island, they found themselves trapped here, caught in a dilemma. Eventually, a special town formed on the island. A town composed of pirates, Magic Valley Town. This place also became a landmark for Arceus to locate the Sky Island he needed. 2 months later, in the waters near Gaia Island, the Genesis appeared here, and the record pointer began to point to the sky. Father, are there really islands in the sky? Of course, whether in the sky or the deep sea, islands may exist, and the starry sky is no exception. This world is much larger than you can imagine. She might not have understood the latter part, but Arceus's words made her realize one thing. There really are islands up in the sky. She had yet to see Fishman Island in the deep sea. When they crossed the Red Land, Arceus lifted the entire ship using electromagnetic levitation and flew over from high altitude. However, after crossing there, they landed back on the sea surface, as he had no intention of keeping the ship floating in the sky. This voyage also included some educational significance. Lord Arceus, we are almost there. What should we do now? How are the supplies on the ship? Food is sufficient, but fresh water needs to be replenished. Then let us dock at the island ahead to rest. The next stop will be the Sky Island, to speed up the journey. The people on the ship haven't stopped for 2 months. Even resupplying was just a simple stop. Before formal action, we should rest well, as it is 10,000 meters above sea level, and if too exhausted, it would be bad if a bunch of people fainted from altitude sickness. As for the children on the ship, both Maria and Jack showed signs of fatigue on their faces. 2 months of sailing had dulled their initial excitement of going to sea for the first time, but Yamato still maintained her initial excitement. Although Magic Valley Town is a settlement formed by pirates, it is not exactly an unlawful area, but rather not much different from ordinary town. The supplies here rely entirely on passing merchant ships, if it were to become an unlawful area, causing other ships to avoid it in the future. The people here would not be able to survive. Therefore, there are still some rules within the town. After the Genesis docked, the pirates began to replenish the necessary supplies and check for any damage to the ship, while some entered the town. Just as Arceus said, this was their time to rest. The pirates' rest is not just lying in bed. Going to tavern on land for a drink is the most basic expression. Almost every island has its own specialty drinks and food, which is also a way for pirates to pass the time while sailing. However, someone always has to stay on the ship, so the crew members on the pirate ship rotated. And those who did not disembark last time were the first to leave this time. Jack, Maria, let us go together. We've been on the ship for so long. The two looked somewhat tempted, but they did not respond and instead looked at Arceus, as they did not have as many privileges as Yamato. If you want to go, then go. After all, it's just a place of amusement. Manda Fish, Geralora, keep an eye on the 3 of them. Don't let anything happen. Now that they were already out at sea, he naturally did not intend to treat the 3 of them as fragile items to be kept safe. But some necessary protection was still needed. Otherwise, like the Kuja tribe, it would be absurd to let the children of their own pirate group be captured by human traffickers. Understood, please rest assured. Mandafish has a characteristic. Even when going out for leisure, he never touches alcohol, let alone women, among those in the crew. He is the most reassuring one. Coupled with Geralora, he did not think there was anything on Gaia Island that could threaten them. Thus, a rather strange configuration appeared in the pirate team going out. 3 children and 4 Happiny. As for Rico, who had never left Weno, she was feeling a bit out of place recently, so she just rested on the ship. Additionally, there were 2 female pirates accompanying her. Although the number of female pirates is relatively small, there are quite a few under the Beast Pirates now. In the tavern of Magic Valley Town, it is not a prosperous town, so there is only this one establishment. It also serves the function of a restaurant, as it is the only choice for the islanders seeking drinks or food. Pirates and residents of Magic Valley Town, who have already laid down their pirate identities, are here at this moment. They boast about past events or discuss recent big news. When newcomers arrive, they also provide some new topics for conversation. Today, a strange group of people walked in. Chapter 193. The Sky Island exists. Children, orcs, walking eggs, these are their most intuitive feelings. Are you pirates too? Is this a game of house? Judging people by their appearance is a common flaw among most people. 3 children are already quite rare. Not to mention the presence of Jello and Chansey, creatures they have never seen before. However, there were also more than a dozen pirates from the Beast Pirates present, which kept them from speaking too freely, and when they saw that their words were not acknowledged, they reluctantly left. Those muscle-bound and scarred figures looked tough, and there was no need to seek trouble. Boss, do you have any food suitable for kids? Bring 3 portions, and the rest is up to you. Saying this, he tossed a pile of belly onto the bar, and then Mandafish gestured to a few people to clear an area near the bar. This space was reserved for Yamato and the others. This time, Arceus didn't bring many people. Aside from Jello, he was the highest-ranking officer on the ship. Although Mandafish's expression didn't change much, he was quite nervous now. Arceus had them bring the 3 children out, and with Jello beside him. He knew there wouldn't be any issues. But even if Yamato lost a single hair, he would worry about whether it would upset Arceus. This was an opportunity, but a careless mistake could also affect his career. For portions, Jello, I'm not a kid anymore. Let's talk about it when you're taller than me. Arceus had helped him adjust the height issue, so his height surpassed Shaina again, giving him the qualification to say this. Understood, customer. Our specialty is cherry pie and cherry juice. Is that okay? Unlike most taverns that focus on various spirits or wines, this place primarily sells cherry products, which is a result of the local environment. The island's vast cherry orchards led the locals to use what was available. In addition, there were cherry wines and various cherry-related dishes like cherry sea beast pies. He was in the business of making money, so it didn't matter how strange the customers were. It wouldn't affect his profits. The cherry pie and cherry juice from Magic Valley Town could be miraculous foods that might spark disputes among future emperors. Since it was a signature dish, the cherry pie was already semi-finished and was quickly served. Yamato and Maria quite liked it, but Shaina was just managing, while Jack was different. He lost interest after just one bite. Can I change it to meat? I don't really like this. 20 years later, Jack would be very confident, but right now, he felt quite humble. Although Arceus didn't discriminate against him, and he had what he should, others received more. For example, Jello's care meant that he could see a boiled Jello egg at every meal, and the same went for Maria. Each person got one as a standard. However, Jello could lay several eggs daily, so the extras naturally went to Yamato. After all, they were created by Arceus, and personal preferences could affect these first-generation beings. Yamato's requests, even if a bit willful, would be fulfilled, and she could do some things impulsively. Maria also enjoyed slight privileges, while he was already accompanying Mandafish exploring underwater. However, such small requests were nothing, especially with Mandafish here. Not to mention, Jack's most familiar person now was Mandafish. After all, Mandafish had been diving with him recently. Anyway, the money was already in place, so whatever the boss wanted, he could have the chef prepare. Soon, several large meat steaks were served, apparently from some small sea beast. The bar was almost entirely taken over by the beast pirates. Even Jello was eating some food. Nothing was supposed to happen here until Yamato asked a question. Uncle, have you been to the Sky Island? Sky Island? No, I haven't. Are you planning to go to Sky Island? He didn't believe in the existence of Sky Island, but it was clear these were the children of a wealthy patron, and he was smart enough to keep the tavern running. After all, it was just a matter of a few words. He just needed to amuse the kids. Yeah, we're setting out tomorrow. I wonder what Sky Island is like. Maybe it will be beautiful. If you really get there, remember to tell Uncle. However, some pirates were different. Yamato's voice was not small and naturally reached their ears. Haha, where did this little brat come from? Sky Island is something that tricks kids. It doesn't exist, okay? Yeah, dote, you'll say anything to make money. Didn't you not believe it before? Most people here have been drinking, and the ripple of laughter quickly spread throughout the tavern, causing Yamato's face to flush. Nonsense. Sky Island is right above us. Yamato won in volume, almost suppressing the laughter of the entire tavern. But then louder laughter erupted, and some even knocked over bottles on the table. Kid, don't be naive. Sky Island is just a trick to fool children. It absolutely does not exist, you know? It can't be. Sky Island is right above us. My adoptive father wouldn't lie to me. It seems you still don't understand reality, kid. He stood up and approached. If Sky Island really existed, then they had wasted so much time here and would be the real fools. Therefore, those who stayed here had a consensus. Sky Island absolutely does not exist. Even if it was just a child-esque statement, they didn't want to accept it. However, Mandafish wrist caught him. Friend, I advise you to be careful. We are with children today and don't want to do anything excessive. Yamato and the others would inevitably experience bloodshed. This was an unavoidable part of their upbringing in the Beast Pirates, not to mention Kaido and Arceus intended to cultivate them into strong individuals. However, he had no authority to decide when they would see blood. Until Arceus or Kaido had that plan, he needed to protect their innocence as children. Who is your friend? 3 years ago, I was also a bounty of 30 million big pirate. Haven T, you heard of the name of the wolf, Harat? You fools who believe in Sky Island. Saying this, he tried to shake off Mandafish, but the latter's grip was like a vice on his wrist. Sorry, I'm not interested in the names of small fries. Lord Jello, I think the upcoming scene might not be too pretty. Why don't you take Miss Yamato and the others away first? This man reeked of alcohol and was clearly drunk, and his companions behind him were also moving, indicating that things were likely to escalate. If they couldn't even handle these small fries in the paradise, they would really lose face in the Beast Pirates. Chapter 194. Are the Pirates of Paradise really that naive? Jellora also thought he made a good point, so he held Yamato with one arm and Maria with the other, planning to leave. He then said, Shaina, you stay and participate a bit more. Jack, don't move around, it's time to go back. It wasn't T that he discriminated. Right now, Maria hadn't grown much in height, so he could still carry her, but Jack was different. He was too muscular, and with him carrying Yamato and Maria, his body structure wouldn't allow him to carry a third person. So he could only use his magnetic field to capture Jack and take him out. Uncle Jellora, let me go. I want to have a good talk with that guy. No need, Yamato. Lord Arceus said, don't reason with fools. They will drag you down to their level and defeat you with their experience. Mandafish will handle those matters. Let us prepare to go to Sky Island, shall we? Lucky the Chansey by the side was also chatting with Yamato, eventually helping her temporarily forget about the situation. As Jellora took them away, the atmosphere in the tavern became more serious. Trash? Who are you calling trash? I'm a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. All right, jokes are no fun the second time around, but before we start, I want to ask, does anyone want to leave? Those staying here will be considered enemies. Saying this, he threw Harat out, causing tables and chairs in the tavern to crash into each other. Seeing that a fight was truly about to break out, unrelated people hurriedly left. But most of the pirates remained. A bounty of 30 million was quite significant in the current Magic Valley town. The pirates left behind could be considered his underlings. And after Harat was tossed out, the fight was basically unavoidable. Sorry, boss, you can use his 30 million head to get money to repair the tavern later. Although the pirates stayed, it didn't mean they had nowhere to go. Passing merchant ships were heading to other islands, and their supplies were traded with those people. As for why they didn't rob those merchant ships to leave, anyone doing business in the Grand Line wasn't an ordinary person. And these pirates from Paradise really didn't have the capability. Listen up, you all saw it. This guy is trying to do something very dangerous to Miss Yamato. Right now, Yamato hasn't earned the title of Oni Princess. Most people still call her Miss Yamato. Bang! Mandafish's words weren't finished when a gunshot rang out, signaling the declaration of war. Fire! Let this arrogant guy know our strength. At his shout, a series of gunshots rang out, bullets flying toward Mandafish from all directions. Escalating rapidly, the strong smell of gunpowder permeated the air, and the smoke from the old flintlock guns obscured many people's vision. You bastard! I don't believe you want to die with so many guns aimed at you. A series of laughter followed, but this time it was the members of the Beast Pirates who were laughing. Are the Pirates of Paradise really that naive? I don't know. I was born in the New World. Rodra, I remember you came from Paradise. Were you like this before too? Don't talk nonsense. I'm not as stupid as this guy. The last pirate to be questioned vehemently denied it, clearly wanting nothing to do with the person in front of him. Bastards. Your boss is already dead. You can still laugh? However, they still took it as a joke, fully aware that these few flintlocks couldn't harm Mandafish. After all, his scales had long been trained to be very tough. The next moment, Mandafish's voice returned. Sorry to disappoint you, but how could these things kill me? I've even thought about where I'd live after retirement. Mandafish dropped a bullet, while many bullets had already scattered on the ground. A patch of red scales grew on the exposed skin of his clothing, which had blocked the bullets. Then, in his beast form, Mandafish issued the order to attack. All right, little ones, let these cowards from Paradise understand what it means to be a pirate in the New World. He had given these people a chance, but they didn't seize it. From a moment he spoke like a map cannon. Their feud had already begun. As for the term coward, they looked down on even the rookies just entering the New World, let alone these pirates hiding in paradise. Don't get too proud. You're just a devil fruit user. I'm Harrot the hyena. Harrot shouted loudly, and his body also began to change. His originally stout legs gradually transforming into the hind legs of canine. Compared to the four seas, paradise at least knew about the existence of devil fruits. And seeing Mandafish's transformation didn't shock them too much, as they also transformed into wolf forms. However, Mandafish couldn't recognize exactly what kind of wolf he had become. Animal type, what a shame to waste this fruit on you. If you took the fruit back, the beast pirates would gain another mythical beast user. In Mandafish's view, letting him eat this fruit was a waste. And it's already said, 30 million is such a joke, saying it for the third time is pointless. Mandafish kicked the tavern floor, the immense force dislodging the embedded nails, causing one end of the wooden plank to lift high, while Mandafish's legs, wrapped in scales and hockey, delivered a direct kick to Harrod's neck. Then he released his powers and started to tidy up his clothes. The pirates from paradise were too weak for him. After all, he was also an officer of the beast pirates, a member of the reconnaissance squad. Using his powers and hockey simultaneously, he didn't hold back at all. One strike was enough for such an enemy. The fight ended quickly. Those who stayed in Magic Valley Town had almost forgotten how to fight, even just having fired all the bullets in their guns. Their enemies were the elite of the beast pirates, who knew how to use hockey, and in close combat. Neither swords nor armor could withstand weapons enhanced by hockey. These guys are so weak. Watching the pirates being easily defeated, Shaina showed a confused expression. Having been born in Zou, she couldn't understand why someone could be so weak. Those organ trafficking assassination group members were much stronger than them. They're just trash from paradise. That's normal. Let us check each other, tidy up our clothes before going back. Throw away anything bloody. If Miss Yamato feels something is off, don't blame me for being rude later. By the way, boss, I'm giving you this guy's head. But let me remind you, Sky Island really exists. The bounty for that pirate's head was enough for him to establish a new tavern. But the beast pirates didn't have time to look for someone to exchange it, and he and contradicted Yamato earlier. No matter his intentions, Mandafish didn't mind letting him pick up a bargain. Chapter 195. Jack, mistaken for a fish in the clouds, Mandelfish looked at the appearance of his subordinates, and, after confirming that no one was injured, led the team away from the tavern, leaving behind the bewildered tavern owner. Harrot had been the unrecognized king of Magic Valley Town for 3 years since he defeated the previous boss upon his arrival 3 years ago, and he never expected to be dealt with so lightly today. These strangely combined individuals were surprisingly powerful, which was somewhat beyond Dot's imagination. The most crucial part was that he didn't seem to be the captain, just an ordinary officer. It wasn't until a pirate discarded his blood-stained coat that he realized why. The vest prominently displayed the flag of the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates? Why would such notorious pirates from the New World appear here? However, this question didn't trouble him for long, as the next moment he rushed towards the ruins. Those who could operate a tavern here were not good people. They just weren't as extreme as Harrot and his crew. In a matter of 2 sentences, he had gotten himself involved. In the past, no one dared to resist their bullying, but now they had kicked against a steel plate. The tavern had sustained considerable damage, and he had hoped to use Harrod's bounty to repair it. On the origin, Yamato was not feeling downcast because she was captivated by the large water column rising in the distance. That was the soaring sea current near Gaia Island, which had sent Skypiea to the sky. It's so big. Father, are we going to ride this current up? No, that kind of current only appears once in a long while. If we miss it this time, we'll have to wait several days. We have a safer way to get up. Is it the method that passed over the red line before? Exactly, but this time we will fly a bit higher. A night passed without incident. Mandelfish's actions in the tavern had caused those with ulterior motives to settle down. The pirates from paradise lacked awareness of strength in their eyes. A strong person was merely someone like Harrot. If it were just the Beast Pirates flag, a few fearless ones might still try to provoke them. However, Mandelfish extinguished those thoughts completely. The next morning, Dot was picking cherries in the orchard as usual, which was the main ingredient for their cherry pie, when he saw the origin slowly rising from the direction of the port. A flying ship? Could there really be a sky island above? This thought entered his mind and gradually changed his view of the world. Meanwhile, on the origin, Yamato was pulled down from the bow. That position was not suitable for her during flight. However, this posed no challenge for her, as she turned the cannons opening in the cabin into her observation point. Under Arceus's control, the origin gradually approached the cloud layer. As the main mast touched the clouds, a strange fish landed right above Jack's head. Looking at the fish with an elephant-like nose, Jack felt that this fish would taste delicious. Is this the sky fish that grows in the White Sea? It seems we are almost there. Some well-informed pirates recognized what it was, which meant that the clouds above their heads were no longer ordinary white clouds, but sea clouds that ships could navigate. Soon after, a current was released by Jalala, creating a large hole in the White Sea above, and the Origin sailed through the gap, arriving above the White Sea. You can really sail on the clouds. Yes, Maria, look, the sun is so close to us. It feels like it's right in front of us. Father, let us sail up to the sun. The sunset over the clouds sea had unique beauty, a scene not seen on Ghost Island. No, Yamato, the sun is still higher up, and that's not our destination. This was the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters, while the location of the Sky Island was even higher. They were still 3,000 meters away from the Sky Island, and the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters was their destination. Normally, entering the Sky Island required paying 1 billion yen, but due to severe inflation in the Sky Island's economy, 1 billion yen was merely equivalent to 100,000 berry. These had nothing to do with the Origin. If following the normal entry procedures, whether ascending slowly from the cloud sea at the top of the west sky or using the soaring sea current to rush up, they would ultimately have to enter from the entry point. However, for those who could fly, a straight line was enough. Once the people on the ship adjusted slightly, the Origin began to continue rising, drifting towards the higher White Sea. On the White Sea, a man and a woman were sprinting on U-shaped iron boards in the White Sea, with wind clams tied to both sides of their feet. These clams were a specialty of the Sky Island and had various functions. The wind clams could store wind, and they were currently using them as surfboards while catching fish that lived in the sea clouds. Their attire resembled that of Native Americans, adorned with feather accessories at the back of their heads, and even a pair of handmade small wings on their backs. They were the Shandians, the indigenous people of Gaia Island, who were transported here along with part of Gaia Island by the soaring sea current nearly 400 years ago. In the Sky Island, land was a very rare resource, so islands with large plots of land sparked competition among the indigenous people of the Sky Island. The Shandians were defeated and left their homeland, establishing their cloud-hidden village in the cloud layers of the White Sea. However, for centuries, they have been trying to reclaim their homeland, which is now known as the Island of Gods, Apiato. The two were pulling a fishing net to catch food needed by their tribe, but so far, the harvest was not good, with only a few small fish in their basket behind them. Just then, their fishing net made a loud commotion and struggled fiercely. Coder, it seems we've caught a big fish. I know, it looks like we'll have dinner sorted today. Pull harder, Shatila. The labor of the Shandians did not distinguish between genders, only between adults and minors. With a sparse population, every adult was an indispensable labor force. The two increased the output of the wind clams beneath their feet and finally pulled up their prey from below. However, when they completely retrieved the net, they discovered that what they had caught was not the expected prey, but a person. How could it be a person? More accurately, it was not a person, but a fishman. Jack, swimming in the sea clouds, had inadvertently been caught in their net. Since no one of Jack's age would be allowed to roam freely, Jack's appearance here meant that the Origin was nearby. Before they could release Jack from the fishing net, the massive Origin had already revealed its presence. Could you please release our person? It would be best not to refuse, or it will be difficult for us. Mandelfish's voice came from the distant ship's side, and a row of muskets was raised. Chapter 196. The embarrassment of taking the wrong path. The Origin ship had just arrived at the White Sea, and upon reaching here, Arceus sensed a familiar aura, which allowed him to determine the direction for the ship's advancement. As for why Jack was in the clouds, it was simply because he wanted to see if he could swim in the sea clouds. After arriving at the White Sea, aside from Rico experiencing some altitude sickness, the other pirates were mostly unaffected. Their physical condition was able to adapt to this situation. There were also large fish living in the sea clouds, but those fish had already been scared away by the aura emitted by Arceus. This area of sea clouds had effectively turned into a swimming pool, especially since Yamato also wanted to swim, so it was necessary to clear some space. Once the area was deemed safe, Mandifer did not go down to accompany them. After all, Jack was a fisherman, and it would be a joke if he drowned in the sea. So he just reminded them not to swim too deep or accidentally fall out of the sea clouds. Due to being a fisherman, Jack swam farther away and ended up caught in someone else's fishing net. That fishing net was woven from rope clouds and had extremely strong elasticity, which led to young Jack getting trapped. However, in the end, it was just a misunderstanding. Not all Sandia people were aggressive, and they did not exhibit any hostile behavior. The Sky Island had never seen such a large ship before. These were merely visitors from the Blue Sea. A while ago, they had seen a pirate ship rising from below, but that ship was much smaller compared to the origin ship. After freeing Jack from the fishing net, they stepped back a few paces to show they meant no harm, and then they opened their wind shell to leave the area, seemingly not wanting to engage too much with outsiders. Father, are those the people who live here? Yes, they're the ones who were brought up with a knock upstream. But their ancestors are different. Mandifer turned 15 degrees to the left and proceeded at full speed. Jellalora, pull Jack up. He should have had enough fun by now. As the origin ship passed by Jack, it helped him out of the water. However, two Sandia people noticed something was off. Their direction of movement was towards the tribal gathering place. Go. Hurry back to the tribe. There was not only sea clouds on the Sky Island, but also island clouds. Ships could not sail on island clouds, but their homemade jet devices allowed them to glide on the island clouds. Island clouds had properties similar to land, allowing plants to grow, but there were no seeds in the island clouds. Thus, the seeds for the plants that grew here came from the ships from the Blue Sea or parts of Gaia Island that had been washed up. Chief, a ship from the Blue Sea is coming. Their direction is towards us. Deep within the island clouds, pointed tents were orderly distributed, with some totem poles scattered in between. Many of the totem poles had already been set ablaze, serving as lighting tools. Although this area used to be part of Gaia Island, it had been living in isolation for nearly 400 years, and the Sandia people pondered daily on how to reclaim their homeland. This had been a war lasting hundreds of years. Both the Sky Island people and the Sandia had suffered tremendous casualties because of this. In recent years, the management of the Sky Island had shifted to Gone Full. His policy of advocating for peaceful coexistence had eased their conflicts somewhat, but it still did not fundamentally solve the problem. Centuries of blood feuds were not so easily resolved. An elderly-looking man wearing a headdress made of animal skins emerged upon hearing the commotion. Coder, Shadila, don't be so flustered. What happened? Chief, it's a ship from the Blue Sea, a very large one. We were fishing before, and then... They briefly explained what had happened and awaited the chief's orders. All the adult warriors prepared themselves. Coder, you two take some people to the seaside to see where those folks are headed. The Sandia underestimated the speed of the origin ship, which had already docked beside the island clouds not long ago. After leaving some people to guard the ship, the rest descended. The night jungle of the Sky Island was filled with mystery, but no one from the beast pirates felt afraid. Yamato even ran ahead, which was unreasonable. But Arceus did not think any creature could harm them under his watch. Father, is what we're looking for around here? It's not far ahead. What treasure is it? It may not be of any use to others, but it is a treasure that belongs solely to me, though I lost it many years ago. So that's why you're often not home? To help Father find things? That should be right. He wanted to say yes, but given Kaido's character, he wasn't sure what might happen along the way. Based on the timeline, Yamato was the result of that time, so he wasn't very certain. Actually, at this distance, he could directly guide the stone tablet out, as long as it wasn't obstructed like the evil stone tablet stuck in the belly of the Sea King before. He could guide it back directly. However, he wanted to see the place where the Lunarians had hidden his stone tablet, which is why he followed his perception forward. If we can find the item, will it make things easier for Father, you, and Sister Shaina? Pretty much, but it will still take a while. I understand. I will help Father find everything back. You are still too young, Yamato, but you have already helped a lot. Have I? I didn't know. Yamato didn't realize how much her luck had helped, but she tripped on a tree root beneath her feet. The soft island cloud cushioned her fall. Behind her, the Hapinas looked a bit worried, but Yamato was already used to bumping into things. After rolling a bit, she got back up and saw a brand new path ahead. The hidden village of the Sandia had appeared before them. Previously, Coder had indeed sent people to investigate the situation, but the problem was that the area of the Sky Island was circular, unlike Weno, which had only a few paths of entry, so they had perfectly missed each other. Seeing the unfamiliar faces appear at the edge of the village, the prepared warriors raised their weapons. Even the elderly and weak were no exception. In times of universal conscription, this was the only choice for such a tribe. The members of the Beast Pirates were never afraid of battle, and upon seeing this, they stepped forward, picking up their weapons and standing their ground. With just one command, they would unhesitatingly begin their fight. Outsiders, what are you here for? The chief was unaware of the enemy's strength, but was ready for battle. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to retrieve my belongings. They are right here. Chapter 197. The 400-year promise. There is nothing of yours here, outsider. The chieftain, though shocked, calmed himself to communicate with the unfamiliar Arceus. Among all the chieftains, he was the one who valued peace the most. He did not want to see his people bleed and sacrifice for meaningless battles. They had already paid too much in sacrifices to reclaim Appiato. Your words do not count. I can already feel its presence. A gust of wind blew through, causing the outer skin of the tent to rustle. The place where the Sandia people lived was made of simple leather tents, and they had not gained much advantage in the battles against the Sky Island people, so they primarily fought in a guerrilla manner. The tribe's living location would also change regularly, making tent construction more suitable for their lifestyle. A gigantic vine grew in their dwelling, and, at that moment, a massive piece of gold floated down from above. Melted into the gold, perhaps? That is quite a clever hiding method. He could feel his slate within that piece of gold. It seemed the Lunarians had done this to avoid detection. However, it appeared that this slate had been lost for hundreds of years, and only through oral tradition did Shaina and Jean manage to preserve some records. Upon seeing Arceus take down the gold, the chieftain's expression changed. Outsider, put it down. That does not belong to you. The chieftain of Sandia picked up his weapon. That piece of gold was related to a promise, and they had already broken their word once. They could not afford to do so a second time. However, this statement was like a thorn in Arceus's side. Any creature coveting his slate was guilty of an unforgivable sin, and thus a ferocious aura emanated from his body. It was his might, centered around the malevolent slate, and a wave of fear swept across the entire Sandia village, causing everyone, young and old, to be pressed to the ground by this pressure. Lord Arceus is angry. Lord Arceus, let's deal with these guys. Please do not stay angry because of this. This pressure was not directed at them, yet it still made them feel uneasy. Jack and Maria even found it hard to breathe, and even Yamato felt that Arceus seemed somewhat unfamiliar at that moment. No need. I give you one last chance to explain what is going on, otherwise destruction will be your only outcome. Walking up to the chieftain, Arceus issued his ultimatum. If it were the original Arceus, that statement of not belonging to you would be the greatest taboo, but the current Arceus was willing to give him a chance to explain. That is, a promise from our ancestors. We will guard it for our people. Unless you kill us all, you will never take it away. In the end, he even stood up against that fear. Although Arceus had removed the pressure of power, it was still quite an achievement for him to stand. The reasoning was quite sufficient. But what you are guarding is originally my possession. The very act of hiding it here was done by my people. Now that I have awakened, I have come to reclaim my things. Do you understand? How do you prove it? Let me advise you. Keeping promises is a commendable quality, but being overly self-assured is foolish. Arceus did not say anything further, but instead proved everything through action. Under the influence of his power, the gold began to melt, quickly revealing the true form of the slate within. As the slate radiated a brilliant light, it ultimately merged into his body. Now do you believe? Only I can wield its power. Your promise has been fulfilled, and you've done well. Matters related to the slate could easily make him act impulsively. So he might be a bit more irritable than usual, but once he calmed down, he was not unreasonable. The agreement made with these Sandia people was undoubtedly with the ancestors of Jean and Shaina, and for hundreds of years, they had been fulfilling their promise. Put down your guns. These people are not enemies. Ship's doctor, go check their health. He also felt the attributes of the slate, and then his gaze towards Yamato held a strange emotion. Not long after, the misunderstanding was clarified. Arceus and the others were not raiders, but simply people coming to reclaim their belongings. His earlier actions had sufficiently proved that it belonged to him. Though their appearance was peculiar, the Sandia people held even more respect for him. In their beliefs, different animals represented deities. Previously, they had acted impulsively, but this relatively primitive tribe still possessed a simple nature. After understanding the reasons, they did not dwell on past matters, but instead began to celebrate. For they had finally fulfilled one of their ancestors' promises. That was over 400 years ago. The legendary figure of Sandia, the great warrior Caligula, was still a youth at that time. Their ancestors had intersected with the Lunarians. The Lunarians had helped them heal, and they had taken on the task of guarding the slate. They were not greedy invaders, but rather trustworthy guardians, making Arceus's previous behavior somewhat excessive. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to bring back the supplies from the ship, starting a new feast here, just as the misplaced coder happened to arrive at this banquet. Pulled in the bonfire party by their clansmen, they did not even understand what was going on. Foster father, you were quite scary just now. Did I scare you? Not really, right? But that kind of foster father. Don't think too much. I can get angry sometimes. Just go have fun. If you don't want me to be angry, be good from now on. She nodded eagerly, but whether she could remember that in the future was uncertain. The young Sandia people danced around the bonfire, and the members of the Beast Pirate crew were also drawn in, while the chieftain spoke in front of the youth. We have fulfilled one of our ancestors' promises. Hundreds of years have passed, and what we have guarded has returned to its rightful owner. This is a good omen. The agreement between the great warrior Caligula and Rolando will surely be realized. We will reclaim our Appiato. The bell of the golden bell will surely resound through the skies. Oh, however, amidst the cheers, a strange voice mixed in. Grandpa, what is the golden bell? Looking at the puzzled expressions of Yamato and the other children, the chieftain was not displeased. Instead, he began to recount the story of the Sandia people, a tale passed down for hundreds of years. Chapter 198. Yamato's Ideological Class, the scheme for the Sky Island nearly 400 years ago, when Gaia Island was still intact and Shandora had not yet arrived at the Sky Island. At that time, the Northern Sea navigator Wonderland Rolando unexpectedly arrived at Gaia Island to escape a storm and save the Sandia tribe, which was suffering from the tree fever, making a significant contribution to Gaia Island. He also formed a deep friendship with a great warrior Calgera of that time. However, a conflict arose between them due to the felling of trees that housed the ancestral spirits in the minds of the Sandia people. By the time Calgera realized that those trees were the true cause of their illness, it was already too late. Rolando's ship had set sail. Calgera vowed to ring the golden bell every day to guide Rolando back with its sound. The Sandia people also crafted a commemorative statue specifically for Rolando. Due to the ocean currents, we arrived at the Sky Island, where the islanders took our land. For hundreds of years, we have still been unable to reclaim our land and have not been able to ring the golden bell again. The chief was still recounting the history of the Sandia people, but Yamato's thoughts were no longer here. Rolando. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere. Where exactly was it from? It was a fairy tale from the Northern Sea, the great liar Rolando, which my mother used to read to us. Maria reminded Yamato that the fairy tale of the beast pirates was well known in the Northern Sea, and the children had also heard similar stories. However, this was different when it reached the chief's ears. A great liar? How could Rolando be a great liar? When he heard Maria and Yamato briefly recount the story of the Blue Sea, tears welled up in his eyes. Could it really be that our incompetence has caused our benefactor to suffer such great injustice? Father, why don't we help them? Why do I want to do that? Because I feel so sorry for them. They can't even protect their own home. Yamato, do you know? Hundreds of years have passed, and those Sky Islanders also regard that place as their home. What we do now is equivalent to taking away their homeland. Do you understand this? Yamato's capacity for understanding seemed to reach its limit. She originally felt pity for the Sandia people, but hearing this made her confused. Even for Weno country, we are the outsiders. Even if we can help that country live better, it still cannot change this essence. The people might not care because they can benefit, but for those in power, we are invaders, usurpers, enemies. Father, I don't understand. You will understand in the future. Right now, you need to understand that this is a cruel world. Without power, everything is empty talk. Only the strong can help those they consider weak based on their own preferences. What you said before about wanting to help us, everything you want to do now requires strength. So, Yamato, you also need to learn to become strong. Do you understand? Taking this opportunity, he began to educate Yamato. She was too naive now. Perhaps she wouldn't remember these words, but this seed would gradually influence her. Before Kaido's training began, he needed Yamato to develop the desire to become stronger on her own. I understand, I need to become strong. However, in the end, Arceus decided to help the Sandia people reclaim Appiato, but his reasons were not as simple as Yamato's. It was not because he thought they were good people. First of all, the Sandia people had indeed kept things for him for hundreds of years, fulfilling their promise from back then. And the pressure he just exerted had also made a significant impact, which could be considered a form of compensation. On the other hand, he was interested in the shellfish of the Sky Island. The shellfish here had various effects and were widely used in life and weapons. Through the shellfish, these tribal civilization Sandia people even DIY'd their own handmade rocket launchers. These shells had high strategic value. Helping the Sandia people reclaim their territory was one aspect. And on the other hand, he planned to plant the flag of the beast pirates here. The flag was meant to deter other invading pirates. Essentially, they would not intervene in the management here. Everything would be left to the Sandia people to manage, and they would only need to provide some shellfish periodically. Like other affiliated islands recruited by major pirates, many sovereign countries in the New World operated this way, enjoying autonomy while receiving protection from other powers. There were originally two forces here, and he did not plan to directly send people to manage it. So, choosing one was a good outcome. For these reasons, he chose the Sandia people. However, when Mandafish and the chief proposed this matter, it was rejected by the chief. Why? Grandpa, we are helping you. Little girl, this is our Sandia people's own matter. You are friends, and we cannot let our friends bleed because of our issues. Keeping that thing is a promise from our ancestors. Your fine wine, food, and medicine are enough for us, so don't worry about yesterday's matters. After all, it was just a misunderstanding. He had already decided to lead his people to attack Apiato and reclaim their homeland after the beast pirates left, but he did not want outsiders to get involved. You don't have to worry about bloodshed. If the combat power of the Sky Islanders is at this level, we won't have any problems. At this moment, a Sandia warrior whispered a few words into the chief's ear, causing his expression to change again. Because he said that yesterday, at the end of the banquet, the Sandia people had a friendly competition with the beast pirates, and Mandafish single-handedly defeated all the warriors here. So what can you gain from this? Do you want the gold of Shandora? Although the Sandia have not developed much, he did not think anyone would fight for others without reason. Gold was the most direct thing he could think of. If they could reclaim Apiato, then gold was not a big deal. This is the will of Lord Arceus. A reward for your adherence to the promise for hundreds of years. Compared to gold, we want the specialty shellfish of the Sky Island more. Therefore, after reclaiming Apiato, you will collect shellfish for us every year, and we can also bring you daily necessities, while also hanging our flag at the entrance of the Sky Island. Mandafish laid out his own conditions, which were quite easy for the Sandia people. What is the significance of hanging the flag? It means that this place is under our protection. If there are any troublemakers from the Blue Sea, just contact us, and we will help you drive away those enemies. But don't worry, we want to interfere in your internal affairs. So you want to occupy the entire Sky Island? Mandafish mentioned hanging the flag at the entrance of the Sky Island, and the chief also noticed this issue. You could say that Apiato would be returned to you, while the Sky Island would be occupied by us, and you would manage the Sky Island for us. Chief, don't hesitate. This is the best opportunity to reclaim your homeland. Have you forgotten that our benefactor has suffered injustice in the Blue Sea for hundreds of years? The chief was still contemplating, but other hardliners who heard the news could no longer hold back and express their willingness to reclaim their homeland. The Sky Islanders are sworn enemies to most of the Sandians, so they naturally do not worry about the fate of the Sky Islanders. Under the encouragement of their clansmen, the chief ultimately accepted the conditions of the beast pirates, gathering all the adult warriors in the tribe to prepare to reclaim their homeland. Chapter 199. Anyone can claim to be a god. Reclaim the homeland. Reclaim a homeland. The efficiency of tribal civilization in war mobilization is beyond doubt. The desire to reclaim Apiato has always been the obsession of the Sandia people. Although the current chieftain hopes for peace, he is considered a dove among the Sandia. However, this dove is relative. Reclaiming Zangula is his bottom line, which is an irreconcilable contradiction between the Sky Islanders and the Sandia people. Living at an altitude of 10,000 meters, they have an obsession with land. Using shellfish from the Sky Island, they crafted their own DIY weapons such as stone spears, simple bows and arrows, and blowing tubes, along with iron product from Shanghai. The weapons of the Sandia people are diverse, and over the years, many pirates have come to the Sky Island. Some pirate ships have come through normal routes from the Western Peak. They have fought and traded with those pirates, which is also a source of those weapons. It seems the Sandia people are preparing to fight to the death. All the gunpowder stored in the tribe has been brought out. Gunpowder is a scarce resource in the Sky Island, as the materials for making it cannot be found here. So the only source is Shanghai. In the face of unstable supplies, they use a little when they can. Yamato, why are you shouting along with them? I can't help it. Father, so Rolando really isn't a liar? Yes, he is not a liar. He was indeed their friend back then. But his actions were foolish. The Sandia people are mobilizing for war over there and haven't noticed them here. According to the customs of the Sandia people, speaking ill of Rolando to his face is not a good choice. Why? What did he do after returning to his country in the fairy tale? He brought people from the kingdom to search for the land of gold, but found nothing, so he was called a great liar. The king sent people out because he coveted the gold here. If it weren't for the raging sea currents sending them to the Sky Island, what do you think would have happened if the kingdom's army seeking gold encountered these under-equipped Sandia people? The result would only be a massacre. Helping friends would be seen as betraying the country, while helping the kingdom's army would be stabbing friends in the back. What do you think he gained by doing this? Innocent people suffer for their wealth. The Sandia people have too much gold, and their abilities are insufficient to protect their safety. When discovered, their end would not be good. Rolando should not have spoken of this matter. He truly regarded the Sandia people as friends, but one cannot deny his naivety. So, Yamato, if you really consider the other party a friend, think carefully about the consequences before doing such things. Don't impose your own views on others. Perhaps Rolando thought that the arrival of the kingdom could help the Sandia people develop, but once human desires begin, it is hard to stop. He was wrong from the beginning. Seizing the opportunity, he educated Yamato. At her age, this is the time for settling down. And as long as education is given some attention, there should not be much trouble in the future. However, looking at Yamato's confused little eyes, he felt that she might not have understood much of what he said. Apart from the old and the young, even the women of the Sandia people picked up their weapons. In fact, it hasn't just been this time. They fight to the death every time they act, then rest for some time due to casualties, and then continue to find ways to reclaim their homeland. They are already very familiar with the direction of Apiato. Gliding on wind shells, the Sandia people set off once more on their journey to Apiato. The chieftain also joined the expedition, taking several young tribesmen aboard the origin ship. Koder and Shatila, who were with him back then, were also included. Although they had accidentally taken a wrong turn earlier, Koder is now the strongest warrior in the tribe and has just married Shatila. However, on the origin ship, some special things caught the attention of the Sandia people. Chieftain, look at the soil, so much soil. Pointing at some green plants on the ship, Koder showed an envious expression. Here, soil refers to the land. The exiled Sandia people cannot find any other land on the Sky Island. The bottom of the sea clouds isn't mud, but would directly fall away, making the soil that is commonly found in Qinghai seem extremely precious here. Yes, the soil, the place where our ancestors lived. If we head in that direction at full speed, we should reach Apiato in about half a day. He didn't dwell too long in the few potted plant soil, but continued to guide the origin ship. Arceus could find the Sandia's cloud-hidden village by sensing the stone tablet, but it could not locate where the Sky Island truly is. Half a day is theoretical time, but in fact, they would need less time because the people of the Sky Island are not fools. They are not completely unaware of what is happening on the sea. The way the origin ship enters is unique, and its route is also different from the norm, so they had not discovered it. However, now that the Sandia people's main force is advancing towards Apiato, the people of the Sky Island naturally also noticed everything. Though it is called a main force, in fact, the scatter numbers add up to only 1 or 200 people. After nearly 400 years, with no other tribes to communicate with and continuous wars, the number of tribesmen has already begun to decrease. Before they even reach Apiato, the army of the Sky Island has appeared. Windshell skateboards are not exclusive to the Sandia people. They also learned these things from the people of the Sky Island. Although the tribal system is still relatively primitive, it does not mean they cannot learn from others. Compared to the mixed equipment of the Sandia people, the clothing and weapons of the Sky Island people are more unified. Except for the few in the lead, everyone else wears the same white robes. Those are the divine guards of the Sky Island, and the few in the lead are their priests. As for the one riding a horse, he is the current god of the Sky Island, gone full. The god here does not mean a true god, like the general of the Land of Harmony. It is just a title for the ruler of the Sky Island. Following the direction pointed by the chieftain, one can see a thin middle-aged man. He wears silver knight armor and has a goatee. Although at isn't just a slit-like silver axe, he also wears a thick helmet, and the medieval-style lance in his hand is his weapon. Yamato is still observing the situation from the cannon's firing port, but her focus is not on Gone Full, but on the horse. A horse with wings? Do all the horses on the Sky Island have wings? Unfortunately, since she is observing from the cabin position, no one answered her question, and the two little ones beside her also didn't know the answer. Lord Sacred Beast, let me take care of it. I believe this person is unworthy of bearing the name of a god. Jalora's shoulders sparkled with electric light as he requested to battle Arceus. Chapter 200. The Chief of Dihua begins for Jalala. Only the Arceus he created can bear the title of a god. Gonfuel, in his perception, is merely a stronger ordinary person. Therefore, in Jalala's view, Gonfuel is unworthy of the word god. Don't be anxious, Jalala. We are not the main characters in this battle, he said, glancing at the chief beside him. They were nominally helping the Sandia people reclaim their homeland, but it was not them who declared war. At this moment, Gonfuel happened to be driving the Pegasus beneath him closer. Although it was called a horse, it was essentially just a creature shaped like a horse. There were no sky horses in the floating islands. It was actually a heavenly bird that had eaten the horse fruit. The dense black circular spots on its pink skin were proof of its species, with black spots covering its entire body, even on the backs of its wings, which could evoke some psychological discomfort in certain people. I'm Gonfuel, the god here. Sandia people, Qinghai people, why have you come here? Gunfule, cut the nonsense. We are here to reclaim our homeland and get Appiato back. Coder, I told you. There are many things we can discuss. There's no need for a major conflict. Fine, you people from the floating islands should leave and return Appiato to us. We can discuss the rest. As he spoke, he had already shouldered the DIY rocket launcher, aiming it at Gone Fuel. This is impossible. For hundreds of years, Appiato has become an inseparable part of the floating islands. Then there's nothing to discuss. Seeing the situation of the Sandia people, Gone Fuel prepared for battle. Although he enjoyed fighting, as a manager of an island, he had to face the enemy responsibly. In the White Sea, soil is an extremely precious resource. It has no fixed value, but carries incomparable significance. After Lunala was washed onto the floating islands, that piece of land became the divine island of Appiato. The residents of the floating islands managers and ordinary residents of the floating islands could not enter freely. Thus, the conflict of the Sandia people was not with all the floating islanders, but rather with the ruling class of the floating islands. Gone Fuel had tried to negotiate with the Sandia people, but the fundamental contradictions between the two sides were irreconcilable. The Sandia people wanted these invaders to leave their homeland, while the floating islanders were unwilling to give up so much land. To break this contradiction, a more powerful enemy would have to emerge, one that would regard both the Sandia people and the floating islanders as enemies. Only under external pressure could their conflict be reconciled. For example, Enelu and the Beast Pirates could achieve this as well, but due to historical factors, the Beast Pirates chose to side with the Sandia people. As usual, the negotiations broke down. Gone Fuel thought that the subsequent events would be no different from the past, with both sides battling it out, each suffering some casualties before leaving in regret. However, today's outcome was different. Those outsiders from Qinghai ended the battle with overwhelming force, not to mention the floating islanders. Even the Sandia people did not react in time. They had not even had the chance to engage with the enemy before Jalala had already concluded the battle. Transformed into lightning, Jalala moved through the ranks of the floating islanders. Each time his figure flashed through an area, a group fell to the ground under the electric attack. Even the strongest among them, Gone Fuel, was no exception. If one had to say, ordinary people were directly incapacitated by Jalala's electric discharge, while Gone Fuel took an extra hit. Too weak. How can you call yourselves gods? And how can you claim to be the guards of a god? Jalala had not intended to intervene. This situation could have been resolved by Mandafii. However, the floating islands manager referred to himself as a god, which was a taboo for Jalala. If he were a bit stronger, it might have been acceptable. After all, gods could differ in strength, but at this level, he was completely unworthy to be compared with Arceus, who is the only true god in his heart. So boring. Jalala has directly taken action. Yeah, the people from the paradise are indeed too weak. Although the floating islands and the Grand Line have certain differences, their location is ultimately on this side. So this statement is not a major issue. From the moment Jalala disembarked, these pirates had already put away their weapons because they knew the outcome. This was the result of being crushed at the leadership level. If there were no powerful individual force capable of dealing with the opponent strong, then numbers held no meaning. Compared to the pirates' accustomed behavior, the state of Shaina became very strange. Sister Shaina, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm just thinking about the meaning of my coming out. Earlier in Magic Valley Town, she had just dealt with one opponent, and the remaining ones were all handled by Mandafii. Now on the floating island, Jalala's actions were even quicker. In less than a minute combined, the enemy had been completely wiped out. She remembered someone telling her to come out and practice. Now it seemed this was a pointless exercise. The gaze of the Sandia people had grown even more awed. Yesterday, Mandafii single-handedly defeated all the warriors unarmed, which was shocking enough for the chief. Now, the enemy that had troubled the Sandia for hundreds of years was utterly defeated in just a few minutes, not even having the qualifications to counterattack. This had surpassed their understanding. So you're the ancient god, according to ancestral legends. When the Lunaria entrusted them to guard their belongings, they had said similar words. He had heard Jalala's previous remarks, and now, in his understanding, Arceus was another god of a different race, and had already revived. Do you really only need those inconspicuous shells? Although they were unable to defeat the floating islanders in battle, they had the capacity to resist, which was why the war had lasted for hundreds of years. However, faced with absolutely overwhelming power, they felt a sense of awe, just like when they once worshipped the giant snake as a deity. The Sandia people would worship exceptionally powerful beings, especially since this one was helping them. Their homeland had returned to their hands, and none of their clansmen were even injured. This was a far cry from the battle he had imagined. This is the reward for your unwavering commitment over the past hundreds of years. Our conditions will not change. The enemy has been defeated. Now Zyangula is yours. People can rationalize things through their own imagination, and once the chief recognized the identity of Arceus as a god, this behavior became reasonable. The gifts freely bestowed by a deity are treasures that mortals cannot seek too much. Reclaiming Zyangula was a difficult task for them, but for the other party, it was as easy as a casual act. Now, even his expression towards Jalala had changed. This beastman's stature was probably the true messenger of the gods. However, the matter was not completely over. Gonfuel's people had all been defeated by Jalala, but there were likely not many left in Apiato. However, nearby Angel Island still housed a large number of floating islanders, where ordinary residents lived and where a large number of shells were produced. Arceus did not like slaughter. It could not simply kill all those people, and this time, Gonfuel's role would come into play. As the manager of the floating island, his surrender represents an attitude. Chapter 201. The change of ownership of the Sky Island and the Lord of the Sky, Apiato, returns to the Sandia people, and Angel Island remains under your self-governance. But you're not allowed to establish armed forces. You must collect and cultivate a fixed amount of Sky Island shells each year, and most importantly, you must never refer to yourselves as gods. Is there any question? Sometime later, Gonfuel, who had just woken up, had not had the chance to deal with his injuries before Mandify issued the final ultimatum. Qinghai people, why are you interfering in the disputes of the Sky Island? Gonfuel did not respond Mandify, but instead questioned him, only to be kicked in the chest by Mandify as a consequence. You are the defeated. I am informing you, not waiting for your questions. You just need to answer my question. Do you understand or not? Or you could try our other methods. Arceus brought Yamato and others into Apiato, intending to see what Shandora looked like. Meanwhile, ordinary members like Mandify were left behind with the order to take over the governance of the Sky Island before Arceus returned. Not to mention, Gonfuel now has significant influence on Angel Island. His surrender could represent a stance that would save the Beast Pirates a lot of trouble. The Beast Pirates frequently intervened in the management of Weno country because they wanted to turn it into their base. However, this is Sky Island, thousands of miles away. Although they plan to treat this place as one of their territories, they will not interfere with the local self-governance. For the people of Sky Island, aside from their god island Apiato being taken by the Sandia people, nothing else will change. Lord God, seeing Gonfuel's predicament, some members of his guard called out this familiar title, only to have a gun barrel pointed at their heads. Is my message unclear? You are absolutely forbidden to use the title of God. Don't you understand? Kill them. Let them know the consequences. Seeing that the people of Sky Island still insisted on this title, Mandify made a very direct decision. He wanted to settle everything before Arceus and the others returned, and the means would naturally not be like those in Weno country. Wait, stop. I will do as you say. Let go of McKinley. From now on, there will be no so-called gods on Sky Island. Juriora easily crushed them. All of them combined were no match for a single person from the other side. Not to mention there were so many of them. Currently, there were no casualties. Although the damage caused by the electricity was not light, they were still alive. And without the strength to resist, he did not want to add to the casualties unnecessarily. You should have agreed sooner. Let him go, Mr. Gonfuel. Now, please go announce the results to the people of Angel Island. Okay, but if you don't let us establish armed forces, what about the safety of Sky Island? What if the Sandia people retaliate against us? You don't need to worry about that. The Sandia people will not attack you. That is our agreement. As for your safety, of course, we will be responsible for it. Saying this, Mandify took out the flag he had prepared in advance and walked with Gonfuel towards Angel Island. Apiato, once again stepping on the land of his homeland, the Sandia people felt quite excited. However, after hundreds of years, this place was no longer as it was depicted in the tribe's legends. Although the people of Sky Island occupied this area, they only designated it as the God Island without heavily settling here. The freely growing plants had long since changed the appearance of the place. After wandering through the jungle for half a day, they finally found the legendary land of gold. There really is gold everywhere here. A pirate pushed aside the vines. Although the walls below were dark and dreary, after smashing it a few times, he still confirmed that this large area was all gold. If you all want, you could take the gold here freely. However, no pirate made a move. Compared to these external possessions, their own strength was more important. Without Arceus's orders, they would not act rashly. Moreover, the gold here was somewhat redundant for the current beast pirates. John's treasure and the huge trade brought by the beast fruits had made their funds quite sufficient. Thus, Arceus still had them gather some already damaged gold scraps, while the intact structures were left untouched. Father, where is that golden bell? Yamato voiced her question. She still had not seen the legendary Golden Bell. And at the same time, the Sandia people were also searching for its location, reigniting the flames of Shandora. This was their goal for nearly 400 years. At the moment it was found, the Sandia people present cheered. The grand bell chimed through the skies, but amidst the cheers, there was a sound of friction. An exaggeratedly large python appeared here, its massive form staring at the golden bell above as if reminiscing about something. With a length of several dozen meters, it was the undisputed ruler of this place, and to it, the people below were like ants. It was known as the Lord of the Sky, and even Gonfol had no way to deal with it. The sound of the golden bell was its favorite sound, but it had not heard it for a long time. The appearance of this giant python also helped Arceus solve a problem. The Sky Island needed someone to ensure safety, but the beast pirates did not have suitable personnel stationed here for the time being. Now that there was this giant python, things were different, especially since this python had some connections with the Sandia people. Originally listening to the bell's sound, it was suddenly bound by something, and before it could react, more vines wrapped around its head, pinning its massive body to the island cloud. Taming it did not take much time, but it once again shocked the heart of the Sandia chief. He had heard of this giant python. Its grandfather was the snake god worshipped by the Sandia people hundreds of years ago. Although it was eventually killed, the Sandia people had revered this giant python for a long time. Its enormous size and long lifespan made it worshipped as a deity, but in front of Arceus, it was like a small dog, tamed almost in the time of a single glance. From today on, you are responsible for protecting the safety of the Sandia people and obeying their commands. Understood? Hiss. Understood. Good. However, you are too weak now. Although you're a bit large, it should be about right. The mountain god wild boar of Weno country had not yet been transformed, and the giant python in front of him was the first giant creature he transformed. This size is even larger than that of ultra-ancient Pokémon. With it guarding here, there is basically no need to worry about anything with the strength of the paradise. Chapter 202. The Monarch Serpent and the returned Nolan had not yet reacted to what had happened when a surge of energy flowed into its body, leading to a significant transformation. The original patterns began to fade, the abdomen turned light green, while the green on its back deepened. 3 deep green leaves sprouted near the tip of its tail. Several yellow patterns appeared on its body, elegant and noble, resembling the insignia of royal nobility. Portions of vine-like structures extended from both sides of its neck, resembling the collar and cuffs of a suit. Its once childlike eyes turned crimson red, exuding an overwhelming presence. Grass type, one of the 3 royal Pokémon of the Union, the Monarch Serpent. Originally a master of the skies, it had no rivals on the Sky Island, developing an aura of dominance. With the enhancement of its racial traits, its gaze carried a strong intimidation. However, when looking at Arceus, its proud demeanor shifted to one of submission. Just moments ago, Arceus had subdued it with mere pressure, and now it was genuinely willing to obey. It was called the Monarch Serpent, and its name was Nolan. From now on, it would protect the safety of the Sandia people. If it encountered an opponent it couldn't defeat, it would use this. Subsequently, Zeraora produced a phone bug and handed it to the chief, teaching him how to use and care for it. The phone bug required feeding and bathing. If neglected for too long, it could perish. If mistreated, it might even turn against them, as evidenced by the example of the amethyst beast from Ghost Island. After the transformation, Nolan was influenced by some Pokémon traits, becoming somewhat proud. It was displeased to hear Arceus instruct it to obey the commands of those ants. No, it's not about obeying their commands, but my commands to protect them. This time, Nolan did not voice any objections, but confidently agreed. Nolan's massive form climbed up a giant vine. With its disguise, it was nearly impossible to detect such a large serpent entwined around the vine. Lord of the gods, what do you require of us, your messenger? After this series of events, the Sandia chief recognized Arceus as the slumbering old god, and the transformed monarch serpent naturally became his divine messenger. Tribal civilizations can sometimes be quite ignorant. Roland had also brought many changes to the Sandia people, such as altering their practice of live sacrifices to beasts. It was not surprising for them to engage in similar actions towards this true divine messenger. However, Arceus was not here to reverse history. There is no need. It will find food by itself. The sky, fish, and the cloud sea is enough for it, and there's also sunlight. A special aspect of grass-type Pokémon is that, aside from consuming regular food to replenish energy, photosynthesis is also a crucial part of their lives. Through photosynthesis, they can supplement a significant amount of what their bodies require, thus reducing the need for food. Don't feel too much pressure. This is what you deserve. After this, Just continue to collect and cultivate shellfish, as usual. As for the Sky Island, I have no intention of continuing the battle. The flames of Zandora have been rekindled, and that is sufficient. As long as they don't continue to covet the land of Apiato, then other matters are inconsequential. Day 1T. The enforcement authority here will be entrusted to you. Someone will inform you of the relevant systems later, and you just need to go outside regularly to take a look. Understood, Lord of the Gods. After ringing the golden bell, the Sandia people left again to return to their tribe and bring others back. Meanwhile, on Angel Island, the residents understood the current situation under Gonfuer's words. Apiato was returned to the Sandia people. Gonfuer was no longer a god, and he had now become the island master of Angel Island, still managing it. Although the so-called priests were abolished, they still formed a security force under Gonfuer's leadership, responsible for maintaining order on the island and protecting residents. Aside from the flag indicating the ownership of Apiato being hung on both Angel Island and Apiato, it seemed that nothing else had changed. In the days to come, they would understand how much trouble that flag could help them resolve. At first, some people were discontent, but after the tamed Nolan took a walk with the Sandia people, those voices completely disappeared. Within less than a day, the two great wishes of the Sandia people were fulfilled, and they held a grand banquet, or rather, a carnival. The next morning, with their objectives accomplished, the beast pirates were ready to leave, taking with them some collected shellfish and gold. The Origin set sail towards the edge of the White Sea. However, before leaving, they left a request for the Sandia people to send someone to Baika to find a strangely shaped fruit. If found, keep it. If not, then forget it. According to Gonfuer, Baika was quite remote, considered rural even on the Sky Island, and it would take a significant amount of time to get there. He had no particular obsession with the thunder fruit, and for the beast pirates, it was not a necessity, so he did not want to waste too much time here. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered something special. Some Sandia people had stayed up all night crafting 3 new totem poles. The images of the giant serpent, Thundercat, an ancient god, Alpaca, became the new totems of the Sandia, who regarded Arceus as their new faith. The Origin did not choose a normal descent. Instead, it blasted a hole directly into the White Sea below, just as it had done when ascending, and then proceeded downwards. At this time, Yamato wore a hat woven from feathers, a creation by the Sandia people, symbolizing the highest respect for friends. Moreover, she was fiddling with a memory shell, which was a combination of a camera and a video recorder for the Sky Island. Inside were her records of the Sky Island. Although her photography skills were poor, all the pictures were taken by her, and she remembered her words about showing the tavern owner what the Sky Island truly looked like. Whether it was verbal belief or genuine belief, he was the only one who believed in the existence of the Sky Island back in the tavern. In Magic Valley Town, the work efficiency was quick. In the days following the departure of the Beast Pirates, Dote's tavern had already been repaired. Harold had his head soaked in wax, waiting to exchange it for money when merchant ships arrived. While he was pondering what to do with the remaining money, a group of familiar figures walked through the tavern door. Chapter 203. Yamato's Destiny Buff, Fairy Stone Tablet, and Little Fresh Milk Boss, Uncle. We are back from Sky Island. Looking at Yamato running in, Dorte felt confused. At first, he was just humoring the child because of her grandiose claims. For the people of Magic Valley Town, Sky Island was an unrealistic fairy tale. Even by the end, he remained skeptical about Sky Island. But in just 2 or 3 days, she had returned, swearing that she had indeed been to Sky Island. However, it didn't matter. Whether Sky Island existed or not was no longer important to him. Whether it was real or just adults telling stories to children, as long as she said it existed, then it did exist. He couldn't afford to offend those people. Even if they seemed friendly, the essence of the Beast Pirates was still that of a pirate crew. They had shown no mercy when dealing with Charlotte. Now, whatever they said was right. He would believe them even if they claimed there were islands beneath the sea. With a smile on his face, he continued with Yamato's words. You're back. What's Sky Island like? It's an island made of clouds, and there's a giant snake. The education he had provided had some effect. She didn't mention the Golden Country, which actually saved these people. If someone really went to Sky Island out of greed and made it there, they would only face destruction. Not many could stand against a giant monarch snake. Ultimately, Dorte received a photo shell, which contained some poorly taken pictures, and then the Beast Pirates left Magic Valley Town, preparing to return to the New World. On the Origin, in Shauna's room, it was time again for her to record her sailing log. The desk lamp emitted a dim glow that was just right for her. Due to the voyage, there weren't many items on the desk. The rolling waves made it difficult to keep things in place. If they weren't secured, a big wave could send them rolling off. So, loose items were kept in the drawer. After extending her claws, Shaina took out her diary from the drawer. She needed her claws to unlock it. There was a small lock on her drawer, but it served more as a symbol, as everyone on the ship had the ability to open it. She was too lazy to use the key, opting instead to unlock it with her claws each time. Flipping to a new page, her elegant handwriting appeared. December 30th, 1496. The sailing time has been faster than expected. We have left Sky Island. It turns out there are such peculiar islands in the sky, besides the back of Zwawu. Lord Arceus found what he was looking for, and Jirachi seemed very happy about it. However, Shaina felt something was strange. She had been told to practice more, yet nothing happened. Jirachi grew just a little taller, but only by a little bit. I will definitely be taller than him soon. Today we are returning to Weno country, and the outside world is indeed much more interesting than Zwawu, with many more bad people. She seemed to want to write more, but didn't put pen to paper. After closing it, she locked the diary back up. The next day, it was already the last day of 1496. The Origins itinerary hadn't changed. There were no islands nearby to dock at for half a month. However, there would still be a sense of ceremony, and this task was mainly handed over to the ship's chef and musician. This was one of the few things they could do during the voyage. Although musicians weren't standard, they were an indispensable part of many pirate ships as one of the rare forms of entertainment. The children on the ship also received their New Year gifts, a floating white creature. It was small, entirely cream-colored, and lacked a fixed shape. It was a unique creature made of liquid. Fresh cream Pokémon, little fresh milk, type fairy. Perhaps due to Yamato's inherent buff. This stone tablet had the fairy attribute, and Arceus had gained another piece for Kaido's treasure. Little fresh milk was a new life created by the fairy stone tablet. Foster father, what is this? It looks so cute. Watching the little fresh milk bouncing in her hands, the children all showed great interest, and Shaina was no exception. Although she had a slight issue with being treated as a child. This is your New Year gift. Treat them well as partners, and they will reciprocate. Just as she was saying this, the little fresh milk in Yamato's hand flicked something into her mouth. How sweet. It's cream. That's right, it's cream. They will share cream with their friends, so remember to get along well. They will become different after they evolve. The choice of little fresh milk instead of its evolution. Frost Moth was intentional because the flavor of Frost Moth's cream was closely related to its time as little fresh milk. If the cells that produce cream in little fresh milk were affected by instability during evolution, various flavors would result. The evolution method of little fresh milk involves spinning while holding different candies. Depending on the direction and time of spinning, the types of candies, little fresh milk's mood, and intimacy, the flavor of the evolved Frost Moth's cream would vary. Moreover, they would decorate themselves with berries, generating even more flavors. He knew of at least 63 different types. Local specialty fruits would only provide more combinations for frost moths, which was why little fresh milk was given to them. In a sense, they were the first batch of trainers. Owning little fresh milk, or its evolved form, frost moth, was like having a continuous cream-producing machine. This type of Pokémon was an incredibly wonderful partner for Charlotte Lingling, but Arceus didn't plan to send them to Cake Island. Their bodies were made of cream, and a tipsy Big Mom was more terrifying than a drunken Kaido. He didn't want Frost Moth to be entirely eaten. As a special individual that only had females, they wouldn't breed second generations like Magikarp, so Big Mom could only obtain the cream they produced. The four of them each started playing with a little fresh milk. But there were more than just these four. The ship's pastry chef also had several little fresh milk providing cream nearby. He had been specially brought on board because there were 3 children on the ship. He was a pastry chef sent by the beast pirates who had studied in the world of sweets. If pastry chefs from the Pokémon world knew he had so many little fresh milk, they would probably be so jealous they would cry. A pastry shop with little fresh milk would surely become very popular, and Frostmoth was the most coveted partner among all pastry chefs. However, at that moment, an old fisherman by the ship's side caught a strange fish. Chapter 204. The glory of King Carp and the ambitions of mandafish fishing has always been an important activity on pirate ships. It is common for ships to carry fishing rods, as it not only serves as a pastime, but also provides food, and with a bit of luck, it can improve the meals. So when Arceus distributed New Year gifts to Yamato and the others, a few pirates were also fishing, betting on who could catch the biggest fish. However, at that moment, Mandafish was lost in thought, staring at the fish he had caught, and he wasn't the only one. The surrounding pirates were stunned as well. Mandafish, did you catch yourself? As someone nearby said this, someone finally couldn't hold back, and laughter spread across the deck, attracting the attention of other experienced fishermen. Isn't that fish released by Lord Arceus into the waters of Weno? How come it's here too? It's different. Look at how big the fish are in the waterfalls of Weno. And then look at these. They're just ordinary carp. Yes, The fish caught by this person is indeed a king carp, and its red scales and golden crown already indicate its identity. What should we do? Let go. What else can we do? Lord Arceus values the creatures he created. But what about those in cows? Aren't they all second-generation bred? Look at who dares to have any crooked thoughts about Kentors. But this one, although it looks exactly the same, is so small. Mandafish, why don't you go ask it? Looking at the king carp in the bucket, a few people finally turn their attention back to Mandafish. The abilities of Pokémon wielders are applied through bestowal, and they are essentially still human, unlike Jolteon, who can communicate with Pokémon skillfully. However, the same type of wielder can better understand the intentions of the same type of Pokémon, so Mandafish was brought to the bucket. Watching the king carp splashing up and down, he didn't know what to say. However, the laughter from their side had already attracted Arceus' attention. Lord Arceus, look, we just caught a strange fish. Looking at the king carp in the bucket, this was not a first-generation creature he created. He understood that his initial purpose had already been realized. When he first entered Weno, he modified those king carps, and their offspring had already moved to other seas. It had been quite some time since then. Now, king carps had appeared all over the first half of the Grand Line, indicating that their distribution range was expanding. Just let it go. King carps can't be eaten. King carps have no edible parts in their body. In the Pokémon world, even someone on the brink of starvation wouldn't think about eating a king carp. If the chefs here had a way to cook these king carps, he could only express his admiration. Before they could release this king carp back into the water, a shout came from the stern of the ship. Yamato and Jack, holding a fishing rod, were almost dragged into the water, but fortunately, nearby pirates reacted quickly and caught them. However, they still didn't let go of the fishing rod. Miss Yamato, you're amazing. You caught a big fish. The pirate who took the fishing rod felt the immense force coming from it. This was a fishing rod made from a combination of rope clouds, iron clouds, and cloud shells, gifted by the Sandia people, with resilience and weight-bearing far exceeding that of ordinary fishing rods. At that moment, the rod had bent into a clamp shape, but had not broken. Stop watching the excitement. You all come help. This is a big guy. He now understood why Yamato and the others had almost been pulled down. The strength was such that even an adult might struggle to hold on. With the combined effort of several adult pirates, a blue creature was pulled out of the sea. Roar! The blue creature on the deck let out an angry roar, its segmented body and several fin-like structures on its back. Its large mouth opened, releasing an angry roar while sweeping its tail to knock aside a nearby pirate. Sea King? No, too small. Is it a sea beast? Who knows? There are all sorts of strange creatures in the ocean, but this guy is really strong, and for some reason, looking at it makes me a bit scared. When Arceus returned to the stern of the ship, what he saw was that roaring monster, a species he was very familiar with, Gyarados. One of the weakest Pokémon, the evolution of King Carp, is the incredibly powerful Gyarados, commonly known as the Great Ferocious. Compared to the frail King Carp, Gyarados is very aggressive. It has teeth hard enough to crush stones and scales as tough as steel. However, due to changes in the brain during evolution, its personality becomes very violent, but if it acknowledges someone, it can also show a friendly side. King carps in the waters near Weno have not evolved, possibly because there are no natural enemies nearby, while those that leave the waters of Weno have to face various dangers in the ocean. In a vast ocean, there are all sorts of monsters, and this pressure has prompted some strong individuals to evolve. Seeing it about to breathe fire, Arceus quickly used vines to bind its mouth, as breathing fire on a ship is not a good habit. Although evolving into Gyarados means it is among the elite of these king carps, the gap compared to Arceus is still too obvious. Yamato, weren't you asking me what evolution is? This is evolution. Saying this, he brought over the king carp that had not been released yet. This is their original form, but as soon as the opportunity arises, they will evolve and gain their own brand new appearance. They are Gyarados, and even in this vast ocean, they can have their own place. This answered the question Yamato had just asked when she obtained the Milcery, providing a great explanation with the appearance of this Gyarados. Will Milcery also become that terrifying? No. Each Pokémon has its own evolution forms. Milcery will still be very cute after evolving. After that, they release them all back into the sea, and Yamato and the others understood how remarkable evolution is. However, someone was much more excited than them. That was Mandafish. Lord Arceus. Can King Carp evolve into something like this? For others, this might be insignificant, but for him, it represented a qualitative change. Not to mention, he had just seen the flames appearing from Gyarados' mouth. If he could have that ability, then he could change his life plan. Instead of retiring, he should aim for a higher position before applying for retirement, which would come with much better benefits. if he could breathe fire and swim. If his abilities could evolve into that, then in the future, Mandafish could boast about being a little Kaido. Chapter 205. Assassination and Identification with Dragon in the name. Blue in color, capable of breathing fire and swimming. One could round it off and boast a little. Alright, let us work hard. It's not impossible for Mandafi to evolve his Magikarp. He can give Mandafi the light of evolution, and whether it can evolve or not depends on how hard he trains. He casually painted a picture for Mandafi, saying that as long as he works hard, becoming a Mega Gyarados is also possible. As for what a Mega Gyarados is, he gave Mandafi a simple and easy-to-understand explanation. Fruit Awakening. This dream is real, and whether he can achieve it depends on his own efforts. However, for Mandafi, he has already envisioned a bright future for himself and has single-handedly initiated a competitive lifestyle within the Beast Pirates. You guys think, is Brother Mandafi going crazy? A few pirates stood on the deck watching Mandafi, who was currently mopping the deck with 4 mops. This was originally their job, but after that day, Mandafi began to compete for all the work on the ship. He did what he could, learned how to do what he couldn't, and had a strong desire to outdo everyone else. Didn't T know what happened after he spoke with Lord St. Beast that day? Do you think there is some reward we don't know about? As soon as this was said, several expressions changed. The competition within the Beast Pirates was always fierce, and it was common for subordinates to challenge higher-ups. Mandafi, as a small leader, suddenly acting so unusually seemed very strange to them. In the end, the rumors spread more and more absurdly, and the entire Origin ship became competitive. In February 1497, the Origin ship returned to Weno country. When the Origin ship was hoisted up from the harbor, a group of people carrying cleaning tools boarded the ship. Normally, when the ship approached Weno country, the people on board would take a break, putting down their work. The people from the harbor would clean the ship and then pull it back to the dock for maintenance. But today they stumbled as soon as they boarded. What is wrong with you people? Why is the deck so slippery? Looking at the shining deck, the people staying in Weno couldn't understand what had happened to these guys on their trip. Lord St. Beast, welcome back. Was your trip smooth? Very smooth. Note this down. We acquired more territory in the paradise, located above Gaia Island in the sky. You can ask Mandafi or Jalora for specifics later. Arceus asked Shaina about recent events. Having been away from Onigashima for nearly 4 months, he needed to understand what had happened in Weno country. In terms of development, the factories, ranches, and farms were all operating well, and the cotton fields in the Shimi region were thriving. Lord St. Beast, I suggest that Weno country should not plant ordinary grains. Our overseas territories are sufficient to meet Weno country's needs, and this way we can control Weno's grain supply. The cotton as an economic crop brings in higher profits. We'll discuss that based on the situation. Anything else? This suggestion is quite good, given Weno country's national conditions. If they massively switch to economic crops, they would have to rely on imports for grains. However, Weno country itself is closed off, which means the beasts can easily control their throat. Tightening the grip, even slightly, could lead to public outrage. Weno has only so much land, but the beasts have more than just this territory. Other islands can still serve as their grain production areas. But this requires a balance and needs to be tested gradually. Kazuki's guild has also started to expand to foreign lands, and with the wild boar you tamed, the people of Weno are more accepting. He also redeemed a second prize with his redemption bottle caps. Everything has been going well recently, and the Beast Fruits Haven Tea encountered any issues. What about bad news? After all these years, Shaina has the habit of mentioning good news first, and troublesome matters are always mentioned last. He has become accustomed to it. As for no troublesome matters, that's impossible. Shaina herself didn't notice that whenever this happens, she unconsciously scratches her head. Whenever she scratches her head while reporting news, it means something not so good has happened. During the New Year festival, there was an assassination attempt targeting the grandson of former General Kazuki Sukiyaki, Kazuki Momonosuke. Although the assassination ultimately failed, Lady Shimatsuki was shot in the leg. Who did it? We Haven T figured it out. There are eyewitness accounts saying it was one of our people, but after investigation, that person has a solid alibi, so it should be related to Kaido. He really is up to no good. We also released news saying it was Kaido's doing, and many people are willing to believe us. At least now, the Beast's reputation is much better than Kaido's. However, the public reaction after that assassination was still significant. The Kazuki family has too much influence in Weno country. Kaido is a minor issue. The Beast Pirates keeping him around means they want him to face the Kazuki family directly. As Shaina later said, the Kazuki family's influence on Weno is too great, and this is the most troublesome matter. However, handling it isn't too difficult. The neighboring White Eagle has already set an example, or rather, they have set their own precedent, so Weno might end up with an official general position. But Lord Saint Beast, this incident also led to some good things. After the assassination at the festival, the soldier Bingguang understood how much harm the current situation in Weno could cause. So Kazuki and he reached a consensus, and those thugs have become much more obedient. The assassin was hidden among the thugs when he struck, which made Bingguang realize that if the issues with Weno's thugs aren't handled well, similar incidents could happen again. If these matters are handled well, even if those people want to assassinate again, the chances will be much lower. Following the rotation, after Arceus returned, Kaido, who had been idle for nearly 4 months, couldn't hold back any longer and left Weno. The reason for leaving was to gather information about the stone tablets. But no one knew what he was actually going to do. Weno entered a new phase of development again. During this time, Arceus popularized something among the members of the Beast Pirates in Weno, identification cards. This thing isn't difficult to make, whether it's the inspection equipment or the built-in chips. Quinn and AC have methods for production. This is mainly to prevent strange people from infiltrating, such as during the Onigashima War, when, in addition to the original 30,000 people, 5,000 enemies mixed in, averaging 1 infiltrator for every 7 people. The key point is that they just changed their clothes to blend in. That's why identification cards were provided to all Beast members. Even if enemies managed to infiltrate, they wouldn't be able to blend in as many. Chapter 206. The Birth of the Pirate King and the Dark Side of the Lottery. A few months later, Kaido personally returned to Weno with a newspaper. As a significant event had occurred, Roger had finally completed his unprecedented voyage. Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. The bold letters occupied an entire page of the newspaper, and led by Morgan's World Economic News, the media worldwide was frantically reporting this matter. The Pirate King was born. Cowards, they're truly a bunch of cowards. Too afraid to even publish Roger's name? GOL, they are really scared of the so-called will of D. It was no secret that Roger had become the Pirate King. There were too many witnesses among his crew and those in the know who saw them set sail. In this situation, the world government chose to spread the news through its own channels, aiming to conceal Roger's real name. However, this could only deceive the majority of ignorant people. No one in the New World Pirates was unaware of Roger's true name. Right now, GOLD, Roger was drinking with Whitebeard on some island. Looking at the photo in the newspaper, Arceus suspected that the journalist who took the picture had followed Roger all the way to Raftel in a small boat. Otherwise, it would be impossible to capture the photo from that angle. Indeed, journalists are full of surprises. The bounty for the Pirate King GOLD, Roger was 5,648 billion berries, marking the biggest news of the day. Although GOLD, Roger's name had spread throughout the world as the Pirate King, with almost everyone knowing that one person had unprecedentedly conquered the Grand Line and reached the final island Raftel. Weno was an exception. The isolated Weno had no newspapers circulating, and only the members of the Beast Pirates knew what had truly happened. As for the locals, even if they were told about the Pirate King, they wouldn't understand the term. In the past, such titles would not be taken seriously, leading to countless challengers, but this time was different. Both enemies and friends acknowledged Roger's actions as worthy of the title of king. There were still those who wanted to kill Roger, but they also recognized this king's title. On an unknown island, GOLD, Roger, looking quite drunk, was facing Edward Newgate, the pirate known as the strongest man in the world. D, my name is D. But Newgate, don't you really want to know how to get there? I can tell you the route. Grrr, not interested. I've already gotten what I wanted, Roger. What are your plans now? The Roger Pirates had disbanded, and it was time for him to go home. After all, his time was running out. Goodbye, Newgate. If we have the chance. In Totland, on Cake Island. Well, the Pirate King really dares to say that. The things he stole from me have truly helped him a lot. Saying this, she crushed the plate in her hand, causing a lot of powder to scatter on the ground, making those around her tremble in fear. Only Snack pushed a small cart over. Linlin, this is the new cream made by the beasts. Come try the freshly made banana cake. The sweets made Charlotte Linlin show a happy expression, temporarily forgetting her anger. On a sky island, in the base of the Golden Lion. Admiral, big news, GOLD. Roger really made it to that place. People are now calling him the Pirate King. The Golden Lion took the newspaper without saying a word, puffing on his cigars one after another. As expected of you, Roger. Defeating my man. That's truly remarkable. On an unknown island in the New World, Barrett threw aside the enemy in his hand, his expression complex. He wanted to challenge Roger again, but he also knew the state of Roger's health. Meanwhile, The Golden Jackson was sailing on the sea, with the Roger Pirates having officially disbanded. Once all the crew members returned home, its mission was considered complete. On Onigashima, Kaido was drinking heavily, and no one knew what he was thinking about the man who had defeated his former captain, Rox, and now conquered the Grand Line. The executives had their own thoughts, but the ordinary members were not overthinking it, continuing to do things as usual. In the meantime, Kazuki Oden's business had expanded significantly. Young Master Kazuki, our juice has been selling like hotcakes lately. It has become the best-selling drink in Weno. An elderly man, looking to be in his 60s, knelt beside him. He was an old servant of the Kazuki family who had raised Kazuki since he was a child and had never left even during the family's decline. Now that Kazuki had achieved a higher status, he naturally gained back his importance. Kazuki was petting his dog while listening to the old man's report. After little Ka had regained his life, his energy had almost multiplied, and walking the dog had become a physical chore for him. If he hadn't started practicing swordsmanship during this time, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk the dog. As you instructed, we've sent out the grand prize bottle caps. But do we really need to do this? I think it should be enough even if we don't send them out. Uncle, credibility is the most important thing. It's just 100 coins, and it will take some time to be found after being released. Just as Kazuki finished speaking, a member of the business association rushed in. Young Master Kazuki, an arrow message from the Ringo region. The grand prize has been collected. Woof. He accidentally pulled out a few hairs from little Ka's fur. He had estimated that the grand prize bottle cap would take at least half a month to be sold, and with the other bottle caps, it would be impossible to collect them easily, especially since he had already retrieved a large number of rare bottle caps from several second prizes. Now that there were not many rare bottle caps outside, how could it be so coincidental that one person managed to buy them all? How is that possible? Did you sell it wrong? The shop owner said he was busy with other things at the time, so he let the customer go to the warehouse to get it. And then, bring the person over. Since it's already done, we have to give the exchange, but we need to manage it well. The redemption process was still different. Another bottle could be exchanged directly, but the grand prize had to be redeemed in person. When he saw the person coming to redeem the prize, his facial expression twitched slightly. "Hey, Miss Yamato, what brings you here?" "I'm here to redeem the prize." "Is that a problem?" "Of course not. I'll get your prize right away." Originally, he wanted to hold a promotional event, but now that he saw who won, he thought, what promotion could there be? The grand prize winner was the only daughter of the investor. If he tried to promote it, he would be accused of a scandal every day. We learned how Yamato had collected the bottle caps. His emotions became even more complex. She treated the entire crew to juice for 3 days, and nearly 1,000 people opened bottle caps for 3 days, directly collecting all the caps except for the grand prize. Chapter 207. Rotom integrated into life. The redemption process went smoothly, but to Kojiro, the other party's actions seemed unnecessary. Not to mention redeeming the prize. She wouldn't even refuse if someone came directly asking for money. Although Kojiro's trading company had been thriving in Weno country recently, he was well aware that this company was merely a leaf attached to the Beast Pirates. If there were any ill intentions, the Beast Pirates could replace it at any time. The rise of a trading company was a huge shock to local merchants in Weno country. After seeing the enormous profits brought by the Beast Pirates, they had long since thrown aside any notions of exclusion. However, having missed the opportunity, they no longer had a chance to join the Beast Pirates, and Kojiro didn't want to be replaced by others, so he kept seizing various opportunities. He couldn't refuse Yamato's request, but he would submit a report afterward. It was better not to interfere in other people's family matters. He then checked the recent sales records and roughly guessed what was going on, especially since a large batch of goods had recently been sent directly from Ling's production facility to Onigashima. The expenses had already exceeded the grand prize. Young Master Kojiro, what should we do next? Let us reissue a few. This time, make sure a regular person who collects bottle caps wins the grand prize cap. Understood. I'll handle it right away. As for Yamato, she didn't have a clear understanding of this number. She had coincidentally obtained the grand prize bottle cap and then used her New Year's money to buy a large number of bottle caps to redeem it within the Beast Pirates. If counted carefully, her little savings had actually shrunk, but it didn't matter to her because she had already experienced the joy of winning when the results were announced. With her little fairy milk on her head, Yamato hopped back to her Onigashima, but just as she arrived at the entrance of Onigashima, she was stopped by a strange creature. "Rotom, please show your ID card." Rotom. A red, unidentified square was blocking her way, continuously calling out for ID verification. Its body was a time clock made by Queen, and creating something similar to an ID card with the technology here was not difficult. After the request was made, Queen and AC finalized the design within half a day. Over the years, AC had also developed some special substances during his research, originally intending to use other materials as substitutes for pure gold, but unexpectedly ended up creating a material that functioned similarly to a magnetic card. Combining this with the production method for New World life cards, an ID card containing personal information appeared within the Beast Pirates and was distributed to everyone. Queen then made several time clocks. Entering Onigashima required just a quick swipe of one SID card. However, during this time, Arceus modified those time clocks, or rather, imbued them with souls, making them the new vessels for Rotom. Although Rotom now appeared to be a time clock, that was not its true form. The time clock was merely its host, while its true form lay within. Rotom's true body was composed of plasma, with its orange core surrounded by a blue translucent plasma, which could materialize as Rotom's hands. Arceus, using the Thunderstone tablet, created a large number of Rotom. Now, Onigashima was not just home to this one-time clock. Thanks to Rotom's uniqueness, Onigashima had directly entered the intelligent age. Because Rotom's body was like electricity, it could enter the internals of certain machines. Any machine powered by electricity could potentially become its new body. Its main attributes were electric and ghost, but electricity was its primary attribute. Depending on the machine it entered, its attributes could vary. However, Rotom had one requirement for the machine's kinetic energy. It needed to be compatible with Rotom's special motor. Queen had spent months developing such a motor and had modified several machines with it. Now, in both his and AC's laboratory, the kitchen of Onigashima, and the time clocks outside, Rotom's presence was almost everywhere. Sorry, Miss Yamato, this one is new. It hasn't completed all its programming yet. At that moment, another time clock Rotom flew over and directly pulled away the previous Rotom. ID verification was for ordinary members. Once it came to the level of executives, it was different. The time clock Rotom stored the life cards of members above the executive level, and by comparing the recorded image data, it could directly determine whether the person was indeed the executive. Yamato and a few other kids received preferential treatment in this regard. They could enter without an ID card by simply scanning their faces. The reason not everyone used this method was mainly due to the number of people. The total number of life cards was too large. Moreover, if it were simply a matter of recording physical features, it wouldn't work without something like a magnetic card as proof. There were too many means in this world to change one's appearance. Now, even the gate of Onigashima had been replaced with an electronic gate, which could prevent certain individuals from entering places they shouldn't, like preventing Yamato from accidentally wandering into the office. If someone attempted to force their way in with incorrect identification, it would release an electric shock attack and trigger alarms throughout Onigashima. Time quickly moved to mid-October, and Yamato's third birthday was approaching, which also marked one of her few remaining good days. Kaido had prepared a dense training schedule, planning to start after her third birthday. After that, her days would not be as easy as they were now, so Arceus intended to prepare a good birthday party for her. For this, he sent a few people to Cake Island to borrow some chefs. The chefs of Onigashima were vastly inferior in this regard. After all, those chefs could be said to be Big Mom's dedicated pastry chefs, and making a bad cake could cost lives. The communication snail connecting the Beast Pirates with other pirate crews was with Queen, and this task was also assigned to him. After finishing a day's work, Queen was about to contact Big Mom's people, but before he could make the call, the communication snail rang instead. Moshi Moshi, this is the Beast Pirates. I know, this is the Beast Pirates. Queen, do you still have a stock of those bananas? Send over a batch quickly. Parasparrow, do you think I'm your subordinate? Who gave you the courage to issue orders to me? You. I didn't mean it that way. In any case, we need a batch of goods quickly. Looking at the communication snail that showed no signs of refuting Parasparrow, Queen sensed something was off. Chapter 208. Call me handsome, and I'll agree to you since establishing a relationship with the underworld through Charlotte Linlin. The Beast Pirates had continued to rely on Charlotte Linlin's network. However, the two sides only maintain a general trade relationship. Even the islands suitable for cultivation that the Big Mom Pirates handed over to the Beast Pirates are no exception. For now, there are no conflicts between them, but that is only because there are no conflicting interests at the moment. Once a fundamental conflict of interest arises, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would have no qualms about turning against each other, and a fierce battle between the two pirate crews is very likely. Therefore, the communication between the subordinates is sometimes not so friendly, and it's common for them to insult each other over the phone. Moreover, Parasparrow is quite resistant to the Big Mom Pirates getting too close to the Beast Pirates, so he often engages in banter with Quinn over the phone. Today, he didn't retort, which was very unusual. From the transponder snail, Quinn could still hear some explosions, and with Parasparrow sounding so scared, he had his own suspicions. Mwaha, Pterosaur. Big Mom's hunger pangs have struck, right? Aside from this reason, he couldn't think of anything else that would make Pterosaur so anxious. You don't need to worry about that. Which nearby island still has your fruit stock? Call me Handsome Quinn, and I'll answer your question. Quinn couldn't help but smile. In the past, he often couldn't outtalk Pterosaur, but Pterosaur's response just now confirmed his suspicions. The one suffering the most from Charlotte Linlin's hunger pangs would definitely be the Big Mom pirates, as once Charlotte Linlin goes berserk, it's indiscriminate destruction. Weno is quite far from Whole Cake Island, and even if Charlotte Linlin flew over, it would take her a while, so Quinn wasn't in a hurry at all. Quinn, you fat bastard, have some shame. Huh? What did you say? The signal ISNT very good. Let us hang up for now. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Pterosaur wanted to smash the phone directly, but looking at the frenzied Charlotte Linlin not far away and the gazes of his brothers and sisters, he held back. Handsome Quinn, could you please tell me which nearby island still has stock? No, the goods from this period have already been shipped out. Quinn, don't go too far. If it really comes down to it, you can just rob a meat. Anyway, the stuff has already been sent out, but what about your goods? We are not lacking anything from you. Although the climate in the Grand Line can provide suitable cultivation areas all year round, the growth of fruit always requires a cycle. The Big Mom pirates have priority, and the batch meant for them has long been shipped out, while the remaining stock has already reached various places with the merchant ships. If I could find a meats route, would I still be looking for you? He really thought that as long as he could solve Charlotte Linlin's hunger pangs, everything else would be a minor issue. As for the goods originally meant for the Big Mom pirates, they had been robbed. Due to the name of Roger the Pirate King spreading throughout the seas, even though he hadn't turned himself in yet, many people influenced by him chose to set sail. Those pirates who had already gone to sea gained a mysterious confidence and wanted to challenge other overlords. The transport ship of the Big Mom pirates encountered some greenhorns who had just arrived in the New World. They were not afraid of the Big Mom flag. Instead, they stole that ship, and those people were so ignorant of value that when they saw the ship was filled with fruit, they sank the ship directly. This led to Charlotte Linlin, who was waiting for her fruitcake, not receiving the food she wanted, and her hunger pangs went out of control. For the time being, aside from searching for the beast pirates, the original supplier, they truly had no other way. Once Charlotte Linlin's hunger pangs strike, it's hard to stop. She either gets the food she wants or faints from exhaustion. However, when she was still a child, her hunger pangs had already destroyed an entire giant village. Now her strength could probably destroy the whole country. Banana ice cream cake. Charlotte Linlin took a bite out of the tower on Cake Island, and upon realizing something was wrong, she furiously lifted the entire tower and threw it towards the crowd seeking refuge in the distance. Katakuri's body turned into mochi, and it took a lot of effort to stop what Charlotte Linlin had thrown. Pterosaur, hurry up and think of a way. Mom's hunger pangs are getting worse. The Katakuri brothers were doing their utmost to reduce the destruction caused by Big Mom, but this was only a temporary fix. Unless the root problem was solved, it was impossible to bring this to an end. Quinn, I don't have time to joke with you. Is there any stock or not? There's still a little stock, but it would take about 10 days to ship it from here. Don't you have a faster method? 10 days? If I really have to wait 10 days, Cake Island might be gone by then, which is why I opposed establishing too much contact with the beast pirates. The overly delicious fruits have gained Charlotte Linlin's favor, and unfortunately, these fruits are monopolized. Once the stock runs low and she faces hunger pangs, this is the most direct impact. 10 days is already expedited, but it's not impossible to speed it up a bit more. We can use air transport. If we go at full speed, it should arrive in about a day, but I got it. Handsome Quinn, could you please hurry up with the shipment? Huh, you finally admitted that, but I have to say that air transport will cost extra. After all, the previous goods have already been received by you, and leaving them in your hands has nothing to do with us. Set the price. I want to see bananas by this time tomorrow. Saying this, Pterosaur hung up the phone directly, feeling his blood pressure rising. Quinn, you wait for me. Don't let me catch an opportunity, or you'll suffer then. This time, he had to admit defeat. As for reversing his words after people arrived, that kind of thing was impossible. It wasn't that he was particularly trustworthy, but if that happened, the beast pirates would cut off the supply of goods, and then they would be in big trouble. However, this also served as a wake-up call for them. They needed to think of ways to prevent such situations from arising. It seemed they needed to stock up on more canned fruits, preferably with a 50-year shelf life. Meanwhile, Quinn found Jalala, and reaching there within a day was definitely impossible. Shaina could probably make it at full speed, but she was out on a mission. If he wanted to find Shaina, he might end up getting beaten. So Jalala became the most suitable candidate. Chapter 209. Quinn saw a familiar look. Jalalora, how about helping me deliver something? Besides, Lord Arceus asked for a chef. and you can bring him back directly. When the time comes, you can choose any chef from Cake Island. Saying this, Quinn recounted the previous events to Jellalora and handed him the prepared box. He didn't refuse to help Quinn with the delivery, mainly because it was a good opportunity to fulfill Arceus's request for a chef. According to Quinn, whichever chef he wanted, the Big Mom Pirates would not refuse him. It's up to you now. Make sure to get a good deal from them. Don't be soft-hearted. I'm not good at bargaining, so you'll have to handle that. Jellalora wasn't adept at such activities, so this important task still fell on Quinn. Then I'll take care of it. Remember to describe the expression of that long-tongued monster to me later. Just thinking about it is amusing. By the way, make sure it's delivered within a day. So head out quickly. Got it. Tell Shaina I'll be back in a few days. With that, he launched himself and left without needing to take a boat. Flying directly from there, he could fly back himself, but bringing a chef would take a few days. Just a few minutes after Jellalora left, Shaina appeared here in a new outfit. Jil, huh? Where's Jellalora? He went to deliver something for me to Wangwa. He'll be back in about 10 days. However, after answering, he sensed something was off. Shaina didn't say a word, just stared at him, her gaze becoming a bit strange. That look was familiar, identical to the way Shaina had looked at him years ago. Eventually, Shaina left, but it seemed she was headed to Shaina's residence, which gave Quinn a very bad premonition. His instincts told him that danger was slowly approaching. Totland Sea, Cake Island, the destruction caused by Charlotte Linlin continued. Parasparrow, what's going on? The Beast Pirates said they'd deliver the things within a day, and it's only been half a day, just hold on a bit longer. During this time, the chefs on Cake Island had tried countless recipes for banana ice cream cake, but none satisfied Charlotte Linlin. Without the tropical dragon cultivated bananas, no recipe could perfectly blend the fruit flavor. Head chef Longbread had become overly anxious from experimenting with recipes and had fainted. Now, without Longbread, the kitchen on Cake Island was in complete chaos. Although the Big Mom Pirates were numerous, they were ineffective against the rampaging Charlotte Linlin, especially the homies, who couldn't help at all when Charlotte Linlin was furious. It was a blessing if they didn't make things worse. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon were trying to advise Charlotte Linlin. If they joined in the destruction, it would be a complete disaster. Even just one Charlotte Linlin was a nightmare for her children. If fear set in, she could take their lifespans. So only Katakuri and a few others could barely delay Charlotte Linlin's destruction and minimize casualties. A full day had passed since Parasparrow hung up the phone, and many areas of Cake Island had suffered devastating damage. Brother Katakuri, something is coming from the sky. People around saw a flash of yellow lightning in the sky, accompanied by thunder, and that light was heading straight for Cake Island. At this moment, is it the Beast Pirates? Katakuri's observation hockey hadn't reached the level to foresee the future, so he didn't know what would happen shortly. They said they would stop Charlotte Linlin, but they were no match for the rampaging Charlotte Linlin. At most, they could interfere from a distance. If they drew her wrath onto themselves, none of them would survive. So Katakuri could still turn his attention to other directions. As the lightning struck the ground, Jellalora revealed his true form. That guy, Thunderbolt Jellalora. He's with the Beast Pirates. Great. They finally arrived. Where's the stuff? Did you bring it? Several people in chef uniforms hurried over, and seeing the bananas Jellalora brought, they snatched them up and rushed to the kitchen, where the raw materials were nearly ready. They just needed the final bananas. Jellalora looked at the destroyed country around him, completely different from when he attended the tea party. Not a trace of it remained. You finally made it. They didn't know where Jellalora had rushed from. The Beast Pirates base had turned into Weno, which was still a secret, known only to a few in the world government. Although it was quick to arrive in just a day, for the Big Mom Pirates, this time felt like torture. Only by facing a monster like Big Mom could they truly understand the terror. Even if she wasn't primarily targeting them, it kept their nerves on edge. Now that the life-saving bananas had arrived, they could finally relax a bit. Working overtime, the special banana ice cream cake was finally completed. Mom, the cake is here, Katakuri shouted beside the cake cart, then quickly stepped aside, leaving only the cake in Charlotte Linlin's line of sight. Cake! Give me the banana ice cream cake. Charlotte Linlin, still maintaining her shape, sat on the ground and began devouring the cake without caring about her image. Her children all showed relieved expressions upon seeing this. The crisis was finally averted. However, for Parasparrow, his troubles were not over, as Jellalora handed him a den mushy. Let me a few pastry chefs. We have a birthday party to hold. This den mushy is from Quinn. He wants to discuss other conditions with you. To prevent Parasparrow from taking advantage of him regarding the borrowed chefs, he specifically told Jellalora that he should ask for this face-to-face, while Quinn would discuss other conditions. Gellalora didn't know what they had talked about, but judging by Perospero's expression, it must have been something outrageous. Katakuri directly authorized the borrowing of chefs to Gellalora. There was a large chef army on Cake Island, so lending out a few was no big deal. To express his gratitude for the timely arrival, Longbread offered to help design the cake personally. Chapter 210. Lingling's strange request. Yamato's birthday party, however, they did not set off immediately. The chefs on Cake Island were exhausted and needed to rest for a night. After eating the banana ice cream cake, Charlotte Lingling regained her sanity. It seemed she did not care about what had happened here, and no one brought it up voluntarily. Following Big Mom's wishes, she specially held a family feast to entertain the arriving Jiraiya from afar. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Kaido really has found some excellent subordinates. Jiraiya did not refute this, as they were all seen as Kaido's subordinates from the outside. However, what Charlotte Lingling said next was somewhat unexpected. How about becoming my husband? Jiraiya? I think you're great. Charlotte Lingling looked at Jiraiya with a somewhat ambiguous expression, which made Jiraiya feel uncomfortable. No, I have no such thoughts. Look at how cute these kids are. Don't you want them to call you daddy? Katakuri and the others were already used to Big Mom's words. They couldn't even count how many fathers they had. Moreover, Charlotte Lingling had a serious collection obsession, and it wasn't surprising that she had some thoughts upon seeing the mink tribe. At this moment, the photo he took with Shinosuke on Sky Island helped him a lot, allowing him to politely decline Charlotte Lingling's proposition. We have too much of an age difference, and I already have a suitable partner. If he were an ordinary person, Charlotte Lingling would not mind taking the initiative, as some of her husbands had come that way. However, Jiraiya was after all a subordinate of Kaido. Although she desired a mink, she did not want to force the issue and fall out with Kaido over such matters. Then never mind, if you find a suitable mink, remember to introduce them to me. After that, Charlotte Lingling did not say anything more. They chatted casually for a while before she let the Longbread, accompanied by a professional team, leave with Jiraiya. They would depart from Cake Island, reach the territory of the beast pirates nearby, and then switch ships to go near Weno country. Mom, that long-legged tribe member unfortunately died yesterday, Katakuri said cautiously in Charlotte Lingling's ear. That long-legged tribe member was Charlotte Lingling's current husband, or rather, now it should be said he was her ex-husband. However, her attitude towards this was very indifferent. After all, to her, once the child was born, that man was of no use. Now, the number of her ex-husbands could almost form 2 football teams. Is that so? What a pity, bury him. Yes. By the way, have the pirates who stole her things been found? She could not ignore the theft of her belongings unless she was unable to fight back. Currently, only Roger had stolen the historical text from her without any consequences. But that was Roger, who had become the Pirate King. A few newcomers who had just arrived in the new world would learn what terror truly was. They've been found. Daifuku and Oven have already prepared the expedition team. No need for them. Just give me the address. I'll go personally this time. Yes, Mom. Without bringing anyone else. Charlotte Lingling was only in her 40s now, and she was the strongest force of the Big Mom pirates. Watching Charlotte Lingling leave on Zeus, riding the thundercloud, Katakuri silently mourned for a few minutes for them. Meanwhile, inside Weno, Queen still felt something was off. Even though he had harshly reprimanded Perospero over the phone, he felt no relief. The previous sense of crisis still lingered in his heart. For safety, he thought it would be better to hide on a nearby island for a few days. He then encountered Kaido, who had just returned, at the edge of the location of the undersea port. Queen, where are you going? Ah, Kaido brother, it's nothing. I'm just going out for a walk. I'll be back in a few days. Nothing? Yamato's birthday is coming up soon, and you're wandering around like this? It seems you look down on me. No, Kaido brother, I absolutely did not mean that. He had only been thinking about leaving to avoid trouble and forgot about this matter. Don't say anything more. I trust you. Kaido brother, come to the top of Onigashima tonight. I want to check on your hockey training. Queen's smile lasted less than 3 seconds before Kaido pulled him back to reality. According to rumors, everyone on Onigashima heard extremely tragic screams that day. Actually, Kaido did not care about birthdays. He thought it was meaningless. He preferred to practice hockey instead of wasting time celebrating. However, Arceus cared a lot about such things, especially concerning the psychological well-being of the children on Onigashima. Although there were some differences in treatment, overall, it was still good. Previously, when Jack and Maria had their birthdays, he had simply celebrated with them as well. However, compared to Yamato's celebration, theirs was lacking quite a bit. Though he did not gather the entire crew, all members of Weno participated. The professional team led by Longbread did not come to Onigashima, but was taken to an island outside Weno by Jiraiya, where they would make the cake. Based on Yamato's preferences, personality traits, age, and taste habits, Longbread carefully designed a 3-layer mousse cake. He also saw the differences in the beast pirates, those who provided cream. The frosty milk fairies made Longbread very excited. In his eyes, they were quite similar to the homies created by Charlotte Lingling, but could produce various flavors of cream. He wanted to bring one back to Whole Cake Island. It was a partner that no pastry chef could refuse. Unfortunately, Drella always disagreed, as that was Arceus's order. Frosty milk fairies and little milk fairies were not allowed to enter Whole Cake Island territory. On November 3rd, 1497, Yamato's 3rd birthday arrived as scheduled. She did not receive many gifts. Ordinary members could hardly produce anything. Not many pirates had a habit of saving money, and asking them to give gifts was putting them in a difficult position. So only executives and her friends had the right to give gifts. But those were not what she was focused on. She was more curious about what her 2 fathers would give her. Kaido indeed prepared a gift for her. An upgraded version of Aegean 2.0, as the previous one was no longer suitable for her. As for the gift from Arceus, it was a small green light orb. "Father, what is this?" "This is a good thing. You're going to like it," he said as he pressed the light orb onto her head. She felt nothing at first, but afterward, she realized she could feel the little milk fairy on her shoulder wishing her a happy birthday, and she understood the meaning of Jigglypuff even more clearly. That light orb was a special power, which many people refer to as the power of eternity. Chapter 2:11. The beginning of Yamato's day of suffering. Odin's return. Although she understood some egg's language, the communication felt completely different from now. Previously, she could only grasp the general meaning of the egg's words. But now she could understand the details, including what Jack and Maria's little fairy milk said. This is the power of Tokiwa, and its abilities are not limited to this. You can develop it slowly. Understanding the hearts of other Pokémon, communicating with them, healing their wounds, and enhancing their strength in battle is the power brought by Tokiwa. This power is born from the Tokiwa forest, but it's not difficult for Arceus to achieve such things. However, at the age of 3, she could only do this for now. She had not mastered other powers yet. The cake made by the Longbread was delicious, and Yamato directly filled her stomach. As for cavities, this is a world where one can restore teeth by drinking milk. A mere cavity is not worthy of existence. Teeth are one of the hardest parts of the human body, and the bugs that could rot Yamato's teeth probably hadn't even been born yet. Having just gained the power of Tokiwa, she seemed to have a lot to say, but when it was bedtime, she was still sent off to sleep by the egg singing. She had recently developed a resistance to singing. At first, a single egg could put her to sleep, but now it required a duet. The next day, while she was dreaming about helping Arceus find many stone tablets, she felt someone pull her out of bed. "Father? Get up, Yamato. Your training is about to begin." "Ah, but it's not even dawn yet." "Yes, of course, it's still dark. There's still half an hour until dawn. You need to complete the task I set for you before the sun rises. Otherwise, you won't have anything to eat today. Get her dressed quickly, otherwise it will waste her time. Arceus should have mentioned this to you." Kaido then issued his demands to the eggs. Lucky! Arceus's orders had already been communicated to them, and even though the eggs felt sorry for her, they didn't stop moving and quickly helped her change into her sportswear. As for the bizarre clothing originally made by the seamstress from Weno, Arceus outright rejected it. In his view, such loose clothing was meaningless and only got in the way. The mixed fabric made from fluffy cotton and fairy cotton was extremely comfortable and more suitable for clothes-fitting wear. On the roof of Oni Island, Yamato stood there at a loss, with the sun still below the horizon. Then she saw Kaina 2.0 thrown beside her. "Pick up your weapon, run, and under no circumstances stop without my command. Push your body to the limit until you have no strength left. Now, immediately, run." Under Kaido's demands, Yamato was forced to run, but Kaido realized he had made a mistake in underestimating Yamato's stamina. Drinking from a large milk can, eating eggs, and having some special berries as supplementary food, her physical condition was better than Kaido had anticipated. He never expected Yamato to meet his training targets. They were designed to challenge the limits, and only through constant challenges could one become stronger. According to his estimation, Yamato should have already passed out by now. But in reality, she was just breathing heavily, clearly still with energy. Looking around, Kaido casually grabbed a handful of stones and threw them towards Yamato. "Speed up. You're slowing down. If you slow down anymore, I won't miss." Before the sun rose, Yamato completed her physical training, sweat soaking her hair, strands sticking to her face. Although she was gasping for breath, she still stood there awake. "Very good. Rest for 10 minutes, then have breakfast. After that, you have an hour of rest before starting the morning training." The training had just begun. He needed to personally assess how much Yamato could handle. After some time, he could hand it over to others. In fact, Arceus' abilities were more suitable for training Yamato. Whether it was creating obstacles or other special abilities, Arceus had an advantage over him in physical training. However, he thought Arceus couldn't be cruel enough, which was why he personally tested Yamato's limits. This was also the reason he hadn't seen Arceus' figure all day. Lucky during breakfast, the eggs felt very sorry for the exhausted Yamato. And Jack and Maria were also curious about what had happened to her. However, as soon as they asked a couple of questions, it drew Kaido's attention. I almost forgot about you two. You should join in a bit. Your training should also begin. Thus, the number of trainees went from 1 to 3. But their intensity was much less than Yamato's. In terms of physical fitness, even though Jack was a fishman, he was still inferior to the current Yamato. Moreover, although the power of Tokiwa was the healing power of Pokémon, it also had a certain impact on humans. Although her Tokiwa power had not fully awakened, it was continuously repairing her body internally, allowing her to endure stronger training. Keep going. Is this all you can do? With this little effort, you still want to help your adoptive father? You're far from it, Yamato. 1 day, 2 days, such training had not stopped since it began. She had cried, shouted, but she never gave up. The words of Arceus before and Kaido's during training had a profound impact on her. As she adapted to the level of training, Arceus, who had disappeared for a while, returned once again. She was growing better than expected. You really have put a lot of thought into her, haven't you? If this is the case, her future is much stronger than I imagined. Have you reached the bottom? Almost. The current intensity is the most suitable for her. After this, just gradually increase it. It's up to you. Don't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Don't worry. I want to be soft-hearted at this time. However, Kaido didn't quite believe this last sentence. Otherwise, Arceus wouldn't have left earlier during training. As time gradually approached the end of 1497, Yamato's training had become routine. On this day, the Golden Jackson also brought Kazuki Oden near Weno. Kazuki Oden did not return to the Whitebeard Pirates as promised after a year, but went directly back to Weno. During his journey with Roger, his thoughts underwent a significant transformation. On the beach of Weno, Kazuki Oden appeared here alone. After many years, he, who was supposed to inherit the position of shogun, finally returned to this changed Weno. Chapter 212, The Inner Turmoil of the People Before Xiao Inbo Yin's Appearance. This country needed to be founded. On the beach of Kairi, Kazuki Oden looked at the fishing boats in the distant inland sea and muttered this phrase again. As a member of Roger's crew, he had witnessed the sights of Raftel. Since then, the thoughts of Xiao Inbo Yin and the founding of the country had lingered in his mind. Inside Weno country, the local residents were quite pleased to see Kazuki Oden return, not for any other reason, but because Oden's efforts during this time had temporarily made them forget his previous irresponsibility. The people of Weno lacked understanding of the outside world, and after some embellishment of Oden's stories from abroad, combined with his own oratory skills, the locals' impression of Oden had changed somewhat. However, upon returning to his residence, Kazuki Oden sensed something was off. Both Kazuki Momonosuke and his retainers, including Inu Erashur, Komatsu, and others, wore tattered clothes, with patches being the norm, and even the common villagers outside were better dressed than them. He also noticed that several people were missing, which was inconsistent with common sense. His retainers should have been present upon his return. Kawamatsu had stayed behind on Whitebeard's ship and hadn't returned, but where were Kinmen, Denjuro, and Ashura Duji? Ashura Duji had gone to deal with the heads of those thugs and mountain bandits, and after you left, he couldn't keep them in check. So he went back to the mountains. Denjiro was currently borrowing and exchanging money nationwide, and as for Kinmen, Kawamatsu glanced awkwardly to the side, and then Kineman was pushed forward. The impact from the past was somewhat significant, and even Kineman's physical condition hadn't fully recovered. What on earth is going on? Lord Oden, this matter needs to be explained from the beginning. 3 years ago, Lord Sukiyaki passed away due to illness, and after that guy Kaido took over the position of shogun temporarily. What? My father is gone, although his health wasn't great. But how could it be Kaido? We're not entirely sure. Afterward, Kaido introduced a pirate named Kaido into Weno and made many excessive moves with him as a military backing. Many people on the streets were captured and taken to the mines, and several friends of Kineman were also affected. Kineman wanted to rescue them, but they explained Kineman's situation, including the incident of the T-Gen farm being taken away, although some parts were embellished with their subjective opinions. For instance, they viewed the thugs on the streets as ordinary citizens of Weno, just like Kineman's former subordinates. Isn't anyone resisting? No one can match the Beast Pirates. and their behavior is very strange. On one hand, they watch Kaido wreak havoc, while on the other hand, they have conflicts with him. Sometimes the beast pirates and Kaido do completely different things. Compared to Reizu's description, Inu Arashi's later account was closer to reality, and he offered a more objective evaluation of the events happening in Weno. However, when the news broke that Momonosuke was assassinated during the New Year festival and that Keizuki Oden was injured as a result, Oden could no longer hold back. Who did this? It was, at first, rumors said that person was from the Beast Pirates, but later many people said that during the New Year festival, that person was busy fishing for goldfish, so that person should have been sent by Kaido. He then picked up Enma and aimed no Habakiri and charged straight towards the flower capital. The rushing Oden attracted the attention of the residents of Weno. Seeing him charging towards the flower capital with a sword in hand made many feel relieved. Lord Oden is back. Great. Is that guy Kaido finally going to be driven away? Yes, all of this is because of Kaido, but what about the Beast Pirates? They were initially quite happy. But the influence of the Beast Pirates over the past 3 years had been significant, and if all of this were to disappear, they would indeed find it hard to accept. Of course, they should all be driven away by Lord Oden. Those outsiders shouldn't step on our land. The problem is, our current wages are being paid by the Beast Pirates, right? Those cheap plowing oxen too. If they're gone, won't everything be lost? The residents of Weno could be divided into several categories. One group suffered persecution from Kaido and was then taken in by Kazuki's business, ultimately working for the Beast Pirates. These people had the closest ties to the Beast Pirates and had become accustomed to their presence. Given the current situation, they did not want the Beast Pirates to leave, as the changes brought about by the Beast Pirates had completely affected their lives. Another group consisted of Kaido's subordinates, who became vested interests after Kaido took over as shogun, and these people were tied to Kaido's benefits. The ones watching Oden leave belonged to another category. They were influenced by Kaido, but had also received benefit from the Beast Pirates while still thinking of Keizuki Oden. If only Lord Oden could drive away Kaido and then continue to ally with the Beast Pirates. Yes, it's all Kaido's fault that led to this situation. After witnessing the changes brought by the Beast Pirates, many began to accept their presence, yet they also disliked Kaido's reckless behavior, resulting in this mixed emotion. Hey, have you forgotten that Kaido did those things with the support of the Beast Pirates behind him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it at all. But what the Beast Pirates did is very different from what Kaido did. In an instant, they began to argue, which was also a result of the Beast Pirates' achievements over the past few years, allowing the local residents to accept their existence while leaving the dirty work to Kaido. However, their argument could not affect the outcome. Oden quickly charged into the flower capital, cutting down the members of the Munkai who tried to stop him and headed directly towards Kaido's castle. The security of the flower capital was Kaido's responsibility. This was a matter that he had discussed with the Beast Pirates. Kaido's actions made him hesitant to entrust his safety to them. So when Kaido's men were cut down, the members of the Beast Pirates only reported their situation. Captain Kaido, Lord Saint Beast, Keizuki Oden has returned and is currently attacking Kaido's residence. At this rate, it seems that all 200 members of the Munkai outside the flower capital will be wiped out. He should be able to breach the interior in less than a minute. In the sky above the flower capital, Orga and Elizabeth sat on the back of the 1,000-year dragon, relaying the news. That guy looks so strong. Watching Keizuki Oden effortlessly split the staircase in half with his sword, Orga, with his years of experience, could tell that he was indeed a formidable opponent. Chapter 213. The acting of Kaido the Great Snake. The guards summoned by Kaido were no match for him. To be precise, they didn't even have the qualifications to withstand a single blow. That guy Kazuki Oden is back. How will Kaido handle this? That guy must be in a tough spot too. After all, whether Kazuki Oden wins or we win, it means his death is imminent. Who knows? But the pieces have already been set in place, Rotom. With Arceus' shout, a television Rotom flew over, and after a flicker on the screen, a scene appeared beside Kaido. It was a tiny camera Rotom that had been quietly sent out to observe the situation. Yamato, come here, take a 1-hour break. Yamato, who was doing obstacle runs nearby, was thrilled to hear Arceus' call. This was a rare opportunity for rest. However, even though she got a break, she was pushed in front of the television Rotom by Arceus. Father, what is this? Let me show you just how treacherous the world of adults can be. In the flower capital, when Kaido heard the report from his subordinates outside, Kazuki Oden had already slaughtered all the guards outside and charged bloodily in front of Kaido. That was not his blood, but the blood of the enemies. It was only at this moment that Kaido remembered that Kazuki Oden was essentially a madman who would stop at nothing. Although Kaido's barrier fruit blocked Oden's attacks, His heart was still very complicated. Inviting wolves into the house was something he had done over the years. Although he was despicable and shameless, he wasn't a fool. The actions of the beast pirates over the years, and Kaido's slip-up when he first arrived in Weno, indicated that from the beginning they had no intention of fully aligning with him, but rather aimed to occupy Weno for themselves. Now, the actions of the beast pirates were completely different from what he wanted to see. However, it is easy to invite a god but hard to send one away. He had no way to make Kaido leave. The reason he arranged for someone to assassinate Kazuki Momonosuke also had this factor. Although he hated the Kazuki family, he needed the power of Kazuki Oden. Only by provoking the conflict between him and Kaido, preferably leading to both of them suffering heavy losses, did he have a chance. He had also figured out some of Oden's thoughts. If Oden saw Kaido making the residents of Weno live better, he would be the one persecuting the people, which would be terrible. However, his external intelligence system was too poor. He hadn't received any news about Oden's return. By the time he learned of this news, Kazuki Oden had already come knocking at his door. Oden, no. Oden, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to cut you down. Kaido, come out. Even Kazuki Oden couldn't break the barrier created by the barrier fruit, and Kaido's mind was racing for countermeasures. After Oden had slashed hundreds of times, Kaido made an unexpected move. Oden-sama, please let me explain. Suddenly, Kaido stood up, then knelt on both knees with his hands together on his thighs, and then his hands pressed forward on the ground in an inward-facing position, his body leaning forward, and his head slammed heavily onto the ground. In a full prostration, Kaido directly knelt before Kazuki Oden. Kaido, do you think kneeling will make me let you go? If you have the guts, come out and fight me like a samurai. Oden-sama, I know you must be very angry, but please let me explain. Shamuro, lift the barrier. Saying this, he ordered Black Charcoal Shamuro to lift the barrier surrounding them. Black Charcoal Shamuro hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed Kaido's command. The reason Kaido did this was that he was gambling. He bet that Oden would hesitate upon seeing him like this. If he lost the bet, he still had more than one life and could think of other ways. Although it was a gamble, he guessed right. When Enma was pressed against his neck, Oden did not truly strike down. All right, I'll give you a chance to explain. Thank you very much. Oden-sama. Kaido still did not raise his head, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The thing is, when Lord Sukiyaki was critically ill, he forgave my grandfather's past mistakes and allowed me to take on the position of acting shogun. This moved me greatly. He squeezed out a lot of tears, giving a sense of heartfelt emotion. This is something everyone knows. You can ask the other daimyos if you don't believe me. And then? Kazuki Oden had also heard his retainers mention this matter. After all, this was something Black Charcoal Murasame had done with his mimicry fruit, and the people of Weno were not aware of it. Then, I am sorry, Oden-sama. I, blinded by greed, did many wrong things, and because the daimyos all hated me, I foolishly thought of using outsiders to deal with them, leading Kaido into Weno. At first, I only treated him as a mercenary, but I didn't expect his ambition to be so great, wanting the entire Weno. By the time I realized this, it was already too late. No one in Weno could match him. The beast pirates ran rampant here, and I even managed to contact people in the world government. But even their agent Kaido didn't take them seriously and killed him in front of many people in the flower capital. He knocked his head on the ground while recounting these years of experience, summarizing that everything was Kaido's doing, and he was forced into it. Do you take me for a fool? Just now, you were living it up. Oden-sama, I was just putting on a show for Kaido. If I didn't cooperate with him like this, then Weno would have been turned into hell by him. I'm also a person of Weno. How could I possibly harm the citizens? I know you must have heard a lot about my bad reputation, but that was all Kaido's doing. Opening factories, forcibly capturing citizens to work in mines, those were all his doing. Although he pays wages, it's just a means to win people's hearts. For every gold he pays, he takes 3 gold from Weno's treasury. At the end, he raised his head to look at Oden. Oden-sama, I do have faults, but the real disaster for Weno is Kaido. I have been waiting for you to return every day. Only you can lead us to expel him and restore freedom to Weno. If one were to find the best actor in Weno, it would not be in theaters or brothels, but Kaido, who spoke not a single truth. Yet Kazuki Oden surprisingly felt that he had misunderstood him. However, in the end, he still placed the Enma sword at Kaido's neck. Then how do you explain the matter regarding my wife? Chapter 214. The naive Oden, of course. It was Kaido who did it. How could a small person harm Lady Toki and Prince Momonosuke? Moreover, Lord Oden, I believe you've heard the rumors. It was indeed Kaido's people who did it. They later just found new reasons to cover up the past. Can you believe that a pirate would actually go fishing for goldfish? Orochi seemed completely immersed in his role, showing no signs of fear even when a knife was held to his neck. You must have heard about Lord Kinemon's situation. Actually, Kaido was going to execute him directly, but I managed to negotiate for him. I've been silently contributing to Weno country all along. Shameless. Father, this person is so shameless. Above Onigashima. Looking at the images broadcasted by the television rotom, Yamato was in shock. In her view, Orochi was just spouting nonsense. Although she didn't understand all the details, she thought Kaido was not the kind of person Orochi described. This is the world of adults, a world filled with deception. Look at him. He has abandoned his dignity to survive, and he speaks such nonsense. Do you know why? Because he is too weak. Yamato, you are the daughter of the old man, and you must never become weak. Understand? Kaido directly gave Yamato the answer. In his view, everything Orochi did was because of his weakness. Kaido still had some fatherly feelings for Yamato, though his educational methods could hardly be considered successful. However, this method wasn't too different from the one used by the neighboring Garp. Both could lead to life-threatening situations with just a small mistake. The biggest difference was that Luffy just encountered Shanks and then wanted to become a pirate, while Yamato was directly brainwashed. But the situation is different now. Kaido still has his own fatherly love for Yamato. By the way, remember this guy's face? He deceived your father when we first came to Weno. Understood. This guy's a thorough bad egg, and he's also very ugly. Meanwhile, at Kazuki Oden's location, after Orochi's nonsense, he really began to have doubts. Lord Oden, this position was originally yours. Logically, since you've returned, it should be given back to you. However, please forgive me. You cannot be the Shogun just yet. If you ascend to Shogun now, Kaido will definitely notice something is off, and a great war will inevitably break out in Weno. While I believe in your strength, Kaido is not weak either. Moreover, there are about 1,000 strong pirates domestically, along with several incredibly powerful subordinates. If war breaks out, there will surely be significant casualties among the citizens. He intended to incite Oden and Kaido to become enemies, but not to have them fight immediately. Otherwise, his good days would be over. So, Orochi used concern for the citizens as an excuse to suggest to Kazuki Oden not to start war. This really struck a chord with Kazuki Oden. Before leaving, he had acted decisively, but after returning, he had become hesitant. War will bring casualties. Even Luffy understands this principle. But Oden could not bring himself to do it. I have a strategy. Kaido's people must already know that you have arrived. He still trusts me for the time being. We can use this to our advantage, first to lower Kaido's vigilance, and then to take him down when he is unprepared. Lord Oden, what do you think? What plan? You will perform the dance to make Kaido let his guard down, and a trustworthy person will secretly accumulate strength, and at the right moment, drive him out. In the Shimotsuki Yasu's residence in the White Dance area, Kazuki Oden arrived here, but in the end, he still couldn't directly kill Orochi. It wasn't that he believed Orochi. There must be lies in those words. However, he agreed with Orochi on one point. If war broke out now, there would surely be significant casualties, which he did not want to see. Lord Oden, is that what you discussed with Orochi? Yes, Yasu. What exactly has happened in Weno over the years? It's pretty much what you know. Although I find Orochi's words unreliable, Oden, dealing with Orochi would be a piece of cake for you. Even if the position of acting shogun was given to him by Lord Sukiyaki, you are the only son of Lord Sukiyaki. But Kaido is different. I have to admit that what he has done has greatly improved the living conditions for some residents of Weno, which is the most frightening part. He is digging up the roots of Weno. This is the most direct feeling of the Shimotsuki family, the hearts of the people. The beast pirates are targeting the hearts of the people, but due to Weno's special situation, the effect has been relatively slow. Orochi and Oden are not comparable in any way. In the eyes of the Yasu family, as long as Oden says a word, the daimyo across the land will cooperate to eliminate Orochi. But Kaido is different. He not only has powerful military strength, but is also gradually gaining the recognition of the citizens of Weno. Kaido is ambitious. Although his actions are a good thing for many people, Oden, Weno is the Weno of the Kazuki family. I think we can temporarily ally with Orochi, drive Kaido out first, and then think of a solution. However, if his strategy works, I can overlook a bit of face. No, Lord Oden, Orochi's words are also not very trustworthy. If we really want to do this, for the sake of secrecy, we must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, we definitely won't be able to deceive Kaido. To be safe, I'll go with you to talk to that guy, Orochi. So, Oden and the Shimotsuki family once again came to the flower capital at night. This time, Orochi was no longer as arrogant as at the beginning. His face was full of humility. Lord Oden, Lord Yasu, how do you feel about my plan? Orochi, You should know what kind of consequences this will cause. Yes, I know, but only this kind of humiliating method can make Kaido believe me. Moreover, once it succeeds, I can issue a statement to clarify to all of Weno, letting everyone know that Lord Odin sacrificed himself for the citizens. Lord Yasu, you can testify to this, and the matter of accumulating strength can only be left to you. After all, among the many daimyo, you are the most trustworthy. Kazuki Odin nodded at Shimatsuki Yasu, and then Yasu took out paper and pen. Words are not enough. We need a written agreement. This agreement will be kept by me and will only be made public on the day the matter is exposed. Of course. That is only right, as it concerns Lord Odin's reputation. However, Lord Yasu, you still need to pay attention to some things. Chapter 215. The onlookers laughing at the joke, Roger surrender what? Kaido has many spies in Weno, so you must be careful with your actions and not draw too much attention. He then began discussing details with Odin, such as not seeking help from overseas for safety reasons, and Odin indeed had no plans to do so, believing that this was Weno's own matter and shouldn't involve outsiders. But what about Kaido's men? It's been so long since the incident. You've cleaned up everything outside, and Kaido's men still haven't arrived? Really no. Kaido often leaves here to do things. Maybe he just happens to be out. On Onigashima, the officers of the beast pirates in Weno gathered. In a mini surveillance device, Rotom broadcasted everything happening there. Rotom's essence is that of an electronic ghost. When it's stationary, it resembles an ordinary machine. So no one has discovered it. Orochi thought his plan was foolproof, aiming to incite a conflict between Odin and Kaido without letting it explode immediately, allowing him to assess the situation before igniting the conflict. However, he was unaware that Kaido had been watching them laugh the entire time, now treating it as a late-night movie. Yamato had already gone to sleep. Kaido's training policy for her was to sleep early and wake up early. If she didn't sleep now, she wouldn't have enough energy the next day. Her schedule was quite packed, and she had just gone back to take a bath. Moreover, it was a medicinal bath, using a special concoction prepared by Nekomamushi for body nourishment. She was a genius capable of achieving rejuvenation through herbal medicine. So mixing a little of this was a piece of cake for her. The only issue was that the materials were precious and expensive. But this was nothing for the beast pirates, as they had a continuous supply of funds from the beast fruit. Upon hearing that they had confirmed the plan, Queen couldn't hold back any longer. Fruit dance? Haha, what kind of idiot thought of this method? And he actually agreed to it? Yeah, it's foolish. Why don't you go dance with him? You two fools should match well together. Wherever Queen was, there would be arguments. His quarrels with Jack and Sasaki had become a unique scene within the beast pirates, having small fights every 3 days, big fights every 5 days, getting beaten once a week, and disappearing once a month. The beatings were because he couldn't win against Jack and Sasaki, although he tried hard. The other two not only worked harder than him, but also had unique talents and bloodline advantages, even having some attribute advantages, which made things very difficult for Queen. As for why he disappeared once a month, it was to prevent getting beaten too badly. Recently, he had noticed a strange situation where Shaina had replaced the target for archery practice with his photo, and he didn't even know when he had offended that wolf. Following Sasaki every day gave him a new sense of crisis. He had heard that if one's observation haki reached a high enough level, it could allow for glimpses of the future. For some reason, he felt he was nearing that level. But amidst the chaos, business still had to be done. Kaido, you should pay a visit to Orochi tomorrow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be appropriate. That's true, but do we really have to do this? Of course. That woman from the Kazuki clan has worked hard to help Odin regain some reputation. If this goes on, his face will be ruined. As for clarification, he needs that opportunity as well. Odin didn't want too many casualties, and Arceus and Kaido didn't want that either. It took considerable effort to cultivate this elite group. Hearing their plans, Kaido felt they were handing him points. According to Odin's connections, if he were to gamble everything and seek help from Roger's crew and Whitebeard, the current beast pirates would truly be no match. If they fought like that, the beast pirates would have to start all over again. And he had to admire this opponent who played a good hand so poorly, wasting opportunities, losing face. It had to be said that Orochi was doing them a huge favor. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on the Shimatsuki family and those several daimyos, and let Kojiro find a few people to blend in. Understood, but Lord Saint Beast, what about that document? Document? Let it go. The handwriting can be forged, and people can be coerced. That thing has no credibility at all. Although the contract with the beast fruit is valid, what makes it valid is our own strength. Without that strength, it's just a worthless piece of paper. Orders were sent down from Onigashima, and for the sake of secrecy, the people below had no idea about the detailed tasks. They were just doing things according to the orders of the officers. Kaido also met with Kaido, Orochi, who had a smug expression and presented the plan as Odin fearing his threat, hence choosing to dance the fruit dance every week to please him. Kaido, who watched the live broadcast, said nothing, pretending to believe Orochi's words, and as he wished, he took away a large sum of gold from him. To maintain his so-called persona, Kaido Orochi continued his oppressive behavior, aside from a fool dancing in a loincloth added to the streets of Flower Capital every week. Everything else didn't change much, and to implement the plan, he didn't tell anyone about it, not even his family and retainers. Whenever someone questioned him, he just laughed it off. This left the public increasingly puzzled, and Odin's heart was not so calm. He often walked around Weno, observing the changes, and he didn't even know if what he was doing was right. The shepherd riding a three-tailed monster ox, the woman leading a few wind spirits, and the people with smiles on their faces made him increasingly confused. However, every time he saw the expressions of his retainers and the encouragement from the Kazuki family, he solidified his inner thoughts. He believed that achieving the founding of the country before the arrival of Joy Boy was the only correct path. The wheels of the world do not stop turning because of one person's actions. Whether it rains or snows, Odin did not cease his foolish actions. Meanwhile, many things were happening in other seas. In May 1498, South Sea, Bartolomeo Island. Are you leaving? Yeah, my time is running out. I have things I must do. Thank you, Rouge, for making my last year of life very happy. Saying this, Roger stepped onto the small boat, just like he did decades ago when he set sail. But this time he did not hide from anything. He came alone to the Navy base in the South Sea. Don't be so nervous, Navy guys. I'm here to surrender. Slightly raising his hands, Roger flashed a meaningful smile at the new Navy recruits. Chapter 216. The era of great pirates begins. In a regular naval base in the South Sea, the guards stood at attention before the man in front of them, for he was the legendary Pirate King, a criminal of the utmost severity according to the world government's reports. Although he was shackled, just a slight movement from him would trigger the guards' attention. Little did they know, this ordinary prison couldn't hold him. He could leave whenever he wanted. Don't be so nervous, young man. How about we chat a bit? Despite being aimed at by guns, Roger remained unperturbed and even began to joke with the guards. This had been going on for some time, and today, with the arrival of a dog-headed warship, the personnel at the South Sea base finally breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, Garp, so it's really you who came? Roger seemed to have anticipated Garp's arrival, as this was the Navy that had pursued him for decades. Roger, you bastard. Although Garp had always wanted to capture Roger, his surrender far exceeded Garp's expectations. Thus, 1 year after Roger became the Pirate King, another sensational event occurred in the sea. The capture of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Of course, the newspapers still referred to him by his alias, changing his surrender to capture. After a meeting with the world government, in order to deter the increasing number of pirates at sea, it was decided that Roger would be executed in his hometown of the East Sea, with the final location chosen as Logtown. News of Roger's impending execution was sent by newsbirds to all corners of the world, and countless young people set sail for Logtown, eager to see what the Pirate King was truly like. Most of Roger's crew also saw this news and understood that their captain ultimately chose that path. Many pirates expressed their surprise, even laughing heartily, as Roger had many enemies on the seas. However, among the enemies, there was an exception. At the headquarters of the Golden Lion, he angrily swept away the items in front of him. Impossible. That's the man who defeated me. How would he be captured by the Navy? Defying his subordinates' attempts to stop him, he set off alone for the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters. Marineford. Heavy rain fell from the sky as the Golden Lion floated outside the Navy headquarters, wielding a massive warship like a toy, while the bodies of the Navy had piled up like a small mountain beneath him. Hand over Roger. What gives you worthless fools the right to capture him? Roger has already been captured. He will be executed in the East Sea, a place symbolizing peace. Sengoku loosened his tie, his skin gradually turning golden as he suppressed his anger. The weakest, East Sea? You are insulting him. If you're going to kill him, then hand him over. Only I have the right to kill him. The battle between Sengoku, Garp, and the Golden Lion raged on for a long time, destroying half of the towns near Marineford. Eventually, the two managed to subdue the furious Golden Lion and imprison him in the underwater prison, Impel Down. On Onigashima, Issei was directing a few pirates. Go a little higher. A bit to the left. No, too far, come back a bit. Good, right there, don't move. A few pirates secured the antenna in roughly the right position. This was a signal booster, aimed at receiving signals from Logtown, to deter other pirates. This was a live broadcast that would reach all over the world. However, the signal wasn't very strong from Weno, so they needed to set up additional antennas. Roger's execution was a sensational event in the seas, but there have been many happenings in Weno recently. It was unrealistic to travel to the East Sea from here, and no major pirate planned to venture to Lowtown. Although it wasn't said to prevent unexpected factors, the defenses in Lowtown would surely be extremely tight. Watching the broadcast was the best way to witness the event. Time moved to October, and the first day of October, the day of Roger's execution, arrived. Roger's steps grew heavy, not due to the shackles or any torment, but because illness had gradually brought him to his limit. As he walked up to the execution platform, the weather turned gloomy, and rain began to pour from the sky. Among the crowd gathered below the execution platform were future celebrities. Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Monkey D, Dragon Shanks, Buggy Smoker, and countless others swept away by the tides of the era gathered here. On Onigashima, Arceus was also watching the live broadcast. So, are you very interested in that guy, Roger? No, I can't say I'm interested. I'm just here to witness the dawn of an era. Era? Why do you sound so cryptic, like those fortune tellers? Kaido realized he couldn't understand Arceus anymore, especially since he had been waiting here since the time, even bringing along Yamato and a few kids. The executioner raised his sword, and that classic greeting was transmitted through the Den Mushi. Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide all your treasures? Want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it. I've put all my treasures there, at the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. The world government's intention was to suppress the turbulent seas, but they never expected Roger's final words would be this. The sword fell, marking the end of Joel D. Roger's life, and at that moment, the rain poured down heavily. In the square, some cried loudly, while others laughed heartily. On the same day, pirate ships set sail from all over the world, with countless people rushing into the Grand Line, aiming for the great treasure mentioned by Roger, beginning their own journeys. The era of great pirates had arrived. Ahahaha. Is this what you wanted to see? A nice last word and an exciting death. The seas will surely be in chaos now. Queen, get everyone on the other islands ready. Those fools are coming again. Not only Kaido, but nearly all pirates with territories in the New World understood what the future would look like. In the Tato Land Sea, Parasparrow tripled the number of personnel escorting the fruits, as he couldn't handle another reckless newcomer. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sent out his captains to ensure the safety of his territory. Meanwhile, the world government wasn't idle either, beginning to hunt down those related to Roger. However, they seemed to have some problems with their thinking, as they chose not to hunt fighters but instead launched a large investigation into pregnant women. Chapter 217. The gas bomb in the bathhouse in the flower capital. Odin was still carrying out that foolish plan. But today was a bit special, as the Kaido had quietly found him. After all, the current persona of the serpent was forced, so there were some messages he had to take the initiative to reveal to the other party. Lord Odin, this is a newspaper I got from Kaido. Seeing the news of Roger's death, Kazuki Odin cried uncontrollably on the beach of Weno, and deep down, he strengthened his resolve to open the country. Meanwhile, all over the world, the members of Roger's crew began to be hunted down. In Water 7, the fisherman Tom was sentenced to death for building a pirate ship for Joel D. Roger, but ultimately received a 10-year reprieve through the sea train manufacturing plant. At the Rabbit Bowl factory, new problems arose, not issues of manpower or unrest, but pollution. Alolan Grimer had dealt with the industrial wastewater problem, but with the increase in factory numbers, industrial exhaust became a new issue. Although Grimer could consume wastewater and toxic residues, it had no way to deal with the gases in the sky. Therefore, new Pokémon appeared in Weno. On Onigashima, in the bathhouse, Arceus made a rare appearance. Lord Arceus? You actually came here. Hey, you guys make some space. At sea, pirates might go a long time without bathing due to scarce freshwater resources. But when stationed on land, even pirates pay attention to hygiene and cleanliness. Led by Queen, a group of pirates was relaxing in the bathhouse. This was also one of Queen's most relaxing times. Neither Yamato nor Shinobu could appear here, as the female bathhouse was on the roof of Onigashima and was considerably smaller. After all, the gender ratio in the pirate crew was still quite large. You guys continue. I'm not here to bathe. He came here just to address the factory pollution issue. Alolan Grimer could consume wastewater, and naturally, there were Pokémon that could consume exhaust gases, such as Galarian Weezing and Weezing. As for why he came to the bathhouse, it was common sense that the first Weezing would appear in the bathhouse, and indeed, water was heated here using gas, with newly constructed gas pipelines below. The pirates who first entered Onigashima were the elite of the beast pirates, and, as veterans, they were not surprised by Arceus's divine actions. Some purple, strange orbs gradually appeared in the bathhouse. Some were singular, while others were bizarrely connected dual entities. Soon, their bodies turned gray, and tall chimney-like structures appeared above their heads. Once, factories in the Galar region were rampant, causing severe air pollution. Galarian wheezing and wheezing fed on the exhaust in the air, and during the heavily polluted era, they underwent unique evolution. Unlike regular wheezing that absorbed toxic gas and produced it, Galarian wheezing absorbed pollutant from the atmosphere, using the contaminated air and toxic gas as food. The gases inhaled into their bodies would be filtered through special organs, similar to how human cells absorb nutrients, taking in beneficial substances and expelling waste. For them, toxic gas and waste are food, while fresh air within their bodies is waste. The chimneys above them expel fresh air, and the released air is purified, becoming very clean and fresh. This is the excretion method of Galarian wheezing and wheezing. Due to regional morphology, Galarian wheezing also became a dual type of poison and fairy. After retrieving the fairy plate, this type of air-filtering Pokémon was born. Truly, Lord Arceus, you have created another remarkable creature. Yes, and this creature looks like a natural pirate. They referred to the symbol on Galarian wheezing's abdomen, which resembled a pirate flag, making them feel even closer to it as pirates. The appearance of wheezing and wheezing made the murky air in the bathhouse much fresher. Arceus was preparing to arrange for someone to take them to the factory area, which would be their future cafeteria and dormitory. However, at this moment, someone made some dangerous moves, like Queen. He foolishly touched the corner of Wheezing's mouth. Previously, the creatures created by Arceus were very safe. Even a Alolan Grimer posed no problem as long as it didn't touch the toxic crystals. However, Galarian wheezing was different. Pokémon with poison attributes usually had a part that contained potent toxins, and for Galarian wheezing, that was the whisker-like structures at the corners of their mouths. The toxins accumulated in Galarian wheezing's body would leak out as high-concentration toxic gas, floating around their mouths and forming their unique whiskers. Even a small inhalation of this gas would paralyze an ordinary person completely. However, this gas is controlled by wheezing and usually does not leak out, but someone just had to be reckless. As someone who studies chemical toxins every day, Queen actually poked at the toxic gas at the corner of Wheezing's mouth and then brought a green gas cloud to his nose to smell it. Brother Queen, seeing Queen suddenly stiffen and fall to the ground, the nearby pirates were startled. However, in less than a minute, the paralyzed Queen surprisingly recovered. What did you do? Arceus didn't see what Queen had done. Although he was already poisoned, he seemed unaffected now. This was not just enduring, but a real detoxification. It's the Pecha Berry. After I modified my body, I removed the ammunition chamber, and then I made another modification, placing a detoxifier made from Pecha Berries in my body. As long as there is a problem, it will automatically inject. This is the most effective detoxifier I've ever seen. Since making this modification, Queen had a new method when experimenting with new toxins, personal experience. Only in that way could he determine the effects of the toxin, and just now, it was the same. Otherwise, given his constitution, he would never have been poisoned so quickly. He deliberately did that just to test the effects of the obviously toxic gas. Lord Arceus, what do you plan to arrange them? The Rabbit Bowl Factory. The air quality there has been poor recently. I understand. Just like those Grimers, Lord Arceus. Leave them to me. I'll take them over later. The gas at their mouths is also a rare good material. Since Queen made the request, Arceus handed Wheezing over to him. Don't delay too long. These little guys are a bit hungry, and the exhaust in the bathhouse isn't enough for them. Understood. You can rest assured. Chapter 218. The Turbulent New World. The expedition team, the impact of the Great Pirate Era, began to gradually ferment, and the wreckage of pirate ships could often be seen at the foot of Reverse Mountain. The New World also became turbulent. Before Roger's appearance, many pirates lacked a clear goal. They did not know what their ultimate aim was, and in the uncertainty of whether they would see tomorrow, focusing on the present was what they needed to pay attention to. However, with Roger's dying declaration, these pirates seemed to have found a goal. Whether for fame or for the treasure that Roger spoke of, each one shouted their desire to become the Pirate King and embarked on their journey. In February 1499, Roger had been dead for 4 months, and those pirates who set sail first had already reached Fishman Island. A large wave of newcomers from all over the seas and from paradise was about to flood into the harsh New World. In the New World, it was not only Roger who had a significant impact, but also the Golden Lion. Originally, the Golden Lion's base was a cluster of floating islands, and with his float fruit ability, very few could enter his stronghold. However, with the Golden Lion imprisoned by Garp and Sengoku, these floating islands outside could no longer be maintained, and the collapse of the islands caused greater damage to the remnants of the Golden Lion. Without the leadership of the Golden Lion, the pirate crews that had relied on him began to fight for territory, each fighting for themselves, and the Golden Lion's territory fell into chaos. However, like Wald, the Golden Lion also had his diehard loyalists. They firmly believed that the Golden Lion would return. And under the leadership of Dr. Indigo, they retreated to a secret island, which was also a backup plan set by the Golden Lion. While others began to fight, they had already retreated aside. However, the involvement of other major pirates in the New World broke the original stalemate. The Big Mom pirates, Beast pirates, and Whitebeard pirates all began to take action, and even Whitebeard could not ignore the situation. The territories of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were adjacent, and after the Golden Lion was imprisoned, the chaos in the Golden Lion's territory gradually spilled over to Whitebeard's area. Therefore, he led the Whitebeard pirates to occupy a portion of the territory to maintain the stability of his domain through isolation. Whitebeard was also a pirate. His territory was not simply given to him. Even he needed to collect taxes, otherwise he could not maintain the daily expenses of his pirate crew. However, compared to ordinary brutal pirates, Whitebeard's style of operation was much gentler. The fees collected were within the range acceptable to the common people. And now the Whitebeard flag represented safety, enough to allow the islands to survive in this turbulent era. With the Golden Lion imprisoned and Roger dead, most people of the same era were in a similar state. Wald, John, Wang Ji, those great pirates of the past had all faded with the times. Whitebeard became the undisputed overlord, and the Red Count was also a figure, but he had always been a lone wolf. So the disputes in the New World had little to do with him. Charlotte Linlin would certainly not miss this opportunity, and she was also expanding her affiliated territories. Although they had not become native territories like the islands in Tato Land, she had acquired a large number of islands that could be taxed. Meanwhile, in Weno country, Kaido did not miss this opportunity either. Jean, Quinn, and Olga, this time it's up to you three. Olga's identity card shows she has reached 18 years of age, although the influence of pure gold makes her look somewhat young. From the day she left the belly of the Sea King, she has almost undergone 10 years of training. She is skilled in both forms of hockey, and she has basically mastered the abilities of Zoroark, which is enough for her to go out to battle. Now is a time of great conflict, but unlike Whitebeard and Big Mom, whose bases are stable, Weno country is also developing, so the Beast Pirates had to choose to split their forces. Take half of the elite inside Weno with you. The people outside are already prepared. This is the goal this time, to plant our flag on all these islands. The map outlined the objectives of this operation. Kaido was not reckless. This action had avoided the areas of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, with the main targets being those newcomers and the remnants of the Golden Lion. Jalal, you should also take Shaina with you. There is enough with Shaina left at home. Understood. Kaido and Arceus were still in the country, and the departure of the cadres would not have a significant impact since they were the strongest forces in the pirate crew. However, some people still needed to be left behind to help with tasks, and in the end, Shaina stayed. As for why Kaido did not go, Yamato had been undergoing physical training for over a year, and the next phase of training was underway, so he could not spare himself for now. Don't force yourself against opponents you can't beat. Retreating first is not a big deal. I'll take you back to fight later. Before they set off, Kaido gave one last instruction. His thinking had not changed much. Ordinary members could be consumed as resources, but cadres could not, so in situations where they were not opponents, he still required the cadres to prioritize their own safety. Everyone understood that not everyone who went out would come back. This was war, and war inevitably accompanied casualties. However, in the face of the merits and benefits brought by victories, these pirates remained high in fighting spirit. Meanwhile, in the outer seas, in other territories of the Beast Pirates, the residents began to engage in customary war investments. Pirate ships began to gather towards their respective locations, and Kurizumi Orochi continued his acting career. Lord Odin, Kaido's people have left half. This is an opportunity. His tone was incredibly earnest, as if he genuinely wanted to drive Kaido away. And Kaido, he is still the same as always, no changes. Orochi, you should know that Kaido is the main problem. As the only person in the know, Shimatsuki Yasu said seriously, if we cannot completely eliminate Kaido, even if we take the opportunity to drive him away, he can still gather people and come back. Don't you know that? How great will the casualties to the citizens be then? In Shimatsuki Yasu's view, Kazuki Odin had already lost face. Since he had lost face, he needed to handle everything thoroughly at once. Now he still looked serious, completely different from when he had consumed the failed smile. Yes, I was too naive. I will pay more attention to Kaido's intelligence. Orochi left, but with a smug grin. He understood Kazuki Odin and Shimatsuki Yasu very well, and could be said to have said it deliberately. Let us fight. I am the last master of Weno country. Odin, Kaido, I will return the humiliation you brought upon me. Chapter 219. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Moonlight Moria Yamato. Pay attention. This is how you use a kanabo, Thunderous. 8 trigrams. On the rooftop of Onigashima, Kaido swung his kanabo at a target formed by vines condensed by Arceus. The target shattered under Kaido's attack, which was entwined with lightning and haki. You wanted to learn this move now? This is foundational. Most of my techniques evolved from this Thunderous 8 trigrams. It doesn't require haki. You can reinforce it with armament haki or wrap it with Conqueror's haki, but I've only just started to grasp the wrapping of Conqueror's haki. Initially, Kaido had heard about this from rocks and knew it was a very difficult technique. He himself was only just starting to touch the threshold of it. Learning haki can wait, but her physique now meets the minimum requirements. Yamato, raise your hands a bit higher and spread your feet apart to generate power better. Kaido's teaching couldn't be interrupted by Arceus. Their combat styles were different. Although there were various elemental attacks, close combat was Kaido's main method, whereas he didn't need to engage in close combat. With many skills at his disposal, Arceus was essentially an ultimate artillery platform with infinite firepower. There was nothing that a single judgment beam couldn't resolve. If there was, just fire another one. Though powerful, his combat style couldn't be replicated, at most. One could draw inspiration from certain aspects. However, Arceus still intervened in some of Kaido's teaching methods. For example, Kaido believed that to let Yamato understand the power of Thunderous 8 trigrams, she should experience it firsthand. This idea was strongly opposed by Arceus, even though Kaido believed he could control the force. A month later, reports from the 4 teams returned. Despite the situation being good, having already captured the first island, that guy Queen was about the same. Olga's progress was slower. She was too concerned about casualties, so her advancement was the slowest. Although Jalora encountered a tough opponent, it was no problem. He just received a minor injury. Overall, the operations achieved great results, with casualties within an acceptable range, and they didn't encounter any particularly difficult opponents. Shaina put away her report. This was the intelligence they received. After 10 years of development, the Beast Pirates were no longer just a small boat when they set sail. They were strong and well-equipped. In today's ocean, where positions are vacant, the influence of the Beast Pirates had grown significantly. Very good. Continue to act according to plan. At the same time, in the waters near Weno country, a pirate ship appeared with a grinning skull painted on its main sail. The skull had horn-like decorations on top, with flame-like patterns on both sides, and instead of traditional crossbones, it had bat wings. This was the ship of the Moonlight Pirates. On the deck stood a tall man with extremely pale skin, small horns on his head, wearing a black trench coat with purple hair. This was the captain of the ship, Moonlight Moria, with a bounty of 320 million berries, undoubtedly this year's supernova. At this moment, he was still the captain of the Moonlight Pirates. The terrifying 3-masted ship had not yet appeared, and his pirate ship was just a slightly larger ordinary pirate ship. More than a year ago, witnessing Roger's execution had sparked something within him. Originating from the West Blue, he chose not to return there, but directly entered the Grand Line, establishing his Moonlight Pirates in the same year. After more than a year of effort, Moria and his partners had passed Fishman Island and finally reached the New World. Not long ago, the Moonlight Pirates had just fought a fierce battle with pirates in the New World, and Moria achieved a great victory, further boosting the confidence of everyone on board. Moria, you will definitely become the Pirate King, right? You should call me Captain. When will you remember that? Hee, it doesn't matter. Call me whatever you want. Anyway. Yes, right. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Looking at his playful companions, Moria was full of confidence. At that moment, the ship suddenly shook violently, causing many people to fall to the ground. Hey, Nord, can you even steer the ship? If you can do it, you do it. It seems like we got caught in some current. The currents in the New World are too complex. This is the outer sea of Weno country, where the dangerous sea and land are intricate. There's only one safe route to reach Weno, and any slight mistake could lead to a shipwreck. Even Whitebeard's ship suffered heavy damage here back in the day. Nord, are you okay? It's a bit troublesome, but it's fine. Leave it to me, Captain Moria. I believe in you. You are the best navigator I've ever seen. With his skills, The Moonlight Pirate's ship smoothly navigated through the area, and they also saw the giant koi fish, which were a specialty of Weno country. Although Arceus had modified a few king kois, there were still plenty of ordinary giant koi fish here. After several twists and turns, they actually managed to rush up the waterfall of Weno country. See Captain Moria. There's an island above the waterfall. Once the people on the ship stood up again, their eyes were met with the main island of Weno country. There are 2 waterfalls in Weno. The one at the harbor is steeper, making it almost impossible to ascend from there, so they came from the other side. Due to the obstruction of vision, they didn't see Onigashima. This is the charm of the Grand Line. Besides Fishman Island thousands of meters below, there's actually an island here. Let us go, brothers. Oh. At this moment, Kaido was not on Onigashima. He and Yamato were in the snowy field of Ringo. Arceus is said to educate through entertainment, allowing children to actively accept education. Kaido thought it made a lot of sense, so he brought them here. Father, what are we doing here? Of course, we're going to have a snowball fight. A snowball fight? Really? Of course it's true, but this game is a bit different from what you usually play. Saying this, Kaido had Yamato, Maria, and Jack stand in the middle of the snowy field, then bent down to grab a handful of snow. With a firm grip, a solid snowball appeared in his hand. You 3 watch closely. Saying this, he threw the snowball, and Yamato only heard a whoosh sound. When she and Jack turned to look, a small tree the size of a wrist was broken. Game time is 30 minutes. You can either hide or block, and of course, you can also try to attack me. In short, just do your best to survive. The loose snowflakes became harder under pressure, and, coupled with Kaido's own strength, the 3 little ones quickly began to dodge. Help, help! I don't want to play anymore, father. This isn't fun. No way. Yamato, there are still 29 minutes left. The game has just begun. Chapter 220. Kaido ruined the fun. Yamato was initially very happy because Kaido had never played with her over the years, but after the game started, she realized that it was completely different from what she had imagined. Whether they could dodge his attacks had little to do with them. A group of 4 or 5-year-old children had no chance of evading Kaido's strikes. Even a snowball in Kaido's hands could be a deadly weapon. The earlier snowball that interrupted the little tree was an example. If Kaido wanted to hit them, there was no way they could avoid it. However, he controlled his strength. Those snowballs would bruise and hurt when they hit, but they definitely wouldn't be life-threatening. He just wanted to scare them a little to let them experience the threat of death. The snowballs hitting them were meant to make them understand that this was no joke and to always push their physical limits. One snowball hit Yamato squarely on the backside, and the year-round snowy weather made the ground very slippery. The impact of the snowball caused her to slip and fall. The next snowball grazed her cheek and smashed into the snow. Get up, keep dodging. The enemy 1T stop attacking just because you're lying down. They LL stab you in the gut to make sure you're really dead. The next shot 1T miss. Yamato, get up. Afterward, she dodged the second snowball. But her movement was quite ungraceful. She practically rolled and crawled to avoid Kaido's attack, which made Kaido smile. Good, just like that. In battle, one must use any means necessary. Only absolute strong can talk about the principles of fighting, and you are not qualified yet. As he lectured Yamato, didn't he stop his hands? The first to be eliminated was Maria. Although White and Kaido were from the same country, there was a significant gap between them. Maria's physique was far weaker than Yamato's. Next was Jack. His fishman bloodline gave him abundant stamina, and his strength was 10 times that of an average human. But he wasn't agile enough. Even if Kaido held back, he was still just a target and was ultimately knocked down. After his companions fell, all of Kaido's firepower was focused on Yamato. Father, it's time. It's time. Just now, Kaido had hung a clock on a tree behind him to indicate the time. After seeing the minute hand complete its last round, Yamato hurriedly shouted excitedly, "Oh, it really is time." Just as Yamato sighed in relief, another snowball came flying toward her. "Father, the second round has begun. This is a battlefield, Yamato. You must understand that you can't trust anything the enemy says, and I am your enemy now." This time Kaido started throwing snowballs with both hands, increasing the intensity of the attack significantly. "Help! Shout all you want. This time no one can save you, not even if you call for Arceus." This time, he aimed for her legs. After Yamato fell again, he waited for her to get back up, but this time she didn't dodge. Instead, she made a snowball and threw it back at him. Although her strength was light, Kaido didn't dodge and let the snowball hit his face. "Father, you said this is a snowball fight. I'm fighting back now." "Ha ha ha, well done, Yamato. That is the way to go. Mr. Kaido, please hold on for a moment. Trouble has come." Kaido was about to discuss the topic of war with Yamato, as a snowball fight was also a form of combat. But Shaina descended from the side to stop him. "What's wrong? Kaido was slightly displeased. He was just getting into the mood. A group of pirates landed from the returning port, and a new batch of goods and some money belonging to Kazuki was stolen. Weno country directly uses gold and silver for transactions. These things are hard currency no matter where they go. If it were Sky Island-esque currency, it would be different. Hardly anyone wanted the currency there. The ones responsible for this were naturally the Moonlight Pirates. The Beast Pirates stationed there were no match for them. Moria had never broken into Judicial Island or fought against the Celestial Dragons. His bounty was a recognition of his strength and threat. As the only high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates remaining in Weno, this incident was naturally reported to Shaina. She was originally going to check the situation, but happened to see Kaido. Since they were close to the returning port, she came to remind Kaido and suggested they leave first. However, this disrupted Kaido's mood. He was quite pleased to see his daughter growing little by little and was planning to let Yamato experience the harshness of the world. Shaina, you keep an eye on Yamato and the others. You don't need to worry about that over there. Mr. Kaido, you mean? Yes. I'll go take a look myself. We have people nearby, right? Yes. Although there are no officers, more than 200 elite members have gathered, including a few who have received Lord Arceus' blessing. That's enough. With that, Kaido headed straight toward the returning port, which was also a relief for Yamato. You will regret this. You have no idea what you've done. This is the territory of the Beast Pirates. Lord Kaido and Lord Arceus will not let you go. At the material transfer station in Weno, a pirate collapsed on the ground. The tall man before him was too strong, and they were no match for him. Kaido? Arceus? Who are they? I've never heard of them. Exactly. Lord Moria is a man who aims to become the Pirate King. How could a big shot worth 300 million fear other pirates? 300 million. Just a bunch of fools from paradise. You'll soon realize how ignorant you are. If Moria was a well-known pirate, he wouldn't know nothing. That amount is already an officer S worth in the Beast Pirates. However, he had never heard of Moria S name. So the only explanation was that he was a newcomer just entering the new world, and only these types would dare to speak such big words lightly. However, Moria was not afraid of his threats. Instead, he swung his knife towards the ground beneath him, cutting the connection between the shadow and the body, and captured the struggling shadow in his hand, which then fainted. The good news was that it was snowing in Weno, and the clouds blocked the sunlight, preventing him from turning to dust directly. That was Moria-S ability, the Paramecia type shadow fruit, which allows him to manipulate shadows. Now he didn't even need scissors. He could directly sever the connection with just a knife. He then stuffed the shadow into a small bottle and hung it in his coat, which was also part of his power. What next? Captain, someone is coming. It's a man with horns on his head. Chapter 221. Lousy is in a bad mood right now. Kaido, we found the enemy. The Beast Pirates were very excited. The internal promotion mechanism of the Beast Pirates made them focus more on strength. They were well aware of their own capabilities and knew that to achieve a qualitative leap, they needed to either find a powerful devil fruit or receive the blessing of Arceus. This made military achievements increasingly important within the Beast Pirates, as it was their primary means of promotion. The lottery system was very popular within the Beast Pirates. Previously, Kaido had taken away half of the elite from Weno country. Apart from those higher-ups, the difference in strength among them was not significant. Ordinary members were divided into several small teams, and the lottery was conducted by their leaders. Although guarding Weno was much more comfortable than going out to seize territory, the effort and reward were proportional. Rather than staying in Weno to relax, they prefer to go out and earn military achievements. Occasionally, there would be some reckless newcomers on other islands, but due to the geographical factors of Weno, such things were almost impossible to happen, so they were somewhat disappointed about staying behind. However, now that an opportunity for merit had presented itself, it made the pirates of the Beast Pirates much more excited than Kaido. More and more pirates appeared on the hillside, all waiting for Kaido's orders. Is it you, kid? Who dare to come in here? You got some skill. Looking at the dozen or so members of the Beast Pirates lying at Moria's feet, Kaido glanced at Moria twice. Being able to come to Weno and easily deal with those subordinates of his showed that he was quite different from the small fry. Hey, show Captain Moria some respect. P.S. a notorious pirate with a bounty of 320 million. P.S. a man who aims to become the Pirate King. Pirate King? You really dare to say anything. Jin Gangdai. Kaido waved his kanabo at that person with one hand. Although he was not a swordsman, he unleashed a pillar-like wave of energy similar to a flying slash. The cylindrical wave of energy had a wider range, and the snow on the ground was stirred by Kaido's attack, forming a snow dragon that charged towards Moria's companions. Watch out! Moria waved his hand, pushing his partner aside, and then slashed upward with both hands holding his sword. The snowflakes in front of Moria split in half, and Kaido's attack was completely blocked by him. Although he was pushed back a few steps, he still managed to stop it. Bastard, what are you trying to do to my partner? Of course, I want to kill him, but now I've changed my mind. Moria, right? I'm giving you a chance. Join my pirate crew with your people. That last attack wasn't full strength, but Moria, who blocked it, was clearly doing the same. In this way, he had indirectly proven his strength. What a joke. I'm a man who aims to become the Pirate King. How could I possibly join you? Usually, I wouldn't mind playing with you, but today I'm not in a good mood. This is your last chance. Do you really not want to join? He had been having a good time playing with Yamato. At least in Kaido's view, that was just playing. He thought Yamato should be very happy too, even though she was shouting and running away. But it was much more interesting than before. Sure enough, Arceus was right. One should teach while playing. However, just when he was about to continue teaching, news of Moria reached his ears. His previously ignited enthusiasm was disrupted just like that, and he was in a bad mood, so he didn't intend to waste much time with Moria. Of course, I have the best partners on this sea. I will defeat you here, steal your treasures, and then head to Laughtail. How could I join you and stagnate here? Since that's the case, you can only choose to die here, kids. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Saying this, he charged down the hillside first, and the pirates behind him followed one after another. Moria did not back down either, leading his crew to meet the charge. During the rush, both sides of the pirates silently spread to the sides, leaving the center of the battlefield for their captains. Moria was tall, and, before he became misshapen like an onion, his body was quite robust. His long sword dragged on the ground, and as he swung it, it sent up the snowflakes beneath. In the battle at the Paradise, such inconspicuous little tricks still had some utility, and even in the New World, he retained this habit. Even though many people relied on their eyes, excluding those like Fujitora who had blinded themselves, Moria still had his own way, although he was swinging from below to above. After a few exchanges, Moria was at a disadvantage, but he still fought back. Not bad. You're not like those small fries in Paradise. Now it's time to get serious. Thunderbagua. A thick layer of armament haki enveloped the 8 trigrams, and electricity coiled around it. Kaido slightly adjusted his grip on the kanabo, exerted force with his legs, leaped into the air, and smashed his weapon down toward Moria's head with tremendous force. Shadow Master. The shadow beneath Moria suddenly came to life, no longer mimicking the actions of the original, and a pitch-black version of Moria appeared in front of him, crossing its arms to block Kaido's attack. Although he could manipulate shadows, it was only the shadows of people. In the hands of a shadow fruit user, shadows were also a part of life. While the shadows of inanimate objects like swords and guns were not within his control, the shadow clone felt no pain, was unafraid of harm, and completely obeyed Moria's commands, making it his best helper. However, the clone's strength was ultimately somewhat inferior to the original. Although it slowed down Kaido's attack, a few seconds later, Kaido's assault exceeded the Shadow Master's limit, causing the shadow to split into countless black orbs, which then transformed into bat-like shadows that bit at Kaido's arms, trying to slow him down. However, under Kaido's haki defense, these were utterly meaningless. The shadow bats could not penetrate his haki defense. The two weapons clashed again, and compared to the current Thunderbagua, the previous attack was merely childish play. Those bat shadows condensed into solid forms not far away, and at that moment Moria, who was grappling with Kaido, instantly transformed into a shadow warrior. Moria could freely switch positions with his shadow thanks to his fruit ability, and when he sensed something was wrong, he made that choice. Then, he opened his coat and took out the bottles containing shadows. Bastard! Now, let me show you my power. He then unscrewed the caps of the 2 bottles, and about 20 shadows entered his body.